Chapter 1. Traversing the Tianwu continent. Inner disciple Jonathan, for his immoral conduct, has conspired with the sacred maiden of the demon sect and harmed his fellow disciples. Considering his past contributions, his cultivation is hereby stripped, and he is exiled to sweep the divine and demon necropolis for life, never to leave. Above the Zimi palace, the enforcement elder coldly pronounced the verdict on Jonathan, as if it were a divine judgment, plunging him into despair. The surrounding disciples watched this scene indifferently. None would plead for mercy for someone who conspired with the demon sect and harmed their peers. As memories began merging in his mind, Jonathan, lying on the ground, was utterly shocked. He could not have imagined that after dying from an earthquake, upon awakening, he found himself transported to a high martial world called Tianwu continent. This body belonged to an inner disciple of the Zimi palace, now merely a discarded disciple of Zimi palace. A few days ago, the previous owner, along with several disciples, was escorting a treasure to the Horizon Pavilion. In a city en route, he met a very beautiful woman named Caitlin. They quickly became good friends, but it turned out that Caitlin was the sacred maiden of the demon sect. The previous owner did not know that while he was befriending Caitlin, the disciples traveling with him were being killed by the demon sect, leaving only one survivor. Their treasure was taken away by the demon sect, and the survivor saw Jonathan with the sacred maiden, assuming Jonathan had conspired with her to seize the treasure. Because of this incident, Jonathan's cultivation was stripped, and he was exiled to the divine and demon necropolis, forbidden to leave. Divine and demon necropolis. Shit, that place is no place for the living. How can I survive there? According to the previous owner's memories, the divine and demon necropolis was no safe haven. It was a place from which no one returned. It was a graveyard for the dead and a forbidden zone for the living. Countless people were buried there, but not just anyone could rest there. It was an ancient necropolis whose existence spanned untold years, shrouded in mystery. Rumors circulated that at night, the necropolis resembled hell, with evil spirits emerging from graves to siphon the life force of the living. This explained why those sent there never survived more than 3 years before dying from energy depletion. Many legendary figures were buried within the divine and demon necropolis, including Hale, the god of flying knives, Dukongbu Natalie, the invincible one, Eunuch Luke, the universally recognized top expert of Tianwu continent, Buddha Jamar of the Buddhist sect, Sun Wukong, the first great monkey of the demon race, and Caesar, the Western angel. Due to the numerous ancient deities interred there and its peculiar nature, no one dared rob the tombs. Throughout history, countless powerful individuals chose to be buried there. The Tomb Guardian's origin was unknown, but many sects and dynasties would send individuals convicted of heinous crimes to guard the necropolis. These people were known as Tomb Guardians, essentially prisoners. No matter how strong the martial artists were, no one ever lived past 3 years, let alone someone like Jonathan, whose cultivation was stripped. Jonathan was escorted by 2 Zimi palace enforcers from the Grand Hall of Zimi. He looked around this unfamiliar world with bitter laughter. This is Jonathan, what a pity. Once the most outstanding inner disciple, he conspired with the demon sect's woman, harming his peers and seizing treasures, severing his future path, a truly foolish act. Senior brother Jonathan was usually quite kind to us, and he didn't seem like the type who would harm his peers. How could he do such a thing? What do you know? Caitlin, the first beauty of the demon sect, is not only exceptionally beautiful but also adept at enchantment. Ordinary people are captivated by her charm, so it's understandable why Jonathan might harm his peers for her sake. I heard Jonathan is being sent to the divine and demon necropolis. That place isn't fit for humans. No matter how strong someone is, they die from energy depletion within 3 years. Feeling extremely depressed, Jonathan needed to figure out how to survive. Injured and shackled, barely able to walk, escaping was not an option. Outside the divine and demon necropolis, the sky over divine and demon necropolis was perpetually dark, covered in gloomy clouds, and often accompanied by thunderbolts, as it had been for countless years. This was a cursed land where no one could survive for long. The 2 enforcement disciples escorting Jonathan here were visibly displeased. I really don't want to come to this accursed place. The last time we escorted an errant attendant, he only lasted 2.5 years before dying. The elder was a spirit martial strength expert, and still only lasted 2.5 years. This place is indeed sinister, another enforcement disciple sighed. Jonathan recalled that a year ago, a true disciple went mad after 1 month and died 2 months later after killing a peer due to mental breakdown, then being sent to the divine and demon necropolis. Half a year ago, a fellow inner disciple was sent here for stealing elixirs and only survived 7 days before meeting his end. Looking at this hell-like place, Jonathan felt deeply aggrieved. He had just arrived in Tianwu continent and faced this disastrous situation. He refused to accept it. Apollon? System? Full-level enlightenment system loading? Jonathan was surprised and then delighted. An old saying goes right, the golden finger may be late, but it will never fail to appear. His golden finger had activated. Jonathan immediately turned to his only lifeline. Full-level enlightenment system. Touch any object for enlightenment. Time required depends on your willpower. 1 enlightenment per day, accumulation allowed. New user gets 1 free enlightenment. Current available enlightenments, 2. Full-level enlightenment system? And with limited uses? Maybe I can find a way to restore my Danteon despite my stripped cultivation. Jonathan observed the system, which allowed him to gain enlightenment simply by touching objects. This system is too simple, only offering 1 enlightenment per day, with no basic attributes or other features. Jonathan saw that the system seemed auxiliary, meaning he must rely on his own efforts to escape. While divine and demon necropolis was extremely dangerous, it was also the richest treasure trove in all of Tianwu continent. For thousands of years, countless strong individuals were buried there, along with their treasures. If he could find a few items and gain enlightenment from them, wouldn't he be able to regain his strength and escape this place? With this thought, Jonathan approached the entrance of the divine and demon necropolis, catching the attention of the 2 enforcement disciples. They had dragged him here, but now he walked forward on his own. He's probably resigned to his fate, knowing he can't escape, said one enforcement disciple. Yeah, the other agreed indifferently. The divine and demon necropolis functioned as a prison holding countless inmates from various sects. Outside, many powerful guards protected the prisoners, sent by different sects. Some of these guards were also disheartened individuals demoted to watch over prisoners. Though far from the actual necropolis, they still suffered from the necropolis's negative energies. Over time, their lifespans would shorten significantly. Therefore, they remained cold and indifferent. A group of guards at the divine and demon necropolis, upon seeing Jonathan and the others' attire, had one of their members from Zimi Palace step forward. Without even glancing at the two enforcement hall disciples, he directly addressed Jonathan, saying, "Follow me." This person led Jonathan toward the entrance of the divine and demon necropolis and coldly remarked, "Once inside this necropolis, you'll be just like the dead. I was going to say if you want to live a few more days, but forget it. Someone who's had their cultivation stripped will die within 7 days at most." 7 days. Jonathan looked at the man, recognizing him slightly, and asked, "Your senior brother Hassan?" Upon hearing this, Hassan was somewhat surprised and only then carefully examined Jonathan, noticing a faint familiarity. "You are who?" "Senior brother Chongqing. It's me, Jonathan. 3 years ago, we met in the beast forest and fought the beasts together. You also gave me some guidance. Later, I heard that you advanced to become a true disciple. I never expected you would end up here." Hassan now remembered Jonathan and asked, "What did you do to have your cultivation stripped?" Jonathan briefly recounted his experiences. After a moment's contemplation, Hassan said, "It seems our fates are similar. We're both the sect's abandoned disciples. However, I'm a bit luckier. I've only been dispatched here to guard the entrance of the divine and demon necropolis, whereas you've been sent to sweep within the necropolis." Hassan shared much information with Jonathan, helping him understand what actions were permissible and which were forbidden here. Although Jonathan didn't fully comprehend everything, he made sure to remember it. "Thank you, senior brother Chongqing." Jonathan genuinely expressed his gratitude. The fact that Hassan, due to their past encounters and shared experiences, revealed all necessary information was indeed very considerate. Chapter 2, The Divine and Demonic Cemetery. Leading Jonathan, Hassan finally arrived at the grand entrance of the divine and demonic cemetery. It was an ancient bronze door covered in rust with countless depictions of mountains, rivers, plants, strange beasts, and numerous divine statues carved into it. On either side of the ancient bronze gate were towering walls that completely surrounded the entire divine and demonic cemetery. The divine and demonic cemetery resembled an ancient city, except its interior was filled with graves. Creak, creak, creak. The mysterious ancient bronze door opened, and Hassan led Jonathan inside. As Jonathan walked into the divine and demonic cemetery and pushed the door, he was immediately astonished as a stream of information appeared in his mind. Divine City Gate, crafted from divine-grade meteoric copper by 3 divine blacksmiths over 81 days, engraved by a divine painter, and inscribed with divine runes by 3 top divine rune masters, making it a divine-grade spiritual treasure. Do you wish to comprehend it? A divine-grade spiritual treasure. Jonathan was thoroughly shocked. He had never expected that merely a gate to the divine and demonic cemetery would be such an extraordinary treasure. Without restraint, Jonathan began comprehending the gate right away. In the next moment, Jonathan found himself in a mystical place enveloped in celestial aura, like entering a hidden world. He saw several figures ahead, each exuding an ethereal air while they released peculiar flames to refine the ancient bronze door. Jonathan marveled at the scene before him, but soon his consciousness returned to his body, feeling dizzy and exhausted. Comprehend true fire blacksmithing technique. Powerful memories surged into Jonathan's mind, leaving him astonished. I've comprehended it. Jonathan was genuinely surprised. The true fire blacksmithing technique was an unparalleled method for forging treasures, unique and unheard of by Jonathan. However, with his current wasted cultivation, he couldn't utilize it. He needed to find a way to restore his dantian within the divine and demonic cemetery, where so many powerful individuals were buried. Surely, there must be a method to restore his dantian. Why aren't you moving? Asked Hassan. Okay, Jonathan quickly followed, though he hadn't fully comprehended the gate due to his low strength. The divine and demonic cemetery was cold, not just physically but also mentally. It felt like one's soul trembled in fear. This place was indeed extraordinary, making people uncomfortable. Outside, it didn't feel as chilling, but once inside the divine and demonic cemetery, it felt like stepping into the netherworld. The stone bricks were blood red, and a bone-chilling yin-chi permeated the air. This yin-chi continuously assaulted their bodies, making every breath feel toxic. The harm it caused to Jonathan's body was immense. On both sides of the cemetery were old, dilapidated houses that looked ready to collapse at any moment. There are caretakers here who manage your food and accommodation. Remember, don't offend them. This old man has been living here for 10 years. If you want to live longer, he could be your breakthrough point, explained Hassan. 10 years. Jonathan was truly amazed. Rumors said one wouldn't last more than 3 years. Hassan led Jonathan to a relatively better preserved house. Adrian, I've brought a new person, said Hassan. Come in, a hoarse voice replied, and the door opened. Inside, they saw an elderly man with white hair and cane, seemingly about to enter the coffin. His glance nearly frightened Jonathan out of his wits. The old man's face was crinkled with wrinkles, revealing only eerie green eyes. If Hassan hadn't introduced him as alive, Jonathan would have thought he crawled out of a coffin. Somehow, Jonathan felt the old man's gaze was off, unsettling him with an eerie smile. Adrian? Isn't he just an old man? Jonathan was puzzled. He's my friend. Please take care of him. Hassan handed Adrian a few spirit stones. Wasted cultivation. Let's see if he lasts more than 7 days, Adrian remarked as he put away the spirit stones. I'm leaving, we'll visit when I can, Hassan told Jonathan. After Hassan left, Adrian warned, if you want to live longer, don't go deep. That's not your place. Yes, senior, I understand, Jonathan bowed respectfully. Deeper inside the cemetery meant heavier in chi, which was detrimental to them. You needn't call me senior. I'm only 28, just like Hassan. Call me Adrian, Adrian said. 28? Jonathan looked at him, finding it hard to believe he was even 100. Picking a broom beside you, come along. I'll assign you a sweeping area. The previous person there went mad, Adrian added. Upon hearing this, Jonathan felt uneasy. He quickly picked up a broom and followed Adrian deeper into the street. The further they went, the more concentrated the yin chi and sha chi became, making everyone uneasy. Jonathan felt his life force being eroded constantly. If this continues, I'll eventually end up like them, either mad or an old wreck. I don't want to become like Alpha. The only thing Jonathan could rely on was the enlightenment system, but it wasn't powerful enough, and it had limitations. Finding a way to resist yin and sha chi wouldn't be easy and required time. Yet, Jonathan lacked time. According to Hassan and Adrian, he wouldn't survive beyond 7 days. Having just crossed over to this world, Jonathan did not want to die young. Before the cemetery gate were houses. Behind it lay a flat slope with red earth, like fresh blood. There were also crimson trees, the only plant besides them. These aren't ordinary trees. They grow where the yin and sha chi are most potent. Deeper inside, there are larger red yin trees, Adrian noted. Red yin trees? Never imagined there'd be so many, Jonathan mused. The ground was littered with dry, crimson leaves. All were dried up without a single fresh one. Jonathan saw another leaf fall, instantly drying upon hitting the ground as if all life had been sucked out. Saw that? People here end up like this, Adrian's laughter echoed eerily, sending chills down one's spine. After walking for some time, Jonathan saw tombstones aligned neatly, obscured by heavy yin chi. His health rapidly deteriorated just standing there. According to Hassan and Adrian, 7 days was optimistic. Jonathan felt his time was near. Adrian told Jonathan, see these tombs? These are the graves of the Ainsworths from various major sections. Each sect has its own designated area. This is where your Ziwei Palace Ainsworths are buried. You'll be sweeping these graves from now on. We'll see how long you can last. After Adrian left, Jonathan stared at the eerie tombs, feeling his heart race with unease. Although he didn't want to stay here, Jonathan was at a dead end and could only take things one step at a time. Jonathan looked at the first tombstone. Ziwei Palace 25th generation Ainsworth, Coulter, lived to 130 years old. Jonathan remembered hearing about this person. He was a skilled swordsman with considerable strength. He seemed to have died in battle after being ambushed by the demon sect. This tombstone was relatively new, having been erected just 2 years ago. Jonathan had no affection for the Ziwei Palace and even felt a bit of disdain. He moved to the next tombstone. Ziwei Palace 24th generation Ainsworth, Lu Floijiang, lived to 250 years old. Jonathan had no recollection of this person. They were separated by too many generations. Ziwei Palace 24th generation Ainsworth, Omar Fabian, lived to 204 years old. Ziwei Palace 14th generation Ainsworth, Hanyu, lived to 150 years old. The further back he went, the older the burial dates became. Several legendary figures from the Ziwei Palace were also interred here, each once a towering figure who eventually returned to dust. The oldest among them lived over 500 years, but, Jonathan sighed, picked up his broom, and began sweeping. There was no other trash here besides the red yin tree leaves. The longer he stayed, the more Jonathan felt his energy draining. After finishing his sweep, just as he was about to leave, Jonathan stepped on something. Thinking it was a stone, he looked closer and realized it wasn't. Curious, Jonathan picked up the object and wiped it clean, discovering it was a jade pendant. The jade was red, blending seamlessly with the surrounding red soil. If not for stepping on it, Jonathan wouldn't have noticed it. I wonder if this is a burial item or something dropped by someone while sweeping. Just as Jonathan was about to put it away, his system reacted. Blood yin jade, a mid-grade rank 1 spirit treasure. Would you like to comprehend it? Jonathan was surprised. He hadn't expected the system could be used like this. Moreover, this object could be comprehended, meaning there was something within the jade that could be understood. This wasn't the place to comprehend it. Jonathan pocketed the blood yin jade and left. Chapter 3. The Alchemical Golden Pill. Jonathan found a relatively decent house. It seemed someone had lived here before. The bedding and clothes were still present, but nobody was around. It looked like the owner hadn't returned for some time. Dust covered everything, and there were shovels and hoes scattered about, which surprised Jonathan. These tools would be of great use to him. After tidying up a bit, Jonathan decided to settle here. He took out the blood yin jade from his pocket and said, I can only rely on you now. As Jonathan started to comprehend the blood yin jade, he suddenly felt his soul transported into a mysterious space. Curiosity drove him to explore, but the environment abruptly changed, and he found himself in a room. A woman stood before him, looking strikingly beautiful as she intently read a book. Excuse me, where am I? Jonathan asked. He realized that this scene was something he could only observe, not interact with. His body passed through the woman's form, confirming it was just a virtual reality generated by the system. This is an illusion, likely a depiction inside the blood yin jade, Jonathan concluded. The woman wore the blood yin jade around her neck. Jonathan moved behind her to see what she was reading. It was a cultivation technique, specifically one for refining yin energy. Wow. After some time, Jonathan felt a headache and opened his eyes again to find himself back in the original room. Insight achieved, first volume of the profound yin canon. So it's over already. Jonathan discovered that he had gained a cultivation technique in his mind, but only the first volume. He hadn't fully grasped the entire book's content. If he could find a way to resume cultivation, he might fully understand this supreme technique. It seems my strength is still too low. Otherwise, I could have comprehended the whole profound yin canon, Jonathan sighed. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied because the profound yin canon was a technique specifically for absorbing and refining yin energy. Cultivating in areas with dense yin energy would yield better results. Although Jonathan's dantian was destroyed and unable to store spiritual energy, he could expel the absorbed yin energy directly from his body. Pity my chi si is shattered. Otherwise, I could refine this yin energy into my own spiritual energy, even if it's of the yin-sha attribute, which is better than nothing. Jonathan sighed but found ways to expel the yin energy that drained his vitality. After expelling several strands, he felt his spirit, energy, and physical strength improve significantly. When he woke up and checked his hands, they had returned to their initial state. Though he couldn't cultivate, Jonathan smiled in satisfaction. At least I can maintain my life. He now felt hopeful about the future. When Jonathan visited Alpha, the old man exclaimed in surprise, "You're fine." "More or less," Jonathan replied. Alpha merely glanced at him before giving him breakfast. Today, there were more people present, including a few who acted erratically. One laughed wildly while eating. Another mixed dirt into his bowl and gobbled it down, and yet another ate using only his nose. Jonathan couldn't help but think, what talent? He feared becoming one of these madmen, especially since he hadn't found his ideal partner for dual cultivation and didn't want to die yet. Today offered Jonathan another chance to gain insight. Although he hadn't fully comprehended the profound yin canon within the blood yin jade, its current function was to help expel yin energy. To find a way to restore his dantian, he needed to look elsewhere. After breakfast, Jonathan asked Elmwood about the graves of other sects Ainsworths. Though Elmwood was curious, he provided the information without hesitation. Upon learning that the Tao sect also buried Ainsworths here, Jonathan recalled the legendary secret scripture, the Holy Sinew Scripture. Legend has it that the Holy Sinew Scripture was the Tao sect's supreme art, possessing the power to change one's destiny, though it disappeared thousands of years ago. The once unparalleled Tao sect had long since declined into a third-rate sect. I heard the Holy Sinew Scripture has the power to reconstruct meridians and restore the dantian, allowing even martial arts trash to become heavenly geniuses. Each successive leader of the Tao sect was among the greatest martial experts of Xuanhuan continent, thanks to this scripture. With renewed determination, Jonathan returned to his room, grabbed a hoe, and ventured deeper into the cemetery. This journey proved particularly arduous, each step exacting a toll on his life force as yin energy corroded his body. After much searching, Jonathan finally found a desolate graveyard. Finally, he inspected his wrinkled hands. 36th generation Ainsworth of the Tao sect, Leaf, age 350. 5th generation leader of the Tao sect, Pierce, age 860. Jonathan marveled upon seeing the name. Pierce, the legendary genius of the Tao sect, suppressed an era single-handedly. Despite dying over 800 years ago, he remains a legendary figure. Deciding immediately, Jonathan approached Pierce's grave. Ancestor, this is unavoidable. If I don't do this, I will soon join you. Since I haven't experienced the joys of life, please forgive me. The tombstone stood tall, with a 6-meter-high mound behind it. Jonathan removed the stone, revealing a passageway. He lit a candle and entered the dark, yin-infused tomb. Despite his fear, the threat of death pushed him forward. In the center lay a coffin. Jonathan used a shovel to pry open the lid. A loud crack echoed as he opened it. Surprisingly, no remains were inside, but as soon as the lid lifted, a brilliant light erupted, dispelling all surrounding yin energy. Is this the legendary alchemical golden pill? Jonathan gazed in awe at the golden pill inside. Legends say some supreme masters leave behind a golden pill after death, encapsulating their lifetime knowledge. Comprehending it, however, was extremely difficult for most. Not so for Jonathan, given his exceptional insight. Seems I made the right choice. Besides the pill, there were valuable burial goods and clothing. Jonathan only took the golden pill, closed the coffin, and repositioned the tombstone. Returning home swiftly, Jonathan knew his next steps would determine his future. Chapter 4. Repairing the Chi Si. Returning to his residence, Jonathan secured the door and eagerly took out the creation golden pill. This item was incredibly precious, only obtainable from emperors and above who willingly transformed all their spiritual energy and soul power into this golden pill upon death. The creation golden pill contained all of the person's martial arts inheritance before their death, making it a priceless treasure. In the realm of martial prowess, there were 12 major realms: warrior, martial artist, general, master, patriarch, lord, spirit, king, emperor, deity, sage, and god. Each realm had its corresponding strength standard. Warriors focus on body tempering, martial artists on bone refining, generals on meridian cultivation, masters can start absorbing chi, and by the time one reaches patriarch, they could open up a chi si, becoming a regional powerhouse. This body, in its former life, belonged to a patriarch-level powerhouse. Sadly, after his cultivation was destroyed, his chi si was completely shattered, and all internal spiritual energy vanished, rendering all previous efforts futile. Legend has it that the creation golden pill can seize the essence of heaven and earth, granting rebirth and transformation. I wonder if it's true. Upon taking out the creation golden pill, Jonathan quickly received an informational prompt. Creation golden pill, transformed from the peak martial sage Pierce, containing all martial arts inheritance. It is a 9th grade high-tier spirit treasure. Do you wish to comprehend it? Holy crap, a martial sage. 9th grade high-tier spirit treasure. Jonathan was genuinely surprised. He never imagined this creation golden pill would be derived from a peak martial sage. Moreover, the quality of this golden pill reached the 9th grade, just one step away from being divine grade. In the entire Tianwu continent, spirit treasures were categorized from 1st to 9th grade, with anything higher considered divine grade. 9th grade treasures were already extremely rare. Comprehend. Jonathan began the comprehension process, knowing his fate might depend on this creation golden pill. After comprehending, Jonathan watched as the creation golden pill turned into a beam of golden light and directly merged into his body. In the next second, his consciousness was transported to a mysterious space, an illusory world with no sky or ground. He seemed to stand midair. He saw an elderly man standing ahead, hands behind his back, seemingly gazing at the sky. Jonathan knew this was Pierce. Pierce, you've arrived. Jonathan. I, Pierce, roamed the Tianwu continent for hundreds of years, but have one regret that kept me from entering the divine realm. The inheritor of my legacy should not die with regrets like me. If you are the chosen one, please protect my Tao sect in some small way. As Pierce finished speaking, he turned around, revealing a figure filled with unmatched vigor and elegance. However, as Jonathan observed Pierce, there was a hint of melancholy, perhaps reminiscing over past events. Suddenly, the scene around him began to change. A young boy wielding a sword appeared, each strike accompanied by thunderous explosions. This was the young Pierce performing a sword technique, a set of moves swift as lightning, brimming with destructive power. Comprehend Thunder Sword Technique? This is actually the Thunder Sword Technique. Jonathan was astonished. He had heard of this technique before. It was once the most powerful martial art of the Tao sect, with each strike like thunder, exactly as rumors described. The scene changed again, this time into a room where the young Pierce was reading a book. Jonathan moved closer and started reading along. The Tao takes form, beginning as one, which generates two, then two generate all things, life unceasing. Comprehend Tao Classic? Tao Classic. Jonathan was taken aback. This technique was profound and immensely powerful, a rare treasure. Yet, it was difficult for most to comprehend. The Tao Classic focuses on the circulation within the body, aiming to make it ever-renewing like the great Tao of heaven and earth. It truly seeks to transform the body into its own universe. Understanding the information about this technique, Jonathan felt elated. It turns out the Tao Classic is too deep and esoteric, leading to the development of the I Ching sacred canon. The Tao Classic is actually the highest heart method of the Tao sect, while the I Ching sacred canon is merely part of it. Jonathan was pleasantly surprised by the greater treasure he had gained. This technique would greatly benefit him since it focused on fundamentals. Starting from the basics meant building a solid foundation, making him stronger than most others. I never thought being stripped of my cultivation would actually help me better cultivate the Tao Classic, Jonathan remarked in astonishment. His mind returned to reality, though he hadn't fully comprehended everything within the creation golden pill. Still, Jonathan had ample time. Upon waking, he found his shattered chi-si now encased in a warm energy, repairing itself. The creation golden pill, indeed a 9th grade high-tier spirit treasure, not only repairs damaged dantians but also leaves behind the purest spiritual energy. Absorbing the spirit energy inside the creation golden pill would enhance his strength much faster than absorbing spirit stones. After all, this spirit energy was the lifetime accumulation of a powerful peak martial sage. Even though creating this creation golden pill consumed much spirit energy, what remained was enough for Jonathan to advance to the martial king stage. Jonathan settled down and began actively channeling the force of the creation golden pill to repair his damaged chi-si. It was like patching clothes with new material to restore its original condition. But the creation golden pill was more than just simple restoration. Being a 9th grade high-tier spirit treasure, it could not only repair his dantian but also expand his chi-si. Jonathan realized his chi-si wasn't merely repaired but entirely reformed. With the help of the creation golden pill, the entire chi-si expanded. He was stunned. An ordinary person's chi-si was the size of an egg, whereas Jonathan's, continuously remodeled by the creation golden pill, was now twice as large. The larger the chi-si, the more spirit energy needed, but one's strength at the same realm will be several times greater. Jonathan was both amazed and resigned. The larger the chi-si, the longer it would take to fill it with spirit energy compared to others. Eventually, the creation golden pill stopped expanding his chi-si. Now, Jonathan's chi-si was about 4 to 5 times the normal size, meaning he needed 5 times more spirit energy to fill it. My chi-si has become something different. Examining his chi-si internally, Jonathan noticed it now teemed with life and vitality, unlike the dead stillness of before. It radiated a faint glow. No wonder people say the creation golden pill has the power to reverse fate. Even waste materials can turn into heavenly geniuses. The ancients didn't deceive us, Jonathan mused with relief. Warriors focused on body tempering, martial artists on bone refining, generals on meridian cultivation, masters absorbed spirit energy to connect all meridians and acupoints for circulation. Reaching patriarch involved using spirit energy to officially open the chi-si. Since Jonathan's chi-si had been ruined, his body lacked any spirit energy, allowing him to restart his cultivation. His previously tempered body would undergo a second refinement, making it exponentially stronger. This increase in strength would grow as his cultivation advanced. Now, it's time to rise and cultivate again. Jonathan began to restart his cultivation. Please note that this sentence serves as a transition into Jonathan starting his cultivation anew. If you have more text or context you'd like translated, feel free to provide it. ####Chapter 5. Commencement of Cultivation. Jonathan sat cross-legged and began cultivating the Tao Jing Midden, Tao Classic Secret Canon. This cultivation technique was the supreme treasure of the Tao sect. Few could cultivate it because it was too profound. With his max-level comprehension, Jonathan had no trouble whatsoever cultivating any technique or secret canon. As the Tao Jing Midden circulated within Jonathan's body, the external spirit energy started entering his body to temper his physical form. Here in the God Demon Mausoleum, the external spirit energy was heavily biased towards the cold and yin properties. Fortunately, the Tao Jing Midden was a divine-level technique from the Tao sect. It could transform any attribute of spirit energy into energy that Jonathan could utilize. The God Demon Mausoleum was a geomantic treasure land. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many ancient powerhouses buried here. Spirit energy was naturally dense in such places. However, all the spirit energy here had an extremely yin property. Even cultivators practicing yin attribute techniques couldn't absorb much. Absorbing too much would make them unable to endure. Otherwise, this place would have become a training paradise for those who cultivated yin attributes long ago. They didn't come here for cultivation because they had reasons. But the Tao Jing Midden was a divine level technique. What was a divine level technique? Above the 9th rank was the divine level. Divine level techniques transcended the mundane. They were techniques practiced by deities. It wasn't that only deities could practice divine level techniques. It just required people with extremely high aptitude to do so. If not, the Dao sect wouldn't have declined from a top sect to a small sect. The Dao sect later didn't have outstanding disciples to lead the sect to prosperity, hence its decline. There are no eternally strong sects or immortal dynasties. As Jonathan continued cultivating the Tao Jing Midden, the sea of qi within his body emitted a vigorous vitality. It was like a brand new, energetic world. The Xiaohua golden pill was formed from the lifetime strength of a peak martial saint, possessing the power to reverse one's fate. Jonathan hadn't fully comprehended the inheritance of the Xiaohua golden pill yet, but as long as he studied it daily, he would eventually fully understand it. This body had previously cultivated before its dantian was destroyed, causing all spirit energy within to dissipate. Upon restarting cultivation, the entire body greedily absorbed the spirit energy, akin to dry land finally receiving water after a long drought. The Tao Jing Midden emphasized building a solid foundation and was very gentle. After refining the external yin-cold spirit energy into absorbable spiritual energy, it quickly nourished Jonathan's body. Changes appeared all over Jonathan's body. Firstly, the parts invaded by yin energy started recovering. Secondly, his body felt warm after being nourished by spirit energy. Combined with recultivating, it was akin to the second tempering of his body. This way, Jonathan's foundation became far more robust than anyone else's. Cultivation is like building a house. The more solid the foundation, the more stable the structure. Jonathan had all this body's memories, so he knew how to cultivate. Jonathan needed to start recultivating from the martial soldier realm. He guided the cultivated spirit energy into his body to begin tempering his body. Tempering one's body allowed for greater physical strength, an essential path every cultivator must take. Tempering the body also involved enduring pain during the process. It was like ants destroying and then rapidly restoring muscles within the body, a mix of agony and itchiness. This process was lengthy, needing every muscle in the body to be tempered thoroughly. The spirit energy produced from cultivating the Tao Jing Midden was very gentle, and the body after tempering felt significantly different. Although Jonathan couldn't specify exactly how different, it was vastly stronger than in his memories. When Jonathan opened his eyes again, he felt full of strength. Crack, crack, crack. Clenching his fists, Jonathan felt excellent health, far better than yesterday. The Tao Jing Midden truly lives up to being the highest treasure of the Dao sect. In just one night, I advanced from 1st heaven martial soldier to 3rd heaven. Though Jonathan had recultivated, this technique's power exceeded his expectations. This was without any cultivation resources. If he had some, he could definitely reach 4th heaven martial soldier. Leaving the room, Jonathan found a well whose water was extremely cold. Yesterday, Jonathan would never dare touch this well water given his physical condition. Now, touching the water felt cold but not unbearable. After washing his face, Jonathan saw someone coming and looked up to see a disheveled old man watching him. Age can't be judged by appearance, just like Elmwood, who looked much older than his 28 years. Remembering Hassan's words, Jonathan tried to minimize contact with these people. Most people who came here ended up dead or insane. There were few who remained normal. Jonathan returned to eat at Elmwood's place. "You're here," said Elmwood with closed eyes, yet he still recognized Jonathan. This made Jonathan somewhat surprised. Clearly, Elmwood was an expert. "Yeah, I'm here," replied Jonathan. Elmwood opened his eyes, looked at Jonathan and said, "How come you haven't changed?" Jonathan understood what Elmwood meant. If he didn't have the full-level comprehension system, his face would be full of wrinkles now. "I don't know either," replied Jonathan. "Your meal is there, help yourself," said Elmwood, pointing to the food. Jonathan went over and started eating. But he felt Elmwood's attention on him, which made him uneasy. If Elmwood noticed Jonathan didn't age over time, would he interrogate him? Suddenly, a Cruz holding a broom and looking authoritative approached Elmwood. If he held a demon-slaying sword instead of a broom, he'd seem quite like a Taoist. Bang! The next moment, the old man flew 3 meters away due to Elmwood releasing his spirit energy. He was at least a martial patriarch. Jonathan, being only 3rd heaven martial soldier, differed by 3 major realms from a martial patriarch, a significant gap. Standing up, the mad old man said, "So powerful, demon. When I return after successful seclusion, I will subdue you. Fly." Then he rode the broom and left. There were many madmen here. Jonathan had to be cautious. Jonathan wasn't afraid of madmen unless they were stronger than him. After finishing his meal, Jonathan returned to his room. He had one opportunity per day to comprehend, so he needed to strengthen himself quickly. Having the Xiaohua golden pill, Jonathan no longer comprehended the blood jade he previously obtained. Jonathan began comprehending the Xiaohua golden pill anew. The next second, Jonathan was transported to a mysterious space once more. Chapter 6, The Mysterious Ring. In this space, Jonathan once again encountered Pierce. Jonathan understood this kind of enlightening scene well. It was the legacy memory left by Pierce within the creation golden pill, and also the greatest wealth Pierce had left for Jonathan. It felt as though Jonathan was witnessing Pierce's entire life experience. It was like watching a movie or experiencing it himself due to his soul being completely in this space. Within this realm, no matter what martial technique or cultivation method Pierce learned, Jonathan could gain the corresponding benefits. Jonathan saw that Pierce was currently at the back mountain, with a woman standing opposite him. This woman was incredibly beautiful, vibrant, noble, and radiant like a lotus blooming out of water. The woman smiled and approached Pierce, saying, "Senior brother, I recently obtained a sword technique. Let's practice together." Pierce asked, "What sword technique is it?" The woman extended a pale, jade-like hand, and with a flash of light, an exquisite ancient manual appeared in her hands. Grade 7 sword technique, city enchanting sword technique. Pierce looked a bit surprised, then asked the woman, Adriana, is this the long-lost, city enchanting sword technique? The woman laughed happily and replied, that's right. Exactly this, city enchanting sword technique. I unexpectedly found it last time. Initially, I thought it was fake, but after careful examination, I realized it was genuine. And I've already confirmed with the master. It's undoubtedly authentic. Pierce nodded and said, legend has it that the city enchanting sword technique was created by a couple. Only a man and a woman who are spiritually connected can bring it to full mastery. And once mastered, this sword technique rivals grade 9 techniques. However, because it's extremely difficult to cultivate and has very high requirements for cultivators, it is classified as a grade 7 martial art. The woman said, we have been together for over a decade and have long been spiritually connected. Cultivating this city enchanting sword technique will definitely not be a problem. Alright, if we do this, when we encounter strong enemies or powerful monsters outside, we'll be able to handle them, agreed Pierce. Thus, Pierce and the woman began practicing the city enchanting sword technique. Insight into city enchanting sword technique. When the vision ended, Jonathan opened his eyes again. This time, he acquired a new sword technique. Pity that the city enchanting sword technique requires a woman who shares a spiritual connection. However, this martial art indeed has its unique charm. After finishing his enlightenment, Jonathan felt happy. He then took up the broom and went to the place Adrian had assigned for sweeping. As he was about to leave, Jonathan saw someone lying on the broken street ahead. The person was motionless, with dried up blood, clearly dead. Adrian came from afar and, looking at Jonathan, said, they're all pitiful souls. Find a place to bury him. Yes, Elmwood. Jonathan replied. Watching Adrian leave with his cane, Jonathan stepped forward to carefully examine the body. He had seen this person yesterday during mealtime, never imagining he would pass away so soon. From his attire, Jonathan knew this person belonged to the sword sect. Sword sect disciples wore clothes embroidered with a sword on the chest. This person is dressed in blue robes of the sword sect and is one of its inner disciple members. Jonathan sighed, looking at the dry corpse-like figure. This person was probably not over 50, but now resembled someone dug up from underground. Jonathan dragged the body to a mass grave in the cemetery. Here, they were buried without tombstones, just numerous small mounds. For thousands of years, countless people had been buried here. Jonathan dug a hole and tossed the body in. However, something fell off the body. Picking it up, Jonathan discovered it was a spatial ring. Didn't expect to find such a thing here. Jonathan was surprised. Spatial rings weren't items everyone had. Even inner disciples of major sects, only a few owned one. No, this spatial ring isn't ordinary. Examining closely, Jonathan found this spatial ring was ancient and peculiar, clearly not a common one. Anyone punished to the god demon cemetery should have already had all valuable items stripped from them. How did this person manage to bring a spatial ring? Moreover, such an unusual one. Carefully observing, Jonathan noticed the spatial ring carried considerable chi, suggesting it had been buried underground for ages. Could it be that this person also dug up someone's grave? Jonathan speculated, noticing dirt on the dead man's hands. Thinking he might have picked it up while sweeping, it became clear this person brought it from a grave. Just as Jonathan was about to use his divine sense to open the ring, an odd suction force emerged from the ancient ring, seemingly trying to absorb Jonathan's soul. Startled, Jonathan tried to break free from the suction, but he couldn't, and just as he feared his soul would be consumed, a burst of golden light erupted from his body, severing his connection with the ring. Phew. Damn. What the hell is this ring that can absorb human soul energy? Jonathan immediately discarded the ring, panting heavily, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He finally understood how the sword sect disciple died. He must have been consumed by the ring's soul absorption. That burst of golden light earlier, was it the help of my creation golden pill or the maxed enlightenment system? Jonathan was relieved. If it weren't for these two things, he too might have perished. In the future, I must not touch anything casually when the maxed enlightenment system can't be used. Learning from this incident, Jonathan no longer dared to take chances. Luck played a part this time, as he was saved by his own treasure. But next time, he couldn't always rely on other things to save his life. What if the system freezes or malfunctions? More importantly, Jonathan wasn't sure whether the saving golden light came from the creation golden pill or the system. Unfortunately, my enlightenment opportunities are used up. Otherwise, I could have found out what this thing is. Jonathan considered the ring and decided to keep it despite its strange nature. Something capable of absorbing soul energy surely held secrets. Wonder where this guy dug it up from. Jonathan patted down the body, checking for any other treasures. Indeed, there was another item, a dagger, emitting a chilling glow. Jonathan kept it too, considering it was still a weapon and seemed quite sharp. Other than the dagger, nothing else was found. Quickly filling the grave, Jonathan grabbed the broom and headed to the area he swept yesterday, continuing his work. Though Adrian didn't insist on daily cleaning, Jonathan's purpose in coming to Ziwei Palace's ancestral tomb today wasn't just for sweeping, but to determine the next grave-robbing target. Jonathan harbored no good feelings towards Ziwei Palace, only deep hatred. Therefore, he felt no guilt about desecrating their graves. Since Ziwei Palace had sent him here, he might as well desecrate the tombs of Ziwei Palace's ancestors. Otherwise, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Note, Ziwei has been adjusted to Ziwei for consistency and proper representation. However, if Ziwei is the intended pinyin, it should be corrected to Ziwei. Since Ziwei Palace had sent him here, he might as well desecrate the tombs of Ziwei Palace's ancestors. Otherwise, wouldn't his trip be in vain? Hashtag Chapter 7. Array Pattern Guardians. Jonathan had naturally heard many tales of the legendary figures from the Purple Microcosm Palace. He scanned these graves, some larger and more elaborate while others were modest. A few tombs were so luxurious they resembled palaces. Jonathan hadn't stayed here long yesterday, nor ventured too deep, as he was yet untrained, his body far too weak. Even now, Jonathan could still feel waves of icy energy invading his body once more. Although the Dao Canon secret manual was a divine-level cultivation method, it wasn't enough to resist this grave site's yin qi. The yin qi here was overwhelmingly strong. Even the Dao Canon secret manual might struggle to fully refine it. And this was just the outskirts of the god-demon cemetery. If one ventured deeper inside, who knew how powerful the yin qi would be? Still can't stay here for too long. The longer I stay, the harder it will be for my body to endure. Continuing forward, Jonathan examined each tombstone. The Purple Microcosm Palace had a lineage spanning over 50,000 years, gradually growing from a small sect. The burials began with the 10th patriarch of the Purple Microcosm Palace. Yesterday, Jonathan only reached up to the 14th generation before leaving. Most buried here were strangers to him, but several legendary figures stood out among them. Finally, he found a familiar name. Purple Microcosm Palace 13th generation Supreme Elder, Basim, lived to the age of 866. Jonathan smiled at the tombstone. Basim's name was still well known within the Purple Microcosm Palace today. He became a Supreme Elder due to his immense contributions, making him the first in the palace's history. The Purple Microcosm Palace's current strength owed much to him. Truly, he was a legendary figure and an unparalleled genius. Basim started cultivation at 3 years old, became a martial artist at 10, martial lord at 12, and continued his rapid rise until becoming a martial king at 32, a martial saint by 100 years old, and reached peak martial saint at 200. Every time Jonathan thought about Basim's legend, he felt awe. While his cultivation speed wasn't the fastest in the history of the Heaven Martial Continent, his life was indeed legendary, contributing greatly to the rise of the Purple Microcosm Palace. Crucially, Basim left behind multiple semi-divine martial arts and elevated the previously 8th grade Purple Microcosm Canon to semi-divine level. Before Basim, the Purple Microcosm Canon had been an 8th grade martial art. Even then, it was top tier for the Purple Microcosm Palace. Back then, the palace was already a first-rate sect, though not quite at the peak. After reaching Martial Saint, Basim traversed the entire Heaven Martial Continent, bringing back numerous world-renowned martial arts and cultivation methods, which aided the growth and expansion of the Purple Microcosm Palace. In his later years, he perfected the Purple Microcosm Canon, elevating it from an 8th grade martial art to a semi-divine quality. Basim spent much of his life wandering, becoming a legend in his own right across the Heaven Martial Continent. Under his protection, the Purple Microcosm Palace saw the emergence of countless martial saints. Because of Basim, the Purple Microcosm Palace transformed from a first-rate sect into one of the top 9 superpowers on the Heaven Martial Continent, maintaining its status to this day. The 9 superpowers on the Heaven Martial Continent could be summarized as follows: 3 sects, 2 halls, Eastern and Western Kingdoms, Northern Pavilion, and Southern Palace. The 3 sects refer to the Sword Sect, Buddha Sect, and Sacred Heart Sect. The 2 halls were the Demoness Hall and the engsub Hall. The Eastern and Western Kingdoms referred to the 9 Prefectures dynasty in the Eastern Domain and the Black Dragon Kingdom in the Western Domain. Northern Pavilion was the Horizon Pavilion in the Northern Domain, while Southern Palace was the present-day Purple Microcosm Palace. Both the Demoness Hall and the engsub Hall were regarded as heretical by the Northern Pavilion and Southern Palace, leading to ongoing conflict. Thinking about his own wrongful accusations involving the Demoness Hall's holy maiden, Jonathan couldn't help but feel resentful. Seeing this tombstone, he considered desecrating it. Since the Purple Microcosm Palace treated him unjustly, he shouldn't feel guilty about desecrating their esteemed elder's grave. As Jonathan was about to open the tombstone, a terrifying force erupted from within, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Blood trickled from his mouth. Looking at the array patterns etched into the tombstone, Jonathan sighed. I should have remembered. Graves like these are protected by array patterns that won't decay even after thousands of years. And these are array patterns, stronger than regular arrays. They're reinforced continually by successors to ensure their eternal preservation. To break these, one must either possess profound knowledge of array patterns or formidable power. Clutching his chest, Jonathan wiped the blood from his lips and stood up. The tombs in Dao sect probably also had such protections, but as the Dao sect declined, no more strong cultivators were buried there, and naturally, no successors came to reinforce the array patterns. Reflecting on this, Jonathan felt fortunate. Yet, he remained unsatisfied. Seeing numerous ancestors buried here, how could he resist digging further? One day, I'll open every single one of these graves. Picking up a broom, Jonathan left the place with frustration. Returning to his quarters, he closed the door and resumed cultivation. Affected by the backlash from the array pattern, Jonathan began running through the Dao Canon secret manual to repair his damaged body. This divine-level cultivation method was indeed remarkable, focusing on solidifying foundations and accelerating recovery. After some time, Jonathan felt his injuries heal. However, the lingering yin qi within him proved stubborn, resisting refinement. Eventually, he had to expel it externally. The yin qi from deeper within the cemetery must be extraordinarily potent if even the Dao Canon secret manual can't refine it. What is it exactly? Jonathan was astonished. The yin qi inside him came directly from the cemetery. Its nature was markedly different from the yin qi in this area, belonging to a higher echelon of energy. The Dao Canon secret manual can refine this area's yin qi, but not what entered my body from the cemetery. Just how high must that yin qi's grade be? Jonathan marveled at this. After all, the Dao Canon secret manual was a divine-level cultivation method. If it couldn't refine this yin qi, the region must be exceedingly dangerous. Clearly, the God Demon Cemetery holds too many secrets and mysteries. Despite being close in distance, it feels completely different. Acknowledging his weakness, Jonathan decided to focus on cultivation. As for the cemeteries, he would deal with them once he gained more strength. Since the array patterns at Dao sect have disappeared, I'll reconnoiter there tomorrow. Jonathan had found his next target. Although he still hadn't fully comprehended the creation golden pill, Jonathan figured he ought to scout ahead anyway. Chapter 8. No, please don't. Jonathan had been continuously practicing cultivation, leaving his room only to eat. One night after midnight, he experienced another enlightenment moment. This time, he took out the ring obtained earlier and examined it using the full-level enlightenment system. Soul-devouring ring, grade 7 advanced soul spirit treasure, contains a vast amount of soul power. If one soul power is insufficient and they probe it with divine sense, all their soul power will be devoured. Do you wish to comprehend this item? The soul-devouring ring, something that can devour souls. Jonathan felt fortunate upon learning this. How lucky he was. If not for the system, his soul would likely have been devoured by this ring, leading to his demise. I didn't expect it to be as high as a grade 7 soul-type spirit treasure. Jonathan observed the ring. A soul-type spirit treasure was 10 times more valuable than ordinary spirit treasures. The divine tomb is indeed a place brimming with treasures. Ordinary high-level spirit treasures, which are hard to come across, were encountered twice here. The divine tomb wasn't just beneficial for him, but also an excellent location to continually grow stronger. Moreover, the peculiar events within it piqued Jonathan's curiosity. However, his primary goal now was to gain strength. Surviving here required substantial power. Without it, living would be challenging. More importantly, if he didn't show any signs of aging, many people would likely target him. It was easy to understand. Anyone noticing someone unaging would become suspicious, possibly forcing them to reveal the reason. Realizing this, Jonathan decided he needed to change. He had to blend in and avoid drawing attention since he lacked protective strength. Why could I obtain 2 techniques to clearing chi, while others couldn't? Did they not get these methods? Jonathan still found it puzzling. He didn't believe his luck was exceptional. Even the first volume of Xianxia Decree could expel chi from the body. Why wouldn't others be able to find similar, or even better techniques? Regardless, I must make myself similar to the others to avoid suspicion, concluded Jonathan. Unable to solve the puzzle, he decided to stop thinking about it. Starting tomorrow, he'd allow chi into his body and refrain from expelling it. He needed to appear like everyone else, not necessarily aged but showing some changes. Otherwise, he'd attract too much attention. Adrian already noticed this during yesterday's meal. Having made up his mind, Jonathan looked at the soul-devouring ring. The inability to stay longer in those spaces earlier was related to soul power. The stronger the soul power, the longer one could remain, gaining deeper understanding. This soul-devouring ring arrives just in time. I happen to need soul power. Using the full-level enlightenment system to comprehend the soul-devouring ring, Jonathan didn't have safety concerns. He began comprehending the soul-devouring ring. In the next second, his soul entered another realm. It was a dark world with black energy masses floating everywhere. Curiosity gripped Jonathan as one of these black energy spheres flew toward him. Pooh! The energy entered his body. Alarmed, Jonathan inspected himself. Seems fine. But then everything changed. His entire soul experienced excruciating pain, a tearing agony he couldn't describe. As more black energy targeted him, pain became overwhelming. Heart-wrenching agony engulfed him, akin to physical growth. Jonathan realized his soul was indeed growing, fueled by the black energy. Raw soul power directly merging into his soul. It was painfully intense. Fainting was impossible since he was already in a soul state. Forced soul strengthening was unbearable. Helplessness overwhelmed him. After an eternity, Jonathan finally returned to reality. Drenched in sweat, gasping heavily, he was traumatized. All he wanted now was sleep, peaceful undisturbed sleep. Next day, Jonathan woke up naturally. Time in Divine Tomb had no distinct daytime or nighttime. Regardless, outside Adrian's house was an ancient stone structure acting like a clock. Changing clothes, Jonathan left his room and wandered the streets. He encountered several madmen ranting nonsensically. One claimed to be a reincarnated martial god visiting the human world. Another spoke to thin air as if addressing someone beside him. An old woman, appearing young, alternated between crying and laughing. Describing it as an asylum would be more fitting. Very few seemed normal. Checking the stone clock, Jonathan saw it was afternoon. I slept longer than expected. Approaching Adrian's house, the core area of Divine Tomb, Jonathan noticed other people inside, unlike typical guards. Closer inspection revealed their attire resembled palace attendants. These aren't ordinary guards. Wonder where they're from, mused Jonathan curiously. Attempting to enter, he was stopped by the attendants who said they were discussing matters inside and asked him to wait outside. Jonathan obliged, having nothing else to do. Chapter 9. Heavenly Sunstone. Prince Tomb, help. Though Jonathan was standing nearby, far away from Alpha's hut, his extraordinary hearing still allowed him to catch some of the murmurs coming from inside. But Jonathan didn't pay it much mind. What was crucial for him now was unraveling all the mysteries within the creation golden pill. Next, he needed to thoroughly uncover the secrets of this divine demon cemetery. I must explore the other tombs soon. Before Jonathan could decide which tomb to visit, a familiar face walked over with a slightly worried expression. Senior brother Hassan. Hassan, who was still deep in thought about Vaughn, frowned at Jonathan's call, seemingly displeased with the interruption. However, upon seeing Jonathan unharmed and showing no signs of being affected by the cemetery, he was visibly startled. Junior brother Jonathan, you're unscathed? Hassan looked at Jonathan strangely, his voice full of astonishment. Then, as if recalling something, his expression changed again, revealing a hint of pity. Junior brother Jonathan, although the heavenly sunstone can resist the energy here in the divine demon cemetery, its drawback is on the soul. Given our acquaintance, this green jade pill won't prevent the energy but can mitigate some damage caused by the heavenly sunstone on your soul. Having said that, Hassan pulled out a jade bottle from his robes and handed it to Jonathan before entering Alpha's hut. The voices inside were noticeably lower, indicating they were discussing something important. Heavenly sunstone? Jonathan pondered over the information on the Heavenly Sunstone and eventually found some clues in the true fire forging technique. This Heavenly Sunstone is an object of supreme yang energy. An isolated yin or yang doesn't last long. Due to its overpowering yang force, some weaponsmiths even use it for refining magical artifacts. Long-term exposure turns the yang energy into fire poison and burns the soul, leading to a dazed state within 10 days. At this moment, Jonathan understood why Hassan had said those things. I guess senior brother Omar assumes I consumed a Heavenly Sunstone for its yang power to resist the cemetery's yin energy before entering. Yet Jonathan noticed a connection. There must be Heavenly Sunstones in the Divine Demon Cemetery, and many people have used them. And although Alpha was shocked by my condition, he didn't show too much concern, suggesting many have tried this method. After all, if I could think of it, others must have too. Standing near Alpha's house, Jonathan pondered deeply. His eyes grew more determined. If I can get a Heavenly Sunstone and refine it into a magic artifact, it would greatly enhance my resistance to yin energy. When I explore deeper into the cemetery and use max level enlightenment to comprehend its mysteries, it will significantly boost my cultivation. With this thought, Jonathan's heart raced, but he quickly calmed down. I need to plan carefully. Jonathan waited another hour at Alpha's place, but saw neither Alpha nor anyone else. He even heard faint arguments, hinting at the prince's noble status, preventing rash actions. Forget it, let me wander around. Grabbing a broom, Jonathan headed toward the Dao sect's tomb cluster. He preferred the openly accessible Dao sect site over those covered in array patterns. Although the Heavenly Sunstone serves as an excuse, I should still add some signs of yin energy corrosion. Jonathan exposed his skin to the surrounding yin energy as he arrived at the burial ground. This area remained desolate, emitting a barren aura. Yesterday, Jonathan dug graves here. Now, the fear was gone. He paid respects by sweeping the fallen leaves around the graves. While cleaning, he read the tomb inscriptions. 16th generation Supreme Elder of Dao Sect, Gilbert, lived to 360 years. 16th generation direct disciple of Dao Sect, Athena, lived to 20 years. Jonathan was surprised. Just a direct disciple was buried in the Divine Demon Cemetery. But considering her high rank, background, or being beloved by sect leaders, this wasn't unusual. Continuing forward, 4th generation Dao Sect leader, Alexander, lived to 974 years. After passing several Dao Sect elders' tombs, Jonathan lit up. In the Dao Sect, only Alexander rivaled or surpassed Pierce. Legend has it, Alexander had celestial qualities, understanding universe's secrets at 1 year old and grasping sword Dao at 10. He had spirit beasts and treasures acknowledging him as master. However, this wasn't what excited Jonathan the most. As a mentor and friend to Pierce, countless cultivation techniques could be discovered here. Sorry, Senior Chio. A shovel appeared in Jonathan's hand as he started digging. Only the sound of dirt hitting the ground filled the vast cemetery, creating an eerie atmosphere. Jonathan, skilled with cultivation, dug rapidly. Within minutes, he created a passage. Lighting a candle, he crawled inside to examine the 3rd generation Dao Sect leader's tomb. The flickering light illuminated the interior. Enhanced vision led Jonathan to the central coffin. Yin energy swirled around him like spirits, trying to possess him. But golden energy in Jonathan's body shook off the yin energy. With ease, Jonathan opened the ancient coffin. Cracking sounds echoed. Despite the sturdy construction, Jonathan managed to pry open the lid after intense effort. Seeing the contents, Jonathan's pupils dilated. Chapter 10. Where did he go? How could this be? By the dim light of the candle in his hand, Jonathan saw clearly. In front of him, the coffin shrouded in yin qi was completely empty, as if no corpse had ever been buried inside. This high-grade coffin was utterly vacant, as though it had never contained a burial at all. Long sighs echo through the eternal mist, distant spirits and demons unseen. Just as Jonathan bowed before the empty coffin, intending to close it, he heard a long sigh. It sounded like a great scholar lamenting the passage of time. Not good. At that moment, Jonathan's scalp tingled, and a chill ran from his legs up to his scalp. The alchemy golden pill within him emitted golden light, illuminating his entire body. The alchemy golden pill, having long merged into Jonathan's qi, now caused golden rays to appear in his body, illuminating the surroundings. The surrounding yin qi was dispersed by this golden energy, even Jonathan's body turned golden. A powerful force spread out, instantly scattering the boundless yin qi in all directions. Everything in this vast underground chamber became clearly visible under the golden light. Who are you? If you have the courage, come out. Why hide? Jonathan roared and began scanning his surroundings, trying to determine whether the voice belonged to a human or a ghost. This being a high martial world, and with this place being the God Demon Cemetery, the appearance of ghosts or strange entities was not unusual. But the voice kept sighing softly, seemingly oblivious to Jonathan's movements. Time has passed unknowingly. Even treasures like the alchemy golden pill can now be possessed by humans. It seems the heavens have favored someone again. As the voice continued, Jonathan grew more cautious, but he sensed no presence beside him. Meanwhile, the candle in his hand burned fiercely, flickering as if about to go out within moments. Remembering something, Jonathan felt apologetic and addressed the surroundings. Elder Alexander, I only dug into this grave out of desperation. I bear a blood feud and was wronged, thus brought here to the God Demon Cemetery. I am tormented by yin qi day and night. If I do not dig into this grave, my life would be in imminent danger. While speaking, Jonathan discreetly moved toward the exit of the tomb. Someone like Alexander, who could live for over 1,000 years, might have left traps or contingencies behind, possibly even plans for resurrection. Yet, Jonathan harbored a bold idea. Since there were no remains or offerings in the coffin, he had been guessing at something all along. However, the voice disrupted his plans. Acting quickly, realizing the voice wouldn't immediately attack, Jonathan left the tomb. Upon reaching the surface, he quickly covered up the tunnel he had dug and hurried towards Morgan's location. The god demon cemetery still looks the same, yet changes seem to have occurred. The voice continued, but as a listener, Jonathan felt increasingly uneasy. His steps quickened, almost leaving afterimages. He didn't hesitate to use the power of the alchemy golden pill to gain speed. In the distance, a Domenico carrying a broom ran wildly, beating at the surrounding redine trees. How dare you, fiends, appear before me? Watch me enforce justice today and destroy all evil. With these words, the Domenico started pounding the tree furiously, causing leaves to fly everywhere. He leaped left and right like a wild rabbit, jumping onto the path one moment and onto tree branches the next. How could Jonathan pay attention to this Domenico when his life was threatened? He wished he could move 10 times faster and merely glanced at the Domenico briefly. Damn it, something must have slipped past me to cause this. Despite his swift movements, Jonathan's mind raced, pondering what might have gone wrong. Was there some taboo in the tomb I was unaware of? Or did I just run into an inexplicable strangeness? As Jonathan thought of how to tell Morgan about the situation, the Domenico on the road suddenly swung a stick with incredible speed straight at Jonathan. Out of the way, don't disturb me. Jonathan tried to grab the stick and push the Domenico aside, but the stick struck him viciously on the chest before he could react. Struck by the blow, the third-rank martial soldier Jonathan stumbled back several meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the scorched yellow leaves red. Soon after, the leaves withered once more, as if some hidden force was siphoning off all life around them. This Domenico is so strong. Jonathan felt shock and wariness towards the bizarre figure in front of him. Yet, now was not the time to fight him. Jonathan needed to find Morgan to deal with the crisis he faced. This Taoist, I have urgent matters. Let me handle them first, and then I will return to join you in fighting demons, alright? Jonathan said politely. But the Domenico jumped around, waving his broom with a strange grin. Hee, you are a demon too. Look at the strange creature following you. His face is so pale, doesn't even look human. He's covering your eyes and clinging to your head. Can't you see? Oh right, you can't see it. Now he's reaching for your head. I remember, someone else was like you before, and then their head disappeared. He began mimicking how the previous person's head vanished with exaggerated gestures. Hashtag chapter 11. Extermination of the evil spirit. Jonathan, who had been running to find Morgan to solve his problems, immediately stopped in his tracks. He quickly assessed the energy radiating from his body and thoroughly examined himself. But apart from the energy emanating from the xuanhuan golden pill, he still couldn't sense a hint of yin qi. Is this Domenico lying to me, or am I really having a problem? Or did something shield everything I could feel? In a daze, Jonathan suddenly recalled the massive wall he encountered when he first arrived at the Divine Fiend Mausoleum, as well as Morgan's extremely aged face. But Jonathan believed that if he truly had a major issue, his max-level insight system should have helped him. If I go to Morgan's place now, it might not help much either. He must also have methods to remove yin qi. For me, aside from this method of removing yin qi, all my other cards can't be revealed yet. Just as Jonathan was pondering how to break through this predicament, the Domenico started talking again, then began performing a bizarre dance with a strangely shaped broom. Hurry up, eat something, drink something. When your head goes bang, it'll be fun. Jonathan didn't pay much attention to the Domenico's words. He couldn't easily determine if this person was indeed insane. Regarding what the Domenico said about eating and drinking, Jonathan paid even less attention. Right, I still haven't used my max-level insight. Believing he was in an inescapable situation, Jonathan felt like he had a sudden epiphany. All obstacles blocking his thoughts vanished. Although Jonathan couldn't see what was in front of him clearly, according to the Domenico, there was an evil spirit obstructing his path. He decided to directly use the max-level insight system on the visible air in front of him. Before he could fully understand his current situation, everything around him changed. He found himself in a valley filled with birdsong and flowers, lush trees, fragrant grasses, rivers flowing by, and small beasts wandering around. The drastic change in scenery left Jonathan astounded. It was another wondrous space, brimming with endless mystery. Then, a turner clad in armor slowly approached an array inscribed with peculiar runes. Under the glow of unusual colors, he merged into it and reappeared as a highly ethereal figure. Inside of soul art. Was that it? Just as Jonathan waited for further developments with puzzlement, a pair of pale hands appeared before him, attempting to cover his eyes. At the same time, he sensed a chilling yin qi swirling above his head. Jonathan suddenly felt something wrong with his soul. Huh, boy, why is there also a white guy inside your body? Could you have turned into one? Or were you already killed by him? No, I don't see. The Domenico before Jonathan looked at his head curiously and started gesturing wildly. But Jonathan wasn't focused on understanding the Domenico's intentions. Gotcha, punk. Seeing those pale hands, Jonathan's heart, which had been racing, calmed down instantly, followed by intense anger. If it weren't for this lunatic, I would have nearly lost control. Boom. A fire of creation instantly ignited in Jonathan's hand. Though the Divine Fiend Mausoleum was full of yin qi, preventing ordinary fire from igniting, Jonathan's fire of creation appeared during his comprehension of the xuanhuan golden pill. This was the Divine Fiend Cemetery, where ordinary flames couldn't exist due to overwhelming yin qi. But the fire of creation was extraordinary and highly damaging to yin-type entities. Thus, it was incredibly rare for flames to appear here. Hee, you can create fire? Hurry, let's roast this tree. Not right, you need to catch him. So pale. Roasting him will surely be delicious. The Domenico seemed to see a treasure and hurriedly shouted at Jonathan. Jonathan directed the fire of creation towards the evil spirit. Surprisingly, the evil spirit possessed some intelligence. After a few moves, it quickly disappeared, intending to return to its lair. Fire. Someone can actually use fire in the Divine Fiend Mausoleum. The evil soul cried out, becoming more ethereal as it rapidly fled. However, Jonathan, having just recovered from fear, wouldn't let it escape so easily. Moreover, after testing, he was certain this entity couldn't possibly be Dao Sex Alexander. How could such an exceptional genius hide in a tomb? The evil spirit escaped fast, but Jonathan was faster. The fire of creation formed a dagger, swiftly impaling the evil spirit's head and pinning it against a red tree. For some reason, Jonathan thought he heard a pained cry from the tree. Wow, Domenico, you're so amazing, killing that white guy. Pity, pity. With this guy gone, what can we roast? How about we roast Morgan? Despite his age, his meat should taste good. The Domenico drooled while chewing on the red tree. Hearing this, Jonathan felt deeply disturbed. The Domenico wanted to eat people, especially Morgan. Wasn't he afraid of being eliminated by Morgan first? Jonathan casually stopped the Domenico and fed him the dinner he had prepared. Instead of getting angry, the Domenico munched happily. Not bad, better than my secret dish. Startled, Jonathan examined the Domenico closely. He suddenly remembered seeing this person before. Indeed, the Domenico who ate dirt like rice. Chapter 12, Cooking Bones. If you like it, Lang Lang can provide this kind of meal for you in the future. Jonathan still felt a certain amount of gratitude towards the James who had saved his life. Although he had been hit with a stick, it allowed him to discover the evil spirit on his body. Jonathan was quite relieved about this. After unexpectedly comprehending the soul art, it indirectly allowed him to see these spirits. This was akin to acquiring a supernatural ability similar to yin-yang eyes. All of this, he had to thank the James in front of him. Therefore, Jonathan did not plan to teach the James a lesson. The James quickly finished his meal, even licking his blackened fingers clean. Delicious, delicious, better than poop. The James patted his stomach contentedly and then stood up, holding his broom, seemingly ready to leave. But how could Jonathan let the James go so easily? He had questions that needed answering. Flipping his hand, 2 more portions of food appeared. Come, James, don't leave yet. Let's chat while you eat. How do you see those demons and spirits? Since obtaining the soul art, a mysterious and profound secret once appeared in Jonathan's mind. The human body has 3 treasures: essence, chi, and spirit. However, this soul art went beyond the essence, chi, and spirit, almost standing parallel to them. In his past life, Jonathan had heard of concepts like primordial spirit or soul, but he never delved into them deeply. This soul art reveals the cultivation method of the soul, yet the previous owner of this body, despite cultivating for years, never touched upon such matters. It seems that soul art has declined in the outside world, perhaps its lineage has even been severed. The James didn't have much cunning. He held the food, oil dripping from his mouth, while explaining why he could see the malevolent spirits. That day, Stevie and I were sweeping leaves together when he snuck off to eat alone. He sneaked into a cave and scooped out several bones from a huge lunchbox. Taking a bite from an unidentified animal leg, after swallowing, he continued. I dashed forward and grabbed the bones before he noticed. Don't think these golden glowing bones taste good when cooked. They are flavorless. Cooking? Bones? Cave? Human bones? Or some wild beast's bones? Speaking of which, does the deity demon necropolis also have demon beasts? Jonathan suspected the James probably stole human bones. Boiling human bones. This crazy old man must be calcium deficient. Gary looked at the James in front of him, somewhat puzzled. Is there another place with fire inside the deity demon necropolis? Where did you get the fire to cook? How did you manage to cook them? Looking at the James expectantly, if he could find a natural fire source, he might be able to refine some magical treasures. Then, even if he encountered a malevolent spirit, he would have some means of protection. What fire? When Stevie came looking for me, I just cleaned the lunchbox, threw in some vegetables and urinated in it. Hearing this bizarre method, Jonathan was speechless. Any being interred in the deity demon necropolis was undoubtedly renowned. All were exceptional figures in their time. To think they weren't even at peace in death, having their bones desecrated with urine. If any of them had any lingering consciousness, they would likely rise from the dead in anger. Alright, continue playing. I'll sweep the leaves at that place up ahead. If anything happens in the future, you can find me there. Jonathan realized that, whether the James was truly insane or pretending, he wouldn't get much more information from him. Deciding not to ask further, he knew that the deity demon necropolis had more inhabitants than just the James. He could seek the secrets elsewhere by offering some rewards. After bidding farewell to the James, Jonathan watched as the potentially late warrior patriarch rank James ran off with his broom until disappearing into the deity demon necropolis. It was too careless. This deity demon necropolis, feared by beings in this world, surely has its terrifying aspects. And tomb robbing is something every powerful figure would be wary of. The difficulties aren't just limited to encountering malevolent spirits, there might be other horrors. Jonathan glanced at the sky over the deity demon necropolis, where dark clouds gathered. He felt as if he had touched upon something significant this time. But after Jonathan left, the originally deranged James reappeared at the very spot where Jonathan killed the malevolent spirit. Now, his face bore no sign of madness but instead wore an eerie smile. To encounter a malevolent spirit within the deity demon necropolis, and not only survive but summon flames. Could he be the one I'm looking for? The Xianxia energy is increasing. If we don't begin soon, I fear I won't make it till that day. A discarded disciple of Purple Micro Palace, what an excellent identity. When Jonathan returned to Alpha's place, dinner had already started. Upon observing the crowd, he noticed several people watching him intently. Your aura feels off. Jonathan, having just received a portion of food and before engaging in conversation with anyone else, was intercepted by Alpha. Brother Omar saw that I was affected by the heavenly sunstone's erosion, so he specially gifted me some elixirs. So that's why you feel my aura is different. Christine laughed awkwardly, hoping to dispel Alpha's suspicions. Alpha squinted his eyes, giving the Callan in front of him a meaningful look. Instead of probing further, he spoke heavily. This is the necropolis of deities and demons, and ultimately, the resting place of all living beings. Some things taken too far will trigger repercussions far beyond your control. Without turning back, Alpha walked away. Watching Alpha's hunched back and aging posture, Jonathan felt that this man knew something. My current resources and cultivation aren't enough. I'll wait until I break through to the warrior patriarch stage before delving deeper into this matter with Alpha. Jonathan resolved to fully comprehend the alchemy golden elixir. Only then could he uncover the secrets of the deity demon necropolis. Only by doing so can I delve deeper into the deity demon necropolis, seeking treasures of the deities and demons, gaining strength through comprehension. Just as Jonathan was about to return to his room with his food, he noticed a peculiar person. Chapter 13, Imperial Dynasty Disciple. Taking advantage of the moment when he was fetching his meal, Jonathan casually sat down on the stone bench next to this person. He covertly observed the attire of this person and felt puzzled. Strange. Why would this person exchange their prestigious clothes for these tattered rags? Logically speaking, disciples from prestigious orthodox sects usually wear garments imbued with formations that can either cleanse the body or purify their surroundings. Even Jonathan's current purple Micromagus Palace disciple attire could clean his body, which is why he hadn't discarded it. Note, Wei is translated as Micromagus to maintain the fantasy tone and ensure it reads naturally in English. This person was willing to abandon his robe in this demon god mausoleum and endure filth. This matter became intriguing. Senior brother, I have just arrived at the demon god mausoleum and don't know much about its taboos yet. Could you please enlighten me? Jonathan addressed the other person. But this man acted as if he hadn't seen anything and continued to quietly eat his food, ignoring Jonathan's words. After quite a while, this person got up, preparing to leave. Perhaps thinking of something, this person, with a dirty face, slightly moved, turned around to look at Jonathan and said, "If you need anything, find Elmwood. People who can come to the demon god mausoleum aren't stupid. Do what you need to do and don't disturb me." After saying this person ignored Jonathan, directly picking up his broom and heading towards his house. Despite being rejected, Jonathan wasn't bothered by it. Instead, he kept playing with the soul-infused stone in his hand. Soul technique. As the name suggests, it is an art of the soul. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits, but ordinary people only enhance their 3 souls during cultivation, neglecting the 7 spirits. However, the soul technique Jonathan had now comprehended allowed him to cultivate the 7 spirits without neglecting the 3 souls. Nonetheless, his current strength was too weak to practice the soul technique, but some techniques were still within reach. Jonathan looked into the distance, calmly gazing at the departing figure. His eyes seemed to have white flames gently burning. Using this opportunity, Jonathan assessed this person's cultivation level. A fluctuation of martial lord realm, however, his actual current cultivation should be low-rank martial ancestor. This revision corrects the inconsistency in terminology, boadong, to fluctuation, and ensures the sentence reads more naturally in English while maintaining the meaning. It seems these evil souls, and the Xianxia specific to the demon god mausoleum, haven't made it easy for him. Hey brother, ignore that guy. Since he came to this ancient forbidden place, he has been in a daze every day. Even when we tried to greet him, he wouldn't respond. At this moment, a friendly-looking man with a wrinkled face heavily patted Jonathan on the shoulder, clearly severely eroded by Xianxia. The man spoke warmly to Jonathan as if they were long-lost friends. "My name is Owen. You seem new here, like you've entered recently. Tell me about the outside world." "Damn it, I've been in this damned place for almost 2 years. Other than sweeping leaves, I do nothing all day. I feel like I'm going crazy." This man laughed heartily while trying to draw out information from Jonathan. Though the man appeared honest and kind, Jonathan remained wary of him. Whoever was sent to the demon god mausoleum to sweep was hardly a simple character. Leaving aside whatever grave offense they might have committed, merely being able to persist here for 2 years showed that this man's strength and cunning weren't inferior to anyone else. "Senior brother, you are joking. How dare I tell you about the outside world?" At this moment, Jonathan started examining the man. The attire this person wore didn't belong to any sect member. This attire is peculiar. It doesn't look like clothing from a prestigious orthodox sect but rather seems to have connections with the imperial dynasty. Because of this, Jonathan grew even more cautious towards this person. Although the imperial dynasty isn't as powerful as sects, nor do its disciples have as much potential as sect members, most of the imperial dynasty disciples come from royal families and influential officials. In contrast, sects educate without discrimination, accepting anyone with sufficient talent and focusing on their cultivation. Yet, no one would underestimate the disciples of the imperial dynasty. While there are some spoiled offspring within the dynasty, their numbers are insignificant. Most of the imperial dynasty disciples are highly calculating and cunning, not inferior to anyone. Owen seemed to understand Jonathan's concerns and didn't continue. Instead, he laughed heartily and patted Jonathan on the shoulder again. "Good brother, we have plenty of time ahead. If you ever run into something puzzling or encounter issues you cannot decide, you can find me. The house to the left of Elmwoods, walk a few hundred meters forward, and you'll reach my place." After saying this, Owen laughed heartily once more, then threw a fire-red jade pendant to Jonathan. Subtly, Jonathan could sense a flame pulsating on the jade pendant, though it was merely a fleeting sensation. Due to the special nature of this jade pendant, it gave a feeling as if there was fierce fire burning on it. Heavenly Sunstone. Jonathan was shocked. With his knowledge of forging, he knew the rarity of the natural stone he held. Owen handed it over so easily. Was there something worth cultivating with him? But when Jonathan looked up again, he couldn't find Owen, who had already left. This senior brotherly is extraordinary. Surviving for 2 years without becoming a grumpy old man. It seems this person is quite capable. The methods Owen has to prevent Xianxia from entering his body definitely go beyond Heavenly Sunstone, and the fact he hasn't gone mad makes things interesting. Using the soul technique, Jonathan similarly probed this person's cultivation level. To his surprise, this person's cultivation hadn't reached martial lord, and there were no significant problems with his 3 souls and 7 spirits. It's getting interesting. This demon god mausoleum is known as the burial ground for all beings. This person has survived for so long. It looks like he has many secrets I don't know. Upon checking with the soul technique, the heavenly sunstone contained no hidden dangers, so he held it tightly, sensing the surge of yang energy. Although Jonathan muttered to himself, he did not stay longer here. After grabbing a few extra meals, he got up and returned to his house. Everyone sent to the demon god mausoleum wanted to survive. From Morgan's earlier situation, he must have noticed something he did. Those words were a warning. But after some thought, digging graves for treasures was likely something not only Jonathan did. Chapter 13. Dynasty Disciple. Taking advantage of the opportunity while getting his meal, Jonathan sat down on the stone bench next to this person. Examining the attire of this person secretly, Jonathan felt a bit puzzled. Strange. Why would he change his faction's clothes for these rags? Logically, any disciple from a prestigious and righteous sect would possess robes imbued with some kind of array, either to keep the body clean or to cleanse the surroundings. Even Jonathan's current Purple Way Palace disciple robe could maintain his cleanliness, which is why he hadn't discarded it. This person was willing to endure filth in the divine demon mausoleum by discarding his robe. This was intriguing indeed. Senior brother, as I have just arrived at the divine demon mausoleum, I am unaware of the local taboos. Could you kindly enlighten me? Jonathan addressed the person. However, the person seemed indifferent, continuing to eat quietly, ignoring Jonathan's words. After quite some time, the person finally rose to leave. Perhaps thinking of something, he turned his grimy face toward Jonathan and said, "If you have any issues, find Elmwood. No one who can come here is foolish. Do what needs to be done without disturbing me." Saying this, he didn't acknowledge Jonathan further and walked straight towards his hut, carrying his broom. Undeterred by the refusal, Jonathan kept playing with the soul stone in his hand, stained with soul techniques. Soul techniques, as the name implies, are techniques of the soul. Humans have 3 souls and 7 spirits, yet ordinary people in cultivation only enhance their 3 souls, neglecting the 7 spirits. However, the soul technique Jonathan had grasped could allow him to cultivate his 7 spirits without lagging behind the 3 souls. Though currently too weak to practice soul techniques, he could still employ certain methods. Gazing into the distance, Jonathan watched the person walk away. His eyes hinted at white flames flickering constantly. He used this chance to ascertain this person's cultivation level. Vibration of martial lord realm, but his true strength now should be low-rank martial ancestor. It seems these malevolent souls, and the specific Xianxia of the divine demon mausoleum, haven't made it easy for him. Don't mind that guy. Ever since he came to this ancient forbidden place, he's been dazed every day. We tried greeting him multiple times, but he wouldn't respond. At this moment, a kind-faced man with deep wrinkles heavily patted Jonathan's shoulder, visibly eroded by Xianxia. He spoke warmly, like greeting an old friend. "I'm Owen. You seem new here. Tell me how the outside world is." "Hell, I've been stuck in this damn place for almost 2 years. Besides sweeping leaves daily, there's nothing else. I feel like I'm going crazy." While laughing and joking, he also probed into Jonathan's background. Although appearing sincere, Jonathan remained vigilant. Who could be simple enough to be sent here to sweep? Forget the crimes committed. Just enduring for 2 years here clearly indicated the man's strength and cunning. "Senior brother, you jest? How dare I speak about the outside world before you?" Jonathan then began examining Owen. The attire wasn't typical of sect disciples. The clothing looks unusual. It doesn't appear to belong to a prestigious sect, but seems more related to the imperial court. For this very reason, Jonathan became increasingly wary of the man. While the imperial dynasty might not match the power of sects, even its disciples' potential didn't compare to those from sections. Most of the imperial students hailed from noble families or influential officials. In contrast, sects accepted all who showed sufficient talent, cultivating them meticulously. However, no one underestimated imperial disciples. Despite some being spoiled, most were highly strategic and cunning. Owen seemed to understand Jonathan's caution. Laughing heartily, he patted Jonathan's shoulder, saying, "Brother, time will tell. If you ever encounter problems you can't decide, find me. On the left side of Elmwood's house, go a few hundred meters forward to my place." After another hearty laugh, Owen gave Jonathan a fiery red jade pendant. Jonathan sensed faint flame movements on the pendant, but realized it was an illusion. The unique texture of the jade gave off the impression of blazing fire. Heavenly yang stone. Jonathan was astonished. With his forging knowledge, he knew the preciousness of the stone in his hand. Why did Owen so easily give him this treasure? Was there something about himself worth such attention? But when Jonathan looked up again, Owen was gone. This senior brotherly is no ordinary person. 2 years, yet he hasn't become a broken old man. This person must be highly capable. Owen must have more than just heavenly yang stone to prevent Xianxia from entering his body. And he hasn't lost his mind, which makes him even more mysterious. Using soul technique, Jonathan detected his cultivation level. To his surprise, the person hadn't reached martial lord, and his 3 souls and 7 spirits weren't significantly troubled. Intriguing. Isn't the divine demon mausoleum supposed to be a burial ground for all beings? For this person to survive so long, he must have secrets I don't know about. Ensuring the heavenly yang stone held no hidden tricks using soul technique, Jonathan gripped it tightly, feeling the warm yang force. Despite muttering to himself, Jonathan didn't linger and took extra meals back to his hut. Everyone sent to the divine demon mausoleum wanted to survive. From Paul Lau's previous condition, it was clear he noticed what Jonathan had done. Those words were a warning. But Jonathan thought, digging up graves for treasures must be something more than just him had done. Chapter 14. Tracking the target. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Jonathan was quietly cultivating, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy from the creation golden pill, and refining it to strengthen his body. With every breath he took, the heavenly sunstone in his hand reacted with the surrounding yin qi, creating a peculiar harmony that generated a powerful suction force, drawing immense energy into his body. Jonathan used a soul technique and detected an unusual soul. Sensing that the person's soul was about to move, Jonathan instantly opened his eyes. I felt something odd about that guy's soul while we were eating earlier. Where is he going now? Jonathan was very curious. After absorbing the spiritual energy from the creation golden pill, his strength had advanced to the 5th level of warrior rank. Rising gracefully, Jonathan packed some supplies and began following the direction the man was heading. He couldn't understand what this person was thinking. His destination seemed incredibly distant. After navigating numerous twists and turns, they were several kilometers away from their original residence. Although Jonathan couldn't see him directly, he could still sense a soul moving nearby. It wasn't due to the effectiveness of the soul technique, but because there was an abundance of yin qi in the god-demon necropolis, making souls stand out like bright suns or fireflies in the night, catching his attention. I have to see how you plan to rid yourself of that malevolent spirit. Normally, people wouldn't be able to resist such a spirit until reaching the spirit warrior realm unless they practice soul techniques. The man moved swiftly, darting left and right, covering several miles, and frequently looking back as if searching for any signs of being followed. He paused intermittently, clearly fearing discovery of his actions. Leaping onto a red yin tree, he surveyed the surroundings and muttered something under his breath. If I'm not mistaken, this guy is a disciple of the Purple Star Palace who entered the god-demon necropolis recently. Despite the time passed, his face hasn't changed much. He must possess a treasure to ward off yin qi, Jonathan thought. He must be near a tomb where an array has been broken. Otherwise, why would he come here? As he spoke, the man nimbly leaped to another red yin tree and eventually arrived at a vast cemetery. A prominent tombstone, over 2 meters tall, stood before him. Ignoring the stone, he tapped a specific protrusion on its surface, revealing a large cave entrance. After waiting for a considerable amount of time, Jonathan emerged slowly from his hiding spot. Using the red light in the sky, he quickly recognized the inscriptions on the massive tombstone. I am the founding ancestor of the pure profound sect, my cultivation nearing the level of creation, with abilities akin to immortals. Alas, time has not spared me, and only after understanding the mysteries of life did I realize the passage of time. Thus, I erected this monument in the god-demon necropolis so that future descendants might find solace and safety. The inscription detailed the history of the pure profound sect, chronicling its rise to prominence under the founding ancestor. Unfortunately, buried for ages, Jonathan had never heard of him, but the 3 characters, Floydswang sect, jogged his memory about this place. So, this is the final resting place of the Floydswang sect, once a dominant force across the heavens. Seeing Floydswang sect, Jonathan thought of another person, Pierce. If Pierce of Daozone was a paragon suppressing an era, then the Floydswang sect suppressed entire sects. Numerous empires sent princes and princesses to cultivate within it, willing to spend vast resources to ensure their lineage's continuation. Sadly, few could escape the ravages of time, and thus the Floydswang sect faded into history, leaving only legends behind. Gazing at the weathered tombstone, even Jonathan, reborn twice, felt a pang of sorrow. Please forgive my intrusion, esteemed ancestor, Jonathan said, taking out a spade and frantically digging around the tombstone. Dust filled the air momentarily but was resealed by an unseen force, leaving only yin qi. Unfazed by this development, Jonathan used the dust to conceal himself and create an environment for observation. Within minutes, he waited silently, intensely curious about the disciple and the lingering yin qi. Spirits are the most fundamental existence. Ordinary methods can't expel them. That's why I was deceived by the yin spirits and couldn't detect it. This disciple chose to come here, likely discovering something valuable. Jonathan sensed overwhelming yin qi rushing into his body. The heavenly sunstone glowed faintly, trying to repel it. But as Jonathan channeled the creation golden pill, power, both energies surged into his body. Beneath him, yin qi trembled violently, rapidly entering his body as if from a celestial river. The heavenly sunstone intensified its output of pure yang energy. What's happening? Jonathan was surprised by the sudden change, not expecting this outcome. Chapter 15. Mystic Tortoiseshell. The yin and yang energies intertwined, creating waves of force that fiercely radiated outward. This place, however, was a forbidden land of gods and demons, where the remains of countless powerful beings lay buried. Even the bodies of divine and demonic entities were interred here in great numbers. Although Jonathan had never seen the bones of true deities or demons, he knew these legends weren't baseless. These energies held an immensely formidable power, as if attempting to suppress everything around them. Yet, rather than disturbing the tombs near Jonathan, the intertwining yin and yang forces seemed to accelerate his absorption process. Despite his surprise, Jonathan realized this might be a stroke of luck for him. Immersed in cultivation, Jonathan did not lose his awareness of his surroundings. He practiced the soul art, a unique cultivation method that allowed his soul to perceive everything around him. Jonathan instantly activated the soul art and began investigating the area. It's unlikely that the person currently excavating the graves ever expected someone to be hiding in the Forbidden Land soil, silently spying on their secrets. I can't believe that the intertwining of yin and yang energies can emit such immense power. As Jonathan delved deeper into cultivation, he felt an intense vibration in his heart. He sensed his physical strength increasing, even benefiting the previously stagnant soul art. The once boundless vitality in his dantian suddenly. Bang bang bang. Sounds akin to cracking stones and breaking chains echoed within Jonathan's body. In his originally radiant dantian, black and white lights swam like fish, expanding the already vast space by several inches. These lights faced the creation golden pill across the void. Is this dantian expansion? With a joyful expression, Jonathan closely examined his dantian. It had grown significantly from its original pond-like size, now enveloped by swirling black and white light. Surrounding negative energy continuously flowed into his body while the omnipresent malevolent aura in the god and demon graveyard avoided him instinctively. Jonathan's flesh, previously eroded by energy, was quickly nourished by the two strange powers. His muscles became tighter and more robust, with blood resembling finely refined metal, and one could faintly hear the sound of blood moving like molten lead. Could this be what the Taoist scriptures describe? Blood flows like lead and mercury, skin like white jade, and flesh like crystal? Suppressing his excitement, Jonathan began examining his body internally, searching for any abnormalities, especially since he was in the heavily influenced god and demon graveyard. However, after careful observation, he found no issues, only increased physical strength. The creation golden pill had already transformed my body to match a martial artist's. Now, with the influence of yin and yang energies, my body is as strong as a martial general's. Furthermore, I've reached the 9th level of martial recruit. With this, I should break through to the martial artist realm in a day or two. Despite his joy, Jonathan remained cautious. The god and demon graveyard housed numerous formidable individuals, each at least a martial teacher or higher. Though his strength now rivaled the martial generals, it wasn't enough to make him a true powerhouse. And everyone who enters here is far stronger than me. I can't celebrate too early. Learning to absorb yin and yang energies will definitely help me solidify my strength. Just as Jonathan savored the changes in his body, the sealed tomb passage opened. Ha ha ha, a 6th-rank spirit treasure, Fujiang sword. The god and demon graveyard truly favors me, Alexei. Alexei stood before the tomb entrance, laughing, exuding dense energy. Yet, he remained unperturbed, pulling out a peculiar object, a tortoise shell, from his chest. You fellows have been dead for so long, yet still leave behind so much energy. What bad luck. Luckily, during my first excavation, I obtained this treasure which not only consumes energy but also draws in all impurities from these graves. With that, Alexei pressed the tortoise shell against his chest. The surrounding dense energy swiftly vanished into the shell. The shell, no larger than a palm, bore intricate carvings and embedded treasures, now glowing strangely, seemingly resonating with the god and demon graveyard. Caught up in his discovery, Alexei barely noticed this. He focused instead on examining the Fujiang sword, a 6-foot-long sword gleaming faintly, though the light was gradually fading, perhaps due to corrosion. Understanding that such treasures shouldn't be exposed, Alexei stored the sword in his storage ring. After ensuring no one witnessed his actions, he resealed the tombstone. The ground, just dug up, quickly returned to its undisturbed state. Spit. Worthless ancestor of clear profound sect. Your grave is as poor as can be. Such a big coffin with only a tiny stone inside? You think you're fooling ghosts? Alexei cursed aloud at the tall stone monument, spitting contemptuously before leaving grumbling. Unseen by Alexei, a ghostly hand emerged from the previously silent tomb. Hidden nearby, Jonathan had observed Alexei's actions. Seeing the tortoise shell caused a shock. Alexei has excellent luck to find such a treasure amidst so many tombs. It can both remove energy and subdue evil souls. Even within these graves, the tortoise shell repels evil spirits, showing significant destructive power. Jonathan regretted not having access to study it, hoping to replicate it using true fire forging techniques. But then Alexei suddenly halted, turning coldly toward Jonathan. Come out. I've seen you. Chapter 16. The mysterious female Lana. Jonathan, hiding beneath the soil, furrowed his brow slightly. In the end, it's my fault. To avoid misunderstandings, I really should go out and apologize to this senior brother. Just as Jonathan thought that the other party had discovered him and was preparing to get up, he suddenly sensed an unusual soul energy becoming more and more intense. After pondering for a while, Jonathan remained still, convinced that he had not been detected. He noticed a soul slowly rising and forming a figure. The surrounding malevolent aura seemed to find its carrier, swiftly condensing around this soul. For a moment, the wind stirred, and large amounts of malevolent energy began to wildly gather into the soul. Even Jonathan, hiding underground in this divine fiend burial ground, felt the changes in the surrounding malevolent aura. This Een spirit is no simple matter. It's far more powerful than the one I encountered in Xianxia's tomb. This Een spirit strength may have reached the martial lord level. However, being a soul entity, and especially in this divine fiend burial ground, its power would be significantly greater. Originally intending to step out, Jonathan chose to lie low once again. Given the current unclear situation, rushing out recklessly could easily lead to a difficult predicament. Moreover, the energy emitted by this Een spirit was extremely unsettling. With the subtlety of soul art, Jonathan easily perceived the issues with this Een spirit. Een energy should be bone-chillingly cold, and combined with the many forces inherent in this divine fiend burial ground, this creature absolutely shouldn't possess such a peaceful aura. Jonathan understood that though these wandering spirits could freely roam the divine fiend burial ground, they indeed had their own weaknesses. Firstly, these Een spirits usually subsisted on malevolent energy, which eroded their spiritual wisdom over time due to hidden powers within it. Secondly, as the burial site of deities and demons, it was subject to unseen forces continuously suppressing everything. This place, also known as a no-go zone for the living, affected even Een spirits. Yet, this Een spirit had a steady and calm aura like still water in an ancient well, which was highly abnormal. Furthermore, Jonathan sensed this Een spirit's presence emanating from Alexei. If things go as expected, this Alexei must have made a deal with this Een spirit. As Jonathan was contemplating, the Een spirit floated gracefully towards Alexei, moving lightly and arriving in front of him within a few breaths. It's you. Why did you leave your grave? What do you want here? Alexei spoke harshly, his complexion pale as he looked at the Een spirit. Then, a magnetic female voice echoed throughout the burial ground, causing the surrounding fallen leaves to wither faster. Even the red Een trees, which usually stood motionless, began to tremble. The malevolent energy gathering around the Een spirit accelerated, soon enveloping it in a dense gray mist. Ah, Iggy-jiang, our relationship has long been beyond clear-cut, so why are you trying to distance yourself from me now? Since we parted, I've thought of the yang energy left by you every day and night, when emotions run deep. Before the Een spirit could continue, Alexei couldn't help but roar loudly. Enough. If you dare mention that day again, don't think I won't destroy you, even if it means sacrificing this extraordinary treasure. That incident is a disgrace to me, Alexei. If not for your help then, you would have long been a soul under my sword. Having said that, Alexei turned and walked away, paying no heed to the Een spirit anymore. Whimper, I'm just a poor soul. Why are there so many unfaithful men? So desolate, so sorrowful, no one knows. No one in this burial ground understands my feelings. My life, like floating duckweed, drifts aimlessly, not knowing when it will come to rest. The Een spirit's voice filled the gravesites, creating a mournful ambience. Although Jonathan was hidden underground, using Een energy and the heavenly yang stone's yang energy to break through his bottleneck, he still sensed the oscillations in the surrounding Een energy. Feeling the resonance between the divine fiend burial ground and the Een spirit, Jonathan was momentarily startled. How did she manage this? What is buried in the divine fiend burial ground? It definitely can't be used so easily by others. But then Jonathan calmed down, with his max-level insight instantly grasping the connection. Underground. There must be many things underground in the divine fiend burial ground that I don't know about. Perhaps these two gained their abilities from treasures underground. Jonathan had decided that after resolving this issue, he would return to the underground tunnels of Dao Sect and dig further. The thousands of graves were no longer mere traps filled with wandering spirits. Instead, they held boundless opportunities. Gentlemen predecessors, digging up graves is undoubtedly a dishonorable act, Jonathan thought inwardly. But if I don't dig them up, it wouldn't be long before I join those lying underground. Thus, I can only apologize in advance. Jonathan believed that doing so would enhance his strength and allow him to survive. Everything he did was to grow stronger, to prevent death, to save his life. Unearthing others' ancestral graves wasn't shameful. If he didn't dig up the graves, he'd be buried alongside those interred within. Those in the graves were already dead. Keeping those resources buried would be wasteful. It would be better to use them to strengthen himself, perhaps even continuing the legacy of the deceased. Jonathan even considered using the heavenly yang stone's positive energy to forge a special tool for grave digging. Unexpectedly, the Een spirit did not attack Alexei but instead floated silently around the burial ground. Its movements were strange and ethereal, seemingly without form. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably, as if searching or waiting for someone. If not for my soul art, this Een spirit might have frightened me. If she doesn't leave soon, I'll summon all my power to annihilate her. With the help of black and white chi, although Jonathan couldn't engage this Een spirit in prolonged battle, combining transformation fire and soul art gave him a reasonable chance of victory. Chapter 17. Hidden Secrets Uncovered. Jonathan continued to ninjure this Een yang energy, enabling him to break through his current realm more quickly. Meanwhile, he also used the soul technique to observe the wandering soul ahead. Note, ningjure is not translated because it seems there might be a missing word or phrase in the provided text. If ningjure means to condense or to gather, it should be translated accordingly for better fluency. Here's a revised version with assumed proper context. Jonathan continued to gather this Een yang energy, enabling him to break through his current realm more quickly. Meanwhile, he also used the soul technique to observe the wandering soul ahead. The location he had chosen initially was indeed quite good, as that particular soul had not wandered here yet. Otherwise, Jonathan might have been discovered by that wandering soul. That Miss Natalie truly deserves her fame. If she were outside this divine demon necropolis, she would likely be a renowned master known far and wide. Just as the soul floated aimlessly, clapping echoed from afar. A figure emerged from the mist formed by the Xianxia energy. With the help of the soul technique, Jonathan recognized him as Owen, the royal clan's young noble whom he had spoken with before. This Owen is indeed extraordinary. The wandering soul even Alexei avoids seems so familiar to him, like an old acquaintance. Hidden in the ground of the divine demon necropolis, Jonathan found the situation increasingly intriguing. The melancholic wandering soul, the sect disciple with an unclear connection to the soul, the royal offspring, everything suddenly became more interesting. Upon hearing this voice, the wandering soul underwent a sudden transformation. It radiated intense ferocity, with blood-infused energy surrounding its body. What was once a kind, neighborly figure instantly turned into a terrifying beast ready to devour humans. Owen, you promised me that you would let me win King's heart. 363 days have passed, yet King remains cold toward me. Owen, are you trying to get yourself killed by lying to me? After saying this, a black light flashed around the soul's body, and the blood-infused energy it originally emitted rapidly dissipated. Note, the term, bloodsa energy, seems to be a combination of blood and sha chi, which refers to a type of malevolent energy in Adelardni's lore. For better readability and consistency, I have translated it as blood-infused energy. Hee, great. Owen, you're back again. Give me fresh human flesh quickly. I can't wait any longer. Although hidden underground, Jonathan could still sense that the powerful energy of the soul was becoming weaker. Why do I feel like this soul has changed into someone else? Could it be that this soul isn't essentially one being? Jonathan was puzzled, but Owen showed no sign of confusion. Owen grinned and pulled out a large piece of fresh flesh from his storage ring, then threw it to the floating soul. His movements were very practiced, as if he had done this many times before. Miss Natalie, I've brought what you wanted. Do you have anything special for me? While smiling, Owen's feet began moving towards where Jonathan was hiding. Owen sure lives up to his name. This fresh flesh is excellent. the soul said happily, clutching the flesh. But before eating, I think we should catch the little mouse hiding here. Only my foolish sister would allow such a little mouse to survive here. Owen, if you ever let Alexi get close to my sister, I will peel your flesh off bit by bit and eat it slowly with fragrant mud, fusing you with me completely. The soul's voice was high-pitched, causing Jonathan, who was hiding underground, to frown deeply, feeling a chill all around him. This soul has discovered I'm hiding here. With a furrowed brow, Jonathan began gathering the Tao creation fire he had amassed earlier on his right hand. Owen moved lightly, now holding a dazzling sword. The soul moved swiftly as well, directly drifting towards Jonathan. Its claws glowed darkly, clearly poisonous. As in energy and Sa-chi gathered around them, they aimed to kill Jonathan. Note, Sa-chi is used here instead of Sa-energy, as it's more consistent with the terminology typically used in translations of Adelardni's fantasy literature. If you want to maintain energy for consistency elsewhere, we can revise this back. To improve fluency and consistency further, here is a revised version of the sentence. Surrounded by gathering in energy and Sa-chi, they were determined to kill Jonathan. If you prefer to keep energy throughout, here's an alternative. Surrounded by gathering in energy and Sa-energy, they were determined to kill Jonathan. Please let me know which style you prefer, and I can adjust accordingly. Breaking Army 9 strikes. Owen rushed at Jonathan and unleashed a powerful martial technique. His sword, glowing with strange light, stabbed straight into the ground ahead. The soul was not to be outdone, moving faster than Owen, appearing beside him in an instant, its claws slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Bang! A massive crater erupted from the impact of their powerful energies. Both Owen and the soul wore expressions of bewilderment. How could this be? There was definitely human presence here. Why is no one here now? Damn it, the magical treasure cannot be wrong. Someone must have been here. Owen and the soul exchanged puzzled looks, but before they could investigate further, an energy fluctuation made them turn back. Tao creation fire. From beneath the tombstone of Floyd's Wang sect's founding ancestor, a white-clad figure leaped out, flashing in front of both. Jonathan held the Tao creation fire and attacked Owen and the nearby soul. Damn! This fire pierces my soul? Realizing the danger, Owen cursed and leapt backward. The soul was even faster, turning almost transparent and disappearing into the grave behind it, reappearing at the other end. Jonathan, it's you. Upon seeing the newcomer, Owen's face darkened further. He did not want Jonathan revealing his collusion with the soul to others, especially not to Alexi. Delicious flesh, don't run, sister will treat you kindly. The soul floated over, laughing as if delighted by something. Owen, I never expected you to be dealing with a wandering soul, feasting on others' flesh. You're worse than beasts. If I escape today, I will expose you and destroy your reputation. Jonathan roared, several Tao creation fire flames appearing in his hand, which he hurled at the two. He then fled. Die. Owen, fearing Jonathan's Tao creation fire, dodged frantically to the sides. The soul's form was even more elusive, reappearing near another tombstone. Damn it, he's trying to escape. Owen, stop him immediately. Chapter 18. Encounter with the mad old man while fleeing. The spirit swiftly pursued, unwilling to let go of its imminent feast. However, Jonathan, who had already planned his escape route, seized the opportunity when the nurturing fire's attack paused and fled for his life. Jonathan's body moved agilely, shifting at incredible speed. In just a few breaths, he had covered hundreds of meters. This was only possible thanks to the black and white forces he had absorbed earlier. Otherwise, his physical body would never have been able to sustain such rapid movement. In the divine and demonic cemetery, there was no way to see what the sky looked like. Dark clouds covered the heavens, casting everything in a blood-red or bleak hue. Deep within the cemetery, Jonathan was sprinting rapidly, emitting an indescribable aura as his body produced sounds akin to thunder during this intense activity. Although he was fleeing, Jonathan realized something important. Looks like I'll soon break through to the warrior realm, Jonathan thought to himself. Around him, some tombs were protected by vast arrays, while others stood alone, and most formed large groups. Jonathan moved using the techniques he had learned, slipping through the protected tombs like an eel. Damn it, why is this kid so slippery like an eel? Even after half an hour, despite Owen employing all his 4th-level martial master strength in relentless pursuit, he couldn't catch up to Jonathan immediately. You little brat, I'll make you pay once I catch you. The elusive and unpredictable ghost was equally frustrated. To Jonathan, this ghost posed no real threat, but rather was like a tasty dessert. Whenever the ghost tried to get close, the nurturing fire inside Jonathan would unleash an intense flame that repelled it. The ghost's face turned ashen. This flame terrified it, making it feel the danger of being utterly obliterated, thus keeping it on high alert around Jonathan. Damned boy, what kind of flame is this? The ghost glared at Jonathan, teeth grinding in hatred. For a moment, Jonathan, the ghost, and Owen formed a peculiar balance, none able to overpower the others. How did this guy manage to develop such immense power when he entered without any cultivation? And that bizarre flame can even pierce my soul. I must capture him and force out all his secrets. Only then do I have a chance of escaping this prison. Though Owen chased with all his might, he resolved to capture Jonathan and force him to reveal his secrets. As for exposing his own actions, Owen didn't care. In this vast divine and demonic cemetery, how many people were innocent and how many would believe their neighbors? As long as he didn't confess, Jonathan could shout till he was blue in the face and it would be useless, especially since he couldn't find a ghost to testify. Jonathan, damn it, if you stop, I'll leave your body intact. Owen cursed again, frustrated by Jonathan's speed and agility. Despite being below the warrior level, Jonathan was unnaturally fast and showed no fear of the Yin energy. But Owen couldn't ignore the Yin energy here. He had to suppress it while pursuing Jonathan and remain cautious of the fire attacks. Almost there. Jonathan took another turn, diving into the massive tomb complex beside him. Bang! With a quick step, Jonathan narrowly avoided a sword strike from behind. He felt the sharp edge graze past him just moments before he turned. Less than 500 meters left until I reach the deeper parts of the cemetery. Then Owen won't last long. Jonathan kept running, aware that Owen still chased him deeper into the divine and demonic cemetery. He had already used soul art to probe the area ahead, finding numerous ghosts within this vast tomb complex. Deeper in, the Yin and Xia energies grew more formidable. Even Jonathan, who had cultivated the Tao classic secret canon, could feel them penetrate his body. The Yin Xia energy is too terrifying, not anyone dares enter. Just reaching the deeper areas will increase the number of ghosts and strengthen the Yin and Xia energies. Owen may not dare follow. If it's only the ghost with my nurturing fire, though I can't kill it directly, escaping isn't a problem. Thinking of this, under the influence of spiritual energy, threads of golden nurturing power started merging into Jonathan's flesh, allowing him to endure until now without exhausting his strength or being caught by Owen and the ghost. Third move of the Polaris sword technique, greedy wolf annihilation. Owen seemed to sense Jonathan's intent. He retrieved a heavenly yang stone from his storage ring and pressed it tightly against his chest. His aura surged as he began frantically drawing upon the yang energy within the stone. Instantly, pure yang energy burst forth, surrounding Owen tightly and blocking any yin energy infiltration. Emboldened, Owen continued his pursuit. Ah! A ghost that had crept up behind Owen to strike screamed and dissipated into thin air, destroyed by the pure yang energy. Cursed, there are so many ghosts here. Does he not fear one suddenly attacking him? Hearing the scream near his ears, Owen's expression tightened. He continued chasing Jonathan with a grim look, feeling increasingly anxious. For some reason, he feared he might not kill Jonathan this time. Less than 200 meters, Jonathan darted toward a large rock, swiveling at the last moment and bouncing to the left. Bang! Owen's sword struck the rock instead, its glow dimming somewhat. Intent on escaping, Jonathan saw this scene and froze momentarily, stunned. Little child, don't panic. There are fruits in the tree before your door, and treasures in the latrine behind you. There stood a mad old man, dancing crazily while holding the hands of a ghost as if it were his favorite playmate. The ghost, like a rat facing a cat, dared not react. The James looked up at Jonathan, revealing yellow, rotten teeth in a bright smile. Ah, it's Diego, are you here to play with me? ##### End of chapter 18. Chapter 19. Origin of the Polis. Jonathan, who was fleeing, instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, Owen was still chasing him from behind. Not to mention that a wraith was assisting Owen on the side. Just as he was about to decline, a cold chill enveloped his body, causing all his hairs to stand on end, as if a primeval beast had locked its eyes on its prey. Yes, I'm here to play with you. Jonathan quickly agreed, using the towering tombstone beside him to leap onto its top and then jump behind the old lunatic. Ah, Jason finally has a playmate. Finally, I don't have to drag around this white food for play. Upon seeing Jonathan, Jason immediately broke into a radiant smile, revealing yellow teeth and exuding foul breath before slapping the trembling wraith beside him. Bang! It sounded like a water-filled barrel breaking apart in Jonathan's ears. The wraith emitting a terrifying aura died without any clear cause, leaving not even a trace at the end. This scene left Jonathan extremely shocked. Holy crap, this crazy old man is too powerful, killing a powerful wraith with just one slap. The strength of this mad old man was terrifying. He casually annihilated the wraith. What level of power does this crazy old man actually have? Jonathan wondered. Ah, why can't I keep the food every time? Why do they vanish after only one slap, playing hide and seek with me? Jason seemed quite perplexed but soon smiled broadly at Jonathan again, causing Jonathan's heart to skip a beat, hoping the mad old man wouldn't slap him dead. I seem to remember you. Once, you were playing with some food, and it stuck its hand into your brain. I want to try too. Maybe it's fun. Before the Domenico could finish speaking, Owen caught up, the surrounding yin energy condensing into mist, surrounding both the mad old man and Jonathan. Jonathan, run. Keep running. Owen initially thought Jonathan had encountered some powerful figure, which made him stop. Upon closer inspection, it was just a crazy old man, whom Owen did not take seriously. This mad old man always referred to himself as Jason, a well-known lunatic in the deity cemetery. Some people had even seen him digging up bones from graves. For a martial king-level expert, their skeletal remains often shimmered in an unusual silver hue, except for the golden skulls. But this mad old man dug up many graves just for the skulls, cooking them in a coffin made of mystic stone, using the lid as a pot cover, boiling the bones into a soup. Genuine bone soup. Due to this, Jason became relatively famous in the deity cemetery. However, Owen had tested this old lunatic multiple times and found him to be merely a warrior, perhaps having accidentally consumed treasures left by powerful figures in the cemetery, enabling him to live so long. But now, Owen harbored some doubts and thus hesitated to attack the two immediately. Why aren't you running anymore? You were pretty fast just a moment ago. The pursuing wraith paid no heed to what was happening. In her eyes, both the mad old man and Jonathan were her meals, one fresher than the other. Let me taste your kidney. Without giving Jonathan a chance to react, the wraith appeared to his left. Raising her left hand into a claw, she attacked his head while her right aimed at his waist. The dark red blood claws absorbed the surrounding energy and emitted eerie sounds as they tore through the air. Ah, this food is strange. His hands are red. Let me pull them off and see how they turned red. Jason was overjoyed. There were so many people to play with today. He extended his hands and grabbed the claw in a blur, faster than anyone could see, including Jonathan, who barely noticed the mad old man's movement. Jason lifted the dark red claw effortlessly. Not good. Retreat. This was an unprecedented situation for the wraith. Without hesitation, she dashed toward the mausoleum behind her, abandoning everything. In Jonathan's perception, the wraith chasing him suddenly fled, moving incredibly fast and ignoring her partner Owen. Clearly, she feared Jason immensely, leading to her escape. Jason paid no attention to the fleeing wraith but curiously patted his hands, seemingly searching for the vanished blood claw. Where did the claw go? Meanwhile, Owen stood far away, his heart pounding with shock. He was well aware of the wraith's strength. If even the wraith fled from Jason, he stood no chance either. Damn, this Jason hid his strength so deeply. Owen turned to flee. He must escape now, or it would be too late. This mad old man wasn't a mere warrior but a powerful figure whose cultivation Owen couldn't fathom. There was a high possibility that his cultivation exceeded that of a martial king. Damn it, what's happening in this deity's cemetery? Normally it's so quiet. Why did such monsters appear today? Owen's heart raced as he sped up, already several hundred meters away. But before he could check if he had escaped the mad old man's range, he felt a sharp pain in his head and lost consciousness. Farther away, Jonathan watched with goosebumps as Jason held Owen's head and mimicked the wraith's earlier actions, forcing his fingers into the skull, creating a nauseating scene. Owen was brutally killed by the mad old man. This Jason lives up to being a lunatic. Such behavior isn't something normal people can do. Must find a way to stay far from this lunatic. Otherwise, if one day he decides to reach out to me, I'll be doomed. Jonathan realized that while he might escape from Owen, dealing with this unpredictable Jason was a different story. Even choosing a somewhat dignified death would be hard. Oh right, I still have some food that I could use to bribe him. Before Jonathan could decide how to handle the mad old man, he saw a faint white glow emanate from the deceased Owen's body. Simultaneously, the strange energy in the deity's cemetery began rapidly converging. The Een energy in the air gathered and rushed toward the white light emitted after Owen's death. With knowledge of soul arts, Jonathan understood that the faint white light was the overflowed soul of the deceased Owen. At this moment, Jonathan finally grasped the origin of these wraiths and why they could communicate with others. Could this be why the outside world insists on sending criminals into the deity's cemetery? To make us, these condemned, become the final guardians of this ancient tomb. Becoming wraiths at the cost of their souls, guarding this ancient cemetery? Chapter 20. Understanding the Art of Souls. Upon realizing the significance of these individuals, Jonathan did not ponder too deeply. Jonathan turned his gaze to the white light ahead, which was identical to the white light that had emerged from Owen's corpse. Suddenly, Jonathan realized that he could understand and absorb this white light as well. Floating soul fragments, do you wish to comprehend them? Jonathan was very curious and, after some consideration, decided to proceed with understanding them. Christine, who had been observing the soul fragments floating out of Owen's body, suddenly found her surroundings transformed. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself in an extremely ethereal space. Everything in this space, including herself, shimmered with a faint milky white glow. Meanwhile, enveloped by these milky white lights, Jonathan felt incomparably comfortable, as if returning to the womb, a feeling clearly impossible. Nonetheless, his current environment made him incredibly relaxed. Being in the divine mausoleum, survival was already a significant challenge, let alone finding peace within it. Could this be the Sea of Souls or a place created by many soul fragments? Jonathan moved forward curiously. Although he felt exceptionally comfortable here, there seemed to be no improvement in his strength. As he walked on, he saw an extremely pure embryo slowly forming, accompanied by a handsome Callan taking shape. With a cry, his soul was completely formed at that moment. Simultaneously, an unusual power permeated his soul, aiding its growth. In a daze, Jonathan felt himself becoming an embryo again. The milky white lights started gathering around him intensely, soon enveloping him entirely. Time lost all meaning. It might have been a second, a minute, a year, or a decade. In a haze, Jonathan heard a voice. Comprehend the Art of Souls. Instantly, waves of marvelous knowledge flooded his mind. All that he had experienced before quickly dissipated like reflections in water or flowers in a mirror, as if they had never existed. When he opened his eyes again, a large, black face stared directly at him, full of curiosity. Damn, Jason. What are you doing? Startled, Jonathan jumped back, keeping a safe distance from Jason. This reaction wasn't because Christine didn't recognize his savior, but due to Jason's unpredictable mental state. Jonathan still remembered how Jason had killed the evil soul with one slap. If he said something wrong now, he might end up lying on the ground next. However, Jason ignored his concerns, instead looking excitedly at Jonathan, as though he'd seen an intriguing toy. Diego, I saw something growing inside your head just now. Should we dig into your skull to see what's inside? No, we can't do that. If digging into your head renders you unable to get up like them, what should I do? Jason fretted about losing his toy and began pacing restlessly, disregarding Jonathan's presence. Jonathan couldn't focus on the benefits he'd gained in the soul realm. Instead, he looked nervously at Jason, recalling the Art of Souls he had just comprehended. Soul. In simple terms, the human soul consists of 3 spirits and 7 essences, forming part of the soul. Spirit refers to the capability for direct cultivation, enabling understanding of the way of heaven and earth and comprehension of profound powers. Human souls possess spiritual intelligence, and the Art of Souls that Jonathan had grasped was extraordinarily profound. Even with 2 lifetimes of experience, Jonathan hadn't fully understood the mysteries of the soul. The Art of Souls is somewhat similar to soul techniques, allowing absorption of spiritual elements from nature to enhance one's soul and significantly boost one's comprehension ability. If mastered to perfection, it could elevate one's max comprehension even further. After absorbing extensive soul-related knowledge, Jonathan understood why madness existed. Most madmen shared a common trait: souls corrupted by impure energy, impairing their intelligence and leading to strange, incomprehensible behavior. Considering Jason's condition due to endless Yin Qi and Sha Qi in the divine mausoleum, it was reasonable for him to act this way. However, when Jonathan's eyes gleamed with a soul's luster, the once seemingly mad Jason smiled warmly. Immediately, Jonathan felt a chill run down his spine. Just before Owen's death, this old man had worn a similar smile. Diego, I feel like you were peeping at me? Jason approached Jonathan instantly, quietly examining his clear, piercing eyes. You seem quite strange, with soft skin and the ability to see through me. Maybe I should find a pot and boil you, he mused aloud. Despite feeling uneasy, Jonathan couldn't stop using his soul-sensing power. A soul represented the most genuine part of a person. Comprehending even a fraction could lead to greater insights related to souls. Hence, having comprehended the soul technique, Jonathan swiftly grasped another method of soul manipulation. Jason, you're overthinking things. I only noticed some dirt on your face and plan to clean it off for you. While stalling, Jonathan continued examining Jason's soul. What he discovered alarmed him. His soul was riddled with stains, as if smeared with ink. This translation adheres to the original structure and tone while ensuring grammatical correctness and readability in English. It captures the mysterious and eerie atmosphere present in the original text. ##### Chapter 21. Helping Henrik knock his head. It is known that the soul, from its inception, is pure and flawless, filled with a soft, creamy white color. This represents the core, most genuine power. But now, this old man has lived in this god and devil cemetery for who knows how long, and his soul has been eroded by boundless yin-chi and sha-chi, leaving it riddled with holes. Moreover, on Jason's soul, there is an attached mass, like a blob of something akin to Ali Give. Jonathan originally thought that with the creation golden pill in his possession, he should be able to awaken some of Jason's wisdom. This would allow him to communicate normally with Jason. However, upon seeing Jason's soul condition, Jonathan immediately had other thoughts. Jason, have you recently felt your head hurting? With Jonathan's inquiry, Jason, who was planning to find a pot to stew Jonathan, suddenly stopped. Jason's eyes widened, staring at Jonathan without blinking, appearing extremely shocked. Yes, indeed. Lately, I felt my head hurting a lot. That's why I came to play with Dabai. Unfortunately, Dabai refused to help me rub my head earlier, so I gave him a slap. Sigh. There are fewer and fewer Dabais nowadays. Only many Xiaobais left. But Xiaobai doesn't want to help me tap my head. Instead, they prefer chasing me every day. This old man sighed somewhat helplessly, like a child without playmates, then opened his extremely cloudy eyes and looked curiously at Jonathan. Can you tap my head? Recalling the vicious spirit that had just been killed effortlessly, Jonathan shook his head vigorously, refusing immediately. Not exactly, but I have a way to make your head not hurt. As he spoke, Jonathan moved over to Owen's side. After all, this guy is dead, and he hadn't looted the body yet. Is this Jason's trophy? I'll just take some medicine fees in advance, right? Jonathan quickly removed the storage ring from Owen's finger, while Jason squatted beside him curiously. Do you also want to make soup? But this guy is so ugly. We should find a bigger pot and ask Dabai to wash his body. Jason described how to clean the filth off the corpse as he spoke, and even introduced Jonathan to 18 ways of eating corpses. This made Jonathan's scalp tingle, oh. He planned to stay far away from the mad old man after dealing with this matter. Yet he still needed to pacify Jason. No need. Come here. Let me give your head a few taps. That will make it stop hurting. Jason sat down on a 2-meter-tall tombstone, without any regard for the respected senior Norbert behind him. Jason even picked his nose casually and smeared the strange substance on the tombstone. Seeing this, Jonathan genuinely wanted to keep his distance from the mad old man. Jonathan took out the ring obtained from Owen, which still had a soul restriction. After contemplating, Jonathan used the soul art, breaking the seal on the spatial ring. The spatial ring contained a volume of several dozen cubic meters. Despite its considerable size, it didn't hold many items, just a few pills, some Taiyang stones, and some clothing. It's better than nothing. Jonathan checked the pills one by one. Then, he took a pill of unknown effect towards Jason. Although Jonathan did not know its specific function, based on his knowledge, this pill had an impact on the soul. The soul art? Perhaps my understanding is not comprehensive enough. Now, I can only awaken a little bit of someone's mental clarity. When I reach the Wu Wang realm, I can truly touch the essence of the soul, making mine increasingly powerful. Jonathan also wanted to use soul techniques, but currently, he was only at the Wu Zhu level. After this battle, if he trained hard, he could probably break through to the Wuxia realm. But this is only the second realm of cultivation, and greater realms await him. Jason continued to nod and shake his head, constantly looking around as if searching for something. Crazy kid, why don't you bring me tools to knock my head? Previously, when others knocked my head, they used things like maces and axes. Believe it or not, it really felt good. Jonathan, standing next to Jason, was truly shocked upon hearing this. What kind of head can withstand such strikes without cracking? Even Iron Man would get a cracked skull. Jonathan smiled helplessly, never imagining that the mad old man had actually asked others to treat his illness. And the treatment method was unconventional, using weapons to strike the mad old man's head. Jonathan wondered where those people who treated Jason were now. Were they beaten to death or driven mad by Jason? Shaking his head, Jonathan paid no more attention to this. Instead, he began to use the soul energy absorbed while comprehending the soul art, covering the pill in his hand. Though black, the pill had 3 distinct stripes encircling it. From any angle, Jonathan could feel the spiritual power emanating from it. Like spirit treasures, pills are also divided into ranks from 1 to 9. There are even rumors that strong alchemists can forge pills that undergo celestial thunder tempering, transforming directly into a powerful entity. When that happens, the pill's rank breaks past 9, reaching the legendary divine rank. Reversing creation, bringing flesh to bones, transcending life and death. These are trivial for divine-grade pills. Some even say that smelling the aura of a divine-grade pill might instantly elevate one's cultivation to the legendary Wu Devon realm. Wu Devon realm. Even within the vast forces like Purple Star Palace, there aren't too many who have reached the Wu Devon realm. Noticing Jonathan deep in thought, Jason seemed displeased. A cold snort dragged Jonathan out of his reminiscence. Humph, crazy kid. You clearly planned to knock my head. Why did you drift away to somewhere else? Are you changing your mind? Jonathan immediately reacted, sending a surge of soul energy into the pill in his hand. When the soul energy appeared with a glow inside Jonathan's body, he felt his previously fatigued soul become rejuvenated. Good stuff. It's just a pity that this God and Devil cemetery lacks pure spirit energy. If there was any, it would have long been devoured by the engsub and Xianxia here. #### Chapter 22. Dealing with the crazy old man. As Jonathan's right hand appeared above the James's head, the originally decaying soul of the James suddenly felt enveloped by a warm energy. Ouch, what did you do? How so comforting? The James's mouth curled upwards, and his laughter couldn't be contained. Even his wrinkles deepened to 3 layers from smiling. Unfortunately, this sensation came and went quickly. In less than 4 or 5 breaths, the feeling vanished rapidly. This immediately panicked Jason, who began rolling around on the ground at the tombstone of this powerful figure, tossing and turning repeatedly. As for the gravestone beside him, it had long been kicked aside without a second thought. If this strong person knew that his grave was being used as a venting tool, he would likely have smashed open his coffin in anger to find this James. Little Domenico, quickly do it again. It feels so good, even better than my bone soup, Jason hurriedly said. Upon hearing these words, an image of Jason cooking bones flashed through Jonathan's mind, leaving him speechless, unudgy, winky face. However, a small idea suddenly sprang into Jonathan's mind. The reason why the James had gone to great lengths to collect the bones of powerful figures and cook them was probably because he found some method to cure the decay of his soul. This wasn't impossible. The stronger someone was in life, the more extraordinary their remains became after death. With some special techniques, it might not be impossible to extract certain residual energies from the bones of powerful figures. However, this crazy old man had clearly gone mad and wouldn't remember any such methods clearly. Thus, he resorted to the most primitive method, cooking the bones into soup. Jason, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that this tiny ring can only aid you once. If you can find more rings, I'll continue hitting your head. Jonathan spoke, flashing an innocent smile. He hadn't forgotten the powerful aura emitted by the James, who could defeat even potent spirits. Stealing a few storage rings would be child's play for him. As for repercussions afterward, stealing those rings was the James's doing. What did it have to do with Jonathan? Really, you're not lying? Hearing that finding more rings like Jonathan's would allow him to enjoy the same service again, the James, who had been rolling on the ground, immediately jumped up happily, disregarding the fallen gravestones. He smacked his chest vigorously and shouted boldly, "Rest assured, I still have a few rings floating in my pot. You wait here. I'll definitely bring them back." After saying this, the James sprinted off at a rapid speed and soon disappeared into the distance. Jason didn't worry about Jonathan escaping or him coming back and not finding Jonathan. Seeing the James run so fast, Jonathan's previously tense heart finally relaxed. He sat down on the overturned gravestone and sighed. He had successfully dealt with the James for now. As for future matters, they could be considered later. Moreover, Jonathan looked forward to the James bringing him more spatial rings. This Owen is a royal descendant, but is ultimately too poor. The sword belonging to Owen has been somewhat over-eroded by energy, but it's still a weapon. Jonathan retrieved the sword, but despite its current luminescence, it had very little spiritual energy left within. Using soul arts, Jonathan extracted the remaining bit of spiritual energy from the sword into his body before starting to inventory the rest of the items. 3 third-grade pills and various miscellaneous items. Looks like he dug them out of numerous graves. After inspecting briefly, Jonathan focused on the recently comprehended soul arts. Even though he had memorized and activated the soul arts using full-level comprehension ability, the vast knowledge associated with soul arts remained uncharted territory for him. He needed to delve deeper. Soul arts allowed the extraction and refining of various soul forces, significantly enhancing one's own soul power. A strong soul offered numerous advantages. This soul art seems useful. In the Divine Fiend Graveyard, countless powerful individuals reside here, most of whom were thrown in by powerful sects or empires for crimes. Each carries countless treasures and secret techniques. However, the longer they stay here, the more their souls are eroded. Revealing a way to cure their soul decay could be perilous. Thinking this, Jonathan realized he was still too weak. He began to focus on enhancing his cultivation. After all, the warrior rank was exceedingly low level. In the Divine Fiend Graveyard, even a random lunatic could easily kill him unless he became exceptionally skilled. With this in mind, Jonathan produced a shovel and started digging into the entrance of the tomb before him. Although he didn't understand why he gained the power of Yin Yang Qi, he had undeniably received a huge benefit. Sitting cross-legged in the hole he dug, Jonathan closed his eyes and began absorbing the combined energy of the heavenly Yang stone and the Yin energy. On the other side, Jonathan began cultivating. Warrior rank, the first realm of cultivation, focused mainly on strengthening the physical body to enhance vitality and robustness, preparing it for the power obtained in further cultivation stages. Some could even refine their bodies into jade-like purity, achieving a structure akin to dragons. Jonathan aimed for this direction. After practicing the Dao Sex technique, achieving vibrant vitality was relatively easy. But with the addition of Yin Yang Qi into his body, he found that physical reinforcement was enhanced. This was a positive development. The stronger the foundation, the greater the future strength compared to peers. Dao can be spoken, but not the usual Dao. Strange Dao rhythms began chanting, and mysterious, profound Qi appeared around Jonathan. The creation golden pill began spinning wildly, channeling the creation Qi uncontrollably into every part of his body, every drop of blood, every acupoint. At this moment, Jonathan's strengthened soul felt threads of tearing sensation. No, a warrior rank breakthrough should never produce such a strange reaction. At this critical juncture, Jonathan's vibrant vitality truly transformed into a furnace, devouring everything. Limitless energy was pulled into it. The creation golden pill served as fuel, igniting the first fire. ##### Chapter 23, Breaking Through the Warrior Realm. No, this is not just breaking through the footman realm. Jonathan could feel his flesh and blood undergoing monumental changes every second. Having already experienced an advancement once before, Jonathan knew very well that what was happening now was not just a physical breakthrough. Souls, it's the art of souls and soul techniques. Just as Jonathan was about to contemplate where things had gone wrong, a ghostly pale hand emerged from the grave behind him, frantically reaching outwards. When will you return? There is no set date. Delicious flesh. The crazy old man is gone. Feast? The malevolent spirit seemed to sense something and began silently drifting towards Jonathan. However, it was extremely cautious, wary of the James's sudden appearance. Unfortunately for it, its mind clouded by the Xianxia negative energy. It only saw Jonathan's delicious flesh, oblivious to the immense danger he posed. A general-level malevolent spirit? Jonathan, at this critical moment of his breakthrough, sensed the malevolent spirit approaching with boundless malice. Just as Jonathan was about to counterattack, he noticed that the alchemy fire in his dantian suddenly appeared beside him and swiftly surged towards the spirit. Boom. Asterisk. The alchemy fire incinerated the malevolent spirit, reducing it to sparks of light floating in the air. These spirits then followed the alchemy fire back into Jonathan's body. Suddenly, the fiery essence within Jonathan, previously akin to a furnace, began converging wildly into his body. His skin, after this intense process of contraction and expansion, transformed instantly into a jade-like state, radiating a faint glow. As for his blood, it now flowed like a vast ocean, surpassing even the sound of molten lead, undulating continuously. I now have 4 rings, so the little Domenico can hit my head 4 times. 4 hits. Remington gleefully clutched the 4 storage rings shimmering with a golden hue, heading back to where he had left earlier. But before he took a few hundred steps, he heard drumbeats. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. This deep, distant sound was like someone endlessly striking a beast-high drum from ancient times. The usually dim-witted Henrik's face suddenly changed, revealing shock. This is the heart like thunder. How is it possible for someone to temper their body to such an extent? Legend has it that when the gods descended upon this land, the sound of their hearts echoed like thunder, subduing countless demons. One who can forge a heart like this, could they possess the potential to rival the gods? Remington's expression shifted again upon recognizing that the aura came from Jonathan. From initial shock to a sigh, he then retrieved another storage ring from his pocket. Diego, do not let me down. The sound of my heart is a bit too loud, and my skin is too conspicuous. Looks like I need to learn some disguise techniques. Jonathan examined his hands, filled with strength and glowing with an ancient copper hue. I never expected such rapid changes in my body over such a short time. This tempering has brought my combat prowess close to that of a martial patriarch. Jonathan casually struck the tombstone made of black iron behind him. Bam. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk. The once indestructible tombstone shattered into pieces. Through the fragments, the inscriptions on it were still visible, but now belonged to the past. My strength has increased, but I lost control slightly. Jonathan chuckled bitterly and dug another hole, burying the remnants of the tombstone inside. He would need to train more often to better control his newfound power. Just as he finished, Jonathan saw Henrik sprinting towards him. With wild hair and tattered clothes, Henrik's presence was formidable, kicking aside any tombstones blocking his path, even those protected by formations. In no time, the entire cemetery suffered under his rampage. Come on, here are the rings I found, identical to yours. Hurry up and hit my head. Henrik sat eagerly on the ground, awaiting Jonathan's cranial surgery. Jonathan quietly accepted the rings, but did not open them immediately. Instead, he retrieved the 3 pills he had earlier from his storage ring. With soul power activated, Jonathan approached Henrik's head, directing the soul power from the pills onto the old man's head. Asterisk slap. 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 Asterisk. Henrik felt content until the slaps stopped abruptly. His face darkened, glaring at Jonathan angrily. Diego, are you teasing me? I clearly gave you 5 rings, but you only slapped me 3 times. Perhaps Henrik was truly insane most of the time, but regarding the ritual of being slapped, he was oddly sharp. But when he turned to look at Jonathan, he saw the vibrant youth looking pale and lifeless, with chaotic energy, as if he might collapse any second. After delivering the 3 slaps, Su Fabian slumped to the side, breathing heavily, allowing the surrounding Xianxia to seep into his body without the golden alchemy pill dispersing it. He also refrained from activating the Dao secret cannon, letting the negative energy invade his body. Soon, Jonathan resembled an elderly man, his youthful skin rapidly withering. Remington paused, feigning dissatisfaction, saying, I'll remember this. If you don't keep your word, I'll boil you in a pot. Jonathan knew Remington was capable of such deeds. The James could dig up bones and boil them for medicinal soup. Eating a living person would be nothing. Of course. Today was exhausting. I'm going back to rest. Jonathan slowly walked back to his residence. Chapter 24. Soul-Cleaving Sword. Jonathan was heading back to his residence when he suddenly encountered Adrian and Hassan on the way. Hello, Senior Elmwood. Hello, Senior Brother Hassan. Jonathan appeared extremely weak at this moment, his face deathly pale. Upon seeing Jonathan's aged and frail appearance, the 2 men instantly assumed he had already begun suffering from the soul backlash of the heavenly Yang stone. The suspicion and mistrust in their hearts diminished slightly. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Jonathan quickly changed his weakened appearance. Eagerly, he began examining the 4 rings he coaxed from the James. He first picked up the first ring, which bore a severely weakened soul restriction. With a light touch using the soul technique, he easily broke through its seal. Immediately, Jonathan started inspecting the contents inside. Within the several cubic meters of space, various pills and spirit stones were scattered about, seemingly without much value. Slightly disappointed, Jonathan moved on to the next ring. Inside the second ring were plenty of good items. Stacks of spirit stones and a fist-sized heavenly young stone were exactly what Jonathan needed for cultivation. Not bad, Jonathan nodded approvingly and then turned his attention to the third ring. Damn it, it's empty. To his dismay, the ring was completely void of any items. It was an empty ring. Feeling extremely unlucky, Jonathan picked up the last ring. When he opened it, he found only a broken sword inside. Upon closely inspecting the broken blade, Jonathan immediately recognized its extraordinary nature. The entire sword was shrouded in energy. Though damaged, it still emitted a chilling aura. This is definitely a fierce sword. Too bad it's broken, Jonathan thought. Nevertheless, even though it was short, it could still serve as a weapon. Jonathan placed it at his waist, planning to explore its mysteries once his comprehension abilities were restored the next day. After finishing with the loot, Jonathan began recalling today's experiences. The mysterious treasure in the divine demonic necropolis below filled him with desire. After tomorrow, he would surely investigate further after tapping the James's head again. By the next day, once the system's comprehension count was restored, Jonathan immediately took out the broken sword from the previous day and began examining it. Asterisk soul-cleaving sword asterisk. A 7th grade high-level spiritual weapon with the power to sever souls and disrupt spirits. Despite its damaged body, the sword still contains complete soul-cleaving sword intent. Would you like to comprehend it? Wow, another 7th grade spiritual weapon. Jonathan was pleasantly surprised. Moreover, the sword contained a complete soul-cleaving sword intent, a tremendous surprise for him. After all, what did the divine demonic necropolis have in abundance? Souls. If he could comprehend the soul-cleaving sword intent, wouldn't he be able to traverse through hordes of souls effortlessly? Without hesitation, Jonathan chose to comprehend. Instantly, the scenery before him transformed. He appeared in a dim, desolate space. Before him, a shadowy figure repeatedly performed sword techniques. Wherever the sword light reached, the space shook, and the sword intent soared. Jonathan immersed himself in the boundless sword intent until the system's notification sounded. Comprehend the soul-cleaving sword art. Coming back to his senses, he couldn't help but marvel. Amazing! This sword technique is truly powerful. It's practically designed for severing souls and disrupting spirits. With this sword technique, if I encounter that Kara again, I will definitely slay her. Confidently, Jonathan sheathed the broken sword and returned to the tomb area from the previous day. This time, he advanced cautiously, constantly observing his surroundings, wary of any lurking souls. However, facts prove that Jonathan overthought. Until he reached the Floydswang sect's tomb area, the Kara from yesterday did not reappear. Reflecting briefly, Jonathan understood the reason. Her hands were shattered by the James yesterday. Naturally, she dared not show up today. Better she doesn't appear, Jonathan muttered. He didn't want to tangle with the Kara as long as she didn't interfere with his treasure hunting. Thus, Jonathan smoothly arrived at the Floydswang sect's tomb area. After making offerings around, he dug with a shovel. Soon, he unearthed something important, a stone door leading to an underground palace. Approaching the door, he tried opening it to no avail. Noticing a oval-shaped slot in the middle, he suddenly recalled the mystic tortoiseshell in Alexi's possession. Could it need a key? Jonathan wondered. After comparing it, he found the oval slot matched the outline of the mystic tortoiseshell perfectly. It did need a key. Feeling dejected, Jonathan realized how difficult it would be to find a tortoiseshell. Even if Alexi had one, it wasn't easy to take without causing suspicion or trouble. Reluctantly, he decided to leave temporarily but ensured all dirt was buried back to its original place before doing so. Remembering his promise to the James, Jonathan dared not break his word. If the James got angry, he might really cook him alive. That would be a huge loss. Arriving where they parted ways yesterday, he found the James waiting there impatiently. Seeing Jonathan finally appear, the James complained, "Little lunatic, appearing so late. Are you trying to back out?" "I remember. You owe me another head tap." Though usually eccentric, the James became exceptionally clear-headed when it came to tapping heads. Jonathan suspected he might be faking madness. All right, let's start," Jonathan replied insincerely. Using his soul power, Jonathan began tapping the old man's head. Feels good." Comfortably, the James sighed, then reluctantly opened his eyes, grinning at Jonathan. "Little lunatic, tap my head a few more times. This time, I found you a great treasure." "What treasure?" Jonathan asked out of habit. Loving treasures as he did, if the James had something truly desirable, Jonathan wouldn't mind expending all his soul power to tap his head a few more times. Of course, the treasure had to be valuable. Chapter 25, The Mysterious Golden Bone. Hashtag Chapter 25, The Mysterious Golden Bone. On the other side, after hearing Jonathan's inquiry, only then did Henrik mysteriously fish something out from his waist. Little Domenico, this thing is absolutely a precious treasure. I used it to cook bone soup, and after cooking for more than 10 days, it didn't break down. Isn't that incredible? Hearing Henrik's words, Jonathan was momentarily stunned, feeling quite speechless. This old man really dared to cook anything. However, Jonathan still cast his gaze over, not expecting the treasure he spoke of to actually be a bone. A golden bone? Although it was a golden bone, could it really be something very powerful? Jonathan was confused and immediately asked in return, "Jason too, what's so special about this golden bone? Why do you say it's a treasure?" Upon hearing Jonathan's question, Henrik chuckled and then said, "Little Domenico, you don't understand. Have you ever heard of the 9 transmutation golden body and the story of achieving sanctity with the physical body? 9 transmutation golden body? Achieving sanctity with the physical body?" Upon hearing these two terms from Henrik, Jonathan was instantly stunned, holding his breath. After all, in legends, those who could forge the 9 transmutation golden body or achieve sanctity with their physical body were absolute powerhouses rivaling or even surpassing martial gods. At least, in the historical legends of Tianwu continent that Jonathan knew, there had never been mention of such an extraordinary figure. Thus, he indeed found it hard to believe that this golden bone had any connection to the legend of achieving sanctity with the physical body. But he also couldn't be certain that it wasn't the 9 transmutation golden body bone. After all, he had never seen the real 9 transmutation golden body bone before, and there was no way to distinguish it. Moreover, at this moment, his system comprehension attempts were depleted, leaving him unable to determine the true nature of the golden bone. Therefore, Jonathan humbly inquired, Jason 2, are you saying that this golden bone in your hand is the legendary 9 transmutation golden body bone? 9 transmutation golden body bone? I didn't say that. Henrik hurriedly shook his head to deny it. Seeing this, Jonathan was instantly dismayed and quickly asked, then what did you mean by what you just said? Hee. Seeing Jonathan get impatient, Henrik finally stopped teasing and explained, little Domenico, although this golden bone isn't the 9 transmutation golden body bone, it might be closely related to cultivating the golden body. Look at the patterns on this golden bone. Perhaps they contain the method to cultivate the 9 transmutation golden body. Henrik led him step by step. At this moment, there was not the slightest hint of madness, but rather he seemed like a cunning old fox. This point was naturally noticed by the sharp Jonathan. He even thought that treating Henrik had temporarily made his spirits somewhat normal. However, at this point, Jonathan was already caught up in the big talk, spun by Henrik, completely oblivious to these details. Jason 2, you're really willing to give me this golden bone? After a while, Jonathan swallowed and said to Henrik. Henrik chuckled again before slowly opening his mouth. Giving it to you, sure, but you must promise to hit my head 20 times. Oh, make it 30, for me to give it to you. Henrik began demanding exorbitantly. Realizing this, Jonathan immediately felt duped. But now it was too late. He indeed wanted that golden bone very much, so he could only let Henrik take advantage of him. No way, only 10 times. Jonathan started bargaining to lower the price as much as possible. And on the other side, Henrik wasn't one to back down either. 18 times, at least 18 times. No, at most 12 times. After a heated negotiation, they finally settled on 15 times. With the agreement reached, Henrik handed over the golden bone to Jonathan without hesitation. After receiving the golden bone, Jonathan didn't rush to study it, planning to wait until tomorrow when his system comprehension attempts were restored. Having obtained the item, he naturally had to fulfill his part of the deal. Jonathan immediately conducted another 3 consecutive soul cleanses on Henrik's spirit. After the 3rd cleanse, when Jonathan looked again, he found that Henrik's spirit had become much cleaner. The oppressive aura hovering above his head was also starting to dissipate. If he kept cleansing for a longer time, it might fully restore Henrik's sanity. No wonder he became so cunning. Jonathan inwardly commented. Regarding whether fully restoring Henrik's sanity was good or bad, Jonathan wasn't sure. But judging from the current situation, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Therefore, Jonathan didn't dwell on it. Today, after exhausting his soul power once again, a heavy sense of fatigue came over him. Seeing this, Jonathan didn't try to push himself and directly returned to his residence to rest. Soon night fell. The soul power Jonathan had spent during the day gradually recovered. At this moment, in Jonathan's soul perception, a familiar aura started moving. This soul aura. It's Alexei. This guy finally can't hold back anymore. Sneaking around in the middle of the night, he's probably up to no good. Jonathan silently cursed. Immediately, he got up and quietly followed. Quickly, the two of them were far away from their residence. Alexei indeed went to the Floydswang sect's tomb area, just as Jonathan had expected. Seems like that guy has known the secret treasure's hiding spot for a long time. Fortunately, I was cautious enough to restore that area to its original state. Jonathan secretly rejoiced. Then, he quietly approached to observe. He saw Alexei take out the same mysterious tortoise shell and began sensing around. After a while, Alexei suddenly started digging into the ground. Hidden in the dark, Jonathan realized that the place Alexei was digging was precisely where the stone door to the underground palace was during the day. Jonathan understood immediately. That stone door and the tortoise shell are indeed connected. Jonathan thought to himself as he watched Alexei dig quietly. Soon, Alexei uncovered the stone door to the underground palace. Haha, as expected, I am the chosen one. Finally, I found the treasure trove. Alexei laughed wildly. Then, he placed the tortoise shell into the central slot on the stone door. Click. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, and then the stone door slowly opened. Damn, that kid actually managed to open the entrance, Jonathan exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, Alexei didn't hear it. Meanwhile, having successfully opened the underground palace, Alexei became slightly elated, feeling that the treasures within were already his. Then, without hesitation, he boldly walked into the underground palace. He quickly disappeared from sight. Outside the underground palace, Jonathan, seeing Alexei disappear, didn't rush into the underground palace. He believed that exploring the vast underground palace wouldn't be a task that Alexei could accomplish quickly. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry, prioritizing safety. So, after a little while, confirming that there wouldn't be immediate danger inside the underground palace, Jonathan cautiously entered. Chapter 26. The 4 Symbols Illusionary Array. The moment Jonathan stepped into the underground palace, he immediately sensed something was amiss. The light flickered around him, and in an instant, the scenery surrounding him changed dramatically. When he came back to his senses, there was no sign of the underground palace anymore. Instead, what stretched out before him was a boundless desert. What the heck is this? Could it be an illusion? Jonathan speculated as he probed the surroundings. However, regardless of how thoroughly Jonathan investigated, the environment felt overwhelmingly real to him, very different from what he had imagined an illusion would be like. Could it be a secret realm? He wondered, unsure of what to make of the situation. But since he was already here, he might as well settle in and uncover the mysteries of this place. Resolved, Jonathan chose a direction at random and started moving forward. Whisper, whisper, whisper. The fierce sand stung his face painfully, making everything feel so incredibly real. Then, after about an hour of walking, the desert suddenly began to change again. Endless flames erupted from the ground beneath Jonathan's feet. In a moment, the desolate desert turned into a scorching basin of magma. Damn! Seeing the fiery lava burst forth from the ground, Jonathan cursed. At that moment, he realized he might have stumbled into a profoundly complex illusionary array. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain the sudden, drastic changes in the environment. What kind of array is this? It's so powerful. Jonathan marveled. His mind rapidly reviewed all the knowledge he had about array formations. A single step reveals the seasons. A single array divides eternity. Could this be an illusionary array left behind by the revered array master of Floydswang sect? Zerd thought. To verify his guess, he continued walking in the sea of magma as if nothing were amiss. After another hour, the endless lava fires extinguished all at once, replaced by a blizzard turning the world into a snowy wasteland. Indeed, it must be the work of that array master. Thinking of the renowned figure, Jonathan felt a profound respect. Known as Xuanhuan, the unparalleled array expert of ancient times, everyone knew of this extraordinary person who mastered various array formations. He even created the pseudo-divine level array treasure manual, the Heavenly Derivation 64 arrays. Although his cultivation was only at the martial saint stage, it was said that he could rival a martial god when deploying arrays with full force. As a result, during his lifetime, Floydswang sect never worried about the safety of its mountain gate. Enemies sent by him would meet their doom regardless of their numbers. And now, Jonathan found himself caught in an illusionary array left by such a terrifying person. He didn't know whether to be happy or concerned. On one hand, the underground palace's connection to Xuanhuan promised an extraordinary reward. On the other hand, the array set up by Xuanhuan seemed beyond his capability to break. If he couldn't break the array, he wouldn't just lose the reward. He'd likely lose his life too. With these thoughts, Jonathan felt rather dejected. Deciding not to struggle aimlessly, he sat down and waited for his system's comprehension chances to refresh so he could try breaking the array again. After all, within an array left by Xuanhuan, wandering aimlessly without understanding its principles would only get him deeper into trouble. Meanwhile, Alexei, who had entered the underground palace earlier than Jonathan, was also trapped in a similar predicament. Damn it, why can't I get out of this damned place? Alexei roared in anger toward the sky. Though he had the key, a mysterious turtle shell, to open the underground palace, once he fell into the array, the shell lost all its effectiveness, offering no guidance at all. As a result, he became increasingly entrenched in the array, relying solely on his limited comprehension of array formations, which offered little hope of escape. Time ticked away. Suddenly, a pleasant chime rang in Jonathan's ears. Comprehension chance has been refreshed. Current comprehension chance. One time. Seeing that his comprehension chance was refreshed, Jonathan immediately chose to understand the current illusionary array. One of the Heavenly Derivation 64 arrays, the four symbols illusionary array, has the ability to transform the four elements of heaven and earth, trapping anyone inside forever. Do you wish to comprehend? Yes. Jonathan instantly agreed to comprehend. Then, golden threads appeared amidst the endless snowfield, unraveling the mysteries of the four symbols illusionary array. Immersed in this ocean of array knowledge, Jonathan couldn't extricate himself. After quite some time, the chimes sounded again in his mind, bringing him back to reality. Successfully comprehended, one of the Heavenly Derivation 64 arrays, the four symbols illusionary array. With successful comprehension, Jonathan looked at the snowy landscape before him without any confusion. He began walking in peculiar strides, navigating the snowfield uncertainly. Soon, the scenery rapidly transformed, first into a magma basin, then back into a desert. Finally, Jonathan emerged from the array, finding himself back in the underground palace. Phew, finally out, Jonathan sighed in relief. He then began exploring the underground palace. This underground palace wasn't excessively large or small, but most of its structures were in ruins due to its antiquity. Apart from the four symbols illusionary array Jonathan had encountered upon entry, there seemed to be no other traps. Surprised by this lack of danger, Jonathan nonetheless felt fortunate. It meant fewer obstacles for him. He certainly didn't want to experience more high-level arrays like the four symbols illusionary array. One misstep could send him into a lethal trap, leading to his immediate demise. Walking cautiously for some time, Jonathan finally reached the deepest part of the underground palace. Before his eyes lay a massive chessboard. At the end of the board, a stone platform held a small array disc suspended in the air. Seeing the array disc, Jonathan was instantly filled with excitement. If his guess was correct, this array disc might very well be Xuanhuan's own lifebound treasure, the Heavenly Derivation array disc. Sure enough, as he approached the giant chessboard, the image of an elderly man appeared before him. Time flies, the seas turn to mulberry fields. How many autumns have passed? Fated traveler, if you can solve my life and death chess puzzle, the treasure shall be yours. With that, the old man's image slowly faded away. Hearing the elder's words, Jonathan became cautious. Life and death chess puzzle? I've never heard of it, Jonathan murmured to himself. Chapter 27, the life and death chessboard. Although he had mastered one of the 64 arrays of heaven, the four symbols illusion array, the life and death chessboard before him was clearly a more advanced formation. For a moment, he found it difficult to comprehend. Moreover, this array's name, life and death chessboard, suggested that it was likely a lethal trap. Therefore, Jonathan dared not attempt it lightly and decided to wait until the next day when his system's comprehension attempts would reset. Only then would he challenge the chessboard. Having made his decision, Jonathan began cultivating on the spot. Meanwhile, Alexei, still trapped in the four symbols illusion array, had already exhausted himself and lay down on an icy plain, resigned to his fate. Time passed quickly, and the next day arrived. With his comprehension attempts refreshed, Jonathan felt more confident with the system's assistance. He walked directly towards the giant chessboard and stepped onto it. Immediately, the winds shifted dramatically, and shouts of battle erupted all around. When Jonathan came back to his senses, he found himself standing amidst a terrifying ancient battlefield drenched in blood. "O traveler, I admire your courage. Welcome to the divine battlefield. The rules are simple. You will command the human forces against the outer heaven devils. Defeat the commander of the devil army to win, or die if defeated by the devils." The voice echoed through the entire space, resonating with a sense of ancient wisdom. Upon understanding the rules, Jonathan realized the severity of the situation. This life and death chessboard truly put life on the line. Thankfully, he had been cautious enough to wait for his comprehension attempts to reset. Otherwise, he might have died on this chessboard. Ha ha ha, humans shall die. Before Jonathan could react, a pitch-black, formless demonic shadow descended from the sky and charged straight at him. Damn it, is this really how it starts? Jonathan cursed angrily. He had just entered the chessboard, and the outer heaven devil was already attacking without giving him time to gather information or prepare. Fire of creation. Jonathan hurled a ball of flame at the devil and immediately turned to flee. Without fully understanding the situation, engaging the devil head-on wasn't wise. The fire of creation struck the devil, but seemed to have minimal effect, only delaying it briefly before dissipating. However, it bought Jonathan some time to escape. Ha ha ha, human, you can't run away? The devil jeered as it resumed its charge. Crap, Jonathan thought. Am I going to end up dead just after entering? Seeing the dark shadow getting closer, Jonathan tightened his grip on the soul-severing sword, deciding to fight for his life. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking the path of the devil. Heavenly devil, you must be exterminated. The figure shouted fiercely and slashed, instantly shattering the devil into a cloud of black mist. After dealing with the devil, the figure slowly approached Jonathan. It was a cold-blooded man clad in a blood-red robe. You shouldn't be here, the blood-robed man said, casting a cold glance at Jonathan. This is the front line. You should go to the rear to direct operations. The man pointed a direction, indicating where the rear was. With no other choice, Jonathan thanked him and headed in the direction indicated. As he walked, he saw more figures around him. Learning from his previous mistake, he proactively asked one of them, "Fellow Taoist, where are you heading?" Jonathan politely inquired. The turner hesitated upon seeing Jonathan's face, but soon answered respectfully, "Reporting to the commander, I'm heading to support the front lines." Hearing this, Jonathan was puzzled. Commander? What commander? Then he remembered the challenge rules he heard upon entering the life and death chessboard. So, the life and death chessboard has placed me in the role of the human commander, Jonathan thought, starting to understand how this game worked. He asked the man again, "Where is the command center?" "Ah." The man was momentarily confused but soon understood. "Commander, you mean the central camp? It's not far from here." The man pointed out a direction. Jonathan thanked him and headed towards the central camp. Soon, he saw a massive tent enveloped in various protective arrays. That must be the command center, Jonathan thought and walked towards the giant tent. Along the way, he encountered many cultivators wearing robes of various sects, even spotting the attire of a Purple Way Palace elder. Note, Wei is corrected to Wei in the context of Purple Way Palace, which is likely a name for a palace or sect and should be consistent with its proper spelling. Given that this is an English translation, the term Purple Way Palace should ideally be translated into a more natural-sounding English equivalent if known, but without additional context, Purple Way Palace is retained here as a proper noun. It seems this demon-slaying battle reflects some significant event in the real world, Jonathan speculated. Arriving at the command center, the protective arrays parted to let him in. Inside, he saw a large sandbox projecting real-time images of the battlefield. In the center of the sandbox, a grand-scale battle was unfolding. Countless outer heaven devils were besieging a group of human cultivators, who were being forced to retreat step by step, barely holding their ground. Seeing this, Jonathan understood the dire situation on the divine battlefield. The number of devils outnumbered human cultivators by dozens of times. If not for several powerful cultivators holding the line, the humans would have already been defeated. However, the current situation was still grim. Even those powerful cultivators would eventually tire, and once they did, the devils would overwhelm the humans. Realizing the urgency, Jonathan's mind raced. He wasn't proficient in war strategy, and the strength disparity made it difficult to turn the tide through tactics alone. What should I do? Jonathan worried. If he couldn't provide support soon, the main force would be annihilated, and this game would be over. Chapter 28. The Demon Extermination Battle Formation. With this thought, Jonathan activated the Enlightenment system. Ding! Detected that the sand table in front of you is a reflection of the Divine Grade Treasure, Heavenly Derivative Array Disk, which contains one of the 64 Heavenly Derivative Formations, the Demon Extermination Battle Formation. Do you wish to enlighten yourself on it? Hearing the prompt from the system, Jonathan finally breathed a sigh of relief and immediately chose Enlightenment. Instantly, countless pieces of knowledge about battle formations and combat methods started pouring into Jonathan's mind. He rapidly memorized all of this knowledge. Soon after, the notification sound rang out again. Successfully enlightened in Demon Extermination Battle Formation. Upon coming back to his senses, Jonathan fully grasped the essence of the Demon Extermination Battle Formation. He then immediately conveyed orders through the sand table to all human cultivators on the battlefield. Everyone, quickly follow my instructions to set up the formation and fight while retreating, luring the enemies towards the Demonfall Valley. After finishing speaking, Jonathan endured the severe headache and split his mental energy into tens of thousands of parts, clearly explaining parts of the Demon Extermination Battle Formation to each individual on the battlefield. Before long, upon receiving Jonathan's instructions, the human cultivators began mobilizing according to specific positions, quickly forming a simplified version of the demon extermination battle formation. Their attack and defense capabilities were significantly strengthened. Seeing the situation gradually improve, Jonathan secretly sighed with relief and continued to teach more detailed knowledge of the demon extermination battle formation. The demon extermination battle formation was a group formation specifically invented to counter extra-dimensional demons. It was simple to set up, requiring only 4 people and not demanding high levels of formation insight from the users. However, to unleash its maximum power, it was extremely difficult due to the huge number of participants required and their mutual coordination, along with individual strength. Therefore, it was almost impossible to utilize its full potential. Nonetheless, Jonathan was satisfied as long as he could harness 70 or 80% of its power, giving him confidence to win this war. Meanwhile, the human cultivators who had set up the demon extermination battle formation stabilized the dire battlefield situation and, following Jonathan's instructions, gradually lured the large number of extra-dimensional demons towards the Demonfall Valley. Human cultivators also began setting up even stronger demon extermination formations in the valley per Jonathan's instructions. Very soon, the main forces retreated to the Demonfall Valley region, followed closely by the numerous extra-dimensional demons. Upon seeing a large number of demons entering the valley until it filled the sky, Jonathan ordered the activation of the Demonfall Great Formation. Immediately, countless demon silhouettes in the sky uncontrollably dropped to the ground, where they were mercilessly killed by human cultivators. The situation on the battlefield began to swiftly reverse, transforming from the humans being hunted down by demons into a wild counterattack under the enhancement of the demon extermination battle formation. Kill! Shouts of carnage shook ears. Countless extra-dimensional demons fell under the swords of human cultivators. After fighting for 2 hours, all demons in Demonfall Valley were completely eliminated. Through this battle, Jonathan utterly annihilated the main force of the demons. Although he did not encounter the demon lord, he had established a solid advantage. Phew! Jonathan took a deep breath, withdrew most of his mental energy, and started resting. If not for the assistance of the demon extermination battle formation, it would have been hard for Jonathan to reverse the tide of battle. Thinking of this, he realized the strength of the demon extermination battle formation. After resting for a while, he resumed teaching the advanced knowledge of the demon extermination battle formation to all human cultivators. When everyone could harness 60 to 70% of the formation's power, Jonathan initiated an offensive, dividing his troops into 3 routes. One to attract frontal firepower, another to intercept reinforcements, and the last to directly assault the demon commander for decapitation. Meanwhile, upon learning of the annihilation of the main demon forces, the demon commander was furious and understood that the advantage was lost. Deciding quickly, he chose a similar decapitation tactic, sending out a strong squad straight to Jonathan's headquarters. Soon, both sides engaged in direct combat, with 2 hidden squads moving towards their respective targets. Boom! A loud explosion made Jonathan's headquarters shake violently. Humans, come out and die. Several terrifying demonic figures raged in the sky, repeatedly attacking and destroying the protective formations around the headquarters. Though unexpected, Jonathan anticipated the demon's raid. Because he had to command human cultivators through the sand table, he had to stay at the headquarters despite knowing the risk of a decapitation attempt. Of course, he wasn't completely unprepared. He had reinforced the protective formations around the headquarters and even set up the newly learned 4 symbols formation to stall the enemy. His bet was on achieving decapitation before the other side. As expected, on the other front, the entirely composed team of great human cultivators successfully advanced to outside the demon commander's headquarters and progressed faster than his own team. They had already broken into the camp and were directly confronting the demon commander. Damn it! The encircled demon commander screamed in fury. Though powerful enough to hold on temporarily, his situation wasn't optimistic. On Jonathan's side, due to the reinforced protective formations, the demon assassination squad struggled to advance. When they finally broke into the headquarters, the top-tier 4 symbols illusion formation surrounded them. Seeing this, Jonathan felt relieved. As the strongest confinement formation in the 64 heavenly derivative formations, the 4 symbols illusion formation would take even experts much effort to break out, let alone these demons not well versed in formations. Feeling the victory was within reach, Jonathan exhaled deeply. Now he only needed to wait for news of success from the assassination squad to win this life and death chess game. ####Chapter 29, Killing the Female Ghost. I can't accept this. On the other side, the surrounded demon general, already at his last breath, let out a final cry of unwillingness before being sliced into 2 pieces and perishing on the spot. At that moment, the scenery before Jonathan began to dissipate like smoke. When he came back to his senses, he was once again inside the underground palace, appearing on the giant chessboard. In front of him stood an elderly man with a kind face, stroking his beard as he observed him. Fated one, since you have passed the trials, the magical treasure left by this old man is fortunate enough to be in your hands. I hope you can uphold righteous intentions and adhere to the righteous path, taking the responsibility to protect all living beings and using this treasure for just purposes. The old man, with his kind and gentle demeanor, looked at Jonathan and said this. Hearing this, Jonathan immediately bowed deeply in respect and replied, Elder, please rest assured. I will definitely use the magical treasure for righteous purposes and will not let down your legacy. Pleased with Jonathan's response, the old man nodded in satisfaction and then vanished into thin air. After the old man disappeared, Jonathan respectfully waited in place for a moment before slowly walking over and picking up the array disc emitting a faint glow. Haha, this is a great catch. A great catch. Jonathan laughed heartily to the sky. Examining the Tianyan array disc in his hand, Jonathan activated the system to check it. Tianyan array disc divine level magic weapon, crafted from the legendary top-tier material Tianyan spirit stone, used for setting up formations, It contains the essence of the Tianyan 64 arrays. Holding this treasure allows one to instantly deploy any of the Tianyan 64 arrays. It can also see through all formation below the divine level. Seeing the description provided by the system, Jonathan was ecstatic. Setting up any of the Tianyan 64 arrays? Seeing through all formations below the divine level? These two abilities were simply heaven-defying. There was no need to mention the Tianyan 64 arrays. Each had earth-shaking power, even beyond the comprehension of gods and spirits. If Jonathan could set them up at will, he would be truly invincible in this god-demon necropolis. Neither Henrik nor Adrian's group would stand a chance against the Tianyan 64 arrays. With this ace up his sleeve, Jonathan felt more secure in the god-demon necropolis, without needing to fear anything or tread cautiously. Thinking about this, Jonathan burst into uncontrollable laughter. At the same time, the second ability of the Tianyan array disc was equally powerful. Being able to see through all formations below the divine level meant that most formations from 1st to 9th grade were rendered ineffective against him. Although it didn't guarantee breaking the formations with 100% certainty, it was still formidable. After all, seeing through the functioning of formations meant breaking them was just a matter of time and ability. Moreover, knowing the numerous undisturbed tombs protected by burial formations in the god-demon necropolis, there was much to explore. For instance, the elder tombs of the Ziwei Palace had never been touched and undoubtedly contained many treasures. Then, Jonathan could use the Tianyan array disc's array-breaking ability to raid them, avenging his own cultivation being destroyed. Thinking of this, Jonathan put away the Tianyan array disc with excitement, planning to discuss its further use after leaving the underground palace. However, just as Jonathan was about to leave the underground palace, a figure suddenly blocked his path. Who are you? How did you come out of the underground palace? Alexei, who had just been released from the Four Symbols illusion formation, saw Jonathan coming out looking satisfied and rushed forward to question him urgently. Upon seeing Alexei, Jonathan remembered that there was still someone else in the underground palace. However, having obtained the Tianyan array disc, he naturally wasn't afraid of Alexei's challenge. He sneered, "Do I need to explain where I came from?" After saying this, Jonathan attempted to walk away. Alexei naturally disagreed, demanding angrily, "Did you take the treasure from the underground palace? Hand it over if you don't want to die." "Oh, is that so? Can you really kill me?" Jonathan asked indifferently. Although Alexei was stronger than him, with the Tianyan array disc in hand, dealing with a mere martial master should be effortless. Still, Jonathan didn't intend to use the Tianyan array disc right now. He wanted to test his strength directly against Alexei. Thus, Jonathan unsheathed the soul-slaying sword from his waist and attacked Alexei first. Seeing Jonathan charge forward, Alexei grew furious and shouted, "So be it, so be it, so be it. A mere martial artist dares to act so arrogantly. Watch me cut off your head." With that, Alexei also drew his sword and charged. Clang! The two swords clashed. Jonathan was forced back several steps by the powerful true chi, but was otherwise unharmed. Although Alexei wasn't pushed back, his soul shook violently, making him extremely uncomfortable. This was due to Jonathan's use of the soul-slaying sword technique, which allowed him to injure his opponent's soul directly with sword chi. "Damn, I'll kill you." Alexei, who suffered a significant disadvantage, was enraged and lunged at Jonathan fiercely. Slay! Jonathan slashed again, targeting Alexei's soul, weakening it and causing increasing mental confusion. Kill, kill, kill. Continuously hit on the soul level, Alexei became mentally disoriented. Despite having an advantage in cultivation, his attacks were chaotic and haphazard. Seeing this, Jonathan grew confident. He realized the power of the soul-slaying sword technique, capable of overwhelming opponents 2 levels higher, truly a limitless potential sword technique. As the battle intensified, Alexei's continuously damaged soul made him go berserk. Seeing this, Jonathan decided to end it. Suddenly, a cold wind attacked Jonathan's back. "Don't harm my beloved king. Die." It turned out to be the Kara trying to ambush Jonathan. "Himph. I noticed you long ago. I was waiting for you to reveal yourself." Jonathan calmly responded. Having practiced the soul techniques, how could he fail to detect the ghost's approach? He only refrained from exposing her earlier to deal a devastating blow once she came closer. He whispered, "Primordial fire." A fiery sword chi immediately struck towards the ghost's forehead. Bang! A dull sound followed. The Kara's soul was shattered. "Ah!" The Kara screamed in pain. She managed to reassemble her soul and started to flee frantically. "You still think you can escape?" Seeing the Kara attempting to flee, Jonathan was not about to let her go. Chapter 30. The Devouring Tortoiseshell. Jonathan naturally understood the path of letting a tiger return to the mountain. However, that Kara soul had fled extremely fast, and it would be exceedingly difficult for Jonathan to catch up with her based on his current cultivation. Seeing this, Jonathan took out the heaven-derived array disc and immediately reactivated the Four Symbols illusionary formation at the entrance of the crypt. The unsuspecting Kara soul then crashed straight into the illusionary formation. How can this be? What place is this? The ghost tried tirelessly to escape, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Seeing that the Kara was successfully trapped, Jonathan heaved a sigh of relief. He first dispatched the mindless Alexei with a single sword strike. Then, without even stepping out of the illusionary formation, he slew the Kara soul. Having dealt with everything, Jonathan now examined his spoils. The Kara had not left behind anything, but Alexei was a different story. First was that mysterious tortoise shell of his. After picking it up, Jonathan used the system to identify it. To his surprise, it turned out to be an 8th grade secret treasure. Devouring tortoise shell, 8th grade secret treasure. Crafted from the carapace of a devouring tortoise. Possesses the ability to devour chi and command ghost souls. Additionally, due to modifications by a great array master, this tortoise shell bears treasure-seeking array patterns, allowing it to detect treasures within a small radius. ***. Understanding the uses of the devouring tortoiseshell, Jonathan was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect this tortoiseshell to have such capabilities beyond devouring chi and commanding ghost souls. It could even seek treasures. No wonder this brat, Alexei, has had such good luck finding treasures everywhere. It's because of this tortoiseshell. Satisfied, Jonathan tucked away the tortoiseshell and began examining Alexei's storage ring. Upon opening it, he saw piles of spirit stones and dozens of treasures of various grades. A quick glance revealed that most of these treasures were in perfect condition. A truly impressive bounty. Haha, looting really is the best way to get rich. Jonathan laughed as he pocketed the ring. Then, feeling content, he left the crypt. Before leaving, he made sure to bury the entrance once more. After completing all this, he slowly walked back to his residence. On the way, he encountered Hassan again. Seeing Jonathan, Hassan was instantly astonished and asked, "Did nothing happen to you?" Hearing Hassan's strange question, Jonathan was momentarily bewildered. He replied, puzzled, "What do you mean? What could have happened?" Realizing his lapse, Hassan explained slowly, "I'm glad you're safe. For the past few days, you've been missing. I thought you might have succumbed to the chi corrosion outside." "Oh, I see," Jonathan said, suddenly understanding. He continued, "Thank you for your concern, Brother Omar. Nothing happened. I've just been wandering around the tomb complex these past few days." Jonathan gave a casual excuse. Although Hassan didn't quite believe him, he didn't press further. After all, everyone in the divine and demon tomb complex had their secrets. With that, Jonathan bade farewell to Hassan and returned to his residence. It was only then that he realized he hadn't tapped the James's head for several days. He wondered if the James would fly into a rage next time they met, wanting to cook him alive. But now that he possessed the heaven-derived array disk, Jonathan wasn't too worried. At worst, he could activate the four symbols illusionary formation and trap the James inside. Relieved, Jonathan also remembered the golden bone he had obtained by exchanging 15 soul cleansings. Just right. Now that I have the comprehension opportunities, let me see what this golden bone is. Thinking so, Jonathan retrieved the golden bone and used the system to examine it. Supreme Golden Bone. A bone created from the essence of bones concentrated over a lifetime by a grand cultivator focused on body refinement. Contains the method of cultivating a golden body, known as the 9 transformations golden body technique. Asterisk asterisk. Would you like to comprehend it? Holy crap. It really does contain the method to cultivate a golden body. Jonathan exclaimed joyfully. Though he had fantasized about such a possibility, the reality still exceeded his wildest dreams. The golden body cultivation technique was the supreme body refinement method of ancient cultivators, long lost to history. Jonathan had always dreamed of achieving the legendary state of saintly physicality. Now that he could embark on this path of cultivating a golden body, how could he not be delighted? Without delay, Jonathan chose to comprehend the technique. Instantly, his surroundings transformed, and he found himself standing atop a vast and majestic bone mountain. On the mountain stood a glowing figure practicing an unusual cultivation technique. Jonathan knew this was the so-called 9 transformations golden body technique. He immediately started comprehending it earnestly. Time passed, and during the process, Jonathan's body began to cultivate on its own, gradually emitting a golden glow. A long while later, when the system prompt finally sounded, comprehension of the 9 transformations golden body technique complete, Jonathan snapped back to reality, ending the state of simultaneous comprehension and cultivation. He immediately felt his bones grow significantly stronger. Incredible! Jonathan marveled. After practicing for merely a short while, his constitution had greatly improved. Clearly, the ancient body refinement methods were formidable. However, cultivating the 9 transformations golden body technique required certain constraints, namely, large quantities of animal bones and various heavenly materials to assist in the process. In the divine and demon tomb complex where Jonathan was located, there were hardly any such materials, especially suitable ones. As for animal bones, there weren't any in the complex, though there were plenty of human bones. I wonder if human bones can substitute for animal bones? Jonathan pondered. If so, it would significantly accelerate his cultivation of the 9 transformations golden body technique. After all, the divine and demon tomb complex had plenty of top-tier bones, and they were of unquestionable quality. Additionally, with the heaven-derived array disk, Jonathan could freely enter and exit the tomb complex's protective formations, making it easy to steal bones. He planned to use the remains of the elders of Purple Micropalace to cultivate, revenge and cultivation improvement in one fell swoop. Deciding on this plan, Jonathan intended to search for a few sets of human bones tomorrow to experiment with. However, since it was late, and Jonathan had been exhausted for days, he didn't rush to act. Instead, he rested for the night. The next day, upon waking, he set off from his residence straight toward the burial area of Purple Micropalace. However, halfway through, he ran into the James who blocked his path. "You little rascal, you lack integrity. You promised to tap my head 15 times, yet you vanished. I'll boil you alive," the James cursed. But he didn't actually attack Jonathan. Chapter 31. Cultivating the Golden Body. Seeing this, Jonathan very tactfully consoled him. "Jason, I admit this is my fault. I've been preoccupied with some matters these past few days. What if I do this? I'll give you one more head tapping session to make up for it." Jonathan proposed a compensation plan. The James, hearing he could get an extra head tapping, immediately calmed down. "Diego, remember you said you'd give me an extra tapping, so don't you dare go back on your word." Of course, no backing out, you can trust me," Jonathan assured him. Upon hearing this, the James chuckled happily and extended his head. "Hurry up, start tapping my head," the James urged. Jonathan didn't delay further. He began to focus his soul power to purify the James's mind. For consecutive purifications later, Jonathan stopped and dismissed the James. With the matter resolved, Jonathan continued toward the mausoleum area of the Purple Micropalace. He soon arrived at his destination. Since he only needed human bones for cultivation, Jonathan did not choose large tombs to excavate. Larger tombs harbored more dangers after all. Though Jonathan had the heaven-derived array plate, he wasn't invincible. Getting caught in a hidden trap and dying would be a terrible waste. Instead, he opted for smaller, simpler tombs which likely contained fewer traps and minimal grave goods. But since Jonathan was after human bones, the number of grave goods mattered little to him. After a quick search, Jonathan found a suitable target. It was a remote tomb of modest size. On its tombstone, Jonathan read, Purple Micropalace, 128th generation elder, Brock, lived for 266 years, died in battle defending Purple Micropalace. By mortal standards, he had died young. Looking at the tombstone, Jonathan smiled. Killed in action defending Purple Micropalace? Must have been a loyal man. Decided then, let's dig you up. Without hesitation, Jonathan began digging with his shovel. He soon encountered protective array patterns. Pulling out the heaven-derived array plate, Jonathan started identifying the weak points of the patterns. Under the illumination of the heaven-derived array plate, invisible fine lines began to appear before Jonathan's eyes. Gradually, the entire structure of the array became visible. With a full layout of the array in front of him, Jonathan quickly located its weakest point. A simple swipe of the heaven-derived array plate created a breach there. Seeing the protective array opened, Jonathan entered the tomb directly to exhume the remains. After some effort, he found the coffin. Jonathan immediately pried it open. Sure enough, as expected, the elder Brock was very poor. Apart from a broken sword, there were no other grave goods. Purple Micropalace really is stingy. The elder died for the sect, yet they didn't even spare a few more items for the grave. It's a waste of his loyalty, Jonathan sneered. He then retrieved the elder's bones. Without returning to his residence, Jonathan began cultivating the ninefold golden body art, right in the tomb. Grabbing a bone, Jonathan followed the cultivation method outlined in the ninefold golden body art, to absorb its essence. Soon, Jonathan clearly felt the bone's essence flowing into his body, rapidly strengthening his own bones. Human bones actually work. Jonathan exclaimed joyfully. This meant he could cultivate the ninefold golden body art without issue in the divine and demonic cemetery. Bones were abundant here, plenty to use. Excited, Jonathan intensified his absorption of the bone essence, using one after another. Large amounts of essence nourished Jonathan's bones, gradually turning them a light golden color. Simultaneously, Jonathan's cultivation advanced rapidly. In just one day, a significant portion of Jonathan's bones had turned light gold, and his cultivation reached the middle stage of martial artist. Such rapid advancement felt like riding a rocket. With only 3 days, Jonathan could potentially reach the warrior rank. Phew, that's refreshing. Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming in satisfaction. However, such rapid cultivation came at a cost. About half the bones he had taken were already used. He estimated it would sustain him for only about 5 more days. Bones are indeed consumed quickly, but it's not a big problem. I'll find more when needed. Jonathan mused to himself, not worried about the scarcity of bones. After a day of cultivation, Jonathan left the tomb, intending to complete the soul cleansing for the James first. He soon found the James. This time, upon meeting, the James stared strangely at Jonathan, sizing him up. Strange, truly strange. Diego, did you eat some celestial treasure? Why do you suddenly feel much stronger? Jonathan was startled internally. He hadn't anticipated the James's keen perception, detecting his changes immediately. But Jonathan had no intention of admitting it, quickly changing the subject. Jason, do you still want your head tapped or not? Hearing head tapping, the James's attention was diverted. He eagerly stretched out his head, shouting, quickly, quickly, head tapping is most comfortable. Relieved that the James wasn't probing further, Jonathan let out a sigh of relief and remained wary. If the James could notice the change, could others also see it? Concerned, Jonathan decided not to return to his residence for now, continuing to reside and cultivate within the cemetery to avoid suspicion. Having completed the 4 soul cleansings for the James, Jonathan returned to Brock's tomb to continue cultivating the ninefold golden body art. 3 days passed. Jonathan's cultivation finally reached the late stage martial artist. With a bit more effort, he could break through to the warrior rank. Meanwhile, most of his bones had turned light gold, just needing that final push to complete the first transformation. Motivated by this thought, Jonathan intensified his cultivation. His relentless efforts paid off as his body emitted dazzling golden light, resembling a colossal golden Buddha. Breakthrough. Jonathan gritted his teeth, mobilizing all his strength and the creation fire within his chi to break this final bottleneck. Chapter 32. The Demon Cultivation Array. Whoosh. Instantly, golden light exploded. All the bones in Jonathan's body shone together, as if they were perfectly formed by nature. First transformation into golden body. Success. At the same time, just as Jonathan succeeded in establishing his golden body foundation, in a certain place within the divine and fiend mausoleum, the James who was dozing off suddenly felt something. He opened his eyes and looked toward the direction where Jonathan was. You're truly impressive, little Domenico. I indeed haven't misjudged you, the James muttered to himself before falling back asleep. On the other side, upon completing the foundation of his golden body, Jonathan instantly felt an endless power within his body, as if he could easily tear apart space. He gently pinched, effortlessly crushing a low-grade magical treasure. This physical form has already surpassed my previous one, and this cultivation technique is indeed quite excellent. Jonathan took out a 3rd-grade sword and slashed at his arm, immediately creating a deep gash. With my current strength, if I don't rely on any means, I wonder what level of experts I can still defeat. Jonathan discovered that his physical body was almost like a magical treasure itself. Feeling such formidable bodily strength, Jonathan finally understood the might of ancient body cultivators. No wonder so few treasures are left from that era. When your physical body is stronger than magical treasures, who would need those? Jonathan sighed. After familiarizing himself with the surging strength in his body, he began pondering about excavating another tomb. However, while Jonathan was thinking, two unexpected visitors approached the tomb where he was. It turned out to be Adrian and Hassan. The two wandered around the area where Jonathan was for a bit, then stopped to discuss. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? There was a radiant glow near here? Hassan asked. Adrian, hearing the question, hesitated slightly and said, I definitely saw golden light around here. It just disappeared for no reason, which shouldn't have happened. You might have been mistaken. If Alexei were here, the tortoise shell he holds could detect treasures. Yeah, we don't know where Alexei has gone. It's been nearly 10 days since we last saw him. He might be dead somewhere. It's possible. Relying on being Vaughn's man, he strutted around all day, using the treasure-seeking tortoise shell to find treasures for personal gain. He probably ended up dying in some grave. Let him be. It's better if he's dead. But if that treasure-seeking tortoise shell gets lost, it will affect Vaughn's plans. There's nothing we can do about it. Vaughn trusts him, so? Indeed. Hassan and Adrian chatted idly as they slowly moved away. After they had walked far enough, Jonathan emerged from the tomb. What the hell is going on? It sounds like Hassan, Adrian, and Alexei are all part of a group. And Vaughn, why does that name sound so familiar? Jonathan was utterly confused. However, he sharply sensed a brewing conspiracy in the Divine and Fiend Mausoleum. I should investigate this, Vaughn. Also, I wonder how big his influence is, and how many people in the Divine and Fiend Mausoleum are his secret allies. Thinking this, Jonathan left the area, intending to continue excavating bones for cultivation. After all, enhancing his own strength was the best guarantee of safety. Regardless of what plot these people had, as long as his strength was sufficient, there wasn't much to worry about. With this decision made, Jonathan resumed exploring the Divine and Fiend Mausoleum. His principle for choosing tombs was simple, safety first. Soon, Jonathan found another secluded and simple tomb. As before, he dug through the earth, preparing to break the Guardian Array patterns. But this time, he was somewhat surprised. Because beneath the Guardian Array of this tomb, there was actually a demon sealing array. Why is there a demon sealing array? Jonathan wondered. He glanced at the tombstone and saw that the occupant was Nathaniel, the 78th generation elder of Purple Star Palace, who lived to 1,117 years and died of natural causes. Nothing peculiar stood out from this description. But why was there a demon sealing array under the tomb's Guardian Array? Jonathan was baffled. This only deepened the mysterious aura surrounding the Divine and Fiend Mausoleum. Could it be that this tomb houses a demon? Jonathan speculated boldly. Driven by curiosity, he decided to enter this peculiar tomb and find out. He waved over the heavenly derivative array disk, creating an opening in the demon sealing array. Following the opening, Jonathan entered the tomb directly. Inside the tomb, he immediately felt a heavier aura of malice, intermixed with wisps of demonic energy. This isn't right. Something's seriously off. Jonathan shook his head repeatedly. Logically, inside a demon sealing array, there should be no traces of malice or demonic energy. After all, demons are supposed to be completely sealed off. How could they be left with so much malice and demonic energy to recover? This made no sense. In Jonathan's view, this didn't seem like a demon sealing array, but more like a demon cultivation array. This strange thought chilled him to the bone. Instinctively, he drew his soul-slaying sword and brought out the heavenly derivative array disk to prepare for any unusual circumstances. Step by step, Jonathan cautiously approached the coffin. When he clearly saw the coffin, his suspicion was confirmed. Because the coffin was entirely blood-red and covered in various demonic patterns, undoubtedly belonging to a demon. Realizing this, Jonathan immediately set up a 4-symbol illusion array. Additionally, he added one of the recently comprehended 64 heavenly derivative arrays, the 9 Heavens Mystic Lightning Killing Array. Having arranged these 2 arrays, Jonathan felt more secure and slashed his sword directly at the blood-red coffin. Boom! The coffin shattered. A black mist emerged from the coffin, gradually forming a dark, shadowy figure. Who dares disturb my slumber? The shadowy figure spoke while slowly opening its bloodshot eyes. Meanwhile, seeing this shadowy figure, Jonathan was greatly astonished. For this demon was very familiar. It was the heavenly demon he had encountered not long ago in the life and death chessboard. It's actually a heavenly demon. Jonathan exclaimed in shock. Could the scenarios in the life and death chessboard all be real events that once happened? Jonathan struggled to comprehend this. At the same time, the heavenly demon fully regained consciousness. Chapter 33. Annihilation of the Heavenly Demon. Roar. The heavenly demon let out a furious roar towards the sky. Instantly, terrifying demonic energy erupted, causing Jonathan, who was separated by the array formation, to feel an oppressive and suffocating force. Oh no! This aura, it belongs to an 8th rank Martial King level heavenly demon. Jonathan's heart sank. Although the array set up by the Heavenly Evolution Array Disk was formidable, whether or not he could defeat an 8th rank heavenly demon was uncertain. After all, his cultivation was too weak. He was merely a 3rd rank martial general. He had no idea if he could overcome this heavenly demon through the Heavenly Evolution Array. Meanwhile, the 8th rank heavenly demon, upon clearly recognizing its surroundings, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. How is this possible? How can anyone still know how to set up the 4 symbols illusion array? Who are you? Why do you know the 4 symbols illusion array? Upon realizing it was trapped within the 4 symbols illusion array, the 8th rank heavenly demon immediately grew tense, staring intently at the sky inside the array, as if trying to see through it to identify whoever set it up. On the other side, Jonathan was also surprised when he saw that the 8th rank heavenly demon recognized the 4 symbols illusion array. This led him to recall the scenario from the life and death chessboard. It seems this heavenly demon is quite familiar with the 64 heavenly evolution arrays. This isn't good. Jonathan frowned deeply, muttering to himself. Initially, he was already at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. If not for relying on the Heavenly Evolution Array disc, he wouldn't even have the ability to confront this Heavenly Demon. Now, since the Heavenly Demon had knowledge of the Heavenly Evolution Arrays, his disadvantage only grew larger. Deciding to act decisively and take the initiative, Jonathan immediately activated the powerful 9 Heavens Mystic Lightning Killing Array within the 4 Symbols Illusion Array. Immediately, thunder and lightning flashed. Countless bolts of lightning gathered and struck down. Damn it! This is the 9 Heavens Mystic Lightning Killing Array. The 8th rank Heavenly Demon recognized the array Jonathan had set up and began cursing loudly. Human Array Master, you are truly despicable. Have the guts to show yourself and fight me one-on-one. While cursing, the 8th rank Heavenly Demon continued dodging the bolts of lightning while simultaneously gathering demonic energy to strike at the weaker points of the array. Seeing this, Jonathan became anxious. Although the Heavenly Demon wasn't very proficient with array formations, the areas it attacked were indeed weaker parts of the array. If this continued for long, the array might be destroyed. Jonathan quickly took out Spirit Stones and inputted spiritual energy into the Heavenly Evolution Array Disc to repair the array. At the same time, he recalled the more effective arrays from the 64 Heavenly Evolution Arrays that could counteract Heavenly Demons. Got it. I'll use the 7 Extremes Devil Annihilation Array, Jonathan thought. This 7 Extremes Devil Annihilation Array was specifically designed to counter creatures primarily cultivating demonic energy. As long as they were within this array, their demonic energy would be continuously siphoned off until they were completely annihilated. The 8th rank Heavenly Demon, being such a creature, was an ideal target for this array. Thinking this, Jonathan immediately activated his comprehension system to begin comprehending the 7 Extremes Devil Annihilation Array. Adelarm, would you like to comprehend the 7 Extremes Devil Annihilation Array? Yes, Jonathan chose. Subsequently, array patterns started appearing in his mind, and soon he fully comprehended the 7 Extremes Devil Annihilation Array. After successfully comprehending the array, Jonathan waved the Heavenly Evolution Array Disc and began setting up the array. The 7 Extremes Devil Annihilation Array was swiftly completed and activated. In an instant, the skies within the 4 Symbols Illusion Realm darkened, and a grayish mist began to spread. In the areas covered by this mist, the previously omnipresent demonic energy started to dissipate. What is this array? The 8th rank Heavenly Demon began panicking and shouting. Clearly, it did not have comprehensive knowledge of all the Heavenly Evolution Arrays. Relieved, Jonathan increased the intensity of the 7 Extremes Devil Annihilation Array to siphon off the demonic energy more aggressively. Damn it! My demonic energy is dissipating. The 8th rank Heavenly Demon started howling, desperately rushing around inside the array in a panic. These 8th rank Martial King level Heavenly Demons are really tough to deal with, Jonathan said with some frustration. He had initially thought he had the Heavenly Demon under control, but its physical strength was incredibly powerful, nearly collapsing the array several times. Himph, I don't believe I can't wear you down, Jonathan growled. He then took out all the spirit stones he had and continuously input spiritual energy into the Heavenly Evolution Array Disc. Thus, the 3 Heavenly Evolution Arrays were repeatedly repaired just before they collapsed. On the other side, the 8th rank Heavenly Demon within the 3 great arrays grew increasingly weakened, its resistance gradually diminishing. Finally, Jonathan felt relieved. He then sighed over the significant consumption of spirit stones, knowing how scarce they were in this divine tomb complex. Most spirit stones were brought in by prisoners through storage rings. Had he not obtained a large number of spirit stones from Alexei, this war of attrition might have been too much for him. Fortunately, the eventual victor would be him. Seeing the nearly lifeless Heavenly Demon within the array, Jonathan decided to deliver the final blow. Inside the array, countless thunderclouds gathered, followed by thousands of lightning bolts striking down simultaneously. Ah, human, I curse you to be pursued by my Heavenly Demon kin for all eternity. Our Heavenly Demon race will return to this world. The 8th rank Heavenly Demon roared in defiance amidst the countless bolts of lightning before turning into dust and vanishing. With the final defeat of the 8th rank Heavenly Demon, the weight on Jonathan's heart lifted. He deactivated the array and lay on the ground, exhausted. However, the words spoken by the Heavenly Demon before its death continued to echo in his mind. The Heavenly Demon race will return to this world? So, everything that happened in the life and death chessboard was real, and there indeed was a human-demon war in ancient times. Why is there no record of this in later generations? Questions flooded Jonathan's mind one after another. Then he recalled that this tomb belonged to an elder of the Purple Micron Palace, yet a Heavenly Demon appeared here. No matter how he thought about it, this incident was closely related to the Purple Micron Palace. There was a significant possibility that there was a spy from the Heavenly Demon race within the Purple Micron Palace, and this spy held a high status. Chapter 34, the Heaven Patrol Surveillance Array. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to switch the burial grounds and replace the grave of the Purple Micro Palace Elder with a demon cultivation formation. Seems like things are far more complicated. I must speed up my power improvement, Jonathan thought, a sense of urgency rising within him. Facing various conspiracies within the divine and demonic cemetery, only by enhancing his strength could he ensure his own safety. Meanwhile, at the moment when the 8th rank Heavenly Demon perished, inside the Purple Micro Palace, in an opulent hall, a powerful elder suddenly opened his eyes. He then took out a black stone tablet from his person and examined it. What's going on? Why did Demon 19's soul tablet crack? That's strange. At this time, he should still be in deep slumber. How did he die all of a sudden? The elder was visibly startled and uncertain, beginning to speculate wildly. Was it an accident? Or has our clan's plan been discovered? The elder murmured to himself. No, I need to send someone to investigate. Send demons 11, 12, and 13 into the divine and demonic cemetery early. Having made his decision, the elder began performing secret techniques to contact his subordinates. On the other side, after killing the 8th rank heavenly demon, Jonathan left the tomb, erasing all traces of his presence. Next, in order to practice, he needed more high-level martial bones, so the excavation had to continue. However, he dared not dig up another purple micro-palace tomb. He certainly didn't want to encounter another 8th rank heavenly demon. After all, his remaining spirit stones were scarce, and he might not come out of a fight unscathed. So Jonathan quietly left the place, seeking new targets elsewhere. Soon, he found a suitable tomb, seemingly belonging to an elder of the Vajra sect. Unfortunately, the gravestone was heavily weathered, making the inscriptions illegible. Therefore, Jonathan did not know the name of the tomb's owner. With this newly found quality skeleton, Jonathan immersed himself in the cultivation of the 9 Transcendences golden body art. The next day, at the entrance of the divine and demonic cemetery, 3 new faces appeared simultaneously. The gatekeeping disciple asked curiously, "It's rare to see this. Are you together? How did you all get exiled here at the same time?" Upon hearing this, the 3 men did not respond. Instead, the disciple who led them answered preemptively, "They offended Ainsworth Alastair. That's why they were demoted here." "Oh, that makes sense. Offending even a grand elder, simply asking for death," the gatekeeper sneered. Thereafter, he opened the entrance to let them in. Upon entering the cemetery, these 3 did not go to the residential area as most newcomers would. Instead, they headed directly towards the purple micro-palace tomb area deep within the divine and demonic cemetery. "We're here. 19 was sleeping in this tomb," the leader said. "Let's enter and check who killed 19. The 3 men conversed briefly before entering the tomb. Inside, everything was in disarray. The walls riddled with cracks, coffins shattered. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place. However, the leading man frowned upon seeing this scene. "This looks deliberately sabotaged. It's not just the result of ordinary combat." "You're right. If there had been normal fighting, signs of 19th's use of demon aura would remain. There's nothing here. This isn't the original scene. It seems the one who killed 19 doesn't want me to track him down." They discussed but found no clues, naturally due to the destruction caused by Jonathan. Meanwhile, as the trio entered the tomb, Jonathan sensed everything happening far away in another tomb. He had set up a warning array pattern before leaving, intended to identify the purple micro-palace's internal heavenly demon spies. Now, this warning pattern had been triggered, meaning the investigators had entered the tomb. Thinking of this, Jonathan immediately activated one of the 64 heavenly arrays, the Heaven Patrol Surveillance Array, to monitor the area. Outside the tomb stood 3 people dressed in the attire of purple micro-palace disciples, nothing particularly unusual about them. But Jonathan detected something off. These 3 aren't humans but disguised heavenly demons, he concluded, knowing the aura of heavenly demons well. "Looks like there really is an insider in the purple micro-palace," Jonathan murmured to himself. He then moved closer with the Heaven Patrol Surveillance Array, for observation and eavesdropping. 11. Should we contact Crown Vaughn and ask about the situation here and any suspicious individuals? One person suggested. Agreeing, Magic 11 replied, "Alright, I'll contact Crown Vaughn." Elsewhere, while monitoring through the Heaven Patrol Surveillance Array, Jonathan was somewhat surprised. These people had ties to Crown Vaughn. Is Crown Vaughn, a human, actually collaborating with extraterrestrial heavenly demons? Jonathan wondered, continuing his surveillance. Soon, having received the message, Crown Vaughn met the trio of heavenly demons at a designated location. This was the first time Jonathan saw Crown Vaughn, an elegantly dressed Callan whose face looked unusually healthy and rosy in the otherwise desolate cemetery. This alone raised suspicion. Accompanying Crown Vaughn were a Turner and Adrian, a familiar face to Jonathan. The Crown Prince wasted no time questioning the trio. "Why did you enter the divine and demonic cemetery earlier than scheduled? The Eentide happens every 1,000 years. It should still be over a month away. Why come now?" Magic 11 lied. "To familiarize ourselves with the environment early." Changing the subject, he continued, "I heard your cousin disappeared. Didn't the devouring tortoiseshell also go missing?" Mentioning his cousin Alexei, Crown Vaughn felt dejected. "My cousin indeed went missing, and no one knows what happened. And yes, the devouring tortoiseshell is gone. But fortunately, the devouring tortoiseshell isn't crucial. As long as the 9 Nether map remains intact. As long as we have another artifact to handle the Eentide, we can continue searching for the Nether Cavern," Crown Vaughn explained. Meanwhile, Jonathan, monitoring through the Heaven Patrol Surveillance Array, grasped the gist of their conversation. The 3 disguised heavenly demons had not informed Crown Vaughn about the death of the demon. It seemed they were wary and kept the information to themselves. Chapter 35. The Secrets of the Divine and Demonic Tomb. The people with Vaughn might not have known that the 3 individuals before them were transformed from heavenly demons. Nonetheless, both sides still conspired together. Clearly, both parties had a common goal, and this goal centered around the 9 Nether map, mentioned by Vaughn. "Interesting, they're collaborating but also keeping guard against each other," Jonathan muttered. He then continued to monitor the conversation between the 2 groups. Both sides exchanged information and then left their respective ways. Seeing this, Jonathan split his attention, continuing to track both groups separately. The heavenly demon trio began discussing immediately after parting with Vaughn. "Is there something wrong with Vaughn? Could he have betrayed us?" "No," replied Dario, the leader, shaking his head immediately. "I can sense he did not lie. He probably doesn't know our secrets. Someone else must have betrayed us." "Well then, we can only continue searching the living quarters for anyone suspicious who didn't show up yesterday, and investigate them one by one," one of the heavenly demons suggested. Dario nodded in agreement. "This method is feasible, and I believe Sergio would have cast Heavenly Demon Curse right before dying. Once we get close, we can instantly perceive Sergio's killer. Alas, we have no choice." Another member agreed and nodded. The trio of heavenly demons then departed, heading towards the residential area of the divine and demonic tomb. On the other side, Jonathan was alarmed when he learned that the trio could somehow detect him. Did he leave a trace? Heavenly Demon Curse? Recalling the 8th rank Heavenly Demon cursing him before death, Jonathan initially thought it was just a roar of despair and paid little attention. He hadn't realized that the Heavenly Demon Curse could actually mark his identity. Feeling uneasy, Jonathan decided not to return to his residence. Even avoiding it, encountering them elsewhere within the divine and demonic tomb would be troublesome. Additionally, he surmised these 3 hidden heavenly demons were at least 8th rank martial kings. Being targeted by 3 martial kings made anyone uneasy. Checking his body carefully, Jonathan found no signs of anything unusual, which puzzled him. Could the curse mark be on my soul? He wondered. Activating the soul art, he inspected his soul thoroughly. After meticulous examination, he discovered an extremely hidden spot on his spiritual body. Well, it turns out there really is a heavenly demon curse, and it's hidden so deeply. If not for proficiency in soul arts, it would remain undetected, he mused. Gaining insight into the mysterious methods of these extraterrestrial heavenly demons, Jonathan resolved to be more vigilant next time. He then began to remove the curse mark. Channeling all his soul power through the soul art, he gathered it into a beam of white light and slowly cleansed the black spot in a process he called soul purification. After a while, the black spot finally faded and disappeared. Breathing a sigh of relief, Jonathan relaxed. Meanwhile, in the Sky Patrol surveillance array, something happened on Vaughn's side. Observing this, Jonathan focused his attention there. Back at their residence, Vaughn summoned all 8 members of their group. Besides Xiaomiao, Adrian, and Hassan, whom Jonathan knew, he met 5 new faces. There was a turner and an elder dressed in imperial attire, likely serving as Xiaomiao's personal guards. A withered old woman, a muscular bare-chested man, and a masked Callan with a cold demeanor. Jonathan couldn't discern their backgrounds, but sensed they weren't closely related to Vaughn. Gathering everyone in the room, Xiaomiao began speaking. Everyone, you are elites from various sects, unjustly treated or framed, leading to your exile here. Do you wish to spend your entire lives trapped, unable to leave, or take revenge? Hassan responded first, I refuse. I want to escape and make those who framed me pay. Seeing Hassan mention vengeance with clenched fists and gritted teeth, unlike his usual gentle demeanor, Jonathan observed from the Sky Patrol surveillance array, marveling at Omar's complex backstory. Pleased with the support, Vaughn continued, a great opportunity lies before us. Previously, I kept it secret to test everyone. Now that you've passed my test, I will reveal this crucial secret. Have you heard the legends of the divine and demonic tomb buried beneath this vast necropolis? It's not a legend, it's true. Holding up the 9 nether map, he added, this map details the location of the fabled tomb. 1 month from now, during a once-in-a-thousand years Inchi tide, the nether pit will expose itself. By finding it, we can enter the 9 nether realm where the divine and demonic tomb resides, obtaining unimaginable power. Stunned by Xiaomiao's grand plan, not only were the gathered members taken aback, but Jonathan watching via the array was equally astonished. He hadn't expected Xiaomiao's ambition to be so immense, targeting the divine and demonic tomb. Deities and demons were legendary entities who had transcended the 12th rank martial god realm, eternal and immortal. For Xiaomiao to target their tomb seemed wildly audacious and foolhardy, even to Jonathan, who usually considered himself fearless. Chapter 36, Sudden Surge in Cultivation. The reactions of the people in the room were much like Jonathan's. They were all stunned on the spot. Have you gone mad? Are you daring to think about robbing the god demon tomb? Do you want to prolong your own suffering? The bare-chested man was the first to question. Vaughn immediately retorted. Everyone knows the principle that great wealth comes with great risk. Besides, each of you staying in this god demon cemetery, suffering daily from the non-human torture of an energy erosion, can you really live long? Do you not wish to take a chance and obtain treasures from the god demon tomb, break out of this prison, and slaughter all those who locked us in here? At most, it's just a matter of dying sooner or later. What is there to be afraid of? After Vaughn's provocative words, everyone in the room suddenly lost their reservations. It made sense. Trapped in the god demon cemetery, suffering from an energy erosion every day, they wouldn't live much longer anyway. Why fear death? Understanding this, Adrian took the lead, saying, Vaughn speaks the truth. Regardless of whether you're willing to go or not, I, Adrian, will definitely make the attempt. My days are numbered, and I must fight for a glimmer of hope. Right after Adrian finished speaking, Hassan also chimed in, I, Hassan, will also go. This is my only chance to leave the god demon cemetery, and I certainly won't miss it. With Hassan and Adrian echoing their support, the other few people in the room also nodded in agreement. Thus, in just a few sentences, Vaughn had everyone tied to his wagon. Seeing this scenario, Vaughn nodded approvingly and then said, let's begin with my plan then. The Een energy tide 1 month from now will expose the 9 nether pits, but at that time, it will also be when the Een energy in the entire god demon cemetery is the most concentrated. So, everyone must prepare ways to deal with the Een energy erosion. Taiyang stones are necessary, but far from enough. They can barely cope with emergencies and cannot resist the Een energy for long periods. Therefore, we need to find treasures to either defend against Een energy or absorb it. I originally had such a treasure, but unfortunately, a few days ago, my cousin Alexei, who temporarily managed the treasure for me, disappeared without a trace. Most likely he met with an unfortunate fate, so that treasure was also lost. Do any of you have a way to retrieve it, or know of a similar substitute? Vaughn spoke deliberately, seemingly hoping to glean some information about Alexei from the crowd. However, everyone looked bewildered. Suddenly, Hassan spoke up, while I don't have a similar treasure, I may provide some clues about Mr. Alexei. Oh, really? Vaughn asked curiously. Hassan wasn't entirely sure as he continued, these clues might not be useful, but I have a general suspicion. That person is named Jonathan, who also arrived recently, apparently after having his cultivation crippled and being imprisoned here. You all know that I maintain good relations with most newcomers in the God Demon Cemetery, so I often pay attention to their movements. It was also around the same time Alexei went missing. Jonathan vanished too. And like Alexei, Jonathan hasn't returned for several days, which is highly unusual. Outside the residential area of the God Demon Cemetery, energy erosion is more severe. Unless one has a method to resist it, most people wouldn't choose to stay outside. And a few days ago, when I encountered Jonathan, he didn't seem to be affected much by energy, which isn't what someone with crippled cultivation should look like. So, I found him very suspicious, Hassan explained slowly. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who was monitoring through the Heaven Patrol surveillance array, felt startled. He hadn't expected Hassan to be so perceptive. Despite his caution, he was still detected. Simultaneously, Jonathan couldn't help but sigh, realizing that one could never truly know another's intentions. But luckily, Jonathan wasn't in his residence but hiding in a tomb, so he didn't need to worry about retribution. On the other side, upon hearing Hassan's introduction about Jonathan, everyone began discussing. A person whose cultivation has been crippled can barely last a week in this God Demon Cemetery. That Jonathan is indeed suspicious, Vaughn commented. Adrian agreed. I've seen Jonathan a few times, and he did appear suspicious. Maybe he's hiding his cultivation. We should investigate further if we see him again. Why bother investigating? Just grab and interrogate him. He's just a crippled cultivator, the bare-chested man dismissed casually. The others didn't oppose, silently agreeing with this action. So where is Jonathan now? Vaughn suddenly asked. Hassan directly replied, we haven't seen Jonathan in the residential area for several days now. We can wait until he appears before approaching him. Vaughn nodded in agreement, adding, we can capture Jonathan and interrogate him, but we shouldn't expect too much. If he doesn't have the absorbing turtle shell, we'll still need to find other substitutes. Others nodded in agreement. Standing before the Heaven Patrol surveillance array, Jonathan listened to their plans and harbored resentment. Want to catch me? Then don't blame me for being ruthless, Jonathan thought. After seeing the group leave one by one, Jonathan shut off the Heaven Patrol surveillance array and began contemplating his next move. Jonathan was actually quite interested in the legendary God Demon tomb, but his cultivation was still too low. If he intended to secretly follow Vaughn's group to find the God Demon tomb, he needed greater strength. While he had the Heaven-derived formation disc, it wasn't omnipotent and couldn't fully ensure his safety, especially in sudden situations. But there was still a month left. He needs to quickly boost his cultivation, Jonathan thought. Subsequently, discarding distractions, he resumed his cultivation practice. Time passed swiftly. With the support of high-quality bones, Jonathan's progress in the 9-turn golden body technique advanced rapidly. One day, Jonathan's entire skeleton turned golden, just one step away from breaking through to the 2nd-turn golden body realm. For this, he prepared 2 sets of high-quality bones. Jonathan activated the 9-turn golden body technique, and his body gradually emitted a golden glow. Chapter 37. The Xianxia Tide. At the same time, Jonathan could feel his physical strength increasing continuously. He even saw the golden light in his bones spreading to his muscles, gradually nourishing and strengthening them. Meanwhile, boundless vitality was bursting forth from his dantian. Suddenly, the sounds of bang, bang, bang echoed. It sounded like the cracking of blue stone and the clashing of metal, resonating within Jonathan's body. Brilliant golden light began to flow through his entire body, moving like fish and reinforcing his skin. With a loud boom, the golden light erupted completely, making Jonathan shine as if he were a golden statue. And at that moment, the Xianxia inside the tomb was entirely expelled by the golden light. After a while, when the golden light dissipated, Jonathan opened his eyes and stretched his bones with a snap. Second transformation golden body. Accomplished. Feeling the endless strength coursing through him, Jonathan clenched his fists and threw a punch, producing a series of sonic booms. Awesome, Jonathan said with a broad smile. He then began examining his body carefully. His muscles appeared as sturdy as bronze, emitting a metallic sound when lightly tapped. This is the power of achieving sainthood with the golden body. Jonathan sighed. At this moment, he estimated that his mere physical strength could rival that of an average 6th-rank martial lord, despite being only at the peak of 3rd-rank martial general in cultivation. But I can't be too complacent. After all, there are many experts in the demon god tomb, Jonathan muttered to himself. He knew that the 3 people disguised as heavenly demons were all 8th-rank martial kings. Without relying on the heaven-derived array disc, he would surely not be their match. With that thought, Jonathan calmed down and continued his practice. Strike while the iron is hot. I'll aim to break through to 4th-rank martial master today, Jonathan thought. He then started channeling the Tao scripture secret canon. Instantly, a large amount of alchemical fire danced within his dantian. Due to the shortage of spirit stones earlier, his cultivation progress had been slow. However, he recently unearthed a significant amount of spirit stones while digging up corpses, alleviating his immediate need and allowing him to cultivate without restraint. Time passed bit by bit. As Jonathan continuously broke through in cultivation, the group led by Vaughn did not remain idle. In these past half-month, Hassan had been waiting for Jonathan's appearance. After more than half a month of waiting, however, Jonathan still didn't show up. This made the group somewhat impatient, and even start suspecting that Jonathan had died in an accident within the demon god tomb. Since the demon god tomb was full of dangers, it was common for those who entered to die. Therefore, towards the end, almost no one paid attention to Jonathan's movements anymore. Everyone focused on preparing the treasures needed to resist the Xianxia Tide while heading towards the demon god tomb. Another 10 days passed. Jonathan had now broken through to mid-4th rank martial master, and his 2nd transformation golden body reached a minor completion stage. With his current combat prowess alone, he could kill 5th rank martial ancestors, fight 6th rank martial lords to a standstill, and even possibly escape from a 7th rank martial spirit. Additionally, over these days, he had comprehended all the 64 heaven-derived arrays within the heaven-derived array disk and saved over 10 comprehension chances for emergencies. This strength, coupled with the assistance of the heaven-derived array disk, made Jonathan feel confident about facing 8th rank martial kings. Right at this moment, the 1,000-year occurrence of the Xianxia tide in the demon god tomb was about to begin. The already dark sky suddenly turned pitch black, reaching the point where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. The surrounding dense Xianxia began to boil, erupting instantly. The whistling Yin wind sounded like raging river water, echoing throughout the demon god tomb. Everything felt bizarre and evil. Even Jonathan, deep within the tomb, felt bone-chilling cold. This coldness seemed to originate from deep within the soul, eroding it and threatening to take away all life. Seeing this, Jonathan had no choice but to take out the Yin-devouring turtle shell to disperse the surging Xianxia. I never imagined the Xianxia tide would be so terrifying, Jonathan said, feeling lingering fear. Had he not used the Yin-devouring turtle shell, even his second transformation golden body wouldn't have lasted long in such intense Xianxia. This showed how horrifying the Xianxia erosion could be. Meanwhile, those in the living quarters of the demon god tomb were faring worse. Caught off guard by the sudden 100-fold increase in Xianxia, many unprepared individuals were quickly drained of life force and perished. This was truly a once-in-a-thousand-years disaster in the demon god tomb. However, one group fared better, the group led by Vaughn. Knowing the news beforehand, they had prepared plenty of heavenly yang stones and artifacts to counteract Xianxia. They managed to hold on in the Xianxia tide, though barely. Due to losing the Yin-devouring turtle shell, previously, the Yin-repelling artifact obtained by Vaughn wasn't as effective. Thus, they had to allocate more effort to withstand the Xianxia erosion, making their situation very difficult. F***CK. This Xianxia erosion is terrifying. If the Xianxia multiplies like this, wouldn't the deeper areas of the demon god tomb be even more terrifying, becoming true life-prohibiting zones? The bare-chested man voiced his concerns first. Vaughn retorted, that's not necessarily the case. We're currently in an area where the Xianxia tide directly spills out after erupting, hence the changes are more noticeable. But the deeper parts of the demon god tomb originally had dense Xianxia. After a round of eruption, a lot has been dispersed. Therefore, the Xianxia there might actually decrease. So everyone, there's no need to worry too much. Vaughn reassured. Hearing Vaughn's words, everyone relaxed a little. If the deep parts of the demon god tomb also experienced a 100-fold Xianxia surge, finding the 9 Abyss Earth Cave would be impossible. They could die en route due to the Xianxia tide. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jonathan, having adapted to the initial phase of the Xianxia tide, activated the Heaven-Watching Supervision Array, preparing to track Vaughn's group from a distance. Chapter 38, The Ghostly Willow Tree. Vaughn and his group were sheltered under a dark golden ancient umbrella that rotated continuously, emitting a faint, mysterious light to ward off the surging waves of ghostly energy. Under the protection of the dark gold umbrella, the group took turns channeling their spiritual power into it to maintain its operation. After barely resisting the invasion of ghostly tides, Vaughn led the group toward the true depths of the Tomb of Gods and Devils. There, they found 3 figures already waiting, none other than the trio of heavenly demons. The trio was draped in black robes, appearing like invisible spirits in the night. Surprisingly, the surging ghostly tides around them did not harm them in the slightest. It was as if they were enveloped by pure spiritual energy instead. Seeing this, Vaughn hesitated slightly but then stepped forward and said, I apologize for being late. Adapting to the ghostly tides delayed us a bit. The lead black-robed figure waved a hand graciously and replied, It's fine, nothing serious. We still need you, Vaughn, to guide us diligently from here on. Hearing this compliment, Vaughn's mood improved somewhat. He responded, Rest assured. Since we have chosen to cooperate, I will be sincere and wholeheartedly guide the way. However, if we encounter any insurmountable troubles along the way, I would need the 3 of you to lend a hand. Of course, the lead black-robed figure nodded in agreement. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. After all, the duration of the spiritual tide is limited, and missing the opportunity would be regrettable. Agreeing with a nod, Vaughn took out his 9 nether map and began determining their direction amidst the ghostly tides. Soon after finding the correct path, he signaled for everyone to follow him. Thus, the group ventured deeper into the truly desolate and silent parts of the necropolis. Meanwhile, back at the Heaven Patrol Inspection Array, upon seeing Vaughn's group begin their journey, Jonathan quickly followed. However, Jonathan didn't dare get too close, knowing that there were 3 8th-rank heavenly demon-level experts in Vaughn's party. Should he be discovered, it would be disastrous. To avoid detection, Jonathan activated the Divine Concealment Array, which also helped evade harassment from the spirits and ghosts in the ghostly tides. With everything prepared, Jonathan followed the group out of the burial area and into the unknown, desolate depths. Along the way, they frequently encountered wandering spirits and ghostly apparitions, occasionally hearing eerie laughter. Thanks to the protection and concealment provided by the soul-devouring tortoiseshell and the Divine Concealment Array, Jonathan remained undetected. Unfortunately, Vaughn's group wasn't so lucky. They soon ran into a troublesome spirit. Before them stood a monstrous willow tree adorned with countless human heads, its branches twisted with bloodied limbs. Its appearance was terrifying, and its strength formidable. A 7th-rank ghost spirit, comparable in power to the group but exceptionally difficult to handle. I'll take care of this creature, volunteered a bare-chested giant from the group. He left the protection of the ancient umbrella and charged straight at the monster. 9 Tribulations soul-annihilating thunderfire. Strike! He roared, summoning a blinding ball of thunderfire in his palm before hurling it at the monster. A deafening boom echoed as dust and smoke filled the air. Watching this battle unfold from the Heaven Patrol Inspection Array, Jonathan was surprised. I didn't expect this bare-chested giant to be a disciple of the Thunderfire sect, practicing the exclusive 9th-rank secret technique, 9 Tribulations Soul-Annihilating Thunderfire Sutra. It's specifically designed to counter spirits and ghosts, immensely powerful. Jonathan thought to himself, no wonder this man dared to challenge the ghostly monster alone. He was clearly confident. However, reality slapped everyone, including Jonathan. As the smoke cleared, only about 10 branches of the willow tree were severed, and the remaining branches still thrashed wildly. This? Danger! Vaughn reacted first, warning the giant aloud. But it was too late. The angry willow tree struck down several branches, knocking the giant dozens of meters away, bleeding profusely until he fell unconscious. Damn! Vaughn cursed, shouting, "Everyone, attack together and finish this creature." Upon his command, everyone in Vaughn's group joined the fray, while the 3 black-robed figures stood still, seemingly content to watch. Kill! Vaughn shouted, releasing a brilliant sword chi with golden dragons swirling around it. Hassan employed the purple star sword technique, sending out numerous purple sword beams. Adrian wielded a long saber, unleashing powerful blade chi without a hint of his usual weary demeanor. Vaughn's guards and steward also attacked, their moves similarly imbued with golden light, suggesting they practiced similar techniques. The gaunt old woman swung her wooden staff, scattering toxic green fog, indicating her expertise in poisons. Lastly, the Bartolomeo appeared like an assassin, his dagger strikes revealing no discernible technique. Together, the 7 swiftly overwhelmed the ghostly willow tree, ultimately slaying the formidable creature. Witnessing this from the Heaven Patrol inspection array, Jonathan was amazed. I never expected these people to hide their true capabilities so deeply, he mused. Particularly Adrian and Hassan were far more skilled than he imagined. Initially, Jonathan believed that with his near 7th rank martial sovereign strength, he could fight these individuals. Now, however, he realized that without using the heaven-derived array plate, he couldn't defeat any of them. Chapter 39. The Bone Tower Forest. Especially the steward of Vaughn gave Jonathan a faintly terrifying impression. It was very likely that his cultivation and strength had already reached the 8th rank martial king level, but he was still concealing his true power. In this team, there were 7 7th rank spiritual warriors, 1 suspected 8th rank martial king, and 3 8th rank celestial demons who had transformed into humans. This lineup was indeed extraordinarily powerful, even capable of holding its own against an average 9th rank martial emperor. Truly a gathering of hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Jonathan remarked. He then continued observing the group's movements. After slaying the Een-Soul willow tree, Vaughn immediately approached the unconscious bare-chested man. After examining him, he pulled out a pill and inserted it into the man's mouth. Upon consuming the pill, the bare-chested man finally regained consciousness. Understanding the situation, he promptly expressed his gratitude to Vaughn. "Thank you, Vaughn, for saving my life. Your rescue is more than I can repay. Should you need me in the future, I will give my utmost effort." The bare-chested man bowed respectfully and promised. Vaughn grandly accepted the gratitude. After all, the pill he just gave was quite valuable. If he did not earn back some favor, it would be a significant loss. Seeing the bare-chested man completely subdued, he felt satisfied. He then smiled gently and helped the man up, saying, "Brother Adelard, no need for such formality. It's just an ordinary pill. Don't worry about it." Vaughn brushed off the matter easily before returning to the group and looking at the 3 robed figures who had remained inactive. "All of you, did you rest well?" Vaughn asked, somewhat displeased. Hearing this, the leading robed figure understood that Vaughn was questioning their lack of action. Immediately, he laughed apologetically and said, "There's no need for you to be angry, Prince. I saw that your strength was sufficient to deal with that ghost willow, so I held back. If there's another time when we encounter an 8th rank ghost, we 3 will certainly intervene," he assured. Upon hearing this assurance, Vaughn's anger subsided somewhat. He concluded with a warning, "Do not let it happen again," before brushing the matter aside. Thus, after encountering some setbacks, Vaughn's group continued on their journey. Jonathan, who was far behind, naturally followed closely. The path ahead became increasingly dangerous. Despite the group's high vigilance, several members were injured. However, thanks to the presence of the 3 8th rank martial kings in black robes, they managed to pass through safely without further casualties for a while. As they delved deeper into the desolate land, the Een energy grew denser, although somewhat diluted by the Een tide. Nonetheless, it was still challenging for the group to endure. They had to pair up and channel more spiritual energy into the dark umbrella to combat the thickening Een energy. Conversely, the 3 robed figures appeared at ease in the Een-filled environment, not showing any strain. This gradually aroused suspicion among Vaughn's group, but none dared voice their doubts openly, given these 3 were 8th rank martial kings whose strength they depended on. A falling out could prove costly. Therefore, everyone kept their suspicions to themselves, including Vaughn. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who had been following the group, felt immense pressure from the dense, water-like Een energy continually assaulting the protection of the Een devouring turtle shell. He too had to increase the supply of spirit energy. The danger didn't stop there. Perhaps due to the unique conditions of the Een tide or the heightened sensitivity of the local Een souls, the ghost detected anomalies multiple times near Jonathan's location within the divine concealment formation. Had he not escaped preemptively each time, he might have been discovered. Fortunately, he avoided detection. Jonathan persevered in tracking them for 3 days amidst the Een tide. On that day, news finally came from Vaughn's group. Inside the Sky Patrol inspection array, Vaughn took out the 9 nether map and carefully examined it. Then, excitedly, he declared, "The 9 nether pit is not far. It should be nearby. Everyone, stay alert." Hearing Vaughn's words, everyone's spirits lifted. "Finally, we can leave this cursed place. If I stayed here any longer, I might really die here," the bare-chested man grumbled first. In just 3 days, the originally robust man had noticeably thinned, almost becoming a skinny man. Others weren't much better, all appearing gaunt, clearly affected by Een energy during battles with Een souls. Vaughn dampened their enthusiasm, saying, "Don't celebrate too early. The 9 nether pit may not be safe. It could be even more perilous than now." Everyone fell silent. Just 3 days in the Een tide had pushed them close to their limits. If the 9 nether pit posed greater dangers, they didn't know how they would survive. possibly ending in total annihilation. Thoughts of the uncertain future clouded their minds, but being risk-takers who had long accepted the possibility of death, they quickly shook off their gloom. They rallied their spirits and began moving towards the direction marked on the 9 Nether map. However, they soon realized something was amiss. Before them suddenly emerged numerous bone towers, radiating eerie, malevolent energy, stretching endlessly as far as the eye could see. Seeing this, Vaughn instantly became vigilant, saying, "Be careful, something strange lies ahead." No need for his reminder. Everyone was already on high alert. Even the 3 8th-rank martial kings in black robes were highly prepared. The destination indicated by the 9 Nether map lies deep within this bone tower forest. "It seems we must enter," Vaughn reluctantly stated after studying the map. Hearing this, everyone steeled themselves and cautiously entered the bone tower forest. "Damn, this place looks wicked. Where did all these bone towers come from? How many bones does it take to build this many?" the bare-chested man complained. Chapter 40, Ghost Emperor Skeleton. Upon hearing this, Vaughn continued, "This place was called the Divine and Fiendish Plains in the Age of Antiquity. Later, during ancient times, a great battle occurred between deities and fiends, after which it was renamed the Ancient Battlefield of Deities and Fiends. Eventually, for certain special reasons, the peripheral areas of the ancient battlefield were transformed into the Divine Fiend Necropolis. So, I reckon we are currently within the ancient battlefield of deities and fiends. It's not strange to find so many bones here," he concluded. After listening to Vaughn's explanation, everyone instantly understood. The bare-chested man also commended, "Vaughn lives up to your royal status. You truly have vast knowledge." Embarrassed by the praise, Vaughn replied, Actually, these details are written in the 9 Nether map." "Alright then." As they chatted leisurely, they gradually ventured deeper into the bone tower forest. Suddenly, rumble. A fierce rumbling sound erupted. The entire ground began to shake violently as if something was about to break through from beneath. "Everyone be on your guard. A monster is appearing," Vaughn shouted. Instantly, everyone formed a circle, focusing intently on their surroundings. Roar. An ancient, continuous growl echoed. Next, a gigantic skeleton, towering over 10,000 feet, emerged from underground. Witnessing this terrifying sight, Vaughn immediately screamed, "Run!" Then without turning back, he rushed out of the bone forest. Seeing this, the others also fled for their lives. Even the 3 8th-rank cloaked martial kings were no exception. "Damn it! How can such a terrifying monster exist here? It must definitely surpass the ghost sovereign level. It might even be a 10th-rank ghost emperor," the lead-cloaked figure exclaimed. If it were just a ghost sovereign, the 3 of them could barely manage to resist. But if it were a ghost emperor, there was no chance of survival for any of them, no matter how hard they fought. So, the only option before them was to flee. Fortunately, the skeleton, suspected to be a ghost emperor, had just awoken and lacked clear consciousness. Seeing everyone run away, it made no move to chase. On the other side, having just entered the bone tower forest, Jonathan witnessed this horrifying scene through the Heaven Patrol surveillance array. He was utterly terrified. Without delay, he fled towards the edge of the bone forest. Fortunately, he hadn't ventured deep, so he managed to escape quickly. Afterwards, he gazed at the depths of the bone forest with lingering fear. Regarding Vaughn's group, although they hadn't escaped the bone forest yet, they were relatively safe since the ghost emperor didn't pursue them. After running for a while, once everyone withdrew from the bone tower forest, Vaughn's group regathered and started discussing their next plan. "What do we do now? That skeleton is too terrifying. We can't fight it," the bare-chested man said, still trembling with fear. Everyone nodded in agreement, clearly supporting his view. At this point, Adrian suddenly asked the group, "Vaughn, where exactly is the 9 Nether pit located? Can we bypass that terrifying skeleton and enter the pit?" Upon hearing Adrian's question, everyone's eyes lit up and turned to look at Vaughn. Realizing all eyes were on him, Vaughn wisely took out the 9 Nether map and examined it. However, upon inspecting it, his frown deepened. He then spread the map out for everyone to see. "Look, according to the 9 Nether map, the 9 Nether pit is here, and the giant skeleton is here. The two locations are less than a mile apart. To enter the pit undetected is virtually impossible," Vaughn explained earnestly. Upon this analysis, everyone grew gloomy once again. "So what do we do? Give up?" the bare-chested man suggested. Clyde clenched his fists and whispered, "I can't go back. I'd rather die." Everyone felt the same way. They had endured countless difficulties to reach this place. They couldn't simply turn back now. No one wanted to leave like this. Just when everyone seemed stumped, a usually quiet and cold-faced Bartolomeo in the group proposed, "Maybe we can lure the giant skeleton away and then sneak into the pit?" Hearing this suggestion, everyone perked up, feeling hopeful again. This is indeed a good idea. But who will volunteer to lure the giant skeleton away? Vaughn pointed out the key issue. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, exchanging glances. Everyone knew that whoever volunteered would most likely die, and everyone had reasons why they needed to survive. Revenge, ambition? No one wanted to be a sacrifice for others' benefit. The scene fell silent once more. Seeing this, Vaughn stayed quiet too. After some time, when no one stepped forward, a quiet servant who had been following Vaughn spoke up, "Let me go, your highness. I am your sworn retainer. I'm willing to live or die for you." Upon hearing the servant's words, everyone felt somewhat ashamed. Vaughn first moved, then hesitated. This devoted servant had protected him from childhood and never left his side, even after being exiled due to his failure in succession battles within the empire. He trusted this servant implicitly. How could he bear to lose someone so loyal? Thus, even though the servant offered, Vaughn hesitated. The scene grew awkward once more. Seeing this, the bare-chested man, named Hall, couldn't stand it anymore and stood up boldly. "Forget it. Let me go lure the monster. I owe Vaughn my life. Consider this repayment. If you ever get out of here, remember to go to the Thunderfire sect and kill Nicholas and Corina for me. If those two can accompany me to the underworld, I will die content. Paul declared his final wishes boldly. Chapter 41. The Uncovered Henrik. After hearing this, everyone solemnly agreed. Brother Einar, rest assured, I, Paul Zilliong, swear that if I can survive and get out of here, I will definitely help you kill Nicholas and Corina. Adrian stepped forward first to make his solemn vow. Following closely, Hassan swore as well. I, Hassan, also swear that if I can live through this, I will definitely help Brother Einar eliminate Nicholas and Corina. With Hassan's oath, the others quickly followed suit, each swearing their own assurances. Lars declared more boldly, if I can regain the throne of the Nine States Empire, I will mobilize all Imperial forces to exterminate anyone who has any connection with Nicholas and Corina. Having heard everyone's pledges and oaths, Einar felt somewhat relieved. He was just about to start preparing for the luring monster operation when the previously silent trio in black robes suddenly interrupted. Forget it. There's no need for you to lure the monster. Leave the luring to my third brother, the leader of the black robe group said. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at them in surprise, as if they couldn't believe their ears. Seeing everyone's gaze, the leader of the black robe group explained, have you not considered that the giant skeleton is a 10th rank ghost emperor level existence? Sending just a 7th rank willing to lure it would likely result in being crushed by its feet before the monster even gets drawn out. How could we mislead or draw the snake out of its cave? The leader spoke disdainfully. Einar immediately flew into a rage upon hearing these words. Are you underestimating me? He demanded. The black-robed man didn't spare him any face either, directly nodding and saying, yes. He then abruptly unleashed the full might of an 8th rank Piquawang, forcing Einar back several steps. You. Einar's face flushed red with anger as he glared at the black-robed man, but dared not say anything further. Seeing Einar calm down, the black-robed man continued, of course, having my third brother do the luring isn't a certain death scenario. He excels in escape and self-preservation techniques. While it may not be 100% guaranteed, he has at least a 60 to 70% chance of success. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. Then, Lars clasped his hands and said, then we will have to trouble your third brother. Hearing Lars's words, the black-robed leader, who had been severe moments ago, instantly became courteous. Naturally, the sudden change in attitude from how he treated Einar seemed almost like day and night. However, nobody gave it much thought, assuming it was simply respect for Lars. Just as everyone was about to discuss the specific, luring plan, another twist occurred. The leader of the black-robed group, who had been courteous just a moment ago, suddenly turned stern. Everyone, before we discuss the specific luring plan, why don't we take care of a rat that has been following us? Upon hearing this, Lars and the others all looked puzzled. At the same time, Jonathan, monitoring everything on the other side of the patrolling heaven surveillance array, was startled into a cold sweat. Oh no, have I been discovered? Without a second thought, Jonathan immediately started to retreat. But things did not go as Jonathan had imagined. The leader of the black-robed group suddenly struck toward a particular direction after speaking. A loud boom erupted. Intense collision and dust filled the air. Out of the smoke emerged a figure of an elderly man. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't think you'd discover me, the old man said. As the dust settled, everyone finally saw the old man's face clearly. Immediately, they all exclaimed in surprise. The Henrik. You're the Henrik. Several people spoke simultaneously, obviously recognizing this famous figure of the god-demon cemetery. Haha, didn't expect my reputation precedes me. The Henrik stroked his beard and laughed loudly, completely unfazed. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who was still escaping, also exclaimed upon seeing the Henrik appear. He then stopped and began watching the events unfold inside the patrolling heaven surveillance array. Jonathan was very familiar with the Henrik. In his recollection, the Henrik possessed at least 8th rank peak Wuwang strength, possibly even a 9th rank Wuwang. Thus, Jonathan held great caution towards him and hadn't sought him out again after undergoing the soul cleansing multiple times. Never did he expect the Henrik to appear here now. Clearly, this Henrik had many secrets he kept hidden. On the other side, the uncovered Henrik wasn't upset but remained calm and composed, chatting amiably with Lars and the others. There was no trace of any craziness or foolishness. Haha, since we are all acquainted, why must we fight? Why don't I join you? After all, more strength means more security. The Henrik tried to persuade them with ease. However, Lars and the others were not so easily convinced. Lars looked at the Henrik coldly and asked first, when did you start following me? What's your purpose? The Henrik continued to evade the question. Haha, if I say it was purely coincidental that I encountered you all and just wanted to wander around, would you believe me? What do you think? Lars's expression grew darker. Anyone would be displeased right now. They had gone through countless hardships to reach this place, searching for the legendary tomb of gods and demons, only to have someone follow them like a mantis stalking a cicada, ready to reap the rewards without effort. How could that not enrage anyone? It seems you won't confess. There's nothing more to talk about then. Lars issued his ultimatum. He then subtly signaled everyone to prepare for a simultaneous attack. Seeing this, the Henrik shook his head regretfully. I've already been quite honest. Why won't you believe me? Before Lars or anyone else could react, the Henrik turned and fled at breakneck speed, astounding everyone. His speed revealed his immense strength. Chuckles, thinking of running? The leader of the black-robed group, who was the first to notice the Henrik's tracking, sneered and swiftly gave chase. His two companions immediately followed. So, the Henrik fled while the three black-robed figures chased after him, playing a game of cat and mouse amidst the tide of Yin-Chi. On the other side, Lars and the others, having witnessed the four men's incredible speed, abandoned any thoughts of pursuit. After all, chasing was futile since they could not catch up. Chapter 42. The Derek defeated and fleeing. The James was routed. Note: For a more contextually accurate and detailed translation, additional surrounding text would be beneficial. This is a brief translation based on the provided snippet. Chapter 42. The Derek retreats. On the other side, the Derek's speed while fleeing amidst the Xianxia tide was still slower than the three robed figures. After holding on for a while, he was finally halted by a powerful strike. Boom! A palm clash sent dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Then, the three robed figures approached in a triangular formation, encircling the Derek. I advise you to stop struggling and surrender peacefully, the lead robed figure said. The Derek shook his head with a sigh. It seems that a battle today is inevitable. With this, the four stopped exchanging words. They plunged straight into fierce combat. Boom! 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 The entire earth trembled violently, ear-splittingly loud as if heaven and earth were collapsing. And the terrifying shockwaves from the battle surged outward with destructive force. Everything in their path. Rocks shattered, winds swept, everything in disarray. Inside the Heaven Patrol surveillance array, Jonathan, who had witnessed the battle firsthand, couldn't help but be amazed. An 8th rank peak Martial King truly is fearsome like this. The Derek can actually hold his own against 3 fellow 8th rank Martial Kings without falling behind. It's astonishing. Could this Derek be a 9th rank Martial Emperor? Jonathan guessed. But it doesn't seem quite right. Jonathan thought. He had seen Martial Emperors before. Their power could move mountains and seas, destroy heavens and earth with a mere gesture. Not something an 8th rank Martial King could contend with. Clearly, compared to a Martial Emperor, the Derek was still lacking. He might just be a top-tier 8th rank Martial King, Jonathan mused, not entirely clear about the Derek's true strength. On the other side, the battle intensified even more. Though initially everyone fought evenly, with no one having the upper hand, as time passed, the Derek gradually began to fall behind. After fighting for a while, he paused to cough a few times, his face growing increasingly pale. Indeed, battling in the Xianxia tide was extremely dangerous. One had to constantly resist the Xianxia's intrusion, while also dealing with opponents. Short-term endurance might be possible, but prolonged exertion inevitably led to fatigue and eventual collapse. Meanwhile, the trio of robed figures were unaffected by the Xianxia and grew even stronger as the fight went on. Boom! Another earth-shattering explosion. The Derek was directly hit back several meters, barely able to regain his footing. Suddenly, a shadow emerged from his form and struck him hard on the back with a powerful palm. Instantly, the Derek spat out blood and flew backward. Who are you all really? The Derek asked in horror. The trio of robed figures did not intend to exchange pleasantries. They pressed their advantage, sarcastically saying, a dead man doesn't need to know so much. Haha, truly a tiger brought low by hounds. If I still had my powers from back then, cough cough. The Derek laughed bitterly, coughing up blood as he spoke. Oh well. Today, I'll pay the price and see what kind of fiends you three are. Finishing, the Derek suddenly took out a pill and swallowed it. Immediately, his whole body turned red, his blood surging. Powerful energy erupted continuously from within him. Die! Facing the incoming robed figure, the enhanced Derek let out a roar. He fiercely struck with a palm, smashing it into the chest of the robed figure. Boom! A deafening explosion. The robed figure was torn apart instantly. From the shattered corpse, a black mist slowly condensed into a terrifying demonic shadow. Roar! You deserve death. You destroyed my body. I will tear you to pieces. A vicious howl echoed from the demonic shadow. Seeing this shadow, the Derek was taken aback. After a moment of contemplation, he exclaimed in disbelief. You are a legendary ancient celestial demon? Hmph. You guessed correctly. So what? You will still die. Upon being forced out of its disguise, the celestial demon didn't bother pretending anymore. It admitted openly. Realizing this, the Derek suddenly understood. No wonder you weren't affected by the Xianxia here. You're celestial demons. Having gone through such efforts to plan and infiltrate disguised as humans, you must have some grand conspiracy, right? The Derek probed cautiously. But the celestial demon didn't fall for it. Instead, it mocked him. So what if there's a conspiracy? A dead man like you needs to know so much? With that, the demonic shadow sped forward at an astonishing speed. Obviously, freed from the restraints of its physical form, the celestial demon unleashed its full strength. On the other side, relying on the pill to sustain himself, the Derek turned grim upon seeing the celestial demon's full power. He was already injured. Although the pill suppressed his injuries, it wasn't a long-term solution. Once the pill's effects wore off, he would suffer severe side effects immediately. Then, he'd become a lamb on the chopping block. Thinking about this, the Derek muttered to himself, no, I must find a way to escape. Deciding in his heart. The Derek no longer fought with full force, but instead sought opportunities to flee. Xiantian forging fire divine technique. The Derek roared. Subsequently, he transformed into a colossal flame giant wielding a massive hammer. One strike from the hammer. Instantly, heavens cracked and earth split, flames scattering wildly. Amidst the massive explosion, dust soared into the sky. When the dust settled, there was no sign of the Derek. Only 3 battered and disgruntled robed celestial demons remained. Arg! Damn it! He actually got away. The celestial demon whose body was destroyed howled in anger towards the sky. The 2 companions with intact bodies consoled him. 13. Calm down. Focus on the bigger picture. That Derek won't live long. Forcing his strength to match a martial emperor's attack surely comes with severe consequences. Plus, he's already injured. Surviving in this Xianxia tide is questionable. There's no need to worry about him. All we need to do is complete the mission given by His Majesty, Demon Emperor. Other matters are unnecessary. For the return of the celestial demon clan to this world, any sacrifice is worthwhile, said Jarrett. Hearing this, Egon calmed down, replying slowly, "You're right, Captain. The greater cause of the Celestial Demon Clan is paramount. I lost control earlier." "It's fine." Jared waved it off. Then he began to consider the next steps. Chapter 43. Lure away the Ghost Emperor Skeleton. After a long pause, Bryce finally spoke slowly. "Now that your physical body has been destroyed, Xianxia, you should not reunite with Vaughn's group. At that time, you will directly follow the previously planned strategy to lure the giant skeleton away. Leave the rest to me and Bede." "Understood, Captain." Brinley nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Bryce fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking again. "Xianxia, are you confident? I mean, after luring the giant skeleton away, can you escape unharmed?" Upon hearing Bryce's words, Brinley was taken aback for a while before hesitantly replying, "The strength and abilities of the giant skeleton are unclear. I can only guarantee that I can lure it away. As for surviving against it, I cannot be certain. It will depend on luck." Listening to these words, Bryce nodded. "All right, if you can somehow survive, stay here and await our arrival. Also, make sure no outsiders enter the 9 Abyss Caverns." With that, Bryce and Bede parted ways with Brinley. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who had witnessed everything through the Heaven Patrol inspection array, was shocked by the Derrick's prowess. He suddenly became curious about the mission mentioned by Bryce. Was it to bring the heavenly demons back into this world? But what did that have to do with the God Demon Tomb? And why did these 3 heavenly demons choose to join forces with Vaughn's group? What were their true intentions? Jonathan felt he was uncovering some secrets, but was still far from understanding everything. It all remained enigmatic. Forget it. No point in overthinking, he thought. Just keep following these heavenly demons. Their secrets will eventually come to light. At this moment, he remembered the Derrick and hurriedly searched for him using the Heaven Patrol inspection array. However, he couldn't find him anywhere. Because of the terrifying and shocking move the Derrick unleashed during the final moments of the battle, Jonathan had been momentarily stunned and missed capturing his escape. Thus, he lost track of him. "Well, actually lost him," Jonathan said, somewhat vexed. He was extremely curious about the Derrick, feeling that his plans could not be any smaller than those of the 3 heavenly demons. After all, acting insane for so long within the God Demon necropolis and fully understanding the secrets of the 9 Abyss map and the God Demon tomb. If someone like that didn't have grand ambitions, Jonathan wouldn't believe it. Having lost the Derrick's trail, Jonathan couldn't continue monitoring or investigating him. However, he believed the Derrick wouldn't die easily and would surely reappear, trying to reach the 9 Abyss Caverns again. Once matters settled down, Bryce and Bede reunited with Vaughn's group. As soon as they met, Vaughn anxiously asked, "What happened to the Derrick? Is he alive or dead?" Bryce feigned regret. "We severely injured him but failed to capture him. We've let you down, Your Highness." Hearing that Bryce and his team hadn't captured the Derrick, Vaughn and his companions were astonished. Paul remarked, "Is that Derrick so strong? Could he be a martial emperor?" Everyone looked at Bryce again. Seeing this, he had no choice but to explain, "Not a martial emperor, but the Derrick possesses some taboo powers. In our moment of carelessness, he slipped away. But don't worry, Vaughn. We've already severely wounded him. The Derrick won't have another chance to interfere with us." After listening to Bryce's explanation, Vaughn felt somewhat relieved. Continuing, he added, "Though the Derrick was driven away, we shouldn't relax. To avoid unforeseen complications, let's start the bait and lure plan. By the way, where is the 3rd member of your group?" Vaughn, realizing one person was missing from the trio in black robes, immediately inquired. Bryce explained again, "Don't worry, Vaughn. My younger brother has already entered the Bone Tower Forest to prepare for the baiting. We just need to get ready and circle around to the other direction. Then we can enter the 9 Abyss Caverns at the right moment." Vaughn, though still puzzled, wisely stopped asking further questions. After making the plan, Vaughn and his group cautiously moved toward the opposite side of the Bone Tower Forest. Simultaneously, in the Heaven Patrol inspection array, having understood Vaughn's specific plan, Jonathan quietly followed them. He didn't dare follow too closely, afraid of suffering the same fate as the Derrick. After tracking for a while, when Jonathan re-entered the Bone Tower Forest, he could still feel the overwhelming aura left behind by the Ghost Emperor skeleton. Seeing this, he fully activated the God Concealment Array, hiding himself as much as possible in the tidal wave of yin energy. Soon, Vaughn's group reached the designated waiting spot and paused, waiting quietly. Jonathan found another location near the 9 Abyss Caverns and began patiently waiting. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, rumble. The distant earth started shaking violently. Following this, they saw the towering 10,000-foot-tall giant skeleton again. Roar. Howl. An ancient, furious roar. This time, the Ghost Emperor skeleton, awakened and disturbed again, began retaliating mercilessly. Boom. Boom. The ground continuously trembled, as if the heavens were collapsing and the world was ending. Seeing this terrifying scene, Jonathan became worried about the heavenly demon named Brinley, fearing he might be killed instantly by the giant skeleton without a chance to lure it away. Similarly, Vaughn and his companions shared the same concern, fearing the bait would die, causing the plan to fail. Thus, everyone nervously observed the situation in the distance. On the other side, Brinley, upon successfully awakening the giant skeleton, immediately turned and fled for his life. The giant skeleton, unlike before, did not hesitate but took steps to chase him. Each step caused the earth to shake violently. Fortunately, Brinley's fleeing speed was impressive, especially after losing his physical form and becoming completely mist-like. His flying speed was astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. The giant skeleton relentlessly pursued, gradually moving farther away from the 9 Abyss Caverns. Chapter 44. The Bizarre Netherworld. On the other side, Vaughn and his companions grew excited once they noticed the giant skeleton being gradually lured away. They then cautiously approached the nether pit at a quick pace. Soon, Vaughn and the others saw a huge dark pit in the distance. Is that the nether pit? Walt exclaimed. Vaughn immediately replied, "It must be. Let's hurry. We don't want to wait until the giant skeleton returns." Agreed. Everyone agreed. They no longer hid and started sprinting towards the dark pit at full speed. Elsewhere, the giant skeleton, suddenly sensing a large number of unfamiliar presences, immediately reacted. It roared and rushed madly back towards the nether pit. "Oh no, the giant skeleton has discovered us. Hurry up," Vaughn shouted anxiously. Upon hearing this, everyone exerted all their strength, charging madly towards the nether pit. On the other side, seeing this scene, Jonathan also abandoned any attempt to hide. He immediately sprinted with all his might towards the nether pit. However, Jonathan's true strength was only so much. No matter how fast he ran, he still lagged behind the others. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of the giant skeleton's footsteps grew closer. The ground began shaking violently, and terrifying pressure descended rapidly. Damn it! Run faster! Run even faster! Jonathan gritted his teeth and roared. At this moment, he wished he had more legs to run faster. Boom! The giant skeleton finally returned to the vicinity of the nether pit. Vaughn and his group had already jumped into the dark pit first. Only Jonathan remained outside, running with all his might. The giant skeleton naturally spotted Jonathan and immediately grabbed at him with one massive palm. Damn it! Jonathan screamed in desperation as he watched the gigantic hand descending from above, feeling utterly hopeless. But just then, a melodious system prompt sounded in Jonathan's ear. System detected a life-threatening situation. Would you like to forcibly activate potential? After activation, the host will burst with dozens of times their current strength. However, afterward, your realm will drop by a major rank. Yes, yes. Activate. Jonathan immediately yelled, not caring about the consequences. What's the point if he doesn't even have his life? With Jonathan's choice, he instantly burst forth with dozens of times his normal speed, reaching the top of the nether pit almost in the blink of an eye. Then he leaped down. While falling, Jonathan seemed to glimpse another familiar figure descending into the pit. Undoubtedly, it was the old lunatic. Darkness enveloped everything. Jonathan continued plummeting deeper into the pit, and the light around him vanished entirely. Soon, it became pitch black. He kept falling in the darkness. Who knows how long it lasted? When he regained consciousness again, he found himself lying on a massive black tree branch. Sigh. Jonathan moved his body, inhaling sharply due to the pain. His body was covered in injuries, dozens of bones broken, and worse, his dantian was in chaos with large amounts of true chi leaking out. This made Jonathan feel somewhat panicked. What happened? Then he recalled the aftereffects the system mentioned when he forced his potential activation. A drop by a major rank, huh? Jonathan muttered to himself. His face fell in despair. He had worked so hard to reach the 4th rank martial artist, and now he had to drop back to 3rd rank martial general. This made him very frustrated. But at least, he was alive. Thinking about this, Jonathan felt slightly relieved. After the dissipation of his true chi reduced him to 3rd rank martial general, he began cultivating the 9-turn golden body technique to treat his wounds. Indeed, as the supreme body refining technique, the 9-turn golden body technique has healing effects. As he cultivated, Jonathan's body emitted a faint golden glow, and his horrific injuries began to heal rapidly. While treating his wounds, Jonathan finally had time to observe his surroundings. All around was a gloomy forest, most plants grayish-black, looking extremely strange. Above his head hung 2 moons simultaneously, a dark red blood moon and a gray-white moon. Strange. This is really strange. Shouldn't I be below the nether pit? Why are there still skies and moons here? Jonathan couldn't quite understand. Moreover, he had completely lost track of Vaughn and the others, unable to gain important information from the nether map in his possession. Everything had to be explored by himself. Just as Jonathan was thinking, suddenly, rustling noises began coming from deep within the dark forest. Jonathan immediately grew wary. He pulled out the divine array disc and cast the divine concealment array to hide his presence on the tree branch. As Jonathan disappeared, the creature causing the commotion finally revealed itself. It was a huge, dark-colored lizard. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The giant lizard constantly flicked its tongue to sense its surroundings but found nothing, which confused it. After hesitating for some time, it turned and left. Seeing the giant lizard depart, Jonathan, hidden in the divine concealment array, finally relaxed. Judging by its appearance alone, Jonathan couldn't gauge the lizard's strength accurately, but even at its weakest, it wouldn't be less than a 3rd-rank monster. Given Jonathan's current state, it was best to avoid confrontation. Firstly, his injuries hadn't fully healed yet. Secondly, making loud noises in this unfamiliar environment was unwise. If it attracted even more powerful creatures, it would be disastrous. Thus, it was better to avoid them. He would make a decision once he truly understood the situation here. So, Jonathan quietly rested and recovered in the divine concealment array. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the dark forest, an intense battle was taking place. Walt, who had separated from Vaughn and the others, was fighting a huge black-armored scythe mantis and found himself in grave danger. The black-armored scythe mantis didn't exude any aura or release true chi. It relied solely on physical strength and speed, both of which were incredibly terrifying. Walt's 9 Tribulation Soul extinguishing lightning fire, when fully unleashed against the black-armored scythe mantis, had no effect whatsoever, as if immune to Walt's true chi. This rendered the battle unsustainable. After some struggle, Walt began retreating while fighting, planning to find an opportunity to escape. Such scenarios continued to unfold across the vast dark forest. Chapter 45. The Mysterious Nether Crystal. Elsewhere, under the full treatment of the 9 Transcendence's golden body art, Jonathan's injuries were finally mostly healed. It was only then that Jonathan began to seriously examine the condition of his dantian's chi-si. He saw that the originally lake-sized chi-si had shrunk down to the size of a small puddle after his rank drop. Moreover, the spiritual energy within it was still slowly dissipating. If this continued, Jonathan would soon fall back to the second-rank warrior level. This greatly troubled him. However, he quickly noticed something abnormal about his Dantian. According to the system, forcibly activating potential should have caused him to drop by 1 rank. But from the current situation, Jonathan was almost falling 2 ranks. This was quite strange. Could it be due to the environment? Jonathan guessed. He carefully sensed the concentration of spiritual energy in this underworld realm. Soon, he discovered that there was not a trace of spiritual energy or energy in this space, as if it were completely empty. This is odd, Jonathan scratched his head. He had only felt such a situation in the spirit ceiling formation before. If that was the case, wouldn't he not be able to use spiritual power for long periods of time? Jonathan felt somewhat panicky. After all, his biggest reliance at present was the heaven-derived array plate. Without being able to use spiritual power for long periods, setting up any formations would be difficult since they would need to rely entirely on absorbing spirit stones. Even though Jonathan brought some spirit stones with him, they wouldn't last long with the constant consumption by the heaven-derived array plate. It seems that to survive here long-term, I must rely on my own strength. Jonathan sank into thought again. Fortunately, his physical strength was formidable enough to handle most situations, even without using spiritual power and the heaven-derived array plate. Suddenly, he felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Who? Jonathan exclaimed, immediately becoming alert. He then saw a black-skinned horned bull passing by. The monster looked at Jonathan coldly, its gaze filled with hostility. Damn. Realizing this, Jonathan was unafraid and charged straight at the creature. Bang! As he punched the horned bull's head, Jonathan felt a powerful shockwave. Damn! Jonathan hurriedly used his arms to protect his head, but was still flung away by a strong force. Spit. Jonathan landed heavily several meters away, spitting out blood. That strike nearly shattered his internal organs. Fortunately, due to his cultivation of the 9 Transcendence's golden body art, and his body's robustness, he avoided death. Damn it, you actually hurt me. Jonathan rubbed his sore shoulders and abdomen, then stood up, his gaze cold as he watched the monster. Ayu. The horned bull, seemingly noticing Jonathan, immediately ran toward him. Jonathan sneered, I don't believe you can eat me alive. With a roar, Jonathan vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was behind the beast, hand formed into a claw, striking viciously at the beast's neck. Bang! This blow severed the black-skinned bull's neck, killing it on the spot. After confirming the bull was dead, Jonathan began to inspect the corpse for useful materials. Suddenly, a black crystal fell from the bull's head. Picking it up, Jonathan immediately received a system prompt, Nether Crystal, a unique product of the 9 Netherworld, usable for cultivating a nether body. Nether Crystal? What's that? Jonathan was curious. Trying to absorb it produced no reaction. Well, forget it. I'll just keep it for now, said Jonathan, unsure of its use, and put it away. Just then, fighting sounds came from ahead in the forest. A massive ape-like creature was seen battling a pangolin-like monster over something. Interested, Jonathan crept closer and saw the ape held a red flower. The ape was fiercely contending this treasure with a black-scaled pangolin. Boom boom boom. The two beasts clashed fiercely, sparks flying from their powerful bodies. As the fight progressed, it seemed the ape wasn't matching up to the black-scaled pangolin. Then, the ape pulled out a large black saber from its back and slashed viciously at the pangolin's back. The saber was indeed sharp. The pangolin's formerly impenetrable scales were now torn apart. Observing from the side, Jonathan's interest peaked at the sight of the ape's saber. It clearly was an extremely powerful magic tool, likely looted from some ancient relic. Perhaps I should follow this ape, Jonathan thought. He quietly observed the battle. Soon, armed with the saber, the ape thrashed the pangolin mercilessly. The pangolin gave up the struggle over the crimson flower after a while. Seeing the pangolin retreat, the ape contentedly clutched the flower and headed back to its lair. Jonathan followed closely behind. After much winding, they finally found traces of an ancient relic in the forest, broken stone pillars scattered around, indicating great age. There's hope. Jonathan rejoiced internally. Continuing to track the ape, suddenly feeling a presence watching him, Jonathan turned back to find a vague, dark silhouette. Approaching curiously, the shadow disappeared as he neared. Surprised, Jonathan inspected the surroundings and spotted an ancient statue astonishingly lifelike. Inscriptions adorned the statue which Jonathan couldn't recognize. Next to the statue stood an armored warrior. What's going on here? Is this a temple or an ancient tomb? What are these statues? Why do they exude such authority and pressure? Could this be an ancient relic or something else? Jonathan pondered more and more, continuing to observe the area. It was vast but strewn with rocks of varying sizes, some as thick as a man's waist, others colossal boulders covered in moss. Chapter 46, Battle Against the Giant Snake. Whoosh! At that moment, a cold wind blew by, and a snake's tail coiled around Jonathan, then swiftly carried him away. The owner of the snake's tail was fast, exuding a thick, pungent stench, appearing like a ferocious python. What's happening? Jonathan was startled. He hadn't expected to be this unlucky. Hiss! Suddenly, a hideous mouth bit into his body. Ah! Jonathan let out a miserable scream but wasn't injured. His eyes revealed a determined resolve as he looked at the giant snake. Damn it! Jonathan roared, clenching his fists tightly before pounding them onto the giant snake. Boom! The punch sent the giant snake reeling back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, Jonathan scrambled up from the ground and turned to run. You beast! I'll kill you! Roaring repeatedly, Jonathan charged toward the snake. Knowing he couldn't escape, he wasn't one to wait for death. Anything that could kill him or might kill him, he chose to resist, for this world was indeed survival of the fittest. Relying on his resilient physique, he felt no fear. Not everyone in this world possessed the heavenly cultivation method, 9 Revolutions golden body art. With such an advantage, he harbored no fear. Jonathan sprinted ahead while the giant snake chased after him. Its fierce jaws opened wide again and again. Jonathan ran incredibly fast, glancing backward frequently. Seeing the gaping maw of the giant snake, his heart raced. This scene terrified him, yet he refused to give up resistance, even in his utmost panic. Ah! Another fist flew out, delivering his last strike, which the opponent managed to evade once more. He stumbled and fell to the ground. Right now, Jonathan's anger surged. He didn't believe that with just his physical strength alone, he couldn't defeat this python. Ah! A roar erupted from Jonathan, and his body shot forward like a projectile straight towards the giant snake. Roar! Seeing Jonathan actually charging head-on, the snake's vicious eyes gleamed greedily as it opened its maw wide. A putrid smell hit him. Jonathan felt as if he were moths drawn to a flame, charging recklessly at the snake. Die! Die already! However, just before colliding with the giant snake, his body vanished suddenly. The next second, he appeared about 3 meters away from the snake. He grabbed the snake's neck and pulled with all his might, eliciting a painful cry from the snake. Hiss! Hiss! It struggled fiercely. But Jonathan's strength was terrifying. Despite the snake's considerable power, it was no match for Jonathan. Roar! Unable to bear it any longer, the snake bit Jonathan's shoulder. Ah! The excruciating pain spread through his entire body, nearly causing him to faint. However, he endured it, continuing to grab the snake, yanking its head violently apart. The massive snake corpse crashed to the ground, spurting blood that quickly corroded and disappeared. Only then did Jonathan feel relief, as if completely exhausted. After resting for a while, he collected the python's remains. He obtained a purple-black nether crystal, which he immediately stored away. Next, he began practicing 9 Revolutions golden body art to heal his injuries and strengthen his physical form further. From this extremely dangerous battle, Jonathan realized his previously prided physical strength seemed not too impressive against the monsters in this world. These creatures here appeared only to have enhanced their physical forms, explaining their formidable power. Though Jonathan's body was strong, he wouldn't dare claim to match this giant snake's strength. Compared to it, his physical resilience fell far short. With no spiritual energy in this world, Jonathan intended to bridge the gap between his physical strength and the snake's through intensive training. Moreover, he needed to rapidly enhance his capabilities. Only by growing stronger could he protect himself in this perilous world. Feeling changes within his body, Jonathan sat cross-legged, adjusting his internal energies. Time passed slowly, and a night went by. Jonathan opened his eyes, filled with joy. He felt that his physical form had transformed, achieving greater resilience. Of course, this was merely Jonathan's perception, and the true extent of his newfound power required practical testing. He stood up, stretching his limbs. In a daze, Jonathan saw what seemed to be a shadowy figure again. Without hesitation, he followed, wanting to investigate. At that moment, strange sounds seemed to fill the air. Jonathan immediately focused and listened carefully. At this instant, the air was filled with countless buzzing insects and sounds that made his skin crawl. Jonathan's pupils contracted sharply. The buzzing sound came from the ruins, and these insects seemed to be searching for something, emitting incessant buzzes. Could the ruins be summoning these insects? Thoughts rushed through Jonathan's mind, raising doubts. He immediately picked up his pace, moving forward cautiously. The surroundings were chaotic and dark, devoid of spiritual energy, so there should be no insects. Unless deep within the ruins, there is spiritual energy? A wave of excitement surged within Jonathan. He increasingly believed this thought might be true. Accelerating his pace, he dashed forward, activating true essence energy to create a protective layer around him to avoid being attacked by the insects. These insects varied widely, numerous, and potentially venomous. Suddenly, he saw another statue. A lifelike, colossal statue nestled amidst the mountains, almost resembling a living creature. The statue was intricately carved with patterns and runes, looking as though they could spring to life at any moment. This is... Jonathan was stunned, staring at the sculpture. An oppressive aura emanated from this statue, identical to those of great demons. Could this sculpture also be a super powerful ancient master? Jonathan's heart pounded with awe. Since this place was an ancient treasure site left behind from ancient times, it undoubtedly contained many secrets, including remnants of ancient powerhouses. Chapter 47. The 9 Transformations Divine Devil Body. Let's not worry about it now, let's keep moving forward. Jonathan took a deep breath, activated his physical form, and transformed into a streak of light, racing ahead at incredible speed. Along the way, he didn't forget to collect some medicinal herbs and fruits. There's actually spiritual energy here, and so many treasures of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Jonathan's eyes lit up as he discovered the existence of a spirit herb. This spirit grass was only thumb thick, with leaves shimmering with a translucent luster. This spirit grass was named Jade Spirit Grass. This was an extremely rare and hard-to-find medicinal herb. Jade Spirit Grass primarily grew under ancient, abandoned trees. Its main function was to nourish the meridians, but it could also be used to temper the body, accelerating the cultivation speed of martial artists. Seeing this, Jonathan felt puzzled. Why would there be so many spirit herbs in such a strange place? But he didn't dwell on it for long, and decided to collect them instead. Soon after discovering the spirit grass, Jonathan found even more patches of spirit herbs growing nearby. So many spirit herbs, what kind of place is this? For some reason, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. He began to suspect that this forest relic might be the cave residence of an ancient powerhouse from eons ago. When he looked ahead, he immediately noticed a space shrouded in mist. This space wasn't too large, probably just a few kilometers wide, but it was filled with endless spiritual energy, emitting various strange herbal fragrances, even permeating the air with intense spiritual power. In this area, he saw several medicinal herbs, 3 of which had already borne spirit fruits, while 1 was still forming without any spiritual energy. It seems no one has collected these herbs before. I must be the first one here, haha. Jonathan felt a little excited, as if he had suddenly become fabulously wealthy. No one else could understand this feeling. He never imagined he would have such a lucky day. Hey! While picking the spirit grass, Jonathan suddenly noticed the indistinct shadow reappearing in the misty haze. Seeing this, Jonathan became increasingly curious. The indistinct shadow had appeared multiple times before him, as if guiding him. Jonathan was astonished and wanted to understand the shadow's purpose. With this thought, he hurriedly followed the shadow. This time, the shadow did not vanish again but led Jonathan straight to an ancient temple. Gazing at the old temple, Jonathan cautiously entered. Just inside, he saw a life-size stone statue of a normal human. Jonathan approached and realized the statue was intricately carved, lifelike almost as a real person. At that moment, his enlightenment system suddenly spoke. Discovered, Nether God statue, which contains the cultivation method of the divine level, 9 Abysses Nether God technique. Do you want to start enlightenment? Hearing this prompt, Jonathan was instantly shocked. He hadn't expected an ordinary-looking statue to conceal a divine-level cultivation technique. Without hesitation, Jonathan chose to enlighten. Immediately, the scenery around him changed dramatically. Next, he found himself standing on dark, pitch-black land. In the distance, a dark figure was continuously practicing a strange cultivation technique. Jonathan knew this was the 9 Abysses Nether God technique, so he began to earnestly perceive its essence. Time passed. During this enlightenment process, Jonathan's body began unconsciously following the dark figure's practice. At the same time, the 9 Transmutations Golden Body technique within his body quietly started to activate. Huh? What's happening? Jonathan wondered. Just then, the prompt in his mind sounded again. Alarm. Detected the host simultaneously activating 2 cultivation techniques derived from the same origin. The system will automatically begin merging the cultivation techniques. What? Technique fusion? Jonathan was stunned. He had never heard the system mention this function before. He couldn't help but feel curious. After a short wait, the system spoke again. Alarm. Technique fusion successful. Divine level cultivation technique, 9 Transmutations Golden Body technique, fused with divine level cultivation technique, 9 Abysses Nether God technique. Enlightenment achieved for super divine level cultivation technique, 9 Transformations Divine Devil Body. Hearing this, Jonathan was once again in shock. A super divine level technique? He had never heard of such a thing. Did it surpass the divine level? F***K. I'm hitting the jackpot. Jonathan exclaimed in ecstasy. He immediately checked the description of the 9 Transformations Divine Devil Body. 9 Transformations Divine Devil Body requires simultaneous mastery of divine and demonic energies to cultivate. It has 9 transformations, starting with transforming into a godlike body, then a devil-like body, alternating repeatedly until reaching the final 9th transformation, resulting in the complete 9 Transformations Divine Devil Body. After reading the description, Jonathan began to try cultivating. Immediately, he felt a black force and a golden force within his body clashing fiercely. It was like 2 armies facing off in a bloody battle, causing immense pain to Jonathan. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Gradually, his body emitted alternating glows of gold and black, both vying for control over his body. This struggle brought Jonathan excruciating pain, but he clearly felt his physical strength increasing. Even his bones began to turn dark gold in color. The muscles and skin of his body became increasingly firm as the golden and black lights alternated. Pang, pang, pang. His body started making explosive sounds. Immense power surged from his bones through his muscles, erupting outward crazily. Ah! Jonathan shouted in agony, then frenziedly released all the power building up in his body. Pang, pang, pang. Power erupted from Jonathan's body, creating a massive explosion, scattering dust and sand everywhere. After a while, once all the dust settled, Jonathan opened his eyes and stretched out his bones with a crack. First transformation into a godlike body. Success. Feeling the boundless power coursing through his body, Jonathan clenched his fists and threw a punch, instantly smashing the nearby blue stone. This power exceeds the second transformation of the golden body by quite a bit, Jonathan said with a grin. He examined his body closely. His muscles gleamed with metallic hues, and his bones were entirely black. Tapping lightly, they made a solid pang-pang sound. So this is the 9 Transformations Divine Devil Body? I wonder how powerful it truly is. Jonathan mused curiously. He suddenly felt eager to test his newfound power against a monster, but he didn't rush. Instead, he planned to explore the entire temple first. The small temple had nothing much besides the black statue, but there was a broken suit of armor in a corner. Without hesitation, Jonathan picked it up. Chapter 48, The Use of Nether Crystals. Soon, through system appraisal, Jonathan learned the name of the armor. The Nether God Armor, forged from 9 Abyss Nether Iron. It possesses an extremely strong defensive capability. Looking at this set of armor, although it was somewhat damaged, its basic defensive ability was still intact. So Jonathan put it on immediately to boost his protection. Seeing there was nothing else in the temple, Jonathan was about to leave when he suddenly remembered the 2 nether crystals he had previously obtained. Earlier, Jonathan couldn't absorb the energy from the nether crystals at all, but now that he had learned the 9 Abyss Nether God technique and fused his self-created 9 Transformations Devil God Body, he wondered if he could absorb the energy now. Thinking about it, Jonathan took out a nether crystal and started to try absorbing the energy. This time, Jonathan finally sensed the power within the nether crystal, which could be absorbed into his body. It works. I can really absorb it, Jonathan exclaimed excitedly. He then began channeling the energy from the nether crystal towards his Dantian energy sea. After all, in this 9 Abyss world, Due to the scarcity of spiritual energy, Jonathan's cultivation hadn't advanced for a long time and was even deteriorating. If these nether crystals could replace spirit stones to assist in his cultivation, that would be excellent. However, the outcome was not as good as Jonathan had hoped. The energy from the nether crystal entered his Dantian energy sea but couldn't be absorbed at all, as if it were useless energy. Slightly disappointed, Jonathan was about to expel this energy from his body when he suddenly noticed that it began to circulate throughout his body. Seeing this unusual phenomenon, Jonathan didn't panic, but tried to run the 9 transformations devil god body. Immediately, this energy began to be rapidly absorbed by Jonathan's body. And Jonathan's flesh visibly darkened. What is happening? Jonathan was astonished. He then picked up the nether crystal and continued to experiment with absorption. This time, Jonathan focused entirely on the changes inside his body. As the energy spread into Jonathan's muscles, it gradually merged with them. Then, those parts of his muscles became noticeably more solid. Holy crap! It turns out these nether crystals are for physical cultivation. Jonathan exclaimed in surprise. In ancient times, physical cultivation declined due to a lack of adequate materials. Everyone's strength and speed in cultivating their bodies were insufficient. Over time, fewer people achieved success in physical cultivation. Even now, the heavenly treasures used for extensive physical cultivation are very precious, often worth a fortune. This made it impossible for most to cultivate their bodies effectively. Jonathan was almost no exception. While practicing the 9 revolutions golden body technique, without a large number of high-quality bones to replace heavenly treasures and aid his cultivation, the progress would be extremely slow, possibly not even reaching the first transformation. Thus, the importance of using heavenly treasures to assist in physical cultivation was evident. Now, the nether crystal before him could aid in physical cultivation, making its value instantly far exceed ordinary spirit stones by hundreds of times. Haha, no wonder the monsters in this 9 abyss world have such powerful physiques. It turns out it's because of these nether crystals. Jonathan stood where he was and burst into laughter, as if discovering an inexhaustible treasure trove. Humph, I've decided. I'll go crazy with physical cultivation here in the 9 abyss world. I'm too lazy to specially seek out what God's tombs. As long as I can bring the 9 transformations god body to the great completion realm, once I re-emerge into the world, I will be an unparalleled powerhouse. What do I have to fear? Jonathan muttered to himself, already planning to kill monsters crazily to plunder nether crystals to aid his cultivation of the 9 transformations god body. Leaving the temple, Jonathan re-entered the forest, ready to start actively hunting monsters. Soon, he found a giant iron-plated beetle by a pond. Without hesitation, Jonathan charged forward. Take this, Jonathan shouted, delivering a powerful punch directly onto the back of the iron-plated beetle. Bang! A metallic clang echoed. A woo! Following the impact, the iron-plated beetle let out a roar of pain and turned to attack Jonathan. Geez, is this iron beetle's back so hard? Jonathan felt depressed. Suddenly feeling he had chosen the wrong target, something like a turtle, it made him uneasy. But he couldn't afford to think much, as the monster was attacking. One more punch. Jonathan swung his fist again, aiming for the beetle's head as it charged. Bang! Another loud noise. Jonathan was slammed away. Crap, this monster has such strength. Jonathan was frustrated. Unexpectedly, just after completing the foundation stage of the 9 transformations devil god body, instead of dominating everywhere, he kept getting beaten, losing face. Calm down, Jonathan thought, starting to take this battle seriously while observing the beetle's weaknesses. This iron shell is indeed hard. I wonder if its belly is also as hard, Jonathan pondered. He began circling the beetle, looking for opportunities to strike at its belly. Quickly, enraged by Jonathan's constant harassment, the beetle leaped up and pounced on Jonathan. This is the chance, Jonathan rejoiced. Seeing the exposed belly, he unleashed his full force. God body! Jonathan yelled. Golden and black light enveloped his body, bursting with boundless power and aura. Die! Like a demonic god, Jonathan struck a brutal blow to the iron-plated beetle's belly, smashing it to the ground with green blood splattering everywhere. The beetle, hit hard, fell unconscious. Seeing the beetle still wasn't dead, Jonathan continued jumping on its belly, pounding fiercely. Die! Die! Jonathan kept shouting as he smashed, eyes filled with fierce determination until the beetle was finally silent. Only then did the golden and black light surrounding his body gradually fade. What happened just now? Calm now, Jonathan felt perplexed, because right after he activated the 9 transformations devil god body, a savage emotion erupted within him, as if intending to destroy heaven and earth. This sensation was very strange since Jonathan was usually calm, making the drastic change in his emotions unbelievable. Chapter 49, 9 Netherworld Demon Vine. Could it be because of the 9 transformation divine magic body? Jonathan thought. It seems that this 9 transformation divine magic body can influence a person's emotions and mind. I wonder if prolonged use could change one's personality? Jonathan felt a bit worried. He also decided to minimize using the power of the 9 transformation divine magic body in the future. After making his decision, Jonathan no longer dwelled on it and started examining his spoils. He went to the head of the iron beetle and began smashing vigorously. It took considerable effort before he finally managed to crack open the iron beetle's head. Damn, this is tough work. I wish I had a weapon, Jonathan thought. Suddenly, he remembered the demon ape he encountered earlier with its large black machete. That blade looked like an extraordinary weapon. If he had such a blade, dealing with the iron beetle wouldn't have been so difficult. While thinking, Jonathan found a grayish-black nether crystal and immediately dug it out. But at that moment, a sound came from behind him. When he turned around, he saw a fist as big as an iron wok coming straight toward his head. Shit! Jonathan exclaimed in shock. He instantly activated the power of the 9 transformation divine magic body, using his hands to shield his head, preparing to withstand the sudden attack. A mouthful of blood spewed out. Next, Jonathan was sent flying several hundred meters away. When he stood up and turned back, he saw a black-skinned demon ape with a large black machete on its back glaring at him menacingly. "Damn you, mischievous monkey. Just thinking about your black machete, and you come after me directly?" Jonathan muttered angrily. Standing up, he fled deeper into the dark forest. The demon ape's terrifying strength was something Jonathan had witnessed before. Even without the black machete, its strength far exceeded what Jonathan could handle now. If the demon ape used the machete again, for Jonathan's would not be enough for it to cut down. Thus, Jonathan's first reaction was to flee. After all, better safe than sorry, he thought, deciding he would wait until his physical cultivation improved before avenging himself on the demon ape. Thinking this, Jonathan turned into a streak of light and sped away from the area. On the other side, the demon ape, seeing that its attack didn't kill Jonathan, hesitated for a moment. However, it wasn't too concerned and began following Jonathan leisurely as if toying with its prey. The chase continued through the forest, one person, one ape, weaving between the trees. Gradually, the scenery around Jonathan became darker and more sinister. Unknowingly, he seemed to have entered some forbidden place. The demon ape chasing him had stopped somewhere along the way. What's going on? Sensing something amiss, Jonathan halted. He began carefully observing his surroundings. The misty forest appeared unusually silent and eerily still. Although Jonathan couldn't pinpoint what was wrong, he felt this place wasn't as simple as it seemed. Something's off, Jonathan thought, staying alert. Despite his wariness, he bravely moved forward. After walking for a while, Jonathan discovered numerous corpses. These corpses were completely crushed bones with only paper-thin skin remaining, hanging over the skeletal remains. They looked like they had been drained of all flesh and blood. Seeing this, Jonathan felt a chill run down his spine. An unknown monster with uncertain strength. Could he handle it? Everything was uncertain, and so Jonathan considered turning back. However, as he prepared to slowly retreat, he noticed numerous dark gray crystals shining between the corpses. Damn, those are nether crystals, and there are so many. Jonathan exclaimed in surprise. What should I do? Should I go pick them up? Jonathan's mind wrestled with the dilemma. Logic told him advancing further would be dangerous, but the sheer number of high-quality, nether crystals lying there tempted him. After hesitating for some time, he finally made up his mind. Better to risk it. Without taking risks, how can one gain anything? He thought. He cautiously approached the pile of corpses, step by step. Finally, he reached the center of the corpse pile and carefully began picking up the scattered, nether crystals. This is a big haul. Jonathan thought excitedly. In a short while, he had collected several high-quality, nether crystals. Collecting these normally would have taken much longer. Without realizing, Jonathan moved closer to the center of the corpse pile. 5 more nether crystals, he rejoiced. Suddenly, vines burst from the ground and wrapped tightly around his waist. Shit! Jonathan panicked, instantly unleashing the full power of the 9 transformation divine magic body. Yet, this only provided minimal resistance. He was still bound tightly like a mummy. If he stayed like this for long, he would end up like the corpses beneath him, serving as nourishment for the vines. Realizing this, Jonathan immediately activated the system to identify the strange vine. 9 Netherworld Demon Vine. A unique product of the Netherworld, especially fond of consuming flesh. The stronger the flesh, the greater its attraction. Weakness. The 9 nether core, within its underground body. Locating and destroying the core will easily kill it. Warm reminder, the 9 nether core is a divine object for physical training. If successfully refined, it can rejuvenate the body and grant mastery over nether power. After reading the identification, Jonathan was still at a loss. Although he knew the weakness was the 9 nether core, where exactly was it? Under the ground? How was he supposed to find it while being bound like this? What the hell? What do I do? Jonathan grew anxious. Suddenly, he remembered something and immediately took out the heaven-derived formation disc, preparing to resolve the situation. Command the fires. Divine fire. Take position. 8 Desolate Mystic Fire Formation. Activate. As Jonathan commanded, the heaven-derived formation disc erupted with endless fire dragons. Whoosh! These fire dragons instantly incinerated all the vines entangling Jonathan. Free from the vine's grip, Jonathan landed on the ground and immediately reactivated the heaven-derived formation disc. Heaven's thick earth. Master the universe. 5 elements thick earth formation. Activate. With this command, another powerful formation unfolded. The ground beneath Jonathan began to shake violently. Large amounts of soil shot out of the ground and into the sky. Along with the dirt, buried vines were also expelled. Seeing this, Jonathan put away the heaven-derived formation disc and focused on searching for the 9 Netherworld Demon Vine among the expelled earth. Chapter 50. The Netherworld Divine Fire. Found it. Soon, Jonathan discovered the trunk of the Netherworld Demon Vine. Without hesitation, he dashed towards it. Divine Fiend Power. Activate. Jonathan fully unleashed the power of the 9 transmutations divine fiend body and then leaped onto the main trunk of the Netherworld Demon Vine, starting to punch madly. Break for me. Break for me. Punch after punch, Jonathan continuously smashed onto the trunk of the Netherworld Demon Vine. Soon, cracks covered its surface, and dark green sap spewed out. Boom, boom, boom. With its core trunk severely damaged, the Netherworld Demon Vine thrashed wildly with countless vines, mercilessly striking Jonathan's back one after another. Instantly, his back was battered to a bloody mess. Even so, Jonathan did not stop his punches. Boom, boom, boom. Empowered by the divine fiend power, Jonathan seemed possessed, feeling no pain at all as he continued to smash relentlessly. Bang! A deafening roar. The trunk of the Netherworld Demon Vine finally shattered into pieces, and all the vines instantly lost their vitality, scattering on the ground and beginning to wither slowly. What a hard thing. I'm exhausted, said Jonathan, who fell into unconsciousness after defeating the netherworld demon vine. When he woke up again, it had been a day and night. Upon regaining consciousness, Jonathan immediately checked his injuries. To his surprise, all his wounds were completely healed, without leaving any trace of injury. The recovery speed is several times more terrifying than the 9 transformations golden body technique. Jonathan was astonished. Indeed, this cultivation method, surpassing the divine realm, is incredibly powerful. If only it didn't affect my mind when activated, Jonathan felt a little regret. However, he didn't mind too much. Compared to the powerful effects of the 9 transmutations divine fiend body, some minor side effects were acceptable. After pondering these thoughts, Jonathan turned to examine the spoils of his grueling battle. First were the numerous nether crystals left behind after the netherworld demon vine absorbed flesh. After counting them, Jonathan found there were hundreds of crystals. Such a quantity of nether crystals was enough for Jonathan to cultivate for a long time, possibly even up to the 3rd transformation of the divine body. The second major gain was, naturally, the nether core, inside the corpse of the netherworld demon vine. Thinking of this, Jonathan pried open the trunk of the netherworld demon vine and dug out a completely black crystal from within. Examining the crystal, Jonathan scrutinized it closely. Though Jonathan's gains were significant, the cost paid was also heavy. The spiritual energy stored in the heavenly derivation array disk was depleted by more than half, and the spirit stones Jonathan had were running low. Such a battle couldn't be supported many more times. Therefore, if the effect of this nether core could not satisfy Jonathan, it would indeed be depressing. With that thought, Jonathan began attempting to refine the nether core. A completely black force seeped into Jonathan's body, circulating once before gathering in his Dantian sea of chi. The limited spiritual energy in Jonathan's Dantian immediately withdrew, allowing the black nether divine force to occupy the most crucial position. Then, a pitch-black flame hovered at the center of Jonathan's Dantian. But it didn't end there. The black flame burned brighter, spreading out from Jonathan's Dantian to sear his flesh. Ah! Jonathan screamed in agony, forcefully enduring the repeated burning of the black flame. Soon, the flames burned not just inside but outside his body. Jonathan wanted to curse aloud in pain. What holy object for body tempering? What transformation? They're trying to burn me to ashes. That's really bone replacement, turning directly into ash? Jonathan yelled in agony, cursing madly in his heart. He never expected absorbing the nether core to be so dangerous and painful, catching him completely off guard. The black flames kept burning. Feeling like a burning man, Jonathan sensed he was almost roasted, even smelling the charred aroma of his own flesh in a daze. Fortunately, the 9 transmutations divine fiend body started to run frantically, healing Jonathan's flesh non-stop, preventing him from truly turning to ashes. This way, about half a day passed. The flames on Jonathan's body gradually dimmed and eventually dissipated, returning to his Dantian and forming a small black flame. At last, Jonathan took a deep breath after ending his intense agony. Phew, finally over. Jonathan sighed in relief. He then inspected his body. He found himself as if having lost tens of pounds, slimming down significantly. But Jonathan felt incredibly comfortable, as if his body had become an innate treasure, perfect and flawless, without the slightest impurity. His skin felt like polished jade, smooth without a single pore or flaw. This is marrow washing and bone refining, truly transformed from flesh and blood. Jonathan was stunned. At this moment, he felt like he was a new person, brimming with boundless strength. The discomfort from switching from the 9 transformations golden body technique to the 9 transmutations divine fiend body had completely disappeared. Yet, it wasn't finished. Besides the massive physical transformation, there were changes in Jonathan's Dantian sea of chi as well. A small black flame hovered above Jonathan's Dantian like a black sun, continuously purifying the impurities in his chi si and refining his spiritual energy. Seeing this, Jonathan tried to manipulate the small black flame in his Dantian. Instantly, a flame appeared between Jonathan's palms. Is this the netherworld divine power mentioned by the system? Jonathan recalled the system's description. Then, he experimentally threw out the small black flame. Bang! A dull explosion. In an instant, the small black flame incinerated the netherworld demon vine's corpse beneath Jonathan, leaving not even a speck of ash. It was as if the corpse evaporated into thin air. Fearful. Too fearful. Jonathan was amazed. He knew the strength of the netherworld demon vine's body from experience. It would take a long time even to shatter it with blows. Now, in just the blink of an eye, it was completely consumed by the flame formed from netherworld divine power. Clearly, this tiny flame was incredibly terrifying. In the future, I'll call you netherworld divine fire, Jonathan murmured. With the netherworld divine fire, Jonathan undoubtedly gained an extremely powerful trump card, reducing his need to always use the heavenly derivation array disk. Thinking of this, Jonathan was elated. Chapter 51. Subduing the Demon Ape. After collecting the spoils of battle, Jonathan did not rush to leave. This place had been dominated by the 9 netherworld demon vines for years, making it one of the major forbidden zones in the dark forest. Other monsters generally dared not set foot here even half a step, just like the demon ape that chased Jonathan earlier. Therefore, this place was relatively safe. Jonathan could practice here with peace of mind for a while, enhancing the strength of his 9 transformations divine devil body. With that thought, he took out a piece of nether crystal and sat cross-legged to begin cultivating. The Jonathan, after marrow cleansing and bone tempering, absorbed the nether crystal more thoroughly, almost not wasting a single bit of energy within it. All the energy was perfectly absorbed and refined into his flesh. Jonathan's physical aura strengthened visibly. Seeing this, Jonathan generously started absorbing the nether crystals, one after another. Time flowed on steadily. supported by a large amount of nether crystals. The speed of Jonathan's cultivation of the 9 transformations divine devil body also accelerated rapidly. In just 10 days, he was about to break through again. What a pleasant surprise. Thinking of this, Jonathan directly absorbed all the remaining nether crystals, planning to break through to the second transformation. Dark energy began to emanate from Jonathan's body, with golden light and black light intertwining once again. But this time, the golden light began to converge inwardly and slowly transformed into ink-like light until it was entirely converted. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Jonathan's body. Endless black light soared towards the sky. At this moment, Jonathan, bathed in boundless black light, resembled a supreme devil. Break! Jonathan shouted, initiating the final sprint toward the second transformation. Instantly, endless dark power surged within Jonathan's body, spreading slowly into his bones, until he turned entirely ink black. Rumble! The heavens and earth changed colors. Behind Jonathan, a sinister, ghostly shadow appeared suddenly. Then, this shadow shrank and gradually merged into Jonathan's body. Boom! When the shadow completely fused with Jonathan, infinite demonic chi exploded. Immediately, Jonathan seemed like an ancient great devil. Such a huge disturbance naturally alarmed many monsters in the dark forest. All the monsters watched Jonathan's direction fearfully. Meanwhile, Jonathan finally succeeded in breaking through. Instantly, the devilish glow began to recede, then settled down. After all the black light dispersed, Jonathan opened his eyes and stretched his bones with a snap. Second transformation devil body. Accomplished. Feeling the new strength, Jonathan immediately threw a punch. In an instant, the sky and wind changed. Shadows emerged from his fists and flew forward, turning an ancient tree into ashes. The speed was astonishing. The power astonished Jonathan. Fantastic, Jonathan said with delight. He then began examining his body. His muscles were now as dark as ink, resembling black iron armor. His hair stood straight up, just like some supreme devils. Jonathan's appearance had changed completely, as if he were a different person. If he were to appear before Hassan again, he would probably not be recognized. Moreover, Jonathan estimated that his current physical strength could rival a 7th-rank martial spirit. Ordinary monsters could no longer harm him at all. Recalling the demon ape that pursued him earlier, Jonathan decided to seek a rematch after this breakthrough. With this thought, Jonathan left the place, intending to find the demon ape for revenge. I wonder if that demon ape is still nearby? Jonathan wondered. He retraced his steps back along the path. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, a demon ape carrying a large black cleaver still roamed recklessly in the jungle, hunting daily. Ever since finding that black cleaver in a strange place, it became a small tyrant in this forest, with almost no monster matching its power, except for a forbidden zone it avoided. Lately, there had been a significant commotion in the forbidden zone. It felt both uneasy and curious, leading it back to the vicinity of the forbidden area. And coincidentally, it met Jonathan, who was seeking revenge after his breakthrough. On the other side, as soon as Jonathan left the 9 Netherworld Demon Vines controlled area, he saw a familiar figure. Unbelievably, the demon ape was indeed nearby, conveniently meeting Jonathan again. The sight of his enemy made Jonathan's blood boil with rage. Without hesitation, Jonathan charged forward, shouting, "Monk, face your doom." The demon ape, suddenly attacked, was startled. Upon recognizing the human it had previously hunted, it felt deeply offended, perceiving an affront to its authority. It quickly retaliated with a punch. Bang! The collision of their punches produced a shockwave, and the demon ape was directly knocked back by Jonathan's punch. Ayowa! The flying demon ape instantly became furious. It couldn't understand how the weak human had grown so strong in just a few days. But undeterred, it charged at Jonathan again. On the other side, Jonathan faced the incoming demon ape without fear and charged right back. Boom! Another punch sent the demon ape flying again. This time, the demon ape realized it was no match for this puny human. Deciding to rely on its weapon, it pulled out the black cleaver from its back. Humph, getting serious? I'll get serious too, Jonathan replied confidently. Then he let out a low roar. Power of the devil. Activate. Instantly, Jonathan was enveloped in demonic chi, emitting a formidable aura. He then launched a punch straight at the demon ape. Boom! His fist struck the demon ape's chest squarely, smashing it to the ground and making it drop its black cleaver. But Jonathan wasn't finished. He delivered another blow to the demon ape's head. Blinded by stars, the demon ape lost all ability to resist. Satisfied with his 2 punches felling the demon ape, Jonathan planned to end its life. Just then, a voice rang in Jonathan's mind. Lord, spare me. Lord, spare me. I will submit to you. Chapter 52, Dark Plains. Upon hearing this, Jonathan froze for a moment and instantly halted his fist that was about to strike. Are you talking? Jonathan asked in confusion. The demon ape, lying flat on the ground, immediately nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Jonathan found it amusing and curiously asked, "You understand human speech?" Yes, sir. I'm a 7th-rank demonic beast with opened intellect, so I comprehend some human language," the demon ape hastily explained. Realizing this, Jonathan suddenly understood. Most demonic beasts at the 7th-rank stage could awaken their intellect and use rudimentary mental awareness, so it wasn't surprising. However, even though the demon ape was begging for mercy, Jonathan still had no intention of letting it go because of the nether crystal in its brain. He raised his fist again. "What benefit would your submission be to me? It's better to kill you and take the nether crystal from your brain." As he spoke, Jonathan's fist was ready to come down once more. Hearing this, the demon ape was terrified again and begged for mercy. "Wait, sir. I have a secret place to tell you. There are many nether crystals there, and you can also find some ancient weapons. My black greatsword was found there." The demon ape desperately showcased its value to save its life. Interested by the mention of the secret place, Jonathan asked, "Where is this secret place?" On the other side, the demon ape sighed in relief as Jonathan finally stopped raising his fist. It quickly said, "If you promise not to kill me, I will lead you there." Thinking over the demon ape's words, Jonathan realized that if he could really get information about this secret place, it wouldn't be a bad deal. After all, with his transformed demon body, he needed a vast amount of nether crystals to further enhance his physical strength. If this secret place could meet his needs, sparing the demon ape might be worth it. Thinking this, Jonathan said, "I can spare your life, but the secret place you mentioned must satisfy me. If it doesn't, you will still die." Terrified by Jonathan's warning, the demon ape nodded repeatedly. Thus, Jonathan temporarily spared the demon ape. Picking up the fallen black broadsword and strapping it on his back, he rode the demon ape to search for the secret place. They traveled through the dark forest for a long time before reaching the edge of the forest. Before them was a desolate and dark land. Jonathan immediately shouted sternly, "Is this what you call the secret place? There's nothing here." Jonathan's fist came down hard on the demon ape's head, terrifying it. Clutching its sore head, the demon ape was in pain. Jonathan's strength was too great. Afraid, it explained, "Don't worry, sir. Let me show you." The demon ape walked onto the desolate, dark land and started hopping around. Soon, a rustling sound emerged from the soil. Then, black skeletons began rising from the black earth. Some were broken, some were complete, and some wore armor and held weapons. The demon ape immediately engaged in battle with these skeletons. After defeating them all, it started digging into the skulls, collecting nether crystals, and presenting them to Jonathan. "Please take a look, sir." The demon ape carefully placed all the nether crystals before Jonathan. After taking them, Jonathan examined them and remarked, "The quality of these nether crystals is too low." Terrified, the demon ape hurriedly added, "Sir, don't worry. Deeper within this land, there are much higher quality nether crystals." "Oh, is that so? Do you know the history of this place?" Jonathan suddenly asked curiously. Though he could quickly gather many nether crystals and even some ancient treasures here, the place felt ominous, possibly hiding terrible dangers. Curious about the origins of this eerie place, Jonathan wanted to know more from the demon ape. The history of this place? The demon ape scratched its head upon hearing Jonathan's question. It didn't know the history of this place. Its intellect had only awakened recently, and it had never thoroughly explored the area. It merely knew of the existence of such a place. Shaking its head helplessly, the demon ape replied, "Sir, I really don't know the history of this place." Jonathan did not press further, as he had just asked out of curiosity. Despite the strange nature of the place, it was indeed convenient for gathering nether crystals. Entering this land brought endless monsters to him, making killing efficiency much higher than searching for monsters in the dark forest, provided things didn't go wrong. With a new goal set, Jonathan focused and led the demon ape deeper into the dark plains. Along the way, most minor monsters were dealt with by the demon ape, while Jonathan only collected the nether crystals. However, when dangerous situations arose, Jonathan would appropriately intervene. Within a day, Jonathan harvested over 100 nether crystals, although they were mostly low-grade 3rd or 4th rank crystals. Still, quantity made up for quality, providing significant benefits to his physical enhancement. Soon nightfall arrived. The entire dark plains suddenly turned dark, and a blood-red moon hung high in the sky, making the environment chillingly eerie. "Sir, we should retreat. This place becomes extremely dangerous at night." The demon ape, witnessing the darkness enveloping the plains, became scared and suggested retreating. "Why is it very dangerous here at night?" Jonathan asked curiously. Organizing its thoughts, the demon ape slowly replied, "It seems related to the blood-red moon. Whenever it rises, the monsters here become frenzied, their strength doubling compared to daytime. That's why I've never spent a night here before." Speaking this, the demon ape shivered, clearly terrified. "Is that so?" Jonathan was surprised. Shortly after, what the demon ape described happened before Jonathan's eyes. Several black skeletons emerged from the soil, red light gleaming in their eyes, rushing toward Jonathan with terrifying speed. Chapter 53, Discovery of the Prince's Trail. Seeing this, Jonathan decided to experience it for himself. He threw a punch towards the skeletons. Bang! Although he took them down with one strike, their strength was indeed twice as formidable at night as they were during the day, just as the demon ape had said. After slaying these few red-eyed skeletons, Jonathan picked up the nether crystals and examined them. However, there was no significant change in their effects. Realizing this, Jonathan understood the situation. The monsters at night were twice as strong, but the quality of the nether crystals did not increase. Any reasonable person would know it wasn't worth it. Thinking about this, Jonathan said, "Let's head back tonight and come again tomorrow." Having spoken, Jonathan immediately rode atop the demon ape's head, ready to leave. The demon ape, relieved, quickly carried Jonathan away from the black plains. After leaving the dark plains, Jonathan found a quiet place to start his cultivation, digesting all the nether crystals he had gathered that day. Soon, the night passed, and all the low-grade nether crystals were exhausted by Jonathan. However, the absorption effect wasn't very efficient, primarily due to their poor quality. Even though he had plenty, it couldn't make up for the lack of quality. Considering this, Jonathan asked the demon ape, "Are there any places in this dark plains where the monsters are more powerful?" Upon hearing Jonathan's question, the demon ape hesitated before seriously contemplating it. Finally, after a moment, it replied, "There is indeed a canyon where the skeletons are much stronger than outside, even including an 8th rank bone dragon. But it's extremely dangerous. I barely made it out alive when I went there once, and my black greatsword was taken from a skeleton in that canyon." Hearing this, Jonathan became interested. That black greatsword had excellent quality and felt natural in his hands. If he could gather an entire set of armor of similar quality, it would be perfect. His current armor was severely damaged, offering less protection than his own physical resilience. Thinking this, Jonathan decided, "Let's go to that canyon." Despite its reluctance, the demon ape had no choice but to nod in agreement, given its life was in Jonathan's hands. With a target set, both man and beast sped towards the canyon. Along the way, Jonathan mostly ignored the lesser skeletons, moving past them quickly. They soon arrived at the canyon described by the demon ape. 5 towering peaks encircled the area, resembling a colossal claw. Alert, Jonathan cautiously entered the canyon. As soon as he arrived, a fully armored knight skeleton emerged from the ground, charging directly at him. "You came just in time," Jonathan exclaimed, wielding his sword and charging forward without hesitation. With a clang, Jonathan's blade struck the knight skeleton's armor, sending sparks flying. The knight skeleton was knocked to the ground by Jonathan's powerful blow. Wow, this armor is really something. Seeing only a faint white scratch on the armor, Jonathan's eyes lit up. He couldn't let such armor go. With renewed determination, Jonathan's gaze turned fervent. "Brother, your armor is mine now. Thank you for your gift," Jonathan smiled before attacking the knight skeleton again. "Watch my soul-slaying blade technique," Jonathan roared, using the soul energy-based technique recorded in the soul-slaying sword technique. This was because soul attacks were highly effective against the skeletons, and the technique didn't require spirit energy, saving Jonathan substantial resources. As the blade landed, the knight skeleton staggered, clearly heavily damaged, retreating continuously. Although Jonathan hadn't breached its armor, the soul damage penetrated within. Impressed by the effectiveness of the soul-slaying blade technique, Jonathan attacked again, shouting, "One more strike." Another slash followed, further damaging the skeleton's soul, causing it to become slow and dazed. A few consecutive strikes later, the knight skeleton ceased moving, standing lifelessly like an empty shell. Jonathan promptly stripped the black armor off the knight skeleton, replacing his tattered one. Immediately, Jonathan transformed into a fully armored knight, wielding a sword, looking formidable and commanding. To the untrained eye, he appeared like one of the canyon's original creatures. Satisfied with the transformation, Jonathan continued deeper into the canyon. Soon, he encountered another skeletal swordsman. Repeating his previous method, he used the soul-slaying blade technique to kill it, obtaining another sword and set of armor. Deciding to use the new black sword for the soul-slaying sword technique, Jonathan gave the black greatsword to the demon ape. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted from the depths of the canyon. Roar! The terrifying sound reverberated through the entire canyon. Skeletons beneath the ground awakened. "What's happening?" Jonathan exclaimed, unable to comprehend the situation. Why did a bone dragon suddenly awaken? Could there be others deep in the canyon? Murmuring, Jonathan activated the Heavenly Patrol formation to check the situation in the canyon's depths. He saw 5 figures engaged in fierce battle with the bone dragon. "It's them," Jonathan shouted in surprise. These were none other than the Vaughn and his party whom Jonathan had previously lost track of. Only Vaughn, his guards, Steward, Adrian, and a Bartolomeo remained visible. Others were missing. They must have separated or, Jonathan speculated, relieved upon finding the prince. After all, the 9 depths map, crucial for locating the god and devil tomb, was still with Vaughn. Without it, Jonathan might never find the tomb in this netherworld. "Found them. Can't lose them again," Jonathan muttered, resolving to constantly monitor Vaughn from then on. Chapter 54. Preparations for departure. On the other side, at this moment, Vaughn and his party found themselves in an extremely perilous situation after awakening the skeletal dragon. "Your Highness, it's not good. The entire canyon's monsters have been awakened by this bone dragon. We should retreat quickly," one of Vaughn's guards said anxiously. The prince's steward added promptly, "Yes, Your Highness, you must retreat first. I'll hold off this bone dragon. Once we leave the canyon, we'll be safe." Vaughn nodded decisively. "All right, Alexei, please be careful." He then led Adrian and the masked Callan with a cold demeanor to charge out of the canyon. Vaughn had entered this canyon not due to the guidance of the netherworld map, but because he unexpectedly discovered a large number of scattered ancient weapons and armors within. He wanted to retrieve a few sets. However, he did not expect that there would be an 8th rank monster hiding here, which was so powerful that they were suddenly plunged into danger. Fortunately, he managed to acquire several sets of armor and weapons, enough to equip his team. If they could leave safely this time, the risk would have been worthwhile. As for the terrifying 8th rank bone dragon, he left it to his steward. He believed that with Alexei's peak 8th rank martial king strength, even if he couldn't defeat the dragon, self-preservation would not be a problem. Thus, Vaughn's group spared no effort to burst out all their strength to break through. Since he had sufficient spirit stones in his storage ring, there was no need for them to conserve their resources. They swiftly made their way out of the canyon. Skeletal figures began intercepting them, but Vaughn and his companions were still formidable. Most of the black armored skeletons on the road could not stop them. Elsewhere, seeing that all the skeletons in the canyon were awakened, Jonathan retreated early. He activated the Divine Concealment formation to hide his figure and silently observed Vaughn's group. This group possessed exceptional strength, fighting and retreating simultaneously, quickly breaking out of the canyon. After these people left the canyon, those armored skeletons, including the bone dragon, stopped pursuing them, allowing Vaughn's group to leave unhindered. Jonathan felt slightly regretful. He had hoped that Vaughn's group would be wiped out, then he could secretly enter and take the netherworld map. However, since they were unharmed, he had no choice but to continue tracking them and wait for an opportunity to gain from their losses. Meanwhile, Vaughn and his group immediately began evacuating the Dark Plains after leaving the canyon. After staying here for over 10 days, he knew very well how dangerous it became at night, so he dared not linger any longer. Soon, the group left the Dark Plains. Vaughn finally let out a sigh of relief and addressed everyone. "We're safe now. Let's rest for a bit, and then we can inventory our loot." He then took out all the gains from his ring, 8 sets of powerful armor. "Phew, this place is truly treacherous, but the treasures are plentiful," Adrian remarked with lingering fear. Vaughn continued the conversation. "These are just minor benefits. Our true goal is the god and demon tomb. That's where real opportunities lie. Yes, Adrian agreed, nodding. Then he asked, Vaughn, do we have any news about Hassan, Einar, and Poison Granny? Vaughn checked a jade pendant he held and replied, so far, only Hassan has sent word. The others haven't yet. But I've already sent a signal to contact them. If they're still alive, they will join us soon. That's good. I can hardly wait to search for the god and demon tomb. This desolate place isn't fit for humans. If we stay any longer, once our spirit stones run out, we'll all die here, Adrian complained. Continuous battles had depleted much of his spirit stones. If they didn't set out to find the god and demon tomb soon, he'd have to rely solely on physical combat, significantly reducing his combat effectiveness. Vaughn understood Adrian's concerns. Though he had plenty of spirit stones, prolonged consumption would also deplete them eventually. Therefore, he too wanted to depart sooner to find the god and demon tomb. However, the Dark Plains were still too perilous. To reach the tomb, they needed to cross the entire Dark Plains, a dangerous undertaking as the skeletons were especially powerful during nighttime. Without gathering enough manpower, they couldn't cope. Considering this, Vaughn reassured them, Hassan should find us tomorrow. For Einar and Poison Granny, let's give them another 7 days. If they haven't contacted us after 7 days, we'll proceed into the Dark Plains and search for the god and demon tomb without waiting. Adrian and the cold-faced Bartolomeo nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, inside the Sky Patrol surveillance array, Jonathan, overhearing Vaughn's conversation, realized that the god and demon tomb lay deep within the Dark Plains. What a coincidence, Jonathan mused. He then thought of the 2 heavenly demons who had previously traveled with Vaughn's group and the James. I wonder where those 2 heavenly demons went, and what about the James? He was very concerned about the whereabouts of these groups. After all, both the heavenly demons' plot and the secrets of the James were quite mysterious, and Jonathan wanted to uncover them. Not finding these 2 groups was beyond his control, so he continued monitoring Vaughn's party through the Sky Patrol surveillance array. He seized every moment to hunt monsters in the Dark Canyon, accumulating nether crystals to boost his strength. After all, searching for the god and demon tomb would be exceedingly perilous. More power meant better safety. A week passed. During this period, Hassan and Adelar Jontian joined forces with Vaughn, but Poison Granny remained missing, likely having met misfortune. Vaughn decided not to wait further and chose to set out for the god and demon tomb. The group donned their armor and hurriedly ventured deeper into the Dark Plains. Jonathan naturally activated the Divine Concealment formation and followed them from a distance. Along the way, most low-level skeletal figures posed little threat to Vaughn's party. Chapter 55. The Demon Clan's Conspiracy. Thus, the group ventured deeper into the Dark Plain for 3 days and 3 nights, until they were halted by a blood-red river before them. This blood river looks terrifying, Paul remarked. Yes, we don't know what dangers lie within. How are we supposed to cross it? The crowd discussed amongst themselves, all their eyes turning toward Lars. Seeing this, Lars tentatively said, let's first check if there are any dangers in this blood river. If there aren't, we can fly directly across. Hearing this, everyone slowly approached the blood river, but no danger emerged along the way. Reassured by this, they started preparing to cross over mid-air. However, just as they were halfway across, an unexpected change occurred. Suddenly, the previously calm blood river began to boil. Countless blood-colored skeletons surged out of the river, roaring and attacking the group. Damn, everyone, hurry up and cross the river, Lars shouted. He immediately unleashed a sword slash, scattering the airborne skeletons while rapidly flying towards the other side of the river. In this manner, Lars fought while retreating, eventually crossing the blood river unscathed. However, before anyone could relax, a deafening roar echoed from the blood river behind them. Roar! An angry growl followed, and suddenly, a 10,000 zhong tall blood-colored bone dragon soared out of the river. It immediately shot a stream of blood arrows straight at Lars. Prince, watch out! Seeing Lars in danger, Homer immediately disregarded his own safety, blocking the prince and taking the terrifying blood arrow head-on. Phew! A mouthful of blood spewed from Homer's lips. Unexpectedly, the peak 8th rank Martial King, Homer, was severely wounded by this one strike from the blood-colored bone dragon. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Lars quickly picked up the injured Homer and fled from the riverside with all his might. After unleashing that devastating attack, the blood-colored bone dragon did not pursue them further, allowing Lars and the others to narrowly escape. On the other side, Jonathan felt uneasy upon witnessing such a powerful attack. He wondered if his Divine Concealment array could truly hide him from the blood-colored bone dragon's detection. If not, he would be in grave danger. Elsewhere, once out of the blood river's reach, Lars stopped immediately to examine Homer's injuries. However, this sight shocked him. Homer, a peak 8th rank Martial King, had his chest flesh start decaying after being hit by the blood-colored bone dragon, revealing the bones underneath. Without immediate treatment, his life would be in peril. Realizing this, Lars pulled out his most precious medicinal pill without hesitation and had Homer take it. After all, the peak 8th rank Martial King, Homer, was currently his greatest support. No matter who else got hurt, Homer must not be harmed. Taking the superior grade healing pill, Homer managed to stop the worsening of his injuries. Yet, his strength was still significantly affected. Seeing this, Lars felt heartache but was powerless to do anything. After resting for a while, Lars resumed his journey, continuing deeper into the Dark Plain. Meanwhile, not far from Lars and his group, 2 demonic figures appeared. They were Demon 11 and Demon 12. Haha, that old guy Kiefer is injured. Lars has lost his greatest support. What a perfect opportunity. Demon 12 laughed loudly. Demon 11 also felt extremely pleased, saying, yes, this benefits us greatly. This Lars thinks he can lose us, but he doesn't realize we've already marked him. No matter where he goes, we can easily find him. You're wise, leader. Demon 12 promptly flattered. Now that Kiefer is injured, Lars is vulnerable. Why don't we just appear and capture him, suggested Demon 12. Demon 11 shook his head. Not yet. We need to ensure Lars reaches the heavenly demon altar safely. He has a very rare demon constitution, making him a perfect vessel to bear the divided soul of Lord Heavenly Demon. As long as we sacrifice him to Lord Heavenly Demon and allow him to descend into this world, we will have unparalleled merit. Ha! I can't wait to follow Lord Heavenly Demon in conquering this world. The two demons laughed maniacally, unaware that Jonathan had overheard their conversation. So, this is their conspiracy, arousing the Heavenly Demon? I can't let this happen, Jonathan thought. As a human, he naturally didn't want to see this world destroyed. Therefore, he felt obligated and justified to stop these two demons' plans. With that, Jonathan activated another Sky Patrol monitoring array to keep an eye on the two demons after discovering their whereabouts. Meanwhile, after 3 days and 3 nights of peril, Lars and his group finally reached the end of the Dark Plane. However, ahead lay an endless expanse of a blood-red sea. What is this? Your Highness, have you taken the wrong path? Asked Adalar Jongtion hesitantly. Lars also froze upon seeing the scene, then immediately took out the 9 Abyss map to verify. It's correct. The entrance to the Divine Demon Tomb should be right here. Lars was uncertain. Just then, the 9 Abyss map in his hand flew skyward and shot a beam of dark light towards the center of the Blood Sea. Immediately, the skies changed. The Blood Sea roiled. The originally tranquil surface started rotating rapidly. As the Blood Sea spun, a deep entryway from its depths became visible. That's the entrance to the Divine Demon Tomb, Lars exclaimed in delight. He immediately rushed towards the underwater entrance. Others followed suit. However, Jonathan inside the Sky Patrol monitoring array was in no rush. He intended to wait until the two demons entered before following. Soon, Lars and his group entered the Divine Demon Tomb. Seeing this, the two demons did not hesitate and followed inside. After confirming the demons had entered, Jonathan too entered the tomb. But shortly after, another figure silently slipped in. Had Jonathan seen this, he would have realized it was the supposedly fatally injured James. Elsewhere, inside the Divine Demon Tomb, Jonathan was astonished to find an entirely different world. A realm filled with birdsong, blossoms, and rich spiritual energy. Hashtag Chapter 56, The Ancient Myriad Spirits Decision. If Jonathan hadn't known he was in the Tomb of Gods and Devils, he would have thought it was some secluded paradise for cultivation. Is this a joke? Jonathan couldn't help but complain. He had initially imagined the Tomb of Gods and Devils as an extremely terrifying and bloody place. Yet, now he was surrounded by this peaceful and idyllic environment, a far cry from his expectations. However, Jonathan didn't let his guard down. He continued to explore cautiously. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an inexplicable pressure descended upon Jonathan. The world, once filled with birdsong and floral scents, instantly turned sinister. What's happening? Jonathan felt a wave of panic. He realized that his heavenly derivation array disk was malfunctioning under this mysterious pressure. Not only did the Sky Patrol monitoring array dissipate, but even the divine concealment array protecting him vanished. It was as if all rules and principles ceased to function under this pressure. Could this be the internal world of a deity? He had heard that in worlds created by deities, all laws were different from those outside. Thus, any external laws, formations, techniques, or martial arts would become ineffective. It seems I've truly arrived at an extraordinary place, Jonathan marveled. He confirmed that the Tomb of Gods and Devils was indeed a small world created by a deity. Without the crucial support of the heavenly derivation array disk, Jonathan was understandably anxious. There was nothing to do but rely on his own strength. Meanwhile, the situation wasn't much better for Vaughn and the others. They also panicked when they found their techniques failing. Fortunately, they could still use combat techniques not involving laws, otherwise, they would have lost all fighting ability. After calming down, Vaughn and the others decided to split up to explore this new world. Since the Tomb of Gods and Devils had already been located and the 9 Nether map had vanished, staying together served no purpose. It only led to competition over opportunities. Splitting up seemed like a better choice. Thus, everyone began exploring this vast, isolated world. Soon, Jonathan found his opportunity. Before him stood a broken stone stele, inscribed with countless characters that Jonathan couldn't understand. Without hesitation, he activated the system identification. Spiritual Martial Broken Stele. A stone used by the Spirit Clan to record and impart cultivation techniques. It contains the unique Spirit Clan technique of the ancient era, the immortal grade Ancient Myriad Spirits Decision. Would you like to begin comprehension? Huh? The Ancient Spirit Clan? Jonathan was shocked. He had heard of this legendary race from ancient mythology, whose members were said to be born favored by spiritual energy. Their absorption and application of spiritual power were unparalleled, allowing them to progress at an astonishing rate. And now, this inconspicuous stele held the immortal grade technique of the Ancient Spirit Clan. The Ancient Myriad Spirits Decision Star. This was an incredible stroke of luck. Overjoyed, Jonathan realized how much he needed a powerful cultivation technique to boost his spiritual energy, which was currently lagging at the 3rd rank general level, while his physical strength rivaled that of a 7th rank divine warrior. The disparity was significant, so Jonathan urgently required a strong cultivation technique to accelerate his spiritual energy training. Although the Dao Canon Secret Classic was powerful, it paled in comparison to his physical cultivation technique. 9 transformations of the divine devil body. One was beyond godlike, while the other was merely a 20th tier divine level technique. Now, if Jonathan could comprehend the immortal grade Ancient Myriad Spirits Decision, it would immediately allow him to catch up with his physical strength. Without further ado, Jonathan chose to begin comprehending. Instantly, vivid images appeared before Jonathan's eyes. He saw an arid and barren primordial land where countless races battled fiercely, devouring and consuming everything in sight. Among these races, one called the Spirit Clan rose to prominence. Born able to automatically attract spiritual energy, they could grow to the 12th rank deity realm without deliberate cultivation, truly the darlings of fate. As the imagery shifted, Jonathan visualized the specific cultivation path of the ancient spirit clan's myriad spirits decision. Within the bodies of the ancient spirit clan lay 7 major spirit points, whereas humans had only 1 major spirit point, the Dantian, missing 6 compared to the spirit clan. To truly cultivate the ancient myriad spirits decision, Jonathan needed to create 6 additional spirit points in his body. Though the technique detailed the creation method, the process remained dangerous. Upon fully comprehending the myriad spirits decision, Jonathan hesitated. Should I switch to cultivating this myriad spirits decision? He mused aloud. His current cultivation level was low, and recultivating wouldn't cost him too much. After all, he had already been crippled once. Crippling himself again didn't matter much. What really concerned him was the perilous nature of creating spirit points. Since Jonathan wasn't a true member of the spirit clan, he lacked their innate, hidden spirit points. To cultivate the ancient myriad spirits decision, he would need to forcibly create these points all at once. An extremely risky endeavor that could lead to madness or death. So Jonathan wavered. Just as Jonathan was hesitating, the system in his mind spoke again. Ding. Detected that the immortal grade ancient myriad spirits decision is unsuitable for host cultivation. Automatic optimization is beginning. Hearing this prompt, Jonathan was elated. He exclaimed, "Ha, system, I love you. You came just in time." Following the optimization, a new immortal grade technique appeared in Jonathan's mind. Comprehend the 7 apertures myriad spirits decision. Immediately, Jonathan examined it and was pleasantly surprised. The improved 7 apertures myriad spirits decision was suitable for human cultivation and minimized the risks involved in creating spirit points. Each stage required creating only 1 spirit point at a time, ensuring safety before moving on to the next. This reduced the original myriad spirits decision, speed of spiritual energy cultivation, but ensured safety and the success rate of spirit point creation. That was enough for Jonathan. Even the weakened version of the myriad spirits decision was far more powerful than any other cultivation technique in the world. Satisfied, Jonathan committed the 7 apertures myriad spirits decision to memory but didn't rush into cultivation. After all, there were many opportunities within the tomb of gods and devils, and he shouldn't waste a moment. With this thought, Jonathan resumed his exploration of this new world. Chapter 57, Heavenly Demon Enchantment. After walking for a while, the small world created by the deity suddenly brightened again. Jonathan was surprised. He took out the heaven-derived array plate and felt it, discovering that he could once again set up formations. What's going on? Why are the laws of this world sometimes normal and sometimes not? Jonathan couldn't quite figure it out. After all, his knowledge about deities was basically non-existent. Forget it, I can't understand this. Let's just look for treasures. Not being able to explain it, Jonathan stopped overthinking and focused on finding more treasures. Now that the heaven-derived array plate could be used again, Jonathan didn't hesitate. He immediately activated the Sky Patrol surveillance formation and began exploring. Soon, he discovered a strange withered peach grove. Inside the withered peach grove, there seemed to be several skeletons lying around, appearing deathly still, contrasting sharply with the outside world. Seeing this unusual scene, Jonathan naturally became interested. Although the peach grove looked extremely eerie and might conceal great danger, there was also a high probability that it hid astonishing treasures. Thinking of this, Jonathan headed straight for the peach grove. At the same time, a few other figures also noticed this peach grove. On the other side, after reaching the peach grove, Jonathan carefully observed but found nothing unusual. Then he walked in. As soon as he entered the peach grove, cold winds blew continuously. Suddenly, eerie voices reached Jonathan's ears. Hee, come here. Huh? Who is it? Who is talking in my ear? Jonathan shouted warily. However, there was no response. The eerie voice continued to echo in Jonathan's ears. Come over. As the voices persisted, an inexplicable force began drawing Jonathan in that direction. System alert. Detected that the host is being enticed by the Heavenly Demon Enchantment. Would you like to spend 1 comprehension chance to comprehend the Heavenly Demon Enchantment? The sudden system notification jolted Jonathan from his daze. Heavenly Demon Enchantment? After hesitating for a moment, Jonathan chose to comprehend it. Immediately, melodies filled Jonathan's mind, along with a flood of musical knowledge. A quarter of an hour passed. The system notification sounded again. System alert. Successfully comprehended the Heavenly Demon Enchantment. With the successful comprehension of the Heavenly Demon Enchantment, the enticing voices vanished instantly. Jonathan quickly realized where the Heavenly Demon Enchantment was coming from. It's in that direction. Should I go check it out? Jonathan hesitated for a moment. To be safe, he chose to activate the Sky Patrol surveillance formation and probe ahead. In the distance, at the source of the Heavenly Demon Enchantment, lay a translucent skeleton, and the sound came from the skull. This is the body of a Darnell clan member. Alternatively, for better context and fluency, this is the remains of someone from the Darnell clan. Jonathan confirmed. Having comprehended the ancient myriad spirits decision, he had seen the ancient continent where the Darnell clan existed and recognized the characteristics of their remains. How could an ancient Darnell clan member who has been dead for so long still have mental fluctuations? Jonathan was puzzled and dared not act rashly. He had heard of eternal beings who could possess bodies using residual divine souls. The entity within the Darnell clan skeleton, emitting the Heavenly Demon Enchantment, likely harbored such intentions. Seeing this, Jonathan quietly retreated a bit. However, although Jonathan wasn't enchanted, others fell victim to the Heavenly Demon Enchantment. It was Hassan, whom Jonathan had met several times before. He was now approaching the Darnell Jew skeleton, looking utterly bewildered. To improve fluency and consistency in terminology, it would be better to use Darnell clan instead of Darnell Jew. He was now approaching the Darnell clan skeleton, looking utterly bewildered. Seeing this, Jonathan sensed trouble, but dared not approach to stop him, retreating quickly from the peach grove instead. Meanwhile, as Hassan approached the Darnelju skeleton, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed at the skull. Instantly, the Lingju skull split into two. Correction. Instantly, the Ling clan skull split into two. Improvement. As the skull cracked, it instantly split into two halves. Note, the term Lingju seems to be a direct transliteration. For better fluency and context, I used Ling clan, which is more natural in English. If Lingju refers to a specific term that has an established translation, please provide that for accuracy. As the skull shattered, a cloud of black mist flew out. Haha, I'm free. After tens of thousands of years, I am finally free. The black mist laughed. Then it rushed into Hassan's head. Hassan offered no resistance and was immediately controlled by the black mist. Subsequently, the Hassan laughed eerily, muttering, "This body is trash, not as good as the last one." Hassan laughed and glanced towards Jonathan's direction. That single glance startled Jonathan, who was observing from the Sky Patrol surveillance formation. Oh, I've been discovered. This was the first time Jonathan's Sky Patrol surveillance formation was detected. The opponent was likely an ancient existence beyond 12th rank martial deity. Thinking this, Jonathan hurriedly activated the Divine Concealment formation and swiftly distanced himself from the peach grove. However, it was too late. The Hassan laughed maniacally, chasing after Jonathan. In no time, he appeared not far behind Jonathan. Haha, your concealment formation isn't bad, but useless. Just give up and become this heavenly demon's body. Don't worry, there will be no pain. As Hassan pursued, he laughed loudly, clearly undeterred by Jonathan's Divine Concealment formation. To Jonathan, these words were like death warrants, making him more anxious as he tried to escape faster. But the unknown entity kept closing in. Just then, the sky in this deity-created world darkened again, and a faint, oppressive aura pressed down on Jonathan. While Jonathan remained unaffected, Hassan, following closely behind, cried out in agony, "Damn it! Damn Darnelj Emperor! After 10,000 years, how can this old soul not be eroded yet?" Hassan clutched his head and screamed in pain. Clearly, the faint, oppressive aura greatly affected him. Taking this opportunity, Jonathan fled, managing to escape the unknown entity's perception range. Phew. Jonathan panted heavily. The world here is terrifying. Any random individual surpasses 12th rank martial deity. How many such formidable beings are there in this place? Hashtag chapter 58, the Henrik secret. And this, heaven-derived array disk, seems to be utterly useless in front of these beings who have transcended the mundane. As Jonathan spoke, a sense of helplessness welled up inside him. I wonder what kind of existence the so-called Gustavus and heavenly demon god are. Jonathan couldn't help but wonder. The black mist he encountered this time could very well belong to a powerful member of the heavenly demon race. And buried within this divine tomb might be the Gustavus and heavenly demon god. Jonathan had no clue about their realms, and this unknown fear made him uneasy. Meanwhile, when the Gustavus's aura appeared, the two 8th rank heavenly demons within the small world were immediately immobilized by pain, lying on the ground unable to move, as if the aura only affected members of the heavenly demon race. Elsewhere, atop a mountain peak, an imposing palace suddenly erupted with blinding golden light, startling everyone in the realm. Jonathan also sensed the golden light and was naturally drawn to it, feeling a gentle and welcoming call. What's going on? Having just narrowly escaped a near soul-stealing incident, Jonathan was extremely cautious about this mysterious calling. After observing for a moment, he felt the 7 Aperture's myriad spirits technique in his mind begin to activate automatically, resonating with the golden light from the palace. Could that be a remnant of the spirit race? Jonathan thought, feeling slightly more at ease. He had some confidence in the spirit race, at least knowing that the Gustavus's aura in this realm didn't target humans, suggesting the spirit race harbored no great malice towards them. With that thought, Jonathan decided to investigate further. At the same time, attracted by the golden light, Vaughn, the James, and others headed toward the golden palace atop the mountain peak, except for Hassan and the 2 heavenly demons pinned down by the Gustavus's aura. Soon, a large crowd gathered before the golden palace. Jonathan did not rush forward because under the Gustavus's aura, the laws were chaotic, making it impossible to use his heaven-derived array disk. Thus, he couldn't conceal himself from Vaughn and the others. To avoid conflict, he planned to wait until they entered before making his move. However, while waiting, Jonathan suddenly sensed a presence behind him. Turning around, he was surprised to see the James. Who exactly are you? How did you appear here? Why do I feel like I've seen you before? The James stared at Jonathan and slowly asked. Jonathan inwardly cursed his luck. He hadn't expected that a short lapse in using the Divine Concealment formation would result in immediate discovery by the James. It was clear that relying too much on external aids had its downsides. A myriad of thoughts raced through Jonathan's mind, yet he was unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, seeing Jonathan remain silent, the James wasted no time and attacked directly. Despite being an 8th rank peak martial king, the James couldn't use spells under the Gustavus's aura. However, even with just physical strength, he was far beyond Jonathan's ability to counter. Deciding to reveal himself, Jonathan tore off his black armor helmet and shouted, "Jason, don't attack, it's me." Recognizing the familiar voice, the James paused and said, "Diego, it's you. Never thought you could track me all the way here. You hide deeper than an old fox. You truly live up to my expectations." As the James spoke, he still quickly approached Jonathan. Seeing this, Jonathan realized the James intended to capture him first. From his tone, it seemed he had been planning something against Jonathan for a long time. Knowing this wouldn't end amicably, Jonathan summoned the netherworld divine fire within him and hurled it at the James. "Hey, wait." Sensing imminent danger, the James immediately shouted. Nevertheless, he swiftly produced a bronze shield to block the flames. Bang! The netherworld divine fire struck the shield, burning straight through it before slowly extinguishing. Realizing one strike wasn't enough, Jonathan immediately summoned another fireball. The James, seeing this, urgently pleaded, "Wait, Diego! Stop! We're not necessarily enemies." Hearing this, Jonathan halted his actions but maintained his guard. "What now, Jason? Not planning to capture me?" Laughing awkwardly, the James replied, "Ha, boy. I just wanted to say hello. You were too tense." Amused, Jonathan didn't press the issue, waiting to see what the James would do next. Noticing the situation easing, the James continued, "Boy, whether you believe me or not, I never meant to harm you. Otherwise, I would have acted long ago. How about we cooperate?" "Oh, how?" Ignoring the James's earlier statement, Jonathan was wary, especially after dealing with people from the Divine Tomb. But given the current situation, he didn't want to completely alienate the James. Seeing Jonathan's interest, the James coaxed him along. "Do you know the origin of this Divine Tomb? This place is a secret world created by the ancient spirit race as a legacy to cultivate their successors. Unfortunately, it was invaded by the heavenly demon race, leading to the mutual destruction of the Gustavus and the heavenly demon god, who are now buried here. If we cooperate, I promise to give you a tremendous opportunity," the James added, pulling out a map from his pocket. "This is the Nine Spirits map, which led me here and marks the location of the Celestial Spirit Pool, a crucial heritage site of the ancient spirit race. What do you think? Want to go inside?" Unfolding the Nine Spirits map, for Jonathan to see, he awaited a response. Jonathan didn't answer immediately but countered, "Jason, our relationship isn't that close, is it? You have the Celestial Spirit Pool's location. Why not go yourself and instead send me? Are you really that generous?" Undeterred by Jonathan's skepticism, the James calmly continued his persuasion. Hashtag chapter 59, White Jade Stone Doors. "Little friend Sue, you are overthinking this. You cured my soul's ailment with your soul method. You are a benefactor to this old man. How could I harm you?" the James said. Hearing his words, Jonathan still wore a doubtful expression. Seeing that Jonathan was not convinced, the James sighed and began to speak frankly. "In truth, based on this old man's physical age, I cannot enter the Celestial Spirit Pool. There are two conditions for entering the Celestial Spirit Pool. 1. Bone age must not exceed 30 years, and 2. One must possess a divine body. Otherwise, the spiritual energy inside will explode them from within. These two conditions happen to fit little friend Sue perfectly. And the reason why this old man planned for little friend Sue to enter was to help me obtain a celestial spirit flower to restore my cultivation. My Danteon suffered a hidden injury in my early years, causing my cultivation to dissipate year by year. Only the celestial spirit flower can heal this old man's injury. So, when I first saw you breaking through, it caught my attention." Listening to the James's somewhat sincere explanation, Jonathan hesitated, uncertain of its authenticity. He then asked, "Jason, what was your cultivation at your peak?" The James responded proudly, 11th stage, Martial Saint. Cough cough. Jonathan choked in surprise. Martial Saint? That was the highest cultivation level in this world, apart from the martial god. No wonder the James was so eager to regain his cultivation. Anyone who had once been a martial saint, but now fell to a mere martial king would be hard-pressed to find balance. Realizing this, Jonathan reluctantly agreed to cooperate. After all, if he refused, he truly lacked the confidence to defeat a former martial saint like the James. Thinking this through, Jonathan nodded and agreed. "Cooperation is fine, but don't even think about tricking or harming me. I still have many trump cards up my sleeve," Jonathan warned, hoping to keep the James in line. The James nodded willingly, agreed. "I promise not to play any tricks." The James chuckled. With Jonathan holding his own against him, he dared not act too rashly. After all, what he said was true, and he feared forcing Jonathan might lead to non-cooperation or an accidental death during a struggle. Without someone able to enter the Celestial Spirit Pool and fetch the flower for him, it would be counterproductive. Thus, friendly cooperation was the best course. With that, Jonathan and the James reached a temporary partnership. Jonathan sighed in relief. He then asked, "Where is the Celestial Spirit Pool?" Jonathan was also very interested in the Celestial Spirit Pool. It was the legacy ground of the ancient spirit clan, filled with profound opportunities. Seeing Jonathan ask, the James no longer held back. He unfurled the Nine Spirit map for Jonathan to examine carefully. The location of the Celestial Spirit Pool should be within the Golden Light Hall. The exact spot isn't clearly marked on the map. We'll have to find it ourselves, the James explained. However, just then, the sky started to brighten, and the faint, sovereign spirit pressure began to fade away. In the distance, the Golden Light Hall flickered as the light intensified. Not good, the Golden Light Hall is about to vanish. Let's hurry in. The James grabbed Jonathan and rushed towards the Golden Light Hall. Meanwhile, after the sovereign spirit pressure dissipated, Hassan and the two heaven demons, who had been immobilized on the ground, finally regained their movements. The sovereign spirit pressure has vanished. This old immortal, I will awaken the heavenly demon lord and utterly destroy you. Hassan growled fiercely. On the other side, the two heaven demons muttered glumly. We never expected that after 10,000 years, the powerful spirit clans here have not diminished. We must hurry to awaken the heavenly demon lord. Yes, we never anticipated losing track of Vaughn. Now, I can't even sense his position. That's bad. According to the Dark Emperor's instructions, we need a demon body type host to awaken the heavenly demon lord. We must find Vaughn quickly. Yes, we should have captured Vaughn beforehand. The two 8th stage heaven demons walked toward another part of the secret realm. Meanwhile, Jonathan and the James managed to enter the Golden Light Hall before it dispersed. They found themselves in a grand corridor. Those who had entered earlier, including Vaughn, were nowhere to be seen. Let's go, the James said without hesitation, stepping into the corridor first. Jonathan followed closely behind. After passing through the corridor, they came upon a massive white jade platform adorned with several white jade stone doors. Vaughn and his group were halted at the entrance to the platform. "Old man, you actually tracked us here too?" Vaughn exclaimed upon seeing the James and Jonathan. He immediately armed himself and stood ready. Hearing this, the James retorted irritably, "Stop saying tracking. This old man isn't a stalker." "I have a map too," the James added, showing the 9-spirit map to everyone. "Humph, what do you want?" Vaughn asked, paying little attention to the map. Having come this far, the map wasn't much use anymore. What worried him was the James's strength. Previously, 3 8th stage peak martial kings had failed to catch him, showcasing his formidable power. Now, with Granville, his only 8th stage martial king, injured, he couldn't stand up to the James. If a real fight broke out, his side would likely suffer. Suppressing his anger, Vaughn calmed down and suggested, "Old Domenico, let's not interfere with each other, shall we?" The James replied indifferently, "This old man agrees. I'm not one who enjoys conflict." He added, "Oh, by the way, I should warn you. The 3 black-robed men you were with were transformed heaven demons, possibly with ill intentions." With that, the James stopped talking to Vaughn and his group. Upon hearing this warning, Vaughn furrowed his brows, startled by the implications. Heaven demons? Could it be because of my constitution? That's impossible. I've never told anyone that secret. Vaughn's thoughts churned in confusion due to the James's words. Wearing his helmet, Jonathan, noting that the James had made his point, remained silent and focused on the 3 tightly closed white jade stone doors. How do we open these stone doors? Jonathan wondered to himself. Approaching the doors, he examined them closely. Chapter 60. Discovering the Heavenly Spirit Pool. Jonathan examined for a while, but found nothing significant. Thus, Jonathan directly activated the system's appraisal function. Dao's 3 gates. They are Gate of the Body, Gate of the Spirit, and Gate of Destiny, imbued with special restrictions by an immortal Emperor-level expert. Only those who meet the requirements can enter. Gate of the Body. Those who have built a divine body before the age of 30 may enter this gate. Gate of the Spirit. Those who have opened 7 spirit acupoints may enter this gate. Gate of Destiny. Anyone can enter to seek celestial destiny. Looking at the information provided by the system, Jonathan fell into deep thought. Undoubtedly, the opportunities hidden within the Gate of the Body should be the Heavenly Spirit Pool mentioned by the old lunatic. Since Jonathan met the entrance requirement, and he was the only one in the entire venue who could do so, Jonathan wasn't in a rush to enter. He turned his attention to the Gate of the Spirit. Clearly, this Gate of the Spirit was most likely prepared for the younger generation of the Spirit Clan because, except for the Spirit Clan, no other race could open the 7 spirit acupoints. Even Jonathan couldn't do it since the modified Myriad Spirits art allowed him to open the spirit acupoints one by one, not all at once. Therefore, no one present could enter this Gate of the Spirit. As for the final Gate of Destiny, there was little to say. Anyone could enter, so everyone had to rely on their own abilities for the opportunities inside. After some contemplation, Jonathan pondered whether to enter the Gate of the Body or the Gate of Destiny first. The treasures within the Gate of the Body could only be claimed by Jonathan, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, entering the Gate of Destiny would face too many competitors, and if his identity was exposed, he might encounter many unknown dangers, including the possibility of the old lunatic turning against him. Therefore, entering the Gate of Destiny along with others was a very risky move. There was even a possibility of being assassinated. After much consideration, Jonathan suppressed his greed and decided to prioritize safety. He chose to go into the Gate of the Body to enhance his strength first. Thinking this over, Jonathan quietly approached the Gate of the Body and reached out to touch it. Instantly, a beam of white light enveloped Jonathan and drew him into the gate. The people on the platform were taken aback when they saw this scene. "Damn it, how did that boy get in?" Vaughn shouted, and then came up to the Gate of the Body and tried touching it, but there was no reaction. "What's going on? Why does it have no reaction when I touch it?" Vaughn was puzzled. How was he worse off than Jonathan? Could this door recognize people? Or is there another mechanism? A few others also came forward to touch the stone gate, but none of them triggered any response. Witnessing this, the old lunatic remained silent for a moment, seemingly recalling something. Then he said, "Give up, that gate has no fate with you." After speaking, the old lunatic walked straight to the Gate of Destiny and touched it. Immediately, a beam of white light appeared again, and the old lunatic was sucked into the Gate of Destiny. Seeing this, Vaughn and the rest had extremely unpleasant expressions. They also headed to the Gate of Destiny. This time, the Gate of Destiny reacted, and Vaughn was transported inside. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Soon, everyone vanished from the platform, leaving the site desolate again. On the other side, after entering the Gate of the Body, Jonathan found himself in an endless world of ice and snow. Bang bang bang. Snowflakes drifted down continuously onto Jonathan's armor like knives, creating metallic clinking sounds. Once inside this icy realm, Jonathan's armor lost its magical patterns and became as mundane as ordinary iron. It quickly deteriorated under the cutting force of the snowflakes. "Can't use magical artifacts here?" Jonathan muttered. As he attempted to verify by producing another armor, he found even the storage rings patterns were sealed. So it seems that using magical artifacts is truly forbidden. Is this part of the test? Jonathan wondered. Resigned, Jonathan removed his damaged black armor and walked bare-chested through the icy world. Immediately, the snowflakes, sharp as blades, slashed across his body, causing extensive injuries in just moments. Seeing this, Jonathan frowned slightly, realizing how razor-sharp these snowflakes were, easily slicing through his otherwise impenetrable flesh. He activated the healing power of the second transformation, Body of Demons, from the 9 transformations of Divine Demon Body. Instantly, demonic energy surged, swiftly repairing Jonathan's wounds. Yet, the snow continued to cut into his flesh, though the damage was manageable despite its intensity. Thus, Jonathan healed as he braved the wind and snow. "I must find the Heavenly Spirit Pool soon," he muttered. Although he could barely withstand the snowy assault for now, Prolonged exposure would make self-healing insufficient, potentially reducing him to minced meat. After walking aimlessly for an undetermined period, Jonathan's demon energy gradually faded, yet he still had no clue about the location of the heavenly spirit pool. Where on earth is it? Feeling anxious, Jonathan suddenly noticed a towering snow peak faintly visible in the distance, standing out prominently in the endless icy world. Is it there? Jonathan thought, and headed toward it. With a target in sight, he quickened his pace, despite deeper cuts from the snow, knowing he must reach the heavenly spirit pool before his demonic energy ran out, lest he perish here. Braving increasingly fierce winds and snow, Jonathan climbed step by step up the snow peak. Higher up, snowflakes the size of palms landed on Jonathan, instantly cutting into his flesh deeply. These cuts grew deeper, overwhelming even the healing capacity of his body of demons. Finally, Jonathan was almost covered in blood, with every inch of his flesh sliced open. With sheer willpower, Jonathan finally ascended the snow peak. A lake rich in spiritual energy appeared before him, exactly as he hoped. Exhausted, Jonathan dived into the lake without hesitation. Ding! Detected extreme purity of spirit chi in the host's environment. 7 apertures myriad spirits art, automatically initiated. Before losing consciousness, Jonathan heard the system voice. When he woke up, his wounds were fully healed. Chapter 61. Continuous breakthroughs. His Dantian meridians were filled with a massive amount of spiritual energy, making Jonathan feel uncomfortably bloated. The Chi 7 apertures myriad spirit technique is activating automatically? Jonathan was surprised. But then he recalled that this cultivation method had been modified by the system and possessed some special effects, so it wasn't too strange. Following this, Jonathan began to inspect his Dantian. One look immediately gave him quite a fright. He saw that the spiritual energy in his Dantian had never been this abundant before, and it was also extremely pure, far beyond what Jonathan's current strength could refine. If he hadn't been unconscious earlier, unable to guide the spiritual energy to break through his cultivation level, he probably would have already advanced long ago. This heavenly spirit pool truly is a holy land for cultivation. Jonathan marveled. He immediately decided to begin serious cultivation. I'll first try to break through to the 4th rank warrior master realm, Jonathan muttered to himself. He then mobilized the spiritual energy to start breaking through the bottleneck. Boom. However, at this moment, Jonathan's cultivation bottleneck shattered almost instantly, taking less than a second. He quickly broke through to the 4th rank warrior master realm. Is this really too fast? Or does this heavenly spirit pool possess an ability to help one break through? Jonathan exclaimed in amazement. But then he thought about it, and understood the reason. The spiritual energy in this heavenly spirit pool was extremely pure, comparable even to the purity level of spiritual energy found in 11th rank martial saint realms. This made it easy for him to break through his cultivation boundaries. Haha, I'm rich. I wonder how cultivating the Chi 7 apertures myriad spirit technique here will go? How many spirit apertures can be opened? Jonathan thought to himself. Immediately, he started to cultivate using the Chi 7 apertures myriad spirit technique. Instantly, the spiritual energy within Jonathan's body accelerated, gradually overflowing from his Dantian toward the first spirit aperture on his left shoulder. Supported by the abundant spiritual energy, Jonathan began preparing to open his first artificially created spirit aperture outside his Dantian. In his meridians, large amounts of spiritual energy kept converging toward his left shoulder, gradually forming a spiritual energy vortex. As the vortex rotated continuously, Jonathan felt intense pain. It felt as if a blunt spear was drilling into his left shoulder. First spirit aperture. Open for me. Jonathan roared loudly. Then he channeled all the spiritual energy from his Dantian into the spirit aperture on his left shoulder. Bang! A sound like popping beans came from Jonathan's left shoulder. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted. Bam! Waves rippled through the heavenly spirit pool. Afterward, he heard a relieved sigh. Phew! Luckily it succeeded on the first attempt. According to the records in the Chi 7 apertures myriad spirit technique, opening the first spirit aperture was extremely dangerous. The spiritual energy originally contained in the Dantian might not be enough to support the final breakthrough. Fortunately, Jonathan was in the heavenly spirit pool, which provided not only sufficient but also highly pure spiritual energy. This allowed Jonathan to successfully open his first spirit aperture on his first try. Thinking of this, Jonathan couldn't wait to experience the effects of having 2 major spiritual energy centers working simultaneously. Without hesitation, Jonathan immediately activated the Chi 7 apertures myriad spirit technique and began absorbing spiritual energy vigorously. Instantly, a large amount of spiritual energy began to converge on Jonathan. The absorption speed increased several times over. Inside Jonathan's body, the spiritual energy split into 2 streams. One stream gathered at Jonathan's Dantian, while the other converged on his left shoulder. Even Jonathan's spiritual energy reserves multiplied several times over. Haha, this feels great. Seeing this, Jonathan was overjoyed. With 2 spirit apertures, his already abundant spiritual energy reserves doubled. If he engaged in a war of attrition, Jonathan wouldn't fear anyone of the same rank. After enjoying the moment for a while, Jonathan finally calmed down. Opportunities to enter the heavenly spirit pool are rare. I can't waste time. I must continue cultivating as soon as possible. Jonathan muttered to himself. At this point, he no longer thought about other opportunities within the Xuanxia gate. He only wanted to fully absorb the benefits of this heavenly spirit pool to rapidly increase his cultivation and strength. Thus, Jonathan once again entered a frenzied state of cultivation. Meanwhile, as Jonathan cultivated, Vaughn and Henrik each found their own opportunities and were now digesting them. Time flew by. In a blink, a month had passed. During this period, Jonathan's cultivation broke through twice more, reaching the 6th rank warrior lord realm. If news of this cultivation speed spread, it would shock the world. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in the entire heavenly spirit pool was nearly depleted by Jonathan. Otherwise, he genuinely intended to keep cultivating. Seeing that the remaining spiritual energy in the pool was insufficient for him to break through to the 7th rank spiritual warrior realm, he abandoned the idea of further increasing his cultivation. Instead, he planned to use this opportunity to open a second spirit aperture on his body. If everything goes well, the remaining spiritual energy should suffice. After estimating, Jonathan began attacking the second spirit aperture. Instantly, the spiritual energy inside Jonathan's body accelerated. Just like before, starting from his dantian and moving toward the first spirit aperture on his left shoulder. Once the first spirit aperture on his left shoulder was filled, all the spiritual energy moved toward the second spirit aperture on his right shoulder. With the support of abundant spiritual energy, Jonathan kept increasing the flow. A larger spiritual energy vortex formed on Jonathan's right shoulder. Piercing pain struck again, but with his experience from the first attempt, Jonathan gritted his teeth and endured. Second spirit aperture. Open for me. Jonathan shouted loudly. Then he poured all his spiritual energy into the spirit aperture on his left shoulder at once. Bang! A crisp sound echoed again. A surge of spiritual energy burst out. Despite the perilous situation, the second spirit aperture successfully opened. Phew! Jonathan sighed in relief. Looking at the nearly depleted spiritual energy in the heavenly spirit pool, he silently felt fortunate. At this moment, after the spiritual energy was depleted, Jonathan suddenly noticed a white flower blooming at the bottom of the heavenly spirit pool. Is that the heavenly spirit flower? It's actually at the bottom of the lake. Jonathan realized. Previously busy with cultivation, he had forgotten about the heavenly spirit flower. Thinking of this, Jonathan carefully plucked the heavenly spirit flower. Surprisingly, this small flower contained an extremely terrifying amount of spiritual energy, even purer than all the spiritual energy in the heavenly spirit pool. This is a treasure. Jonathan hesitated slightly. He wondered if he should trade this heavenly spirit flower to the Henrik. Well, let's see how things go. If the Henrik can offer a treasure equivalent to this heavenly spirit flower, I'll trade it. If not, then we'll have to fight. Jonathan thought to himself. Chapter 62. The struggle for the boundary-breaking talisman. Jonathan had now reached the 6th rank martial lord realm, yet he still couldn't be sure of defeating that mad old man. However, he could definitely ensure his safety against him. With this thought, Jonathan temporarily put away the heavenly spirit flower. Phew, it's time to leave, Jonathan murmured, pondering whether any remaining opportunities were left within the gate of destiny. He then planned to depart from the place. Just as he willed it, a white light descended, instantly transporting him back to the platform. Die! As soon as Jonathan appeared on the platform, the sound of combat echoed around. Adrian and the Brantley had engaged in a fierce battle. Hand over the treasure. Don't make me kill you. Adrian's eyes were bloodshot, intensely staring at the cold youth. The youth remained unafraid, replying icily, the treasure goes to the worthy. It belongs to me now. You bastard. I found it first. How can you just snatch it away? Adrian roared hysterically, clearly indicating the treasure's immense importance to him. As the standoff continued, Jonathan's sudden appearance altered the dynamics. Huh? It's you? Adrian exclaimed, immediately recognizing Jonathan, who wasn't wearing armor. Seeing this, Jonathan didn't deny it either. Exposing his identity didn't matter much now since he already had the strength to confront 7th rank martial spirits. What if it is? Don't you want to continue your fight? With his arms crossed, Jonathan stood aside, ready to watch the drama unfold. Despite recognizing Jonathan, Adrian couldn't inquire further given the situation. I never expected you to hide so deeply. You must be with that crazy old man, Adrian said but quickly added. But I don't have time to deal with you right now. Turning back to the cold youth, Adrian growled. Looks like you won't give it up. I'll just have to take it by force. Adrian lunged ferociously at the cold youth. Observing from the side, Jonathan was quite curious about what kind of treasure could drive Adrian to such madness, risking the lives of his companions. Meanwhile, the battle between Adrian and the cold youth escalated into a brutal melee. As a skilled swordsman, Adrian held an advantage against the assassin-like youth. After a prolonged struggle, the youth gradually fell into a disadvantageous position, accumulating several bloody cuts. Just then, realizing his impending defeat, the cold youth suddenly shouted towards Jonathan, Are you planning to keep watching? If he kills me, you'll die too. Adrian paused upon hearing the youth's outburst and glared viciously at Jonathan. Facing the newly drawn fire, Jonathan reluctantly responded, I have no interest in the treasure you're fighting over. Feel free to continue. That's because you don't know what this treasure is, the cold youth scoffed, then asked, Do you know about the boundary-breaking talisman? Upon hearing those words, Jonathan's pupils contracted sharply. The boundary-breaking talisman could shatter barriers. With this item, one could easily break through the divine cemetery's barrier and escape from this prison. Realizing this, Jonathan understood why these two were so desperate. For Adrian and his group, they had two goals, escaping the divine cemetery and gaining immense power to seek revenge. Both required leaving the divine cemetery, which had world barriers only penetrable by either supreme 12th rank divine martial gods or the boundary-breaking talisman. Previously, Jonathan focused solely on enhancing his strength, never considering how to escape. Attempting to break out of the purple micropalace would be unrealistic. It was a top-tier power with many saint-level experts. Therefore, using the boundary-breaking talisman to secretly escape seemed safest. Realizing its potential, Jonathan felt an intense desire for it. Adrian, noticing this, began to guard against Jonathan, warning, the treasure might be tempting, but it's futile to obtain it without surviving. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Adrian threatened, wanting to swiftly seize the talisman and find a hiding place without complications. However, Jonathan was undeterred. Deciding to acquire the boundary-breaking talisman after hearing about it, he wasn't going to leave easily. Go on, I'm just watching. Jonathan goaded. Understanding Jonathan's intent, Adrian retorted. You seem very confident in your strength. Just don't die under my blade. Adrian attacked the cold youth once more with full force. Die. Adrian fiercely swung his blade. The cold youth struggled to resist. You think you can profit from our downfall? Think again. Frustrated that Jonathan wouldn't intervene until after he died, the cold youth tossed a storage ring straight at Jonathan. Boundary-breaking talisman. Here you go, he yelled. Instinctively catching the ring, Jonathan opened it, only to find it empty. Well, this guy's really dragging me into this, Jonathan thought, not expecting the cold youth to play this trick. The ring is empty, Jonathan stated coldly. Adrian, naturally, didn't believe it. Keep playing tricks, you're both dead anyway. Deciding to eliminate everyone, Adrian ignored the question of who had the talisman. Meanwhile, Jonathan shared the same thought. Let's see who survives this. Jonathan activated the second transformation demon body and joined the fray. Die! Roaring, Jonathan punched Adrian's long sword, sending him flying. You! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Adrian stared in shock at Jonathan. Surprised by Jonathan's unexpected strength despite his seemingly low cultivation level, even Jonathan was taken aback. Reaching 6th rank martial lord enhanced his god demon body significantly, allowing him to crush a 7th rank martial spirit. Even in second transformation, Jonathan felt close to achieving the third transformation, god body. Could it be due to the trials in the snowstorm? Jonathan wondered, then resumed attacking Adrian, aiming to capitalize on his momentum. ##### Chapter 63, Breaking the Spirit Gate. Face your doom. Jonathan bellowed and hurled another punch directly at Elmwood. Elmwood gritted his teeth in determination, swinging his large blade toward Jonathan's fist with all his might. Bang! A loud explosion echoed through the air. Elmwood's blade flew out of his hands as he was blasted away by the force of Jonathan's punch. At that moment, the Brantley saw an opportunity to ambush Jonathan, lunging at his back. Jonathan let out a cold snort, rapidly channeling demonic power to shield himself tightly. Bang! It was as if striking iron. The attack failed to penetrate Jonathan's skin. You! The cold-hearted youth couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. But Jonathan didn't give him time to be shocked, immediately delivering a heavy blow to his chest. Spit! The cold-hearted youth coughed up a large mouthful of blood and flew backward, knocked unconscious. In this moment, without their martial arts techniques, both Elmwood and the cold-hearted youth were no match for Jonathan. This was the first time Jonathan had clearly felt the power of his physical body. Even with just the second transformation demon body, he could crush a 7th rank spiritual warrior. If he could advance to the 3rd rank divine body, would he be able to overpower an 8th rank celestial warrior? While lost in thought, Jonathan did not pause his attacks, continuing to charge at Elmwood, planning to eliminate one opponent first. This punch die. Jonathan growled, sending a lethal punch toward the heavily wounded Elmwood. No more fighting. Elmwood screamed in terror, but all he faced was Jonathan's iron fist. Bang! A deafening sound erupted, and Elmwood was struck fatally through the heart, meeting his end. On the other side, the Brantley, witnessing Jonathan kill Elmwood with just 3 punches, was petrified with fear. He immediately fished out a boundary-breaking token from his ring and threw it towards the Gate of Fate, while speeding off in the opposite direction to escape the ruins. Seeing this, Jonathan hesitated momentarily before chasing after the token. By the time he retrieved it, the cold-hearted youth was nearly out of the ruins. Witnessing this scene, Jonathan decided not to pursue further. The youth had no enmity with him, and there was no motivation to go through the trouble of hunting him down. Thinking this over, Jonathan examined the boundary-breaking token in his hand before using the system to appraise it. Boundary-breaking token. A special artifact carved from spatial stone, capable of breaking through spatial barriers. Satisfied that it was genuine, Jonathan tucked it away. With the boundary-breaking token, he now had confidence in escaping from the Derrick, the 8th-rank heaven demons, or even Clyde who had been possessed. After securing the token, Jonathan turned to look at the Gate of Fate. There seemed to be many treasures inside. I can explore further, Jonathan thought to himself. However, before entering the Gate of Fate, Jonathan approached the spirit gate for a final test. But there was no reaction. Pity, even with 2 spirit apertures opened, it still doesn't meet the entrance requirements. Jonathan sighed regretfully. In his mind, the middle spirit gate should contain the richest rewards, yet since he wasn't part of the spirit clan, he couldn't enter, which was unfortunate. Just as Jonathan was about to give up, the system sounded off. Ring. An immortal-grade spirit detection array has been detected. Do you wish to attempt its comprehension in Poegia? Note, the term Poegia should be translated to English. Here's the corrected version. Ring. An immortal-grade spirit detection array has been detected. Do you wish to attempt its comprehension in Poegia? Corrected version. Ring. An immortal-grade spirit detection array has been detected. Do you wish to attempt its comprehension in Poegia? For better readability, it should be. Ring. An immortal-grade spirit detection array has been detected. Do you wish to attempt its comprehension in Poegia? Final version. Ring. An immortal-grade spirit detection array has been detected. Do you wish to attempt its comprehension in Poegia? Proper final version. Ring. An immortal-grade spirit detection array has been detected. Do you wish to attempt its comprehension in Poegia? Revised final version. Ring. An immortal-grade spirit detection array has been detected. Do you wish to attempt its comprehension and decryption? This ensures that the sentence reads naturally in English and maintains consistency in terminology. He could comprehend and break it? Jonathan was startled, then instantly elated. Yes, comprehend and break it. Jonathan quickly chose. Immediately, an incredibly intricate array pattern appeared in Jonathan's mind. Although it was merely a spirit detection array, its grade was exceptionally high at the immortal level, making it far more difficult to comprehend than the heavenly evolution array. Thus, it took Jonathan a full 3 hours to barely grasp the operating method of the Grand Spirit Detection Array. Following this, Jonathan began attempting to solve a small part of the array, just enough to bypass the detection results and enter behind the spirit gate. Jonathan's hands emitted waves of white light, slowly bypassing the detection process of the array. After some time, he finally succeeded and was teleported by a beam of white light. Haha, I'm really in. Jonathan laughed joyfully, considering this an unexpected delight. Upon entering the spirit gate, Jonathan found himself in a majestic hall. In the center of the hall stood a wide arena. As soon as Jonathan approached, the figure of an elderly man in white appeared on the arena. Young man, welcome to the Spirit Clan trial platform. The rules are simple. Every time you defeat an opponent, you will receive a basic treasure reward. Every 10 victories grant you an extra chance to choose a treasure. You can select opponents of 4 types: spirit practitioners, body practitioners, soul practitioners, and all-around practitioners. Defeating all-around practitioners doubles the basic rewards and provides double precious items for every 10 levels cleared. Please make your choice. After the elderly figure finished speaking, he fell silent, waiting quietly for Jonathan's decision, seeming like just a soulless artifact spirit. Upon hearing the rules, Jonathan pondered deeply. Spirit practitioners, body practitioners, soul practitioners, and all-around practitioners? Which should I choose? First, he ruled out spirit practitioners. Given that this was a Spirit Clan trial, spirit practitioners were always exceptionally strong. While Jonathan practiced the 7 Apertures 10,000 Spirits technique, it was inferior to the true ancient 10,000 Spirits technique. Therefore, battling a born spirit talent, a true ancient Spirit Clan warrior, would surely leave Jonathan at a disadvantage. As for soul practitioners, they could also be ruled out. Although Jonathan had learned the soul technique, it was not highly ranked, nor did he specialize in it. His only real skill in soul cultivation was the soul-cutting sword technique, which wouldn't be enough against a true ancient Spirit Clan soul practitioner. Left with the options of body practitioners or all-around practitioners, Jonathan knew defeating all-around practitioners offered double rewards, but his shortcomings would likely lead to early elimination. Therefore, he opted for body practitioners. After all, the 9 Transformations Divine Devil Body was a super god-grade technique, possibly ranking above immortal-level techniques. Moreover, Jonathan had invested substantial time and energy into body cultivation, making it his strongest point. Chapter 64, Cultivation in the Dragon Forging Pool. After thinking through these matters, Jonathan directly chose, I choose to cultivate as a body refinement practitioner. Very well. Please select the category for your basic reward. The figure of the white-robed elder asked. I choose materials for body refinement. Jonathan thought for a moment and confirmed. Currently, his second transformation devil body was about to advance, so choosing body refinement materials was the most suitable for him. Good, please step onto the platform. Upon hearing this, Jonathan walked up. Immediately, the figure of a giant appeared before his eyes. To defeat the phantom means victory. Rewards will be issued on sight, the white-robed elder said. The phantom in front of Jonathan then charged at him, while Jonathan countered with a punch. Bang! A soft sound. The giant phantom was instantly shattered by Jonathan's fist. So weak? Jonathan was surprised but quickly understood. It wasn't that the opponent was weak, but rather that he had become too strong. It looks like I'll get quite a few rewards, Jonathan thought. Suddenly, an extraordinary treasure appeared before him. Is this the reward? Jonathan was pleasantly surprised and immediately examined it. Blood Glory Root, a 6th grade spiritual material that can enhance blood and chi, and refine one's physique. Not bad. Though its grade isn't high, it's exactly what I need, Jonathan happily noted. Then, the figure of the white-robed elder spoke again. After each victory, you have 1 hour to rest. Would you like to rest, or continue? Jonathan chose continue, without hesitation. Soon, another phantom appeared before Jonathan. This time, the opponent was noticeably stronger than before. They exchanged punches rapidly, and although the opponent was slightly tougher, Jonathan still resolved the situation with 1 punch. Once again, he passed easily. Jonathan continued. Thus, Jonathan breezed through 10 levels in one go. At this point, the figure of the white-robed elder reappeared and offered an additional precious reward. An extra rare reward, a 7th grade elixir, spirit-breaking pill, a 7th grade magical treasure weapon, or 1 hour of cultivation time in the Dragon Forging Pool. What is the Dragon Forging Pool? An hour of cultivation can be equated to a 7th grade, spirit-breaking pill, and a 7th grade magical treasure? Looking at the rewards offered by the white-robed elder, Jonathan curiously asked about the final option, the Dragon Forging Pool. The white-robed elder's figure immediately provided an explanation. The Dragon Forging Pool is formed by diluting the blood of ancient dragons with earth fire. It is a secret place for body refinement that can rapidly enhance the physical strength of practitioners. Additionally, there's a chance to gain the power of ancient dragons. After hearing the introduction from the white-robed elder, Jonathan was stunned. The power of ancient dragons, that's legendary strength. If I can obtain it, my power will surely see a significant boost. Although the probability is small, I'm going to give it a try, Jonathan decided. Thinking this, Jonathan directly said, choose the Dragon Forging Pool cultivation time, and convert all subsequent rewards into Dragon Forging Pool cultivation time. Very well, the rare rewards will be settled after the trial ends, the white-robed elder replied. Subsequently, Jonathan resumed the battle. This time, the giant phantom's strength was nearly on par with Jonathan. He struggled but managed to win after considerable effort. Another round began quickly, leading to the crucial 20th level. At this point, without activating the devil power, Jonathan could no longer easily defeat the opponent. Deciding to prioritize efficiency, Jonathan activated the devil body and won decisively with overwhelming force. Clearing this level earned Jonathan 4 hours of Dragon Forging Pool cultivation time. But Jonathan didn't stop here and continued fighting fiercely. With the help of devil power, Jonathan finally made it through the 30th level after much hardship. This earned him 12 hours of dragon forging pool cultivation time. However, when he reached the 31st level, Jonathan was swiftly defeated. The opponent now possessed the strength of a 9th-rank martial emperor, which Jonathan couldn't overcome. Thus, Jonathan concluded his challenge, earning a total of 17 hours of dragon forging pool cultivation time. After the challenge ended, the figure of the white-robed elder reappeared. The Spirit Clan trial has been completed. Do you wish to enter the dragon forging pool for cultivation immediately? Jonathan thought for a moment and directly chose yes. Instantly, a white light flashed, transporting Jonathan to the edge of a volcanic crater. In front of him was a blood-red pool continuously emitting geothermal fire. Recognizing it as the dragon forging pool, Jonathan wasted no time and jumped in. Immediately, a searing heat enveloped his body, as if bathing in molten lava. Hiss! Jonathan drew in a sharp breath, suppressing the intense pain while quickly channeling the 9 transformations divine devil body to absorb the dragon blood energy within the dragon forging pool. Jonathan's bones turned completely blood-red. His blood boiled under the stimulation of the ancient dragon blood. Simultaneously, Jonathan felt a powerful force begin to permeate and nourish his muscles. Suddenly, a sound akin to an ancient dragon's roar echoed within Jonathan's body. Endless scorching dragon blood began circulating through his entire body like swimming fish, reinforcing his skin layer by layer. Another dragon roar suddenly erupted. At this moment, a system prompt also rang in Jonathan's mind. Ding! An ancient dragon soul's will has been detected. Do you wish to comprehend the secrets of dragon power? Hearing this, Jonathan was overjoyed and promptly selected yes. Instantly, Jonathan felt as though he had transformed into a massive ancient dragon, engaging in battles that destroyed heaven and earth. Through the battles, Jonathan gradually became familiar with the techniques of ancient dragon power. After a while, he came back to his senses. Ding! Successfully comprehended ancient dragon power. Hearing this notification, Jonathan was delighted. He immediately tried wielding that ancient dragon power within the dragon forging pool. As Jonathan performed it, the entire dragon forging pool seemed to come alive. Countless streams of dragon blood converged rapidly into Jonathan's body, and he absorbed them all. Infinite dragon blood surged within Jonathan's body, causing him to roar in pain. Seizing this opportunity, Jonathan began to break through the bottleneck of the 3rd transformation of his 9 transformations divine devil body. Break! Jonathan roared softly. He directed all the dragon blood toward the bottleneck. Suddenly, a rumbling sound like a surging river filled the air. Amidst the dense devil aura surrounding Jonathan, boundless golden light once again emerged. Chapter 65. The Nidhogg Emperor's Task. Boom! A burst of golden light filled the space. After a while, when the golden light finally dissipated, Jonathan opened his eyes and stretched his entire body with a satisfying crack. 2nd level divine body achieved. Feeling the boundless power coursing through his veins, Jonathan clenched his fists and then unleashed a punch, causing tremors that rippled through the very fabric of space. Haha, success! Jonathan's face lit up with joy. In just these few dozen hours of cultivation, he not only broke through to the 3rd level of the divine body, but also comprehended the ancient dragon force. Truly, his gains were bountiful. If I could stay here for a month to cultivate, who knows what level I would reach. Jonathan spoke to himself happily, unable to tear himself away from this sacred ground for body refinement, the forged dragon pool. However, his time was up, and soon he was transported out by a beam of white light. This time, Jonathan directly appeared back on the platform of the Tao Triple Gates. What a pity. Jonathan sighed wistfully. Yet, he felt deeply satisfied. Now at the 3rd level of the divine body, Jonathan felt he could rival an 8th stage peak martial king. He no longer needed to fear the Derrick. Of course, under the Nidhogg Emperor's aura, Jonathan believed he could crush an 8th stage peak martial king purely with his physical strength. With this thought, Jonathan felt a newfound confidence. Just as he was about to enter the gate of destiny to seek more opportunities, suddenly, the entire platform began to shake violently. A chilling, malevolent aura emerged. What's happening? Jonathan was alarmed. He suddenly sensed an evil aura assaulting him, shaking his very soul as if it were about to be devoured by that presence. Not good. This aura is the Heavenly Demon Clan's aura. Could it be that the Heavenly Demon God has been awakened? Jonathan was incredibly surprised. Previously, absorbed in cultivation and seeking opportunities, he had forgotten about the Heavenly Demon Clan's plot. Realizing this now was too late. Damn it. It looks like I must leave. Jonathan was somewhat panicked. He had witnessed the formidable strength of the Heavenly Demon who possessed Hassan, a being surpassing a 12th stage martial deity, reaching immortal level existence. Before such an entity, Jonathan currently stood no chance. Not to mention facing an even more terrifying Heavenly Demon God. Jonathan couldn't even imagine the realm of the Heavenly Demon God. As Jonathan was about to retreat and leave, the Nidhogg Emperor's aura suddenly erupted again, becoming even stronger and directly countering the Heavenly Demon God's aura. This gave Jonathan a brief moment of relief. I must leave quickly, or I might die here. Thinking about the conflict between the Nidhogg Emperor and the Heavenly Demon God, Jonathan did not wish to get involved. For him, both sides were incomparably powerful beings beyond his comprehension. With this in mind, Jonathan took out the world-breaking talisman, intending to use it. Suddenly, a bright white light appeared, and Jonathan was teleported to a place brimming with birdsong and flowers. Adelardald, do not be afraid. I will not harm you, an amiable old man said, appearing before Jonathan. Who are you? Jonathan asked cautiously. The old man slowly replied, you may call me the Nidhogg Emperor. What? Hearing this, Jonathan was greatly shocked, staring dumbfounded at the man. You are the Nidhogg Emperor from the ancient Nidhogg clan. Jonathan found it hard to believe. To be precise, I am merely a remnant soul and will of the Nidhogg Emperor, the kind old man explained. Jonathan remained silent. Even a remnant soul was enough to astonish him. Are you curious why I have brought you here? The kindly old man looked at Jonathan and smiled slightly. Jonathan nodded, for indeed he was curious. In fact, finding you is a matter of last resort. The kindly old man shook his head sadly and began to narrate. In ancient times, our Darnell clan ranked 5th among the 100 clans. Unfortunately, after the great continent shattered, our branch of the Darnell clan was scattered to the Eastern Heaven Realm, later known as the Immortal Realm. Originally, everything was fine, and our ancient Darnell clan remained a powerful race in the Immortal Realm, until we encountered the Heavenly Demon clan, which ranked 3rd among the 100 clans, 2 places above us. Soon, our Darnell clan erupted into a full-scale war with the Heavenly Demon clan, culminating in their invasion of our lineage's small world. In the end, relying on the advantage of terrain and the collective strength of the small world, I managed to achieve mutual destruction with the Heavenly Demon god. But this small world drifted into the mortal realm below the immortal realm due to the temporal chaos currents. Now, the Heavenly Demon god's remnant has been reawakened. Although I can still suppress him, once the world's energy is completely depleted, the Heavenly Demon god will revive and break free. Therefore, child, I entrust you with a task. If you succeed, I will bestow upon you the highest inheritance of the Darnell clan. The kindly old man paused and slowly looked at Jonathan. Hearing all this, Jonathan was thoroughly confused. Elder, what task do you wish to entrust to me? Jonathan asked carefully. Being within another small world, Jonathan had no choice but to comply, unable to refuse. Rest assured, if you complete the task, I will give you a supreme immortal weapon and our clan's heritage sacred jade. The kindly old man tempted. Jonathan felt a flicker of excitement, but remained composed as he asked. Please, Elder, explain the task. The kindly old man responded. The task is simple. Reinforce the seal of the Heavenly Demon god and eliminate 3 traitors serving the Heavenly Demon clan, along with 1 Devil Constitution individual. Cough, cough, cough. Jonathan was startled into a series of coughs by the astonishing demands. Isn't this insane? Send a 6th-stage martial duke to reinforce the seal of the Heavenly Demon god? And kill a Heavenly Demon clan's immortal level powerhouse? Elder, aren't you overestimating my abilities? This is a suicide mission. Maybe the seal has made you senile? Jonathan raged inwardly, thinking it was an impossible task. Meanwhile, the kindly old man, realizing how incredible the request sounded, quickly added, I will aid you fully in completing the task. There is hope. Despite this, Jonathan still felt dubious and couldn't help but ask, why choose me, Elder? As far as I remember, there are stronger individuals in this world than me. Chapter 66, The Immortal King Level Demon-Slaying Sword. Do you mean those 2 8th-rank martial kings of the human race? No, they won't be able to complete this mission. The kind old man shook his head and began explaining slowly. I chose you because of your performance in front of the Gate of Spirits. The spirit-detecting array on the Gate of Spirits may not be profound, but it is an immortal level array. The fact that you were able to bypass the immortal level array and enter the Gate of Spirits indicates that you are definitely a genius in array studies. Moreover, I sense the aura of the Taigo 10,000 spirits decree on you. As a human, being able to cultivate our spirit race's core technique is a miracle indeed, one that left me shocked. For I have never seen someone from another race learn our techniques before. You are the first. Therefore, I believe you will find a way to complete this mission if it is given to you. Having explained himself, the old man gazed silently at Jonathan. His words, however, increased Jonathan's internal pressure significantly. Thank you for looking so highly upon me. All these achievements were possible only with the help of the system, complained Jonathan inwardly, though he did not dare express it openly. After some contemplation, Jonathan decided to accept the Darnell Emperor's task. Firstly, he had no other choice. If he refused, Jonathan dared not guarantee whether the Darnell Emperor would turn on him or not. Secondly, he was extremely interested in the rewards of the task, a piece of Immortal King equipment and the inheritance sacred jade. These were treasures not found in the mortal realm. How could Jonathan resist? Thus, Jonathan nodded in agreement. Many thanks for trusting me, senior. This junior will do my best to fulfill your instructions, but cannot guarantee success. On the other side, hearing Jonathan accept the task, the Darnell Emperor finally smiled and said slowly, rest assured. This time I will assist you wholeheartedly. After speaking, the Darnell Emperor suddenly summoned 3 orbs of light in front of Jonathan. These 3 treasures are what I have prepared to help you complete the task. The first one is the Immortal King level demon-slaying sword, specifically crafted during our war with the celestial demon race to counter them. If you can activate just a thread of sword chi within this Immortal King level demon-slaying sword, you can easily annihilate that immortal-grade celestial demon. It can even briefly withstand the remnant soul consciousness of the celestial demon god, so keep this sword carefully. As he spoke, the Darnell Emperor pushed the demon-slaying sword out of the orb towards Jonathan. Seeing this, Jonathan immediately used the system to appraise it. Demon-slaying sword, Immortal King weapon, forged from the 9 heaven star metal, containing cosmic star power. It possesses the essence of the Immortal King level demon-slaying decree, which is extraordinarily effective against celestial demons from the outer realms. Currently sealed. To comprehend the first layer of the Immortal King level demon-slaying decree, 10 comprehension points are required. Would you like to begin comprehending now? Upon checking the details through the system, Jonathan was instantly stunned speechless. This was undoubtedly the most formidable treasure he had ever encountered. No ifs or buts about it. The contained technique, the Immortal King level demon-slaying decree, consumed 10 comprehension points for merely the first level. If he wanted to fully grasp it, Jonathan couldn't even guess how many comprehension points it would take. It was evident that the Immortal King level demon-slaying decree was a fearsome technique, potentially the foremost in the entire mortal realm. Thinking this, Jonathan couldn't help but swallow hard. He then asked, Senior, how does this junior wield this sword? Hearing this, the Darnold Emperor, as if he had anticipated it, calmly explained, "Don't worry. I've already placed a single-use seal on the demon-slaying sword to allow you to use it easily once. Afterward, to command it again, you must comprehend the demon-slaying decree. You should store the sword in your spiritual acupoint for now, and only use it when absolutely necessary." Following the Darnold Emperor's instructions, Jonathan cautiously stored the immortal king-level demon-slaying sword into his spiritual acupoint. Simultaneously, his heart was brimming with joy. Who would have thought that comprehending the demon-slaying decree allows me to wield this sword? Doesn't that mean I can frequently use the demon-slaying sword to kill people? Won't that make me invincible in the mortal world? Jonathan happily daydreamed. Initially, hearing that the sword could only be used once had made him feel a bit disheartened. But when he realized that comprehending the demon-slaying decree allowed him to command the demon-slaying sword, he felt elated all over again. Elder Darnold Emperor might think Jonathan wouldn't be able to comprehend the immortal king-level demon-slaying decree. However, he didn't account for Jonathan having the system. With the system's aid, comprehending the demon-slaying decree wouldn't be too challenging. Once outside, Jonathan would be directly invincible in the human realm. Haha, Jonathan laughed inwardly, though he kept his expression neutral, even feigning regret. The Darnold Emperor didn't suspect anything and continued introducing the other two items. The second item is the key to your mission. 9 Heavens Demon Subduing Stone. It is a backup core for the 9 Heavens Demon Subduing Great Array in this realm. The previous 9 Heavens Demon Subduing Stone, after countless years of use, has become heavily strained and is nearing collapse. Therefore, I need you to replace it by installing this new 9 Heavens Demon Subduing Stone back into the center of the 9 Heavens Demon Subduing Great Array. This is the most dangerous part of your mission, as the core is located above the seal of the celestial demon god's remnant soul. Now that it has awoken, I cannot assure you will come out alive. The Darnold Emperor candidly described the risks involved, without hiding anything from Jonathan. After listening, Jonathan fell silent. Although the rewards were impressive, failing the mission and dying would render everything useless. This burdened Jonathan's heart greatly. Just then, the Darnold Emperor spoke again. While this task is perilous, there is a high chance of success. Our race once obtained an ultimate secret technique called the Deceiving Heaven Hidden Immortal Technique. Cultivating this technique can conceal one's appearance and cultivation, deceiving everyone. However, it requires very high enlightenment, available only to true prodigies. If you master this Deceiving Heaven Hidden Immortal Technique, and combine it with my spiritual pressure interference, there will be a significant chance of evading the celestial demon god's remnant soul scan, allowing you to sneak into its sealing area and reinforce the seal. And the sooner we act, the better. Since it just woke up, its consciousness strength is still weak. If we delay, not even the Deceiving Heaven Hidden Immortal Technique will interfere with it anymore. The Darnold Emperor paved a bright path for Jonathan. Jonathan immediately felt it was feasible. He might worry about other aspects, but enlightenment-wise, he had the system and didn't need to worry. Chapter 67. The Concealment Art of Deceiving Heaven. As long as he expended a certain number of comprehension attempts, he could fully and perfectly comprehend the concealment art of deceiving heaven. Thinking of this, Jonathan spoke up immediately, "Senior Darnold D. Where is the concealment art of deceiving heaven? I am quite confident in my perception, so I am willing to give it a try." Seeing Jonathan's confidence, Darnold D's remnant soul was slightly taken aback, but did not discourage him. Instead, he directly said, "This concealment art of deceiving heaven is within the last treasure I need to hand over to you." Darnold D's remnant soul then pushed the item within the last light sphere towards Jonathan. This is the inheritance spirit jade of our Darnold clan, containing a large number of techniques of the Darnold clan. Furthermore, wearing this jade can enhance one's perception. I have already unlocked the concealment art of deceiving heaven within this spirit jade. You can take it and start comprehending it right away. After saying that, Darnold D's remnant soul handed over the inheritance jade to Jonathan. Upon receiving the inheritance jade, Jonathan immediately checked it with the system. Inheritance spirit jade, replica immortal king level spiritual treasure. This is a replica based on the original imperial level treasure inheritance spirit jade. It has some calming and perception enhancing effects. It contains a large number of high-level Darnold clan immortal arts. However, except for the concealment art of deceiving heaven, all other techniques are sealed. Looking at the replica inheritance spirit jade given by Darnold D's apparition, Jonathan felt slightly disappointed. He didn't expect that despite Darnold D appearing gentle and sincere, he still kept his guard up, giving Jonathan a replica of the inheritance spirit jade and sealing all recorded techniques. Clearly, he had little trust in Jonathan. Indeed, no immortal emperor is simple, Jonathan thought. He also began to be cautious secretly to avoid being deceived by Darnold D without realizing it. However, Jonathan did not show any of these feelings on his face, but continued to receive the inheritance spirit jade with excitement. Alright, start comprehending the concealment art of deceiving heaven. Begin the mission when you succeed, Darnold D said before disappearing from the spot, leaving Jonathan undisturbed to practice. Jonathan started practicing immediately after receiving the inheritance jade, not wasting any time. After all, as Darnold D had mentioned earlier, the more time that passed, the more the xuanhuan of the demon god would awaken. Note, xuanhuan means remnant soul, or residual soul. For better fluency in English, it could be translated as residual soul. Revised sentence. Jonathan started practicing immediately after receiving the inheritance jade, not wasting any time. After all, as Darnold D had mentioned earlier, the more time that passed, the more the residual soul of the demon god would awaken. Thus, starting the mission as soon as possible was the key. Thinking of this, Jonathan directly activated the system to begin comprehending the concealment art of deceiving heaven. Beep. Comprehending the concealment art of deceiving heaven requires the consumption of 100 comprehension attempts. Would the host like to proceed? Hearing the system prompt, Jonathan was startled. He didn't expect such a mere secret technique would require so many comprehension attempts. No wonder even Nidhogg considered the concealment art of deceiving heaven as an ultimate secret technique. It was indeed very powerful. Fortunately, Jonathan currently had enough remaining comprehension attempts, so he directly chose to comprehend. Meanwhile, Nidhogg's apparition quietly observed Jonathan in the background. He chose Jonathan due to his outstanding perception displayed at the Gate of Spirit. Being able to deceive the Gate of Spirit's detection array indicated superior perception. Thus, Nidhogg's apparition approached Jonathan for a trial. Although he did not expect Jonathan to completely comprehend the concealment art of deceiving heaven, understanding its essence, combined with Nidhogg's own spiritual awareness suppression, would be sufficient to deceive Demon God's spiritual scan. Of course, he did not know that Jonathan, with the help of the system, could fully comprehend the concealment art of deceiving heaven. Time ticked away. On the other side, Jonathan was completely immersed in comprehending the concealment art of deceiving heaven. His consciousness appeared in various vast worlds, transforming into an elder, a herdsboy, a scholar, and even an immortal, feeling the diversity of life and continuously traversing infinite worlds to comprehend the workings of heavenly laws. From lifetime to lifetime, realm to realm, Jonathan continually sensed changes in the world, the rise and fall of oceans and mountains. Finally, he vaguely grasped some patterns of the heavenly laws. Is this what the heavenly laws are? How do I conceal myself from heaven? Jonathan muttered to himself. On the other side, Nidhogg's apparition, who had been observing Jonathan closely, was instantly shocked upon noticing faint traces of heavenly law patterns around Jonathan. This Callan's perception is truly terrifying. He actually managed to comprehend the concealment art of deceiving heaven to such an extent. Unbelievable, unbelievable, Nidhogg's apparition exclaimed repeatedly. Unaware of this, Jonathan remained deeply engrossed in comprehending the concealment art of deceiving heaven. Nearly a week passed. Finally, Jonathan woke up from the endless worlds. Beep. Successful comprehension of the concealment art of deceiving heaven. Hearing the system prompt, Jonathan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, his figure became ethereal. At that moment, Nidhogg's apparition suddenly appeared before Jonathan. Young man, did you really comprehend the concealment art of deceiving heaven? Nidhogg's apparition asked anxiously. Hearing this, Jonathan humbly replied, I managed to comprehend about 60 to 70% of the concealment art of deceiving heaven, intentionally downplaying it, which was still enough to astonish Nidhogg's apparition. Remarkable, remarkable. I thought comprehending just a bit of this art would be good enough, but you've comprehended a significant portion. Truly talented. If you were indeed a descendant of our Nidhogg clan, how wonderful that would be. Nidhogg's apparition sighed. Jonathan did not choose to respond. After a while, Jonathan asked, when can we start the mission, senior? Coming back to his senses, Nidhogg's apparition replied, we can start now. Go and kill that demonic body human. He is currently trapped in the secret realm within the Gate of Destiny. After killing that demonic body human, I will teleport you out and guide you to the location of the demon god's remnant seal. Nidhogg explained seriously, and Jonathan nodded to indicate understanding. Seeing this, Nidhogg's apparition summoned a white beam, directly teleporting Jonathan out. Suddenly, the scenery before Jonathan changed, and he found himself in a dense fog-covered forest. Damn it, why can't I find a way out? Vaughn shouted frantically in the woods. Besides his guards and steward, there was no one else around him. He had been inside the Gate of Destiny for over a month. Apart from initially obtaining a tiny piece of treasure, he had gained nothing. Soon after entering the mysterious forest, he became trapped and could not escape. Forget finding immortal luck. Surviving might be uncertain. This left him utterly frustrated. Chapter 68, Killing Vaughn. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who had just teleported into this forest, overheard Vaughn's voice. Immediately, Jonathan became alert and decided to test the effects of the newly comprehended, heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique. Thinking thus, Jonathan activated the heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique. Instantly, Jonathan vanished from sight, as if he had never existed. Its effect was incomparably superior to the God-hidden array. Seeing this, Jonathan was very satisfied. He then boldly walked towards Vaughn and his two companions. Even so, Vaughn remained oblivious to Jonathan's approach. In no time, Jonathan reached close to Vaughn and struck a punch. Bang! A dull thud sounded. Caught off guard, Vaughn was sent flying by Jonathan's punch. Prince, what happened? The prince's guards and butler were greatly alarmed. They quickly rushed to support Vaughn. Prince, what exactly happened? Why did you suddenly fly away? The guard asked anxiously. Vaughn himself looked bewildered. I have no idea either. It felt like someone hit me out of nowhere. Vaughn, puzzled, instantly became vigilant. Who is there? Who is playing tricks on us? The butler shouted. Instantly, the imposing aura of an 8th stage peak martial king erupted, glaring menacingly around. Under the concealment of the heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique, Jonathan paid little attention to Granville's 8th stage peak martial king aura. Having already transformed into a 3rd stage divine body, even facing Granville head-on wouldn't worry him. How could he be affected by such an aura? However, to further test the heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique, Jonathan remained hidden. He walked up directly and delivered a heavy punch straight to Vaughn's back. Spit. Vaughn immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Granville panicked. He began shouting, whoever it is, show yourself. If you want to kill, start with this old man. Show yourself. Hearing Granville's words, Jonathan admired his loyalty. He then decided to honor his wish and threw a direct punch. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed. Jonathan's punch landed squarely on Granville's chest. It sent him flying several meters, crashing into a large tree. Spit. Granville coughed up a mouthful of blood. He then screamed frantically, Prince, run. I will hold back the person in the dark. Upon hearing this, Vaughn, gravely injured, gritted his teeth and attempted to flee. Seeing that testing the heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique was sufficient, Jonathan decided not to toy with him any longer. He aimed to end Vaughn directly. Die! Jonathan growled. Appearing behind Vaughn, he delivered a powerful punch. Boom! The earth trembled. Under Jonathan's full-force blow, Vaughn turned into pieces, dead beyond any doubt. Ah, Prince! The servant and butler cried in agony. Then, they fled in terror. Intending to eradicate all threats, Jonathan killed the servant with a punch before charging towards Granville. As an 8th stage peak martial king, Granville indeed possessed remarkable strength. Even after receiving 5 consecutive punches from Jonathan, he still managed to escape. However, unable to retaliate, he could only endure blows, which ultimately led to his demise. Finally, after enduring Jonathan's 8th punch, Granville perished. With this, Vaughn's group was entirely wiped out. Yet Jonathan remained unscathed. This heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique is truly terrifying. Jonathan sighed in admiration. Just as he finished off Vaughn's group, a white light reappeared. This time, it directly transported Jonathan to the outer small world. Boy, the map is imprinted in your mind. I will assist you at crucial moments. Everything else depends on you. Emperor Darnold's voice resonated in Jonathan's mind. Subsequently, a map appeared in Jonathan's consciousness. So, this is where the remnant soul of the heavenly demon god is sealed? Jonathan muttered to himself. Due to the great distance between this seal and the Golden Hall where Emperor Darnold's shadow resided, it made sense why Emperor Darnold's shadow couldn't provide much assistance. With this realization, Jonathan calmed his thoughts. He then fully activated the heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique and headed toward the sealing site of the heavenly demon god. Meanwhile, within a crimson, ominous canyon, Clyde was issuing orders to 2 8th stage demons. Hasn't Vaughn been found yet? Report to Lord Demon Immortal. No sign of him. The 2 8th stage demons stammered in response. Was he discovered and detained by the remnants of Emperor Darnold's soul? Clyde murmured. Alas, if we can't find a body for the heavenly demon god's remnant soul before its awakening, we may not be able to defeat Emperor Darnold's soul. At that time, our lives would be in grave danger. Clyde paced anxiously while speaking. Behind him, the 2 8th stage demons sweated profusely, helpless. On the other side, with the help of the heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique, Jonathan quietly approached the crimson, ominous canyon without any harm. The sealing site of the heavenly demon god should be ahead. Now, I wait for the coordination of Emperor Darnold's shadow. Jonathan murmured to himself. Then he started waiting patiently. At the same time, feeling Jonathan nearing the heavenly demon god's sealing site, Emperor Darnold's shadow, despite being extremely surprised by Jonathan's mastery of the heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique, stabilized his heart and began accumulating power to assist Jonathan in completing the task. Above the Crimson Canyon, Jonathan silently observed Clyde and the 2 8th stage demons. He started planning. These 3 demons are all near the sealing site. When I replace the 9 Heavens Demon Suppressing Stone, they will undoubtedly notice. Looks like using the demon-slaying sword can't be avoided. Jonathan thought to himself. However, even with the demon-slaying sword, at the Immortal King level, safety isn't guaranteed. The remnant soul of the heavenly demon god might attack me unexpectedly. Preparations must be made for multiple scenarios. Jonathan considered. Deep down, he hadn't fully trusted Emperor Darnold's shadow. Although the sealing of the heavenly demon god's remnant soul seemed genuine, Emperor Darnold's shadow never guaranteed Jonathan's survival post-sealing. Thus, Jonathan suspected that perhaps Emperor Darnold's shadow didn't intend for him to survive. Chapter 69. Escape from Hell. However, Jonathan still decided to complete the mission of sealing the residual soul of the heavenly demon god, mainly because he was a human, and he did not want the escape of the heavenly demon god's residual soul to jeopardize the safety of his world. The thought of using the boundary-breaking talisman to escape had crossed his mind, mainly because he did not trust the spirit image of the Gustavus either. After all, the Gustavus was not of the human race. From the additional seals placed on the Yi Legacy Spirit Jade, it was evident that the Gustavus also did not fully trust Jonathan. Therefore, Jonathan would not choose to entrust his fate into the hands of the Gustavus's residual soul. As Jonathan was thinking this, a vast wave of pressure suddenly erupted. It immediately swept across the Crimson Canyon. It's the Gustavus's aura. It's time to act. Feeling this immense pressure, Jonathan steadied himself, immediately unleashing the Deceive Heaven Conceal Immortal technique, and silently approached the canyon. Meanwhile, as the Gustavus's pressure spread, the residual soul of the heavenly demon god began to counterattack fiercely. Immediately, storms raged in the bloody canyon, with 2 powerful auras colliding in the sky. Rumble. The entire canyon violently trembled. The 3 demons within the canyon were also forced to kneel under the intense collision of spiritual auras. Damn it! What's happening? That old bastard of the Gustavus's residual soul, why is he acting up again? Several demons screamed wildly under the terrifying aura clash. While enduring the violent impact, Jonathan was also not feeling well, experiencing excruciating headaches. But fortunately, thanks to the concealment effect of the Deceive Heaven Conceal Immortal technique, the discomfort was significantly reduced. Otherwise, Jonathan might have found it impossible to move forward. The clash between the Gustavus's pressure and the heavenly demon god's spiritual awareness continued. Since the heavenly demon god's soul had yet to fully awaken, the Gustavus's spiritual pressure remained dominant. Jonathan sensed the heavenly demon god's spiritual awareness gradually being compressed by the Gustavus. Seeing this, Jonathan seized the opportunity and dashed towards the sealing altar within the Crimson Canyon at full speed. The Deceive Heaven Conceal Immortal technique was used to its utmost potential. Don't find me! Don't find me! Jonathan chanted inwardly. He quickly approached the sealing altar in the Crimson Canyon. Is that the focal point of the array? Jonathan wondered. With great effort, he leaped up, pulling out the previously prepared 9 Heavens demon-suppressing stone. Now, Jonathan growled. He directly jumped onto the ceiling altar. At the moment Jonathan revealed the 9 Heavens demon-suppressing stone, the heavenly demon god soul noticed him instantly. Suddenly, an overwhelming divine pressure, like a mountain, crashed down on Jonathan. Jonathan spat out a mouthful of blood, grievously injured. Damn! How can it be so terrifying? Jonathan felt a sudden regret. He hadn't expected even the residual soul of an immortal emperor to be so fearsome. Just one sweep nearly pushed him to the brink of death. No! I cannot let this spiritual awareness attack again. Gritting his teeth, Jonathan endured the immense pressure, forcefully placing the 9 Heavens demon-suppressing stone on the ceiling altar. Boom! A violent tremor occurred. In an instant, the 9 Heavens demon-suppressing stone erupted with boundless light, flinging Jonathan off the altar. Boundless demon-suppressing power exploded indiscriminately, seemingly trying to seal Jonathan as well. Damn! That old Gustavus tricked me. Jonathan roared, spitting out more blood. His mind was chaotic. No! I cannot lose consciousness. I must leave here. Jonathan shouted inwardly. Enduring the exhaustion, he immediately activated the Imperial-grade demon-slaying sword, stored in his spirit acupoint. Burst! Jonathan unleashed a beam of sword energy from the demon-slaying sword, cutting through the invading demon-suppressing force, creating a few seconds of safety for himself. Boundary-breaking talisman. Activate. After blocking the demon-suppressing force, Jonathan immediately activated the boundary-breaking talisman. Instantly, an unstable, tiny rift appeared before him. This space is too unstable, Jonathan panicked. However, the powerful demon-suppressing force resumed its onslaught just 1 second after being delayed. Regardless, if I die, I die. Seeing the demon-suppressing force approach, Jonathan could no longer wait for the stable passage and rushed into the rift. Boom! The moment Jonathan entered the rift, it shattered under intense force. Subsequently, the demon-suppressing power engulfed the entire Crimson Canyon, subduing it once more. Simultaneously, Jonathan, having escaped into the unstable spatial rift, fell into a spatial turbulence. A spatial storm conveniently appeared, enveloping the unconscious Jonathan. Fortunately, the Imperial-grade, demon-slaying sword remained beside Jonathan, temporarily protecting his physical body amidst the spatial storm. After an unknown amount of time passed, when Jonathan regained consciousness, he found himself in a wooden hut. You've finally woken up. You've been unconscious for over a month. A young girl curiously examined Jonathan. After regaining clarity, Jonathan immediately checked his physical condition. He remembered losing consciousness shortly after entering the spatial rift, possibly due to a spatial storm. Though he didn't recall much after that, he was relieved to be alive. Upon checking his body, he found no significant injuries. Could it be the recovery ability of the 9 transformations divine body? Jonathan marveled. Then he examined his Dantian acupoint. Seeing the depleted and chaotic chi within, with damaged meridians, he frowned. What happened? Could it be the aftermath of using the Imperial-grade demon-slaying sword? Jonathan speculated. Luckily, his Dantian injuries weren't irreparable. He just needed some precious herbs to heal the meridians over time. During this period, he shouldn't use chi lightly to avoid worsening the injuries. Thankfully, his physical strength was intact, which alleviated some concerns. Checking his first spirit acupoint, he found the Imperial-grade, demon-slaying sword, undisturbed, bringing relief. After examining his body, Jonathan observed his surroundings. He lay in a wooden hut, accompanied by an elderly man and a young girl in rough clothing. ####Chapter 70. Teaching a lesson to the thugs. Just as Jonathan was lost in thought, the young girl asked again, "You're awake, but why aren't you talking? Can't you speak?" As she spoke, the young girl in hemp clothes waved her hand in front of Jonathan's eyes. "Amaya, don't disturb the patient," the Hanley scolded from the side. Hearing this, Jonathan finally snapped out of his daze and immediately got up, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you both for saving my life. I will surely repay your kindness." The young master need not be so formal. "I didn't do much. Your injuries healed on their own," the Hanley quickly replied. Jonathan did not press further, but felt deeply grateful inside. He decided to leave some money before parting ways as a way of repaying their kindness. "By the way, Elder, where did you find me, and where are we now?" Jonathan asked curiously. The Hanley recalled, "A month ago, I found you while gathering herbs on the mountain. You were unconscious at the time, so I brought you back here. As for our location, this is Xuanhuan village under the jurisdiction of Tianyong City," the Elder continued. However, Jonathan was somewhat puzzled. "Tianyong City? I've never heard of it," he thought, then followed up, "Elder, what exactly is Tianyong City?" "Whoa, you don't even know Tianyong City?" Amaya interjected. "It's the largest city within hundreds of miles. I thought you were a noble from there." "So you're not." Amaya chattered away. The Hanley looked apologetic. "I apologize, young master. Amaya has never left the village, so she only knows about Tianyong City." "All right," Jonathan nodded helplessly. Clearly, the elderly man and the girl were ordinary villagers who knew little of the outside world. Jonathan had to suppress his confusion temporarily and would ask someone else once he reached Tianyong City. As he pondered, a sudden commotion came from outside. "Old man, get out here now. If your son doesn't pay up, give us your granddaughter instead." Several burly men resembling thugs were shouting at the door. Seeing this, Jonathan followed the Hanley and Amaya outside. The thugs became even more arrogant when they saw the elder and Amaya step out. "Old man, pay up or give us your granddaughter," they demanded arrogantly. "We never borrowed any money from you. Do you have a loan note? Why are you slandering us?" the Hanley explained anxiously. The thugs, however, remained relentless. "You owe us money, and you must repay it. Otherwise, give us your granddaughter as a concubine." Their leader leered greedily at Amaya behind the elder. Standing nearby, Jonathan immediately understood their ulterior motives. It was a cliché scenario of thugs bullying innocent people. Normally, Jonathan wouldn't bother with mundane matters like these. But now that this family had saved him, he couldn't ignore their plight. With that thought, Jonathan stepped forward. If you lend money, you should have proof. Without it, you're just defaming them. Leave before I lose my temper. His cold words stunned the thugs. Kid, mind your own business. My boss is from the Black Tiger Gang. If you mess with us, you'll regret it. One thug threatened, feeling embarrassed by Jonathan's demeanor. Behind Jonathan, the Hanley kindly advised, Young master, thank you for helping us. But the Black Tiger Gang is formidable and can't be easily provoked. Please be cautious. Reassured by the elder's words, Jonathan slowly walked toward the thugs. I gave you a chance, but you chose to act foolishly. Now, don't blame me. Without warning, Jonathan punched the lead thug. Boom. In an instant, the lead thug disintegrated into nothingness. Ah. The surviving thugs screamed in terror and fell to their knees pleading for mercy. Mercy. We beg for our lives. Please spare us. It's too late. Jonathan showed no mercy. He knew these thugs were cowards who preyed on the weak. If he didn't deal with them now, they might seek revenge on the elder's granddaughter. Within moments, the remaining thugs vanished as well. After resolving the situation, Jonathan turned to the shocked Hanley, speaking kindly, Don't worry, elder. I've dealt with them. The elder, finally regaining his composure, said gratefully but worriedly, Young master, I know you are a powerful martial artist, but the Black Tiger Gang also has powerful fighters. You have killed Gallagher, provoking them. Please escape now. Moved by the elder's concern, Jonathan reassured him, Elder, you don't need to worry about me. Don't be afraid of the Black Tiger Gang. You should hide in a nearby town for safety. Taking out a spirit stone from his ring, Jonathan handed it to the elder. This spirit stone can be exchanged for a lot of money. Consider it payment for my stay. Before the elder could protest, Jonathan forcefully placed the stone in his hand. Young master, you? The elder murmured hesitantly, aware of the stone's value. However, Jonathan gave them no chance to refuse. Handing over the spirit stone, he left the village without delay. Finding out the direction to Tianyong City, Jonathan walked leisurely, taking in the scenery. After being tense in the divine mausoleum, he needed this moment of relaxation. As he walked, he suddenly heard a carriage approaching from behind. A merchant convoy passed by, noticing Jonathan walking alone in the mountains, and stopped to inquire. But Jonathan paid no attention and continued his journey. Chapter 71. Eastern Desolate Continent. Where are you heading, young master? Would you like us to give you a ride? The road ahead is rough and perilous. The speaker was the leader of a caravan security detail, a burly man with a sincere demeanor. Upon hearing this, Jonathan instinctively took a glance at him. Noticing that the burly man was a second-stage warrior, Jonathan thought for a moment and then agreed. Well, then I'll trouble you for a lift, Jonathan politely replied. Eric scratched his head, not minding in the least. No problem, young master. Just call me Luciano. With that, Luciano invited Jonathan into the carriage. I wonder what should I call you, young master? Luciano inquired. Jonathan. That's Master Su then. Where are you planning to go? This area is all wilderness and not safe, Luciano asked warmly. Jonathan had something he wanted to ask as well, so he chatted amicably. I'm planning to visit Tianyu City. Oh, you're also going to Tianyu City? That's quite a coincidence. My Mira is also heading there, Luciano said openly. Suddenly, an attendant from the carriage behind them scolded him. Luciano, must you speak so freely to strangers? What if they have ill intentions? Caught off guard by the attendant's rebuke, Luciano scratched his head awkwardly. But he doesn't look like a bad person. Jonathan felt a bit embarrassed but didn't say much. Despite being reprimanded, Luciano remained friendly and struck up a conversation again. Brother, are you also planning to attend the Heavenly Omar sect's recruitment ceremony in Tianyu City? Luciano asked curiously. Jonathan, unsure how to respond, admitted hesitantly, actually, I come from a distant place and haven't heard of the Heavenly Omar sect. Taking this opportunity, Jonathan asked, do you know which dynasty Tianyu City belongs to? Luciano looked surprised. Brother Su, you've never heard of the Heavenly Omar sect? And Tianyu City belongs to the donghua dynasty. How could you not know these things? Luciano stared at Jonathan in disbelief. Jonathan was shocked in place. Donghua dynasty? What dynasty was this? He had never heard of it. Wasn't the celestial martial continent only divided between the Xianlong kingdom and the Jojo empire? When did the donghua dynasty appear? Confused, Jonathan suddenly wondered, could this not be the celestial martial continent? Jonathan hypothesized aloud. He immediately followed up with his doubts. Luciano, do you know the name of this continent? Luciano gave him a strange look. Brother Su, you underestimate me too much. Our continent is called the Eastern Desolate Continent. Even without education, I know that. Don't think I'm so silly. Hearing this, Jonathan was stunned. This was indeed not the celestial martial continent. He had been transported to another continent via the spatial storm. This was unbelievable. Jonathan inwardly complained. How could he take revenge on the purple micrometeor palace here? Looks like I need to reconsider my plans, Jonathan thought. During the journey, Luciano kept chatting warmly with Jonathan, through which Jonathan learned about the background of the Heavenly Omar sect and Tianyu City. Tianyu City was just a medium-sized town on the western frontier of the donghua dynasty. The Heavenly Omar sect was merely a small sect with a sect leader who was only an 8th stage martial king. Though unimpressive, Jonathan still intended to visit and meet martial practitioners. After 3 days and nights of travel, they finally arrived at Tianyu City. Saying goodbye to Luciano, Jonathan entered the city alone. Stepping into Tianyu City, Jonathan felt a sense of familiarity in the world of martial artists. Finding a random inn, Jonathan stayed there to carefully plan his next steps. First, he was accidentally transported to the eastern desolate continent, and returning was impossible. He needed to develop here gradually. Thus, he needed to understand the major forces on this continent. Secondly, Jonathan had to find heavenly materials or medicinal pills to repair his damaged dantian and meridians and quickly restore his 6th stage martial lord cultivation. Lastly, he needed to enhance his strength. With the system, he should explore mysterious ruins or join a supersect to frequently access various martial techniques and fully utilize the insight system. To achieve mastery in more martial arts. Having decided his path forward, Jonathan settled down and began slowly healing his dantian using the 7 orifices 10,000 spirits technique. Although slow, it was better than doing nothing. Having decided his path forward, Jonathan settled down and began slowly healing his dantian using the 7 orifices 10,000 spirits technique. Although slow, it was better than doing nothing. After 7 days of continuous cultivation, Jonathan's injuries showed slight improvement. Coincidentally, the recruitment ceremony of the Heavenly Omar sect in Tianyu City started that day. Seeing this, Jonathan decided to join the crowd for some information gathering. At a bustling square, throngs of people had already gathered, mostly young participants from nearby towns attending the recruitment. Finding a quiet spot, Jonathan prepared to watch the proceedings when he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he saw Luciano approaching him alone. Brother Sue, what a coincidence. You're also here for the recruitment ceremony? Luciano greeted warmly. Yes, Jonathan nodded. Our Mira is inside taking the tests. If she's accepted by the Heavenly Omar sect, our family head will surely reward me, Luciano said sincerely, quietly praying for her success. Chapter 72. 3 punches to annihilation. Jonathan didn't respond. He merely watched in silence. Soon, the grand ceremony for recruiting disciples officially began. All the young disciples started ascending the stage for live combat assessments. Immediately, the central arena on the plaza erupted into a heated battle. After some time, Emil, who was beside Jonathan, suddenly shouted, Brother Sue, look, our Mira has taken the stage. Jonathan turned his gaze and saw a young woman in green attire at the initial level of the 3rd stage warrior. Her opponent was a boy at the middle level of the 3rd stage warrior. Clearly, she was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. Just as Jonathan was about to observe the fight, an unexpected figure crashed onto the stage. The Heavenly Net sect, you dare to hold a disciple recruitment ceremony? Watch me slaughter all your disciples. This figure roared in fury. 2 7th stage martial spirit level iron armor zombies were summoned, charging toward the crowd. Immediately, many of the young participants in the recruitment ceremony fell dead or injured. Not good. It's the remnants of the corpse armor sect's demons. Quickly protect the disciples in the audience. An elder of the Heavenly Net sect, overseeing the recruitment ceremony, bellowed and immediately entered the fray to engage the demon. The elder was also at the 7th stage martial spirit level, but only at the initial stage. One person couldn't contend with the peaked 7th stage martial spirit level demon, quickly falling into a defensive position. Meanwhile, the 2 7th stage iron armor zombies continued their massacre. How dare you come to my Tianyong city to cause trouble? You're courting death. Elder Omar, let me help you. Another roar sounded. It seemed that Christopher had stepped in, holding back one of the iron armor zombies. After all, this was his jurisdiction. He could not allow innocent bloodshed by demons. 2 7th stage martial spirits fought fiercely with the demon, and the remaining unattended iron armor zombie slashed its way through the crowd. Seeing this, Jonathan was about to leave. However, Emil beside him suddenly shouted, Not good, Miss is still in the square. I have to save her. Without a second thought, Emil rushed into the square, disregarding whether his cultivation could rescue his Mira. Seeing this, Jonathan could only follow along. He felt positively towards Emil, finding him honest and straightforward, so he naturally did not plan to stand by idly while someone died. On the other side, as Emil rushed into the square, he saw his Mira fall to the ground, and the 7th stage martial spirit level iron armor zombie was about to attack. Without hesitation, Emil shouted loudly, rushing forward to block the monster. Miss, run fast. I'll hold this monster off. Emil's voice strained to the breaking point. The monster's claw was right before them. Fine. Helping you this once should repay your kindness for carrying me, Jonathan muttered under his breath. Seeing Emil about to die, Jonathan immediately rushed over. With a casual punch, boom, a loud explosion. Instantly, the iron armor zombie shattered into pieces under Jonathan's punch, killed instantly. Huh? Who killed my zombie puppet? The demon fighting with the Heavenly Net sect elder sensed the destruction of his puppet and roared in rage. On the other hand, the elder and the Christopher rejoiced at the sudden appearance of this mysterious powerhouse. Fellow Taoist, please help us deal with this demon from the corpse armor sect. There will be great rewards afterward. Upon hearing this, Jonathan remained unmoved. Instead, the demon lost patience first and threatened loudly, Boy, I advise you not to meddle, or I'll kill your whole family. The demon threatened recklessly. Hearing this, Jonathan frowned. He indeed disliked meddling, but even more, he despised being threatened. Just for this reason alone, the demon would surely die. With that thought, Jonathan appeared next to the city lord and the remaining iron armor zombie. With a swift punch, he struck the puppet's back. Instantly, a loud boom was heard as the iron armor zombie shattered again. With just 2 punches, Jonathan disposed of 2 7th stage martial spirit level iron armor zombies. The demon immediately felt the loss deeply and realized the situation's direness. Thinking this over, the demon decided to flee, summoning a magical treasure and turning to escape. Boy, the debt of you destroying my 2 zombie puppets today will be repaid in the future, the demon said, issuing a last threat. But Jonathan did not intend to let the demon go so easily. Coldly, he said, You won't have it tomorrow. As he spoke, Jonathan appeared beside the demon like a ghost. Die, Jonathan whispered. With a single punch, he slammed into the demon's chest. Thud. A muffled sound echoed. The demon's chest was punched straight through, killing him instantly. Having dealt with the demon, Jonathan calmly descended, standing there unperturbed. The Heavenly Net Sect Elder and the Tianyong City Lord, after witnessing Jonathan's terrifying power, were utterly shocked and immediately praised. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for slaying this corpse armorer and saving us from harm. Yes, may I know your name? Are you willing to visit my residence? Let me show my hospitality. The city lord, wanting to invite Jonathan to his residence, clearly intending to establish ties. Hearing this, Jonathan thought for a moment and agreed calmly, I'm Jonathan, it's alright to visit your residence. Meanwhile, Yel, still dazed in the square, dropped his jaw in disbelief. No way, Brother Su is this strong? I was actually brothers with such a powerhouse. Am I dreaming? Still standing in shock, Yel couldn't believe it. Jonathan walked over, smiling gently. Yel, are you okay? Not scared, are you? Hearing this, Yel still looked incredulous and somewhat ashamed. Yeah, Brother Su, no, Senior Su, don't make fun of me. Knowing Jonathan's strength, Yel now felt embarrassed calling him brother. At this moment, the Heavenly Net Sect Elder and the Tianyong City Lord also came over. Fellow Taoist, are these acquaintances? The Heavenly Net Sect Elder asked curiously. Jonathan nodded. After pondering for a bit, he added, these two friends of mine intended to join the Heavenly Net Sect, but now, with the chaos caused by that demon, I wonder if they still have a chance to join your sect? Jonathan then looked at the Heavenly Net Sect Elder, intending to give the honest Yel another chance. The Elder, flattered by Jonathan's praise, responded quickly, of course. Having these two friends of Taoist Su joining our Heavenly Net Sect would be an honor. How can we refuse? Chapter 73, Guest Elder. The Elder of the Tianluo sect immediately asked for Easton and his Myra's names, intending to take them back to the sect when he returned. Easton and his Myra, on hearing they could enter the Tianluo sect, were instantly filled with joy and gratitude. Jonathan also accepted their thanks with equanimity. Then, following the mayor of Tianyong City, Jonathan planned to go to his residence. Upon arriving at the mayor's mansion, Jonathan was treated as a distinguished guest and seated in the main position. The mayor flattered, Su Taoist has surpassed the strength of a 7th-rank martial spirit at such a young age. I admire you greatly. Mayor Darnell, you flatter me too much, Jonathan modestly replied. May I know which sect Su Taoist hails from? Mayor Tianyong inquired. After some contemplation, Jonathan replied truthfully, currently, I am unaffiliated with any sect. Oh, you are not from any sect? This is quite unexpected. I thought you were a disciple from one of the Holy Lands. The mayor expressed surprise, simultaneously flattering Jonathan. Facing the mayor's question, Jonathan found it difficult to explain and vaguely said, I prefer practicing freely. Listening to Jonathan's response, the mayor sighed. That's truly a pity. Although Holy Lands have certain constraints, the resources there are abundant. If trained by a Holy Land, cultivation would be several times faster. Being so young yet possessing such power, if Su Taoist could join a Holy Land, intensive training would undoubtedly enhance your cultivation further, the mayor lamented. Jonathan did not refute this statement because having a powerful backing indeed had many advantages. From rare treasures to ancient ruins, most were divided among these major forces. Ordinary martial artists found it hard to compete with them in terms of resources. However, after experiencing a series of events at the Ziwei Palace, Jonathan's interest in joining a large force wasn't as strong. With his current strength, steady cultivation would still allow him to reach the peak, though it might take more time. Thus, Jonathan wasn't particularly interested in joining a major force. Unaware of Jonathan's thoughts, the mayor continued recommending famous major forces. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jonathan probed about the various Holy Lands on Donghua continent. Through their conversation, Jonathan learned the approximate distribution of power on Donghua continent. 3 major dynasties and 9 Holy Lands, each equally powerful. Moreover, martial artists on Donghua continent were generally stronger than those on Tianwu continent. Most major Holy Lands had several 12th-rank soul-level individuals, and many even produced immortals who transcended in history. This far surpassed what Tianwu continent could offer. For instance, Ziwei Palace would only be considered a second-rate force on Donghua continent, unable to match the 9 top-tier Holy Lands. Learning this, Jonathan felt slightly tempted. His strength needed secret realm information and resource support for improvement. Suddenly, a black-clad youth walked into the banquet hall and went straight to the mayor. Father, I heard that Taoist Godwin attacked our city. Are you hurt? The youth asked concernedly. Smiling lovingly, the mayor replied, no harm done. I was lucky enough to meet Su Taoist who killed Taoist Godwin with just 3 punches. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. As the mayor introduced Jonathan, the black-clad youth shifted his attention to him and curiously said, impossible. Such a young person could defeat Taoist Godwin. Smiling, Jonathan nodded while the mayor apologized. Excuse me, Su Taoist. This is my son, Darnell Hang. Come here and pay respects to Su Taoist, the mayor ordered, reprimanding Darnell Hang, who obediently bowed. Hello, Senior Su. It's all right. Waving his hand, Jonathan dismissed the formality. The mayor continued, recently, my son broke through to 4th-rank Wuxia, and I plan to send him to the nearby Xuanhuan Holy Land for an entrance examination. Do you wish to visit? Explaining further, the mayor added, I originally planned to accompany my son, but with the recent incident of Taoist Godwin slaughtering civilians, I can't leave now. If Su Taoist can escort him, ensuring his safety, I would be extremely grateful. Hearing this, Jonathan paused. To encourage Jonathan, the mayor quickly added, Xuanhuan Holy Land is renowned for body tempering. Since your physique is formidable, you might be interested in exploring this. Intriguing. Realizing Jonathan's slight interest, the mayor took out an item from his sleeve and proposed, if Su Taoist is interested, I have a recommendation letter that can introduce you to Xuanhuan Holy Land without many restrictions. Really? How does that work? Since Jonathan needed body tempering materials and secret realm information but didn't want to join a force under restrictions, this sounded ideal. Intrigued, Jonathan watched as the mayor handed him a token. Daoist, this is a guest elder recommendation token. Present this at Xuanhuan Holy Land to participate in the external gate guest elder examination. As a guest elder, you won't face many restrictions and will have an equal partnership. ####Chapter 74. The Xuanhuan Grand City. Basically, it's a model where the Holy Land issues tasks, and guest executives complete these tasks to earn rewards. Normally, the Holy Land does not impose any restrictions on guest executives, but they also do not provide monthly stipends or various benefits. The mayor of Tianyong City gave a detailed explanation of the relationship between guest executives and the Holy Land. Upon hearing this, Jonathan's eyes lit up immediately. Isn't this just a common employment model? One side issues tasks, the other side completes them. Both sides don't restrict each other. This suits Jonathan's current situation perfectly. On one hand, he needs some inside information from within the Holy Land. On the other hand, he doesn't want to be bound by its rules. And being a guest executive fits these requirements perfectly. Thinking about this, Jonathan nodded and agreed. Since that's the case, I can indeed visit the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Naturally, I will protect Mayor Darnell's son along the way. As Jonathan spoke, he accepted the letter of recommendation for guest executives from the mayor of Tianyong City. Seeing Jonathan agree, the mayor was delighted and said, "Thank you very much, Daoist Su, for taking care of my son along the way." "No problem at all," Jonathan replied courteously. Thereafter, he started drinking and chatting with the mayor of Tianyong City. When night fell, Jonathan returned to the guest room prepared for him by the mayor and began practicing the 7 apertures myriad spirits technique. After several days of continuous cultivation, the condition of Jonathan's dantian had stabilized, though some minor meridian injuries still required time to heal. By then, once he reached the Xuanhuan sanctuary, he could look for herbs to expedite the recovery of his meridian injuries. The next morning, a servant from the mayor's residence came early to Jonathan's guest room door and respectfully said, "Lord Su, Mayor Darnell requests your presence." Hearing this, Jonathan withdrew from his cultivation state and got up to meet Mayor Darnell of Tianyong City. Upon arriving at the front hall, Mayor Darnell and his son, Darnell Hang, were already waiting there. Upon seeing Jonathan, Mayor Darnell immediately said courteously, "My apologies for disturbing your rest, Daoist Su, but in 7 days, the grand ceremony for admitting disciples at the Xuanhuan sanctuary will begin. Therefore, my son must set off early, and I'll leave him in your care along the way." Jonathan nodded calmly and replied, "It's no trouble at all. Since I've agreed to Mayor Darnell's request, you can rest assured I'll take good care of him." Mayor Darnell did not say much more after that and arranged a convoy for Jonathan and others before bidding farewell as they left the city gates. After leaving Tianyong City, Jonathan sat inside the carriage, closing his eyes to recuperate, and the journey was relatively peaceful. 7 days later, Jonathan finally saw on the horizon a colossal city wall stretching 10,000 feet high and spanning thousands of miles. In comparison, Tianyong City seemed like a sesame seed beside a giant rock, an immeasurable difference. Jonathan had never seen such a magnificent city on the heavenly Martial continent, highlighting its grandeur. Indeed, the eastern wasteland continent is far superior to the heavenly Martial continent, Jonathan thought. Upon reaching the Xian City, Jonathan naturally entered the city with everyone else. Along the way, he encountered numerous 7th-rank Wu Darnell, spirit, practitioners, 8th-rank Wu Wang, king, cultivators, and even several Empyrean stage powerhouses. It seems the strength of the Xian sanctuary is formidable. Just the number of experts within a single city at the foot of the mountain is impressive. Jonathan couldn't help but marvel. Beside him, Darnell Hang chimed in after hearing Jonathan's exclamation. Xian sanctuary is indeed powerful, but Senior Su might not know that it ranks only 9th among the 9 great sanctuaries. The other 8 sanctuaries are even stronger than the Xian sanctuary. Oh! Jonathan was instantly surprised. With the strength of the Xian sanctuary, it would likely be the top force if placed on the heavenly Martial continent. Yet here, it ranked last, sparking Jonathan's curiosity about the strength of the other 8 sanctuaries. He couldn't help but inquire. Darnell Hang answered diligently. The reason Xian sanctuary ranks 9th mainly lies in its focus on the body tempering path. However, the body tempering path gradually declined during the ancient era because suitable materials for body tempering diminished, making progress exceedingly difficult. Thus, the Xian sanctuary gradually waned. Jonathan nodded in realization. I see. Apparently, even the eastern wasteland continent faced shortages of body tempering materials, although it fared better than the heavenly Martial continent, where body tempering had nearly vanished. Here, the eastern wasteland continent still had a major superforce dedicated to the body tempering path. Clearly, Jonathan had come to the right place. Within the Xian sanctuary, he would likely find much information about body tempering. Suddenly, a robust youth dressed in luxurious robes loudly rebuked, "Humph! A mere 4th-rank Wuxia warrior dares to discuss the decline of body tempering. Truly ignorant." As he spoke, he unleashed his full vital energy, pressing against Darnell Hang and Jonathan. Seeing this, Jonathan naturally could not stand by idly. He instantly released even stronger vital energy to counter him. Rip! Instantly, shockwaves erupted on the street. The robust youth frowned upon seeing Jonathan unleash stronger vital energy than himself. However, having engaged in the confrontation, he felt trapped in a predicament. At this moment, a guard responsible for maintaining order in Xian City suddenly appeared and declared, "No fighting within Xian City." Upon hearing this, Jonathan promptly ceased his vital energy release. The robust youth immediately relaxed, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Meanwhile, after witnessing the two's clash, the crowd began murmuring amongst themselves, "Who is this person? To actually suppress a true disciple of the Xian sanctuary with vital energy. Impressive. He appears unaffiliated with any sect yet follows the body tempering path. His achievements in body tempering surpass even the true disciples of the Xian sanctuary. Quite rare." These remarks stung the ears of the robust youth. As a true disciple of the Xian sanctuary's body tempering path, he intended to demonstrate his prowess when he heard others discussing its decline. Unexpectedly, he met someone like Jonathan, young and unaffiliated. Yet his body tempering strength was notably superior. This left him humiliated, utterly losing face. Several days of practice brought his condition in the Dantian under control, though some meridian damage still needed time to heal. When he arrived at the Xuanhuan Holy Land, he could search for some herbs to speed up his recovery. Thus, the next morning, a servant from the mayor's residence of Tianyong City came to Jonathan's guest room door early in the morning and respectfully informed, "Lord Su, Mayor Darnell has invited you." Hearing this, Jonathan withdrew from his meditative state and prepared to meet the mayor. In the front hall, the mayor of Tianyong City and his son, Darnell Hang, were already waiting. Seeing Jonathan arrive, the mayor immediately said politely, "Daoist Su, I apologize for disturbing your rest. However, the disciple recruitment ceremony at the Xuanhuan Holy Land starts in 7 days, so my son must set off early. Thank you for accompanying him." Jonathan nodded calmly and replied, "Don't mention it. Since I've agreed to Mayor Darnell's request, I will naturally follow through. Please rest assured." After that, the mayor did not say anything more. He arranged a convoy for Jonathan and sent him out of the city gate. After leaving Tianyong City, Jonathan naturally sat in the carriage, resting quietly, and everything went smoothly on the journey. 7 days later, Jonathan finally saw an enormous city wall stretching 10,000 feet high and extending for thousands of miles on the horizon. Compared to Tianyong City, it was like a giant rock compared to a sesame seed. Such a grand city was something Jonathan had never seen on the Tianwu continent. Indeed, this indicated how impressive this city was. Indeed, the Eastern Wasteland continent is far superior to the Tianwu continent, Jonathan mused. Arriving at the Xuanhuan city, Jonathan followed the crowd into the city. Along the way, he saw many 7th-stage martial spirit and 8th-stage martial king, and even several imperial martial emporian. It seems the Xuanhuan Holy Land is quite powerful. There are so many experts even in a single city at the foot of the mountain, Jonathan remarked. Beside him, Darnell Hang quickly added, "The Xuanhuan Holy Land is indeed strong, but you should know, among the 9 great holy lands, it only ranks 9th. The other 8 holy lands are even stronger." Jonathan was surprised. With such power, if the Xuanhuan Holy Land were on the Tianwu continent, it would probably be the top force. To rank only 9th here made Jonathan curious about the strength of the other 8 holy lands. He couldn't help asking for details. Darnell Hang explained earnestly, "The main reason the Xuanhuan Holy Land ranks 9th is because most of its people follow the path of body refinement. However, body refinement declined gradually during ancient times due to the decreasing availability of suitable materials. Thus, the path became extremely difficult, and the Xuanhuan Holy Land weakened over time." Upon hearing this, Jonathan understood. So that's it. It seemed the Eastern Wasteland continent also faced a shortage of body refining materials. But compared to the Tianwu continent, where body refinement was nearly extinct, the Eastern Wasteland continent had a major superforce dedicated solely to this path. Clearly, Jonathan had come to the right place. He could probably gather a lot of information about body refinement in the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Suddenly, a robust Callan in luxurious attire loudly rebuked, "A mere 4th-stage martial master dares to discuss the decline of body refinement. How presumptuous." This robust youth burst into action, unleashing his blood chi energy towards Darnell Hang and Jonathan. Jonathan, seeing this, couldn't stand idly by and immediately countered with an even stronger blood chi energy. SSSSH. Instantly, a wave surged through the street. Seeing Jonathan release stronger blood chi, the robust youth frowned. Now engaged, he felt compelled to continue. At that moment, a guard responsible for maintaining order in Xuanhuan City appeared and announced, "No fighting in Xuanhuan City." Hearing this, Jonathan stopped and retracted his blood chi energy. Instantly, the robust youth breathed a sigh of relief, breaking out in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the onlookers started murmuring. Who is this person? He actually suppressed a true disciple of the Xuanhuan Holy Land in blood chi strength. Amazing. He seems unaffiliated with any sect, yet he follows the path of body refinement, excelling even beyond a true disciple of the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Quite rare. These comments were especially sharp to the ears of the robust youth. As a true disciple specializing in body refinement at the Xuanhuan Holy Land, he initially planned to show off his strength when he heard others discussing the decline of body refinement. Instead, he encountered Jonathan, a freakish individual who, despite appearing young and unaffiliated, showed much greater body refinement prowess. Embarrassed, his face lost all color. Chapter 75, External Elder Examination. The robust youth felt embarrassed and could no longer linger. After giving Jonathan a fierce glare, he quickly left the scene. Jonathan, of course, did not mind and immediately parted ways with Darnell Hang after entering the city. Jonathan was indifferent about whether Darnell Hang would become a disciple of the Xian Devon Sacred Grounds. Therefore, he did not bother to watch the grand ceremony for taking in new disciples. Instead, he directly took the recommendation letter for an external elder from the city lord of Tianyong City and headed straight for the inner city of the massive Xian Devon City. Xian Devon Sacred Grounds is divided into 2 sections, the outer gate and the inner gate. The inner gate lies deep within towering mountains, while the outer gate is located within the inner city of the colossal Xian Devon City. The entire inner city serves as the branch of the outer gate of the Xian Devon Sacred Grounds. Soon, Jonathan found the entrance from the outer gate to the inner city within Xian Devon City and approached to inquire. "Excuse me, where can I find the examination place for external elders?" Jonathan also showed the recommendation letter in his hand. Upon seeing it, the guard at the gate promptly became courteous. "Oh, you're here for the external elder examination, right? Please follow me." With that, he led Jonathan into one of the halls in the inner city. "Elder Darnell, someone has come for the external elder examination," the guard reported. Instantly, a turner with a grim expression stood up. "Oh, another newcomer, then bring him in." After Elder Darnell finished speaking, the guard led Jonathan into the inner courtyard. Jonathan also took the opportunity to observe his surroundings. The inner courtyard was vast, and several experts around 7th stage martial spirit were sparring. Upon noticing Jonathan's entrance, they looked over curiously. Haha, another newcomer has come to take the examination. This time, the newcomer is so young. Do you think he can pass? That's hard to say. Everyone knows Elder Darnold's examination is extremely strict. Passing under him is incredibly difficult. This poor fellow has bad luck. If he came on other days when different elders were on duty, the examination would have been much easier. Several people who seemed to be external elders commented among themselves. As for these remarks, Jonathan paid them no attention. In the martial arena inside the inner courtyard, after checking Jonathan's external elder recommendation letter, Elder Darnold directly jumped onto the platform and said, "Let's start the examination. If you can withstand 10 rounds against me, you'll pass." Hearing this, Jonathan saw nothing wrong with it and nodded calmly. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd of external elders erupted into discussion. Usually, surviving 5 rounds means passing. Why has Elder Darnold doubled it this time? You don't know? Elder Darnold recently failed to break through to 9th stage Martial Emperor, so his mood isn't good. He likely increased the examination difficulty. Heck, this newcomer is truly unlucky. Not only meeting Elder Darnold, but also catching him in a bad mood. He's in big trouble now. I agree. I bet this newcomer won't pass. Elder Darnold is a peak 8th stage martial king in body refinement. It's impossible for ordinary people to withstand even 1 punch, let alone 10 rounds. Well, we might as well disperse. This newcomer is done for. Those spectating felt sympathy for Jonathan, seemingly not believing he could pass Elder Darnold's examination. Ignoring their comments, Jonathan boldly stepped onto the platform and politely said, "Please guide me." Then, he threw a punch straight toward Elder Darnold. Pang! A loud boom. Their fists met, causing dust and airwaves to surge throughout the arena. Elder Darnold was visibly pushed back by Jonathan's punch, shocking the entire crowd. Is my eyesight deceiving me? Did Elder Darnold actually step back? Yes, how is this possible? Maybe Elder Darnold was caught off guard by the sudden full-strength punch. Next time, he won't go easy. We should see, the crowd murmured. Elder Darnold's face turned dark as iron. Having just failed his breakthrough to Martial Emperor, his mood was terrible, and now he lost face in front of a newcomer. He felt extremely displeased. He coldly said, "I underestimated you earlier. From now on, I will give it my all." Jonathan, unfazed, responded calmly, "We'll see." Humph, foolhardy. Elder Darnold scoffed, unleashing all his 8th stage martial king prowess, determined to make the presumptuous youth pay dearly. "Take this punch." Elder Darnold roared and charged. Seeing this, Jonathan did not dodge and retaliated with a punch. Boom. Another tremendous explosion shook the vast martial platform, drawing out all the external elders and elders within the building. What the heck? Who's fighting here, causing such a commotion? Trying to demolish the arena? An elder-looking old man emerged, cursing. Soon, he identified one of the protagonists causing the disturbance. Huh? What's Elder Darnold doing? Fighting whom? Upon recognizing Elder Darnold in the arena, the old man wondered about the other person. Quickly, the spectators explained. How can this guy be so strong? Why does he need to take the external elder examination? If I had his strength at his age, I'd join Xian Sacred Grounds as a true disciple rather than participate in this ridiculous external elder examination. Yeah, exactly. An 8th stage martial king, taking an external elder examination? Such a waste of talent. Hearing the crowd's remarks, the senior elder realized it was merely an external elder examination. To make such a fuss over an external elder examination, aren't 8th stage martial kings usually exempted? It's really over the top what old Darnold is doing. Need to talk to him later. He mumbled before turning back to the arena. Meanwhile, Jonathan remained oblivious, continuously exchanging blows with Elder Darnold in an intense fight. This battle proved more evenly matched compared to others. The Xian Sacred Grounds lived up to its reputation as a body refinement haven. A peak 8th stage martial king's physical strength was terrifyingly powerful. Compared to the steward of Xiaomiao Prince, the difference in physical strength was night and day. Without using other means, Jonathan could only hold his own against Elder Darnold. Chapter 76, The Secret Realm Invitation. However, fortunately, the test was to last 10 rounds rather than directly defeat this Elder Darnold. Of course, if he really wanted to defeat him, it would still be quite simple. Firstly, comparing endurance, Elder Darnold was far from a match for Jonathan. After all, the recovery ability of the 9 transformation divine fiend body was evident and could easily exhaust Elder Darnold. Furthermore, Jonathan had yet to use the divine power of his 3rd stage divine body. If he truly wanted to deal with Elder Darnold seriously, using divine power alone would crush him. But these were Jonathan's trump cards, ones he hadn't intended to use. However, as Jonathan continuously exchanged blows with Elder Darnold, the 10-round agreement had long passed, yet Elder Darnold showed no sign of stopping. Seeing this, Jonathan frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. This Elder Darnold seems to have lost himself in the fight. I guess I'll have to directly defeat him, Jonathan thought to himself, just as he was about to strike full force. Suddenly, a robust voice sounded. That's enough. Darnold Fong, said the Adelardif Elder, a peak 9th rank martial emperor, halting the fight. Immediately, Elder Darnold Fong regained consciousness and stopped attacking. Jonathan, seeing this, also promptly halted, then slowly examined the 9th rank martial emperor level Adelardif Elder. After calling a halt to the fight, the Adelardif Elder sternly criticized, Darnold Fong, you've broken the rules, step down immediately. Elder Darnold, realizing his mistake after being reprimanded by the Adelardif Elder, silently left the scene without arguing. Jonathan, witnessing this, asked indifferently, so, have I passed the guest overseer's assessment? Upon hearing this, the Adelardif Elder felt speechless. You drove your examiner away. Do you still ask me if you passed? Could I say no? Everyone can see clearly. And a powerhouse comparable to an 8th rank peak body cultivation martial king even comes to take part in a guest overseer's assessment. Aren't you just toying with us? Truly. The Adelardif elder couldn't even muster the energy to criticize further, merely coldly uttering the word, passed. He then left abruptly, leaving the subsequent formalities to others. Only after the Adelardif elder departed did the onlookers burst into heated discussion. Damn, I didn't missee it, did I? Elder Darnold seemed to have been chased off. Is this newcomer so formidable? Yeah, such a powerful person could be an elder already. Why join as a guest overseer? No way, I need to quickly befriend this powerhouse. Inviting him for future missions will give us advantages. Oh right, I should go too. Wait for me. Seeing Jonathan's terrifying strength, several guest overseers enthusiastically approached him. Jonathan was somewhat surprised by this warm reception. People of strength are always welcome wherever they go. Brother Sue, I'm Darnell Kue. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance? A burly man introduced himself. Then another person came up beside Jonathan. Brother Sue, my name is Antoine. You haven't completed the procedures yet. Let me take you to finish them. Saying this, Antoine, a 7th rank martial spirit, pushed aside a few people around Jonathan and took him to complete the necessary procedures for joining as a guest overseer. Jonathan politely replied, thank you, Brother Yi. Minor details. Just call me Antoine or Brother Yi. Antoine replied warmly. Jonathan nodded directly. All right. Entering the inner hall, Antoine began his detailed introductions. Brother Sue, this is the Outer Gates mission hall where we usually receive tasks for rewards and task points. We differ from the official disciples of Xian Devon Holy Land who get welfare guarantees. We need to constantly complete tasks to earn rewards and accumulate points, but the advantage is freedom without any constraints. By the way, task points can be exchanged for rewards in the treasure hall. There are many types like celestial treasures, cultivation techniques, and even quotas for rare secret realms, as long as you have enough points. After Antoine's explanation, Jonathan gained a fair understanding of the guest overseer's task hall. It functioned as a mission commission center. Antoine continued introducing other aspects. By the way, Brother Sue, you don't have a place to stay yet, right? Let me take you to choose a house. It's free, one of the only things provided free to Outer Gate guest overseers. Nodding, Jonathan thanked him. Thanks, Brother Yi. No problem, Antoine replied. They entered the guest overseer residential area. Antoine led Jonathan to an empty house near his own. Brother Sue, this house happens to be vacant and next to mine. How about staying here? Antoine asked. It didn't matter much to Jonathan where he stayed, so he casually replied, sure. After finalizing the accommodation, Antoine added, by the way, Brother Sue, do you have time for a mission soon? Want to go together? Finally, Antoine got to the point of his proposal. Pausing briefly, Jonathan responded, I do have time, but it depends on the mission. It must suit me. Not holding back, Antoine explained honestly, a few friends and I recently discovered an undeveloped mini-secret realm by chance, so we organized a group to explore it. However, the first level proved challenging, filled with over 10 8th rank Martial Kings level puppets blocking the passage, rendering us helpless. Thus, we decided to seek an 8th rank peak body cultivation Martial King to cooperate with us to get past this stage. Unfortunately, our mission rewards aren't abundant, so we haven't found a suitable 8th rank Martial King expert. You know, while there are many body cultivation Martial Kings in Xian Devon City, most are either elite disciples or elders, very wealthy and thus not interested in our rewards. Do you have any interest, Brother Sue? Antoine observed Jonathan's reaction as he finished speaking. Chapter 77. The 7th rank Pulse Nourishing Pill. In his understanding, although Jonathan was very strong, his willingness to serve as a guest executor indicated that he wasn't wealthy. Perhaps he would be interested in the task he proposed. In reality turned out to be pretty close to this assumption. Despite possessing many treasures, apart from those supreme treasures that couldn't be revealed, Jonathan was genuinely poor when it came to wealth. He didn't even have many spirit stones. Therefore, he decided to earn cultivation resources by becoming a guest executor. After hearing Antoine's introduction, Jonathan did feel somewhat intrigued. An unexplored secret realm meant endless possibilities, potentially holding abundant undiscovered celestial materials and earthly wonders, precisely what Jonathan needed now. Thinking this, Jonathan made up his mind to accept, but still feigned hesitation on the surface. I wonder how the loot will be divided? Jonathan asked, hoping to secure more benefits. Seeing Jonathan's apparent interest, Antoine immediately increased his offer, saying, if Brother Sue agrees to join my team, I will take full responsibility for directly paying you 100,000 points upfront. As for profit distribution, it will be determined based on individual contributions. After hearing Antoine's offer, Jonathan, finding no major issues, nodded in agreement. All right, I'll join, said Jonathan. Upon Jonathan's acceptance, Antoine was delighted. He patted Jonathan on the shoulder, laughing, haha, with Brother Sue joining, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Oh right, I'll transfer the 100,000 task points to you first. It took me a long time to save up this much. Saying this, Antoine took out his guest executor token and swiped it over Jonathan's, transferring the points. Jonathan didn't pay much attention to this process. Instead, Antoine seemed to remember something and whispered, Brother Sue, being new here, you might not know the purchasing power of 100,000 points. You can visit the treasure hall later to understand it better. With that, Antoine bid farewell. Brother Sue, I'll go prepare some matters now. We'll meet again in 7 days. This is agreed upon. Sure, Jonathan nodded and saw him off. Once Antoine left, Jonathan, who had free time, planned to visit the treasure hall to see how he could spend his newly acquired 100,000 points. Arriving at the treasure hall, an elderly man in gray robes threw a handbook to Jonathan, saying, all item prices are listed here. Choose what you want, then inform me. Jonathan caught the handbook and began reviewing it. On the first page, numerous precious items were clearly listed. Xian Devon Secret Realm Quota, 100 million points. 1 top-tier 10th rank Mystic Treasure, 20 million points. A 10th rank Cultivation Technique, 10 million points. 9th rank Sacred Dragon Flower, 2 million points. 8th rank Heavenly Dragon Grass, 500,000 points. 7th rank Pulse Nourishing Pill, 100,000 points. After scanning through the catalog, Jonathan realized that while 100,000 points weren't insignificant, they weren't much either. He could purchase only 6th or 7th rank items. Since his meridians were yet to fully recover, he decided he needed the 7th rank Pulse Nourishing Pill worth 100,000 points. Without further ado, Jonathan made his choice. Elder, I want the 7th rank Pulse Nourishing Pill. Handing over his guest executor token, Jonathan watched as the old man silently deducted the points and went to fetch the item. Soon, the elderly man returned, handing over an exquisite pill box. Here, the 7th rank Pulse Nourishing Pill. Please inspect it, he said. Jonathan opened it, verified its contents, and put it away before leaving. Back at his residence, Jonathan immediately took out the 7th rank Pulse Nourishing Pill, ready to ingest it. His meridians were not yet fully healed, and he had a secret realm expedition coming up in 7 days. He needed to recover his peak condition soon. Deciding this, Jonathan swallowed the 7th rank Pulse Nourishing Pill and activated the 7 Apertures 10,000 Spirits technique to begin repairing the fine injuries within his meridians. 7 days passed. With the help of the Pulse Nourishing Pill, Jonathan finally managed to completely heal all injuries within his meridians, restoring his peak strength. Heaving a sigh of relief, Jonathan felt prepared. Not long after his recovery, Antoine and his group arrived. Brother Sue, it's Antoine. We've come to find you, Antoine called out from outside. Jonathan quickly invited them inside. The group comprised 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. As Jonathan sized them up, the other 4 members also scrutinized him closely. Oh, old ye, the 8th rank body tempering martial king you found is quite young, isn't he? Did you get the wrong person? The only woman in the group questioned first. Her name was Milagros, a 7th rank martial spirit proficient in illusions. Though she appeared to be in her mid-20s, she was actually over 60 years old. Responding to her question, Antoine explained, don't judge Brother Sue by his youth. A few days ago, I personally witnessed him fighting Darnold Fong neck and neck, even having the upper hand. Oh, Milagros responded in surprise. She knew Elder Darnold Fong well, a peak 8th rank body tempering martial king whose prowess was formidable enough to challenge ordinary 9th rank imperial martial emperors. If the youth truly held his own against Darnold Fong, did it mean his strength approached that of a martial emperor? Milagros, slightly disbelieving, murmured, maybe Darnold Fong let up a bit? Before Jonathan could respond, another large man in the group interjected. How could he? You weren't there. Brother Sue truly made Darnold Fong blush with frustration, nearly losing his temper. There was no way he let up. Milagros kept silent after hearing this rebuttal. Meanwhile, Jonathan recognized the speaker as Darnell Coué, who had observed his fight with Darnold Fong previously due to his noticeable appearance. With Antoine and Darnell Coué's vigorous praise, the remaining elder and scholar in the group stopped doubting. At this point, Antoine began introducing everyone officially. Brother Sue, this is Milagros, a 7th rank martial spirit skilled in both spells and martial arts, and an expert in illusions, Antoine introduced. Hearing this, Milagros gave Jonathan a warm smile. Chapter 78. Entering the Tomb Passage. Antoine then continued his introduction. And this burly man is called Darnell Coué. You should have met him before. He's a pure body cultivator and also a 7th rank martial spirit cultivator. Upon hearing this, Darnell Coué greeted Jonathan in a simple and honest manner. Next came the white-robed scholar. As for this one, he's Gino, our team's formation expert. He's a 7th rank martial spirit level Dharma cultivator. The last member is this elder whom we all call Cameron, a 7th rank martial spirit level Dharma cultivator, skilled in medicine and alchemy, and knowledgeable about various oddities. He is undoubtedly our team's wise mentor, Antoine concluded. After Antoine's introductions, Cameron humbly responded, too kind, too kind. Having finished introducing the 4, Antoine began to introduce himself. As for me, I cultivate both Dharma and body and am a 7th rank martial spirit level swordsman. After listening to Antoine's introduction of the team, Jonathan had formed a general impression. This was indeed an elite team well-rounded in attack, defense, support, array skills, and medical knowledge. Noticing this, Jonathan thought for a moment, and then began introducing himself to the others. My name is Jonathan. I'm a peak 8th rank body cultivating warrior king who excels in close quarters combat. Jonathan did not reveal too much about his hidden capabilities, merely showcasing his strength in body cultivation. After listening to Jonathan's brief introduction, the group now had a preliminary understanding of him. Subsequently, they started discussing the plan to enter the secret realm. Since Jonathan knew nothing about the secret realm, he remained silent, carefully listening to the discussions. Understanding that Jonathan was unaware of the secret realm, Antoine provided detailed explanations during the discussion. Based on my estimation, this secret realm is likely a small one located deep within the Xuanhuan mountain range. We were stopped by the first level upon entering the realm. Therefore, our team doesn't know much about this secret realm except for the information suggesting it might be related to the puppet sect from ancient times. The puppet sect wasn't a major sect compared to the Holy Lands back in the ancient era. However, its unique puppetry techniques gave it significant fame within the cultivation world. If we can obtain these exclusive puppet-making secrets from the puppet sect and hand them over to the Xianhuan Holy Land, we could certainly earn a massive amount of credits. Hearing Antoine's words, everyone seemed excited at the prospect of acquiring numerous treasures and credits. They immediately became enthusiastic. Jonathan wasn't particularly interested in the puppetry secrets, but obtaining a large number of credits would greatly benefit him. After all, there were many treasures available within the Xianhuan Holy Land. Pausing for a moment, Antoine continued. However, to enter the puppet realm, we must first pass through the first level. We failed before because this initial level is extremely difficult. After entering the realm, we would directly appear in a tomb passage filled with 8th rank peak warrior king level puppets that are extremely hard to destroy. In our team, despite being a sword cultivator, my attacks couldn't even scratch those puppets, and Darnell Coué, a 7th rank body cultivator, couldn't hold off too many puppets alone. Puppets lack consciousness, making them immune to illusions, and setting up formations inside the tomb passage isn't suitable, leaving us unable to advance. That's why we brought you, Brother Su, hoping you can help us stall those puppets without necessarily defeating them. All we ask is that you stall long enough for us to pass through. Only then did Antoine explain what Jonathan needed to do. Jonathan agreed immediately. Stalling the puppets will be my responsibility. It wasn't blind confidence. Jonathan truly possessed such strength. Hearing Jonathan's assurance, Antoine and the others smiled. Thank you, Brother Su. It's fine. It's my job. Otherwise, I wouldn't deserve those 10,000 credits. Jonathan waved his hand, indicating no need for thanks. Seeing this, Antoine didn't hesitate further and said, since everything is set, let's get going. With that, everyone got up and left the room. Jonathan naturally followed behind. Exiting the Xuanhuan giant city, the group traveled non-stop toward the Tianhuang mountain range. Entering the mountains, they encountered more beasts. Along the way, Darnell Coué and Antoine took turns dealing with the obstacles. After 7 days and nights of travel, they finally arrived at the valley mentioned by Antoine where the entrance to the secret realm lay. We're here. The entrance to the secret realm is beneath the cliff in this valley, Antoine said. Upon hearing this, Jonathan surveyed the area. The valley was extremely secluded, making it an ideal place to hide a secret realm. As they entered the valley, they soon noticed a deep, almost bottomless canyon fissure underground. Indeed, this location was highly concealed. It was unknown how Antoine's team found this place. Jonathan mentally criticized. Seeing Antoine jump down the canyon without hesitation, Jonathan followed suit. Upon reaching the bottom, they discovered a hidden world within the canyon, with countless caves lining the walls like a beehive. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jonathan asked, Brother Antoine, where exactly is the entrance to the secret realm? With so many cave entrances, which one leads inside, and how did you find this place? Antoine understood Jonathan's confusion and explained, actually, this place wasn't discovered by me but through an old, incomplete map. By sheer luck, while browsing a black market in the Xuanhuang giant city, I stumbled upon a broken map that revealed this valley's secret. As he spoke, Antoine produced an ancient-looking and worn-out map. Initially, it was nearly unreadable, but Cameron, with his vast knowledge, identified the location on the map. Thus, we came to investigate and discovered the hidden secret beneath the cliff in this valley. Thereafter, using the most basic method, we explored each cave entrance one by one, eventually finding this hidden entrance to the secret realm. Antoine couldn't help but display a proud expression. Jonathan inwardly remarked on Antoine's patience and idle curiosity over a mysterious, incomplete map. After explaining, Antoine turned to lead the group. Having been here once before, Antoine led them directly to an inconspicuous cave entrance in the corner. Following closely, Jonathan felt a decaying, ancient atmosphere as he stepped into the cave. He continued forward regardless. Soon, they found an ancient and weathered teleportation array platform. This is it, Antoine said, stepping forward to activate the array. Shortly after, the array emitted a faint glow. Antoine immediately urged, everyone, get on quickly. Jonathan and the others immediately stepped onto the platform. A flash of white light enveloped them. When their senses returned, they found themselves standing at the entrance of a dim and silent tomb passage. Chapter 79. Silver Puppet. After entering the tomb passage, 8th rank Martial King puppets will appear, Antoine explained and then looked at Jonathan. Brother Su, we'll rely on you for the next section. You only need to hold off the puppets blocking the way. Once we're past, you can catch up with us. To my knowledge, these Martial King puppets will stop pursuing and return to their original positions once they leave a certain range, so there's no need to worry about being surrounded. Upon hearing this, Jonathan nodded in agreement. He had barely contributed throughout the journey, and now it was time for him to take action. With this thought, Jonathan confidently said, leave it to me. After speaking, Jonathan walked to the front of the group. After entering the tomb passage, they hadn't gone far when they heard continuous, crackling sounds. Suddenly, from the walls on both sides of the tomb passage, a 2-meter-tall bronze puppet, its body resembling cast bronze, leaped out. Without hesitation, Jonathan rushed forward and delivered a powerful punch to the chest of the bronze puppet. Thud. A dull sound echoed. The chest of the bronze puppet was slightly dented, but it remained largely unharmed. Damn, these bronze puppets are incredibly tough, Jonathan couldn't help but complain. If that punch had hit the chest of an ordinary 8th rank Martial King, it would have probably crushed them completely. However, hitting the bronze puppet only caused a slight dent, and it appeared entirely unaffected, maintaining its combat readiness. They indeed are difficult to deal with, Jonathan thought to himself. He charged at the bronze puppet again. Meanwhile, Antoine and Darnell Coué were visibly shocked by Jonathan's strength. These bronze puppets were ones they had previously faced. Darnell Coué took the lead, while Antoine and others provided support. Even after fighting for half a day, they couldn't damage the bronze puppets at all, showcasing their resilience. Yet, Jonathan managed to dent one of the bronze puppets' chests with just one punch, leaving them feeling utterly humbled. Well, comparison really is annoying, Darnell Coué muttered dejectedly. As a body cultivation practitioner himself, he felt like an infant compared to the giant like Jonathan, unable to be compared. Seeing Jonathan's strength, Darnell Coué blushed with shame. Jonathan, however, didn't notice this. At that moment, 2 more bronze puppets surrounded him, increasing his pressure dramatically. Realizing this, Jonathan suggested, let's quickly go around. Hearing this, Antoine and the others, who had been standing still watching, snapped back to reality and immediately replied, Brother Su, hold on a little longer. We'll break through right away. Antoine then led the group past Jonathan's battlefield and ventured deeper into the tomb passage. Of course, they didn't go too far as they still needed to wait for Jonathan to catch up after breaking free. After Antoine and the others passed, Jonathan stopped engaging the few bronze puppets and gradually retreated deeper into the tomb passage while fighting. After a while, once Jonathan had moved a considerable distance, the 3 bronze puppets suddenly stopped, abandoning their pursuit and returning to their original positions. Seeing this, Jonathan sighed in relief, and then hurried deeper into the tomb passage to reunite with Antoine and the others. After walking for a bit, Jonathan found Antoine and the others again. Antoine, upon seeing Jonathan successfully break free from the bronze puppets, realized that the plan was feasible and immediately asked, "Brother Sue, are you hurt? Do you need to rest?" Responding to Antoine's concern, Jonathan calmly replied, "I'm fine. No need to rest. Let's keep moving forward." Saying this, he took the lead once again. Seeing this, the others commented with admiration about young people having better stamina and followed suit. This time, after walking a short distance, they again heard the cracking sounds coming closer. Having experience with this now, Jonathan immediately assumed a battle stance, ready to welcome the arrival of the bronze puppets. Soon enough, 4 bronze puppets appeared ahead in the tomb passage. Seeing this, Jonathan rushed forward again, fiercely attacking to draw the attention of all the bronze puppets. Once Jonathan had lured all the bronze puppets away, Antoine and the others seized the opportunity to bypass the battlefield and head deeper into the tomb passage. Repeating this strategy, Jonathan soon rejoined the group. Continuing without resting, they ventured further into the depths of the tomb passage. However, as they delved deeper, the number of bronze puppets blocking their path increased significantly. From initially 3 puppets, it escalated to 6, 7, making it increasingly challenging for Jonathan to handle them. They occasionally needed to rest a bit along the way. Shortly after deterring 9 bronze puppets, Jonathan rejoined Antoine and the others. At this point, Darnell Coué couldn't help but comment sarcastically, "Damn, when will this end? This tomb passage is too long. We haven't reached the end yet. This pace will exhaust Brother Sue." Hearing Darnell Coué's remark, Antoine felt somewhat embarrassed. The bronze puppets along the way were dealt with solely by Jonathan, while they didn't contribute much, and the lengthy tomb passage had placed significant strain on Jonathan. Noticing this, Antoine added, "Brother Sue, you've truly worked hard. I didn't expect this tomb passage to be so long. How about this, when we return, I'll transfer you an additional 100,000 points, alright?" Antoine walked over to console Jonathan. Jonathan, however, firmly shook his head, responding, "Brother Yi, don't underestimate Sue. Since it was agreed upon beforehand, there's no reason to change the terms. Please don't mention it again." Impressed by Jonathan's principles, Antoine looked at him gratefully and exclaimed, "Brother Sue, you're generous, and I misjudged you. Please accept my apology." Finishing his words, Antoine and the others viewed Jonathan even higher, deciding silently to let him choose first when they obtained treasures in the secret realm, without saying any more polite words. After a brief pause, once Jonathan had rested adequately, they set off again. Before long, another cracking sound emerged nearby. This time, it was only one distinct, deep sound. Noticing something was amiss, Jonathan instinctively became alert. "Everyone, be cautious." Similarly sensing something wrong, Antoine whispered. Shortly thereafter, from the end of the tomb passage, a much larger and more robust silver puppet, seemingly cast from silver, appeared. Instantly, an overwhelming aura spread as the silver puppet emerged. "Not good. It's a puppet at the emperor rank," Antoine shouted in surprise. Before his words faded, the silver puppet lunged swiftly at him. Not good." Panicked by the sudden assault, Antoine momentarily lost his bearings on how to react. Just as he was about to suffer serious injury or worse, Jonathan timely stepped in front of Antoine. "Step back," Jonathan roared, using all his strength to deliver a powerful punch against the silver puppet. Boom! A deafening crash resounded. The entire tomb passage shook violently. Both Jonathan and the silver puppet simultaneously staggered back a few steps. Hiss! Jonathan winced, feeling a slight pain in his fist, while the silver puppet remained unscathed. "It seems like this will be tough. I need to use some hidden cards," Jonathan thought. Turning to Antoine and the others, he loudly commanded, "You must go quickly. I'll hold it off." With that, Jonathan charged back at the silver puppet. Seeing this, Antoine and the others hesitated for a moment and said, "Brother Sue, are you sure you can handle this 9th rank martial emperor level silver puppet? Do you need us to stay and help you?" Meanwhile, Jonathan, who was once again locked in battle with the silver puppet, felt exasperated when he saw that Antoine and the others were still standing there not having left. "I'm risking my life to hold back this silver puppet, and you guys are just standing there dumbfounded? Isn't this just setting me up?" Jonathan grumbled inwardly. But aloud, he said, "You all go ahead. I can handle it alone. Besides, you staying here won't make much of a difference." Upon hearing Jonathan's words, Antoine felt somewhat ashamed. Because they indeed couldn't deal with this 9th rank martial emperor level silver puppet, it could almost kill them with a single punch. Realizing they couldn't provide much assistance, Antoine didn't dawdle any further. He thanked Jonathan and prepared to skirt around the silver puppet. ##### Chapter 80. Disassembling the puppet. This silver puppet seemed to possess a bit more intelligence than the bronze puppet, and Antoine's group tried to skirt around it. Immediately, it attempted to intercept them. Jonathan saw this and knew he couldn't let the silver puppet succeed. He unleashed a barrage of furious attacks, pinning the puppet in place. "Hurry, go!" Jonathan shouted again. Seeing Jonathan holding the puppet back with all his might, the others were deeply moved. They burst into full speed, dashing through the tomb passage. Finally, Antoine and company successfully bypassed the obstacle and burst out of the tomb passage into a grand bronze hall. Phew, phew, phew. Antoine and the others panted heavily, looking back at the tomb passage with lingering fear. "Well, we finally made it out. That tomb passage was indeed too perilous." Darnell Coué wiped the sweat from his forehead and said. Antoine quickly added, "Indeed, if not for Brother Sue, we might have been completely annihilated." "That's very likely. Who would have thought that little Brother Sue is so powerful, even able to hold off a 9th rank martial emperor level puppet?" Dalen also sighed in admiration. "This secret realm seems extraordinarily dangerous. I wonder if we can continue on. At this moment, even Gino, the usually reticent scholar in white, expressed his concern about the upcoming journey. Hearing this, Lizzie suddenly glared at Gino, scolding him. Oh, Gino, Lord Su is still battling in the tomb passage. You're already worrying about what comes next. Isn't that a bit heartless? Gino immediately felt embarrassed and apologized. My fault. I was just too engrossed in this secret realm. Sorry. The others didn't say much upon hearing this, and their attention returned to Jonathan. I hope Brother Su can escape safely. Otherwise, our journey will be much harder without him, Antoine suddenly remarked solemnly. Everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the importance of Jonathan. Without his assistance, they wouldn't have made it this far. There's nothing else we can do. Let's wait here for young Brother Su, Dalen said. Thus, everyone curbed their urge to explore further and waited where they were. On the other side, after Antoine and the others left, Jonathan became fully serious. Facing the relentless silver puppet, which only grew stronger as the battle continued, he activated the power of divine transformation. With a loud swoosh, the tomb passage was flooded with golden light. Like a small golden figure, Jonathan descended from the sky and delivered a punch to the silver puppet. Boom! A massive explosion echoed as the silver puppet was smashed into the wall, a faint imprint appearing on its silver armor. Surely durable. Jonathan marveled. Even with his divine strength, he couldn't destroy the puppet in one blow. Thinking about it, Jonathan wished he could capture the silver puppet for himself. It was too useful, enduring hits, fearless, tireless, and growing stronger as it fought. If used to stall enemies, it would be incredibly effective. This idea took root in Jonathan's mind. To achieve it, he needed to find a way to subdue the silver puppet. Not familiar with puppetry, I wonder if this thing has a soul. Thinking about this, Jonathan took out the soul-cutting sword and performed the soul-cutting sword technique. However, his soul attack had no effect on the silver puppet. Realizing this, Jonathan deduced it lacked a soul. It seems to be driven by a mechanism core. Jonathan muttered to himself. Capturing such a puppet would be difficult since destroying the mechanism core was essential, and the mechanism core was typically hidden deep inside the puppet's body, requiring complete disassembly to access. Sighing, Jonathan decided. Looks like I'll have to take it apart completely. If there's a chance to comprehend ancient puppetry techniques within this secret realm, perhaps I can repair it. Deciding this, Jonathan began dismantling the silver puppet. Activating his full divine strength, his aura doubled, and he struck the puppet's joints. Snap! A metallic sound echoed as the left leg joint crumpled, immobilizing the limb. Jonathan followed up, smashing the right leg joint next. The silver puppet now stood motionless. Carefully, Jonathan began knocking it apart, neither completely destroying nor allowing it to function. After some time, the silver puppet was thoroughly dismantled. Its limbs and head were separated from the torso, and the puppet core was destroyed. With the puppet finally incapacitated, Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief, storing the pieces in his storage ring. Having finished, Jonathan rushed toward the end of the tomb passage to reunite with Antoine and the others. Meanwhile, after half an hour of waiting, Antoine and the group started to panic when Jonathan didn't reappear. They feared he might have fallen to the silver puppet. Antoine hesitated. Why hasn't Brother Su come out? Should we go back and look for him? The others were also anxious. While they cared about Jonathan, if he died in the tomb passage, how would they survive the silver puppet? Let's wait a little longer. If young Brother Su doesn't show up, we'll go back and check, Dalen suggested. Everyone agreed. Just as they were about to lose patience, Jonathan emerged from the tomb passage. Relieved, Antoine patted Jonathan on the shoulder. Brother Su, you had us worried sick. I'm glad you're safe. Jonathan smiled. Sorry to worry everyone. The silver puppet was quite tough and took a while to handle. Dalen added, it's all right, as long as you're safe. Others sighed in relief. If only I had known this secret realm would be so dangerous, I should have prepared better, Darnell Koué complained, beginning to doubt his decision to enter. But Jonathan remained calm. We just need to be cautious. It's manageable. His words reassured the group. After all, they still had Jonathan by their side, so there was no need for excessive worry. Hashtag chapter 81, the puppet cipher. Alright, stop complaining. Everyone needs to keep their spirits up. The more dangerous this secret realm is, the more valuable the treasures it contains. Wouldn't you all want to become rich overnight? Cameron timely boosted everyone's morale. Hearing this, everyone regained their vigor. After Jonathan had rested for a while, they prepared to set off again. Soon, everyone focused on the only structure within this space, a large bronze hall. Since Jonathan hadn't emerged earlier, to avoid suspicion, no one had approached the bronze hall until now. Only after Jonathan appeared unharmed did everyone begin to seriously examine the bronze hall. It was entirely cast in bronze, with windows and doors sealed, leaving only one entrance at the front. Jonathan, who had rested enough, also rose and followed the group towards the bronze hall. Cameron, what do you think of this bronze hall? Not knowing what to make of it, they asked the most experienced member of the group, Cameron. After thinking for a moment, Cameron slowly replied, this bronze hall appears to be some kind of architectural magic treasure. We'll need to go inside to see what's within. Cameron couldn't provide much insight initially, so everyone moved forward to investigate personally. They pushed open the bronze door and entered. Inside, a complex mechanism filled a large bronze cabinet, and the walls were covered with various undecipherable runes. What are these things on the wall? They look like random scribbles, completely unreadable, Darnell Koué complained. Antoine was also puzzled by the strange symbols carved into the bronze hall. However, his attention soon shifted to the only cabinet in the hall. He approached it, intending to open it. But just as Antoine stepped forward, Cameron suddenly stopped him. Don't touch that cabinet. At the sound of Cameron's voice, Antoine halted. The others turned to look at Cameron, confused. What is it, Cameron? Did you notice something? The Liv asked. Others also looked over, curious. Seeing this, Cameron explained, I'm somewhat familiar with ancient legends. This bronze hall, along with the bizarre symbols on the walls and the cabinet before us, reminds me of a famous ancient magic treasure called the Puzzle Tower. It's said the Puzzle Tower was created by the founding ancestor of the puppet sect. It has 9 levels, each with puzzles written on the walls, requiring those who enter to solve them. Solving the puzzles grants rewards, while failure or incorrect answers trigger deadly mechanisms, killing the solver within the tower. Though this bronze hall isn't shaped like a tower, its intricate cabinet and the strange symbols resemble the Puzzle Tower closely. That's why I stopped you from touching the cabinet. Everyone was startled by Cameron's explanation and instinctively took a step back. Just then, the bronze door behind them slammed shut with a loud thud, trapping them inside. Damn it! We're trapped here. What do we do? Antoine unsheathed his sword and swung it at the bronze door, but it didn't leave a scratch. The faces of those present darkened. Don't waste your effort. I inspected this bronze hall from outside. It's at least an 11th rank magic treasure. We can't break through it with just our group, Cameron sighed helplessly. Darnell Coué, growing increasingly anxious, shouted. What do we do? Just wait here to die. Ignoring Darnell Coué's outburst, Cameron turned to examine the walls and said, we may have to try solving the puzzle. Perhaps the key to this bronze hall lies within the cabinet if we solve the puzzle. Hearing this, everyone calmed down and began examining the strange symbols on the walls, though they had little hope of understanding them. Meanwhile, Jonathan remained the calmest among them. Firstly, this bronze hall could not trap him. If he wanted to leave, using the demon-slaying sword would allow him to escape immediately. Secondly, his max-level enlightenment system gave him a prompt. Ding! Detected host viewing the puppet cipher. Would you like to learn how to solve the puzzle? After hearing the system's notification, Jonathan confirmed that Cameron's description was correct. The strange symbols on the walls were indeed the puppet sect's puppet cipher. Without hesitation, Jonathan chose to learn the solution. Instantly, the incomprehensible symbols started becoming easier to understand. After a while, the system prompted again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for learning Volume 1 of the puppet's secret art. Now, Jonathan understood the puzzle on the wall and knew the answer. The strange symbols were an encrypted version of Volume 1 of the puppet's secret art, with the cabinet acting as a test. Once someone grasped the puppet's secret art, they could easily unlock the cabinet. Jonathan could solve the puzzle immediately, but decided to maintain his composed demeanor and wait until the last moment to open the cabinet and save everyone. The others remained unaware and continued struggling with the puppet cipher. Even Cameron was perplexed. F*******. What the hell are these symbols? Completely indecipherable. Might as well let a puppet beat me up directly, Darnell Coué roared, losing his cool. Antoine looked equally troubled. Since the symbols were encrypted, anyone unfamiliar with the puppet cipher couldn't decipher them, let alone grasp their meaning. Darnell Coué, Antoine, and the Liv quickly gave up, unable to make sense of the symbols. Only Cameron and Gino persisted. These symbols are encrypted. To understand their meaning, we need to decrypt them, Gino muttered, immersed in deciphering. Everyone turned hopefully to Gino. Gino, do you understand these symbols? Can you solve them? The Liv asked. After a pause, Gino responded, not exactly. I specialize in array formations, which have an array cipher similar to what we see here. So, I suspect these symbols belong to the puppet sect's puppet cipher. But the difference between the array cipher and puppet cipher is too vast. I can't fully decipher everything right away. It will take time. Gino didn't offer false hope, providing only a glimmer. With no other options, everyone pinned their hopes on the 7th rank array master, Gino. Seems we'll have to work on it gradually. I've studied ciphers as well. Let me assist Gino in cracking the puppet cipher, Cameron offered. Grateful, Gino thanked Cameron. Thank you, Cameron. Let's start together. They delved into the task, discussing intensely. It seemed they might succeed. Seeing this, Jonathan decided to wait and observe if Gino and Cameron could indeed crack the puzzle. Therefore, while the two were discussing, Jonathan couldn't help but join in from time to time. He occasionally offered a few enlightening remarks, saving them a lot of detours. As for the other three, since they couldn't understand it all, they could only sit aside in meditation, anxiously watching on. Chapter 82, Cracking the Bronze Cabinet Lock. The group gathered around the ancient bronze cabinet, its surface engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to tell stories of a bygone era. The lock on the cabinet was unlike anything they had seen before. A complex mechanism that appeared both mysterious and intimidating. Darnell Yao carefully examined the lock, his fingers tracing the delicate engravings. This lock is different from the ones we've encountered before, he murmured, more to himself than to the others. It seems to require a specific sequence of movements. Lance, who had been studying ancient mechanisms for years, nodded in agreement. You're right. This type of lock is often associated with puzzles or riddles. We need to figure out the correct combination of symbols or actions to unlock it. The others watched intently as Darnell Yao and Lance discussed possible solutions. Time seemed to stand still as they delved deeper into the mystery of the bronze cabinet. Suddenly, a soft click echoed through the room, signaling a breakthrough. The cabinet's door slowly creaked open, revealing its long-hidden secrets within. Chapter 82, Unlocking the Bronze Cabinet. Time passed unnoticed, a full 7 days slipping by. Gino and Dalen had indeed managed to decipher part of the puppet cipher. But just as everyone thought things were progressing smoothly, the once silent bronze hall suddenly began to activate. Tick-tock, echoing constantly in their ears. This isn't good. The time limit for solving the puzzle is nearly up. Dalen was the first to react, shouting anxiously. This caused everyone's hopes to plummet. What do we do? We don't have enough time. Gino, did you manage to unlock it? Darnell Coué asked urgently. Sweating profusely, Gino replied, not yet. There's still a lot left. What now? What do you think, Dalen? Darnell Coué turned to Dalen again. Dalen was at a loss, helplessly saying, we can only give it a try. Go ahead and force open the lock. Hearing this, Gino's face paled further because he had no confidence in whether his guess would be correct. He could almost see himself triggering the mechanism after a wrong guess and dying. Without giving Gino more time to think, Dalen pulled him toward the cabinet, saying, Gino, it depends on you now. Whatever the outcome, we won't blame you. Do your best. After finishing, Dalen released Gino and waited for him to begin unlocking. Under intense pressure, Gino, relying on his innate talent in arrays, started concentrating on deciphering the puzzle. Despite being only in his early 40s, Gino had already achieved the rank of 7th rank array master in array formations. Therefore, he felt quite confident about his talent. Although he hadn't studied puppetry, he managed to decode a significant portion of the puppet cipher through sheer talent. While these decoded parts couldn't fully unlock the cabinet's lock, they gave him some clues. Recalling this, Gino began turning the key of the bronze cabinet based on those clues. First turn. The cabinet remained silent, and no mechanisms triggered within the bronze hall. Gino breathed a sigh of relief. Seems I got the first one right. Second turn. The same thing happened. No sound, no triggers. Confidence surged within Gino, and observers seemed to find renewed hope. Jonathan, watching the first 2 turns without errors, didn't intervene. But when Gino prepared for the third turn, Jonathan had to speak up, because the third turn's direction was completely wrong. Hold on. Jonathan's sudden interruption startled everyone who was on edge. All eyes turned to Jonathan, silently asking for reasons. Brother Sue, what's going on? Antoine asked first. Ignoring Antoine, Jonathan looked at Gino and asked, Do you have confidence in this turn, or are you just guessing? After careful consideration, Gino shook his head and replied, I don't have any confidence in this. It's just a gut feeling. Since it's a guess, why not try turning it 3.5 times in the other direction? I have a hunch that might be correct, Jonathan suggested. Everyone stared at Jonathan with doubt. They wondered what his intentions were. Brother Sue, do you have experience in puppetry? Antoine questioned skeptically. Despite Jonathan's formidable strength, Antoine instinctively trusted Gino more. Others felt similarly. However, Gino, after hearing Jonathan's advice, suddenly seemed to realize something and defended Jonathan. Let's follow Brother Sue's suggestion. That direction might be right. With that, Gino attempted to turn the mechanism as Jonathan instructed. Seeing Gino comply, others stopped questioning. Quickly, Gino followed Jonathan's method, turning the mechanism. Again, the cabinet remained silent. Everything was calm in the bronze hall. Another success. Relieved, everyone looked curiously at Jonathan. Brother Sue, did you already understand the puppet cipher? If so, don't hide your abilities anymore, Antoine urged hopefully. Jonathan, realizing he couldn't conceal his knowledge, nodded and said, I've deciphered much of the puppet cipher. Perhaps I can give it a try. Antoine was amazed. Brother Sue, you also understand puppetry? You kept it well hidden. No way. Brother Sue actually understood the puppet cipher. So quickly? Amazing. Others stared in awe at Jonathan. For an ancient cipher, such rapid comprehension was astounding. Slightly experienced, Jonathan replied modestly. Understanding Jonathan wasn't claiming complete mastery, the group turned to Dalen, their strategist, for approval. Dalen, recognizing the situation, conceded. Since Brother Sue is confident, let him handle it. We're all in the same boat. I'm sure Brother Sue wouldn't harm us. With Dalen's endorsement, everyone accepted the decision. Gino stepped back, allowing Jonathan to take over. Jonathan walked to the cabinet confidently and began unlocking it. 4th turn, correct. No triggers. 5th turn, correct. 6th turn, correct. 19th turn, still correct. 48th turn, correct again. Watching, everyone was drenched in sweat, tenser than Jonathan himself. Initially, they thought Jonathan was just lucky for the initial turns. However, after dozens of correct turns, they realized this was no mere luck. Can anyone get 48 consecutive guesses right by chance? Absolutely impossible. Anyone not seeing Jonathan's skill by now was truly foolish. Gino felt ashamed, comparing himself to Jonathan. He had considered his achievements impressive, but realized how far behind he was. Jonathan's strength, youth, and unparalleled talent overshadowed him completely. Recalling his previous opposition to Jonathan's ideas, Gino felt childish and narrow-minded. He admired Jonathan immensely from then on. And on the other side, Jonathan wasn't thinking so much. He remained focused on completing the final turn of the cabinet lock before him. The 49th turn, completed. Instantly, there was a click. The bronze cabinet in front of him opened with the sound. At the same moment, the entire bronze hall ceased its operation. Another click, and the tightly closed bronze doors also swung open. Seeing this, the people who had been holding their breath finally reacted. They had succeeded. Both the bronze doors and the cabinet lock were wide open. Realizing this, everyone broke into cheers. Haha, we made it. We really made it. We won't be trapped here to die. Haha, this is amazing. The crowd continued to cheer. They looked like survivors celebrating a narrow escape from disaster. Note: I've maintained the paragraph structure and tone as requested. The translation flows naturally while ensuring it aligns coherently with the previous content. Chapter 83, The Metal Sphere. After celebrating for a while, the group calmed down and curiously looked at the bronze cabinet, eager to see what treasure it contained. Brother Sue, perhaps you should open it, Antoine suggested. After all, it was Jonathan who had saved everyone, so it seemed fitting that he should be the one to reveal the treasure. Everyone else shared the same thought. Seeing this, Jonathan didn't hesitate and stepped forward to open the cabinet. Inside, there was a bronze box, which Jonathan carefully took out and opened. Instantly, an aroma of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. Inside the box were 3 items: an ancient manual, a white jade medicine bottle, and a metal sphere. Upon seeing this, Jonathan took each item out and placed them before the group for inspection. The first item was the manual, which read, Puppet Secret Techniques, Volume 2. Next was the medicine bottle, whose contents remained unknown until it was opened. Lastly, the metal sphere baffled everyone as no one could tell what it was. Dalen, could you check what kind of pills are inside this white jade bottle? Antoine asked. Only Dalen among them understood alchemy, so they turned to him for help. All right, let me see, Dalen agreed, taking the bottle and opening it. A stronger medicinal fragrance immediately filled the air. Smelling it, Dalen became visibly excited. Is this an 8th rank spirit-breaking pill? He examined the pill inside the bottle more closely. Yes, this is indeed an 8th rank spirit-breaking pill. This pill can help a 7th rank martial spirit level FA cultivator break through to the 8th rank martial king realm. Truly, an invaluable treasure. Upon hearing Dalen's words, everyone's eyes gleamed with envy at the pill. Apart from Darnell Kue, who was purely a body cultivator, everyone present, including Dalen, cultivated the FA path and could use this pill to break through to the 8th rank martial king realm. However, no one dared to ask for the pill first and instead looked toward Jonathan, awaiting his decision. Jonathan, noticing everyone's gaze, said, I don't need this pill. You can divide it amongst yourselves. Having spoken, Jonathan shifted his attention to the other 2 treasures. To him, everyone believed he was already an 8th rank martial king, whereas he was only a 6th rank martial lord in reality. The pill wouldn't benefit him now, and he preferred achieving breakthroughs naturally and solidifying his cultivation steadily rather than using pills. Seeing Jonathan uninterested, Antoine suggested, then let's follow the old rules. Whoever takes this bottle will compensate the others with treasure points equivalent to its value. Agreed, everyone nodded. Now, who wants this pill? Antoine asked next. Gino promptly declined, saying, I'm only at mid-7th rank martial spirit, and don't need this pill to reach 8th rank martial king yet. Joanna also chimed in, I'm also at mid-7th rank martial spirit, so I'll pass. Darnell Kue, a pure body cultivator, obviously didn't need the pill either and shook his head. This left Antoine and Dalen, both late 7th rank martial spirits close to breaking through. Knowing how much they needed the pill, neither spoke first. Finally, after a moment of silence, Dalen spoke, I'm getting old and have stayed at 7th rank martial spirit for too long. I failed several attempts at breaking through, and without this pill, I might never reach 8th rank martial king. Hearing this, Antoine hesitated but then responded, since you need it, Dalen, take it first. I'll have other chances later. With that, Antoine handed the spirit-breaking pill over to Dalen. After dividing the pill, the group turned their attention back to the remaining 2 items. No one felt right asking for them anymore, given Jonathan's significant contributions. Antoine proposed, Brother Sue, we've taken the pill, so we'll leave these 2 items to you. No one objected. Jonathan, reluctantly picking up the 2 items, thought for a moment and said, let's submit Volume 2 of Puppet Secret Techniques to Xian Holy Land when we return and split the reward points. As for the metal sphere, I'll keep it. Everyone was grateful for Jonathan's generosity. For him, the manual wasn't particularly important since he could learn it easily with the system. Selling it to Xian Holy Land would yield better rewards. The metal sphere intrigued Jonathan. It seemed like a puppet core. Although he couldn't determine its rank, it might help repair the silver puppet parts in his ring. After securing the treasures, the group left the bronze hall and continued exploring the secret realm. Soon, they discovered another tomb passage. Seeing the tomb passage again, everyone felt a bit uneasy. Another tomb passage, let's hope we don't run into those damned puppets again, Darnell Kue grumbled. Everyone nodded in agreement. Unbothered by this, Jonathan even hoped to encounter more silver puppets to dismantle and take home. Entering the passage, they noticed it was wider than the previous ones. As they walked, Gino suddenly halted everyone. Wait a moment. There are traces of an array ahead. We need to be careful of traps. Everyone stopped, and Jonathan gave Gino an appreciative glance. He had also detected the array trap ahead. Note. Translated maintaining original tone, style, and structure. ####Chapter 84, Puppet Mechanism Trap. After all, Jonathan had once comprehended the 64 arrays of heaven, making him highly proficient in array formations. Therefore, even if Gino hadn't noticed the array trap ahead, Jonathan would have warned them. At this moment, as everyone heard about the array trap ahead, they immediately turned to look at Gino. Among those present, Gino was the most skilled in array formations, so everyone expected him to dismantle it. Having been idle for quite some time, Gino now felt needed and was eager to demonstrate his worth. He then took out an array disc and walked forward to attempt dismantling the trap. The first formation appeared rudimentary and was not intentionally concealed, almost as if it were designed to be discovered. Jonathan immediately felt something was amiss when he saw it. However, Gino didn't think much of it and began to dismantle the formation using conventional methods. Command of Thunder and Fire. Activate. Gino murmured softly. Instantly, a token of thunder and fire appeared and shot into the formation ahead. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions filled the air as countless fireballs erupted from the formation, engulfing the entire tomb passage in flames. Damn, there really was an array trap. No wonder it's Gino. He can still notice this. If we had just walked in, we'd be roasted suckling pigs. Darnell Kue exclaimed exaggeratedly. Others also looked relieved, but Jonathan frowned upon seeing this, because the array in front of him felt different from typical formations. It seemed more like a mechanical trap rather than an array trap. Is it another case of secret puppet techniques? Jonathan speculated. Recalling something, he immediately pulled out the second volume of Secret Puppet Techniques and used the system to examine it. The second volume of Secret Puppet Techniques is the signature secret art of the puppet sect, primarily documenting the application of puppet mechanism techniques. Would you like to begin comprehending it? Hearing the system's prompt, Jonathan instantly displayed a sure enough expression. It turned out that the trap before them was not just a formation but a combination of puppet mechanism techniques and array formations. Therefore, using standard methods to dismantle it would result in failure. Realizing this, Jonathan flipped open the second volume of Secret Puppet Techniques and began to comprehend it on the spot. Immediately, a flood of knowledge about puppet mechanism techniques rushed into his mind. Meanwhile, after triggering the trap ahead, Gino prepared to dismantle the formation. He summoned several command flags and inserted them into the formation one by one, giving orders. Instantly, numerous command flags emitted white light, beginning to dismantle the formation's operational joints at their respective positions. Stabilize. Gino roared. The entire formation trembled, and then gradually calmed down. Seeing this, Gino smiled and said, "Thankfully, I have controlled each node of the formation ahead. We can safely pass through." Hearing this, everyone started to prepare to move forward without any doubt. However, at that moment, another voice stopped them. "Wait." They turned back and saw that the person who spoke was Dalen. "What's wrong, Dalen?" Antoine asked confusedly. Dalen first glanced back at Jonathan, who was reading the second volume of Secret Puppet Techniques, and then slowly replied, "For safety, let's test the formation ahead again." "You're being too cautious, Dalen. Don't you know how proficient Gino is with formations? If Gino says it's fine, why do we need to test it?" Darnell scoffed. But Dalen continued smiling. Better safe than sorry. Noticing Dalen's insistence, the group could only turn to Gino again. After being questioned by Dalen, Gino couldn't help but feel angry, but he trusted the group and kept it hidden. Deciding to conduct another test as requested, he retrieved the array disk once more and commanded, "Command of Thunder and Fire. Activate." Thunder and Fire shot into the formation again. However, instead of the expected peaceful outcome, the command token was immediately destroyed by a mysterious energy. If they had entered rashly, they would have been obliterated. How is this possible? It shouldn't happen. I clearly controlled the formation's operation. Where did things go wrong? Gino could hardly accept this, starting to doubt himself. Everyone was equally incredulous, for in their long-term cooperation with Gino, his judgments on formations had never been wrong. Now, they didn't understand what went wrong, turning to Dalen for an explanation. "Dalen, what's going on? Do you know the reason?" Antoine asked. Upon hearing this, Gino also looked at Dalen expectantly. Dalen coughed awkwardly and glanced at Jonathan, who was still engrossed in reading the second volume of Secret Puppet Techniques. Then he hesitantly said, "Actually, I don't know either. I'm just naturally cautious." Hearing this, everyone felt disappointed, thinking Dalen had seen something. Turns out, he knew nothing either, merely being overly cautious. Just as they were disappointed, Dalen added, "Perhaps Braden can shed some light on this." Dalen shifted the focus to Jonathan. They then turned to see Jonathan deeply immersed in the second volume of Secret Puppet Techniques. At this moment, after comprehending for some time, the system finally prompted, "Ding! Congratulations on comprehending the second volume of Secret Puppet Techniques." With the prompt, Jonathan had fully mastered the puppet mechanism techniques recorded in the second volume. When he finally snapped out of it, he realized everyone was staring at him. "Yeah, what's up?" Jonathan asked instinctively. Antoine explained the situation and asked, "Why did you suddenly start reading Secret Puppet Techniques here? Did you discover something?" Seeing that everyone had guessed part of it, Jonathan didn't hold back and said, "I had a lucky hunch and realized the ingenuity of the trap in this tomb passage." Chapter 85, The Dragon Blood Tree. Actually, the operational rules of the traps in this tomb passage are not achieved through formations, but through puppetry mechanism arts. The formation traces on the surface are merely an illusion designed to deceive and distract people. They aren't the core of these traps' operations. So, I suddenly started examining Volume 2 of Secret Puppet Techniques, because this secret realm seems more like a testing ground for younger generations. Therefore, I guess there would be a method to solve the puzzles. Sure enough, after studying Volume 2 of Secret Puppet Techniques, I found similar trap configuration methods. As Jonathan spoke, he tossed Volume 2 of Secret Puppet Techniques to Gino. After receiving it, Gino began reading immediately. The others finally understood after listening to Jonathan. Turns out the traps were not set off by formations, but by puppetry mechanisms. Truly devious. Everyone wore an expression of sudden realization. After reading Secret Puppet Techniques for some time, Gino also grasped it and said, "Ah, I see. It turns out I was deceived by the surface of the trap." Gino looked remorseful. This was already his second mistake, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. The group then turned hopeful eyes towards Jonathan. "Brother Sue, do you have confidence in resolving this puppet mechanism trap?" Antoine asked cautiously. Jonathan didn't want to appear too extraordinary, so he reluctantly replied, "Maybe I can give it a try, but it will take some time." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately filled with hope. They had seen Jonathan's perceptiveness before. In the Bronze Hall, he was the first to understand the puppetry cipher, rescuing everyone. Therefore, they all placed great trust in Jonathan. Even the prodigy array master Gino admired him immensely. "Then we leave it to Brother Sue," Antoine said. At this point, Gino walked up and handed Volume 2 of Secret Puppet Techniques back to Jonathan. Since Gino had no background in puppetry and lacked Jonathan's insight, he didn't bother researching further and left it all to Jonathan. Thus, everyone began waiting patiently while Jonathan carefully studied and attempted to resolve the trap. It wasn't long before Jonathan succeeded and instructed Gino to test the trap. Sure enough, after Jonathan's resolution, the fire trap no longer triggered. Seeing this, everyone grew even more trusting of Jonathan. With one revelation leading to another, they managed to traverse the tomb passage full of puppet mechanism traps. Emerging from the passage, they found themselves in a world teeming with spiritual herbs and flowers, filled with birdsong and fragrance. Holy crap, so many spiritual herbs and elixirs. Haha, riches. We're rich. Everyone shouted excitedly. Jonathan was overjoyed as well but privately thought, finally, no more acting. "Cameron, do you recognize that blood red tree? It looks quite different." Antoine suddenly pointed in a direction and asked. Cameron immediately looked over. "Could that be the dragon blood tree?" Cameron exclaimed. The others turned their attention to it as well, including Jonathan. "It truly is the dragon blood tree." Darnell rejoiced. As a body cultivation martial practitioner, how could he not recognize the dragon blood tree? The dragon blood fruit borne by this tree is a precious treasure for body cultivators, coveted by all who practice the way of body cultivation. Thinking of this, Darnell immediately ran towards the dragon blood tree in excitement, with the others following suit. Approaching, they discovered that the dragon blood tree was hundreds of feet tall, densely covered with ripe dragon blood fruits. Seeing this, everyone felt a surge of excitement. If we submit this dragon blood tree to the Yellow Firmament Sanctuary, how many points would it be worth? Perhaps around 10 million, someone speculated. Or even 20 million, another added. Everyone's tongues clicked in amazement. They hadn't expected such treasures on this secret realm expedition. Antoine swallowed and asked, how should we divide this dragon blood tree? Hearing this, everyone had their own thoughts. Although Jonathan had contributed the most during this journey, and without him they wouldn't have made it this far, facing such a valuable treasure, none wanted to let go easily. Jonathan had anticipated this and remained silent, wanting to see how they would react under true temptation and whether they were worth befriending. If they were fair, he might consider them friends. If they became driven by greed, Jonathan wouldn't be easy to provoke. He was the strongest here and had the confidence to make final decisions regardless of their choices. Thinking this, Jonathan remained quiet, appearing indifferent. On the other side, upon hearing Antoine's words, everyone fell into contemplation. How should they divide the dragon blood tree? Should they offend Jonathan? And if they did, could they fight him? All considered this silently, lost in thought. But Gino remained calm, not clouded by greed, and suggested, our journey has been successful mainly due to Brother Su. So, I propose that Brother Su takes 80% and the remaining 20% be divided among us 5. Though Gino's suggestion seemed reasonable, others hesitated, feeling somewhat reluctant. Splitting 20% among 5 men each would get less than 4%. Thus, they looked at Jonathan, hoping he would concede more. Jonathan ignored them, staying silent. Because he needed dragon blood fruits himself. To advance from the 3rd transformation divine body to the 4th transformation devilish body in the 9 transformations divine fiend body technique required immense quantities of body cultivation treasures. Hence, he couldn't willingly give up on such treasures now. As tensions rose, Cameron finally spoke. Gentlemen, I believe Gino's proposal is fair. While we discovered this place, we couldn't have come this far without Brother Su's peak 8th rank Martial King strength. So, it is reasonable for Brother Su to take 80%. ####Chapter 86, The Conspiracy of Body Snatching. Cameron deliberately emphasized the words 8th-stage peak Martial King as he spoke, as if reminding everyone not to overlook Jonathan's strength at the 8th-stage peak Martial King level. If they infuriated Jonathan, who possessed formidable strength, none of them might be a match for him, so it was wise to think twice. After Cameron's reminder, the group finally regained their senses from their greed-induced stupor. Yes, Jonathan was in existence with the power of an 8th-stage peak Martial King. If he were angered, none of them would survive. Realizing this, they felt relieved that Jonathan had principles and hadn't considered silencing them to claim the treasure alone. Otherwise, everyone could have been completely wiped out. After all, they had all witnessed Jonathan's formidable strength before. Cold sweat dripped down their faces as they looked at Cameron gratefully. Seeing this, Jonathan couldn't help but smile inwardly. Although he didn't want to turn on them, if Antoine and others had been even greedier just now, he might have taken action. However, since they restrained themselves, Jonathan said nothing more. Indeed, he had the capability to monopolize the treasure, but since they had led him here, it wasn't his style to betray and eliminate them immediately after getting what he wanted. With everyone's decision made, Jonathan smiled and said, since you all hold me in such high regard, I shall comply. He spoke politely. Though they were still somewhat greedy, they weren't unreasonable and returned courteous smiles to Jonathan. Quickly, they came up with a plan for distributing the dragon blood tree fruits. There were approximately 100 dragon blood fruits on the tree, so each person took 5, and the rest wanted Jonathan. As for the dragon blood tree, since the valuable dragon blood fruits were gone, they planned to take it back to sell to the Xuanhuan Holy Land for treasure points. The treasure points would also be split 80-20. After settling everything, a beautiful lady suggested, this secret realm looks quite large. Why don't we split up? Upon hearing this, everyone seemed tempted. Jonathan understood they no longer wished to stay with him. Given his immense strength, if all treasures found were claimed mostly by him, it would be too painful for them. They wouldn't force something that didn't suit well. Besides, Jonathan himself felt inclined to part ways. Shedding these burdens would make him freer and allow him to stop pretending. He didn't believe this secret realm contained only the previous danger. If he stayed with the group, Jonathan would end up being their nanny again. Thinking about it, Jonathan nodded in agreement. Seeing Jonathan agree, the others naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, finding treasures individually was better than giving up 80% of their findings. Thus, the group parted ways. Jonathan chose a direction and left alone, while the others picked directions away from Jonathan to explore. Once Jonathan left the group, he headed straight for the deepest part of the secret realm. He sensed this place was peculiar and strange, and he wanted to explore it thoroughly. While Jonathan was heading deeper into the secret realm, a terrifying puppet buried underground suddenly opened its crimson eyes. After walking for a while, Jonathan found another man-made structure amidst this idyllic world. A desolate and ancient golden palace. This palace looks eerily similar to the bronze one, Jonathan thought curiously, feeling puzzled. Like the bronze palace, this golden one was also cast as a single piece, with no windows or doors except for the main entrance. Is this another puzzle tower? Jonathan guessed. After some consideration, he decided to enter. His Darnoksu contained the immortal-level demon-slaying sword, which served as a powerful trump card. Therefore, he was unafraid of any traps within this golden palace. Inside the palace, Jonathan saw an enormous gold coffin made entirely of solid gold. Well, why is it a coffin? Jonathan wondered aloud. Looking around, there were no puppet scripts on the walls as expected, indicating this probably wasn't a puzzle tower. As Jonathan inspected, the massive gold door behind him slammed shut with a loud bang, dimming the light inside the golden hall. At the same moment, he heard a scratching sound coming from the coffin. Scratch. Scratch. The temperature inside instantly dropped, turning chilly. Playing tricks. Jonathan sneered disdainfully. Having encountered real Emperor-level remnants, he wouldn't be scared by mere illusions. Hearing movements from the golden coffin, Jonathan kicked off the lid without hesitation. Bang! Immediately, an eerie golden puppet lay exposed before him. Clank, clank. The golden puppet started moving, and red light shone from its black eyes. After countless years of silence, has it come time for my rebirth? The puppet uttered in a lifeless, harsh voice, then slowly sat up. A momentum equivalent to a 10-stage peak martial emperor burst forth. Boom. Jonathan was thrown backward by the shockwave and crashed into the surrounding walls of the golden hall. Are you my sacrifice? The golden puppet turned and scanned Jonathan with its crimson eyes, saying slowly, huh? Sacrifice? Indeed, this secret realm isn't simple. It seems there is truly a conspiracy. Jonathan muttered to himself. Observing the golden puppet comparable to a 10-stage peak martial emperor, he immediately activated the heaven-concealing immortal technique. The golden puppet was momentarily dumbfounded by Jonathan's sudden disappearance. Worm, it seems you aren't willing to be my sacrifice. But it doesn't matter. In my hands, your fate is sealed. Why waste time struggling? Wouldn't it be better to let me possess your body directly? The golden puppet spoke confidently, unconvinced that a mere 6-stage martial lord could escape his clutches within this enclosed golden hall. Thus, he mocked Jonathan endlessly, as if becoming his sacrifice and being possessed was an honorable thing. However, the golden puppet was soon proven wrong by Jonathan. Chapter 87. The Golden Puppet. The golden puppet used its divine sense to probe the entire hall, trying to locate where Jonathan was hiding. To its surprise, it couldn't detect him at all. Huh? How is this possible? He managed to evade my detection. But I still don't believe he can hide anywhere in this golden hall, the golden puppet said coldly. Instantly, it unleashed the full aura of a peak 10th rank martial emperor, indiscriminately suppressing every corner of the golden hall. However, it still failed to find Jonathan's whereabouts. This was entirely due to the power of the heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique. This skill could even astonish an immortal emperor and had already bypassed the divine senses of a celestial demon god. A mere mortal martial emperor would be far too weak to detect Jonathan's location. However, Jonathan didn't intend to use the spirit hole's demon-slaying sword, unless necessary. Otherwise, even a hint of its aura could crush the golden puppet immediately. After some consideration, Jonathan stealthily drew the soul-severing sword. Previously, the silver puppet was purely mechanical without any soul, rendering the soul-severing sword technique ineffective against it. However, this golden puppet clearly possessed intelligence and a soul, even attempting to possess Jonathan. It was evident that there was an ancient soul residing within the golden puppet. Confronting such a pure spirit entity, Jonathan believed the soul-severing sword technique would yield unexpected results. Taking advantage of a gap in the golden puppet's attack, Jonathan suddenly wielded the soul-severing sword and slashed it across the golden puppet's head. Aya! The golden puppet let out a horrific scream as if gravely injured. Jonathan instantly realized that the soul-severing sword technique was effective, filling him with delight. Seems like I can deal with this golden puppet without using the demon-slaying sword. While the golden puppet was still unable to locate Jonathan, it suddenly suffered a severe soul attack, causing it to roar furiously. Brat, come out. What kind of hero ambushes from the shadows? If you have the guts, let's face each other in single combat. I'll even give you 10 moves. Come out if you dare. The golden puppet continued cursing and rampaging throughout the hall, but all in vain. Jonathan's heaven-deceiving immortal concealment technique was a top-tier immortal secret art that not only hid his presence but also made him invisible within the void. Even passing through Jonathan's body wouldn't reveal his existence since he wasn't in physical space but hidden within the void. Thus, unless Jonathan chose to attack first, he was invincible. As for the golden puppet's provocations, they were completely ineffective. In the golden hall, the golden puppet attacked wildly but couldn't touch Jonathan, who remained hidden in the void. Every time it paused, Jonathan emerged from the void to deliver a soul-severing strike, severely damaging its soul. Soon, the golden puppet realized it couldn't defeat Jonathan and tried to negotiate. Boy, you indeed have your ways. How about we call a truce? I'll open the door, and we each go our separate ways. Jonathan didn't respond. You want to fight when you want and talk peace when it suits you? What respect does that leave me with? Moreover, Jonathan aimed to acquire this puppet body mainly because it was more powerful than his current puppet. Having previously obtained a puppet core intended for the silver puppet, now that he had a stronger golden puppet before him, there was no reason to let it go. Given the golden puppet's strength equal to 10th rank martial emperor, Jonathan knew it would take extraordinary measures to match it. Owning such a formidable puppet could significantly reduce daily troubles and be far more useful than an ordinary silver puppet. Therefore, Jonathan had no intention of letting it go. Seeing Jonathan remain silent, the soul inside the golden puppet erupted in anger. Boy, don't overstep. This is a vital place of our puppet sect. Our ancestor is here as well. If you try to kill me with your underhanded methods, our ancestor will never forgive you. Oh, an even more powerful being? Jonathan was taken aback. But he wasn't overly concerned. If things got too difficult, he could simply invoke the Imperial-level demon-slaying sword to destroy everything. No need to fear. With that thought, Jonathan raised the soul-severing sword again and struck with another soul-severing sword energy. Aya! The golden puppet screamed in agony. Damn you, despicable rat, I'll kill you. It resumed attacking wildly. At this moment, the door of the golden hall suddenly opened, and the golden puppet ran toward it, realizing it couldn't match Jonathan and intending to escape. It believed that given its cultivation, Jonathan couldn't catch up. However, Jonathan had anticipated this. Just as the golden puppet neared the exit, an array activated. Thick Earth Grand Array. It turned out Jonathan had secretly deployed the Thick Earth Grand Array, using the Heaven-derived array plate, a highly restrictive formation. Despite the golden puppet being a peak 10th rank martial emperor, the array created by Jonathan, a 6th rank martial lord, wouldn't hold long. Thus, Jonathan aimed for a swift resolution, unleashing all his soul power and delivering a powerful slash. Soul-severing essence. Die. Jonathan employed the most potent move of the soul-severing sword technique. Instantly, a powerful soul attack plunged into the golden puppet soul. Ea. The golden puppet shrieked in pain, its mental state deteriorating into chaos. Kill. The golden puppet attacked wildly, causing the golden hall to tremble as if about to collapse. Jonathan struck again with soul-severing essence. Soon, the golden puppet's soul weakened rapidly. Eventually, the golden puppet stood motionlessly with lifeless eyes. Confirming its death, Jonathan emerged from the void and immediately initiated a system identification. Golden puppet, a grade 10 puppet artifact. Currently unclaimed. Core missing. Inserting a puppet core can reactivate the golden puppet. Relieved by the system's information, Jonathan concluded that the parasitic soul inside the golden puppet was indeed dead. Chapter 88, Puppet God. After confirming, Jonathan eagerly retrieved the metal sphere he had obtained earlier. At the same time, following the knowledge from Secret Art of Puppets, he began to reinstall the control core into the gold puppet. Snap. As Jonathan finished installing the metal sphere, the gold puppet started moving again. And within Jonathan's mind, he sensed a faint connection with this gold puppet. Greetings, master. The gold puppet said in a mechanical and stiff voice. Seeing this, Jonathan began trying how to control the gold puppet. First, he operated it mentally to get up, then adjusted its stance, and finally made it punch with full force. After repeated attempts, Jonathan finally got used to handling the gold puppet. I'll call you Little Gold. Jonathan cheerfully named the gold puppet. However, Little Gold remained standing dumbly in place, showing no reaction. This didn't surprise Jonathan much. After all, it was just an inanimate object, lacking intelligence unless operated by Jonathan. With this thought, he stored the gold puppet into his storage ring. Meanwhile, right after Jonathan slaughtered the remnant soul of the 10th rank Peak Ajay, in the deepest part of the puppet sect secret realm, a terrifying figure slowly moved, heading directly towards Jonathan's location. Leaving the gold hall, Jonathan continued exploring deeper into the puppet's secret realm. But after walking for not long, he felt as if he were being watched uncomfortably. Thinking about this, Jonathan immediately activated the heaven-hiding immortal technique. After hiding his presence, the uncomfortable feeling gradually dissipated. Witnessing this, Jonathan appeared enlightened. Indeed, I've been noticed. Jonathan murmured softly, then started guessing. Could it be the ancestor mentioned by that gold puppet? It seems there is an even more terrifying existence here than a 10th rank Peak Ajay, Jonathan pondered, unsure whether to continue advancing or leave now. Although he had the bottom card of the Immortal King level, Demon Slaying Sword, using it came at a price. Previously, when activating it under the help of the restriction set by the residual spirit of the Empyrean Emperor Darnok, it still exerted considerable pressure on his Dantian and spiritual acupoints. If he relied solely on his understanding of the first level of Demon Slaying Scripture to activate the Immortal King level immortal weapon, he wondered what kind of heavy damage it would cause to his Dantian. He also wasn't sure if frequent damage to his Dantian would affect his future cultivation path. Therefore, he did not want to use the Immortal King level Demon Slaying Sword, unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, he was unsure what other treasures might be hidden in this puppet's secret realm. If the treasure wasn't valuable, forcing him to use his trump card would be too costly. With these thoughts, Jonathan deliberated and sighed. Forget it, let's stop while ahead. Don't be too greedy. This journey had already yielded over 80 dragon blood fruits, enough to sustain Jonathan's cultivation for quite some time. Moreover, he unexpectedly obtained a 10th rank Aja level gold puppet. The harvest was sufficient. People should indeed know when to be content. Deciding this, Jonathan planned to evacuate the puppet's secret realm. However, just as Jonathan was preparing to leave, the entire puppet's secret realm shook violently. Rumble. The ground trembled fiercely. It seemed as though the sky above the puppet's secret realm was collapsing. Simultaneously, a terrifying and ferocious aura erupted from the deepest part of the secret realm. This is the aura of a 12th rank soul. Jonathan felt shocked internally. He originally assumed the ancestor mentioned by the gold puppet wouldn't be higher than an 11th rank Solg. To think it was actually a 12th rank soul. In the mortal world, a 12th rank soul was already at the top tier. Beyond that was the realm of immortals. And in the human world where Jonathan resided, immortals were not allowed to exist. Thus, in this human world, besides semi-immortals, 12th rank souls were the pinnacle of combat power. Even Xuanhuan Holy Land probably didn't have a soul-level existence. Damn, really stirred up a big guy, Jonathan shuddered. Facing a 12th rank soul without using the Immortal King level, Demon Slaying Sword, he'd likely be instantly killed by just a glance. Even now, with the heaven-hiding immortal technique activated, making him virtually invisible, Jonathan didn't feel secure. A soul could already break through space and ascend. In theory, if they discovered his location, they could attack him even in the virtual space. With this realization, Jonathan immediately rushed towards the passage leading out of the puppet's secret realm. At the same time, Antoine and others who were scattered throughout the puppet's secret realm, searching for opportunities, also felt the power of the soul. Thus, they stopped and started fleeing frantically back toward the entrance. A soul-level expert, quickly run, Dalen shouted as he raced back toward the tomb corridor. Instantly, a terrifying divine sense pressure descended, instantly crushing Dalen into a bloody mist. Dalen! Nearby Antoine's eyes widened in shock. His fate wasn't much better. The terrifying divine sense surged again, instantly killing Antoine. Whoever dares enter my puppet sect secret realm, die! A cold, stiff, mechanical voice echoed throughout the secret realm. Hearing this strange voice, Jonathan immediately reacted. Is that so-called ancestor also a puppet? It seems so, given the puppet sect disappeared during ancient times. They probably couldn't survive for long without relying on puppet symbiosis techniques. But why would the ancient puppet sect transform themselves into these monstrous puppets? Just to live longer? Jonathan couldn't understand, or come to any conclusion. He decided to leave this dangerous puppet's secret realm first. On the other side, the terrifying soul puppet, having instantly killed 2 people with divine sense, resumed sweeping the secret realm frantically as if searching for something. Seeing this, Jonathan was alarmed. Could this soul puppet be looking for me? So grudge-bearing, just because I killed one of your minions? He silently prayed the soul puppet wouldn't discover him. After sweeping around once and not finding Jonathan, it couldn't wait any longer and roared. Come out, rodent. Otherwise, I'll kill all your companions. Having said that, the soul puppet used Supreme Divine Sense to lock onto the only remaining survivors, Maiden Xianxia, Gino, and Darnell Kue. ##### Chapter 89. A sudden turn of events. As soon as the 3 individuals were locked onto by the martial god puppet's divine sense, they turned deathly pale. They remembered all too well what had happened to Cameron and Antoine earlier. At this moment, the 3 of them knelt down in unison and pleaded for mercy. Senior, we did not mean to offend you. Please spare us. They continued to bang their heads on the ground while shouting. However, the martial god puppet remained unmoved. It coldly declared, youngsters, you killed my disciple. Do you think you can leave here unscathed? Come out now and face your fate. The overwhelming might of the martial god puppet reverberated throughout the puppet's secret realm. Under its pressure, the trio, already locked by the divine sense, spat blood and fell into a state of lethargy. Suddenly, Brielle began to scream frantically. Is it you, Jonathan? Did you offend Senior Martial God? Quickly come out and apologize to him. Hearing her screams, the martial god puppet laughed mockingly. So, you are called Jonathan. I suggest you come out now. Perhaps I'll be in a good mood and forgive you. While the martial god puppet tried to coax Jonathan out, the latter, hidden in the shadows, was furious. Damn it. She revealed my name, Jonathan thought bitterly. I wonder if this martial god puppet will still come after me once it leaves. I need to prepare to use the demon-slaying sword. Jonathan made up his mind. Jonathan wasn't unwilling to leave immediately because he desired to stay. It was just that most of the martial god puppet's divine sense was concentrated near the entrance of the secret realm. Thus, he didn't know if he would be discovered when he made a dash for the exit. Considering this, Jonathan cautiously approached the exit while preparing to use the immortal king level, demon-slaying sword. Meanwhile, seeing that Jonathan was not coming out, the martial god puppet lost patience and instantly crushed Darnell Kue with its divine sense. Boy, looks like you really don't plan on coming out. Fine, then I'll kill off your companions. The puppet sneered coldly. Brielle and Gino were terrified, completely losing their composure. However, Jonathan didn't care about their lives or deaths since they were mere strangers. Not for myself, who would I live for? Jonathan thought to himself. After all, it wasn't Jonathan who wanted to kill them. It was the martial god puppet. Hence, Jonathan cautiously continued toward the entrance of the tomb passage. Just as Jonathan neared the entrance, a strong sense of danger stopped him in his tracks. What's going on? Is there a trap ahead? Jonathan wondered, not daring to move another step forward. Oh, martial god puppet, why do you have to force me to use the immortal king level, demon-slaying sword? Jonathan lamented internally. With no clear way out and not wanting to take unnecessary risks, Jonathan decided to summon the demon-slaying sword, stored within his spirit acupoints. However, just as Jonathan was about to activate the sword, there was sudden commotion at the entrance to the tomb passage. An 11th rank martial saint from the Xuanhuan sacred land appeared, dressed in elder robes. This aura, martial god? The old man, named Hideo, was an elder of the Xuanhuan sacred land. His subordinate, an 8th rank martial king outside disciple, reported the discovery of an ancient puppet sect's mysterious secret realm by a group of outside guest envoys. Hideo, who had been idle, decided to investigate. After verifying the identity of the secret realm from his subordinate, he rushed over personally. The ancient puppet sect had some renown during ancient times, recorded in the Xuanhuan sacred lands archives. Upon entering the secret realm, Hideo immediately sensed the presence of a 12th rank martial god level consciousness, surprising him greatly. There's actually a martial god level existence in this small secret realm. Hideo looked around bewildered. On the other side, the martial god puppet paused at Hideo's sudden appearance. Seeing this, Brielle, who had previously seemed hopeless, suddenly shouted for help. Elder, help. Her shouts shattered the silence. In response, the martial god puppet, realizing the situation, unleashed its power and instantly crushed Brielle and Gino. Seeing this, Hideo's expression darkened. A martial god level puppet? No, there's also a remnant soul of a martial god. He assessed before immediately activating his clan token to request reinforcements. The martial god puppet, sensing Hideo's actions, flew into a rage. Damn it, I'll kill you. Identifying Hideo's attire, the puppet knew which faction he belonged to. The Xuanhuan sacred land had existed even during ancient times and was immensely powerful. If enough experts were dispatched, the martial god puppet could not defend against them. Inside the puppet was the remnant soul of the puppet sect's founder, Govind, who resorted to creating a parasitic method within puppets to extend his life after failing a heavenly tribulation and losing his physical body. The Xuanhuan sacred land possessed several half-immortals who had transcended heavenly tribulations, far beyond what Govind's remnant soul could handle, even at full strength. Thus, upon discovering that Hideo had secretly alerted the sacred land, the puppet was enraged. This meant that the secret realm crafted with the sect's full efforts would soon be discovered and taken over by the Xuanhuan sacred land. #### Chapter 90, Cultivation Enhancement. The thought of the secret realm he had painstakingly established being taken away by others was something Govind could not bear. However, at this moment, he had no other choice but to quickly finish off the Salg Elder and escape as soon as possible. With that in mind, the soul puppet immediately revealed its true form, charging directly at Hideo. Jonathan, who had been watching from the shadows, finally got a clear look at the soul puppet's full appearance. It was an obsidian black metallic puppet standing hundreds of feet tall, comparable to the ancient beasts of old. Terrifying. Upon seeing the puppet's true form, Jonathan took a sharp intake of breath, surprised by its massive size. Just a puppet. Let's see what you can do. Hideo, with his sword in hand, began battling the puppet as it attacked him. Taking advantage of the distraction between Hideo and the soul puppet, Jonathan seized the opportunity to dash towards the entrance of the tomb passage. The soul puppet, which was currently battling Hideo, seemed to sense Jonathan's move and glanced toward the entrance before refocusing on the battle. Instantly, the space trembled violently, with countless fissures spreading throughout the entire secret realm. At the last moment, Jonathan managed to escape the puppet's secret realm, returning to the crack below the Xuanhuan mountain canyon. Seeing this, Jonathan breathed a slight sigh of relief, but knew he still needed to hasten away from the canyon. He decided to return to xuanhuan City first, for it was too dangerous here, and it would be wise to leave as soon as possible. On the other side, using his level 11 soul prowess against the level 12 soul puppet, Hideo stood no chance. However, thanks to the many treasures he possessed, he managed to barely withstand the soul puppet's attacks at great cost. If he could just hold on for a bit longer, he believed the experts from Xuanhuan Holy Land would come to support him and eliminate the remnant soul within the soul puppet on the spot. Once that happened, Xuanhuan Holy Land would gain a level 12 soul puppet, a significant achievement. With this thought in mind, Hideo struggled desperately to buy more time. Govind, understanding Hideo's intentions, became extremely anxious. Damn, cursed Xuanhuan Holy Land. The remnant soul of Govind controlled the soul puppet to continuously bombard Hideo. However, he couldn't defeat him immediately. Considering this, Govind gritted his teeth and decided to take away the important resources from the secret realm, planning to seek revenge on Xuanhuan Holy Land once he restored his true body. Otherwise, if the soul expert from Xuanhuan Holy Land arrived, he would surely be doomed. Govind felt immense hatred thinking about it. It's all because of those intruders and that Callan named Jonathan. When I come out, I will never let you off. Govind gave up attacking Hideo and instead gathered the precious treasures and over a dozen coffins of his disciples and grand disciples from the secret realm before dashing towards the exit with all his might. Seeing this, Hideo wanted to stop him but was powerless. All he could do was watch helplessly as Govind left the secret realm with the treasure. Not long after Govind departed, an even more terrifying aura descended upon the secret realm. Sensing this, Hideo immediately dragged his injured body to his feet, respectfully saying, "Greetings, Ainsworth." After seeing Hideo, the Ainsworth reigned in his terrifying soul aura and asked, "Where is the soul puppet?" Hideo bowed his head in shame and replied, "Report back to Ainsworth. Your subordinate failed to prevent the soul puppet from escaping." The Ainsworth frowned deeply upon hearing Hideo's words. He had rushed here personally after hearing that a soul-level puppet was discovered, only to arrive too late. A soul-level existence was rare even within Xuanhuan Holy Land, numbering perhaps a dozen or so, making a soul-level puppet extremely valuable. Its escape was naturally regrettable, but he couldn't blame Hideo, who was only a level 11 Salk. Surviving against a soul-level entity was already commendable, and one couldn't ask for more. With this in mind, the Ainsworth spoke again. "Since you're injured, return to the Holy Land. I'll send someone to manage this secret realm." Hideo responded humbly, "Then your subordinate will take his leave." As Hideo and the Ainsworth departed, the puppet's secret realm fell silent once more. Elsewhere, after leaving the puppet's secret realm, Jonathan did not immediately return to Xuanhuan City. Instead, he found a secluded place to begin closed-door cultivation. With a large number of dragon blood fruits in hand, Jonathan planned to use them to attempt the fourth transformation of the 9 transformations divine demon body technique. He took one dragon blood fruit and swallowed it whole. Then he immediately activated the 9 transformations divine demon body cultivation method to digest and absorb the dragon blood energy within the fruit. Finishing one fruit, he picked up another. Gradually, the blood power in Jonathan's body continued to increase. 2 months passed. After consuming roughly 30 dragon blood fruits, Jonathan's body emitted intense golden light, with powerful aura surging out. Fortunately, he had prepared ahead of time, setting up a containment formation around his cultivation site to prevent the golden light from escaping. Once the golden light dissipated, Jonathan opened his eyes. Divine body third transformation, mid-stage. Feeling his enhanced physical strength, Jonathan smiled initially, but then shook his head helplessly. This 9 transformations divine demon body technique is indeed monstrous. 30 dragon blood fruits only brought me to a minor advancement. Breaking through to the 4th transformation seems impossible. Jonathan sighed. Never mind. Let's exhaust all the dragon blood fruits first and advance the 3rd transformation to late stage. With that, Jonathan resumed his cultivation. Time passed without notice, and 4 more months went by. After consuming the remaining 50 dragon blood fruits, Jonathan's 3rd transformation finally reached late stage. Phew, finally reached the late stage of the 3rd transformation. Jonathan exhaled in relief. Checking his dantian, he noticed, seems like my cultivation is nearly breaking through to the 6th rank Wu Jun stage. I can start preparing to open the 3rd spirit acupoint. According to the 7 Apertures 10,000 Spirits technique, opening a spirit acupoint requires an environment with an extremely abundant supply of spiritual energy, which he currently does not have. Therefore, he must find a place with an extremely abundant supply of spiritual energy. Since he recalled that the Shen Huangseng Di seemed to have such a place, but it required exchanging a significant amount of credits to access it. Thinking of this, Jonathan began to ponder quietly. Note: I've maintained the consistency in terminology and style, ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English while accurately conveying the meaning of the original text. Let me know if you need any further edits or context. He soon recalled that there seemed to be such a place within the Xuanhuan sacred land, but it required a substantial amount of credits to access. With this in mind, Jonathan began to ponder his options. Note: in English context, the last 2 sentences should be translated as follows for continuity. Needed to be done in an environment rich in spiritual energy, which he currently lacked. Therefore, he must find a place teeming with spiritual energy. He quickly recalled that such a place existed within Xuanhuan Holy Land, but it required a substantial amount of credits to enter. With this in mind, Jonathan began to think about his options. Chapter 91. Selling the Dragon Blood Tree. Almost half a year had passed since his journey into the puppet secret realm. He believed that any fuss should have died down by now. Returning to Xuanhuan City shouldn't pose any problems. After all, Antoine and others who traveled with Jonathan had all perished, so no one would know that he had entered that particular puppet secret realm. With this thought in mind, Jonathan relaxed and decided to find an opportunity to sell the Dragon Blood Tree he possessed, earning some points to exchange for a chance to enter the Xuanhuan Sacred Land's secret realm. Leaving his seclusion area, Jonathan returned to the inner city of the Grand Xuanhuan City. As he expected, not many people remembered him. After all, he hadn't spent much time in Xuanhuan City and didn't have many acquaintances. Additionally, as a guest executive officer, he was extremely independent, and the Xuanhuan Sacred Land didn't intervene much in his affairs. Even if the Xuanhuan Sacred Land wanted to harm him, he could easily protect himself with the heaven-concealing immortal technique. Upon returning to the outer gate of Xuanhuan City, Jonathan directly went to the treasure exchange hall. Inside, only an elderly man in gray robes was guarding the place. Seeing this, Jonathan approached and asked respectfully, "Senior, Junior wishes to exchange heavenly treasures for points." The old man in gray robes glanced at Jonathan and replied with a slight, "Oh," then added, "Show me the item. I'll appraise it." Jonathan immediately handed over his storage ring to the elder. Since Antoine and others had not returned from the secret realm, the Dragon Blood Tree's reward points fell solely to Jonathan. Upon receiving the ring, the gray-robed elder was visibly shocked and sized up Jonathan. "Where did you get this, Dragon Blood Tree, Callan?" he asked curiously. Hearing this, Jonathan frowned and hesitated to respond. Noticing Jonathan's hesitation, the gray-robed elder assured him, "Rest assured. We from the Xuanhuan Sacred Land are a major force and wouldn't covet such a small, Dragon Blood Tree. It was just a casual inquiry. If you don't wish to say, it's fine." Feeling assured, the gray-robed elder proceeded with the normal procedure. "This Dragon Blood Tree is well preserved and can be exchanged for 5 million points. Hand over your token," the elder said. Jonathan complied, passing over his executive token, and the elder marked 5 million points on it. With points secured, Jonathan picked up the exchange manual on the counter and quickly browsed through it. He recalled there was a significant location called the Spirit Nurturing Pool, beneficial for breaking through to the 6th rank Martial Lord and opening his 3rd Spirit Acupoint. This time, Jonathan intended to visit this Spirit Nurturing Pool. This Spirit Nurturing Pool was a spiritual essence pool formed from countless refined materials and liquids within the Xuanhuan Sacred Land, divided into 11 levels based on spiritual essence density. To safely break through to the 6th rank Martial Lord, the 7th level, Spirit Nurturing Pool, would suffice, but for safety, Jonathan planned to directly use the 8th level, Spirit Nurturing Pool. Given the risks involved in opening a Spirit Acupoint, failure could severely impact his body. Hence, Jonathan aimed for success on the first try. Facing the gray-robed elder, Jonathan requested, "Senior, I want to exchange for access to the 8th level, Spirit Nurturing Pool." The gray-robed elder looked surprised at Jonathan and after checking, reminded him, "Your cultivation is only at 6th rank Martial Lord. The 7th level, Spirit Nurturing Pool, would be enough for a breakthrough. There's no need for the 8th level. The denser the spiritual energy isn't always better. If it exceeds your tolerance, it could damage your meridians," the elder explained kindly, fearing Jonathan's lack of understanding. However, Jonathan remained firm, "Senior, I still intend to exchange for the 8th level, Spirit Nurturing Pool." The elder gave up trying to persuade him and said, "Wait here. I'll fetch the Spirit Nurturing Pool token for you." After a short while, the elder handed Jonathan an ancient-looking token and said, "Take this token to the Inner Affairs Hall. Someone will guide you to the Spirit Nurturing Pool." Jonathan left the treasure hall, heading toward the inner gate of the Xuanhuan Sacred Land. Despite initial hindrances showing the Spirit Nurturing Pool token allowed him passage. Quickly, he arrived at the Inner Gate Affairs Hall where several true disciples were gathered. Upon recognizing Jonathan, one robust youth commented, "It's you. How did you come here?" Recalling a brief encounter when he first entered Xuanhuan City, Jonathan ignored them. "Darnell Yi, do you know that person?" asked a leading white-clad Callan. Darnell Yi bowed respectfully, reporting to senior brother Ernest, "That person is an arrogant wild cultivator who disrespected me a few days ago." "Oh, that wild cultivator? How did he gain entry here?" Ernest asked, curious. Stepping forward, Ernest coldly addressed Jonathan, "Who are you? You're not from the Xuanhuan Sacred Land. Yet how did you enter the inner gate?" Annoyed, Jonathan retorted, "Who I am is none of your business." Ernest grew enraged, "Bold wild cultivator. Do you know who I am? You dare disrespect me? Afraid I'll break your legs?" Confused by Ernest's unprovoked provocation, Jonathan glared at him and coldly warned, "I don't care who you are. If you bother me again, I'll crush you." Good. Ernest laughed mockingly. Indeed a reckless wild cultivator, a mere 6th rank Martial Lord daring to be so arrogant. Looks like you need a lesson to respect power. Ernest abruptly unleashed a powerful 8th rank Martial King aura. As a true disciple practicing both law and body, Ernest was formidable even among peers. His fierce aura forced his fellow disciples to step back. Ernest Sr. is upset. That wild cultivator is in trouble. Yes, he deserves it. A mere 6th rank Martial Lord behaving so arrogantly. Too bad for him. A proper lesson indeed. Ignoring the mocking comments, Jonathan remained unmoved by Ernest's overwhelming presence. Hashtag Chapter 92, Confrontation. When this scene caught Matthew's eye, it immediately surprised him. A mere 6th rank Martial Lord. How can he withstand the aura of my 8th rank Martial King? It seems this wild cultivator is no simple character, Matthew thought to himself. But now, with the situation at a critical point, he had no choice but to act. Otherwise, where would his face go? With that thought, Matthew unleashed a full-strength punch towards Jonathan. The terrifying momentum left the surrounding disciples in awe. Is senior brother Matthew really trying to kill that wild cultivator? Isn't this too cruel? And killing someone publicly within the inner sect, doesn't he fear the sect rules? Several passing inner sect disciples commented, expressing their fear over Matthew's public display of aggression. Someone else chimed in with an explanation. It's just a wild cultivator. There's nothing much to worry about. Moreover, senior brother Matthew's master is an elder in the inner sect law enforcement hall. As long as he doesn't kill a true disciple, there shouldn't be any significant problems. After hearing this explanation, everyone fell silent, afraid of offending this formidable senior brother Matthew. On the other side, seeing Matthew suddenly appear and unleash a powerful murderous intent, Jonathan's gaze turned utterly cold. He hadn't expected the disciples of the Holy Land to be so vicious, ready to kill at the slightest provocation. Jonathan decided not to hold back and was prepared to show Matthew his true strength. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Stop! A woman in spotless white stepped in front of Jonathan and struck out her palm to block Matthew's fierce punch. Matthew, what are you doing? Are you planning to kill him? She demanded. Matthew's expression darkened as he retorted, Una, this has nothing to do with you. Stand aside. The woman in white, named Una, turned out to be from the same clan as Jonathan. She and Matthew were both true disciples of the profound Yellow Holy Land, with Una being even more powerful than Matthew. Thus, Matthew refrained from further action in front of her. Around them, discussions erupted at Una's sudden appearance. Turns out it's senior sister Una. That wild cultivator is truly lucky to have encountered her. Yes, who doesn't know senior sister Una's kind heart? She definitely wouldn't want a life to be lost in vain. Looks like the wild cultivator is safe. Indeed, senior sister Una is beautiful, kind-hearted, and strong. It would be wonderful to be friends with her. The onlookers' comments indicated Una's high standing among the disciples. Meanwhile, despite Una stepping in, Matthew still wasn't willing to let go. He sneered at Jonathan. Boy, weren't you so arrogant just now? Why are you hiding behind a woman now? If you have the guts, come challenge me on the life and death arena. Matthew's continuous mocking reflected his understanding that under Una's protection, he probably couldn't do anything to Jonathan. Hearing Matthew's constant provocations, Jonathan was almost driven to attack, but was stopped by someone. Don't be impulsive. You're no match for him. Don't throw your life away needlessly, Una said, blocking Jonathan's path. At this moment, Jonathan gave Una a careful once-over. Indeed, she was very beautiful and exceptionally strong. In Jonathan's perception, Una was undoubtedly stronger than Matthew. I can handle him, Jonathan calmly replied when restrained. This statement caused immediate laughter among the crowd. Huh, did you hear that? That wild cultivator claims he can deal with senior brother Matthew. Unlikely. Today's wild cultivators have become so arrogant, they don't even respect our profound Yellow Holy Land's true disciples. Sister Una shouldn't have saved him. Yes, it would have been better if this presumptuous wild cultivator was killed by senior brother Matthew directly. Mockery continued from the crowd. Matthew also snickered. Did you see that, Una? This boy is so arrogant. Not disciplining him will tarnish the prestige of our profound Yellow Holy Land's true disciples. Absolutely, several others echoed behind Matthew. Una frowned slightly. Despite the arrogance displayed, she was hesitant to see an innocent person die such a gruesome death. Just stop talking. I'll protect you, Una insisted while warning Jonathan not to provoke further trouble. Jonathan found himself in a difficult position. Truthfully, he could easily give Matthew a thrashing, but Una didn't believe it, and he didn't feel right about using force against her. Thus, the scene became deadlocked. Seeing Una insisting on protecting Jonathan, Matthew's expression turned sour. Suddenly, an elder figure entered the hall. No loud disturbances in the hall. Those who disobey will lose the opportunity to enter the Essence Spirit Pool. Upon entering, the elder sternly announced, silencing everyone, including Matthew. Subsequently, the hall quieted down, and the elder spoke again. All right, I will lead you all to the Essence Spirit Pool shortly. Please hand over your 8th rank Essence Spirit Pool tokens for inspection. Everyone around took out their 8th rank Essence Spirit Pool tokens. Jonathan did the same and also flashed his outer sect guest attendant token. The elder glanced at Jonathan curiously but, after verifying the identity and token, said nothing more. However, Matthew and company, upon seeing Jonathan's 8th rank Essence Spirit Pool token, began mocking him. So, he's only an outer sect guest attendant. I thought he was an inner sect disciple. Rumor has it, guest attendants are old, talentless people who take on these roles. Maybe he's an old man who's taken youth-preserving pills. He looks disgusting, a female disciple mockingly added. Another person chimed in. Did you notice? He holds an 8th rank Essence Spirit Pool token, yet he's only a 6th rank martial lord. Isn't he afraid his meridians will burst from spiritual energy? Yes, this old guy might be seeking death, entering the 8th rank Essence Spirit Pool as a small-time 6th rank martial lord. Truly an abnormal person. The crowd whispered and ridiculed Jonathan. Matthew watched Jonathan with a smirk, hoping this fool wouldn't die in the Essence Spirit Pool, robbing him of his fun. Knowing Jonathan was merely an outer sect guest attendant, Matthew looked down on him even more. Guest attendants were considered expendable laborers with no status or legal protection in the profound Yellow Holy Land. Matthew could kill him on the arena without consequences. Matthew decided to find Jonathan trouble once the 8th rank Essence Spirit Pool cultivation session ended. Meanwhile, Una paused when she saw Jonathan's 8th rank Essence Spirit Pool token. Why do you have an 8th rank Essence Spirit Pool token? Higher levels aren't necessarily better for cultivation. She advised, return that token and get a 6th rank one instead. Otherwise, the 8th rank pool will overwhelm you. Jonathan remained slightly helpless, despite knowing he could indeed handle it. Explaining to Una felt unnecessary and awkward. Thus, the situation stayed at a standstill, filled with tension and uncertainty. Una kindly advised. However, Jonathan didn't seem to mind and insisted, the 8th rank Essence Spirit Pool is just right for me. No need to switch. Hearing this, another wave of ridicule came from the crowd. Seeing this, Una didn't press further. She could only turn away with a troubled look. After a while, the elder, having finished inspecting all the essence spirit pool tokens, led everyone towards the secret grounds at the back of the mountain. Chapter 93, Opening the Third Spirit Acupoint. After walking for a while, everyone arrived at a secluded canyon. The elder then activated the array to open the entrance. 1/8 rank, spirit pool, can only allow you to stay inside for 7 days. After 7 days, you must leave, or else you will bear the consequences, the elder said before gesturing for everyone to enter. Once inside the 8th rank, spirit pool, they saw a massive white lake completely formed from condensed spiritual energy. At the same time, Jonathan felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy hit him, almost condensing into droplets with each breath. The foundation of this mystical yellow sanctuary is indeed extraordinary, Jonathan thought in admiration. Upon entering the 8th rank, spirit pool, even Matthew didn't have the time to cause trouble for Jonathan. After all, time was precious, and he did not want to waste valuable spirit pool time on an insignificant person. Una and the other disciples also immediately jumped into the lake, each finding a spot to practice as they raced against time. Soon, only Jonathan remained on the shore. Seeing this, Jonathan was not in a rush since opening a spirit acupoint required a large amount of spiritual energy, so naturally, he needed to find the most concentrated area. With that in mind, Jonathan jumped into the spiritual energy lake and swam towards its deepest point. After swimming for a bit, Jonathan reached the center of the 8th rank, spirit pool, and sank straight to the bottom, beginning his intense cultivation. Instantly, a large amount of spiritual energy gathered around Jonathan, forming a small vortex on the surface. I'll first cultivate the 7 apertures myriad spirits art to break through to the 7th rank martial spirit realm, Jonathan thought. Immediately, he began to absorb and compress the spiritual energy in his dantian, preparing to breach the bottleneck to 7th rank martial spirit. Days passed, 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted but was instantly suppressed by Jonathan. Having already reached the peak of 6th rank martial lord, Jonathan smoothly advanced to the 7th rank martial spirit realm. Instantly, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged into his dantian, expanding his chi until it was over 10 times larger before gradually stopping. Seeing his successful advancement to 7th rank martial spirit, Jonathan rejoiced and decided to begin opening his 3rd spirit acupoint. I wonder if the remaining 4 days are enough? Jonathan mused. However, he wasn't too concerned. If he exceeded the time, he could always get another 8th rank spirit pool token. Thinking this, Jonathan continued to focus on opening his 3rd spirit acupoint. A large amount of spiritual lake water continuously flowed into his dantian and spirit acupoints, visibly expanding the spiritual energy vortex on the lake's surface as it siphoned off all the spiritual energy within the 8th rank spirit pool. Why does the spiritual energy feel thinner? Am I imagining things? A disciple muttered aloud. This phenomenon occurred in many places within the pool. For days past, those who entered the 8th rank spirit pool with Jonathan rose from the lake one by one and left. Why does it feel like the concentration of spiritual energy in this 8th rank spirit pool has decreased a lot? Yeah, I feel that too. Let's ask the elder when we see them. The disciples talked, suddenly mentioning Jonathan. Why isn't that arrogant 6th rank martial lord here? Did he really burst from too much spiritual energy? Possibly. Either he couldn't handle the pressure and left voluntarily, or he stubbornly stayed and burst. It doesn't matter to us. They chattered among themselves. Matthew listened and sneered. If he's dead, consider yourself lucky. He then left alone, no longer paying attention to Jonathan. Una, hearing the discussion, sighed inwardly, pity, but didn't meddle further, directly leaving the spirit pool, secret realm. After everyone left, the elder responsible for overseeing the 8th rank spirit pool frowned. One person is missing. Go check what's happening. The elder took out a mirror to search for Jonathan's presence in the spirit pool. When he saw the huge spiritual energy vortex in the center of the spirit pool, he was shocked. What's going on? Is that kid down there? Surprised, the elder quickly used the mirror to inspect the bottom of the spirit pool. He saw Jonathan intensely absorbing spiritual energy. Damn, what kind of freak absorbs spiritual energy so wildly? Isn't he afraid of bursting? Despite being stunned, the elder did not interrupt Jonathan, understanding that disturbing someone in the midst of a breakthrough could be disastrous. Meanwhile, Jonathan was unaware of these developments and continued his intense absorption. To open the 3rd spirit acupoint, Jonathan had to compress the spiritual energy in his dantian and the first 2 acupoints, accumulating it for a final explosive release to create the 3rd acupoint. After several days of continuous absorption and compression, his dantian and the 2 spirit acupoints were filled with tangible spiritual energy, ready for the final explosion. Today, Jonathan planned to formally open the 3rd spirit acupoint. As he circulated the 7 apertures myriad spirits art, all the spiritual energy converged toward the 3rd acupoint at his chest. Open! A low shout from Jonathan sent endless streams of spiritual energy surging into his 3rd spirit acupoint like a raging river. The pain from tearing meridians caused Jonathan to break into cold sweat, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. Finally, the endless stream of spiritual energy flooded his 3rd spirit acupoint, rotating and converging. Break! With another shout, Jonathan poured all the spiritual energy from his dantian and the 2 acupoints into the 3rd spirit acupoint. Instantly, the 3rd spirit acupoint's vortex spun wildly, drawing the entire 8th rank spirit pool's spiritual energy like a funnel into it. Damn, what kind of freak is this? Trying to drain the spirit pool? The elder monitoring outside couldn't sit still anymore. Still, he resisted the urge to interrupt, curious to see what the freak was doing with so much spiritual energy. On Jonathan's end, as infinite spiritual energy flooded in, the process of opening the 3rd spirit acupoint neared completion. Boom. A loud explosion shattered the lake's surface. Next, they saw Jonathan soar upwards, having successfully opened his third spirit acupoint. Third spirit acupoint. Success. Feeling his enhanced absorption speed increase by dozens of times, Jonathan smiled contentedly. Chapter 94, Life and Death Platform Duel. At this moment, the elder guarding the spirit cultivation pool appeared beside Jonathan. After scrutinizing him with a blank look, he asked in surprise. Boy, what did you do in this spirit cultivation pool? Absorbing so much spirit energy, do you know that you nearly drained my spirit cultivation pool? As he spoke, the elder pointed at the spirit cultivation pool, lake which had clearly dropped by half. Jonathan, seeing this, said a bit sheepishly, Senior, please don't be angry. My cultivation technique is somewhat special, thus it requires more spirit energy. I will compensate you. Upon hearing this, the elder immediately raised his voice. Compensate? You certainly have to. At least 4 8-rank spirit cultivation pool credits. Jonathan was taken aback and began to bargain. Senior, can it be cheaper? The elder, hearing this, instantly disagreed even more loudly. No discount. You almost drained half of the spirit cultivation pool. 4 credits are already cheap. But isn't entry into the spirit cultivation pool only regulated by time? There's no rule against absorbing too much spirit energy. If I'm not mistaken, my stay hasn't exceeded 14 days, right? Jonathan continued to argue. Thinking for a while, the elder agreed that this made sense. He then said, you indeed didn't exceed 14 days, but you've overstayed by 6 days. Plus, you absorbed most of the spirit energy. You must compensate me with at least 2 credits from the spirit cultivation pool, tokens, or you won't leave. Seeing the elder's compromise, Jonathan didn't persist further, avoiding angering him. He took out his guest attendant token and handed it to the elder, saying, Senior, deduct the credits directly. If they're insufficient, I'll pay the rest later. The elder immediately accepted the token, glanced at it, and asked in surprise, why is it an outer sect guest attendant token? Aren't you a true disciple? Jonathan replied calmly, thanks for your regard, Senior, but I am indeed just an outer sect guest attendant. With your talent, you should at least be a true disciple. Why would you serve as a guest attendant in the outer sect? The elder queried curiously. Do you look down on our Xian sacred land, refusing to join? The elder stared intently at Jonathan as he questioned. Jonathan responded helplessly, Junior has no disrespect towards Xian sacred land. I'm used to being a free practitioner, enjoying the feeling of freedom and unconstrained living. Listening to Jonathan, the elder understood and added, freedom is comfortable, but for cultivators, resources and opportunities are also crucial. As a free practitioner, your chances are far too few. Consider formally joining Xian sacred land. Becoming a true disciple means monthly access to the 8-rank spirit cultivation pool, unlike fighting for credits as an outer sect guest attendant. Hearing the elder's words, Jonathan pondered. Becoming a true disciple would grant monthly access to the 8-rank spirit cultivation pool. This benefit was indeed tempting. Entering this pool required battling in the puppet's secret realm, facing a 12-rank martial deity puppet, obtaining a dragon blood tree, and trading for enough credits. Now, true disciples could enter freely each month. This treatment was incomparably better. Jonathan realized the vast resources of the East Wasteland continent's sacred lands, unmatched by his former Zemi palace. Considering this, Jonathan hesitated and ambiguously said, I'll think about it. The elder, hearing this, did not insist. Before leaving, he gave Jonathan a token and instructed him to find him if he reconsidered joining the Xian sacred land. With that, Jonathan slowly left the spirit cultivation pool. He still owed 2 million credits and needed a chance to repay them unless he joined Xian sacred land. Meanwhile, on his way back, Jonathan coincidentally encountered true disciple Matthew again. You brat, you didn't die? Matthew asked in astonishment, giving Jonathan a cold once-over. Humph, if you didn't die, neither will I, Jonathan retorted harshly. Hearing this, Matthew became enraged. Very well, very well. Don't think that breaking through to 7th rank martial spirit makes you my match. Una isn't here this time. Who will protect you? Seeing Matthew's persistent harassment, Jonathan wasn't one to take it lightly and coldly shouted, let's fight. No need for chatter. Enraged, Matthew lunged forward but was stopped by one of his followers. What, are you stopping me too? Matthew glared coldly at the follower. The follower immediately said, Igiyamo, this is the inner sect. Killing in public might invite punishment. Why not challenge him directly to the life and death platform? The follower suggested. Matthew thought about it and found it reasonable. Little did they know, this suggestion would ultimately lead to Matthew's downfall. Taking the follower's advice, Matthew taunted Jonathan, Brat, since you're so bold, dare you go up the life and death platform with me? This aligned perfectly with Jonathan's intentions. Initially worried about killing Matthew causing trouble, now that Matthew sought death, Jonathan decided not to hold back and nodded in agreement. All right. Seeing Jonathan agree, Matthew sneered and headed for the life and death platform. His followers started spreading news of his strength and prowess enthusiastically. By the time Jonathan reached the platform, it was already surrounded by spectators, mostly intersect disciples and a few true disciples. Matthew's lackeys cheered him on below. Leader Matthew is invincible. Leader Matthew, show this arrogant wild boy his place. Matthew's supporters cheered wildly. Curiosity about Jonathan's identity spread among the crowd, but the response painted him as an arrogant and overconfident free practitioner, challenging senior brother Matthew. Thus, the spectators overwhelmingly supported Matthew and didn't favor Jonathan. But Jonathan paid no heed. He came to kill, not listen to cheers, so whether anyone supported him mattered little. What are you waiting for? Get up here. On the platform, Matthew mocked Jonathan. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd. Don't go up. It was Una, whom Jonathan had met before. But this time, without waiting for Una to finish, Jonathan quickly jumped onto the platform, activating its barriers. Why? Una sighed. Beside her, a female companion curiously asked, Sister Una, do you know that boy? No. Una shook her head. Translation note. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. Why do you care so much? Her female companion said again. I just can't bear to see an innocent person killed. Una shook her head and sighed. Unfortunately, I couldn't stop it. Oh, how do I even explain this to you, Senior Sister Sue? You're too overly compassionate. One day it will get you into big trouble, Una's close friend remarked. Translation note. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as closely as possible to the original text. ##### Chapter 95. Rank 11 Sword Amulet. Meanwhile, on the life and death platform. Upon seeing Jonathan jump up, Matthew instantly exclaimed joyfully, Haha, now Una can't save you anymore, right? Less talking. If you want to fight, let's do it, Jonathan replied coldly. Matthew was unconcerned, thinking this was just Jonathan's final pretense. He sneered and said, Since you're eager to die, I'll grant your wish. As he spoke, the aura of an 8th rank peak martial king who practiced both body and law cultivation erupted from Matthew, sweeping across the entire arena. Wow, senior brother Matthew has advanced again. His aura is terrifying. Yeah, if he makes another step, it feels like senior brother Matthew could challenge for a spot in the top 100 genuine disciples. Look, that 7th rank martial spirit boy on the opposite side seems to have been scared witless by senior brother Matthew's aura. That kid might be killed with one move by senior brother Matthew. The crowd below chattered incessantly. On the platform, facing Matthew's overwhelming aura, Jonathan remained calm and showed no signs of hastiness. Let's see how long you can keep pretending, Matthew scoffed, charging forward directly. Take my sky-breaking fist. With Matthew's roar, a massive fist shadow descended directly upon Jonathan. Seeing this, Jonathan did not dodge, but casually countered with a simple punch. Bang! A tremendous explosion. Matthew's fist shadow was shattered by Jonathan's ordinary punch. Moreover, Matthew himself was sent reeling back several steps with just that one punch. Hiss. The audience collectively sucked in their breaths, incredulous at the scene before them. Una, who had been watching nearby, gaped in disbelief at the sight. They hadn't expected that merely a 7th rank martial spirit Jonathan could, with an ordinary punch, directly shatter Matthew's full strength strike as an 8th rank peak martial king and even force him to retreat. This completely overturned everyone's perception. No one knew how Jonathan managed it. After witnessing Jonathan's extraordinary punch, the powerful figures who had initially been idly observing became extremely interested. This boy's ordinary punch could counter my Xuanhuan Holy Land's dual cultivation martial king's full strength attack. How is this possible? Could this boy's physical strength already surpass that of an average martial emperor? It's very likely. Otherwise, even a regular martial emperor would find it hard to achieve this easily. And I noticed that the boy seemed to perform that move very casually. I estimate that his physical strength is nearly comparable to that of a 10th rank martial emperor. Hissy, 10th rank martial emperor? A 7th rank martial spirit boy with flesh energy approaching a 10th rank martial emperor? How did this boy train his body, surpassing even our Xuanhuan Holy Land's top bodily training prodigies? We must recruit this boy later to ask about it. Thus, due to Jonathan's astounding punch, those influential figures who had only been spectating from afar became intensely interested in observing his battle. On the other side, after being pushed back by Jonathan's seemingly effortless punch, Matthew's face turned incredibly grim. Damn it, I will kill you. Matthew glared fiercely at Jonathan and once again unleashed all his power, dashing towards him. Shattering Heaven Divine Fist. 7th form. Die. Die now. Another, even more fearsome fist shadow smashed down upon Jonathan. But once again, Jonathan did not intend to use martial techniques. Having reached the late stage 3 transformation divine body, his physical strength had improved immensely, nearly matching a martial emperor. Therefore, why should he need martial techniques when relying purely on physical strength could overwhelm his enemy? Thinking of this, Jonathan used 70% of his strength and punched out once more. Boom! Another thunderous roar shook the air. The entire life and death platform trembled. Then they saw Matthew, who had exerted all his might, being struck back yet again. And this time, he was obviously worse off. He lay sprawled on the platform, a fist imprint visible on his chest, continuously coughing up blood. How is this possible? Senior brother Matthew used all his strength and was still defeated with one punch? Who is that boy? Who exactly is he? Heaven, this is too magical. Am I dreaming? The crowd watching below couldn't believe the outcome. Una was similarly stunned speechless. So strong. No wonder he didn't listen to me. Una murmured inwardly. Recalling her previous remarks about trying to protect Jonathan, she felt somewhat embarrassed. In the shadows, the old monsters watching the battle were astounded. Indeed, his physical strength rivals that of a 10th rank martial emperor. No, it has already reached the level of a 10th rank martial emperor. Incredible, absolutely incredible. A mere 7th rank martial spirit to develop physical strength, rivaling a 10th rank martial emperor. A 3 major stage leap in cultivation. Who is this boy? Why have I never seen him before? The discussions among the hidden figures continued. On the other side, after delivering 2 punches and knocking Matthew flying, Jonathan mocked, You're too weak. You can't even withstand my 2 ordinary punches. Are you trash? In the center of the platform, Matthew lying in a large crater spat another mouthful of blood upon hearing Jonathan's mockery. You, I will kill you. Matthew snarled through distorted features and suddenly pulled out a sword amulet from his chest, hurling it directly at Jonathan. Die now. Matthew roared madly. The hidden spectators gasped aloud. Bad. That's a rank 11 Dao-guarding sword amulet, capable of unleashing the full power of a rank 11 martial saint. Quickly stop it. All the elders watching from the shadows rushed forward with all their might, hoping to intercept the rank 11 Dao-guarding sword amulet. However, they were too late. Due to the short distance between Jonathan and Matthew, the terrifying rank 11 Dao-guarding sword amulet exploded right in front of Jonathan. F***CK. Damn bastard. Jonathan cursed furiously upon seeing the terrifying sword amulet. Now, with the sword amulet coming towards him, he could only muster all his strength to defend against this devastating blow. 3 transformation divine body, Jonathan muttered mentally. Instantly, infinite power surged from his body into his arms, preparing to endure this terrible strike. Boom. A deafening roar. The entire life and death platform was cleaved in two by the rank 11 sword amulet. Dust billowed everywhere. Everyone around the platform was blasted away by the shockwave. Damn it, we're still too late. A martial saint-level elder barely made it to the vicinity of the platform. He witnessed the shocking scene. Under such a terrifying attack from the rank 11 sword amulet, he doubted a mere 7th rank martial spirit could survive. Thus, he stood beside the platform with regret etched on his face. However, amidst the dust cloud, a hacking voice emerged suddenly. Cough, cough, damn bastard, truly damned. Jonathan, spitting blood, cursed. Chapter 96. The Ainsworth takes a disciple. At this moment, he noticed terrible scars on his arms that were nearly bone deep, and his entire body was covered in small sword wounds. It looked extremely gruesome. But Jonathan knew that his injuries weren't as serious as they appeared. He had even intentionally reduced the force at critical moments to leave himself with some wounds, so as not to seem too extraordinary and be taken away for study by the old monsters of the Yellow Firmament sacred ground. So now, Jonathan was putting on a performance, deliberately coughing up large amounts of blood to confuse the elders who had rushed to the life or death arena. On the other side, several elders who had just arrived were shocked when they saw Jonathan alive. They all looked like they had seen a ghost. The entire arena fell into dead silence. This kid survived? Even an all-out strike from an 11th rank martial saint couldn't kill him? Could his physical strength rival that of an 11th rank martial saint? What sorcery is this? The group of elders stood there stunned, momentarily forgetting to tend to the gravely injured Jonathan. It wasn't until Una suddenly shouted from the crowd, "Elders, hurry and save him," that the elders snapped back to their senses and immediately approached Jonathan, administering a high-grade healing pill to him. Jonathan shot a grateful glance towards Una in the crowd. Without her reminder, he might have struggled to continue the act. If he had been exposed, it would have been shocking. But even in his current state, it was already quite shocking enough. From the slight expressions of the few elders, one could see how astonished they were. Jonathan felt a slight headache but thought that wherever there's a problem, there must be a solution. He would just have to play it by ear. He didn't believe that these elders would really dissect him, right? At worst, he could join the Yellow Firmament sacred ground. After all, the benefits for a true disciple were genuinely excellent. As Jonathan pondered, an extremely imposing figure suddenly descended near the life or death arena. None other than the Ainsworth of the Yellow Firmament sacred ground, who had once appeared in the puppet's secret realm. With the arrival of this elder, everyone present immediately greeted him. "Greetings, Ainsworth." Facing the greetings, the Ainsworth simply nodded slightly before looking directly at Jonathan. "What's your name? And why are you here in our Yellow Firmament sacred ground?" All eyes turned to Jonathan as the Ainsworth asked. Jonathan calmly replied, "Your junior's name is Jonathan. I'm an outer sect guest executor, and I came to the inner sect solely to enter the 8th rank spirit essence pool for cultivation." Jonathan spoke honestly while showing the token of the outer sect guest executor in his hand. Everyone, including the Ainsworth, was astonished upon hearing that Jonathan was merely an outer sect guest executor. A mere guest executor? Isn't that essentially an outsider cultivator? An outsider cultivator with such talent and power? The Ainsworth was somewhat startled. He took over Jonathan's token and inspected it carefully before giving Jonathan another serious look and asked, "How old are you?" Jonathan naturally answered truthfully, 26 years old. Upon hearing Jonathan's response, the entire arena was thrown into uproar. 26 years old? Just 26 years old, and already possessing strength comparable to a 10th rank martial emperor? What will happen 100 years from now? And achieving 10th rank martial emperor strength with only 7th rank martial spirit physical prowess means he could easily surpass a martial deity at that level. If he truly grows to reach the 12th rank martial deity stage, wouldn't he become unparalleled among peers, easily defeating all experts from other sacred grounds? Is this the rare body cultivation prodigy that our Yellow Firmament sacred ground has sought for so long? This thought crossed the minds of the few elders present. The Ainsworth shared similar thoughts. Since the decline of body cultivation, how many years had passed since the last terrifying body cultivation prodigy emerged within the Yellow Firmament sacred ground? Many disciples had shifted focus to spirit cultivation, which tarnished the reputation of this revered body cultivation powerhouse. Now, such a terrifying prodigy appeared before him. How could he not be excited? The Ainsworth, being a pure 12th rank martial deity body cultivator, greatly valued body cultivation. How fervently he wished to revitalize its glory. With such a prodigy before him, this could be the hope for reviving body cultivation. Thinking of this, even the Ainsworth lost his calm. "No, I must take this boy as my disciple." The Ainsworth pondered, then immediately asked, "Are you willing to become my true disciple? Your cultivation resources and benefits will be provided according to the top-ranked true disciple standard. Do you agree?" Hearing the Ainsworth's offer, everyone was stunned. The Ainsworth was taking a disciple? The Ainsworth hadn't taken a disciple for hundreds of years, yet now he wanted to take one? Moreover, the benefits for a disciple were to be given according to the first rank on the heavenly list, an unprecedented windfall. True disciples' benefits varied greatly. The weakest true disciples' benefits were even inferior to those of ordinary inner sect disciples. However, powerful true disciples like those on the heavenly list enjoyed incomparably abundant resources, and the benefits ranged from the 100th place on the heavenly list to the first place, spanning 100 different levels. For instance, the top rank benefits were 100 times better than those in the 100th place. Now this outer sect guest executor was offered the highest possible benefits immediately upon becoming a true disciple. Who wouldn't feel jealous? The other elders couldn't sit still any longer after hearing the Ainsworth's offer and quickly tried to advise him. However, the Ainsworth silenced them with a stern glare. Seeing this, no one dared to contradict him further. As for Jonathan, unfamiliar with the terms offered, he asked, "Are the benefits for the top-ranked disciple really that good? Can this let me use the 8th-rank spirit essence pool several times?" Hearing Jonathan's question, everyone had a speechless expression. The Ainsworth patiently explained, knowing Jonathan was only an outer sect guest executor, the top-ranked benefits would allow you to stay in the spirit essence pool and even sleep there every day. And apart from the spirit essence pool, you can also train in the far more precious 10,000 blood medicine bath pool. That 10,000 blood medicine bath pool is made from tens of thousands of high-grade beast bloods and countless body cultivation treasures. You get to use it once a month. So, will you become my disciple? After explaining, the Ainsworth asked again. Jonathan was stunned by the grand benefits offered. He had heard of the fame of the 10,000 blood medicine bath pool at the outer sect treasure hall. It cost 80 million points per use, 16 times the value of a dragon blood tree, and 40 times more expensive than using the 8th-rank spirit essence pool once. And now, this opportunity would come monthly. The scale of generosity was astounding. Compared to battling outside for body cultivation resources, joining the Yellow Firmament sacred ground seemed far more comfortable. Thus, Jonathan immediately bowed and said, "Disciple Jonathan, pays respects to master." Seeing Jonathan accept, the Ainsworth showed a relieved smile. With a formidable body cultivation prodigy like Jonathan, he believed that under his full training, the ancient glory of body cultivation within the Yellow Firmament sacred ground would soon be revived. The more the Ainsworth thought about it, the more satisfied he became with Jonathan. ####Chapter 97, Cultivating Fist Techniques. At the same time, a sudden noise came from the life and death arena, now a pile of rubble. It was Matthew, who had been knocked unconscious by the aftershock of the 11th-rank Sword Sage talisman he used. He finally regained consciousness at this moment. When Matthew regained his senses and saw Jonathan unharmed, he couldn't help but shout in disbelief. "How is this possible? How are you not dead? How can you not be dead?" Matthew's face contorted with madness as he screamed, seemingly unwilling to accept the reality before him. Hearing Matthew's voice, Jonathan finally remembered this person's existence. He turned back and gave him a cold glance, then spoke. "Am I supposed to be dead? A failure like you, unable to kill me even with an 11th-rank sword talisman, do you still have the qualifications to be a true disciple?" Following Jonathan's words, many people, including the Ainsworth, looked at Matthew unfavorably. The rules of the life and death arena strictly allowed only single combat and did not permit the use of Dao protection sword talismans. Matthew not only broke the rules but also showed incompetence. Indeed, he didn't deserve to be a true disciple. The audience below expressed their disdain for Matthew. The Ainsworth, having accepted Jonathan as a disciple, naturally wasn't going to let Matthew off easily. He coldly announced Matthew's fate. "True disciple Matthew, for bullying the weak and breaking the rules of the life and death arena, your true disciple status is hereby revoked, and you will be sent to the Nidhogg mountain for solitary confinement for 100 years. With these words from the Ainsworth, Matthew's fate was sealed. Nidhogg mountain was a terrifying prison where death could occur at any moment. Matthew, with merely an 8th-rank martial king cultivation, would almost certainly meet his end after being confined there for a century. Upon hearing the Ainsworth's verdict, Matthew screamed in terror, "No, Ainsworth, I was wrong, really wrong. Please spare me." Despite Matthew's continuous cries, the enforcement hall elders had already seized him and were preparing to send him to Nidhogg mountain. Witnessing this, various disciples reacted differently, some in fear, others feeling relieved. They all understood they mustn't offend Jonathan now, or the Ainsworth wouldn't hesitate to punish them. Thus, most onlookers, admiring and envious, glanced at Jonathan one last time before dispersing. Once the crowd dispersed, the Ainsworth led Jonathan to his palace. They arrived at an opulent and towering palace. Only then did the Ainsworth closely examine Jonathan, asking, "You didn't use any body-strengthening martial techniques during the battle, and your use of force wasn't particularly sophisticated. Have you not learned any body-strengthening martial arts?" The Ainsworth's keen eyes identified Jonathan's shortcomings. Although 9 Transformations Divine Devil Body was an extremely powerful body-strengthening technique, it primarily focused on how to cultivate the body, lacking detailed explanations on the application of strength. Hence, Jonathan mostly relied on pure physical power in fights, lacking precision in controlling and applying force. Many opponents hadn't required him to use skills, so Jonathan hadn't formally learned any pure body cultivation martial techniques. Reflecting on this, Jonathan replied honestly, "Disciple has yet to find a suitable martial technique." Hearing this, the Ainsworth nodded and asked, "Do you have a preferred type of martial art? Fists, legs, or weapons?" Jonathan pondered seriously. Most of the time, he relied on fists, so he was more accustomed to fist techniques. Thus, he directly answered, "Disciple prefers fist techniques." The Ainsworth nodded approvingly and said, "Very well, I shall teach you a fist technique. One that I practiced and is among the most formidable. It's called 9 Tribulations Lightning Fist, created by an immortal ancestor of our Xian Devon Holy Land. Allegedly, it's derived from absorbing celestial lightning, culminating in an unparalleled fist technique capable of slaying immortals when perfected." Hearing the explanation, Jonathan was astonished. A mortal fist technique capable of killing immortals. Furthermore, it seemed the Xian Devon Holy Land harbored immortals. Reflecting on this, Jonathan marveled at the immense strength and depth of the Xian Devon Holy Land, far surpassing any force on the Tianwu continent. The Ainsworth paused for a moment before continuing. Though 9 Tribulations Lightning Fist is immensely powerful, it is also extremely difficult and dangerous to cultivate. To master it, one needs to absorb celestial lightning into their fists. Any mishap could result in immediate death by lightning. Jonathan's expression turned grim. With the Enlightenment system, He wasn't fazed by the difficulty of cultivation, but the need to absorb celestial lightning was perilous. Ordinary people couldn't control such natural forces, and any mistake could lead to instant annihilation. After a brief deliberation, Jonathan decided to proceed with the cultivation. His enlightenment system would allow him to perfectly comprehend 9 Tribulations lightning fist, and his strong body could withstand ordinary lightning. Thus, while dangerous, it wasn't exceedingly risky for him. More importantly, Jonathan coveted the power of 9 Tribulations lightning fist. Being a pinnacle technique mastered by 12th rank martial deity, it was irresistible. Determined, Jonathan nodded resolutely, "Master, I wish to learn 9 Tribulations lightning fist." Satisfied, the Ainsworth nodded and said, "Excellent. Since you've made up your mind, I shall impart this fist technique to you." He took out a golden secret scripture and handed it to Jonathan. "Study this scripture first. If you have questions, ask me," the Ainsworth instructed. Carefully accepting the scripture, Jonathan immediately activated the system scan. 9 Tribulations lightning fist, immortal level technique. Created from the absorption of celestial lightning, extremely powerful. Requires high bodily strength. If not sufficiently strong, it will backfire. "Host, would you like to start enlightenment?" Hearing the prompt, Jonathan silently agreed. Instantly, he found himself in a lightning-filled space, witnessing a figure continuously punching amidst celestial lightning. Each punch shattered bolt after bolt of lightning, with thunderous light surging from the fists. Later, the figure appeared to be controlling the lightning, generating explosions with each punch. Jonathan was deeply immersed in comprehending the technique, subconsciously mimicking the punches in his mind. Watching Jonathan self-practice in the hall, the Ainsworth was stunned. Matthew had barely glanced at the scripture before starting to practice the fist technique. Except for lacking the lightning around his fists, the technique was executed remarkably well. End of chapter. ####Chapter 98. The true power of the lightning fist. This scene instantly threw the Ainsworth into a state of disbelief. After all, when he had practiced the 9 Tribulation lightning fist himself, it had taken him over a month just to master the basics. Even then, his master had hailed him as a once-in-a-lifetime martial prodigy. Now, Jonathan had merely glanced at the 9 Tribulation lightning fist manual and managed to grasp its first form purely through his own understanding. "Genius, genius, this is what true genius looks like," the Ainsworth exclaimed. However, his astonishment was far from over. Jonathan proceeded to demonstrate the second form of the 9 Tribulation lightning fist with perfect precision, without any prior practice. The Ainsworth was utterly speechless. Watching Jonathan in front of him, he could not find words. Just glancing at the manual and mastering it so quickly was something the Ainsworth found barely acceptable. But now, Jonathan was advancing straight to partial mastery. This was excessive. Does this even leave room for others to live? The Ainsworth grumbled inwardly. If not for the rarity and value of the 9 Tribulation lightning fist manual, which he had never shared with anyone, he would have thought that this Callan had already practiced the technique beforehand. These thoughts only deepened the Ainsworth's shock. He could do nothing but continue watching Jonathan unconsciously practicing the 9 Tribulation lightning fist. After completing the second form, Jonathan began demonstrating the third form with equal precision. This is too monstrous. The Ainsworth was so stunned that he couldn't even bring himself to complain anymore. He wanted to see just how far Jonathan could go. Thus, Jonathan continued practicing while the Ainsworth remained silent. Fourth form of the 9 Tribulation lightning fist. Fifth form of the 9 Tribulation lightning fist. Sixth form of the 9 Tribulation lightning fist. It wasn't until after the sixth form that Jonathan finally stopped. The seventh form demanded progressively greater physical strength, and with his current abilities, Jonathan could no longer perform it accurately. Therefore, he halted. Seeing Jonathan stop, the Ainsworth finally breathed a sigh of relief. It had taken him over 5 years to learn the sixth form, yet Jonathan had mastered up to the sixth form by merely looking at the manual. How could he bear such humiliation? Nevertheless, Jonathan's comprehension and talent surpassed even his physical prowess, surprising the Ainsworth. This also made him even happier, feeling as though he had discovered a hidden gem. When Jonathan returned to his senses, he noticed the Ainsworth staring at him intently, which startled him. But fortunately, after a moment, the Ainsworth burst into laughter. "Ha ha, my good disciple, you've truly given me a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect you to master the first 6 forms of the 9 Tribulation lightning fist just by glancing at the manual. You are far superior to me when I was your age." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the praise, Jonathan humbly responded, "Master overpraises me. Not at all, not at all. You truly deserve the title of genius," the Ainsworth said joyfully, growing even more fond of Jonathan. This time, he really had found a treasure. After laughing for a bit, the Ainsworth eventually calmed down and asked, "After practicing the first 6 forms of the 9 Tribulation lightning fist, what did you feel? Did you think the power wasn't that impressive?" Jonathan thought back to his practice session and nodded. In his mind, the 9 Tribulation lightning fist should have been an incredibly powerful technique. However, after practicing the first 6 forms, Jonathan didn't feel much impact. Thus, he humbly sought advice from his master. The Ainsworth laughed and replied, "Well, watch carefully as I demonstrate the full power of the 9 Tribulation lightning fist." The Ainsworth grabbed Jonathan and took him to the training ground at the rear mountain. There, he demonstrated the complete 9 Tribulation lightning fist right in front of Jonathan. Crack! Instantly, lightning surged around the Ainsworth's fists, and purple bolts streaked across the sky, enveloping everything in their glow. From the first form to the second, the power steadily increased. Boom! Thunder! Crack! The entire training ground was filled with thunderous noise, akin to the landing of heavenly tribulation. Is this really possible? Jonathan gasped. Comparing his earlier performance without absorbing lightning to the Ainsworth's demonstration, it was clear these were not the same techniques. I never imagined the 9 Tribulation lightning fist would be this terrifying after absorbing lightning. It can influence the very elements themselves, Jonathan marveled. At this point, He understood why the Ainsworth considered this his most powerful fist technique. Indeed, the power of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist lived up to the description of being the strongest. Meanwhile, as the Ainsworth continued his demonstration, upon reaching the 7th form, the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist actually summoned thunder from the sky. Thunder. Lightning struck the Ainsworth's fist, illuminating the sky, and then he unleashed a powerful punch that shook the entire training ground. Look closely, I'm going to demonstrate the 8th form, the Ainsworth announced after completing the 7th form. He then charged into the towering thunderclouds. Rumble. The entire peak began to tremble violently. All the disciples on the Ainsworth's peak looked up in terror at the gathering storm clouds. Heavens! What's happening? Why are there thunderclouds gathering over the Ainsworth's peak? The disciples shouted in fear. Meanwhile, the 8th form of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist struck. A lightning dragon descended. Boom. A small hill was reduced to dust under the Ainsworth's fist. Damn! Jonathan's mouth hung open in shock. Could this devastating blow really be from the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist he had just learned? Jonathan struggled to believe it. After all, his earlier demonstration seemed rather ordinary. How could it unleash such immense power in the Ainsworth's hands? And this was only the 8th form. The 9th would be even more terrifying. Jonathan dared not imagine. As Jonathan waited for the Ainsworth to demonstrate the 9th form, the latter suddenly reined in his power and landed beside him. Huh? Why stop? Jonathan was puzzled. He walked forward and asked, Master, isn't there still the 9th form of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist? The Ainsworth replied slowly, the 9th form requires heavenly lightning to unleash its full power. There's no suitable condition for a demonstration now. In fact, the true essence of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist lies in the last 3 forms. The first 6 forms were added later to help disciples progress gradually. Hence, there is a significant power difference compared to the last 3 forms. So, only when you can use the 7th form will you be considered a true beginner in the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Moreover, the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist is rumored to be capable of slaying immortals. Its final form contains all its essence. If performed in conjunction with heavenly thunder, it allows one to harness the power of heaven and earth just like an immortal, thus unleashing supreme might. Though I have learned the final form of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, I've never had the opportunity to fully unleash its power. Therefore, I cannot guide you on the last form of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. You will have to rely on your own enlightenment. Upon hearing the Ainsworth's words, Jonathan fell silent. Indeed, the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist was the most powerful and unique fist technique he had ever encountered, capable of borrowing the power of heaven and earth for one's own use. This was a privilege reserved for immortals. He never imagined that the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist could achieve such feats. ##### Chapter 99. Cal's Provocation. Indeed, they were powerful. However, upon realizing that the first 6 forms of the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist he had previously comprehended were deliberately added by later generations, and that he himself did not yet possess the strength to execute the 7th form, Jonathan felt a sense of helplessness. Thus, even with the convenience of the Enlightenment system, he hadn't truly grasped the 3 true forms of the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist. Reflecting on this, Jonathan felt slightly disheartened, but quickly regained his composure. He couldn't believe that with his talent, he wouldn't be able to master the last 3 forms of the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist. He believed that once his 9 transformations divine fiend body reached the 4th transformation, his physical strength would be sufficient to execute the 7th form of the fist technique. After demonstrating the true power of the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist for Jonathan, the elder also felt somewhat tired. He then said, "Go back and continue studying the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist. I will send you the necessary resources for the first few forms when it's time. As for the cultivation of the last 3 forms of the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist, it will require true heavenly thunder tribulation. I'll find another way at that time." After speaking, the elder dismissed Jonathan to rest. Once Jonathan left, someone naturally guided him to the residence reserved for true disciples, preparing attire, tokens, and other items for Jonathan as a true disciple. Returning to the residence of the true disciples, Jonathan immediately closed the door and began researching the cultivation of the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist. Cultivating the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist required a large amount of lightning-type celestial treasures for each form to assist in cultivation, especially requiring true heavenly thunder tribulation in the later stages. Reflecting on this, Jonathan felt a bit troubled, thinking he had chosen a highly resource-intensive boxing technique. Fortunately, as a true disciple now, he received substantial support in resources. Moreover, the power of the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist was worth the significant resource expenditure. Motivated, Jonathan resumed studying the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist. Soon after, people sent by the elder knocked on Jonathan's door to deliver the lightning-type celestial treasures. After welcoming them in, Jonathan received a spatial ring filled with such treasures. Upon opening the ring, Jonathan saw lightning bamboo, thunder rainroot, wind thundergrass, mystic thunderflower, and many other lightning-type treasures filling the ring. Moved by the elder's generosity, these were clearly his personal treasures. He resolved to cultivate the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist diligently. Thinking about this, Jonathan swallowed a lightning-type celestial treasure and started cultivating the first form of the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist. This time, with the aid of lightning-type celestial treasures, the power of the first form of the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist increased significantly. Indeed, the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist requires celestial treasures to cultivate properly, Jonathan thought, and promptly consumed another treasure. Suddenly, the courtyard where Jonathan was filled with thunderclaps. Thus, Jonathan spent about a month immersed in cultivation. When all the lightning-type celestial treasures in the ring were depleted, he halted his cultivation, having reached the 4th form of the 9 Tribulation's Thunder Fist. This wasn't just a practice run but the true power of the fist technique. Seeing his fists enveloped in lightning, although less impressive than the elder's demonstration, Jonathan could fully unleash his formidable physical strength. Deciding to enjoy his benefits as a true disciple, Jonathan left the residence to use the free monthly entry into the 10,000 blood medicine bath. Arriving at the hall, Jonathan intended to claim his monthly benefit as a true disciple. Inside, several true disciples were already present, including Una, whom he had met before. All eyes turned to Jonathan as he entered, followed by murmurs and gossip. He's the one recently accepted by the elder? He doesn't seem extraordinary. Maybe he just got lucky, being favored by the elder. If I were picked, that would be wonderful. Just a minor 7th stage martial spirit wanting first-rank true disciple resources? I can't agree. Yeah, if I were there, I'd feel the same. But what can we do? The elder chose him. Protesting against the elder is out of the question. Let's see if we can make this kid back off. Enjoying first-rank benefits isn't easy without the strength. I agree. Many must feel the same. Let's see how long he lasts. Ignoring their remarks, Jonathan walked into the hall boldly, determined to secure his resources. His indifference enraged several true disciples. A muscular man approached Jonathan. Kid, you're unfit for the first-rank benefits. Better give them up willingly. I don't want to make things difficult for you. The man instantly released the pressure of a 9th stage peak martial emperor towards Jonathan. Look, it's Cal, ranked 14th, who's coveted the 10,000 blood medicine bath for ages. Now, he can't hold back. Right? Even a 14th rank peak martial emperor lacks access to the bath. Why should a minor 7th stage martial spirit have it? That's unfair. Lek'll teach him a lesson. The bath isn't for everyone. The crowd cheered, supporting Cal. Faced with the overwhelming pressure of a 9th stage peak martial emperor, Jonathan felt the strain but managed to remain composed. Though weaker by 2 major realms, Jonathan refused to yield. He knew that once his 9 transformations divine fiend body advanced further, he might match Cal. Seeing no effect from his pressure, Cal suddenly withdrew it and said, rumors are true. You are strong and promising, but claiming first-rank benefits prematurely is unjustifiable. Jonathan responded coldly, your approval means nothing. Direct your concerns to my master. Once I reach 8th stage martial king, you might not be my match. Cal laughed heartily. You really think defeating trash like Matthew makes you capable against me? You're as ignorant as rumors suggest. To be continued, I rank 14th on the heaven list and have even defeated ordinary martial emperors in cross-rank battles. Matthew is nothing compared to me. I could crush him with one hand. It seems you have no idea about the strength of heaven list disciples. You actually think you're invincible after beating a mediocre trash like him. You're truly a frog at the bottom of a well. Cal clutched his stomach, laughing wildly as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. However, Jonathan remained unperturbed and replied coldly, how about we make a bet? Chapter 100, the betting agreement. Oh, a bet? Cal snapped back to reality and said, I bet that after I become an 8th rank martial king, I can defeat you. Jonathan said confidently. Hearing this, Cal suddenly became interested. Oh, what's the wager? Let's bet on cultivation resources. If I lose, I'll give you the cultivation resources of the top-ranked Tion list member, the 10,000 blood medicinal bath. If you lose, give me half of your 14th rank resources, Jonathan explained. Upon hearing this, Cal's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Yes. Jonathan nodded. Fine, I accept. You better not renege. Cal immediately agreed when he heard this. He had long been coveting the 10,000 blood medicinal bath. Unfortunately, the 10,000 blood medicinal bath was exclusive to the top 10 members of the Tion list. As the 14th rank member, he couldn't enjoy it. Besides, his current strength was no match for any of the prodigies in the top 10 ranks who were already at the 10th rank martial emperor level or even capable of matching 11th rank martial saint elders. With Cal still only at the 9th rank martial king stage, he clearly wasn't a match for any of those 10 geniuses. Now, with the emergence of this new disciple favored by the Ainsworth and enjoying the privileges of the first rank, how could he not be envious? That was why he chose to provoke Jonathan, hoping to extort some benefits. However, what he didn't expect was that Jonathan was so arrogant, directly challenging him with such high stakes. The exclusive resource 10,000 blood medicinal bath for the top 10 ranks. How could this not tempt him? I can't beat the top 10 monsters, but you're just a measly 7th rank martial spirit. Even if you break through to 8th rank martial king, can you really think you stand a chance against me? Cal thought, grinning widely. On the other side, Jonathan had his own thoughts. On the path of cultivation, one must push forward relentlessly and strive for resources. Though the resources of the first rank were abundant, there was never too much when it came to cultivation resources. More was always better. Thus, he suddenly decided to place this bet with Cal. After mastering the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, he was very confident in his abilities. Once he reached the 8th rank Martial King realm, Jonathan believed he could easily dominate the peak 9th rank Rock Emperor Cal. Both extremely confident in their abilities, they each made their calculations and set the terms of the bet. They then left, satisfied. After the bet was confirmed, other disciples started murmuring crazily. Wow, this guy really has no concept of the Tion list. Does he really think the strong ones listed there are like Matthew? To get on the list, you need to be at least a 9th rank Martial Emperor. Where does this kid get his confidence? Maybe someone flattered him into thinking he's unbeatable. Dang, it's the 10,000 blood medicinal bath. If I had known, I should have challenged Jonathan. What a missed opportunity. Yeah, if I had known Jonathan was so naive, I would have challenged him. Darn, Andon beat me to it. The surrounding disciples chatted nonstop. No one was optimistic about Jonathan's chances, despite his previous demonstrations of strength. At this moment, an elder from the affairs hall appeared. He had seen the entire event unfold between Jonathan and Cal. Though he was shocked by Jonathan's strength, he also didn't see Jonathan's chances as favorable. After all, Cal was one of the top geniuses among 9th rank martial kings. Overcoming such a significant rank difference was almost impossible. Thinking this, the elder shook his head helplessly, feeling the Ainsworth might have chosen the wrong disciple. Jonathan, however, paid little mind to these whispers and remained calm as ever. After collecting his entry token for the month's 10,000 blood medicinal bath, he headed toward the secret location. Walking for a while, Jonathan arrived at the grand medicinal bath hall. An elder guarding the entrance checked his token and warned, the effect of the 10,000 blood medicinal bath is strongest on first entry but gradually diminishes. Also, its potency is incredibly strong. It's best to activate your body strengthening techniques before entering, lest you get burned by the medicinal bath. Each user gets their own pool. Since you hold the heaven number 1 token, go straight to room number 1. It's empty now. Following these instructions, Jonathan found room 1 and entered. Immediately, a powerful wave of blood chi enveloped him. Not bad, this 10,000 blood medicinal bath is impressive, Jonathan thought. He didn't take it lightly, activating the 9 transformations divine demon body cultivation method before submerging himself in the bath. Instantly, overpowering energy surged into his body, giving him the sensation of being among thousands of rampaging beasts. Simultaneously, the potent medicinal bath seared his skin. Whoa! Jonathan drew in a sharp breath. This is terrifying. How many treasures and beast bloods did they use here? Suppressing the violent forces within him, he frantically circulated the 9 transformations divine demon body. Absorb, everything. Greedy for the vast medicinal essence, Jonathan's body began rapidly absorbing it. With this tremendous power supporting him, his 3rd transformation divine body advanced towards its peak state. Meanwhile, outside the 10,000 blood medicinal bath hall, a frightening youth with a 2-meter broadsword slowly approached. However, when he presented his heaven number 1 token, the guard refused him. Floyd Kalang, the heaven number 1, 10,000 blood medicinal bath, is currently in use. Please come back in 7 days. Isn't this my exclusive bath? Who's using it? Floyd Kalang asked, frowning. The elder raised an eyebrow. The baths belong to the sect, not you. Someone is using it now. Come back in 7 days. Feeling deeper annoyance at the cold response, Floyd Kalang knew arguing with the elder, a 12th rank martial deity, was futile. So, he left, sulking. After Floyd Kalang departed, the elder resumed meditating. Floyd Kalang, meanwhile, started investigating, soon learning about Jonathan being taken under the Ainsworth's wing. This instantly fueled his resentment towards Jonathan. Chapter 101, Floyd Kalang. On the other side, after continuous absorption and tempering for 7 days and nights, Jonathan's physical strength was once again significantly enhanced. The 3rd transformation of 9 transformations divine body, the godlike body, had reached its peak. However, when Jonathan attempted to break through to the 4th transformation, the devilish body, he found it impossible. The bottleneck for the 4th transformation was incredibly solid. Even with Jonathan's current physical strength, he couldn't break through. After multiple unsuccessful attempts, Jonathan had no choice but to give up, feeling quite helpless. This 9 transformations divine body indeed lived up to its reputation as a super-grade cultivation technique synthesized by the system. While it was unknown how it compared in strength to immortal-level techniques, this 9 transformations divine body was truly difficult to cultivate. Even with abundant heaven-defying treasures, one still needed the right opportunity to break through. And Jonathan didn't know what conditions were required for such an opportunity. Thus, the breakthrough for the 9 transformations divine body could only be put on hold temporarily. If he wanted to enhance his combat power, he would still need to cultivate the 9 tribulations thunder fist. Thinking this, Jonathan left the 10,000 blood medicine bath pool, helplessly, planning to seek out his master for more thunder-related treasures before cultivating the 9 tribulations thunder fist. Not long after Jonathan left the 10,000 blood medicine bath pool, Floyd Kalang appeared at the entrance of the great hall of the 10,000 blood medicine bath pool. This time, the elder on duty led him in directly. However, upon entering the room designated as heavenly character number 1, Floyd Kalang immediately noticed the bath pool that had been severely depleted by Jonathan. According to Floyd Kalang's experience, the effectiveness of this bath pool had decreased by at least 30% after Jonathan's absorption. Thinking about this, Floyd Kalang felt extremely frustrated. As the pinnacle of a 10th rank martial emperor and the top-ranked expert on the heavenly list, when had he ever suffered such indignation? Usually, wherever he went, he was revered. Now, he had to share a medicinal bath with a 7th rank martial spirit. How could he tolerate this? Thinking of this, Floyd Kalang growled softly, "Damn you, backdoor guy. I'll make sure you pay for this." Floyd Kalang ranted. Though he had never seen Jonathan's face, he had already thoroughly resented him. Meanwhile, Jonathan was completely unaware. After leaving the 10,000 blood medicine bath pool, he came to the Ainsworth's mountain peak. Upon seeing him, the disciple guarding the mountain immediately greeted Jonathan respectfully. Soon, Jonathan entered the grand hall where the Ainsworth was waiting. "Disciple, do you have any questions about your cultivation?" the Ainsworth asked concernedly. Hearing this, Jonathan immediately informed the Ainsworth that he had already cultivated up to the 4th movement of the 9 tribulations thunder fist, and had absorbed all the treasures. Hearing this, the Ainsworth was shocked and said, "You've learned the 4th movement of the 9 tribulations thunder fist? Show me." Jonathan then began demonstrating. Crack, crack, crack. Jonathan's fists sparkled with lightning, revealing a powerful boxing technique, radiating a terrifying aura. The power far exceeded the demonstrations from a few days ago. Seeing Jonathan indeed successfully cultivate the 4th movement of the 9 tribulations thunder fist, the Ainsworth was greatly surprised. Cultivating the 9 tribulations thunder fist required not only mastery of the technique, but also sufficiently robust physical strength to withstand large amounts of lightning within the body. For Jonathan to reach the 4th movement in just a month showed his formidable physical strength, capable of supporting the 4th movement's lightning force without issues. Amazed yet delighted, the Ainsworth added, "I originally thought you would at most reach the 2nd or 3rd movement in a month. To think you directly reached the 4th movement. That's indeed beyond my expectations. However, it's better if you pause cultivating the 9 tribulations thunder fist for now." Confused, Jonathan asked, "Master, why is that?" The Ainsworth explained slowly. In fact, the true requirement for cultivating the 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist is heavenly lightning, not thunder-related treasures. Initially, I provided you with these treasures for a smoother transition since ordinary cultivators find it hard to adapt to the intense heavenly lightning. By absorbing thunder treasures, it made the cultivation process safer, but weakened the genuine power of the 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist. Moreover, absorbing too many thunder-related treasures isn't beneficial for the body. Instead, genuine heavenly lightning should be used for tempering. Therefore, I suggest pausing further cultivation of the 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist. Once I prepare, I will use real heavenly lightning to help you cultivate. Your physical strength is already strong enough to withstand the power of heavenly lightning. Thus, the power of your cultivated 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist will be stronger than others, even surpassing mine. After all, I started using heavenly lightning only after mastering the 5th movement. Understanding, Jonathan realized that although cultivating with thunder treasures was safe, it reduced the power of the 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist. Using real heavenly lightning, though dangerous, made the fist's power greater. Indeed, danger and opportunity coexisted. Looks like relying too much on thunder treasures for cultivation isn't ideal, Jonathan thought. He then asked, Master, how can I use heavenly lightning for cultivation? The Ainsworth smiled. Of course there's a way. Our Xuanhuan Holy Land has a 12-rank thunder attraction array that can attract celestial lightning. It can also weaken the intensity of heavenly lightning. We just need to wait for a thunderstorm, and I can take you for cultivation. Reassured, Jonathan felt relieved. After discussing the cultivation of the 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist, the Ainsworth suddenly asked, Disciple, I heard you had a conflict with Andon, ranked 14th on the heavenly list. You plan to challenge him after advancing to 8th rank Martial King, right? Embarrassed, Jonathan nodded. Yes, Master. I did make this bet with Andon. Oh? Do you feel confident in defeating Andon? He's not weak, having mastered the mountain-shattering boulder technique, making him tough to handle. If you were at the same rank, I believe you could crush him. But crossing a major realm gap, are you really confident? The Ainsworth asked. Thinking for a moment, Jonathan confidently replied, Disciple is confident. Good. Then I believe in you too. I will do my best to assist you in cultivating the 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist. Seeing Jonathan's confidence, the Ainsworth smiled and chose to trust him. After all, the path of a powerhouse involved overcoming difficulties and forging ahead fearlessly. And the strongest among them should fight across realms, surpassing their peers. This had always been the Ainsworth's expectation for Jonathan. Hence, he didn't oppose Jonathan challenging Andon, but rather supported it inwardly, hoping Jonathan could revitalize the ancient practice of body tempering. With a plan in mind, the Ainsworth also decided to rigorously train Jonathan during this period. As for the other side, Jonathan was unaware of the Ainsworth's thoughts. After leaving the Ainsworth's mountain peak, he returned to his residence and began looking forward to the arrival of thunderstorm weather. Chapter 102, Illusory Martial Tower. After waiting for 7 days, night fell, with drizzling rain that seemed likely to turn into a heavy downpour. At this moment, the kin emerged at Jonathan's residence. Disciple, tonight there might be thunder and lightning. It shouldn't be too severe. You can accompany me to practice the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, the kin said. Jonathan nodded immediately in agreement upon hearing this. All right, Master. They then arrived at a desolate small hill. Upon reaching their destination, the kin took out an array disc and multiple flags to set up the formation. In a bit, you will enter the lightning attraction formation. I will control the intensity of the lightning from outside using the array disc, the kin instructed. Hearing this, Jonathan remembered and then nodded, saying, All right, Master. After that, they began to wait. After some time, the rain became heavier and the thunder started booming. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck directly within the lightning attraction formation. Another bolt followed, and then one after another, as all the lightning within 10 miles was attracted to the formation. Immediately, flashes of lightning and thunder roared inside the formation, creating dazzling bolts. All right, disciple, you may enter now, the kin said. The kin then opened a small opening for Jonathan in the lightning attraction formation. Seeing this, Jonathan did not hesitate and walked straight in. Instantly, he felt a tingling sensation spread throughout his body even before the actual tempering began. After waiting for a while, Jonathan heard the kin say, Disciple, start practicing the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Upon hearing this, Jonathan began practicing the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Immediately, lightning flashed around his fists. Meanwhile, the stored lightning within the lightning attraction formation was drawn towards Jonathan by the lightning on his fists. Sizzle. The continuous lightning hammered away at Jonathan's body. From outside the formation, the kin's voice came through. Disciple, quickly perform the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist and channel all the lightning into your fists. Hearing this, Jonathan immediately gathered all the lightning on his fists as instructed. Jonathan punched powerfully, gathering all the lightning on his fists. Boom. A powerful strike sent a blast of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Several consecutive punches caused the lightning to explode repeatedly around Jonathan's fists. As Jonathan continuously practiced the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, his fists transformed into spherical lightning. Master, increase the lightning. Roaring, Jonathan asked for more. Upon hearing this, the kin adjusted the array disc to intensify the lightning. Rumble. The thunder was deafening, almost surpassing the natural lightning above. In this pure heavenly thunder, Jonathan used his robust physique to withstand the lightning invasion without resistance, even accelerating his absorption frenziedly. The 5th stance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Feeling that the training was sufficient, Jonathan began to practice the stronger stance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Boom. A punch sent a ball of lightning exploding outward. The 5th stance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Success. Outside the formation, the kin was astonished seeing Jonathan easily withstand the intense lightning and complete the 5th stance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Still in shock, The kin marveled at Jonathan's incredible talent. Just when the kin was in awe, Jonathan, unsatisfied, wanted to challenge the sixth dance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Thinking this, Jonathan shouted to the kin, outside the lightning attraction formation, Master, continue to increase the lightning strength. I want to practice the sixth dance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Hearing this, the kin could only feel more astonishment. He truly is an outstanding prodigy, the kin sighed inwardly, releasing all the lightning within the formation. Now, the lightning was sufficient to practice the seventh dance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Knowing Jonathan's physical strength, the kin was not overly concerned. Within the lightning attraction formation, all the lightning instantly surged towards Jonathan. Ah! Jonathan screamed as excessive lightning rushed into his body, momentarily overwhelming him. Hold it together. Gritting his teeth, Jonathan concentrated. After receiving countless bolts of lightning, Jonathan's body swelled like a giant, completing a full circle. Countless bolts ravaged his skin and veins. The sixth dance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Breakthrough. Roaring, Jonathan channeled all the absorbed lightning into his fists. He leaped upwards, striking a powerful blow toward the sky. Instantly, a dragon made of lightning erupted. Aoyuyu. The thunder dragon roared, charging into the clouds. Boom. A tremendous roar shattered the sky, dispersing the clouds and sending raindrops flying upward. For a moment, silence enveloped the small hill. Hiss. The kin drew a sharp breath. This child is truly an exceptional talent. The kin exclaimed. Jonathan's recent punch had clearly integrated much of his own understanding, almost matching the power of the seventh stance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Prodigious indeed. The kin stood in awe. After delivering the powerful punch, Jonathan was somewhat exhausted and slowly descended, falling to the ground. Pant, pant, pant. Breathing heavily, Jonathan recalled his punch. He felt he was close to mastering the seventh stance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. At this moment, the kin approached and said, Disciple, let's stop practicing the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist for tonight. We'll continue next time. I estimate that after a few more sessions, you will learn the seventh stance of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. That would mean you have truly mastered the basics of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Saying this, the kin handed Jonathan a recovery pill. This is the Origin Awakening pill. Take it to restore your energy. We shall return afterward, the kin said. Jonathan nodded and accepted the pill. All right, master. After swallowing the pill, Jonathan started recovering his strength. Once fully recovered, Jonathan returned with the kin. Upon returning to his residence, Jonathan instinctively checked his body. He noticed his fists were more luminous and transparent after the lightning tempering. The slight discomfort from consuming numerous potent elixirs had completely disappeared. I didn't expect the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist to also strengthen the body. It seems I should practice this fist technique more often. Satisfied, Jonathan rested. The next day, early in the morning, Jonathan heard a soft knock on the door. Upon opening it, he saw an inner sect affairs disciple. Senior brother, today is the monthly opening of the Illusory Martial Tower. I've been sent by the kin to notify you. Huh? The Illusory Martial Tower? Jonathan asked, puzzled. Junior brother, what is the Illusory Martial Tower? Looks like senior brother didn't know about this. Let me explain it for you, the disciple said. Jonathan also politely responded, thank you very much, junior brother. The Illusory Martial Tower opens once a month. It is a mirage treasure used to measure disciples' potential and insight. It's rumored that the Illusory Martial Tower is actually an immortal artifact. The Illusory Martial Tower has 100 floors, and on each floor, there will be a shadow of equal strength to the challenger. If you defeat the shadow, you can pass to the next floor. Since it only tests enlightenment, potential, and practical combat ability, many intersect disciples come here to challenge the tower. A good performance can earn them a chance to become a true disciple. Furthermore, after completing the Illusory Martial Tower, there are abundant rewards. Even the true disciples listed on the heavenly rank are greatly tempted by many of these rewards. Senior brother can certainly give it a try. This disciple patiently explained in detail to Jonathan. Chapter 103, Defeating Tai Floyd King. After listening to the explanation, Jonathan also got a general understanding. He immediately became somewhat interested. If even disciples on the Tian rank list were enticed by the treasure, it must be quite something. Thinking this, Jonathan decided to give it a try as well. After tidying up his attire, Jonathan followed the outer disciple who had informed him and headed towards the Illusory Martial Tower. Upon arriving at the square where the Illusory Martial Tower was located, Jonathan saw a massive crowd gathered there. Numerous inner and true disciples had amassed in the area. Without hesitation, Jonathan walked straight towards the area surrounded by the true disciples. As soon as Jonathan appeared, he attracted the attention of many. Who is that person? Why would someone with only a 7th rank Wulian power dare to intrude into the true disciples' territory? You're out of touch, aren't you? That person is a true disciple personally taken under the wing by Ainsworth. Ah, so the new true disciple taken by the Ainsworth is him? Isn't it surprising that he has only 7th rank Wulian power? Why would the Ainsworth choose him? I don't know either, but not only did the Ainsworth favor him, he is also said to have given him the resources of the first true disciple on the Tian rank list. On what grounds does a mere 7th rank Wulian get the resources of the top-ranked true disciple? I refuse to accept this. What's the point of your objection? Do you dare challenge the Ainsworth decision? Well, no. The surrounding disciples buzzed with discussion. News of Jonathan being exceptionally accepted as a disciple by the Ainsworth and enjoying the resources of the first true disciple on the Tian rank list was known by all. This made Jonathan something of a celebrity in the Xian Devon Holy Land. However, for the true disciples, especially those on the Tian rank list, this news was hard to swallow. Why should we work hard to secure resources, yet receive only a fraction while this newly accepted disciple by the Ainsworth gets the best resources? Just because he has talent? What about us? We refuse to accept this. Almost all true disciples, particularly those ranked on the Tian list, felt this way. Although they dared not challenge the Ainsworth, it didn't stop them from harboring animosity towards Jonathan. Despite the hostile glares, Jonathan calmly walked into the core area near the illusory martial tower. Seeing this, someone couldn't stand it any longer and spoke up threateningly. Humph, you don't belong here, Scram. A red-haired youth wearing iron knuckles threatened. Look, Iron Fist Floydkang is going to teach that arrogant 7th rank Wallene kid a lesson. Yeah, this should be good. Floydkang is ranked 10th on the Tian list. This kid will probably be scared stiff. Bystanders eagerly awaited the show, almost hoping to see Jonathan's humiliation. However, Jonathan remained unperturbed by Tai Floydkang, an initial stage 10th rank Ajay, replying coldly, "What business of yours where I stay? Huh? You dare talk to me like that? Don't think having the Ainsworth's backing makes you invincible," Tai Floydkang retorted mercilessly, then unleashed his 10th rank Ajay aura, trying to overwhelm Jonathan. Unyielding, Jonathan responded, "Other than using your aura pressure, do you have any real skills?" Tai Floydkang flew into a rage. "Brat, are you provoking me to attack?" "Humph, come on, I'm not afraid," Jonathan countered defiantly. Since gaining the resources of the Tian list's first true disciple, he had been targeted by these true disciples. Everyone has their limits. Jonathan was not going to tolerate it anymore. He touched the peak 10th rank Ajay level gold puppet lying quietly in his ring, ready to teach those challenging him a lesson. Tai Floydkang, unable to bear Jonathan's attitude, shouted, "Brat, you're asking for it." Then, he charged without hesitation, shocking everyone. Oh no, Tai Floydkang lost it, and actually attacked a disciple of the Ainsworth publicly. He's in trouble now, several true disciples who were friends with Tai Floydkang exclaimed worriedly. Others watched the spectacle, hoping Tai Floydkang would defeat Jonathan. Seeing Tai Floydkang really attack, Jonathan didn't hold back, unleashing his peak 10th rank Ajay level gold puppet. Boom! Tai Floydkang and the gold puppet exchanged blows, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Clearly at a disadvantage, Tai Floydkang was forced to retreat 3 steps. What's going on? Is that a peak Ajay level puppet? Everyone speculated. Given Tai Floydkang's strength, this shouldn't happen unless facing a peak Ajay puppet. After being pushed back, Tai Floydkang became even angrier, intending to attack again. But his companions intervened. "Floydkang, calm down. Attacking now means insulting the Ainsworth. Cease while the enforcement elders haven't noticed." Though Tai Floydkang understood, his anger raged on. "I can't let this go," he muttered. Interrupting, Jonathan said, "You need to swallow your pride. You won't pass my gold puppet." Enraged himself, Jonathan used the puppet's secret art to command the gold puppet to attack Tai Floydkang. Boom! Caught off guard, Tai Floydkang was pushed back several steps again. Jonathan didn't relent, continuously directing the gold puppet to assault him. "Damn it!" Tai Floydkang roared, bursting with chi and engaging the puppet in close combat. Punches landed heavily. Tai Floydkang, indeed a heavenly talent, only slightly fell short against the peak Ajay puppet. The gold puppet was immensely strong, overpowering Tai Floydkang without sustaining damage. At this rate, Jonathan's puppet would clearly win. Given its tirelessness, fearlessness, and durability, the puppet dominated the battle. Observers realized Tai Floydkang would likely lose, leading to discussions. This gold puppet is too powerful. It looks like an ancient puppet clan creation. Did the Ainsworth give this to Jonathan for protection? Yes, the Ainsworth favors him greatly, giving such a powerful puppet. Few true disciples could match Jonathan. Feeling increasingly humiliated, Tai Floydkang found his physical strength inadequate compared to the puppet, unable to break its defenses. Worse, the puppet blocked every attempt to reach Jonathan. "Ah, come fight me without a puppet. Relying on one shows no skill." Tai Floydkang bellowed angrily, and Jonathan retorted without any leniency. "So, does it make you any better to bully me, a 7th rank Wallene, with your 10th rank Ajay strength? If we were at the same level, I could crush you with one hand." After Jonathan finished speaking, Tai Floydkang was left speechless. Chapter 104, Immortal Illusion Warrior. He indeed seemed to have been bullying someone weaker, and now having been humiliated by Jonathan, he had no words left in his defense. However, he was still very unwilling. At this moment, the golden puppet seized an opportunity and sent him flying with a single punch, causing him to immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Tai Floydkang's companion could not wait to punish Jonathan. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. "Enough! There shall be no disturbances before the Illusion Warrior Tower." An enforcement elder had appeared on the square. Upon seeing the enforcer, both sides temporarily held back. Seeing this, Jonathan recalled his golden puppet and turned to leave. He did not care about Tai Floydkang's situation any longer. Thus, this farce ended temporarily, and the crowd dispersed under the watchful eye of the enforcement elder. Jonathan made his way to the Illusion Warrior Tower. By now, many true disciples had already entered the Illusion Warrior Tower. Before the tower stood a black stone monument inscribed with countless names, recording the highest floors reached by all challengers from ancient times until now. At the top of the monument, in shimmering gold letters, was the name Illusion Warrior Immortal. This was also the only record of reaching the 100th floor in the history of the Illusion Warrior Tower. Could this Illusion Warrior Immortal be the creator of the Illusion Warrior Tower? Jonathan thought to himself. Recalling what one of the miscellaneous disciples had mentioned earlier, that the Illusion Warrior Tower was a divine artifact, he speculated that this Illusion Warrior Immortal might be the one who left behind this divine artifact. So, in tens of thousands of years, no one has ever cleared the 100 floors? This Illusion Warrior Tower is truly too difficult, Jonathan remarked. Instantly, nearby disciples began discussing. That's right. Apart from Illusion Warrior Immortal himself, no one has ever reached the top floor in tens of thousands of years. It's really insanely difficult. I heard that at the top floor, there is even the inheritance left by Illusion Warrior Immortal. Sadly, no one has received it in tens of thousands of years. Indeed, Even our Xinhuan Holy Land's most dazzling soul and those few immortals could only reach the 95th floor. Who knows what kind of legacy illusion warrior immortal left behind? Who knows? Even the top-ranked Floyd Kalang among our current true disciples can only reach the 59th floor and cannot even get past the 60th. There's no hope of obtaining the legacy. Forget about illusion warrior immortal's legacy. We should aim for more stages and earn some reward points. The group of disciples preparing to challenge the tower discussed animatedly. From their conversation, Jonathan gathered many pieces of important information. The 100th floor of the illusion warrior tower has an immortal's legacy? Jonathan was astonished, instantly gaining a strong interest in the illusion warrior tower. After all, it was an immortal's legacy which he greatly desired. However, he decided to observe for a while first. As Jonathan observed, a sudden cheer erupted from the crowd. Look, Darnell Wei, ranked second on the heavenly list, has reached the 58th floor. Could he break Floyd Kalang's record of the 59th floor? Yes, maybe he can. After all, Darnell Wei and Floyd Kalang are not so different in talent. The illusion warrior tower mainly tests insight and talent, so Darnell Wei might not necessarily lose to Floyd Kalang. Come on, senior brother Darnell Wei. Beat Floyd Kalang. People started cheering Darnell Wei on. Meanwhile, Floyd Kalang, who had yet to enter the illusion warrior tower, grew restless upon seeing this scene. Floyd Kalang always considered himself first in everything. Although his strength clearly surpassed Darnell Wei, the illusion warrior tower tested not only strength but also immediate situational awareness and responsibility. Therefore, Darnell Wei still had a chance to surpass him. This was intolerable for Floyd Kalang, who refused to be outshone even in terms of talent. Hence, as soon as he saw Darnell Wei possibly surpass him, Floyd Kalang quickly entered the illusion warrior tower and began challenging it. Upon seeing Floyd Kalang entering the tower, everyone gasped in surprise. Look at Floyd Kalang going in. He won't let Darnell Wei surpass him at all. It will be exciting. Who will win between the top two on the heavenly list? Why else? Of course, it's senior brother Floyd Kalang. He has always been number one. Have you ever seen senior brother Floyd become second? That's true. Disciples chattered excitedly around, while Jonathan watched with great interest, thinking about how many levels he could clear. Since the opponents in the illusion warrior tower were said to be equivalent to his own strength, merely being stronger did not guarantee going further. Instead, it required superior comprehensive abilities within the same realm. Jonathan, who currently crushed opponents at his level, believed he would not perform worse than Floyd Kalang and Darnell Wei. However, he needed to try it personally. Meanwhile, the intense competition between Floyd Kalang and Darnell Wei continued. Darnell Wei got stuck at the 59th floor after passing the 58th. On the other hand, Floyd Kalang surged ahead, breaking through to the 60th floor. The spectators were on edge, especially as time passed with Darnell Wei still stuck at the 59th floor. This doesn't look good. Darnell Wei has been stuck at the 59th floor for quite some time. If he could pass, he would have done so by now, remarked several disciples, nodding in agreement. Then, Darnell Wei was expelled from the illusion warrior tower, with his final result fixed at the 59th floor. Despite not surpassing Floyd Kalang, matching him was still a cause for celebration. Some disciples congratulated Darnell Wei, who remained downcast. Before long, Floyd Kalang emerged from the illusion warrior tower, boasting to Darnell Wei, "Don't even think about surpassing me." Darnell Wei's expression darkened but did not respond, saying instead, "We'll see next month." After watching them, Jonathan walked out of the crowd, ready to challenge the illusion warrior tower and test his own strength. ####Chapter 105. Begin the tower challenge. When everyone saw Jonathan suddenly emerge, all eyes immediately turned towards him. Isn't that the latest disciple taken in by the Ainsworth? He's here to challenge the illusion martial tower too? They say he enjoys the cultivation resources designated for the top-ranked true disciple. Oh, so it's him. I'd like to see how strong his talent really is and why he deserves the benefits accorded to the top-ranked true disciple. Does he dare challenge the tower? Isn't he afraid that his bluff will be called, exposing him as a nobody, and then have the Ainsworth revoke his resource privileges? That's possible. The crowd watching the event seemed to relish the potential downfall. At this moment, Creed and Hardy also noticed Jonathan simultaneously. So, it's this boy who competed with me for the use of the 10,000 bloodbath pool. I want to see just how many levels he can clear and what makes him so favored by the Ainsworth, Creed sneered coldly. After being disgruntled over losing the 10,000 bloodbath pool, he now eagerly awaited to see Jonathan make a fool of himself. Hardy was equally curious about Jonathan. He had always considered himself extraordinary, and being overshadowed by Creed was already difficult for him to bear. Now, a mere 7th rank martial spirit level youth even surpassed him in terms of cultivation resources, which he could hardly tolerate. Thus, he also wanted to see Jonathan fail. If Jonathan's performance was poor, he could mobilize some disciples to question him and pressure the Ainsworth to revoke the resources allocated to the top-ranked true disciple. Thinking this, Hardy waited anxiously. Meanwhile, Jonathan ignored them and walked straight into the illusion martial tower. As soon as he entered, a cold, emotionless voice echoed before him. The illusion martial tower will simulate opponents based on your current cultivation level. Furthermore, you cannot use any talismans, magical treasures, or other items within the tower. Weapons are limited to those provided by the tower, and any violations will result in immediate ejection. After clearing the tower, points will be awarded uniformly. Once the voice stopped, the scene before Jonathan changed. A phantom bearing an almost identical appearance to him appeared. "This is my phantom?" Jonathan muttered to himself, intending to observe further. But before he could, the phantom lunged at him. "It starts this quickly?" Surprised, Jonathan immediately fought back. With one punch, he shattered the phantom. "This feels rather weak," Jonathan commented. Had the outer true disciples heard this, they would likely ridicule him. Indeed, the first phantom was only equivalent to an early 7th rank martial spirit, far beneath Jonathan's power. Eliminating the first phantom, the second appeared almost instantly. Jonathan knocked it out again with a single blow. This continued through the 3rd, 4th, 5th, up to the 10th phantom. Jonathan advanced unchallenged to the 10th level. From here onwards, the phantoms showed slight improvement. At least he had to exert more effort, around 70%, to defeat them. To the inner disciples outside, this progress would seem almost unbearable if they heard it. Most inner disciples struggled immensely to reach around 10 levels, yet Jonathan cleared these levels effortlessly. The crowd outside, witnessing Jonathan's swift passage through the first 10 levels, felt mild surprise but not much shock. To them, this was still normal. Inside the tower, after adapting slightly, Jonathan sped up his pace. Level 11, 20, 30, 40. By the time Jonathan reached the 40th level, murmurs rippled through the crowd. 40 levels were already the limit for most true disciples. It wasn't the achievement itself that stunned them but the speed and ease with which Jonathan cleared each level. How can Jonathan's speed be so fast? Is he truly that strong? A disciple exclaimed. Yes, it seems Jonathan has genuine talent. If not, he wouldn't have caught the Ainsworth's attention, another acknowledged. Don't celebrate too soon. Only 40 levels. I can pass that too. So what if he's faster? He's probably just trying to create a false impression, possibly exhausted inside. Creed and Hardy, however, remained unperturbed, for reaching 40 levels was achievable to them. The real challenge began after the 50th level. For beyond the 50th level, the phantoms were significantly stronger than their own capabilities, making rapid clearance near impossible. They expected Jonathan to slow down or be eliminated beyond the 50th level. However, Jonathan continued to advance swiftly, reaching the 50th level shortly. Facing the 50th phantom, Jonathan utilized all his strength and unleashed the 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist to achieve instant kills. Bang! The phantom crumbled once more. Jonathan faced the 51st phantom. By the time he reached level 51, the crowd outside lost their composure. 51 levels were beyond most true disciples, and even outstripped 80% of the Heaven List experts. This proved that Jonathan's talent far exceeded the majority of true disciples. Some who believed Jonathan was only favored due to connections found it hard to believe. How can this be? Jonathan's first attempt at the tower, and he reaches level 51. Is he cheating? Nonsense. Cheating in the illusion martial tower is impossible. Jonathan must have genuine talent to catch the Ainsworth's eye. Yeah, looks like Jonathan isn't as bad as we thought. The spectators began to reassess Jonathan's abilities. However, Creed and Hardy's expressions darkened. Having always looked down on Jonathan, seeing him surpass level 50 shattered Hardy's planned to discredit Jonathan's achievements and cancel his benefits. After all, achieving more than 50 levels was impressive. Hardy himself had only managed 59. Moreover, this was Jonathan's first attempt, and based on past experiences, his performance would likely improve further. Hardy felt a mixture of frustration and resignation. Creed shared similar sentiments. Now that Jonathan had achieved a fairly respectable score, Creed no longer had an opportunity to challenge him. And on the other side, inside the illusion martial tower, Jonathan's progress showed no signs of slowing down. After passing the 50th level, Jonathan clearly felt a significant increase in the strength of the subsequent phantoms. They had already reached the peak of the 8th rank martial king, almost approaching the level of a 9th rank martial emperor. Of course, this was while Jonathan was still holding back and not using the power of his threefold divine body, meaning he still had plenty of strength left in reserve. Otherwise, if he unleashed the power of his threefold divine body, he could still achieve instant kills. However, to advance further, Jonathan temporarily refrained from using the power of his threefold divine body. He continued to rely on his ordinary physical strength, combined with his 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist, to combat the phantoms before him. As a result, his speed of clearing levels inevitably slowed down somewhat. Outside the illusion martial tower, once the crowd noticed that Jonathan's pace finally began to slow after the 50th level, they let out a collective sigh of relief. Chapter 106, Pushing for the 70th Floor. If he would just slow down a little, it would indicate that Jonathan was approaching his limit in the trials. This way, he wouldn't shock everyone too much. This was what the spectators thought to themselves. However, they didn't know that Jonathan hadn't used his true power yet. On the other hand, inside the illusion martial tower, Jonathan only relied on his pure physical strength and the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist to deal with the Guardian Illusions. These Guardian Illusions were indeed formidable and new mini martial techniques Jonathan had never seen before. Most importantly, they had extremely rich combat experience. If Jonathan hadn't cultivated the 9 Transformation Divine Body, making his flesh strong enough to ignore most low-level martial techniques, he would have found it tough to handle the current illusion. But merely relying on his physical advantage, Jonathan could deal with the current illusion fairly easily. After all, being hit by the illusion 10 times might not even hurt him, whereas one punch from him could severely injure the illusion. Thus, due to the significant difference in physical strength, after an intense confrontation, Jonathan seized the opportunity and easily defeated the illusion. He quickly reached the 53rd level. The audience outside, seeing that Jonathan still had energy to continue, grew increasingly tense. Because from the start, people hadn't recognized Jonathan. Now, witnessing someone they did not acknowledge showcasing extraordinary potential made everyone very uncomfortable. Especially those genuine disciples who were outshined by Jonathan in cultivation resources, they now fervently hoped Jonathan would be teleported out soon. Their hopes, however, were destined to be unfulfilled. Jonathan effortlessly passed the 53rd level once again. Next was the 54th level. This performance was already at par with the top 10 true disciples on the heavenly rankings. Yet, Jonathan continued passing through without breaking a sweat. 55th level, 56th level, 58th level, 59th level. Seeing Jonathan catch up to his highest record, Hardy's expression became unbearably grim. Now he couldn't even mention abolishing Jonathan's first-rank cultivation resources, as Jonathan's displayed potential was already on par with his own, which deeply troubled him. Creed, watching from the side, felt similarly distraught. Being more arrogant than Hardy, he was even less willing for Jonathan to surpass him. At this moment, Creed inwardly screamed, "Stop at the 59th floor," hoping Jonathan would halt. However, Inside the illusion martial tower, Jonathan paid no mind to these thoughts and directly shattered the 59th level's illusion with a punch. Instantly, the 60th level's guardian illusion appeared. Outside the tower, upon seeing Jonathan successfully reach the 60th level, the crowd erupted into cheers. He has reached the 60th floor, truly reaching the 60th floor. Jonathan's talent can now match Creed's. I think it's more than just matching Creed. Don't forget, this is Jonathan's first attempt at the tower. He will likely exceed the 60th level in future attempts. In terms of talent, he has already surpassed Creed long ago. So, Jonathan is the undeniably most talented among our batch of true disciples? Indeed, the Elder Grandmaster's discernment is sharp. If Jonathan weren't genuinely skilled, why would the Elder Grandmaster favor him? It seems Jonathan earning the top-tier cultivation resources for the number 1 disciple is well-deserved. Hey, you weren't saying that earlier. Weren't you shouting how unfair it was just a moment ago? Oh, did I? Was I shouting? The disciple immediately feigned amnesia. Upon hearing such comments, both Creed and Hardy's faces darkened further. They hadn't anticipated that Jonathan's challenge in the illusion martial tower would not only avoid public backlash, but also legitimize his enjoyment of the benefits associated with being the top-ranked true disciple. This was like shooting oneself in the foot, trying to gain an advantage. The two men felt thoroughly depressed. However, Jonathan's journey within the tower wasn't over. After delivering a powerful strike with the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, in the challenging 60th level, Jonathan killed the Guardian Illusion once again. Then came the 61st level's Guardian Illusion. Seeing this illusion, Jonathan's expression turned slightly serious. The illusion before him was now at the early stage 9th rank Martial Emperor level, and Jonathan clearly felt the increased difficulty of the battle. The most obvious change was the enhanced agility of this illusion. So far, having not learned many advanced agility techniques, Jonathan struggled to land even a single punch. Thus, Jonathan and the illusion began a series of entanglements, which was essentially a series of beatings for Jonathan. With a clear weakness in agility, Jonathan found it incredibly difficult to handle the illusion. Although his body was incredibly robust, and he withstood hundreds of punches from the Martial Emperor illusion without major injuries, missing his target meant he couldn't win, causing Jonathan some headaches. I suppose it's time to use the 3 transformations divine power, Jonathan thought. Initially, he intended to conserve his power and leave the divine power for later levels, but given his disadvantage in agility, he had to activate it ahead of schedule. Thinking this, Jonathan silently chanted, 3 transformations divine body, activate. Instantly, brilliant golden light emanated from Jonathan's body. Endless divine power enveloped him, making him look like a god descending upon the mortal world. With the 3 transformations divine body activated, Jonathan's physical strength and speed increased by dozens of times. In one swift movement, he crushed the 61st level's Guardian Illusion. Then came the 62nd level, 63rd level, 64th level, 69th level. Jonathan resumed his rapid and ruthless advancement. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding disciples burst into exclamations of surprise. What's happening? Wasn't Jonathan supposed to be coming out soon? Why did he suddenly start blitzing through the levels? I don't know. Could Jonathan have been hiding his strength earlier? That's insane. I heard Jonathan can withstand an 11th rank Dao Sword Talisman without dying, thinking it was just hearsay. Is this true? Is Jonathan really a martial prodigy? This is terrifying. It looks like the rumor is true. Jonathan could indeed be an unprecedented martial genius. Otherwise, the Elder Grandmaster wouldn't have favored him. After all, the Elder Grandmaster doesn't even like Creed and Hardy, nor did he take them as disciples. That's true. The Elder Grandmaster has extremely high standards. Even though he doesn't favor Creed and Hardy, he took Jonathan as a disciple, proving Jonathan's exceptional qualities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made an exception. Hashtag chapter 107. The bell rings. It seems we really misunderstood Jonathan before. He truly deserves the resources and benefits of being the top disciple on the heavenly ranking. As long as he's given time to rapidly grow to the Ajay realm, I reckon Darnell Kilo and Hardy won't be able to stand against him anymore. Looks like our Xuanhuan Holy Land is about to rise again. A group of onlooker disciples were fervently discussing, especially by comparing Darnell Kilo and Hardy. It highlighted Jonathan's extraordinary talent even more. However, such comparisons were outright humiliation to the ears of Darnell Kilo and Hardy. They had never been looked down upon like this before. Now, with Jonathan denigrating them to worthlessness, their psyches started to twist. Damn, how did this Jonathan manage to do this? Hardy cursed under his breath. Cold fury appeared in Darnell Kilo's eyes as well. We can't let Jonathan live. Darnell Kilo thought fiercely to himself, already pondering ways to eliminate the boy who took away his first place and ruined his honor. Meanwhile, Jonathan's feat in conquering Illusory Martial Tower also caught the attention of many elders within Xuanhuan Holy Land, especially the Ainsworth who had always paid close attention to Jonathan. Ainsworth, you've truly picked a great disciple. This is Jonathan's first attempt at Illusory Martial Tower, yet he managed to reach nearly 70 levels. His future is boundless. Several elders fawned around the Ainsworth. In truth, they envied him deeply, wishing they could have such a talented disciple as Jonathan. The Ainsworth calmly nodded and modestly replied, indeed, but Jonathan still needs time to grow. After defeating the Guardian Illusion at the 70th level, the square suddenly echoed with continuous bell sounds, startling more elders and disciples. What's going on? Did a disciple pass the 70th level of Illusory Martial Tower? We need to check this out. An elder who had been in seclusion for a long time was awoken by the bell and couldn't help but wonder who had breached the 70 level mark. Similarly, all over Xuanhuan Holy Land, numerous other elders and secluded figures were emerging. Suddenly, powerful and terrifying silhouettes appeared high above the Illusory Martial Tower square, causing gasps from the onlooking disciples. Look, isn't that Elder Adelardian? He's second only to the Ainsworth in power here. Unbelievable that even he was moved to come out. That's nothing. Look there. It's Jonas. a half-immortal level powerhouse. He's one of the top combat forces of our Xuanhuan Holy Land. Who knew even he would be stirred by Jonathan? These venerable patriarchs usually remain in seclusion. To be moved by Jonathan, this Callan has secured his position as the #1 true disciple on the heavenly ranking. Not just secured. With this, he might soar sky high. Do you know what illusory martial tower means to Xuanhuan Holy Land? For years, all those who passed the 70 level mark eventually became half-immortals. Those who surpassed 80 levels became immortals. Historically, our highest-ranking 9th Tribulation Patriarch reached the 90th level and was hailed as the top prodigy among the 9 Holy Lands. At the 12th rank Soul Realm, he achieved records of slaying immortals using his self-created 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, becoming the strongest immortal of the 9 Holy Lands. Well, no point envying. It's obvious he's extraordinarily gifted. Looks like Jonathan will soon become renowned. While spectators marveled and envied, back with the Ainsworth. Seeing Jonathan successfully pass the 70 levels, he smiled gently. This kid indeed made it through the 70th level. He even drew out Jonas. Didn't disappoint me, but he must be nearing his limit now. The Ainsworth felt reassured yet curious about how far Jonathan could go beyond 70. Jonathan's pace slowed slightly after surpassing the 70th level. The illusions now possessed near 10th rank Aj strength, formidable in movement, martial techniques, and physical power. To achieve an instant kill became increasingly difficult, even with 3 changes divine body active, needing multiple rounds to defeat them. Continuing forward, Jonathan passed through the 71st, 72nd, 73rd levels. Onlookers watched breathlessly as he created miracles. By the 79th level, Jonathan began feeling overwhelmed. Only by using his ultimate card, Heaven Concealing Immortal Art, could he continue. Yet, within the tower, he felt someone observing him. He decided not to expose the secret art. After all, this art was highly praised even by immortal emperors, likely far more precious than the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Exposure would complicate explanations. With Heaven Concealing Immortal Art aside, Jonathan's remaining options were limited. His cultivation was only 7th rank Wu Darnolk, incapable of threatening 10th rank Aj. Though his physical strength matched Aj and surpassed them in 3 changes divine body, without top-tier movement support, his powerful physique meant little when missing hits and taking blows, leading to poor outcomes. After prolonged battle at the 79th level, Jonathan finally found an opening to use 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist and eliminated the Phantom just before his 3 changes divine body strength ran out. Then came the 80th level, as Jonathan faced the new challenge, and thus, Jonathan stood at the entrance of the 80th level. Chapter 108, Immortal Potential. The entire illusory martial tower square was once again filled with the prolonged and resonant sound of bells. This time, the chimes were louder and more enduring, almost summoning all the elders within the Xuanhuan Sacred Land who had available time to come over. Even the current Supreme Lord of Xuanhuan Sacred Land, a quasi-immortal level powerhouse, quietly paid attention to the situation at the illusory martial tower square. This is the bell that rings when a disciple reaches the 80th floor of the illusory martial tower. Who could it be? This one has the potential to become an immortal. Could it be that in the not-so-distant future, our Xuanhuan Sacred Land will add another immortal? The Supreme Lord of Xuanhuan Sacred Land gazed into the distance toward the illusory martial tower square, muttering to himself. The belief that passing the 80th floor of the illusory martial tower signifies the potential to become an immortal had long been widely circulated and accepted within the Xuanhuan Sacred Land. An immortal represents the true essence of any major sacred land. Almost all of the highest-level martial techniques among the 9 great sacred lands were created by immortals. Even now, the Xuanhuan Sacred Land might not have a single immortal. While there may be many quasi-immortals, those who can truly pass through the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the immortal realm are very rare. It's evident how difficult it is to achieve immortality. Among all the historical strongmen who breached the 80th floor of the illusory martial tower, approximately 20 individuals managed this feat except for a few who met untimely deaths. Virtually all of them successfully ascended to the immortal realm. This showcases the immense value of conquering the 80th floor of the illusory martial tower. Now, once again, their Xuanhuan Sacred Land has produced a disciple with the potential to become an immortal, causing him, as the Supreme Lord, to feel extremely excited. No, I must go and see for myself. After a brief hesitation, the Supreme Lord of Xuanhuan Sacred Land decided to personally visit the illusory martial tower square to observe the situation. In addition to the Supreme Lord, many quasi-immortal powerhouses who were in seclusion were also awakened. When the bell announcing the 70th floor breach sounded earlier, they didn't pay much attention. After all, it merely signified the potential to become a quasi-immortal. Since they themselves were all quasi-immortals, such news wasn't particularly remarkable, and there were several quasi-immortals within the Xuanhuan Sacred Land already. But now, the bell for the 81st floor rang, indicating someone with the potential to become a true immortal. Immortals represent the peak combat strength on the Eastern Wasteland continent today. Moreover, almost every immortal achieved peerless prowess in their respective realms before ascending. Therefore, having a disciple with the potential to become an immortal means a lot for the Xuanhuan Sacred Land. With these thoughts in mind, the quasi-immortal powerhouses of Xuanhuan Sacred Land emerged from their seclusion, planning to meet this disciple with the potential for immortality and possibly take him as a disciple if the opportunity arose. On the other side, Jonathan's Sanbian divine body power was starting to fade. The phantom figure on the 80th floor gave Jonathan no chance to give up and struck him with a direct punch. The moment Jonathan exited the Sanbian divine body state, he was blasted out of the illusory martial tower, ending his challenge. After being transported out, Jonathan found himself surrounded by fellow disciples and numerous elders staring directly at him, which startled him. Jonathan felt somewhat flustered. Just as he was feeling awkward, the kin appeared just in time and spoke calmly. "Disciple, well done. Come over here. There are several ancestors who wish to see you." Upon hearing this, Jonathan immediately soared into the air toward the kin, then followed him to meet the ancestors, who wanted to see him. As Jonathan left, intense discussions erupted in the illusory Marshall Tower Square. 80 floors. 80 floors. This achievement ranks highly in the history of the Xuanhuan sacred land. Too incredible. From now on, I'm going to worship Brother Jonathan as my idol. Who could disagree? Brother Jonathan indeed possesses extraordinary talent. No wonder he caught the eye of the kin, and now the ancestors too. I admit I was short-sighted to doubt Brother Jonathan before. I absolutely won't do so again. Same here. I previously underestimated Brother Jonathan. What a lack of foresight. I won't question Brother Jonathan anymore. Brother Jonathan is destined to become an immortal. I need to get close to him quickly. Indeed, I should get closer to Brother Jonathan as well. With such immense potential to become an immortal, following him early might even help me become a quasi-immortal. Not just a quasi-immortal, even becoming a martial god under Brother Jonathan would suffice. Brother Jonathan is invincible. The disciples surrounding the illusory Marshall Tower Square praised Jonathan enthusiastically, fully acknowledging his talent, all wanting to align themselves with him as he clearly had the potential to become an immortal. For Levi and Hardy, also present at the scene, this spectacle was tormenting. They, too, had been admired by many disciples, but never to this extent. This caused them pain and a deep sense of futility. Jonathan. Levi gritted his teeth, whispering darkly. Always being the best, he couldn't bear being overshadowed like this. He felt extremely bitter about it. What good is potential? Even those with the potential to become immortals sometimes fail prematurely. Levi thought resentfully, then turned and left without looking back. On the other side, Jonathan followed the kin to a grand hall where he saw a dozen imposing elderly men closely examining him. In this hall, even the kin, a pinnacle 12th rank martial god, didn't have a seat and had to stand alongside Jonathan. Are these dozen elders the quasi-immortal ancestors of the Xuanhuan sacred land? Jonathan speculated, growing increasingly respectful. After scrutinizing Jonathan for a while, they began to ask questions. What is your name? Do you have a master? Asked a black-haired elder. Before Jonathan could answer, the kin preempted him. To Carlton ancestor, this Callan is my disciple, named Jonathan. Oh, so he's your disciple. Tiansong, you've made a good choice. Upon hearing that Jonathan was already the kin's disciple, Carlton ancestor praised him, though there was a hint of regret in his tone. Darnell Tiansong was the kin's name. However, the kin wasn't considered weak within the Xuanhuan sacred land, almost being the top expert below the quasi-immortal rank. Thus, the elders didn't comment further on Jonathan having taken a master. Still, they felt a bit regretful. Had it been someone else, they would have definitely tried to recruit Jonathan as a disciple. But with the kin speaking, they wouldn't contest with him. Chapter 109. The Ancestor Bestows Treasures. They could only look on enviously as the Ainsworth took in such an exceptional disciple. Seeing this situation, the Michael of the Xuanhuan Holy Land remarked happily amidst his envy. It's been 1,500 years. Our Xuanhuan Holy Land finally has another disciple with potential to become a transcendent. It truly is heaven's favor upon us. In the next contest between the 9 Holy Land's geniuses, we can finally avoid being at the bottom again. Indeed, we must not let this opportunity slip away. If our disciple Deshan hadn't met with an accident 1,500 years ago, he might already be a transcendent now. Our Xuanhuan Holy Land wouldn't need to bow down or be outshone by the other Holy Lands anymore. Yes, this time, no matter what, we must protect Jonathan and prevent any mishaps, said the ancestors, their gaze turning intense as they recalled past events from over a millennium ago. Then the Bob suddenly spoke up. Young man, for your safety, take this 13th grade protective Dao Saber charm I personally forged. It can unleash my full strength slash. Here. After saying that, he presented a simple-looking blade charm to Jonathan. Jonathan was momentarily stunned, unexpectedly gaining such a precious treasure, leaving him rooted to the spot. At this point, the Ainsworth beside him reminded him, haven't you thanked the ancestor yet? Quickly take the blade charm. Upon hearing this, Jonathan snapped back to reality and promptly replied, thank you, Bob. He then joyfully accepted the 13th grade protective Dao Saber charm. With this talisman, Jonathan had gained another trump card. At the very least in the mortal world, unless a half-step transcendent attacked, this 13th grade blade charm could ensure his safety. Compared to the king immortal level demon-slaying sword, which couldn't be easily utilized, this was far more reliable. Even after receiving the Bob's protective charm, Jonathan's pleasant surprises didn't stop there. Then, the leading Michael of the gathering took out a deep blue gem and handed it to Jonathan, saying, this is a Shendondu, Xuanduanju, a 13th grade semi-immortal treasure. When fully charged with spiritual energy, it can withstand attacks from a 12th grade soul for half an hour and even block one attack from a half-step transcendent. Please accept it. After receiving the Xuanduanju, Jonathan's surprises did not end there. The Michael of the Xian Devon Sacred Land also presented him with more treasures. Note: for a smoother reading experience in English, it would be better to provide the English name or a translation of Shendonju instead of leaving it as pinyin. If you want to keep the original flavor, perhaps introduce it once with pinyin and then use an English term thereafter. To ensure the passage flows naturally in English, here's a revised version of that section. Then, the leading Michael of the gathering took out a deep blue gem and handed it to Jonathan, saying, this is a Mystic Shield Pearl, a 13th grade semi-immortal treasure. When fully charged with spiritual energy, it can withstand attacks from a 12th grade soul for half an hour and even block one attack from a half-step transcendent. Please accept it. After receiving the Mystic Shield Pearl, Jonathan's surprises did not end there. The Michael of the Xian Devon Sacred Land also presented him with more treasures. Once finished speaking, the Michael handed Jonathan the semi-immortal Shandun Pearl. Without needing any reminder, Jonathan joyfully accepted it, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you for your gift, Michael. Your disciple will use it wisely and will not disappoint you. Yes, well done. But remember, in times of crisis, do not hesitate to use it. The Michael nodded in approval. Jonathan smiled and quickly nodded in agreement. After receiving the Xuanduan Pearl, Jonathan immediately began examining it excitedly. Xuanhuan Pearl, semi-immortal treasure. It contains powerful spiritual restraints akin to a half-step transcendent strength. When fully charged, it can withstand attacks from a 12th grade soul for half an hour and block one attack from a half-step transcendent. Finding the system description accurate, Jonathan put it away with satisfaction. Never expecting to reach the 80th floor and gain 2 life-saving treasures as a bonus was indeed a pleasant surprise. Jonathan felt incomparably delighted. After another round of advice from the ancestors, the meeting came to an end. Once Jonathan and the Ainsworth left, the Ainsworth said to Jonathan, "My disciple, although the ancestors have bestowed you 2 life-saving treasures, do not overly rely on them. A true powerhouse depends on their own strength. Relying on external items is not the way of mastery." Understanding his master's concern, Jonathan answered firmly, "Master, rest assured, your disciple will not excessively depend on external objects." Satisfied with Jonathan's assurance, the Ainsworth nodded approvingly. Just as the Ainsworth was about to leave, Jonathan remembered the inadequacies in his movements while climbing the illusion martial tower earlier. So he asked curiously, "Master, do you have any extremely formidable movement techniques?" "Today, while challenging the illusion martial tower, I suffered greatly due to my poor movements, so I wish to learn a powerful movement technique." Hearing Jonathan's query about cultivation, the Ainsworth grew serious, asking, "Disciple, what kind of movement are you looking for?" Jonathan pondered for a moment and confidently answered, "The stronger, the better, preferably the best movement technique in the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Whether it's difficult to master or not doesn't matter much. My talent allows me to not worry too much." Not knowing what kind of movement suited him, but with the insight system at his disposal, he naturally aimed for the strongest one possible. Hearing this, the Ainsworth Darnell Tiansong chuckled, "You really aren't modest." Despite this rebuke, he knew of Jonathan's talent and didn't think Jonathan was delusional. Instead, he began to seriously consider which movement technique in the Xuanhuan Holy Land could be considered the best. After much thought, he carefully spoke, "Though there's no formal ranking, within our Xuanhuan Holy Land, the movement technique unanimously recognized as the hardest to master is also considered the ultimate movement technique. Its power isn't easy to describe, but if you manage to fully comprehend and master it to its highest level, you'll be nearly unbeatable in the mortal world." Intrigued by the notion of nearly unbeatable, Jonathan's curiosity piqued. What kind of movement technique, once completely learned, would make someone unbeatable? Jonathan couldn't help but ask eagerly. The Ainsworth directly answered, seeing Jonathan's impatience, "It's called the Remnant Cloud Shadow Body Technique. According to legend, it was found in a mysterious immortal tomb by an ancestor who achieved transcendence. Its creator is unknown, but it is undoubtedly an immortal level movement technique. No one in the Xuanhuan Holy Land has ever fully mastered this Remnant Cloud Shadow Body Technique since it was discovered. Even the remarkable Mike, who ultimately became a transcendent, only reached the first level of this technique. But even at just the first level, the Mike praised it as the most formidable movement technique available during his soul era. Imagine how powerful it must be." Translation provided with all requested considerations intact. Chapter 110, Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art. Even if you can't reach perfection, if you can master the first level of this Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art, you will be considered invincible in the human realm. The Ainsworth placed great importance on this body technique, but it wasn't something an ordinary person could cultivate. He hoped his disciple would achieve some success. Jonathan was immediately stunned by the difficulty of cultivating the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art. In the countless years of the Xuanhuan Sacred Land, only the Samson managed to reach the first level of this art, and no one else succeeded after that. This is probably even harder to cultivate than Immortal King level techniques, Jonathan thought. He had also cultivated an Immortal King level technique, the cultivation method contained within the Immortal King level Demonic Slayer sword, specifically the Demonic Slayer technique. Although Jonathan could only cultivate the first level of the Demonic Slayer technique, this was due to limitations in his cultivation level. Starting from the second level, the Demonic Slayer technique required immortal essence energy, which Jonathan, who hadn't yet become an immortal, naturally did not possess, preventing him from continuing. However, the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art was so difficult that even a 9th stage immortal like the Samson couldn't cultivate it beyond the first level. Given that the Samson was the second most talented figure in the history of Xuanhuan Sacred Land, aside from the illusionary martial immortal, this further highlighted its complexity. Realizing this, Jonathan felt a lack of confidence, not because he doubted the system, but for fear that the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art might have special cultivation requirements like the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. If that were the case, even if Jonathan could comprehend the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art, he might not be able to practice it. Still, after a while, Jonathan decided to give it a try. What if he could cultivate and use it? It wasn't impossible. With this thought, Jonathan raised his head resolutely and said to the Ainsworth, "Master, I still wish to attempt cultivating the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art." The Ainsworth seemed to have expected this response and replied, "I knew you'd want to try. Throughout our history, many old immortals were just as confident as you. But apart from the Samson, none of them succeeded. If you want to try, go ahead, but don't let failure crush your confidence." After saying this, the Ainsworth didn't dissuade Jonathan any further. Instead, he grabbed Jonathan and flew towards a secret location deep within the Xuanhuan Sacred Land. They flew for quite some time until they reached a dim valley. After removing the seal at the valley's entrance, the Ainsworth led Jonathan inside. The sight was hazy, giving Jonathan the illusion of being in another space. After walking for a while, Jonathan saw a dilapidated stone platform with a black inheritance crystal placed on it. The entire valley's misty atmosphere emanated from this crystal. Upon reaching their destination, the Ainsworth spoke slowly. "This is the inheritance crystal of the Residual Cloud Shadow Body Art. Although no one has successfully comprehended it, it remains one of our sacred treasures. You can't take it out, you must comprehend it here in this valley. Once you've finished, notify me with the sound transmitting talisman, and I'll come back to get you." Handing over the crystal, the Ainsworth turned and left. Since he hadn't been successful either, staying would do no good, and Jonathan would fare better comprehending it on his own. After the Ainsworth left, Jonathan approached the crystal, intending to use the system to appraise it. Inheritance Crystal contains the ultimate skill of the heavenly residual cloud palace, residual cloud shadow body art. Would the host like to begin comprehension? Upon hearing the system prompt, Jonathan chose begin, but soon, the system chimed again. Ding! Comprehension of the residual cloud shadow body art failed. Requires prior comprehension of the path of shadow law. Detected basic shadow law within the inheritance crystal. Would you like to start comprehending the shadow law? Hearing this, Jonathan was momentarily stunned. Shadow law? To cultivate the residual cloud shadow body art, one needed to comprehend the shadow law. Jonathan was utterly shocked. No wonder no one had comprehended this technique in 10,000 years. Law was a domain reserved for immortals, and only supreme immortals could truly comprehend it. The residual cloud shadow body art required comprehending the shadow law right from the start. So, this is indeed a heavenly technique, Jonathan marveled inwardly, unsure how the Samson managed to comprehend even the most basic form of the shadow law while still at the immortal stage. But then, recalling the system's second prompt, Jonathan felt a glimmer of hope. Could the system help me comprehend the shadow law even as a mortal? Jonathan guessed and quickly said, start comprehending the shadow law. Ding! Comprehension begins. Due to the host being immortal, the consumption required to comprehend the shadow law increases tenfold. Currently, entry-level shadow law comprehension requires 100 comprehension attempts. Jonathan felt a twinge of pain upon hearing this. Just for the entry-level shadow law, he needed 100 comprehension attempts, and who knew how many more for the intermediate level. However, to master the invincible residual cloud shadow body art, Jonathan was willing to risk it. As the comprehension attempts drained, Jonathan found himself in complete darkness, devoid of senses, hearing, sight, touch, and even spirit awareness. All vanished. Feeling like he had transformed into the shadow law itself, losing all emotion and becoming a rule operating within this space, as if he were a shadow and the shadow were him. Time seemed endless as Jonathan existed in this state. Around a month later, Jonathan finally woke up in the valley, having ended his comprehension of the shadow law. At this point, the system's voice rang out, ding, entry-level shadow law comprehended. Hearing the system's confirmation, Jonathan returned to his senses. So, this is what comprehending a law feels like? It's completely different from comprehending cultivation techniques. Jonathan muttered in awe. Hashtag chapter 111, powerful movement technique. Recalling the emotionless state where he had transformed into a cold thought, Jonathan felt a chill run down his spine. But it's good that I succeeded in my comprehension. Now I should be able to learn the residual cloud shadow body technique, right? Jonathan muttered to himself. Then, Jonathan approached the xuanhuan crystal containing the residual cloud shadow body technique again, and began to choose to comprehend. Note, the word xuanhuan should be translated as inheritance or transmission. Here's the corrected sentence. Then, Jonathan approached the inheritance crystal containing the residual cloud shadow body technique again, and began to choose to comprehend. Ding! Starting comprehension of the residual cloud shadow body technique. The system notification sounded. Immediately, Jonathan found himself once again in a dark space. However, this time, he didn't completely lose his 5 senses as before. Jonathan could still perceive everything around him like an ordinary person. At the same time, a black shadow appeared before Jonathan. This shadow began demonstrating an incomprehensibly profound movement technique. Jonathan was entirely engrossed in it, following the shadow's movements, his speed increasing gradually. Outside the consciousness space, Jonathan's body also started moving, replicating the shadow's actions with increasing speed. A black shadow began to follow behind him as well. Meanwhile, it had been a month since then. The Ainsworth suddenly felt a surge of interest and decided to check on Jonathan's progress in cultivation. If Jonathan still had no clue about comprehending the technique, the Ainsworth planned to advise him to give up on the residual cloud shadow body technique and learn another top-tier movement technique. After all, his disciple possessed exceptional talent, and cultivation time was precious. It would be a waste of time for Jonathan to engage in something fruitless. When the Ainsworth arrived outside the dark valley and lifted the restrictions, he saw Jonathan practicing an extremely powerful movement technique within the valley, gracefully dodging and weaving. Though the Ainsworth had never personally witnessed this technique, he recognized its description from the autobiography of old ancestor Armand. It was indeed the residual cloud shadow body technique. No way. Can't be. Really can't be. Has my disciple really mastered the residual cloud shadow body technique? The Ainsworth couldn't believe it, unconsciously slapping himself twice. After confirming he wasn't dreaming, he had to accept the fact. Jonathan had truly learned the residual cloud shadow body technique. This is incredible. Heaven, what kind of prodigy have I taken as my disciple? The Ainsworth exclaimed, standing rooted to the spot. However, he dared not disturb Jonathan abruptly. I must report this to the Saint Master and the elders. Hold on, better not yet. What if the elders are tempted and want to snatch my disciple? The Ainsworth's mind wavered, but ultimately his private interest prevailed. He decided to temporarily hide Jonathan's talent and cultivate their master-disciple bond for some time before announcing it. By then, bound by their relationship, Jonathan wouldn't switch allegiances. The Ainsworth was busy plotting in his mind, and the more he watched Jonathan, the more satisfied he became. Thinking that such a prodigy was his disciple, the Ainsworth couldn't help but smile. After one last glance at Jonathan, he quietly left the dark valley, pretending to know nothing. On the other side, Jonathan remained oblivious, fully immersed in comprehending the residual cloud shadow body technique. The deeper he delved into it, the more he realized how extraordinary this movement technique was. Even in the immortal realm, the residual cloud shadow body technique must be considered top tier, possibly even an immortal king level technique. Once activated, residual cloud shadow body technique would create several shadow bodies around Jonathan. As Jonathan moved, these shadow bodies would act independently. Although the current shadow bodies lacked lethal power, they were so lifelike that even divine sense couldn't distinguish them from reality. Moreover, while using the residual cloud shadow body technique, Jonathan could swap positions with the shadows at any moment. This allowed him to appear at multiple locations almost instantaneously, surpassing even teleportation in strangeness. That was the true terror of the residual cloud shadow body technique, essentially infinite short-range teleportation. With this formidable technique, Jonathan was confident that upon challenging the 80th level of the Phantom Martial Tower again, even the early-stage 10th rank Martial Emperor Phantom wouldn't be able to touch him. Invincible in the mortal world indeed. Jonathan marveled. He couldn't imagine how terrifying this technique would be when fully perfected. Through his first comprehension, Jonathan learned that the residual cloud shadow body technique currently had only 5 levels. Whether there were more was uncertain. The shadow principle contained in the heritage crystal was only at the Chuji stage, meaning it could only support Jonathan's practice up to the second level, 100 shadows, but not beyond. Note, Chuji means beginner or initial in English. For better fluency, I replaced merely at the Chuji stage with only at the initial stage. Revised sentence. The shadow principle contained in the heritage crystal was only at the initial stage, meaning it could only support Jonathan's practice up to the second level, 100 shadows, but not beyond. Yet considering that even at the first level 10 shadows, Armand still regarded it as the strongest movement technique he had ever learned while at the 12th rank martial god realm, the second level, 100 shadows, should suffice for Jonathan in the mortal world. Thinking of this, Jonathan felt the over 100 comprehension attempts were well worth it. With the residual cloud shadow body technique, Jonathan was confident he could pass all 100 levels of the Phantom Martial Tower even without the full sky hidden immortal book. I'll clear the Phantom Martial Tower soon. After all, the inheritance of the Phantom Martial Immortal shouldn't be weak, Jonathan thought, already planning to obtain the inheritance. Elsewhere, while Jonathan diligently cultivated the residual cloud shadow body technique, a plot against him was being hatched. In a secluded courtyard, Creed was discussing with a blood-haired sword cultivator named Abdur. Abdur, what do you think? My offer isn't low, Creed said. Abdur frowned. Creed, Jonathan is highly favored by the Ainsworth now. Many elders are also paying attention to him. Acting openly might not end well for me. Don't worry. If you challenge Jonathan to a duel and accidentally kill him on the stage, it'll be safe. Accidents happen all the time and won't be counted as major offenses. Besides, remember my master is the hall master of the law enforcement hall. If he decides to protect you, you'll be fine. After all, a dead genius is no longer a genius, and the Ainsworth won't pursue it excessively. Creed reassured him. Abdur still had doubts, but Jonathan might not agree to my duel. Chapter 112, Goss's Provocation. Hearing this, Creed patiently explained again, rest assured, among the top 30 of the heaven rankings, you're the only formidable anomaly with such strength still at the peak 8th rank Martial King level. Therefore, your chance to challenge Jonathan is extremely high. Previously, I sought cooperation with Cal, but unfortunately, he refused. Otherwise, he would have been even more suitable than you. Creed said this, but Goss remained hesitant. Seeing this, Creed, though frustrated, decided to increase his offer. He quietly took out a blood-red fruit and presented it to Goss, enticing him, regardless of whether you succeed or not. How about adding another blood spirit fruit? Seeing the blood spirit fruit, Goss immediately perked up and countered, really? Creed smiled knowingly and replied, do you doubt me? All right, I agree. Goss nodded and accepted the offer, hastily taking the blood spirit fruit from Creed's hand. After handing over the blood spirit fruit, Creed was pained but breathed a sigh of relief. He cursed inwardly, Jonathan, wait for your death. No one can snatch my first place. On the other side, having comprehended the first level, 10 shadows, realm of the remnant cloud shadow technique, Jonathan intended to strike while the iron was hot and proceed to comprehend the second level, 100 shadows, realm as well. With that in mind, Jonathan activated the system and chose to comprehend. Ding. Do you wish to comprehend the basic shadow law? It requires consuming 1,000 comprehension attempts. The host currently does not have enough comprehension attempts. Note, Chuji is translated as basic for better fluency in English. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jonathan became dejected, realizing the required comprehension attempts for the initial shadow law had increased tenfold. Currently, his comprehension attempts were insufficient. Sighing, Jonathan lamented inwardly, comprehending the power of law is indeed difficult. It was understandable. After all, it was a privilege of immortals. For Jonathan to comprehend the power of law during his mortal stage was already extraordinary, so he couldn't be too greedy. With this thought, Jonathan temporarily abandoned the idea of continuing to comprehend the remnant cloud shadow technique. Without mastering the prerequisite shadow law, it would be impossible to reach the second level, 100 shadows, realm. However, for now, the first level, 10 shadows, realm of the remnant cloud shadow technique, was sufficient for Jonathan to use. At least until he reached the 12th rank divine warrior realm, this movement technique would remain an absolute top-tier technique, undefeated by any human. Giving up on further comprehending the movement technique, Jonathan contacted his Grandmaster via a transmission talisman, preparing to leave this dark valley. Grandmaster quickly appeared outside the dark canyon after receiving Jonathan's message, opened the restriction, and led Jonathan out. When picking up Jonathan, Grandmaster deliberately did not ask anything, pretending not to know that Jonathan had comprehended the remnant cloud shadow technique, calmly escorting him away. Seeing this, Jonathan naturally didn't say much. Since Grandmaster didn't ask, there was no need for him to answer proactively. After leaving the dark valley, Jonathan suddenly remembered that he hadn't used his monthly myriad blood medicinal bath session. Adhering to the principle of not wasting resources, Jonathan planned to use this opportunity now. When Jonathan arrived at the Hall of Affairs, he saw a young sword cultivator with blood-red hair blocking his path. This person was none other than Goss, ranked 30th on the heaven rankings, an extremely powerful sword cultivator. To fulfill his agreement with Creed, they planned to intercept Jonathan when he came to the Hall of Affairs to receive the myriad blood medicinal bath. Opportunity, provoke him, and lure him onto the arena. Goss had waited for nearly half a month in the Hall of Affairs for Jonathan's arrival. Therefore, as soon as Jonathan appeared, Goss stepped forward and challenged him. You are Jonathan, right? Dare you face me in a match? Frowning at the sudden appearance and provocation of the blood-haired sword cultivator, Jonathan was puzzled and didn't understand his motive. Thinking about it, Jonathan instinctively refused. Who are you? Why should I fight you on the arena? Goss, who had anticipated Jonathan's confusion, directly introduced himself. I am Goss. Didn't you bet with Cal over the myriad blood medicinal bath? I also need access to the myriad blood medicinal bath, so I've come to challenge you. Don't you pride yourself on being unbeatable? I'm merely at the peak 8th rank Martial King level. You defeated Matthew, who was at the same cultivation level as me. Surely you won't back down from fighting me, will you? Goss used goading tactics to pressure Jonathan into accepting the duel. However, Jonathan frowned. Although this blood-haired youth seemed to be at the same peak 8th rank Martial King level as Matthew, Jonathan clearly felt that Goss was much stronger. His entire body radiated overwhelming killing intent, making him a formidable opponent. If it were before, Jonathan might have hesitated. But having just learned the first level 10 Shadows, realm of the Remnant Cloud Shadow technique, Jonathan was eager to test it out. Still, Jonathan didn't easily agree to the match. After all, he didn't have to accept every challenge thrown his way. Thinking this, Jonathan counter-asked with interest, why should I risk my myriad blood medicinal bath opportunity to fight you? What do you have to offer as a stake? Jonathan started negotiating terms. Goss, seeing Jonathan's slight interest, immediately took out a blood spirit fruit from his storage ring without hesitation and proposed, how about using this blood spirit fruit as a stake? It's a top-tier treasure for physical cultivation, significantly enhancing martial artists' vitality and chi. It's no less valuable than your single myriad blood medicinal bath opportunity. Seeing the blood spirit fruit, Jonathan was genuinely surprised. In reality, the value of this blood spirit fruit far exceeded a single session in the myriad blood medicinal bath. The latter used only high-ranking celestial treasures and provided only one-time access, whereas the blood spirit fruit was a supreme celestial treasure. Jonathan truly didn't understand why Goss would stake such a precious item. Noticing Jonathan's doubt, Goss intentionally said arrogantly, it's just a stake, not a gift. I'm sure I won't lose. I will take both the blood spirit fruit and the myriad blood medicinal bath opportunity. Chapter 113, Arena Duel. Upon hearing Abdur's arrogant explanation, Jonathan found it reasonable indeed. But alas, Jonathan was also an exceptionally confident person, so he wanted both the blood spirit fruit and the access to the 10,000 blood medicine bath. Thinking this, Jonathan immediately agreed, fine. If you want to bet on the blood spirit fruit, then I will oblige you. Don't regret it later. Jonathan accepted the challenge outright. Seeing Jonathan agree, Abdur began to sneer inwardly. Humph, you really fell for it, boy. Though you have a decent talent, your greed will cost you your life shortly. Abdur plotted his sinister plan, while Jonathan remained oblivious. Even if Jonathan had noticed, he would not care. In this world, confidence must be backed by strength, and Jonathan firmly believed in his own abilities. He was certain he could easily defeat Abdur. Thus, after agreeing to the arena duel with Abdur, they both headed straight towards the training ground. Meanwhile, news of Jonathan's impending duel with Abdur spread rapidly, reaching every corner of the Xuanhuan Holy Land. After all, Jonathan was already something of a celebrity, and his actions attracted significant attention from many disciples. They hadn't even reached the training ground when numerous core disciples, including several top-ranked fighters from the heavenly rankings, had already gathered nearby, Creed included. Seeing the protagonists of the upcoming duel arrive, the disciples immediately started discussing heatedly. Look, that's Abdur of the Blood Sword, ranked 30th on the heavenly rankings? I heard he is the only one still at the peak 8th rank Martial King level among those on the list. Why can he rank in the top 30? There are many others with higher cultivation than him. Why haven't they knocked him down? You don't know this, but Abdur practices an extremely powerful sword technique which forces him to keep his cultivation suppressed at peak 8th rank Martial King. Yet, his true combat power far exceeds that of a peak 9th rank Martial Emperor. In fact, last time he faced the previous 30th ranked fighter and killed him with one sword strike despite being a major realm lower. It stunned the entire Xuanhuan Holy Land. So Abdur is this strong? Doesn't that mean Jonathan will surely lose? Not just lose, he might lose his life. You should know that Abdur's sword technique is incredibly lethal, aiming for instant kills. One misstep and Jonathan could be instantly slain. True, Jonathan is strong, and in terms of talent and potential, he surpasses Abdur completely. But at this stage, Jonathan cannot be Abdur's match. Jonathan may well be in trouble. The discussions continued. Despite recognizing Jonathan's talent and strength post the illusory combat tower incident, many still didn't hold much hope for him against the ruthless Abdur. Even supporters of Jonathan were pessimistic, let alone those who disliked him. As a result, the scene leaned overwhelmingly against Jonathan. Yet, Jonathan did not mind at all. Hearing about Abdur's feat of slaying a 9th rank martial emperor with one blow did not faze him. After all, he had mastered the supreme martial art, the residual cloud shadow technique, which boasted invincibility. Even if he couldn't withstand Abdur's deadly strike, he was confident in evading it, hence he remained calm. Across from him, Abdur grew even happier. Earlier, he feared Jonathan might back out upon learning about his reputation and past victories. Now, seeing Jonathan's composed and self-assured demeanor, Abdur knew there was little chance of that happening. Thinking this, Abdur snorted inwardly, such arrogance, thinking a bit of talent means invincibility. You're digging your own grave. Meanwhile, after waiting a bit at the training ground, an elder from the enforcement hall stood up to oversee their duel and introduce the rules. Both parties agree to fight until one surrenders or loses fighting capability. Once a party yields, no further attacks are allowed. No attempts to harm lives either, violators will face severe penalties. With the rules explained, the battle commenced immediately. Humph, die obediently, Abdur sneered as he launched a swift sword strike toward Jonathan. Jonathan, unyielding, met it with a punch. Bang! Their first clash ended evenly. But soon, Abdur closed in again, delivering a terrifying blood-colored sword aura directly overhead. Seeing the blood-colored sword aura, the observing core disciples felt a jolt and exclaimed, "How terrifying! Not sure if Jonathan can handle this." Yes, that's Abdur's renowned move, blood sword technique. It's not easy to counter. On the arena, Jonathan remained unperturbed, facing the terrifying blood-colored sword aura. While Abdur's strength surprised him, it was still within his manageable range. Jonathan swung a punch towards the terrifying blood-colored sword aura. The third form of Nine Tribulation Lightning Fist, Jonathan roared softly. Instantly, lightning collided with blood. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded as the two separated. The spectators, seeing Jonathan's move, gasped in surprise. Quick, that seems to be the famous Nine Tribulation Lightning Fist, one of the strongest fist techniques in Xuanhuan Holy Land. Right, one of the famed martial arts created by the Elder of Nine Tribulations. Jonathan has truly mastered it. He's indeed a martial genius with potential for immortality. Learning that Jonathan had mastered the Nine Tribulation Lightning Fist amazed everyone. This technique was incredibly famous within Xuanhuan Holy Land. Many considered themselves highly talented yet failed to master it, leaving few successful practitioners. Chapter 114, Defeating Abdur. Seeing Jonathan actually master the Nine Tribulations Thunder Fist, how could anyone not be shocked? Especially since he had only recently joined the Shuang Devon Holy Land and had already grasped this famous and difficult martial art. It left everyone no choice but to admire his innate talent once again. Meanwhile, at the same moment, when Abdur saw Jonathan use the Nine Tribulations Thunder Fist, he was also suddenly startled. After all, this set of fist techniques was far too well known within the Shuang Devon Holy Land, and its power was widely recognized as being exceptionally strong. If Jonathan had indeed reached a very profound level of mastery in it, or even cultivated up to the seventh form of the Nine Tribulations Thunder Fist, he would indeed be a formidable opponent. Moreover, the celestial thunder from the Nine Tribulations Thunder Fist had a subtle restraining effect on Abdur's blood sword technique, making this battle somewhat more challenging. However, Abdur wasn't the type to give up easily. Despite the threat posed by Jonathan's Nine Tribulations Thunder Fist, he remained supremely confident in himself. Additionally, his blood sword technique had an incredibly terrifying killing blow that might allow him to slay Jonathan. Thinking of these things, Abdur became calmer and began engaging Jonathan strategically, hoping to find an opportunity for a decisive strike. Thus, the two began their intense exchange. Boom, bam. The sounds of their combat echoed through the air, causing those watching from below to be filled with anxiety. Seventh form of the blood sword technique, blood sea surging. Abdur roared. Asterisk swish, swish, swish. Asterisk. Immediately, countless beams of blood-colored sword chi surged towards Jonathan like tidal waves, attempting to continuously drain his stamina. Kachuk. Seeing this, Jonathan had no choice but to unleash the sixth form of the Nine Tribulations Thunder Fist, instantly shattering the entire sea of blood. However, just then, as the sea parted, Abdur's figure rapidly closed in on Jonathan. His speed was several times faster than before. Die, blood heaven strike. Abdur growled. He had deliberately hidden his strength and tangled with Jonathan to lower his guard, then seized the perfect moment for a sudden, lethal attack. Now was the time. At the same moment, seeing Abdur's sudden explosive attack, far surpassing his original strength, even the enforcement elder watching the match turned pale and cried out. Not good. This strike could kill someone. The enforcement elder rushed forward urgently, disregarding any rules about arena combat. He knew Jonathan was the favored disciple of the Ainsworth and possessed potential to become a celestial being, drawing attention from many semi-transcendents. Therefore, he absolutely could not let anything happen to him. Thinking of this, the enforcement elder wished he could grow extra legs to reach there faster and stop this fatal blow. On the other side, as Abdur unleashed his astounding strength towards Jonathan, Darnell Kulang, who was among the spectators, could not contain his excitement. Die, die, Jonathan, die. Darnell Kulang yelled inwardly. Other disciples watching were also alarmed. Oh no, it seems Abdur plans to kill Jonathan. Yeah, Jonathan is doomed. Meanwhile, faced with Abdur's sudden, astonishing strike, Jonathan furrowed his brows. He sensed alarming killing intent aimed directly at him. Feigning weakness? Then thinking of striking me down? So that's your plan. Jonathan thought. Recalling Abdur's earlier suspicious behavior, he finally understood the real purpose behind it. So you're aiming at me, but it's a pity. You're not the only one hiding your true strength. If you want to kill, then prepare to be killed. Jonathan coldly thought. Immediately, he activated the first level of the residual cloud shadow step. Instantly, 10 illusions identical to Jonathan appeared around him. Facing Abdur's devastating strike, one of the figures passed right through the sword chi. Boom. A deafening roar shook the arena. The terrifying red sword chi, after passing through one of Jonathan's illusions, struck the platform, cleaving it in two. But Abdur was stunned. How can this be? How could I miss? Abdur shouted wildly. Even the audience below found it unbelievable. What happened? Why did Abdur's sword miss? Don't know. It seems he used some incredibly powerful movement technique to dodge. It must have been due to the movement technique. I saw multiple images of Jonathan just now. I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me. Is there really such a powerful movement technique? I've never heard of it before. The audience buzzed with discussion. Since the residual cloud shadow step was rarely known outside those familiar with Nine Tribulations' old ancestors' biography, it caught everyone off guard. Everyone was intrigued by this mysterious technique Jonathan displayed. Even the enforcement elder, who was supposed to stop the match, stood dumbfounded at how Jonathan managed to evade Abdur's killing blow at the last moment. Meanwhile, dodging Abdur's deadly strike, Jonathan leaped high into the sky and bellowed, "Now it's my turn to punch you." Seventh form of the Nine Tribulations, Thunder Fist. Thunder pierces heaven and earth. With Jonathan's roar, a thunder dragon descended from the heavens. Not good. Coming to his senses, Abdur tried desperately to evade the terrifying punch, but it was futile. The thunder dragon slammed brutally into his chest, causing him to spew blood profusely as his meridians and bones shattered. Almost instantly, Jonathan's punch reduced him to near death. Instantly, the arena fell silent. After a few moments, the spectators recovered and erupted in wild cheers. Victory, an actual victory. Jonathan actually defeated the 30th ranked Abdur on the heavenly list. Truly terrifying. Indeed, considering Jonathan is only a 7th stage martial spirit, yet possesses the strength to defeat the 30th rank on the heavenly list, imagine when he advances to 8th stage martial king, he could challenge the top 10? Truly exceptional. No wonder he's a peerless genius with the potential to become immortal. His reputation isn't exaggerated. Brother Jonathan, I am in awe. Please take me as your disciple. Several disciples exclaimed, eagerly seeking to become Jonathan's followers. Chapter 115. Attempting the fourth transformation of the devilish body. At this moment, Levi's face among the crowd was extremely grim. How can this be? How could Jonathan be so strong that even Abdur is no match for him? Is there really no way to get rid of him? I cannot accept this. I refuse to. Do I really have to resort to special means? Levi roared wildly in his heart. At the same time, he cast a venomous glare at Jonathan, as if trying to kill him with just his eyes. Humph, you forced me into this, Jonathan. I will definitely kill you. Otherwise, you pose too great a threat, Levi muttered fiercely before turning and leaving. Meanwhile, on the arena platform, the law-enforcing elder came up to check on Abdur, who lay like a dead dog. After giving Jonathan a long, deep look, the elder announced Jonathan's victory and handed over the bet item, the blood spirit fruit, to Jonathan. Though Jonathan had used excessive force in the final moments, nearly crippling Abdur, which was somewhat against the rules, the elder decided to overlook it due to Abdur's earlier aggressive actions and the presence of Ainsworth supporting Jonathan, along with Jonathan's potential to become a celestial being. The elder merely instructed some disciples to carry Abdur away for treatment, without concern for whether he would fully recover. After winning and obtaining the blood spirit fruit, Jonathan no longer cared about Abdur's fate, knowing he was now a cripple who posed no threat. With this thought, Jonathan left the training ground, heading towards the main hall to consume the opportunity to enter the myriad blood medicine bath. With this blood spirit fruit, I should be able to attempt breaking through to the fourth transformation of the devilish body, Jonathan said to himself, laughing as he walked toward the main hall. Quickly, he obtained the token for the myriad blood medicine bath, and proceeded to the grand hall where it was located. Upon arriving, he saw the same elder guarding the bath as last time. "It's you again," the elder, who still remembered Jonathan, looked at him. "Yes, it's me." Jonathan smiled at the elder. Jonathan then respectfully handed over the myriad blood medicine bath token and was allowed entry. Walking into the myriad blood medicine bath, Jonathan began circulating the 9 transformations divine devilish body technique before slowly stepping into the bath. Instantly, boundless blood energy and medicinal power surged into Jonathan's body, like 1,000 galloping horses. Although Jonathan felt the medicinal strength was slightly weaker compared to the first time, it still provided significant enhancement. But can this breakthrough to the fourth transformation succeed? Jonathan wondered nervously, unsure of his success. He had experienced firsthand how difficult it was to cultivate the 9 transformations divine devilish body. Even with the rare treasure, blood spirit fruit, he dared not be certain. Nonetheless, he had to try. With this resolve, Jonathan started intensively circulating the 9 transformations divine devilish body technique to absorb the medicinal bath. 6 days passed in this manner. Jonathan's physical aura had reached its peak. His entire body dyed crimson by the myriad blood medicine bath, resembling red-hot iron. Seeing this, Jonathan decided it was time to attempt breaking through to the fourth transformation of the 9 transformations divine devilish body. Prepared, Jonathan took out the blood spirit fruit and swallowed it in one bite. Immediately, a warm, crimson current rushed to Jonathan's forehead. Unlike the fierce medicinal effects of the myriad blood medicine bath, the blood spirit fruit gave a refreshing, cooling sensation that made Jonathan feel as if his flesh was elevated to a higher level. Following the consumption of the fruit, Jonathan's internal blood energy surged dramatically. For a moment, blood oozed from all 5 orifices of Jonathan's body, looking terrifying. Fourth transformation. Breakthrough, Jonathan shouted, forcing his entire blood energy to surge toward the bottleneck of the fourth transformation. However, the first attempt failed, as did the second. After 3 consecutive attempts, when Jonathan felt he was only one step away from breaking through, he still fell short. Jonathan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his blood energy gradually weakened. Clearly, this attempt at breaking through to the fourth transformation had failed. Although Jonathan had anticipated the possibility of failure, he still felt disheartened. Sigh, I'm still lacking something, Jonathan sighed. Reflecting on the past 3 failed attempts, he sensed he was missing something crucial to achieve perfection in his physical form. Jonathan seemed close to breaking through to the fourth transformation, but couldn't quite do it. What exactly am I missing? Jonathan began to carefully think. Is it perhaps demonic chi? Considering the cultivation of the 9 transformations divine devilish body involved divine power and demonic power, Jonathan speculated that the previous 3 successful transformations hadn't required any deliberate use of demon crystals, but he clearly sensed the transformation between spirit power and demonic power. Upon this speculation, Jonathan concluded that, seems like the breakthrough to the fourth transformation needs a bit of demonic power as a catalyst. Jonathan murmured to himself, Deciding to head to the mission hall and post a task to search for demon crystals after exiting, he knew, as a rich core disciple, he didn't need to handle everything himself. He could delegate someone to find demon crystals for him, using resources from his monthly fixed resource points as payment. Thinking this, Jonathan left the myriad blood medicine bath and headed straight to the treasure pavilion to see if they sold demon crystals. If not, he would post a mission request in the mission hall. Leaving the myriad blood medicine bath, Jonathan made his way to the treasure pavilion. Along the way, most disciples greeted him enthusiastically upon seeing him, something that made Jonathan a little uncomfortable. This was normal, given Jonathan's extraordinary talent, his potential to become a celestial being, and his formidable strength, defeating Abdur, who ranked 30th on the heavenly list. Both his power and potential were evident, so no one begrudged him enjoying the resources and benefits of a top-ranked core disciple. Many were even considering how to build a relationship with him. Though Jonathan was somewhat pleased by this attention, he remained grounded and did not let it go to his head. Chapter 116, posting a task. Adhering to the principle of mutual respect, Jonathan courteously responded to the goodwill of various disciples but did not seek deep relationships. After walking for some time, he finally arrived at the treasure hall. As soon as he entered, an enthusiastic disciple greeted him respectfully. "Senior brother Jonathan, are you here to purchase items from the treasure hall?" Jonathan nodded in response. Seeing this, the enthusiastic disciple continued, "Let me introduce our offerings, Senior brother Jonathan. What type of item are you looking to buy? Whether it's magical treasures, elixirs, or any other rare items, I can find them for you." The attendant disciple puffed his chest out confidently. Jonathan, seeing this, did not hesitate and immediately asked, "Does the treasure hall have any magic crystals for sale?" Hearing this, the attendant was momentarily surprised but quickly thought it over. After a while, he replied, "Please wait a moment, Senior brother Jonathan. I'll check the treasure catalog. I recall we do have a few." The attendant then flipped through a thick manual. After a few moments, he returned and said, "Found it. There are indeed some magic crystals in the treasure hall, though the quantity is limited, only about a dozen. Since we don't have many disciples practicing demon arts here in the Xuanhuan Holy Land, the demand for magic crystals is low. Will these dozen or so magic crystals be enough for you, Senior brother Jonathan?" After listening, Jonathan pondered for a moment. He decided to take a few back to try and see if they could help him break through the fourth transformation of the demon body. If successful, he could then post more tasks later. He said directly, "Then give me all those dozen or so magic crystals." Jonathan handed over his inner disciple token for the attendant to deduct the necessary points. The attendant, after receiving the token, carefully deducted the points and returned it to Jonathan with respect before fetching the dozen magic crystals from the back storage. Upon receiving the magic crystals, Jonathan felt a faint yearning within his body, bringing him immense joy. "It seems I've found the key to breaking through the bottleneck of the fourth transformation," Jonathan thought, clutching the magic crystals as he rushed back to his residence to meditate. Back in his residence, Jonathan immediately took out the dozen magic crystals and began practicing the 9 transformations divine demon body technique, absorbing the energy. As Jonathan absorbed the essence, strands of demonic energy flowed into his body, causing the bottleneck that had plagued him to loosen noticeably. "It works!" Jonathan exclaimed with joy. He then focused on absorbing the remaining dozen magic crystals. Soon, all the crystals were drained dry. Yet the breakthrough in the fourth transformation was only slightly loosened. To fully break through, he would need more magic crystals. Realizing this, Jonathan sighed regretfully. "These few magic crystals aren't enough. I should visit the task hall and gather more." With this thought in mind, Jonathan left his meditative state and hurried to the task hall. Upon arriving, he saw many disciples coming and going, either accepting or posting tasks. Many were also calling out for teammates to join expeditions. Ignoring the commotion, Jonathan went straight to the task posting counter. He told the attendant, "I want to post a task." The attendant looked up, recognized Jonathan, and smiled warmly. He enthusiastically explained, "Senior brother Jonathan, what kind of task do you want to post? Retrieval, errand, labor, or slaying monsters?" The attendant detailed the prices for each type of task. After hearing the general details, Jonathan said, "I want to post a retrieval task, to find magic crystals. About 200, no, 300 should be enough." To ensure accuracy, Jonathan gave a conservative estimate. Though the attendant was somewhat surprised by the requested item, he didn't pry further and promptly processed the task submission. "How much will you pay for the magic crystals?" the attendant asked. Jonathan thought for a moment and replied, "Set the price 20% higher than the market rate." Being the top-ranked inner disciple, Jonathan had abundant resources and didn't need to be overly frugal. The attendant, having learned the price, completed the formalities swiftly and handed Jonathan a task posting receipt. "Senior brother Jonathan, this is your task posting receipt for acquiring magic crystals. Once the required amount is submitted, you can claim the item using this receipt," the attendant explained. Jonathan took the receipt and handed over his inner disciple token for the prepayment deduction. With the process complete, he prepared to leave the task hall, needing only to wait patiently for someone to complete the task. Outside the task hall, a sneaky disciple emerged from the crowd, watching Jonathan's departure. He quickly checked the latest task postings and confirmed that the magic crystal acquisition task was posted by Jonathan. Satisfied, the sneaky disciple left the task hall and headed toward the inner disciple residences. He soon arrived at the residence of the top-ranked inner disciple Darnell Kolang. Chapter 117, Conspiracy Brewing. "Senior brother Creed, it's me. I have news about what you asked me to do," the furtive disciple whispered outside Creed's residence. Upon hearing this, Creed immediately opened the door and let him in. "Oh, so soon? What's Jonathan up to?" The disciple promptly replied respectfully, "Senior brother Creed, as you instructed, I've been keeping an eye on all of Jonathan's movements. Just now, in the task hall, I saw Jonathan post a task to find demon crystals. I wasn't sure if it was something you needed to know, so I came to report it right away." Creed pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat puzzled. What does Jonathan need demon crystals for? Could he be practicing demonic cultivation techniques? And are you sure this information is reliable? Hearing Creed's doubts, the disciple quickly reassured him by thumping his chest. Senior Brother Creed, I saw Jonathan post it with my own eyes. As soon as he left the task posting window, the task board was updated with the request for demon crystals. It was definitely posted by him. To ensure accuracy, I even confirmed it with the disciple who posted the task. It was undoubtedly Jonathan. This is absolute truth, not a shred of falsehood. Convinced by the disciple's assurance and knowing he had no courage to lie, Creed said, You've done well. Continue monitoring Jonathan's activities and report any new developments. Here's your reward for this report. With that, Creed took out a bag of spirit stones from his storage ring and gave it to the disciple, then dismissed him. The disciple, thrilled by the reward, eagerly accepted the spirit stones, exclaiming repeatedly, Thank you, Senior Brother Creed, thank you. He then happily left with the spirit stones. After the disciple departed, Creed began to seriously ponder, muttering to himself, I wonder what that kid Jonathan needs demon crystals for. But this is an opportunity. We might lure Jonathan out of the Xuanhuan sanctuary using the demon crystal lead. If I can trick Jonathan into leaving Xuanhuan sanctuary, it will be his end. Creed spoke viciously, wishing he could tear Jonathan apart at that moment. However, since Jonathan stayed inside the Xuanhuan sanctuary, there was no chance for Creed to make a move. Thus, luring Jonathan out was his only option to eliminate him. Creed began to strategize how to craft the perfect trap to deceive Jonathan out of the Xuanhuan sanctuary. Meanwhile, unable to find demon crystals for cultivation, Jonathan had to temporarily set aside the cultivation of the 9 transformations divine devil body technique and began focusing on the 9 thunder fist technique. Jonathan had managed to Manshang perform the 7th move of the xuanhuan, thunder piercing heaven and earth, but its power was not yet satisfactory to him. In order to continuously strengthen the power of thunder piercing heaven and earth, he needed to continue absorbing the power of thunder. At the same time, he also needed to start practicing the 8th move of xuanhuan, thunder dragon breaking the sky. Edits made. Strive to make the text read more naturally in English while retaining the original meaning and terminology consistency. Note: for a better flow, Manshang is translated as managed to instead of barely or hardly, which can sound less natural in this context. As for the final move of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, 9 Tribulation Divine Thunder, there's no need to rush its cultivation. This final move is extremely dangerous, as it involves resonating with Heavenly Divine Thunder and invoking the 9 Heavens Lightning Tribulation, a terrifying technique that almost always harms the user before it kills the enemy. If one's cultivation or physical strength is not strong enough, they might be struck dead during their first attempt at practicing it. This is something the senior elder had specifically warned Jonathan about, advising him not to cultivate this move until he reaches the Martial Saint realm. Therefore, although Jonathan is very interested in the final move, 9 Tribulations Divine Thunder, that can kill immortals, he does not plan to rashly practice it for fear of being directly struck dead by the 9 Tribulations Divine Thunder. Instead, his goal is to quickly master the 8th move of the 9 Tribulations Lightning Fist, Thunder Dragon Breaks the Sky. However, the cultivation of the 9 Tribulations Lightning Fist heavily depends on the weather conditions. When there was no thunderstorm, Jonathan focused all his efforts on breaking through his own cultivation bottleneck. After all, he had been stagnating at the 7th stage martial spirit for a long time and now needed to address the breakthrough. Additionally, after breaking through, he had a battle with Cal to prepare for, so he couldn't afford any slack. With a clear goal in mind, Jonathan decided to head straight to the spirit nurturing pool for cultivation. After all, the Ainsworth had previously mentioned that, with the privileges of being a heaven-ranked disciple and a true transmission disciple, he could even sleep in the spirit nurturing pool. Therefore, Jonathan planned to move directly into the spirit nurturing pool for his cultivation. This time, he wanted to try practicing in the 9th level essence cultivation pool to see the effects. After all, he was cultivating the 7 Apertures Myriad Spiritia technique, which allowed him to absorb spirit energy at a speed several times faster than ordinary people. He didn't need to worry about being overwhelmed by the spiritual pressure in the 9th level essence cultivation pool. Moreover, compared to his physical cultivation, his magical cultivation was indeed lagging behind. Note: Jia is typically translated as technique or method in this context. Also, some parts of the original text seem repetitive or don't flow naturally in English, so I slightly adjusted for better readability and fluency. Although the 7 Apertures Myriad Spirits technique is also a Shan grade cultivation method, it pales in comparison to the 9 Transformations Divine Magic Body technique produced by the System Fusion. Apart from significantly increasing Jonathan's cultivation speed and Danteon's spiritual energy capacity, it has virtually no impact on combat power. Note: I kept the term Shan grade, as it seems specific to the context of this fictional world. If you prefer it translated, Shan can be translated as immortal or transcendent. So it would be immortal grade cultivation method. Thinking this over, Jonathan hoped the system could fuse one more time for him, providing a more advanced magical cultivation technique. Otherwise, if things continued like this, he might really end up becoming a pure physical cultivator. His initial goal was to excel in both physical and magical cultivation, and giving up on magical cultivation was not an option for him. However, there currently aren't any better magical cultivation techniques available. Even the Shen Huangsung Di, Xian Devon Sanctuary, lacks powerful immortal grade magical cultivation techniques. Most of the immortal grade magical cultivation techniques there are not even as good as the 7 Apertures Myriad Spirits 7 Apertures Myriad Spirits technique that Jonathan is currently practicing. Note: I have maintained the names in Pinyin for consistency with the style of the original translation. Revised. However, there currently aren't any better magical cultivation techniques available. Even the Xian Devon Sanctuary lacks powerful immortal grade magical cultivation techniques. Most of the immortal grade magical cultivation techniques are not even as effective as the 7 Apertures Myriad Spirits technique that Jonathan is currently practicing. Therefore, the plan to switch to a more advanced magical cultivation technique could only be put on hold for now. However, his cultivation level still needed to continue improving. With this in mind, Jonathan directly made his way to the administrative hall, preparing to obtain a token for the 9th stage essence pool. As soon as he entered the administrative hall, he saw the elder in charge of administration standing inside. Note, Sirwu Da Dan is translated as administrative hall, for better context and flow in English. Similarly, Yunling Shi is translated as essence pool, which seems to fit the magical cultivation context. Jonathan then stepped forward and said, "Greetings, elder. I would like to obtain a token for the 9th rank essence pool." Note, adjusted to maintain natural English flow and terminology consistency. Note, in some sections, the text appears to have partial translation issues. Here's the corrected English version based on the context provided. While unable to find demon crystals for cultivation, Jonathan had to put aside the 9 transformations divine devil body technique and started focusing on the 9 thunder fist technique. Jonathan has already managed to Menchang perform the 7th move of the 9 thunder fist, thunder piercing heaven and earth, but its power still isn't quite satisfactory to him. To continuously enhance the power of thunder piercing heaven and earth, he needs to continue absorbing the strength of lightning tribulation. Meanwhile, he also needs to start cultivating the 8th move of the 9 thunder fist, thunder dragon shattering heaven. Note, the word Menchang can mean barely or reluctantly. In this context, barely fits better as it implies that Jonathan can just about manage to perform the move, but it's not yet perfected. Revised translation. Jonathan has barely managed to perform the 7th move of the 9 thunder fist, thunder piercing heaven and earth, but its power still isn't quite satisfactory to him. To continuously enhance the power of thunder piercing heaven and earth, he needs to continue absorbing the strength of lightning tribulation. Meanwhile, he also needs to start cultivating the 8th move of the 9 thunder fist, thunder dragon shattering heaven. As for the final form of the 9 thunder fist, 9 tribulations divine thunder, he doesn't need to rush into it just yet. This last form, 9 tribulations divine thunder, is extremely dangerous as it resonates with celestial divine thunder and utilizes 9 heavenly lightning tribulations to combat enemies. A terrifying method that almost harms oneself before killing the enemy. If his cultivation or physical strength isn't strong enough, he might be killed outright during the first attempt at practicing the 9 tribulations divine thunder. This is what the Ainsworth advised Jonathan about previously, telling him not to practice this move until reaching the martial sage realm. Therefore, while Jonathan is very interested in the 9 tribulations divine thunder, which can slay immortals, he does not intend to practice it rashly, lest he be struck dead by the 9 tribulations divine thunder. So, his goal is to master the 8th form of the 9 thunder fist, thunder dragon shattering heaven, as soon as possible. However, the cultivation of the 9 thunder fist heavily depends on weather conditions. When there's no thunderstorm, Jonathan uses his full effort to break through his current cultivation bottleneck. After all, he has stagnated at the 7th stage martial spirit for a long time, and now is the time to work on breaking through. Additionally, after breaking through, he still has to fight Cal, so he can't afford to relax at all. Having set his goal, Jonathan decided to head directly to the spirit accumulation pool to cultivate. As the Ainsworth had mentioned before, with the resources available to him as a topless disciple and inner disciple, he can even sleep in the spirit accumulation pool. Therefore, Jonathan planned to move into the spirit accumulation pool for cultivation. This time, he intended to try cultivating in the 9th rank spirit accumulation pool to see the effects. Since he cultivated the 7 apertures 10,000 spirits technique, his absorption speed far exceeded others, so he wouldn't worry about being overwhelmed by the spiritual pressure in the 9th rank spirit accumulation pool. Moreover, compared to Jonathan's physical cultivation, his magical cultivation was indeed lagging behind. Although the 7 apertures 10,000 spirits technique is also a divine level technique, it falls short compared to the system-fused 9 transformations divine devil body technique. Besides greatly increasing his cultivation speed and the capacity of his Dantian spiritual energy, the impact of the 7 apertures 10,000 spirits technique on combat power is negligible. Thinking of this, Jonathan hoped the system would give him another fusion, providing a stronger magical cultivation technique. Otherwise, if things continue like this, Jonathan might become a purely physical cultivator. Initially, his goal was dual cultivation of both body and magic, so abandoning magical cultivation was not an option. However, there aren't better magical cultivation techniques currently available. Even the Xuanhuan Sanctuary doesn't have particularly powerful divine-level magical cultivation techniques. Most divine-level magical cultivation techniques don't even match the current 7 apertures 10,000 spirits technique Jonathan is practicing. Thus, changing to a stronger magical cultivation technique had to be put on hold for now, but cultivation must still progress. With this thought, Jonathan went directly to the task hall to obtain a token for the 9th rank spirit accumulation pool. Upon entering the task hall, he saw the managing elder inside the hall just as he walked in. Jonathan then approached and said, "Greetings, elder. I wish to receive a token for the 9th rank spirit accumulation pool." Translation notes. Some phrases were corrected to improve readability and consistency with the narrative style. Pinyin names were preserved accurately as requested. The paragraph structure and line breaks were maintained as in the original text. Minor adjustments were made to ensure the storyline and logic remain coherent. ####Chapter 118. An encounter with Cal. Upon hearing this, the elder glanced at Jonathan. Upon discovering that Jonathan was only at the 7th rank martial spirit cultivation level, he couldn't help but ask, with your current 7th rank martial spirit cultivation, are you sure you want to claim the 9th rank spirit nurturing pool token? Hearing the elder's question, Jonathan did not appear displeased and calmly replied, "Yes, elder. I have it all figured out." The elder did not further dissuade him. It seemed he recognized Jonathan and knew that he was currently the only disciple in their primordial yellow holy land who possessed the potential for immortality. Thus, he believed Jonathan's words and immediately retrieved the 9th rank spirit nurturing pool token, handing it over. This 9th rank spirit nurturing pool token is yours to keep. Since you are the top rank true disciple, you can permanently possess a spirit nurturing pool token and stay there without time limits. The affairs elder explained proactively about the benefits available to him. Jonathan was delighted upon learning that he could stay in the 9th rank, spirit nurturing pool, indefinitely. He marveled at the incredible privileges of being the top-ranked true disciple. Taking the token, Jonathan turned to leave. Before exiting the affairs hall, he heard a friendly reminder from behind. If you can't withstand the pressure in the 9th rank, spirit nurturing pool, you can come back and exchange it for an 8th rank one. The elder added. Jonathan didn't mind and thanked him sincerely. Thank you, elder. Then he left the hall, heading towards the area where the 9th rank, spirit nurturing pool, was located. Arriving at the valley housing the 9th rank, spirit nurturing pool, Jonathan found a different elder overseeing this place. After submitting the token, he entered the valley. Upon entering, Jonathan noticed that the 9th rank, spirit nurturing pool, was even larger than the previous 8th rank pool. Indeed, the primordial yellow holy land lives up to its reputation as a holy land. Even ranking last, it still possesses profound resources, Jonathan thought to himself. Entering the 9th rank, spirit nurturing pool, Jonathan saw several people already practicing within. In the very center of the spirit lake stood Cal, whom Jonathan had encountered before. Cal, upon spotting Jonathan, was taken aback and directly asked, "Why are you here? Why can't I be here?" Jonathan replied calmly. Cal, caught off guard by Jonathan's counter-question, sputtered, "You're just at the 7th rank martial spirit level. You should be careful you don't burst in the 9th rank, spirit nurturing pool. That's none of your concern. My appetite is good enough. What kills you won't kill me," Jonathan retorted mercilessly. Instantly, Cal's face flushed red, yet he dared not act rashly against Jonathan. He merely huffed and said, "Don't boast. Don't forget we have a match to settle. I'll show you." Cal brought up their agreed match to embarrass Jonathan. However, Jonathan remained unfazed, responding with interest, "Right, I nearly forgot. By then, I'll also gain the resources of a 14th rank true disciple." Hearing this, Cal sneered coldly, "Ha, don't get ahead of yourself. Defeating Abdur, ranked 30th on the heavenly list, doesn't make you my match. I can crush Abdur effortlessly too. Don't assume I'm as easy as he is," Cal continued. Jonathan countered, "Really? Remember, our bet starts when I reach the 8th rank Martial King realm. At that point, do you think I won't be stronger? Who knows who will crush whom then?" Recalling their agreement, Cal remembered it started after Jonathan reached the 8th rank Martial King realm. Given Jonathan's displayed talent and strength, it was uncertain whether he would overpower Cal or vice versa. He realized he might indeed lose to Jonathan. With this thought, Cal grew uneasy but maintained his pride verbally, "We'll see when the time comes." Finishing, Cal ignored Jonathan, closing his eyes to continue his cultivation alone. Jonathan saw no reason to linger and chose another spot rich in spirit energy to cultivate on his own. Thus began 3 days of continuous cultivation. During these 3 days, Cal watched in awe as Jonathan absorbed spirit energy at a terrifying rate, despite only being at the 7th rank martial spirit level. Typically, in a 9th rank, spirit nurturing pool, one should carefully absorb small amounts of spirit liquid gradually to avoid overwhelming one's meridians. However, Jonathan did the opposite. He rapidly absorbed vast quantities of 9th rank spirit liquid without any apparent damage to his body. At first, Cal suspected Jonathan was putting on a show. But after 3 days, seeing Jonathan's speed increasing without issues, Cal believed Jonathan genuinely required such large volumes of spirit liquid, leaving him utterly astonished. After all, at Jonathan's current absorption rate, it rivaled that of a peak 9th rank martial emperor. Is Jonathan not only formidable in physical cultivation but equally skilled in magic? What a freak, Cal silently remarked. He also grew increasingly anxious due to their upcoming duel. Witnessing Jonathan's growing strength made him doubt his abilities. Realizing this, Cal seemed to resolve something within him and thought, "I can't sit idle anymore. I must give it my all to confront Jonathan. I need to learn that extremely dangerous martial skill too, otherwise, I might really lose to him," Cal pondered. Chapter 119. Continued cultivation. Previously, Cal had obtained a secret technique that was extremely powerful but came with significant side effects, so he did not learn it. Now, after witnessing Jonathan's strength and talent, Cal felt spurred on. He had decided that no matter what, he could not afford to lose. Even if the side effects were severe, he would master this technique as soon as possible to prepare for his upcoming arena battle with Jonathan. On the other side, Jonathan was not thinking too much about the competition. He was already fully immersed in his cultivation. In just 3 days, Jonathan's cultivation had surged to the mid-stage of 7th rank Spirit Warrior. It wouldn't take long before he reached the late stage of 7th rank Spirit Warrior. By then, he could attempt to open more spirit acupoints once again. While Jonathan was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, the voice of his Ainsworth master suddenly sounded through a transmission charm. "Disciple, there will be thunderstorms tonight. I will assist you in cultivating the 9 Tribulations Lightning Fist." Upon hearing the transmission charm from the Ainsworth, Jonathan immediately snapped out of his meditative state and left the 9th rank Spirit Nourishment Pool. He headed straight for the agreed-upon mountain peak, where the Ainsworth was already waiting. Seeing the Ainsworth, Jonathan quickly stepped forward and greeted, "Disciple Jonathan greets Grandmaster." The Ainsworth smiled kindly and said, "Disciple, there's no need for such formalities. How is your cultivation of the 9th rank Lightning Fist progressing?" The Ainsworth inquired about Jonathan's progress in cultivating the 9th rank Lightning Fist. Jonathan replied truthfully, "Disciple has mastered the 7th move of the 9th rank Lightning Fist, Heaven-Piercing Lightning, and wishes to attempt the 8th move, Heaven-Shattering Thunder Dragon." "Really? You've already mastered the 7th move of the 9th rank Lightning Fist, Heaven-Piercing Lightning?" The Ainsworth was astonished. "Show me first. As for the 8th move, Heaven-Shattering Thunder Dragon, we can take our time." The Ainsworth wanted to personally see Jonathan's progress. Jonathan nodded and began demonstrating right away. With a sudden leap, Jonathan's body soared into the sky, emitting endless lightning. Under the influence of the storm, his powers surged like thunder, striking down forcefully. Heaven-piercing lightning. Boom. A bolt of lightning echoed through the heavens. Nearby, a deep crater appeared in the ground. The Ainsworth was visibly pleased by Jonathan's mastery of the 7th move, heaven-piercing lightning. You are truly talented, disciple. To have mastered the 7th move so quickly, you surpass even what I achieved back then, the Ainsworth praised, while Jonathan felt somewhat embarrassed. Grandmaster, you are too kind, Jonathan humbly replied. After praising Jonathan for a while, the Ainsworth continued, Disciple, while you have done well with the 7th move, the 8th move, heaven-shattering thunder dragon, requires extreme caution. It demands a far higher level of physical strength than the 7th move. To begin with, one must possess a physical strength comparable to a peak 10th rank martial emperor. For true mastery, you need the strength of an 11th rank martial saint. Otherwise, it is very dangerous. I know you are gifted, but attempting the 8th move at this stage is still too premature. I'm saying this for your own good. Jonathan understood the sincerity behind the Ainsworth's advice. Though his body transformation technique allowed him to temporarily reach the strength of an 11th rank martial saint, he couldn't always rely on it during cultivation. Thus, Jonathan decided to delay practicing the 8th move, heaven-shattering thunder dragon, until he broke through to the 4th transformation of the divine demon body transformation technique. Until then, he would focus on perfecting the 7th move, heaven-piercing lightning. Grandmaster, let's continue with the 7th move, heaven-piercing lightning, Jonathan said. The Ainsworth nodded approvingly. Jonathan entered the lightning array, and thunder rumbled down fiercely. The intensity was far greater than previous sessions. Lightning coursed over Jonathan's body, refining his physical strength. Despite the pain, Jonathan endured and channeled the lightning into his fists. Finally, when Jonathan's fists were fully engulfed in lightning, he unleashed all the power in a single strike. Boom! Lightning exploded in the sky. The Ainsworth watched proudly as Jonathan's strength grew steadily. One more round, Jonathan requested after another session. The Ainsworth complied, channeling more lightning towards Jonathan, who endured and continued to cultivate. This went on throughout the night. The next day, after restoring his body, Jonathan returned to the 9th rank spirit nourishment pool to continue his cultivation. In this way, he gradually enhanced both his cultivation level and the power of the 7th move of the 9th rank lightning fist. About a month later, Jonathan received news from a task hall attendant. Could it be that they found leads on the demon crystals? Jonathan thought. He left the spirit nourishment pool to meet the attendant. Upon seeing Jonathan, the attendant explained, Brother Jonathan, you posted a task to acquire demon crystals a month ago. Although no one has turned them in yet, someone has information about their location and insists on meeting you personally before sharing it. Jonathan was puzzled. If they had the information, why not bring the demon crystals directly and exchange them for money instead of requesting a meeting? Translation complete. Let me know if you have any further requests or need additional chapters translated. ####Chapter 120. Magic crystal information. Confused but not overthinking, Jonathan decided to meet the disciple who had the information about the magic crystals first. After all, the magic crystals were crucial for his upcoming cultivation plan. Thinking of this, Jonathan directly addressed the task hall's duty disciple and said, Then please lead the way, junior brother. Not at all, not at all. It's my honor to be able to assist senior brother Jonathan. The duty disciple replied flatteringly. Subsequently, he started leading Jonathan to find the other disciple. After walking for a while, they arrived at a courtyard where Jonathan met the black-robed disciple who had the information on the magic crystals. This was just an average 8th rank martial king, seemingly only an inner sect disciple. Seeing this, Jonathan's wariness decreased slightly, and he went straight to the point. Did you call me, junior brother? Do you know where I can find magic crystals? Upon hearing Jonathan's inquiry, the black-robed disciple immediately became excited and said, So it was senior brother Jonathan who posted that task. What a privilege to actually get to meet you in person. I'm a big supporter of yours. The black-robed disciple expressed his excitement fervently, as if genuinely admiring Jonathan. Seeing the overly enthusiastic response without getting to the point, Jonathan couldn't help but frown and say, Junior brother, let's get down to business. How much do you know about the magic crystals? Hearing Jonathan's words, the black-robed disciple seemed to regain his composure. He then calmed himself and began explaining earnestly. Senior brother Jonathan, I stumbled upon the magic crystal, mine by chance. At the time, I was accompanying some imperial martial ancestors on a mission deep in the Darkblood mountain range. Later, we encountered a powerful Darkblood creature and were forced to flee separately. In my panic, I fell into a cliff accidentally and discovered a cave at the bottom. Inside the cave were many of the magic crystals you need. The black-robed disciple provided a detailed account of how he discovered the magic crystal mine. To enhance credibility, he also handed over a few magic crystals from the mine to Jonathan. Seeing the magic crystals presented by the black-robed disciple, Jonathan immediately verified them. Upon confirming their authenticity, he found the black-robed disciple's story more believable. Since magic crystals were quite rare in the mortal world, having a few of them suggested he had indeed discovered a mine. Jonathan then asked, What's your name? The black-robed disciple promptly answered with respect, reporting to senior brother, My name is Randy. Ah, so it's junior brother Randy. Since you found the magic crystal mine, what price are you willing to sell it for? Jonathan began discussing the price. Randy hesitated for a moment before reluctantly responding, Senior brother Jonathan, what do you think about selling you this information for 5 million points? If you feel it's too high, we can negotiate. After hearing the price, Jonathan did not intend to haggle. Paying 5 million points for information on a magic crystal, mine was worth it. Alright, I'll give you 5 million points, Jonathan agreed directly. But I need to verify if the mine exists and ensure you're not deceiving me before I settle the payment. If I discover you're lying, you know the consequences. Jonathan sternly added a warning. Randy, hearing Jonathan's words, quickly reassured him with fear. Senior brother Jonathan, you're joking. Who doesn't know you're the #1 genius in the Xuanhuan Holy Land? I would never dare deceive you. I can go with you to confirm the mine's existence. If it doesn't exist, you can hold me accountable anytime. Randy affirmed while subtly flattering Jonathan. Seeing no holes in his explanation, Jonathan believed him and planned to visit the Darkblood Mountain range with Randy when convenient. Thus, they reached an agreement and parted ways. After Jonathan left, Randy suddenly changed his expression and spat, "Bah, calling me a dog for senior brother Jonathan. His cultivation isn't even higher than mine. Who does he think he is calling me junior brother? Only senior brother Creed truly deserves my respect. But at least I've succeeded in luring you in. My task given by senior brother Creed is complete. When I lead you into the Darkblood Mountain range, I'll take care of you there. Dream on about that magic crystal mine." Randy spoke bitterly as if harboring deep grudges. He then walked towards the residence area of the core disciples, intending to report his success to Creed. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who had been secretly eavesdropping using the deceiving heaven-hidden immortal technique, heard everything Randy said. Suspecting something off about Randy earlier due to his eager eyes, Jonathan had used the technique again after leaving to track him. Confirming his suspicions, Randy indeed had significant issues. After following him to Creed's door, Jonathan confirmed Creed, the current top true disciple on the heavenly rankings, was targeting him. With this confirmation, Jonathan didn't follow further and returned to his residence. Back home, Jonathan frowned. Seems like many people have it in for me. The conflict with Abdur felt strange from the start. Now it seems someone has been plotting against me. I wonder when I offended Creed for him to target me. Is it because I share the resources and benefits of the top true disciple with him? Jonathan couldn't figure it out. But since others were trying to harm him, he wasn't someone to mess with either. Creed would pay the price eventually. Though Jonathan couldn't confront Creed openly, he would make him regret his actions when the time came. While pondering, Jonathan also thought about the magic crystal mine. Is the information about the magic crystal mine true? If it were genuine, he could investigate it himself. Currently, he desperately needed a large quantity of magic crystals to break through to the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations God-Devil body. ###Chapter 121. Acting in tandem. After thinking for a while, Jonathan finally decided not to expose Randy's scheme just yet. He would first go along with it and see if the magic crystal mine truly existed before making his move. After all, since Levi wanted to lure him out, he must have put considerable effort into making the lie as perfect and realistic as possible. So there was a high possibility that the magic crystal mine was real. With this in mind, Jonathan decided not to raise any suspicions prematurely and wait for the right moment. At the same time, in Levi's room, Randy was carefully reporting the details of his conversation with Jonathan to Levi. "Are you sure Jonathan didn't notice anything unusual?" Levi asked, frowning. Randy, however, reassured him confidently, patting his chest repeatedly. "Master Brother Keela, Jonathan definitely didn't notice anything. Besides, 99% of what I said is true. The magic crystal mine does exist, and it was indeed an accidental discovery on my part. Jonathan has no reason to suspect me." "That's good. You'll be rewarded well after the mission is completed," Levi said, relieved. He then took out a storage ring and tossed it to Randy. "This is an extra reward for you. Take it," Levi added. Upon receiving the ring, Randy immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Master Brother Keela." Levi did not say anything more and directly ordered, "All right, leave now. Don't let anyone see you." "Yes, Master Brother Keela," Randy replied and promptly left. Meanwhile, Jonathan had returned to the spirit cultivating pool to continue his cultivation, intending to break through to the late-stage 7th rank martial spirit during this opportunity. After waiting for 3 consecutive days, Jonathan successfully broke through to the late-stage 7th rank martial spirit and emerged from the spirit cultivating pool at a steady pace. Next, he contacted Randy, knowing they would surely be waiting for him since their target was himself. Jonathan wasn't in any rush. After contacting Randy via sound transmission talisman, Randy quickly appeared before Jonathan, looking eager. "Master Brother Jonathan, you have time now? Are we going to start the expedition to find the magic crystal mine immediately?" Randy asked enthusiastically. After all, he was eagerly waiting to kill Jonathan and claim his reward from Levi. Seeing this, Jonathan played along without exposing him. "Let's depart now." Hearing this, Randy asked again, feigning concern, "Will Master Brother Jonathan be going alone? Shouldn't you bring more people for the Dark Offspring Mountain range? It can be quite dangerous there." Upon hearing Randy's pretense of care, Jonathan inwardly sneered. He responded arrogantly, "It's fine. I'm powerful enough that the Dark Offspring Mountain range can't do anything to me." While speaking arrogantly, Jonathan thought to himself, "If I really called upon a group of people or even my Grandmaster, Elder Grandmaster, would you dare to proceed?" On the other side, Randy, unaware of Jonathan's thoughts, saw a flash of joy in his eyes at Jonathan's arrogant decision to go alone. But on the surface, Randy flattered Jonathan excessively. "Master Brother Jonathan, your courage and talent are extraordinary. With you watching over us on this journey, I believe everything will go smoothly. We don't need any more people." Though flattery filled Randy's words, internally, he might have been secretly mocking Jonathan for his lack of humility. Jonathan found Randy's flattery amusing but kept it from showing, continuing to play the role. After all, Jonathan wanted to see what tricks these people had up their sleeves. "Enough talk. Lead the way," Jonathan interrupted. Randy understood and promptly began guiding Jonathan. They soon left the Yellow Emperor Holy Land and headed towards the Dark Offspring Mountain range. The journey was indeed long, and Jonathan continuously tasked Randy with various chores along the way, treating him like a servant and deliberately pushing him to his limits. Since both were acting, Jonathan wasn't worried about Randy getting upset. True to form, Randy endured Jonathan's demands patiently, displaying a submissive demeanor. To ensure the charade continued, Jonathan did not push Randy too far. After tormenting him for a while, Jonathan stopped and followed him until they reached the outskirts of the Dark Offspring Mountain range. Once they arrived at the outskirts, Randy seemed relieved and turned to Jonathan, asking, "Have we finally reached the outskirts of the Dark Offspring Mountain range? Shall we enter now?" Randy's tone hinted at his eagerness to lead Jonathan deeper into the mountains where Levi's ambushers were waiting. Jonathan had made him work tirelessly over the past days, and Randy wanted revenge quickly. Hearing the urgency in Randy's voice, Jonathan thought to himself, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Fine, let's go in, Jonathan agreed. He led the way into the dark Offspring mountain range. Inside the mountain range, Jonathan assigned Randy to handle minor monsters at the periphery, only stepping in when necessary, which exhausted Randy further. Meanwhile, deep within the dark Offspring mountain range, at the foot of a dark cliff, 5 masked black-clad assassins stood in silence until one spoke up. The target has entered the dark Offspring mountain range. We can prepare the ambush. Indeed, our employer paid a substantial price for us to eliminate the target. We cannot fail. The leader, who had already reached the peak 9th rank martial emperor level, exuded a terrifying aura that instilled fear. But isn't he just a 7th rank martial spirit prodigy? One assassin asked disdainfully. With our combined strength, wouldn't it be easy to take him down? Besides, as a heavenly rank killer in the Murder Temple's top 100, dealing with a 7th rank martial spirit prodigy is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. The leader shook his head. No matter what, caution never hurt. A lion still uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Even if the opponent is weak, we must not underestimate them. The leader's cautious words went unheeded by the other 4 assassins, who felt confident they could complete the task easily. Little did they know that this might be their last mission. Chapter 122, Eliminating Randy. Elsewhere. After a series of trials and tribulations within the Darkborn Mountains, Jonathan and Randy finally arrived at the cliff with the magical crystal mines without major incident. Senior brother Jonathan, we've arrived. Just ahead is the cliff I mentioned earlier where the vein of magical crystals can be found. Once we descend, we'll see the mine, Randy said excitedly, perhaps imagining how he could watch Jonathan die a miserable death right before him. Hearing Randy's words, a cold smile flickered across Jonathan's lips. We've reached our destination. Since your mission is complete, there's no need for you to stay anymore, Jonathan stated coldly, emitting a dense killing intent as he silently approached Randy. Sue, Jonathan's senior brother, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Randy's face changed drastically, stepping backward continuously. As Jonathan came closer, Randy suddenly felt something was wrong but couldn't pinpoint the issue, still maintaining a feigned composure. Seeing this, Jonathan sneered, still pretending? Didn't you collude with Creed to ambush me in the Darkborn Mountains? Don't think I don't know. With that, Jonathan revealed everything and slowly walked forward. Senior brother Jonathan, you're mistaken. You really have it all wrong. I'm not familiar with senior brother Creed at all. Randy tried to argue even in his last moments. Seeing Jonathan getting closer, Randy instinctively turned to run. He didn't know how he had exposed himself, or why Jonathan knew about his plot with Creed, but he clearly understood that if he didn't escape now, he would likely be killed by Jonathan. Randy recklessly decided to jump down the cliff towards where they had agreed on ambushers. If he could reach them, they could counterattack and still kill Jonathan. However, Jonathan was well aware of Randy's thoughts. He wouldn't give Randy any chance to escape. The moment Randy turned around, Jonathan rushed forward and punched directly into Randy's back. Die, Jonathan whispered softly. Then, the 8th rank Martial King level Randy was pierced through the chest by Jonathan's punch. You will not die well. Before dying, Randy cast a resentful glance at Jonathan and delivered his final curse. But Jonathan was unmoved. With a swift motion, he flung the dead Randy to the side. Having disposed of Randy, Jonathan stood still, deep in thought. Judging by Randy's last moments, Creed's ambush must be hidden at the base of this cliff. I wonder who they have prepared. Jonathan muttered to himself. He wasn't worried about being ambushed and attacked. Even if he hadn't seen through their plan and entered the trap, he wasn't afraid. After all, the ancient elders of the Xuanhuan Holy Land had given him life-saving treasures that could withstand an attack from a 12th rank martial deity and a 13th rank Dao-killing blade talisman capable of injuring a half-step immortal. Therefore, as long as there were no half-step immortals among those who lay in wait for him, he had nothing to fear. Moreover, Jonathan didn't believe Creed could muster such power to find a half-step immortal. Thus, he was completely unconcerned. However, both the life-saving treasure, the Xiandan Pearl, and the 13th rank Dao-killing blade talisman were extremely precious. Jonathan didn't want to waste them unnecessarily. Thus, he decided to deal with the opponents as much as possible on his own, saving resources. With this in mind, Jonathan activated the All-Heaven Concealment Art and vanished from sight. After disappearing, Jonathan jumped down the cliff to confront Creed's surprise. Reaching the bottom of the cliff, Jonathan did not rush to search for the magical crystal mine. Instead, he carefully observed the surroundings, identifying potential ambush spots. Soon enough, Jonathan found a dark cave entrance. Here it is. Let's see where they're hiding, Jonathan thought to himself. Jonathan examined the area near the dark cave entrance, trying to locate the ambushers. Through meticulous observation, he detected faint traces of presence. Oh, they're lurking at the entrance? 1-2, Jonathan murmured. He quickly spotted 2 assassins outside the dark cave entrance. Carefully assessing, he found their strength to be only 9th rank peak martial emperors. Just 2 assassins? There must be more, Jonathan mused. After all, Creed had seen Jonathan's strength and wouldn't send just 2 9th rank peak martial emperors after him. Moreover, Creed was wealthy and could easily hire more powerful assassins. With this thought, Jonathan cautiously probed the surrounding area again. Despite searching further, he found no other assassin, leaving him puzzled. Could the others be hiding inside the dark cave? Jonathan wondered. Deciding to risk entering the dark cave, Jonathan avoided the 2 assassins and carefully stepped inside. After walking for a while, Jonathan detected 2 more hidden presences inside the cave. Good heavens, 4 9th rank peak martial emperors, 2 inside, 2 outside. They planned an inside-out encirclement, Jonathan thought. Had he followed Randy into the cave unawares, he might have been injured. Humph, since you wish to kill me, don't blame me for being ruthless, Jonathan muttered. A plan formed in his mind. He stealthily retreated from the cave, planning to eliminate the 2 assassins outside first. Then, he would lure the ones inside out, catching all of them in one fell swoop. Approaching one of the assassins, Jonathan prepared for a decisive strike. Die! The 7th move of 9th rank Lightning Fist, thunder pierces heaven and earth. With a low roar, lightning erupted from nowhere and struck the 9th rank Martial Emperor in the head. A dull thud echoed. ####Chapter 123, Ambush Assassin. Instantly, the head of the 9th rank Martial Emperor Assassin exploded like a watermelon. This sudden scene stunned the other Martial Emperor Assassin hiding on the opposite side of the cave. Oh no! The assassin muttered in alarm. Seeing such an eerie spectacle, the Martial Emperor Assassin did not choose to attack, but immediately turned and ran with exceptional clarity. Himph, can you really escape? Seeing the assassin turn to flee, Jonathan coldly sneered. He then took out his long-unused, heaven-derived array disc and cast a 4 symbols illusion formation. Instantly, the Martial Emperor Assassin was trapped within it. Most of the techniques he had learned from the Divine and Demon Cemetery, including the soul-severing sword technique, were already insufficient for the current Jonathan. Especially after practicing various Immortal level techniques, Immortal King level techniques, and even Super God level techniques, he had also grasped a bit of the Shadow Law. Jonathan no longer found most techniques from the mortal realm satisfactory. Only the 64 heaven-derived arrays could still Minchang be used by him up until the 11th rank Martial Sage level. Once he reached the 12th rank Martial God realm, this array would likely be useless as well. After all, the senior who created this array was probably only around the 11th rank Martial Sage level. Thus, the heaven-derived array wouldn't be too profound. However, for now, it was still effective against 9th rank Imperial Martial Artists. As soon as the 9th rank Imperial Martial Assassin realized he was trapped in an illusion, he immediately activated a secret technique unique to the Assassin Temple to dispel it. Ghostly Netherworld Eyes. A purplish light flashed from his eyes, and the illusions of the 4 symbols array were instantly seen through. He then found the safest route and quickly broke out of the array. But just as he stepped out, he was too late. Jonathan had been waiting outside. The moment the assassin appeared, Jonathan unleashed the 7th form of the 9th rank Thunder Fist. Thunder pierces heaven and earth. Thunder pierces heaven and earth. Jonathan roared. This blow had been charged for some time before being unleashed with full force, so it was far more powerful than before. Die! The thunderous fist smashed down. Faced with this terrifying attack, the assassin knew he couldn't dodge it and instead unleashed all his strength in one final strike. Wrath of the Assassin Deity. A blood-colored cold light shot upward. Boom! A deafening explosion. The blood-colored light was directly shattered by the endless lightning on Jonathan's fist, which continued smashing down onto the assassin's chest. PFF. The assassin spewed a mouthful of blood, fragments of internal organs included. As an assassin, he stood no chance against Jonathan's unparalleled physical power. Moreover, in the heat of the moment, he hadn't even unleashed the full power of Wrath of the Assassin Deity. Therefore, under these circumstances, this 9th rank Imperial Martial Assassin was directly defeated by Jonathan. With a last hateful glance at the sky, the assassin died. But due to Jonathan being concealed by the all-sky concealment technique, the assassin saw nothing but a massive, lightning-wreathed fist descending from above. Die, Jonathan said. Another punch directly crushed the assassin's head. Before dying, the assassin didn't even see the face of his killer, only that lightning-lit fist. After disposing of the assassin with 2 punches, Jonathan immediately returned to the entrance of the dark cavern and set up 3 formations again. The 4 symbols illusion array, the thick earth great array, and the 9 heavens mystical lightning killing array. Though Jonathan knew the 4 symbols illusion array barely affected the Imperial Martial Assassins, even getting dispelled instantly, any slight delay was beneficial. He hoped the other 2 heaven-derived arrays would also provide some hindrance, delaying the enemy. This way, he could defeat them one by one. Thinking this, Jonathan summoned his peak 10th rank Martial Emperor level Golden Puppet, hoping it could delay at least one Imperial Martial Assassin. Upon hearing sounds from outside the cave, the remaining 2 Imperial Martial Assassins inside grew alert. It's not right. Sounds are coming from outside the cave. Could it be that 4th and 5th brother acted prematurely? One assassin asked another. Weren't we supposed to wait for the target to enter before acting? Why so early, and why did they get discovered? Yes, let's go help them quickly. If the target escapes because 4th and 5th brother failed, it will be extremely bad for us. After all, the target is a peerless genius from the primordial yellow holy land. If the old monsters there find out we attack their prized disciple, it won't bode well for our assassin temple, the assassin worriedly said. The other nodded in agreement. Had the client not offered a high price, they wouldn't have risked angering the primordial yellow holy land. Thus, this mission must succeed. In unison, they both said, let's go help. As they left the cave, the 3 formations Jonathan had set up activated instantly, attacking the 2 assassins with illusions, earthen walls, and lightning. At the same time, a puppet exuding a peak 10th rank Martial Emperor aura walked toward them. Not good, it's a trap, both shouted almost simultaneously. Unfortunately, under the thick earth great array's influence, they were separated into different areas, unable to hear each other. Without wasting time, Jonathan immediately rushed towards one, using the golden puppet to hold off the other. Ghostly Netherworld Eyes. Ghostly Netherworld Eyes. Both assassins shouted simultaneously. However, at present, it could still play a minor role against 9th rank Martial Emperor opponents. Seeing the scenery change before his eyes, the 9th rank Martial Emperor assassin instantly realized he was caught in an illusion formation. He immediately activated the unique secret technique of their Kill God Temple to dispel the illusion. Netherworld Ghost Eyes. The assassin roared lowly. Instantly, his eyes glowed with a purple light, and the illusory effects of the 4 symbols formation were revealed. He then sought the safest path and immediately broke through the formation. But just as he stepped out of the illusion, it was already too late. Jonathan had been waiting outside. The moment the assassin appeared, Jonathan unleashed the 7th level of the 9th rank Lightning Fist. Lightning pierces heaven and earth. Lightning pierces heaven and earth. With a roar, Jonathan delivered this powerful punch, which he had been powering up for some time. Its might surpassed the previous strike considerably. Die! The lightning fist thundered down. Facing this terrifying blow, the martial emperor assassin knew he couldn't dodge. With sheer desperation, he unleashed all his strength into one final attack. Wrath of Kill God. The assassin shouted in despair. A blood-red cold light surged upward. Boom! A deafening explosion. The blood-red light was instantly shattered by Jonathan's infinite lightning, continuing its descent to strike the assassin's chest. The assassin spat out a large mouthful of blood, fragments of internal organs mixed within. As an assassin, facing off against Jonathan, whose physical power was unparalleled, he stood no chance. In his haste, he hadn't even unleashed the full power of Wrath of Kill God. Due to these factors, the 9th-rank martial emperor assassin was defeated directly by Jonathan. The assassin glanced fiercely at the sky with his dying breath. However, Jonathan, hidden under the all-sky concealing immortal art, was invisible, and the assassin saw only a giant fist glowing with lightning descending from above. Die! Jonathan said coldly. Another punch crushed the assassin's head. Apart from seeing a glowing lightning fist, the assassin never saw the face of his killer. After disposing of the assassin with 2 punches, Jonathan returned to the entrance of the dark cavern. He then activated the heaven-derived array disc again, setting up another 4 symbols illusion formation, heavy earth grand formation, and 9 heavens mystic thunderslaying formation. Although Jonathan knew the 4 symbols illusion formation couldn't stop the assassins for long, even breaking instantly, any slight delay was better than none. Jonathan planned the same for the other formations. He didn't expect them to kill enemies, but hoped they could hinder and delay the opponent, allowing him to defeat them one by one. Thinking of this, Jonathan even summoned his peak 10th rank Great Emperor level Golden Puppet to slow down at least one martial emperor assassin. Upon hearing noises from outside the cave, the remaining 2 assassins inside immediately grew wary. That's strange. Why is there noise outside? Could it be that 4th and 5th acted prematurely? One assassin asked another. We agreed to act only after the target entered the cave. Why did they move early? It seems they've been discovered, replied another assassin. Yeah, we should go help them quickly. If 4th and 5th fail and let the target escape, it will be disastrous for us. Considering the target is a peerless genius from the primordial Yellow Holy Land, if those old monsters learn that our Kill God Temple attacked their prized disciple, we'll be in deep trouble, one assassin worried. The other assassin nodded in agreement. If not for the extremely high reward offered by the employer, they wouldn't have risked defending the primordial Yellow Holy Land. Therefore, this mission must succeed. Failure was not an option. Deciding together, they exclaimed, "Let's go, provide assistance." They hurriedly rushed towards the cave entrance. As they exited, the 3 formations Jonathan set up immediately activated, assaulting them with illusions, earth walls, and lightning. Simultaneously, a puppet emitting a peak 10th rank Great Emperor aura approached them. Not good, it's a trap. Both yelled almost simultaneously. Unfortunately, the heavy earth grand formation had separated them into different areas, preventing communication. Jonathan didn't hesitate. After separating them, he immediately charged at one while using the peak 10th rank Great Emperor level Golden Puppet to hold the other back. Netherworld Ghost Eyes. Netherworld Ghost Eyes. Both assassins roared almost in unison. Chapter 124, Slaying 4 People. The opponents had already deciphered the 3 layers of Jonathan's heavenly derivation formation and were trying to get close to the core of the formation in order to destroy its key points. Seeing this, Jonathan knew that these assassins possessed means to counter formations, so he was not going to stand by and watch them dismantle his formation. Therefore, Jonathan controlled the peak 10th stage Martial Emperor level Golden Puppet to engage one Imperial Martial Killer while silently sneaking up on the other Imperial Martial Killer from behind. 9th-stage Thunder Fist, 7th move, Thunder pierces heaven and earth. Jonathan growled, delivering a powerful punch right into the back of the Imperial Martial Killer. Not good. The highly sensitive Imperial Martial Killer immediately sensed the terrifying energy surge behind him and turned around at an unbelievable angle to block Jonathan's punch. Boom. A loud explosion echoed. The Imperial Martial Killer was blasted flying backward by Jonathan's attack. Jonathan's fist was grazed slightly by the opponent's blade, but it wasn't a significant injury. This guy is much stronger than the previous Imperial Martial Killer, Jonathan thought. He then vanished from sight again, planning another sneak attack. The Imperial Martial Killer furrowed his brows when he saw the lightning-lit fist vanish once more. How is this possible? No one can hide their form from my netherworld devil eye. This Imperial Martial Killer roared in disbelief. As the second devil among the 5 devils of the Hall of Gods, his strength was considered second only to the leader among the 5 devils. He was also the second most proficient in cultivating the netherworld devil eye among the 5, which was renowned for its powerful eye techniques capable of piercing through formations and seeing through most concealment methods, making it a crucial skill for them. Yet now, he could not see the enemy clearly hidden before him, making him doubt his own abilities. However, what they didn't know was that Jonathan's concealment technique of full sky was praised even by immortal emperors, making it completely normal that their netherworld devil eye couldn't see through it. Meanwhile, at the battlefield with the Golden Puppet, the third devil of the 5 devils was gradually engaging the puppet of peak 10th stage Martial Emperor level. Although the Golden Puppet would have been able to overpower the Imperial Martial Killer in a direct fight, the latter was not foolish enough to confront a peak 10th stage puppet head-on. So, faced with the puppet's fierce assault, the third devil continued dodging without ever attacking directly. His agility was remarkable, leaving the slightly cumbersome Golden Puppet unable to touch a single piece of his clothing. On the other hand, the third devil couldn't harm the Golden Puppet either. Thus, under the continuous harassment of the Golden Puppet, the two found themselves in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Seeing his sneak attack fail to seriously injure the Imperial Martial Killer, Jonathan frowned. His original plan was to seriously wound one killer first, then finish them off. Now that it failed, another sneak attack would be less likely to succeed, especially since the Imperial Martial Killer was now alert, making successful strikes nearly impossible and potentially exposing Jonathan to retaliation. Considering this, Jonathan changed his strategy and set his sights on the Imperial Martial Killer engaged with the golden puppet. "I'll kill you first," Jonathan muttered, sneaking up behind the killer. At the location of the second devil, after seeing the mysterious person not act again, they relaxed somewhat and immediately began dismantling Jonathan's heavenly derivation formation while staying alert for any further attacks from Jonathan. The third devil avoided the golden puppet's attacks and tried to find a way to break the formation. Although his netherworld devil eye had mostly identified the weaknesses of the current formation, being constantly harassed by the resilient and incredibly strong peak 10th stage golden puppet prevented him from taking action. All he could do was dodge the golden puppet's relentless assaults. Unbeknownst to him, danger had arrived as Jonathan had silently approached him from behind. 9-stage Thunder Fist, 7th move, Thunder pierces heaven and earth. Jonathan whispered. Seizing the perfect moment, he delivered another charged-up thunderous punch, aiming directly for the back of the third devil. At this point, the unguarded second devil had swiftly broken all 3 layers of Jonathan's heavenly derivation formation. After breaking the formation, he saw a thunder-fueled fist heading straight towards their third member. "Be careful, Hansen," the second devil yelled urgently, but it was too late. Jonathan's 9-stage thunder fist landed squarely on the third devil's back. Not as strong as the second devil, he did not react fast enough and was hit full force by Jonathan. Spit. The third devil spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying forward directly into the path of the peak 10th stage golden puppet. Bang! The third devil slammed into the golden puppet's arms, who quickly embraced him with all its might, causing the third devil's bones to snap from the immense strength. In moments, the golden puppet crushed the heavily injured third devil to death. On the other side, the second devil witnessed his third brother die right before his eyes, tears streaming down his face as he screamed in anguish, "Hansen!" No response came from the lifeless third devil. Damn it! Damn it! Who are you? I will kill you!" The second devil roared in fury. Instead of rushing to avenge his third brother, he turned and ran, leaving Jonathan momentarily stunned, as it was not what he expected. You shadowy rats have such small courage. You're fleeing like this, too spineless," Jonathan remarked sarcastically. However, Jonathan had no intention of letting the Imperial Martial Killer escape. He activated the full power of his 3 transformation divine body to boost his entire physique and chased after him. Instantly, Jonathan's speed increased, quickly catching up to the second devil. Chapter 125, the Asa. Just as Jonathan chased after the 2 spectral ghosts, an extremely stealthy figure, so discreet that even Jonathan didn't notice it, silently followed behind. This figure was none other than the leader of the 5 spectral ghosts who had been lurking outside the dark cave all along. Asa, a top-tier killer of the heavenly rank and also a peak 10th stage martial emperor. From the very beginning, Asa hadn't detected Jonathan's presence either. It wasn't until Jonathan attacked the 5th spectral ghost that he realized someone was there. However, due to Jonathan's sudden attack, he couldn't save his subordinate. Yet, as a cold-blooded heavenly rank killer, he didn't particularly care. After all, aside from himself, the other 4 were merely subordinates he had recruited, with no real emotional attachment. Therefore, he didn't overly concern himself with their well-being. Thus, when Jonathan attacked the 4th spectral ghost, he still didn't act. He genuinely couldn't detect Jonathan's presence, knowing only that the person was nearby but unable to locate him. This puzzled Asa immensely. Even under his flawless, spectral ghost eye, such powerful invisibility secret art existed, capable of evading his detection. This immediately piqued his interest. Such terrifying invisibility secret art. If it falls into my hands, wouldn't I instantly become the greatest assassin in the world? Asa thought. His mindset began to shift. Now, more than killing the mysterious man, he wanted to obtain his invisibility secret art. Observing the man, he noted that despite mastering such fearsome concealment, his cultivation seemed low, barely managing to defeat his subordinates, making him seem insignificant. So, Asa remained hidden, waiting for the right moment to strike. He didn't believe the mysterious man could maintain invisibility indefinitely. He waited for the moment when the man would lower his guard and deactivate his concealment before acting. Additionally, Asa suspected the mysterious man might be his assassination target, the genius from the Xuanhuan Holy Land, Jonathan. After all, they were deep in the dark progenitor mountains, far from civilization, and he couldn't think of anyone else who would be here at this time. Therefore, he was determined not to let Jonathan slip away. Otherwise, his master at the Xuanhuan Holy Land would surely hold him accountable. With this resolve, Asa continued watching silently as Jonathan dispatched the 4th and 3rd spectral ghosts without interference. He intended to wait until Jonathan deactivated his concealment before attacking. Following Jonathan closely, he watched as Jonathan chased down and confronted the last remaining subordinate, the 2nd spectral ghost. On the other side, Jonathan finally caught up to the 2nd spectral ghost and shouted. The 7th strike of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Thunder pierces heaven and earth. This was the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist executed while Jonathan was in his 3 transformations divine body state. Consequently, the power of this lightning fist increased several times over. Instantly, thunder filled the sky. Endless bolts converging from above to form a colossal fist of lightning which smashed toward the 2nd spectral ghost. A deafening explosion shook the earth. The 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist shattered the 2nd spectral ghost's dagger and enveloped him entirely. In his dying breath, the 2nd spectral ghost murmured, "You will join me soon." With that, Jonathan's enhanced 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist obliterated the 2nd spectral ghost into pieces. Relieved after eliminating the last opponent, Jonathan released his 3 transformations divine body and concealment art. Phew, finally got rid of them. That was a bit troublesome, Jonathan muttered, unaware that a highly stealthy figure had silently approached from behind. Indeed, it's this 7th rank martial spirit named Jonathan. I never expected a genius from the Xuanhuan Holy Land to be so formidable, Asa remarked upon seeing Jonathan's revealed form. He now confirmed the identity of the mysterious man who had been hunting his subordinates. Though you are powerful, you made a miscalculation. In the end, I am the winner, Asa thought smugly, then moved quietly towards Jonathan. Jonathan, however, remained oblivious, preparing to return to the dark cave to inspect the mana crystal mine. Suddenly, a surge of extreme danger washed over Jonathan's senses. Without hesitation, he activated the residual cloud shadow shift technique, instantly switching places with his shadow body. A terrifying blood-colored light instantly pierced through the shadow body. So, there was another assassin after all, Jonathan thought. From the start, when he arrived outside the dark cave, he had sensed a faint threat, initially assuming it was from the 4 Imperial martial assassins. But after dispatching them, the sensation persisted, alerting Jonathan to a more dangerous hidden threat nearby. Especially after hearing the second spectral ghost's final words, "You will join me soon," Jonathan became convinced that another assassin was lurking. Thus, he deliberately ended the concealment art to lure the hidden assassin out. And as he anticipated, by feigning relaxation, the hidden assassin was indeed drawn to attack. Although it was risky, the plan succeeded. To ensure he could track the attacker, Jonathan left a trace of shadow law within his shadow body. Chapter 126, Shadow Mark. The moment Jonathan's shadow body was pierced by the Christian, he controlled the shadow law force to blend into the assassin's shadow. Now, no matter how the Christian hid its form again, Jonathan could effortlessly sense its shadow trail. On the other side, the Christian instantly realized it had been deceived the moment it pierced through Jonathan's shadow body. It swiftly retreated while immediately activating its invisibility secret technique to hide itself. However, Jonathan found this very amusing. Sure enough, these dark mouse assassins would retreat immediately if their attack failed. They were indeed afraid of death. But now, with a shadow mark placed on that guy, there was no way he could escape. It was like a bright light in the darkness. Thus, Jonathan wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he walked calmly towards the direction where the Christian was hiding, saying, "Don't hide anymore. I've already marked you. Come out and fight honorably. I've never fought a peak 10th rank martial emperor level assassin before. Let's see what happens." Despite Jonathan's words, the concealed Christian remained unmoved. "Himph, such an amateur trick. Trying to lure me out? Do you think I'm a fool?" The Christian sneered inwardly. Although he couldn't figure out when Jonathan discovered him, he was confident that Jonathan wouldn't find him while he was under the invisibility secret technique. However, reality soon proved otherwise. Jonathan once again activated the power of the threefold divine body, then unleashed the 7th move of the 9 tribulation lightning fist. Thunder pierces heaven and earth, directly aiming at the Christian's location. "Since you won't come out, I'll just beat you out," Jonathan said. Infinite lightning erupted from Jonathan's body as he surged forward toward the Christian. On the other side, the assassin's invisibility technique wasn't as powerful as Jonathan's all-concealing immortal technique and could not avoid damage while invisible. Hence, the Christian was forced to reveal its form and withstand the thunderbolt. Boom. "Ha, did you finally come out?" Jonathan mocked mercilessly. The exposed Christian looked grim and retorted stubbornly, "Boy, did you guess right? You really think I'd fall for that again? Don't flatter yourself." The Christian still couldn't fathom how his prided concealment technique was so easily seen through by Jonathan. Moreover, after being detected, he scanned himself thoroughly with the umbral ghost eye, but found no trace of the mark Jonathan mentioned. Therefore, the overly confident Christian believed Jonathan was bluffing and had merely guessed correctly. Thinking this, he concealed himself again, doubting that Jonathan could guess right again. However, he didn't realize that the mark Jonathan spoke of truly existed within his shadow. The nature of the shadow law power was too advanced for an ordinary martial artist like the Christian to detect. Only immortals possessed the ability to sense such high-level powers. Thus, he assumed Jonathan was deceiving him. Seeing the Christian still unwilling to give up, Jonathan lost patience and unleashed the 9 tribulation lightning fist once more. Infinite lightning rained down upon the newly hidden position of the Christian. Kaboom! This time, faced with another wave of endless lightning, the Christian was left in shock. How is this possible? Did Jonathan really mark me? Why can't I detect it? The Christian began questioning reality frantically. After enduring another, thunder pierces heaven and earth, he used the umbral ghost eye to search for the mark once more. Jonathan watched and sneered, "Stop searching. Your abilities won't let you find it. Accept your fate." After hearing Jonathan's words, the Christian realized he couldn't find the mark on his body and conceded, "Humph, boy, I admit, I underestimated you. You are indeed resourceful, capable of killing 4 9th rank Imperial level assassins at the 7th rank Spirit Warrior stage. And you have many mysterious secret techniques. However, a 7th rank Spirit Warrior is still a 7th rank Spirit Warrior. Killing me won't be easy. Even if you manage to kill me, can you truly defeat me with your skills?" The Christian remained confident. Jonathan pondered after hearing the Christian's words. Indeed, there was a vast difference between a late-stage 7th rank Spirit Warrior and a peak 10th rank Martial Emperor. Even in his fully powered threefold divine body state, Jonathan could only match him blow for blow without causing serious harm. This made it difficult for Jonathan to subdue the Christian. Yet, letting him go wasn't an option for Jonathan. "Do I need to use the 13th rank Guardian Blade talisman given by old ancestor Demon Blade?" Jonathan thought, hesitating. But using such a powerful talisman that could injure even half-step immortals on just a peak 10th rank Martial Emperor felt wasteful. Jonathan was reluctant. After some thought, he decided not to let the Christian off the hook. He wanted to test who could outlast whom. After all, the 7 Aperture's myriad spirits art he practiced was renowned for its abundant spirit energy reserves, matching those of a peak 10th rank Martial Emperor. He believed he could endure longer than the assassin. With this in mind, Jonathan coldly said, "Humph, talking won't change anything. If you want to kill me, prepare to be killed. And I'm curious to see if you can break my invisibility technique." If you can't, why shouldn't I take a shot at you? After all, I'm in an unbeatable position. Even if I can't kill you, I have nothing to lose. Having spoken, Jonathan vanished in front of the Christian by activating the all-concealing immortal technique. The assassin frowned upon hearing Jonathan's last words, shattering the confidence he gained from his superior cultivation. Indeed, as Jonathan said, his invisibility technique had been seen through, and Jonathan had marked him. Chapter 127. The Unfortunate Gorin. Jonathan could see Gorin even after he became invisible. However, Gorin could not penetrate Jonathan's invisibility technique and could only suffer passively. In such a situation, Jonathan was indeed in an invincible position and had no reason to fear Gorin. Thinking of this, Gorin felt a bit restless. Watching Jonathan disappear before his eyes and being unable to find him created a stifling feeling that made him extremely uncomfortable. Humph brat, then try to kill me, Gorin sneered. He didn't believe that with his cultivation as a peak 10th rank Emperor Realm practitioner, he couldn't outlast Jonathan. After saying this, Gorin stopped negotiating with Jonathan and turned to run. He didn't believe that Jonathan, with his 7th rank Spirit Realm cultivation, could really catch up with him. On the other side, Jonathan furrowed his brows slightly when he saw Gorin turn to flee. He then activated his 3 transformations divine body and used the residual cloud shadow step to chase after him. Thunder strikes heaven and earth. Jonathan unleashed a powerful punch from afar, striking at Gorin's back as he fled. However, Gorin managed to block it completely with a backhanded slash, though his speed was somewhat affected. Seeing this, Jonathan continued to pursue relentlessly, unleashing the 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist, repeatedly, keeping Gorin busy while also draining his spiritual energy. This made Gorin incredibly frustrated. As an assassin, his spiritual energy reserves were not among the strongest of 10th rank Emperor Realm practitioners, and he was not built for prolonged battles. Under the augmentation of the 3 transformations divine body, Jonathan's 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist was extremely dominant, requiring full attention from Gorin with each strike. Moreover, each punch contained lightning, forcing him to consume more spiritual energy to neutralize the lightning within his body after every clash. This greatly increased the burden on Gorin's spiritual energy reserves. Truly a terrifying freak. A mere 7th rank Spirit Realm practitioner has forced me into such a predicament. It's truly maddening. And how does that kid's spiritual energy seem inexhaustible? Gorin cursed aloud. Meanwhile, he quickly thought about ways to escape. This can't continue. Otherwise, I'll be worn down by this kid eventually, Gorin muttered to himself. He then took out a map of the Dark Mountains and began to think about where he could shake off the pesky Jonathan. For better fluency and natural reading in English, persistent is better replaced with pesky. It conveys the annoyance more naturally. Also, to maintain consistency in terminology and style as per the original text, began considering has been slightly adjusted to began to think about for smoother reading. Jonathan chased Gorin for a while but found no way to overcome him, which left him somewhat irritable. Worse still, the duration of his 3 transformations divine body was nearing its limit. Although his spiritual energy remained abundant, losing the attribute enhancements of the 3 transformations divine body would make it difficult for him to keep up with the peak 10th rank Emperor Realm Gorin. Reflecting on this, Jonathan felt reluctant. Do I have to let him go? Jonathan murmured. He began thinking of ways to deal with Gorin. While Jonathan had many trump cards, they were too powerful. For instance, the 13th rank Guardian Dao knife symbol or the king level Demon Slayer sword within his spirit acupoint could easily destroy Gorin, but the cost was too high. Using these methods to kill Gorin was impractical. After much deliberation, once the power boost from Jonathan's 3 transformations divine body ended, his speed dropped dramatically. Soon, Gorin started to distance himself from Jonathan. Gorin suddenly noticed Jonathan slowing down and was overjoyed. Haha, I was wondering how to deal with you, but it turns out you're running out of steam. After today, I will surely kill you the next time we meet. Gorin laughed heartily. Believing Jonathan was weakening, he relaxed his vigilance. On Jonathan's side, after the 3 transformations divine body's effects wore off, his speed dropped drastically. Although he continued chasing, he no longer held much hope. As long as Gorin kept trying to escape, Jonathan had no means to stop him. Just as he was about to give up, a golden great rock suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dark Ancestor Mountains. Note, Dark Mountains seems to be a mistranslation or typo. Based on context from the original text, it should likely be Dark Ancestor Mountains, or a similar proper noun. Upon seeing Gorin intrude into its territory, the rock immediately gave chase. Its speed was more than twice as fast as Gorin's. What? An 11th rank Beast Saint Realm monster? Jonathan remarked. Seeing the golden-winged great rock, Jonathan was taken aback. This was a notoriously swift and fierce beast he hadn't expected to encounter here. It looks like there might be a twist, Jonathan thought. Earlier, Gorin had not activated his invisibility technique to save spiritual energy while fleeing, thus alarming the golden-winged great rock. The rock's speed was more than double Gorin's, making it impossible for him to escape. This was indeed adding insult to injury. Realizing this, Gorin felt extremely disheartened. Damn it, why did this happen now? Gorin roared madly. On the other hand, Jonathan was delighted. Originally, he was about to give up, as using his trump cards on a 10th rank Emperor Realm practitioner was highly inefficient. However, Gorin's misfortune led to him being targeted by the swift and tenacious 11th rank golden-winged great rock. With things taking an unexpected turn, Jonathan decided to continue the pursuit, curious how long Gorin could hold out against the rock. Continuing his pursuit stealthily, Jonathan was confident he wouldn't lose sight of Gorin, given the tracking mark he had placed on him. Under constant attacks from the golden-winged great rock, Gorin suffered repeated setbacks, growing exhausted. The rock not only moved faster than Gorin but was also 1 rank stronger, putting Gorin at a severe disadvantage. Damn it! Damn it! Gorin cursed. He was almost driven mad by frustration, never expecting such bad luck on this mission, losing 4 subordinates and provoking a prodigy like Jonathan from the Yellow Sage Holy Land. Even if he survived this encounter, the kin of the Yellow Sage Holy Land would not spare him, ensuring his future days were numbered. Moreover, surviving this current predicament was uncertain. Chapter 128, The Golden-Winged Great Pung Bird. After all, the golden-winged great pung bird before him was a whole rank stronger than Terrence. Terrence could barely hold on for long in its hands, especially after he had been significantly weakened by Jonathan earlier. Thinking of this, Terrence clenched his teeth and made a heart-wrenching decision to gamble. Trying to outpace the golden-winged great pung bird was impossible. No matter how powerful the secret art, it couldn't double his speed for long. The only way to save himself was to make one desperate attempt to injure the bird, drastically reducing its speed, and then escape. With this thought, Terrence focused on the bird's wings. Fortunately, this golden-winged great pung bird is only at the initial stage of 11th rank beast saint. Otherwise, even if I used my secret art, I doubt I could hurt it, he murmured to himself. I wonder if Jonathan is still chasing me. Seeing that Jonathan, who occasionally attacked him with the 9 Tribulation Thunder Fist, had not shown any signs of movement for a while, Terrence was unsure whether Jonathan was still pursuing him. Given his inability to detect Jonathan's presence, he couldn't determine if the latter was still chasing him. However, recalling that Jonathan's speed had greatly decreased, he guessed that perhaps Jonathan lacked the spirit energy to continue the chase. This slightly reassured him. I hope Jonathan has stopped chasing, he thought hopefully. Preparing to use his secret technique, he faced the golden-winged great pung bird. With my essence blood, I invoke the demonic god, possessed by the god of death. As he chanted, his entire body rapidly lost blood, shrinking considerably. Yet, his aura and menacing energy grew exponentially. Soon, a shadowy figure appeared behind him, causing his power to surge several times over. This sudden display momentarily stunned the golden-winged great pung bird, slowing its attacks. Die, beast! Terrence roared. Empowered by the shadowy figure, he swiftly charged at the golden-winged great pung bird, slashing out a terrifying cold light that severed one of its wings. Aya! The bird let out a deafening shriek as blood spewed from the wound, plunging into the Dark Clan Mountains. Upon witnessing his successful strike, Terrence did not pursue but fled quickly instead. The possessed by the god of death secret technique was a sacrificial art. Staying in this state too long could drain all his life essence, leading to his self-sacrifice without needing anyone else's hand. Thus, having successfully struck, Terrence immediately ended the possessed state and fled for his life. Even though the golden-winged great pung bird was heavily wounded, it might still possess formidable fighting power. He couldn't be sure of killing it. Even so, after deactivating the possessed state, Terrence's physique shrank dramatically, appearing almost skeletal, highlighting the terrifying nature of this secret technique. This was why he always hesitated to use it, unless pushed into a dire situation. I've fallen back to early-stage Emperor, he muttered gloomily. Meanwhile, Jonathan, who had been trailing Terrence, witnessed his terrifying strike through the heavenly inspection array, and felt a cold sweat break out on his back. I didn't expect this guy to have such a trump card. Thankfully, he didn't use it against me. Jonathan sighed in relief. It seems I shouldn't underestimate anyone easily. Observing that Terrence didn't follow up on injuring the golden-winged great pung bird but fled instead, Jonathan felt an odd sensation. But upon seeing Terrence's emaciated frame and rapidly declining aura, he understood the immense cost of the secret technique. So, the technique must be extremely draining, Jonathan realized. No wonder Terrence didn't hesitate to deactivate it immediately. It was clear the technique couldn't be reused easily. Relieved, Jonathan thanked the golden-winged great pung bird for taking the blow. Haha, since Terrence is suffering from the backlash of the technique, maybe now is my chance to finish him off? Jonathan rejoiced. He sprinted toward Terrence, knowing he couldn't give the latter a moment to recover. After evading the golden-winged great pung bird, Terrence found a cave to rest. Exhausted from prolonged pursuit and the backlash of the forbidden technique, he needed a hidden and safe place to recuperate. Finding a secluded valley with a relatively remote cave, he immediately entered. Meanwhile, Jonathan caught up, spotting Terrence meditating inside the cave. You've stopped, huh? Looks like you can barely hold on. Now you'll die a miserable death, Jonathan whispered, slowly approaching the cave entrance. He didn't rush to attack, but began channeling his power for a fatal blow. Phew, divine body transformation has recovered some strength. I should be able to endure a bit longer and end his life, Jonathan thought, activating divine body transformation once more and charging the 7th form of the 9 Tribulation Thunder Fist, heaven-piercing lightning. Die! Jonathan growled, suddenly striking Terrence's head while he was meditating. Despite being taken by surprise at close range, Terrence, as a top-tier heavenly killer, managed to react, blocking the lethal blow above his head with a dagger. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as Terrence was blasted out of the cave. Although he prevented the fatal injury, his condition remained grim. Hashtag Chapter 129, Divine Killer Possession Secret Art. His entire body was charred and bloody, with large chunks of flesh missing. His head was almost blown apart, revealing the skull inside clearly. Spit. Autry spat out a large mouthful of blood, mixed with internal organ fragments in anger. Damned bastard, Jonathan. I will make you die. Autry roared furiously. In his current near-exhausted state, after being ambushed by Jonathan, he had no strength left to resist. Even his mental state had become somewhat disordered. Gasp, with my essence and blood. Invoke the demon god. Divine killer possession? Autry's eyes were filled with endless hatred as he forced himself to cast the forbidden secret art once again while spitting out blood. On the other side, upon hearing the incantation from Autry, Jonathan, who had witnessed the terrifying power of the forbidden secret art, immediately unleashed heaven-hidden immortal technique and residual cloud body transformation technique to rapidly retreat. It wasn't until he retreated out of the valley that Jonathan stopped and looked back. From a distance, all he could see was Autry casting the secret art forcefully, with a vague figure slowly appearing. However, Before the figure solidified completely, it was clear that Autry was sucked dry into a human husk and then died instantly. The vague figure also immediately dissipated. Huh? He's dead? Directly killed by backlash? Jonathan muttered. Then, cautiously returning to the valley to check, he quickly saw Autry's desiccated corpse, which had been completely drained of all its blood. What kind of forbidden secret art is this? Calling it a suicide secret art wouldn't be too far off. Jonathan couldn't help but comment. This was the first time he had seen a forbidden secret art with such a terrifying backlash, even more so than using the demon-slaying sword, a divine king-level weapon. It could directly suck the life out of a person. Truly a damned secret art, Jonathan thought as he removed the storage ring from Autry's finger to examine his spoils. After searching through the ring, there wasn't much valuable stuff except for a piece of parchment inscribed with blood letters that caught Jonathan's attention. Is this the damned forbidden secret art that guy used? Jonathan muttered to himself. Then he activated the system to inspect it. Fragment of Divine Killer Scroll No. 12. A celestial grade secret art. It records various top-tier killing techniques created by the ancient celestial king, Divine Killer. Due to its incomplete state, only half of the Divine Killer possession secret art is recorded here, with immense side effects and backlash. Proceed with caution when cultivating. Seeing the fragment of Divine Killer Scroll No. 12 Jonathan was stunned. He hadn't expected that Autry's damned secret art was actually a celestial king-level technique. But the only recorded technique on this fragment of Divine Killer Scroll No. 12, Divine Killer Possession, was incomplete. Even the system warned about the significant backlash during cultivation. Indeed, it seemed quite useless. No wonder the secret art was so damned. It's an incomplete one. If it were a complete version of Divine Killer Possession, I wonder if the side effects would still be so severe. Jonathan commented. At that moment, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Ping. Detected incompleteness in the Divine Killer Possession secret art. Would the host like to spend comprehension points to complete it? Startled by the sudden prompt, Jonathan hesitated, then broke into a grin. If it can be completed, then of course, I should try completing it. After all, it's a celestial grade secret art. If the side effects aren't too severe after completion, it might be worth cultivating. Jonathan murmured to himself. He then decided to try completing the Divine Killer Possession secret art. Choose completion, Jonathan said. Instantly, the incantations for Divine Killer Possession began filling in the gaps within Jonathan's mind. Once the completion was finalized, Jonathan saw a vague shadowy figure in his consciousness space, clearer than before. Within his consciousness space, Jonathan and the shadowy figure seemed to have formed some kind of agreement. He could feel a contract-like link established between them. It seemed that as long as certain conditions of this contract were met, he could borrow the power of the shadowy figure. When this feeling became clear, Jonathan withdrew from his consciousness space. At this point, the system's prompt sounded again. Ping. Incomplete. Divine Killer Possession secret art has been fully restored. Host successfully comprehended the complete Divine Killer Possession secret art. Upon hearing the prompt, Jonathan realized he had unknowingly mastered the Divine Killer Possession secret art. I didn't expect that mastering the Divine Killer Possession secret art would be relatively easy. No wonder Autry could learn it. Turns out it only required establishing a contract. At the same time, now that Jonathan had mastered the complete Divine Killer Possession secret art, he understood why the side effects of the incomplete version Autry used were so powerful. The incomplete Divine Killer Possession only recorded the incantation for sacrifice, but not the method for creating the sacrificial item. The complete Divine Killer Possession secret art actually has two parts. The first part records how to create a blood sacrifice item to use as a sacrifice. The second part records the incantation used during the sacrificial ritual. Yes, you heard right. The Divine Killer Possession secret art doesn't require the user's own essence and blood as sacrifices. It only needs a prepared blood sacrifice item to substitute for personal essence and blood expenditure. Because Autry lacked the first part of the Divine Killer Possession secret art, he had been directly using his own essence and blood as sacrifices. No wonder the consumption was so great, and using it was so damned, primarily because he lacked the blood sacrifice item. Now, with the complete Divine Killer Possession secret art, Jonathan could use the blood sacrifice item to replace the necessary consumptions when using the secret art. Thus, using the Divine Killer Possession secret art became entirely without cost for Jonathan. Haha, no wonder a celestial grade secret art wouldn't be so damned. It turns out Autry only learned the most damning part. Jonathan laughed heartily. He couldn't help but feel a bit sympathetic towards Autry. Haha, obtaining this secret art certainly means I'll be much stronger in the future, Jonathan thought. Although the Divine Killer Possession secret art requires extremely high-quality fresh blood for the blood sacrifice item, it still served as a decent life-saving card. Translation notes. Chapter 129. The Secret Art of the Possessing War God. Autry's body was charred and bloodied, with chunks of flesh mangled. A large portion of his head seemed to have been blasted away, exposing the skull inside. KHH. Autry spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of internal organs. Damned bastard, Jonathan. I'll kill you. Autry roared in anger. Already in a near-death state, he had no strength left to resist after being ambushed by Jonathan once more. Even his mental state was becoming disoriented. KHH. With my essence blood, I summoned the demon god. Possession of the war god. Autry's eyes were filled with boundless resentment as he forcefully attempted to use the forbidden secret art again while spitting out blood. Meanwhile, upon hearing the incantation from Autry, Jonathan, who had witnessed the terrifying nature of this forbidden art before, immediately activated the full sky hidden immortal technique and fading cloud shadow body decision to rapidly retreat. He only stopped when he was out of the valley and looked back. In the distance, he saw Autry force a mysterious figure to slowly appear through the secret art. However, before that figure fully materialized, it appeared Autry was instantly sucked dry, then died. The faint figure also immediately dissipated afterward. He's dead already? Directly killed by backlash? Jonathan muttered. He cautiously returned to the valley and found Autry's dried-up corpse, completely drained of blood. What kind of forbidden technique is this? Calling it a suicide technique wouldn't be far off. Jonathan couldn't help but comment. This was the first time he encountered a secret technique with such terrifying backlash, one whose cost exceeded even using the immortal king-level demon-slaying sword. It could directly suck a person dry at will. Truly a hellish technique. Thinking about this, Jonathan took off the storage ring from Autry's finger to examine his spoils. After searching the ring, he found little of value except for a fragment of parchment inscribed with bloody characters that caught his attention. Could this be that hellish forbidden technique? Jonathan wondered aloud. He then used the system to check. Fragment of the Scroll of the War God, Part 12, Immortal Grade Secret Technique. It contains many top-tier killing techniques created by the ancient Immortal King War God. Due to the current incompleteness of this scroll, only half of the Possessing War God secret technique is recorded here, and it has significant side effects and backlash. Use caution when practicing. Upon seeing the fragment of the Scroll of the War God, Part 12, Jonathan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Autry's hellish secret technique to actually be an immortal grade technique. But the fragment of the Scroll of the War God, Part 12 only contained the incomplete, Possessing War God technique, which the system warned carried significant backlash. It was indeed rather impractical. No wonder the technique was so hellish. It turns out it's an incomplete secret technique. If it were a complete version of the Possessing War God technique, I wonder if the side effects would still be so severe. Jonathan commented. At this moment, the system's notification sound rang again. Alarm. Detected the incomplete, Possessing War God technique. Do you wish to expend comprehension points to complete it? Hearing the sudden notification, Jonathan hesitated, then rejoiced. If it can be completed, I should definitely try completing it. After all, it's an immortal grade technique. If the side effects aren't too severe after completion, I could practice it, Jonathan murmured to himself. Deciding to repair the Possessing War God technique, he chose to do so. Choose repair, Jonathan said. Immediately, the incomplete incantation of the Possessing War God technique began filling in within Jonathan's mind. After completion, in his consciousness space, Jonathan vaguely saw the faint figure once again, but this time much clearer. In his consciousness space, Jonathan seemed to reach some agreement with the faint figure, establishing a contractual connection between them. As if reaching certain conditions in this contract, he could harness the power of the faint figure. When this feeling became clear, Jonathan exited his consciousness space. At this moment, the system's notification sounded again. Alarm. The incomplete, Possessing War God technique has been fully restored. You have successfully comprehended the complete, Possessing War God technique. Hearing this, Jonathan realized he had subconsciously mastered the Possessing War God technique. Unbelievable. Learning this Possessing War God technique is quite easy. No wonder Autry managed to learn it. It seems he only needed to establish a contractual connection. At the same time, having mastered the complete, Possessing War God technique, Jonathan understood why the side effects of the incomplete version Autry used were so powerful. The incomplete version of the Possessing War God technique only recorded the incantation for sacrifice, but not how to create sacrificial items. The complete, Possessing War God technique is divided into two parts. The upper part records how to create blood sacrifice for use in rituals. The lower part records the incantations during the ritual. Yes, you heard that right. The Possessing War God technique doesn't require the practitioner's own essence blood, but instead allows using blood sacrifice to replace personal essence blood consumption. Because Autry lacked the upper part of the Possessing War God technique, he used his own essence blood as a sacrifice every time, resulting in such enormous backlash and high cost. Without blood sacrifice, no wonder it was so punishing. Now that Jonathan obtained the complete, Possessing War God technique, he could use blood sacrifice to replace the energy cost of the technique, making its use entirely without personal expense. Haha, worthy of being an immortal grade technique. I knew immortal grade techniques wouldn't be so hellish. Turns out Autry only learned the most punitive part. Feeling a bit sympathetic towards Autry. Haha, with this technique, won't my future power grow even stronger? Jonathan thought. Although the quality of blood required for blood sacrifice is extremely high, it still serves as an excellent survival trump card. The tone, style, and paragraph structure were preserved as requested. Ensure the translation remained fluent and natural in English. Chapter 130. Remains of the Demon Race. Of course, to possess the power of a full force blow from a martial saint, one would have to at least offer the whole essence blood of a peak 10th stage martial emperor to create the sacrificial blood offering to obtain the strength of a martial saint. Furthermore, the secret art, killing god possession, also has extremely stringent requirements for physical prowess. It must be capable of withstanding the impact formed by more powerful forces pouring into the body. Therefore, with his physique now on par with that of a peak 10th stage martial emperor under the three transformations of the divine body state, Jonathan theoretically already had the potential to gain the strength of an 11th stage martial saint. Of course, he must prepare a peak 10th stage martial emperor level blood offering. Though this secret art, killing god possession, comes with certain limitations, it remains incredibly potent. After all, there was no need to sacrifice his own essence blood, and others could be purchased with spirit stones. The essence blood of a peak 10th stage martial emperor or 11th stage martial saint level demon beast, though valuable, wasn't exceedingly rare. As long as he spent spirit stones, he would definitely find what he needed. Moreover, as a disciple blessed with resources and benefits from being a heaven-ranked disciple and a true disciple, Jonathan was not short on spirit stones or credits. Upon returning to the primordial yellow Holy Land, he could directly use credits to buy what he needed. When that time came, he would be able to use the powerful secret art, killing god possession, without any side effects. Thinking of how terrifying Yiming Guisha appeared when using this secret art, Jonathan couldn't help but feel anticipation. After finalizing everything, Jonathan remembered the purpose of his journey to find the demonic crystal mine. He then turned around and started heading back to the cliff where the mine might be hidden. I wonder if there really is a demonic crystal mine there, Jonathan guessed. After all, when he first entered the dark cave, he didn't pay much attention and hadn't thoroughly searched for the traces of the mine. So, this time, he planned to search carefully. Soon, Jonathan returned to the location of the cliff. He jumped down into the dark cave without hesitation and began investigating. However, after searching everywhere, he found no trace of demonic crystals. How can this be? Could Randy and Creed have deceived me? They shouldn't have, Jonathan murmured doubtfully. From the moment he followed Randy, based on his statements, there should indeed be a demonic crystal mine here. But after searching extensively, Jonathan found nothing. Could the demonic crystal mine be underground? Jonathan wondered. After all, most ore veins, including spirit stone veins, are buried deep underground. Thinking of this, Jonathan began digging inch by inch into the ground, probing carefully. After searching for quite some time, suddenly, black light emerged from a large pit. Did I find it? Upon seeing the dim light, Jonathan immediately began digging deeper. Soon, a substantial amount of black, demonic crystals appeared before him. Haha, there really is a demonic crystal mine. It looks like my breakthrough to the 4th transformation of the 9th transformation divine devil body won't be problematic anymore. Jonathan laughed heartily. Subsequently, he transformed into a miner, gathering diligently. The quality of the demonic crystal mine wasn't particularly high, but the quantity was abundant, likely enough to support Jonathan's cultivation. So, he planned to dig up all the demonic crystals from this place. Jonathan started digging bit by bit, and became curious about something. Why are there demonic crystals here? Jonathan pondered. Logically, most demonic crystals should originate from the demon realm, making them extremely rare in the human world. Most practitioners of the demonic path often used magical beast cores to replace demonic crystals for cultivating demonic techniques. Those who purely used demonic crystals for cultivation were extremely few due to their rarity. Hence, Jonathan was curious about why small-scale demonic crystal mines existed in these dark blood mountains. After all, there wasn't a significant presence of demonic chi in the mountains, making it impossible for demonic crystal mines to form. Could there be another secret beneath this demonic crystal mine? Jonathan suddenly thought. Considering this, he dug even more enthusiastically. After 3 days and nights of relentless digging, Jonathan finally collected part of the demonic crystals. Beneath the ground, only a thin layer of demonic crystal remained. Seeing this, Jonathan did not stop and continued digging. Bang! As the layer of demonic crystal was shattered by Jonathan, a powerful burst of demonic chi erupted instantly. In a panic, Jonathan immediately activated the hidden immortal technique to evade the strange demonic chi. Oh, there really is something unusual, Jonathan mused. Witnessing the evidently superior demonic chi, he realized the secret beneath the demonic crystal vein was far from simple. With this in mind, while still in the state of hidden immortal technique, Jonathan cautiously walked into the gap within the broken layer of demonic crystal. Entering underground, Jonathan soon saw a medium-sized cave filled with high-quality demonic crystals. Among these demonic crystals, Jonathan seemed to glimpse what appeared to be black skeletal remains. What is that? Jonathan wondered curiously. Then, he approached the pile of demonic crystals, intending to see what lay buried within. Approaching the cluster, Jonathan immediately felt a faint pressure descending upon him. Despite being in the hidden immortal technique state, he could clearly sense the power of the skeleton. Contemplating this, Jonathan approached even more cautiously and slowly pried open the demonic crystals, seemingly grown out of the skeleton. After much effort, he finally cleared all the piled-up demonic crystals off the skeleton. Revealed was a skeleton adorned with 2 horns on its head, with a body resembling black jade. These are the remains of a demon race from the demon realm, Jonathan exclaimed in surprise. Although he had never truly seen the demon race from the demon realm, he knew some of their physical characteristics from ancient texts. Firstly, the 2 horns on top of the head were a common feature among many demon races in the demon realm, such as the bull demon clan, though Jonathan couldn't determine which specific race this skeleton belonged to. However, the black jade-like bones and skull traits confirmed that this skeleton belonged to a member of the demon race from the demon realm. No wonder demonic crystals appear here. It turns out a demon died here, Jonathan said aloud. #### chapter 131. The 9-pattern magic box. I can't tell what level of cultivation this demonic race was, but even after death, the demonic aura it emitted formed a small vein of magic crystals. It's clear that during its lifetime, it must have been an elite among the demonic realm, Jonathan muttered, speculating about the demon's strength and cultivation. But I don't understand why such a powerful figure from the demonic realm would end up dead in the mortal world? Jonathan asked, puzzled. After all, the demonic realm rivaled the immortal realm, teeming with celestial-level experts. How could one of them appear in the mortal world, where even the lowest-ranked celestial was scarce? Jonathan couldn't wrap his head around it, but after the events at the divine tomb within the gods and demons necropolis, his perspective had broadened, making him less easily surprised. Since he couldn't figure it out, Jonathan stopped overthinking and instead began searching the corpse, hoping to find some treasures or benefits. With this thought, Jonathan temporarily deactivated the heaven hiding spell and prepared to carefully examine the demon's remains. As soon as he approached, a pure wave of demonic aura surged towards him. Jonathan immediately activated the 9 transformations of divine demon body to resist it. Feeling the purity of the demonic aura, Jonathan was certain that the owner of these remains must have been a celestial-level demon. After all, no demon in the mortal realm could possess such pure demonic essence. It turns out to be a celestial demon, Jonathan said, inwardly delighted. A celestial demon's remains were invaluable resources for advancing his cultivation, especially for breaking through the bottleneck of the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations of divine demon body. Using low-grade magic crystals alone wouldn't be as effective. Thinking of this, Jonathan felt excited. Regardless of any other finds, just acquiring the remains of a celestial demon made this trip worthwhile. But despite this thought, Jonathan continued to search the body. Blocking the demonic aura emanating from the celestial demon's remains, he began exploring inch by inch. Soon enough, he found a rather inconspicuous ancient black ring hidden in a corner. Could this be a storage ring? Jonathan asked, elated. He quickly picked it up and scanned it with his divine sense. The restriction seals on the ring were extremely faint, and Jonathan broke them with ease, revealing the contents inside. Inside the vast storage ring lay a single small black wooden box. When Jonathan tried to open it, it remained stubbornly shut. Even a forceful attack did not leave a scratch. Realizing this, Jonathan activated the system to inspect the item. 9 pattern magic box, celestial treasure specifically designed to store extremely valuable items. To open it, one must unlock 9 secret patterns using demonic essence force. ***. Seeing the system's description, Jonathan was slightly astonished. This seemingly ordinary black wooden box was actually a celestial artifact, containing even more precious items inside. This discovery thrilled and amazed him simultaneously. If the box was already a celestial artifact, what kind of treasure could be inside it? Could it be another imperial artifact? Jonathan wondered happily. Immediately, he initiated the insight system to decipher the pattern lock on the 9 pattern magic box. ***. Detection. Host wishes to decipher the pattern lock on the 9 pattern magic box, requiring 10 insight points. Opening the 9 pattern magic box requires demonic essence force. Do you wish to proceed? ***. Taken aback, Jonathan realized that unlocking the 9 pattern magic box required demonic essence force, a power equivalent to celestial essence force, far superior to spirit energy. Only those who reached half-step celestial demon or celestial demon could harness this force, which was still far beyond his current reach. Disappointed but determined, Jonathan decided to attempt unlocking it with spirit energy anyway. Selecting Decipher the pattern lock, complex patterns flooded Jonathan's mind. After much effort, he barely understood how to unlock it. But knowing the password didn't guarantee successful opening. Deciding to try with spirit energy, Jonathan placed his hand on the 9 pattern magic box and channeled his spirit energy according to the steps he had learned. However, the box remained unmoved, not even showing the pattern lock slots. It was still an ordinary-looking black wooden box. Realizing he couldn't open it with his current abilities, Jonathan stored the 9 pattern magic box away, planning to return to it once he mastered demonic essence force. Afterward, Jonathan focused on studying the celestial demon's remains. The demonic aura here is quite strong, suitable for advancing my 4th transformation in the 9 transformations of divine demon body. I might as well digest these remains right here, he murmured. Deciding to proceed, Jonathan returned to the entrance of the magic crystal wall and set up several formations using the divine derivation array plate to contain and seal off the demonic aura. Once everything was secure, he retrieved the celestial demon's remains and began absorbing its demonic essence using the 9 transformations of divine demon body. Chapter 132. Breaking through to the 4th stage of the demonic transformation. Suddenly, a terrifying explosive force surged into Jonathan's body, like the roar of an ancient giant demon. The black demonic energy flowing through Jonathan's body seemed ready to engulf him entirely. Suppress it. Jonathan roared with effort, forcefully restraining the wild demonic power entering his body. Simultaneously, he began dividing this chaotic power, slowly absorbing it piece by piece. Waves of intense demonic aura continuously infiltrated Jonathan's entire body. At this moment, Jonathan activated the 9-fold deity demon body transformation and initiated the 3rd stage divine body to counteract the overwhelmingly powerful demonic energy. From the outside, Jonathan appeared as a small golden figure entwined with countless threads of demonic aura, the golden light and demonic light intertwining in a dazzling display. The demonic light gradually penetrated Jonathan's golden glow, slowly transforming him into a more demonic state. This process was exceedingly slow, but Jonathan felt elated during his cultivation. With the enhancement from the skeletal remains of a demon race from the underworld, Jonathan saw the possibility of breaking through to the 4th stage of the 9-fold deity demon body transformation. The demon body. Golden light from Jonathan's body progressively shifted into demonic light, and his aura grew increasingly formidable, resembling that of an ancient behemoth about to awaken. Time passed little by little. About 7 days later, all the golden light surrounding Jonathan had transformed completely into a dark, sinister demonic aura. Terrifying waves of demonic energy continually enveloped Jonathan's body. At this moment, even a brief glance at Jonathan could make one believe he was a world-renowned demonic fiend. On this day, when all the golden light on Jonathan's body had fully transformed into demonic light, he suddenly opened his eyes and shouted loudly, breakthrough. Instantly, Jonathan redirected all the demonic power in his body towards the final bottleneck. Boom. The ground shook violently. In the instant Jonathan unleashed his full demonic energy, the entire underground cavern was almost completely destroyed. Even the heaven-derived array disc, placed outside the cave entrance, was breached by Jonathan's sudden surge of demonic power. Immediately, boundless demonic energy erupted from the dark cavern, bursting out of the mountain cliffs and rushing towards the sky. The originally clear sky instantly turned overcast, looking like a scene from Doomsday. Moreover, the terrifying demonic aura radiated outward from where Jonathan stood. Beast-like creatures and birds in the forest were frightened and fled in all directions, creating a scene akin to the emergence of a great demon. This sight was also witnessed by many martial artists exploring the Darkline Mountains, and several of them began making their way toward the cliff where Jonathan was located. Look, there is a towering surge of demonic light. It seems some demonic treasure is about to emerge. Everyone, let's go check it out. One lone cultivator exploring the Darkline Mountains exclaimed. Haha, it seems like some demonic treasure is about to appear. Our luck is indeed fantastic. Just after entering the Darkline Mountains, we encounter such an event. Moreover, the treasure appears to be quite close to us. It looks like this demonic treasure will belong to us. A scar-faced man holding a large broadsword laughed madly, as if the soon-to-be-born demonic treasure was already theirs. Our luck is indeed good. Given the strength of our rampaging beast thieves cultivation group, no one will dare to challenge us. Let's go check it out. The leader of the rampaging beast thieves cultivation group, a man in black armor, said before leading his dozen or so followers toward the cliff where Jonathan was situated. At the same time, many others noticed the scene of surging demonic energy. Iggy, it seems some demonic treasure is about to emerge there. Should we go see? An elderly servant asked. However, if anyone were present, they would realize that this seemingly old servant was actually an 11th stage martial saint powerhouse. For such a high-ranking warrior to serve as a servant highlighted the Callan's esteemed status. Upon hearing his elder servant's words, the Callan in golden robes became intrigued and responded. Why not? Let's go check it out. After all, the Darkline Mountains have been a place of great fortune since the ancient era, and there are still many opportunities here. Following these words, the two headed towards the location where Jonathan was situated. Thus, the massive disturbance caused by Jonathan's breakthrough attracted many people. Meanwhile, Jonathan was fully focused on pushing himself through the 4th stage demon body of the 9-fold deity demon body transformation. Break open. Jonathan roared once again. Instantly, another round of demonic energy burst forth. This time, it sounded like jade shattering. The bottleneck that had plagued Jonathan for a long time finally broke apart. Endless demonic energy was thoroughly released. All the bones in Jonathan's body were now thoroughly dyed pitch black, similar to the remains of a deity demon-level strongman from the underworld. In his meridians, an infinite amount of black energy lay hidden, far exceeding the intensity of the 2nd stage demon body by 100-fold. Through this breakthrough, Jonathan's physical strength had taken a significant leap forward, elevating from being comparable to that of a 10th stage peak martial emperor to now being able to withstand a single blow from a 12th stage martial god. If he were to activate the 4th stage demon body, Jonathan wouldn't dare believe how exaggerated his physical condition and strength would become. In unconventional combat, especially when only comparing physical strength, Jonathan felt that, with the 4th stage demon body activated, he could challenge a 12th stage martial god. Of course, under normal circumstances, Jonathan was still no match for a 12th stage martial god, given the critical gap in cultivation levels. Even so, Jonathan found the enhancement from the 9-fold deity demon body transformation, 4th stage demon body 2, terrifying. Previously, he could not handle the nether ghost killer despite using his full strength. Now, without relying on the enhancement of the all-sky hidden immortal technique, Jonathan felt confident that he could easily crush the nether ghost killer. I wonder what level my current strength has reached? Can I defeat an 11th stage martial saint? Jonathan muttered to himself. At this moment, having experienced the immense enhancement of the 4th stage demon body, Jonathan no longer took 10th stage martial emperors seriously and was eager to find an 11th stage martial saint to test his mettle. If this were known outside, it would undoubtedly shock everyone. A late 7th stage martial spirit wanted to challenge an 11th stage martial saint. Truly unbelievable. However, at this moment, Jonathan indeed had the confidence to do so. Just as Jonathan was assessing his own strength, a large crowd had gathered outside the dark cavern, and several skirmishes had already broken out. What's happening outside? Did my earlier disturbance attract attention? Hearing the commotion outside, Jonathan frowned and decided to go check. Chapter 133. The Fierce Beast Thieves Cultivation Group. Soon, Jonathan emerged from the crystal pit, having swept away everything inside without leaving a trace. He then leisurely walked out of the dark cavern. At this moment, outside the dark cave, the atmosphere was tense with people facing off against each other. Seeing a figure emerge from the cave, all eyes immediately turned to him. Damn, someone has already gone in and it's a 7th rank spirit warrior. That demon treasure is probably already taken by this person, a 9th rank imperial martial artist said. The others also ceased their conflict, glaring hostilely at Jonathan. Hey kid, why did you come out of the cave? Did you take that demon treasure inside? A scar-faced man carrying a beheading greatsword spoke arrogantly. Jonathan, taken aback momentarily, seemed to recall something and calmly responded, "Oh, you're talking about the demon treasure. Yes, there was indeed one. Even if I say I didn't take it, would you believe me?" Having said this calmly, he had neither lied nor felt the need to lie. As he mentioned, even if he hadn't taken it, they wouldn't have let him go just like that. After all, he was the one who came out of the cave. Of course, within this cave, there was indeed a top-tier demon treasure inside the 9-strike demon box. "Oh, since you got it, hand it over, and I'll spare your life," the scar-faced man said, reaching out to demand the demon treasure from Jonathan without any sign of respect for him. To him, a mere 7th rank spirit warrior couldn't cause much trouble. After all, he was a 10th rank peak sovereign level powerhouse. Such a weakling could be easily crushed with a single slap, so why should he care? However, Jonathan remained unperturbed, responding with interest, "The demon treasure is in my storage ring. If you can defeat me, I'll give it to you." Jonathan paid no attention to the scar-faced man either. Having broken through to the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations magic body, he wanted to test his newfound strength. Facing a 10th rank peak sovereign level opponent like the scar-faced man was an ideal match. Thus, instead of fleeing, he paused and confronted them, merely seeking a fight. As martial artists, they must constantly strive against heaven, earth, and people to grow and become stronger. If they feared danger, they shouldn't cultivate at all. Of course, Jonathan spoke so confidently because he had ample confidence and power. If the enemy were too strong, Jonathan wouldn't dare to act recklessly. On the other side, the scar-faced man with the beheading greatsword, upon hearing Jonathan's words, felt as though he might have misheard. Did a mere 7th rank spirit warrior want to challenge him, a 10th rank peak sovereign? Was the world too crazy, or was he too undervalued, causing such contempt from a lowly spirit warrior? The scar-faced man couldn't understand and chose not to dwell on it. Since someone wanted to die, he would fulfill that wish. Having killed thousands of peers, he wouldn't care about this provocation from a mere spirit warrior. With this thought, the scar-faced man slowly approached Jonathan and coldly remarked, "Kid, are you mad? How dare you speak disrespectfully to me? Do you know what rank I am? Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I won't forgive you. I'll break every bone in your body to show you who you cannot provoke." The scar-faced man rambled in front of Jonathan, seemingly eager to see him cower in fear before ending his life. Meanwhile, a golden-robed youth and an elderly man observing among the crowd also took interest when they saw this arrogant and audacious Jonathan. The golden-robed youth smiled and asked, "Old Floyd, do you think this kid is mad, or does he really have the power to face off against a 10th rank sovereign?" Upon hearing this, the elderly man respectfully replied, "Iggy, this boy seems to possess considerable physical strength and some talent. He likely comes from one of the prestigious sanctuary's outstanding disciples. However, challenging a 10th rank peak sovereign at the 7th rank spirit warrior level is impossible. Even our Sky Science Sanctuary's best talents can't achieve this. So, I reckon this boy has some treasures bestowed by his master, giving him the courage to challenge a peak sovereign. But Blood Knife Ellis is not someone to be trifled with. He is one of the strongest among 10th rank peak sovereigns. Many peak sovereigns aren't his match, and being the second in command of the fierce beast thieves cultivation group, he holds grudges and acts ruthlessly. If the treasures given by this boy's master aren't powerful enough, he will likely meet his end here." Old Floyd analyzed realistically, also showing little faith in Jonathan's chances. The golden-robed youth nodded in agreement, adding disdainfully, "Looks like a spoiled brat who doesn't know his place. It's better for him to die. He won't amount to much anyway." Thus, he declared Jonathan's impending death. Similarly, the other onlookers held no hope for Jonathan. Although extraordinary geniuses were common, none had ever challenged a 10th rank peak sovereign at the 7th rank spirit warrior level. They simply didn't believe such a genius existed. So, they cheered, hoping Ellis would quickly kill Jonathan and start the treasure grab. "Hurry up, kill this kid and show us that demon treasure." "Yeah, hurry up and kill this fool, don't waste time," the onlooking scattered cultivators shouted. Facing the increasingly approaching Ellis, Jonathan showed no panic. Even before breaking through to the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations magic body, he wasn't particularly afraid of a 10th rank peak sovereign class executioner like Yamaghostkill. Now, with his strength multiplied several times over, he felt even more confident. He would only be truly interested in facing a saint level 11th rank powerhouse. Thinking this, Jonathan boldly provoked, "Hey, Scarface, are you fighting or what? If you don't move, I will." His face filled with disdain. This finally ignited Ellis's fury, causing him to explode with anger. "Die, you brat." Furious blood slash. Ellis roared, unleashing his full power in rage after Jonathan's repeated insults. Facing this overhead slash, Jonathan remained unperturbed, not even using any martial techniques, and casually raised his hand to receive the attack. Haha, this foolish kid is scared out of his wits. He doesn't even dodge and plans to block it with his hand. Truly born stupid. The scattered cultivators laughed heartily, completely dismissing Jonathan. Chapter 134, shocking everyone. Even the previously optimistic Elder Floyd was left speechless, realizing that his previous analysis had been utterly misguided. Jonathan seemed to be nothing more than a foolish boy who refused to use the treasures given by his sect even in a life-threatening situation, preparing instead to face an Emperor Realm expert head-on, an act tantamount to courting death. Elder Floyd shook his head, his face a mix of speechlessness and frustration. The same reaction played out on the Callan in the golden robe's face. He had initially thought Jonathan was just an arrogant and pampered youth relying on his sect's treasures for support. Now, it was clear that Jonathan wasn't even pampered. He was simply a fool. Both felt embarrassed for having overestimated him earlier. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Ellis's great blade came down fiercely, Jonathan quickly gripped with all his might. Bang! A burst of energy rippled through the air. The ground beneath Jonathan's feet shattered into fragments. Yet, in his hand, he held Ellis's massive cleaver firmly. Suddenly, the scene fell into a stunned silence. Everyone froze in shock. "Is that all you've got?" Jonathan sneered coldly. Only now did the others snap out of their stupor, followed by shocked exclamations. He caught it. He actually caught it barehanded. Heavens! Unbelievable! What just happened? The onlookers were dumbfounded. The golden-robed youth, Elder Floyd, and the Gaspard stared with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost. How is this possible? None could comprehend it. On the other side, Ellis, whose cleaver was gripped by Jonathan, looked at him in disbelief. He couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary youth had caught his furious strike without a scratch, effortlessly, as if in a dream. If not for the tremendous force continually transmitted from his cleaver, he might have thought he was dreaming. "You," Ellis's voice trembled. Jonathan paid no mind to Ellis's thoughts. At that moment, all he wanted was a good fight. Ellis clearly couldn't offer any challenge now, so given his earlier arrogance, Jonathan had no intention of letting him off easily. "Since that's your full strength, it's my turn," Jonathan said coolly. Upon hearing these words, Ellis was startled. Behind him, the Gaspard roared anxiously. "Watch out!" the black-armored man yelled, but it was too late. Jonathan clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. Ellis flew backward, crashing into the black-armored man. Bam! Ellis landed right before the black-armored man, who immediately checked his injuries. At the sight, the black-armored man was taken aback. Ellis's chest bore the imprint of a giant fist, his ribs completely shattered, leaving him limp and helpless. This kind of injury, even for a peak 10th rank martial emperor, was deadly. At best, it would leave a disability. At worst, death. Gentlemen, that's going too far. Ellis merely spoke out of turn. Was it necessary to use such deadly force? The black-armored man asked, looking coldly at Jonathan. Simultaneously, the aura of a late-stage 11th rank martial saint began to surge around him. Facing this overwhelming pressure, Jonathan remained unperturbed, replying calmly, too far? If my strength hadn't been enough just now, I'd have been killed outright. Delivering a simple punch in response. Was that too much? I think it only shows how weak he is, unable to withstand even an ordinary punch from me. Such a waste of life. Besides, weren't you after the devil treasure on me? Why don't you try taking it again? Jonathan mocked indifferently. He wasn't one to suppress anger, and based on Ellis's murderous intent earlier, he had every reason to kill him. Therefore, Jonathan acted without hesitation. It seems gentleman has great confidence in your strength. You should know there are always greater men under heaven. Today, I, Edison, shall test your abilities. The black-armored man Edison replied coldly, his murderous intent becoming increasingly evident. Edison, coveting the treasures on Jonathan, thus issued that challenge. Treasures belong to those capable of obtaining them. Seeing this, Jonathan grew excited. Oh, fine by me. I was looking for a martial saint to spar with. All you rubbish who want my devil treasure can come at me together, Jonathan said confidently, openly challenging everyone present. The crowd watched Jonathan in shock. His words had already caused dissatisfaction. They found him exceedingly arrogant, daring to challenge all of them. Though they hadn't intended to let Jonathan go, his words fueled their rage, leading them to want to teach him a lesson. But their true motive was to seize the treasure. Gradually, the entire wild beast bandits, along with other wandering cultivators, approached Jonathan and launched their attack. Their goal, to secure the devil treasure, hadn't been forgotten. With Jonathan displaying such strength, they needed to unite and eliminate him first before discussing the treasure. Kill him. Kill that arrogant brat? For the devil treasure, we must kill him first. Indeed, unless this brat dies, we won't be able to claim the devil treasure. Several 9th rank martial emperors and 10th rank martial emperors charged forward. Among them, an ugly elder in a black robe stealthily moved closer to Jonathan. It's been a long time since I last made a move. Today, I'll not only gain a devil treasure but also hunt a peerless genius. Excellent. Everyone rushed at Jonathan. Seeing this, Edison felt relieved. Dealing with Jonathan alone had made him uneasy. However, Jonathan's arrogance and disdain for everyone had enraged all the warriors present. With everyone attacking together, he didn't need to worry. After all, a 7th rank martial spirit level genius, no matter how extraordinary, could hardly be invincible. With that thought, Edison rallied all the wild beast bandits and charged alongside them. Elsewhere, seeing everyone attack Jonathan, Elder Floyd turned to the Callan in the golden robe and asked, Iggy, should we join in? Hearing Elder Floyd's question, the golden-robed youth snapped out of his astonishment, frowning deeply. There's a huge secret with this boy. Go and kill him. Bring back all the secrets he holds. The golden-robed youth said ominously. Hashtag chapter 135, Hermes' murderous intent. Originally, Hermes didn't care much about Jonathan. However, when he saw Jonathan's heaven-defying strength and talent, he immediately felt jealous. After all, he was Hermes, the young master of the Gene family from one of the 9 great sanctuaries, the Heavenly Azure Sanctuary. Even he couldn't exhibit such power at the 7th rank martial spirit realm. Thus, after witnessing Jonathan's unparalleled talent and strength, a surge of jealousy erupted within him. He no longer cared about Jonathan's background. Clouded by jealousy, he only wanted this heaven-defying individual dead and to take whatever secrets he possessed. Hence, he suddenly unleashed his intense murderous intent, not for the demonic treasure, but purely out of jealousy. Hermes believed that if he could obtain Jonathan's secrets, with his own talents, he could definitely surpass Jonathan. Ismail didn't overthink it. Since Iggy wanted the boy dead, he would comply without concern for the consequences. The Gene family of the Heavenly Azure Sanctuary had nothing to fear. With this thought, Ismail attacked Jonathan without any reservations. On the other side, facing 2 figures exuding martial saint auras and another hidden danger, Jonathan frowned slightly, preparing to carefully respond to avoid disaster. Thinking about this, Jonathan did not hesitate and silently recited. 4th transformation of the demonic body. Activate. Instantly, endless demonic energy erupted. It swept across the entire area. Originally intending to test the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations divine demon body, Jonathan now went all out. Boom. The 6th form of the 9 tribulations lightning fist. Jonathan roared as a fist infused with lightning struck out, immediately sending the black-armored man Edison, who had rushed forward first, flying away. Simultaneously, the violent lightning also killed several 9th rank martial emperors in its path. This is the 9 tribulations lightning fist. This boy must be from the primordial yellow sanctuary. Ismail exclaimed upon recognizing Jonathan's technique among the crowd. While other scattered cultivators might be unfamiliar with the 9 tribulations lightning fist, Ismail knew it well. The 9 tribulations lightning fist was famous both in history and in the outside world. Created by the Flint, an unrivaled genius of the primordial yellow sanctuary, this martial art had astonishing combat records, including the killing of immortals from other sanctuaries while still at the martial deity realm. Most importantly, this 9 tribulations lightning fist seemed to still be one of the most proficient skills of the kin of the primordial yellow sanctuary. Thus, as a member of the same 9 great sanctuaries, Ismail immediately recognized Jonathan's 9 tribulations lightning fist. Is this guy connected to the kin of the primordial yellow sanctuary? Ismail wondered. With this thought, Ismail turned back to look at Hermes behind him and transmitted a sound message. After all, this involved matters between the 9 great sanctuaries, so he couldn't act too recklessly. Upon hearing Ismail's transmission, the Callan in the golden robe, Hermes, furrowed his brows. He had heard of the kin of the primordial yellow sanctuary, but their heavenly azure sanctuary's gene family far surpassed them in strength. The gene family had semi-immortal ancestors within the heavenly azure sanctuary, and even some of the few immortal elders in the sanctuary were from the gene family. Therefore, the gene family's power vastly exceeded that of the primordial yellow sanctuary's kin. Even if Jonathan were the disciple of the kin, Hermes remained fearless. Moreover, the primordial yellow sanctuary had declined, and was ranked 9th among the sanctuaries. Whether they still had immortal elders or not was uncertain. Meanwhile, the gene family's power was thriving, ranking 5th among the 9 great sanctuaries. Compared to the heavenly azure sanctuary, the primordial yellow sanctuary wasn't a match. So, although Hermes was slightly worried, he was in no way fearful. If he could help eliminate an unrivaled prodigy from the primordial yellow sanctuary for the heavenly azure sanctuary, it might even count as a significant achievement, with no worry of being reprimanded by his family or sanctuary. After all, though the 9 great sanctuaries appeared peaceful on the surface, there was much competition and intrigue beneath. Over the years, internal strife among the sanctuaries had been common. With this thought, Hermes directly transmitted to Ismail, "Kill that boy with all your might. No need to worry about his connection to the primordial yellow sanctuary. My family will bear full responsibility." Upon hearing this, Ismail's doubts vanished instantly. With the gene family backing him, he had nothing to fear. A mere kin of the primordial yellow sanctuary wasn't worth considering against the gene family, which had immortals as its protectors. Deciding this, Ismail held nothing back, fully unleashing his 11th rank peak martial saint cultivation, shocking everyone present. "Boy, die!" Ismail shouted. Then a glowing giant palm descended straight towards Jonathan's head. Along the way, anyone blocking Ismail's path was crushed effortlessly. Even the black-armored man Edison, also an 11th rank martial saint, had to dodge this terrifying strike. In the midst of the battle, Jonathan suddenly sensed this terrifying pressure and looked up. Darn, an 11th rank peak martial saint. Looks like things are getting serious. Jonathan muttered somewhat gloomily. He hadn't expected the ordinary-looking old man in the crowd to be a top-tier 11th rank martial saint. This added immense pressure to the situation. Let's see how far I can go, Jonathan thought. Since events had already unfolded, he had to face it. With this resolve, Jonathan unleashed all his power and swung a punch skyward. The 7th form of the 9 tribulations lightning fist, thunder penetrates heaven and earth. Jonathan roared. Then came a deafening boom. The lightning from Jonathan's 9 tribulations lightning fist was completely dispelled by the giant palm, and he himself was slammed back to the ground. Fortunately, under the enhanced physical strength provided by the 4th transformation of the demonic body, Jonathan suffered no injuries. "Old dog, you're good," Jonathan cursed. Then he charged skyward again. Through this encounter, he gauged the limit of his physical strength under the 4th transformation. It indeed could withstand attacks below the 12th rank martial deity level. Thus, Jonathan no longer needed to worry. Since even the furious blow from Ismail, an 11th rank peak martial saint, hadn't hurt him, he could confidently engage in close combat. Seeing Jonathan unscathed after his all-out attack, Ismail frowned slightly. However, driven by Jonathan's insults and aggressive approach, Ismail's anger flared up, leading him to continuously strike out at Jonathan. Boom, boom, boom. Despite the continuous clashes with Ismail, Jonathan remained uninjured, causing Ismail to grow increasingly anxious. He darkly thought, "This boy must be eliminated. He must be extinguished before he grows stronger." Driven by these thoughts, Ismail's attacks grew more vicious and merciless. Chapter 136, Killing to Seal Lips. At this moment, after witnessing the terrifying and formidable might of Elder Floyd, everyone except the black-armored man and the ugly elder dared not join the battle anymore. They could only watch from a distance. Some had even begun to flee, ready to leave the battlefield. Seeing this situation, Hermes, the Callan in the golden robe who had been holding back, suddenly attacked. He drew a half-immortal level longsword and started slashing at the fleeing crowd relentlessly. After all, he was now in the midst of killing a genius from the Xuanhuan Holy Land. If he could kill Jonathan without anyone noticing, that would be ideal. He did not want to unnecessarily offend a martial god, kin from a holy land either. Therefore, he decided to kill every onlooker to ensure no one could reveal what had transpired here. With the enhancement of the half-immortal level weapon, Hermes, who already had the peak strength of a 10th rank imperial martial artist, found it effortless to slaughter these weaker opponents. Soon, everyone on the scene, except Jonathan and the 3 martial saints, was killed. Black-armored man Edison watched in despair as his entire wild beast bandit cultivation group, save for himself, was slain by Hermes. This made him hate Hermes more than Jonathan. "Damn it, I will kill you." Edison, seeing his subordinates killed off by Hermes, went berserk and broke away from Jonathan's battleground to attack Hermes directly. Seeing Edison prepare to attack, Hermes sneered with disdain. With a half-immortal level weapon in hand, he could easily handle an ordinary 11th rank late-stage martial saint like Edison. Besides, he believed Elder Floyd wouldn't let Edison reach him so easily. Sure enough, upon seeing Edison intending to attack Iggy Hermes, Elder Floyd immediately struck Jonathan back with one palm and then turned to strike Edison. "Dare to lay hands on Iggy? Die!" shouted Elder Floyd. A massive golden palm descended upon Edison's head. Defending too late, Edison was slammed to the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. The sight of this startled the ugly elder who had been fighting alongside others against Jonathan. He became extremely cautious, fearing that Elder Floyd might turn on him next. On the other side, when Jonathan saw Hermes' half-immortal level sword and his act of eliminating all witnesses, he realized that Hermes' intentions were far beyond merely robbing him. It was likely Hermes wanted him dead, and Hermes was probably from another holy land. After all, outside the 9 holy lands, there were few forces that could possess half-immortal level weapons and send a 10th rank imperial martial artist into battle. Understanding this, Jonathan's eyes turned cold, realizing Hermes's and the old man's plans fully. Wasn't this just jealousy over his talent? plotting to extinguish him? Creed felt this way, and these people from other Holy Lands felt the same. As he pondered this, Jonathan's anger rose steadily. He didn't usually plan on killing, but since others intended to kill him, he wouldn't hesitate to slay them either. If you all want me dead, don't blame me for being merciless, Jonathan murmured. Surveying the battlefield, he noticed Edison was no longer a threat, while the 11th rank peak Marshal St. Ugly Elder now regarded Elder Floyd warily. Seizing this opportunity, Jonathan shouted towards those still in the sky, I am Darnell Tiansong's disciple from the xuanhuan Holy Land. Are you sure you want to kill me? Jonathan openly declared his identity, primarily for the attention of the clearly independent Ugly Elder, as the others probably knew his background. As expected, after hearing Jonathan's declaration, Hermes and Elder Floyd both looked menacingly at the Ugly Elder, who instantly felt uneasy, sensing he was caught in a conflict between Holy Lands. The Ugly Elder quickly tried to negotiate with Hermes and Elder Floyd. Masters, I wish to withdraw from this affair. Could you let me leave? Whatever that boy said, I heard nothing. What do you think? Surprisingly, the Ugly Elder submitted to Hermes and Elder Floyd. Seeing this, Jonathan silently cursed him a coward, shifting his gaze to the incapacitated Edison. Can I use Edison to create a blood sacrifice? Jonathan mused. Recalling the secret art, Kill God Incarnation, he had recently acquired, Jonathan realized that by draining all the essence blood from the 11th rank late-stage Marshal St. Edison, he could obtain the power of a 12th rank late-stage Martial God temporarily. Determined, Jonathan lunged at the heavily wounded Edison. The 7th strike of 9 Tribulation's lightning fist. Lightning pierces heaven. Die! Jonathan bellowed, striking Edison's back heart. No one anticipated this move. Even Edison, along with Hermes, Elder Floyd, and the Ugly Elder, was caught off guard. Instead of uniting forces against their common foes, Jonathan chose to eliminate a potential ally, a foolish decision indeed. However, Edison, already injured, couldn't resist Jonathan's sneak attack. His chest exploded, killing him instantly. Edison glared at Jonathan before dying, unable to accept his fate. Chapter 137, Blood Sacrifice. Jonathan paid no attention to these matters. After swiftly killing Edison with a surprise attack, he immediately began the incantation for the first half of Kill God Possession, the Blood Sacrifice, starting to rapidly extract all the essence blood from Edison's body. Very soon, Edison's body visibly withered before their eyes. This bizarre scene caused Hermes and the old man Floyd to simultaneously change their expressions and feel uneasy. I never expected that the genius of the xuanhuan Holy Land would practice such a vicious and sinister technique. Truly, you should be executed. Today, I will take your life, said Hermes, with apparent righteousness. He also glanced at the Ugly Elder, then continued, since you don't wish to be involved in this matter, you should leave quickly, lest you suffer along with us. Hermes spoke, preparing to dismiss the elderly man. It wasn't out of kindness, but because the elder was quite formidable and had become cautious. Even if Hermes joined forces with Ismael, they wouldn't be able to subdue the elder in a short time. Thus, it was better to let him go rather than complicate matters further. Forcing the elder might cause him to ally with the xuanhuan Holy Land's genius, complicating things. Moreover, witnessing the sudden drying up of a person by the xuanhuan genius earlier left Hermes wary. Such sinister techniques usually have significant power and taboos. To avoid an unexpected reversal, Hermes decided to eliminate the genius as soon as possible. Following Hermes' command, the elderly man did not hesitate and turned to leave. After all, these geniuses from Holy Lands had immense backgrounds, and as a lone wanderer, he couldn't afford to provoke them. Thinking this, the elderly man quickly flew away. Now only Jonathan, Hermes, and Ismael remained on the scene. Ismael, let's attack together and kill him, Hermes said. Yes, Iggy, Ismael nodded. Without any delay, Hermes lifted his semi-divine level sword and charged forward. And Ismael roared, his aura bursting forth again as he rushed directly towards Jonathan. Boy, die! With Hermes' shout, the golden semi-divine longsword emitted boundless golden light. A massive golden dragon plunged straight down towards Jonathan. Ismael also summoned a giant golden hand overhead, smashing down with force. Facing these two devastating attacks, Jonathan showed no panic, his eyes coldly fixed on the duo who were intent on killing him. You aren't even qualified to kill me, Jonathan sneered. Then he shouted, Kill God Possession. Activate. Having successfully created an 11th rank Wuxing level, Blood Sacrifice, Jonathan immediately initiated its sacrifice. Instantly, a ghostly figure appeared behind him. With the appearance of this phantom, Jonathan's aura suddenly surged, reaching nearly the power level of a late-stage 12th rank Wuxian. Die! Jonathan bellowed. The 7th form of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, heaven-piercing lightning, instantly erupted, striking directly at Ismael and Hermes. Rumble. The ground shook violently. Thunder filled the entire void, creating a world of lightning. With Jonathan's sudden increase in strength, Hermes and Ismael were instantly thrown back, both spitting blood and heavily injured. Seeing this, Jonathan didn't hesitate, but pressed on with his advantage. 7 forms of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, heaven-piercing lightning. Jonathan shouted again, delivering another blow to the injured Ismael, lying on the ground. No. In terror, Ismael hurriedly raised his fists to block. But with Jonathan now possessing the strength of a 12th rank Wuxian, Ismael couldn't withstand the assault. Jonathan's fist shattered Ismael's arms and smashed into his head. With a soft thud, Ismael's head exploded under Jonathan's fist, dead beyond revival. After killing Ismael with one punch, Jonathan turned to look at the golden-robed youth who lay nearby. You killed Ismael. Hermes screamed in horror. But upon seeing Jonathan turn to look at him, Hermes was frightened and yelled, Do you know who I am? I am the young master of the Jin family from the Tiansong Holy Land. If you kill me, our family's quasi-deity ancestor won't let you off. Hermes tried to intimidate while fleeing rapidly. However, Jonathan paid no heed to the threat. Quasi-deity or not, given time, he could slay immortals. Why would he care about a mere quasi-deity? Thus, Jonathan moved quickly, swinging his fist once more towards Hermes. 7 forms of the 9 tribulation lightning fist. Heaven-piercing lightning. Die! Jonathan roared softly, and another surge of infinite lightning struck Hermes' back. No! Hermes screamed, raising his semi-divine sword desperately to defend. At this moment, an ancient jade pendant on Hermes' chest shattered. Who dares attempt to kill my great-great-grandson? A towering, terrifying voice resounded. A radiant, imposing figure appeared in midair, causing celestial sounds and mist to envelop the surroundings. A quasi-deity expert? Jonathan exclaimed. Recognizing the natural emanation of divine energy from the figure, Jonathan confirmed it as a quasi-deity. Having witnessed an immortal emperor's remnant soul and comprehended the law force, Jonathan was familiar enough with divine energy to make an accurate judgment. This person was indeed a quasi-deity expert. As the Jinfamily's quasi-deity avatar appeared, it effortlessly deflected Jonathan's 9 tribulation lightning fist aimed at Hermes. Damn, Hermes actually has the protection of a quasi-deity ancestor. Jonathan's expression darkened. The arrival of the Jinfamily's quasi-deity ancestor multiplied the pressure Jonathan felt manifold. Moreover, after exerting 3 blows of a 12th rank Wuxian level 9 tribulation lightning fist, his energy reserves were dwindling. Chapter 138. The Jin family's quasi-immortal. The blood essence required to maintain the killing god possession state was completely exhausted. With the termination of this state, Jonathan's aura plummeted instantly. Consequently, facing the quasi-immortal ancestor's avatar from the Jin family, the pressure on Jonathan intensified several times over, making it almost impossible for him to move. On the other side, after rescuing his great-grandson, the quasi-immortal ancestor's avatar turned a cold gaze toward Jonathan, eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ancestor, quickly kill him, kill him. He tried to kill me, Hermes shrieked hysterically in relief and fury, wishing Jonathan dead immediately. Without hesitation upon hearing Hermes' words, the Jin family's quasi-immortal ancestor's avatar swiftly aimed a palm strike at Jonathan. His energy as an avatar was limited and would dissipate soon. Despite not fully understanding the situation, the fact that this boy dared to attempt killing his great-grandson warranted death. He didn't care about who was right or wrong or consider the boy's background. Could anyone possibly match the power of the Tiansong Holy Land's Jin family quasi-immortal ancestor? Thus, he gave Jonathan no chance to speak, directly sending down a sky-obscuring palm to crush him. Meanwhile, as the palm descended, Jonathan clenched his teeth and activated the life-saving talisman, the Xian Shield Pearl, given by the sovereign of the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Xian Shield Pearl, activate. A faint blue ripple enveloped Jonathan's body. Upon impact, there was a deafening roar. Rumble. The entire valley was flattened by the sky-obscuring palm. Within 100 miles, everything became desolate wasteland. In this wasteland, after trembling, the faint blue ripple slowly fractured. Though the Xian Shield Pearl managed to block the terrifying sky-obscuring palm, it expended all its power and even cracked, rendering it unable to withstand another attack. The Jin family's quasi-immortal ancestor's avatar, seeing Jonathan's Xian Shield Pearl, paused momentarily before coldly saying, "Humph, so you're a kid from the Xuanhuan Holy Land. That Xian Shield Pearl could only block one of my strikes. You will still die." Without further ado, another sky-obscuring palm descended. This time, it was noticeably weaker, showing the avatar's energy was waning. Jonathan, having narrowly escaped, cursed furiously as the second palm approached. "Jin family dog, if you don't kill me today, I'll exterminate your entire clan someday." Jonathan roared to the heavens. Simultaneously, he pulled out another 13th rank protective Dao Saber talisman given by the Bob. If this talisman couldn't finish off the avatar, Jonathan would have to use the immortal king level weapon, the demon slaying sword. Deciding this, Jonathan crushed the 13th rank protective Dao Saber talisman. The quasi-immortal ancestor, hearing Jonathan's threat, laughed coldly in anger. For how many years had nobody dared threaten their Jin family of the Tiansong Holy Land? Their family was the topmost in Tiansong, boasting a celestial ancestor besides himself. Guarded by him, they never faced such defiance. Yet now, an audacious boy threatened to exterminate their clan? Ridiculous. The Jin family's quasi-immortal ancestor sneered, "You won't live today, nor have any chance against us again. Die. Next year's this day will be your memorial day." With a shout, the palm sped downward. At that moment, Jonathan's 13th rank protective Dao Saber talisman activated, unleashing a heaven-splitting blade aura upward, cutting through the sky-obscuring palm. Rumble. The heavens shook once more. The Jin family's quasi-immortal ancestor's sky-obscuring palm was cut apart by the 13th rank talisman. Residual blade aura continued slicing toward the avatar. Demon Saber's talisman. Facing the remaining blade aura, the avatar blocked it with another palm strike. Boom. Another loud crash followed. Blocking the remaining blade aura left the avatar almost completely transparent. The Jin family's quasi-immortal ancestor's avatar then said, "Kid, you're lucky to have so many life-saving items. This isn't over. You offended our Jin family, even Xuanhuan can't protect you. Surrender humbly to us, and perhaps we'll spare you." Seeing his remaining energy insufficient to kill Jonathan, he warned. But Jonathan, undaunted, replied arrogantly, "Jin family dog, I'll exterminate your clan as promised. Humble surrender? Spit. After your avatar vanishes, I'll kill your great-grandson and take your family's demi-immortal treasure as interest." Faced with Jonathan's defiance, the quasi-immortal ancestor fumed, "Boy, do you dare? If you kill my great-grandson, even hiding in Xuanhuan, I'll come for you." Undeterred, Jonathan shot back, "Watch me, old dog." Chapter 139, Seizing the Quasi-Immortal Weapon. With that, Jonathan swung his fist skyward, unleashing a powerful 9 tribulation lightning fist directly toward the face of the dissolving avatar of the Jinka's quasi-immortal elder. Faced with this provocative and insulting punch from Jonathan, the quasi-immortal elder of the Jin family let out a series of cold laughs. Fine. Little boy, I'll remember you. No matter where you run to, I, Henry, will find and kill you. These were the final words of the Jin family quasi-immortal elder's avatar before it dissipated completely, struck by Jonathan's 9 tribulation lightning fist. As the protective avatar of the Jin family quasi-immortal elder vanished entirely, the young master of the Jin family, Hermes, who was still nearby, immediately panicked and screamed. No, how can my ancestor just vanish? You can't kill me. I apologize. I admit my fault. Hermes shouted in panic. Seeing that even the avatar of his quasi-immortal elder, Henry, could not subdue the youth before him, Hermes felt utterly broken. At this moment, all he wanted was to beg for mercy to save his life. What he didn't know was that Jonathan was also severely injured. During the first use of the Mystic Shield Pearl, to block the heavenly obscuring giant hand of the Jin family's quasi-immortal elder, the overflowed damage had already inflicted heavy wounds on him. Although Jonathan had managed to suppress the pain, his condition was far from good. If Hermes had possessed more courage to fight Jonathan to the death, there might have been a chance for him to escape. But begging for mercy would only leave him with no hope. After all, Jonathan had already reached a state of irreconcilable enmity with Henry, the quasi-immortal elder of the Jin family. Why would he spare Hermes, or the precious half-immortal sword? Moreover, it was very likely that the half-immortal longsword belonged to Henry as a treasured weapon. There was no way Jonathan would allow Hermes to take the sword back to aid Henry. Realizing this, Jonathan did not hesitate. He seized the opportunity to launch another surprise attack, striking Hermes' head with a powerful 9 tribulation lightning fist. Die! Jonathan whispered fiercely. In his despair, Hermes tried to resist, but with his mind in chaos, he was no match for Jonathan. Bang! Within a few rounds, the half-immortal longsword in Hermes' hand was taken by Jonathan, followed by a devastating punch that killed Hermes. Having slain Hermes, Jonathan then slowly examined the half-immortal longsword in his hand. The sword shone with golden light, radiating immortal aura. Indeed extraordinary. Jonathan used the system to check its details. Golden turtle sword, half-immortal treasure weapon. Forged from 9 heavens golden cloud iron, nurtured with world-renowned gold essence crystals, containing the fusion of the sword path mysteries of the Jin family's quasi-immortal elder, Henry. Except for Henry, others cannot unleash its full power. Seeing the system's description, Jonathan frowned but soon relaxed. This is indeed the Jin family quasi-immortal elder's lifebound immortal sword. It has already birthed a lifebound sword spirit. Looks like using this sword won't be easy, Jonathan muttered to himself. At that moment, sensing some sort of summons, the lifebound sword spirit inside the golden turtle sword suddenly became restless, emitting waves of golden light to repel Jonathan's touch and trying to fly away. Want to recall this golden turtle sword? Did I agree? Seeing the restless, golden turtle sword trying to escape, Jonathan scoffed. While others might have found themselves powerless after obtaining the golden turtle sword, Jonathan was different. His spiritual acupoint harbored an immortal king-level, demon-slaying sword, which made suppressing and eliminating the lifebound sword spirit of the golden turtle sword effortless. Initially, he planned to gradually tame the sword spirit within the golden turtle sword. However, now that Henry, the quasi-immortal elder of the Jin family, somewhere unknown, was summoning the golden turtle sword, Jonathan decided to directly obliterate the sword spirit, despite knowing this action would significantly reduce the sword's quality. He didn't care much about a mere half-immortal weapon when he possessed an immortal king level 1. Thinking this, Jonathan directed a trace of energy from the immortal king level, demon-slaying sword, in his spiritual acupoint towards the lifebound sword spirit within the golden turtle sword. Instantly, the sword spirit, sensing the aura of the immortal king level, demon-slaying sword, calmed down. Seizing the opportunity, Jonathan placed the golden turtle sword into the same spiritual acupoint as the demon-slaying sword. Then, he continued to invoke the aura of the demon-slaying sword, intending to thoroughly eliminate the sword spirit. Though the sword spirit sensed significant danger, under the overwhelming pressure of the nearby immortal king level, demon-slaying sword, it could not resist at all, leaving it to be crushed continuously by Jonathan. Soon, the lifebound sword spirit inside the golden turtle sword was fully eradicated by the energy from the immortal king level, demon-slaying sword. Immediately, the golden light on the golden turtle sword dimmed considerably. Seeing the complete destruction of the sword spirit, Jonathan released the golden turtle sword from his spiritual acupoint. Golden turtle sword, pseudo-half-immortal treasure weapon, forged from 9 heavens golden cloud iron, nurtured with world-renowned gold essence crystals. Its lifebound sword spirit has been completely destroyed, and its sword pattern shows cracks. Apart from the half-immortal material itself, it can no longer wield the power of a half-immortal weapon. Viewing the properties of the golden turtle sword, after the destruction of its sword spirit, Jonathan felt a bit regretful but not remorseful. After all, if he hadn't eliminated the lifebound sword spirit left by the Jin family quasi-immortal elder, Henry, he wouldn't have been able to use the golden turtle sword at all. Thus, this was a necessary measure. Even though it diminished the golden turtle sword's quality, it was still far superior to ordinary 12th rank treasure weapons, and thus suitable for Jonathan to use. Deciding this, Jonathan stored the golden turtle sword, now bereft of its sword spirit. Meanwhile, at the same time Jonathan obliterated the sword spirit of the golden turtle sword. Inside a magnificent palace deep within the Tiansong Holy Land, the quasi-immortal elder of the Jin family, Henry, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 140. Re-entering the illusory martial tower. Damn it, that kid actually killed Hermes. And how did my lifebound sword spirit also get destroyed? Does that kid have some other hidden means? Arg, Xuanhuan's sacred land brat, I, Jediahai, will never forgive you. Jediahai, The half-step immortal ancestor of the Gene family, held the shattered nameplate of Hermes and roared to the heavens. Hermes was a favorite descendant whom he had lavished with resources, even giving him the half-immortal level, golden turtle sword, showcasing Jedediah's high regard for Hermes. Now Hermes had been killed by Jonathan, which naturally ignited his fury. Enraged, Jedediah bellowed ferociously into the sky. Ah! Instantly, all of Xianxia's sacred land trembled. HM? What's happening? Who has offended ancestor Jedediah? What terrifying killing intent? Which fool has provoked the ancestor? Why is the ancestor so angry? Several elders of Xianxia's sacred land whispered in fear. On the other side, Jonathan immediately left the area after resolving the golden turtle sword incident. He planned to return to xuanhuan's sacred land as soon as possible. After all, Jonathan was now being targeted by Jedediah, a half-step immortal from the Gene family of Xianxia's sacred land. If found outside xuanhuan's sacred land, Jonathan would be in trouble. But within xuanhuan's sacred land, he would be safer. Jonathan believed that since he was an extraordinarily talented disciple with the potential to become an immortal, xuanhuan's sacred land would protect him. Otherwise, if just any half-immortal elder could kill a genius disciple from another sacred land, what kind of reputation would xuanhuan's sacred land have? Though xuanhuan's sacred land had declined over the years and ranked only 9th among the 9 great sacred lands, it still had its own strength. At the very least, Jonathan had seen more than 20 or 30 half-step immortals, and there were definitely several full immortals within the ranks of their grand elders. As long as xuanhuan's sacred land resolved to protect him, he would be safe. However, to be on the safe side, Jonathan decided to once again display his potential before the elders of xuanhuan's sacred land. He intended to fully clear all 100 levels of the illusory martial tower. This way, he was certain that the elders of xuanhuan's sacred land would go all out to protect their most outstanding disciple in history. With this in mind, Jonathan ignored his injuries and rushed back to xuanhuan's sacred land to demonstrate his potential. On his way back, Jonathan activated the heavenly concealment technique to avoid being intercepted by Jedediah. One reason was to avoid others, and the other was to reach xuanhuan's sacred land as quickly and safely as possible. After 3 days and nights of continuous travel, Jonathan finally returned safely to xuanhuan's sacred land. Meanwhile, Jedediah appeared near the dark Darnalege Mountains and, after failing to locate Jonathan, angrily headed directly towards xuanhuan's sacred land. Back at xuanhuan's sacred land, upon Jonathan's return, Creed's followers noticed him and secretly reported it to Creed. You say what? Jonathan has returned to xuanhuan's sacred land? Creed said in disbelief. An internal disciple, who looked shifty-eyed, then explained in detail. That's right, senior brother Creed. I saw Jonathan return to his residence with my own eyes. His complexion was poor, indicating severe injuries, but he indeed returned alive. Upon hearing this, Creed frowned deeply. Damn it, how could Jonathan possibly return alive? Could it be that the 5 ghosts of Yama didn't act? No, that's impossible since Jonathan is clearly injured. Did they fail to assassinate him? How could that be possible? With his capabilities, how could he survive after the 5 ghosts acted? And Randy hasn't returned either. Did he discover my plot? I wonder if Randy exposed me. If he did, how am I supposed to face the interrogation of the Ainsworth? Creed anxiously paced in his room, overwhelmed with worry. Since Jonathan had returned alive, Creed feared his plot being discovered and the consequences from the Ainsworth. Yet unbeknownst to him, Jonathan had no interest in dealing with his issues. Even if he sought revenge, Jonathan would handle it personally, without bothering to report to the Ainsworth. After returning to his residence, Jonathan exchanged a top-grade healing pill at the treasure pavilion and began treating his injuries diligently. He then secluded himself, intending to heal fully before challenging the illusory martial tower to showcase his potential. Believing that Jedediah was likely en route to xuanhuan's sacred land, time was of the essence for Jonathan. After a day of healing using the restorative power of the 9 transformations of divine demon body, technique and a top-grade healing pill, Jonathan was fully healed. Coincidentally, this day marked the opening of the illusory martial tower. Early in the morning, Jonathan arrived at the illusory martial tower square. As always, the square was crowded. Jonathan, having become well known, encountered many who respectfully greeted him. Greetings, senior brother Jonathan. Senior brother Jonathan is here again. Senior brother Jonathan will surely challenge higher floors of the illusory martial tower. This time, they made way for Jonathan after offering their respects. Soon, Jonathan reached the center of the illusory martial tower square. Senior brother Jonathan, are you here to challenge the illusory martial tower again? Have you gained the confidence to advance a few more floors this time? A friendly true transmission disciple approached Jonathan flatteringly. Yeah, I plan to clear the entire illusory martial tower, Jonathan replied casually. His words, though not loud, were heard clearly by the surrounding true transmission disciples. Some, displeased with Jonathan, mockingly commented, haha, what joke did I just hear? Jonathan seems to claim he'll clear the whole tower. Isn't he getting arrogant despite his minor achievements? Indeed, even the brilliant Zhijia Ainsworth couldn't do it in xuanhuan, Sacred Land's history. For Jonathan to boast like that, it's laughable. Ha, a bit of sunshine makes him start boasting. Ignoring these jeers, Jonathan coolly responded, just because it hasn't been done in history doesn't mean I can't do it. Can't you think that others might accomplish what you cannot? Chapter 141. A half-step immortal from the Gene family visits. After saying this, Jonathan ignored the crowd and began waiting patiently for the opening of the Phantom Martial Tower. Upon hearing Jonathan's arrogant words again, the disciples who were mocking him laughed even harder. Even the disciple who initially tried to chat up Jonathan shook his head with a bitter smile. They all thought that Jonathan was just boasting and didn't take his words seriously. No one present believed that Jonathan could complete the Phantom Martial Tower. Though they acknowledged Jonathan's talent, it seemed impossible for him to clear the entire tower. Meanwhile, Creed and Hardy, seeing Jonathan's audacious claims, sneered, intending to wait and watch him fail. Soon, the Phantom Martial Tower opened for trials. Seeing this, Jonathan took no time to waste, rushing into the tower first. This made the other disciples who intended to enter stop in their tracks, deciding to observe how Jonathan, the disciple with potential to ascend, fared in the tower. Instantly, as Jonathan entered first, all the disciples outside stopped to watch. Let's see if Jonathan can back up his boasts, chuckled one. Clearing the phantom martial tower? He must be dreaming, scoffed another. Young and overconfident. A little success and he thinks he's invincible, remarked someone else. Everyone expected Jonathan to fail and eagerly awaited his humiliation. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Xuanhuan Holy Land, the half-step immortal patriarch of the Jin family, Henry, arrived without any warning, barging straight in, showing utter disregard for the prestigious Xuanhuan Holy Land. On Jonathan's end, once inside the tower, he didn't waste a moment, annihilating the trial apparitions one by one. He quickly cleared from level 20 to 40, then 50, 60, surpassing the highest record set by Creed and Hardy. This left Creed and Hardy watching from outside, growing increasingly disgruntled. Only you know how to put on a show. Hardy remained silent. The duo watched Jonathan breeze through level 60 and continue upwards. From level 70 onwards, Jonathan kept progressing rapidly. Witnesses couldn't help but be amazed and started discussing among themselves. I can't believe Jonathan is clearing the tower so fast. He's already at level 70 and still going strong. He's moving too fast. While it's true that second attempts generally improve, Jonathan seems unreal. Do you think Jonathan might break the record set by the 9th Tribulation Ancestor at level 90? Very likely. He said he'd clear the tower. Perhaps he can actually do it. Many disciples expressed their shock, while some criticized Jonathan. I bet he's just using temporary power boosting techniques. He can barely make it past 80. Yeah, it has to be that way. If the Phantom Martial Tower were so easy, someone would have cleared it long ago, not waiting for Jonathan. Many disciples agreed, including Creed and Hardy, doubting Jonathan's rapid advancement within months. At this point, they believed Jonathan must be using some short-term secret technique to increase his speed. While Jonathan advanced through the tower, Henry appeared within the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Where is Jonathan? Come out and accept your death. Henry roared, his presence casting an oppressive shadow over the entire Xuanhuan Holy Land. Disciples of weaker caliber were reeling from the shock waves. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Henry. Henry, what are you doing here? You're unwelcome in our Xuanhuan Holy Land. It was Carlton, who had been observing Jonathan's performance in the tower, now stepping forward to stop him. It's because of your disciple Jonathan. Call him out to die. Despite Carlton's presence, Henry remained unfazed, loudly demanding Jonathan's execution. His confidence stemmed from his immense strength, rivaling any half-step immortal, making him fearless against the weakened Xuanhuan Holy Land. With his strength, he was confident he could withstand any attack, backed by the Tinsong Holy Land. This allowed him to act brazenly. Regarding immortals, he knew Xuanhuan Holy Land possessed them, but these immortals rested in heaven-obscuring coffins, only emerging in dire times. Carlton furrowed his brows upon hearing Henry's demands. Jonathan? Isn't he our disciple with potential to ascend? Why would he offend Henry? Although confused, Carlton felt there might be a misunderstanding. Nevertheless, he couldn't afford to lose face for Xuanhuan Holy Land. So regardless of right or wrong, Carlton stood firmly behind Jonathan. Chapter 142. Negotiation. So, the Muhammad retorted angrily, what? Did our Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land disciple stab your buttocks, or something to make you hate us this much? The old ancestor of the Muhammad taunted in a very underhanded way. He was also very curious about how Jonathan offended this old man so badly as to infuriate him like this. Hearing this, Henry, the quasi-immortal ancestor of the Jin family, became enraged immediately. Old rogue Muhammad, what did you say? Do you want to fight? Are you not afraid that the heavenly Xian Holy Land behind me will destroy you? Want to fight? Come on. Who's afraid of who? The old ancestor of the Muhammad did not back down either and confronted Henry directly. It seemed that a big fight was about to break out. At this moment, another white-haired quasi-immortal ancestor stepped forward. Seeing the tense situation, he immediately stopped them. Muhammad, don't be impulsive. First let's find out what happened. This new ancestor remained somewhat calm. After all, the heavenly Xian Holy Land was much stronger than the Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land. If they were to quarrel over some small misunderstanding and cause direct confrontation and war between two holy lands, it would be too great a loss. Therefore, he intended to find out the facts first. While the quasi-immortal ancestor of the Jin family was pondering over the Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land, the Ainsworth near the illusory martial tower square of the Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land heard the commotion and came out along with several martial god-level elders or other quasi-immortal ancestors who quietly paid attention. Following the white-haired quasi-immortal's intervention, the Muhammad calmed down a bit, then snorted coldly and kept silent. He wasn't too afraid of Henry. After all, within the Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land, Henry couldn't stir up much trouble. What made him cautious was the heavenly Xian Holy Land backing Henry. After all, it was a holy land ranked 5th and was indeed stronger than the Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land. If his rashness led to a direct confrontation between the two holy lands, things would get complicated. So, with an opportunity to retreat without losing face, the Muhammad chose to remain silent. On the other side, the white-haired quasi-immortal, seeing the Muhammad calming down, turned to Henry and asked, Henry, when did you come to our Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land? Why are you specifically looking for our disciples? Upon hearing the question from the white-haired quasi-immortal, Henry also calmed down a little. After all, he was still on the grounds of the Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land. Although he had the backing of the heavenly Xian Holy Land, any real conflict here would ultimately disadvantage him. Thinking of this, Henry replied coldly, isn't it because of your disciple named Jonathan? He killed my great-grandson Hermes and took away my half-immortal weapon, the Jinfu sword. Tell me, how should this matter be resolved? Henry didn't mention the humiliation by Jonathan, as maintaining his dignity as a quasi-immortal ancestor was important to him. Being humiliated by a junior wouldn't do his reputation any good. So, he only mentioned the key points. The white-haired quasi-immortal frowned upon hearing Henry's words. He had heard of the disciple named Jonathan who had recently passed the 80th floor of the illusory martial tower and possessed potential to become an immortal. Therefore, the white-haired quasi-immortal elder had been paying close attention to Jonathan. If it were any other disciple, for peacekeeping purposes, he might have handed the person over to satisfy Henry. But Jonathan was different. With such high potential, the Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land would never hand him over easily. Moreover, the white-haired quasi-immortal found it hard to believe that Jonathan killed Henry's great-grandson and stole the Jinfu sword, a half-immortal weapon. After all, based on his knowledge, Jonathan was only at the 7th rank martial spirit realm. How could he possibly kill the great-grandson of a quasi-immortal ancestor like Henry, especially if he managed to steal the Jinfu sword? Moreover, the Jinfu sword was Henry's life-bound sword with its own life-bound spirit. Recalling it would be just a matter of thought for Henry. How could a disciple at the 7th rank martial spirit realm snatch it away? Thus, what the quasi-immortal ancestor of the Jin family claimed sounded unbelievable to the white-haired quasi-immortal. Considering this, the white-haired quasi-immortal said, "Henry, are you sure it was our disciple Jonathan who killed your great-grandson? Our disciple Jonathan is merely at the 7th rank martial spirit realm. Leaving aside the killing of your great-grandson, how could he possibly steal the Jinfu sword, a half-immortal weapon? He's only at the 7th rank martial spirit realm, and if I remember correctly, the Jinfu sword is your life-bound sword. Not to mention our 7th rank martial spirit disciple Jonathan, even I wouldn't be able to take your half-immortal Jinfu sword. How could Jonathan achieve this? Aren't you accusing our Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land prodigy disciple Jonathan intentionally just because you've heard he has the potential to become an immortal?" The quasi-immortal ancestor raised doubts. The news brought by Henry was too shocking and hard to believe outright, seeming more like a conspiracy. Upon hearing the white-haired quasi-immortal skepticism, Henry smiled coldly. "Bring Jonathan out for confrontation. Although I don't know how he suppressed my Jinfu sword, it's indisputable that Hermes was killed by him." Henry said this firmly, showing absolute confidence. Seeing this, the white-haired quasi-immortal elder furrowed his brows, unsure whether to believe Henry's words. However, after some consideration, he decided to find Jonathan to ask him about the situation first. With this thought, the white-haired quasi-immortal called out loudly, "Where is Jonathan?" Instantly, everyone at the illusory martial tower square heard the voice of the white-haired quasi-immortal elder. All eyes turned towards the illusory martial tower. Those who had gathered to watch gossiped among themselves. "What shall we do? Brother Jonathan seems to have offended someone from the heavenly Xian Holy Land. Will Brother Jonathan be taken away by them? Probably not. Brother Jonathan is a disciple with immortal potential within our Xuanhuan Devon Holy Land. Would we easily hand him over to the Jin family's quasi-immortal ancestor? That would embarrass our Holy Land. But this time, it's the Jin family's quasi-immortal ancestor Henry from the 5th-ranked Heavenly Xian Holy Land, coming to demand him." ####Chapter 143, Passing the 90th Level. It's said that Elder Jin of the Jin family is a peak half-step immortal powerhouse. It's hard to say whether the Holy Land will hand Jonathan over. Humph, I think Jonathan is just a troublemaker. He has only been in our Xianhuang Holy Land for a short time, yet he already provoked a half-step immortal ancestor from the Tiansong Holy Land. Who knows how many enemies he will bring to our Holy Land if he stays longer. I think we should just hand Jonathan over to Elder Terry of the Jin family. It's up to what the ancestors decide. A group of disciples whispered cautiously among themselves. Meanwhile, Creed and Hardy, amidst the crowd, couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Haha, so Jonathan offended the half-step immortal ancestor Terry of the Jin family. Now I don't even need to worry about how to deal with him. I believe Terry won't let him off easily, Creed thought smugly. Previously, he was worried about his assassination plan failing, but now Jonathan had angered the half-step immortal ancestor Terry of the Tiansong Holy Land's Jin family, which surely wouldn't end well for him. Even if he survived by chance, he would undoubtedly be heavily punished by the Xianhuang Holy Land. Moreover, how could a 7th-rank martial spirit disciple fare well after offending a half-step immortal-level powerhouse? Jonathan probably wouldn't dare to step out of Xianhuang Holy Land again without being targeted by Terry of the Jin family, leading to inevitable death. Thinking of this, Creed felt relieved, and his gloomy mood lightened considerably. There were also many others who, like Creed, harbored no fondness for Jonathan and wished to see him punished. Elsewhere, upon hearing the white-haired half-step immortal ancestor Corbin inquire, several elders who knew Jonathan's whereabouts spoke up. Reporting to Corbin, Jonathan is currently attempting to pass through the illusion combat tower. "Oh, in the illusion combat tower? We'll wait until he comes out then," Corbin replied. They couldn't immediately summon a disciple undergoing trials in the illusion combat tower, so they had to wait patiently for Jonathan to finish. "Jonathan is currently in our Xianhuang Holy Land's illusion combat tower. Please wait a moment." Corbin addressed Terry, the half-step immortal ancestor of the Jin family. Terry, seemingly aware of the illusion combat tower, merely snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. Internally, however, he eagerly anticipated Jonathan coming out so he could kill him. In another place, Jonathan, inside the illusion combat tower, hadn't expected the current scenario outside. He certainly didn't foresee Terry arriving so soon. Otherwise, he would have been glad that he entered the illusion combat tower early, or else he might not have gotten the chance to showcase his potential. Nevertheless, Jonathan continued striving to clear the levels. After reaching the 80th level without activating his 4-transformation devil body, Jonathan's strength plateaued. However, everything changed once he activated his 4-transformation devil body. Smiling confidently, Jonathan murmured to himself, "The true challenge begins now." With that, Jonathan roared loudly. 4-transformation devil body. Activate. Immediately, boundless black devilish aura erupted from Jonathan's body. Under this formidable aura boost, Jonathan's power increased dozens of times over. Break apart. With one roar, Jonathan shattered the 8th first-level guardian illusion with a single punch, not even needing the 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist technique. Jonathan cleared the 81st level instantly. Then came 82nd, 83rd, 84th, 88th. He rapidly broke through each level, continuously annihilating the Guardian illusions. Soon, Jonathan reached the 95th level of the illusion combat tower. As soon as the 95th level Guardian illusion appeared, it tried to dodge Jonathan's terrifying fist. Without hesitation, Jonathan shouted and activated his supreme movement technique, the Remnant Cloud Shadow Form technique. Instantly, Jonathan's surroundings filled with illusions as he chased the retreating Guardian illusion. Sixth stance of 9 Tribulations Thunder Fist. Break apart. Jonathan shouted again, smashing the fleeing Guardian illusion with another devastating punch. Thus, Jonathan effortlessly passed the 95th level of the illusion combat tower. Following Jonathan's clearance of the 95th level, 9 continuous bell sounds resounded throughout Xuanhuan Holy Land. Boom, boom, boom. 9 resounding chimes startled the entire Holy Land. Almost all the elders, disciples, and over 20 half-step immortal ancestors were alarmed. Except for a few immortals sealed within the concealing sky coffin, nearly every powerful figure in Xuanhuan Holy Land focused their attention on the source of the sound, the martial god tower. Even within the deepest depths of the Holy Land, deep within an ancient hall, a white jade coffin trembled due to the 9 resonant chimes caused by Jonathan. What's happening? This chime. Did someone pass the 95th level of the illusion combat tower? Let me check. A half-step immortal ancestor immediately directed his gaze toward the illusion combat plaza. Instantly, he saw Jonathan's name glowing brilliantly above 9 Tribulations on the stone tablet outside the illusion combat tower. Jonathan? Who is this Jonathan? Did he pass the 95th level of the illusion combat tower? Surpassing the 9th Tribulation ancestor. This is too impressive. The half-step immortal ancestor marveled. Since he had been in seclusion, the elder hadn't witnessed Jonathan clearing the 80th level before, hence his surprise. Other half-step immortal ancestors, having seen Jonathan previously, were less shocked but still amazed when they noticed Jonathan's name surpassing 9 Tribulations. Jonathan. It's actually Jonathan. I didn't expect that passing the 80th level wasn't his limit. Hashtag chapter 144. Tying the record. This time, he actually managed to reach the 90th floor of the illusion combat tower in one go, surpassing the record set by the Samson. It's unbelievable. Yes, it's as if heaven is blessing our Xuanhuan Holy Land. It's been tens of thousands of years since our Xuanhuan Holy Land began to decline after the Samson. Could it be that our Holy Land will once again have a disciple as outstanding as the Samson? It seems that the resurgence of our Xuanhuan Holy Land is hopeful. As long as we can ensure that this disciple named Jonathan continues to grow, I believe that in the near future, our Holy Land will gain another invincible half-immortal. And you should continue watching. The disciple named Jonathan hasn't even been teleported out of the illusion combat tower. This means he is still challenging the levels. Perhaps he could clear even more levels and surpass the Samson. More outstanding than the Samson? That's unimaginable. After all, historically, the Samson was someone who could defeat all semi-immortals at the martial deity realm. Once he reached the semi-immortal realm, he directly killed immortal level experts, making him a true invincible half-immortal. Whether it was a semi-immortal or an immortal, none could match the Samson, let alone after he became an immortal himself. Therefore, during the period before the Samson ascended, it was the most glorious time for the Xuanhuan Holy Land, ranking first among the 9 Holy Lands with almost no one daring to challenge it. Thinking about past glory, the several semi-immortal elders were filled with longing. Now, after tens of thousands of years of decline, the Xuanhuan Holy Land has finally produced a disciple with talent comparable to the Samson. How could they not be excited? Haha, truly blessed by heaven. Our Xuanhuan Holy Land is finally going to rise again, restoring its former glory. Several semi-immortal elders laughed joyfully and directly appeared on the plaza outside the illusion combat tower, waiting for Jonathan's emergence up close. Instantly, the air above the illusion combat tower plaza was filled with various semi-immortal elders of the Xuanhuan Holy Land, leaving little room for even some weaker Wu Saint elders. They could only wait on the ground along with ordinary disciples. The disciples already on the plaza were completely dumbfounded, exclaiming in shock. How is this possible? Am I hallucinating? Senior brother Jonathan actually surpassed the 90 Tribulation Old Ancestors record of 90 floors in the illusion combat tower? Could senior brother Jonathan's talent be greater than that of the Samson? I don't know either, but right now, Jonathan's name is indeed carved at the top of the illusion combat tower's stone monument. It doesn't seem like a hallucination or an error. It looks like senior brother Jonathan is really going to be a remarkable figure. If he keeps growing, even if he doesn't surpass the Samson, he will definitely be a powerful person. Our Xuanhuan Holy Land will really rise again. I hope so. The surrounding disciples continued to discuss animatedly while focusing intently on the changes in Jonathan's level progress on the illusion combat tower's monument. Levi, standing among them, was also terrified. He muttered under his breath. How can this be? How could this happen? How could Jonathan surpass the Samson's record? With such talent, the Xuanhuan Holy Land will definitely protect him. Harris, the semi-immortal elder of the Jean family, won't be able to do anything to Jonathan. Given a disciple with talent on par with the Samson, even the elders of the Xuanhuan Holy Land would spare no effort to protect him. There's no way they'd let an outsider take him away. Levi knew that if Jonathan reported him now, he would be in serious trouble, likely receiving a punishment of isolation for hundreds of years if not executed. His mind raced as his earlier happiness upon hearing Jonathan had offended Harris turned to worry. Meanwhile, Harris, the semi-immortal elder of the Jean family, also looked grim. Harris had heard about the illusion combat tower, which reportedly tested disciples' talents accurately. Historically, the higher the number of floors one cleared, the stronger their potential. The Samson, after clearing 90 floors, grew into an invincible half-immortal who even true immortals couldn't match. Even though Harris didn't live during the Samson's era, he knew from records how formidable the Samson was. He had become the ultimate existence in the Eastern Wasteland continent, feared by all. Now, facing Jonathan, Harris was unsettled, desperately wanting to eliminate Jonathan immediately to avoid future calamity. If Jonathan grew as powerful as the Samson, Harris would be doomed. Recalling Jonathan's threat to slaughter the entire Jean family, he realized how real that danger was if Jonathan matched the Samson's strength. At the semi-immortal stage, the Samson had been unmatched. If Jonathan reached the same level, the entire Jean family would be insignificant to him. With this thought, Harris felt immense anxiety. Now he regarded Jonathan not as a mere junior but as a significant threat to the Jean family. What should I do? Should I ambush and kill Jonathan here? Harris hesitated, his face flickering with indecision. Nearby, Longxing Elder and Daoma Elder remained oblivious, absorbed by the bell sounds echoing through the Illusion Combat Tower, Plaza. Meanwhile, inside the Illusion Combat Tower, Jonathan, unaware of the events unfolding outside, continued to clear more floors, undeterred by the achievement of reaching the 90th floor. Chapter 145, Surpassing the Samson. Soon, the Guardian Illusion of the 91st floor appeared before Jonathan. This time, the Guardian Illusion emerged with the cultivation of a late-stage 11th rank Wu Saint, almost matching Jonathan's physical attributes after activating the 4-transformation devil body. Therefore, it became difficult for Jonathan to instantly defeat his opponent. He could only rely on the wondrous movements of the residual cloud shadow body art and slowly engage in battle with the late-stage 11th rank Wu Saint Guardian Illusion. The 7th form of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist. Thunder pierces the world. Jonathan roared loudly. A bolt of lightning struck the Guardian Illusion directly. However, even the 7th form of the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, Thunder pierces the world, was not as effective as before. It could only slightly disperse the Guardian Illusion, unable to kill it outright. But Jonathan didn't lose heart. If 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist wasn't enough, then he would use more. After mastering the first level of the residual cloud shadow body art, to create 10 shadows, Jonathan's agility was still clearly superior to that of the late-stage 11th rank Wu Saint Guardian Illusion. Thus, after several exchanges, the Guardian Illusion was quickly destroyed by Jonathan. That way, Jonathan easily cleared the 91st floor and arrived at the 92nd floor of the illusory martial tower. On the other side, after Jonathan passed the 91st floor, the disciples, elders, and half-step immortal old ancestors who had been observing intently outside erupted in excitement. He did it again. He passed another floor. Senior brother Jonathan has surpassed the Samson. A disciple who admired Jonathan exclaimed excitedly. Oh, Jonathan is truly on an unstoppable rise. We can't afford to offend him in the future. An elder Wu Saint in the crowd remarked, deeply imprinting Jonathan's name in his mind. At that moment, the half-step immortal old ancestors observing from the sky were equally astonished and began to discuss among themselves. He surpassed it. He really surpassed the 9th tribulation. Perhaps Jonathan will be another milestone in our Xuanhuan Holy Land's history. A red-haired half-step immortal old ancestor said excitedly. Meanwhile, the Supreme Lord of the Xuanhuan Holy Land in the sky also added fervently. It seems our Xuanhuan Holy Land really stands a chance of rising again. As long as we protect Jonathan and allow him to grow into his true potential, our Holy Land will have truly risen. That's right. We must protect Jonathan at all costs. Even if it means risking my life, I will ensure Jonathan's safety and protect the hope of our Xuanhuan Holy Land's resurgence. Anyone who threatens him, I will challenge them to the death. A more aggressive half-step immortal old ancestor declared. The other half-step immortal old ancestors nodded in agreement. On the other hand, while unaware of the divine consciousness exchanges among the Xuanhuan Holy Land's half-step immortal old ancestors, the Jean family's half-step immortal old ancestor, Henry, wore a grim expression. The more outstanding and talented Jonathan became, the greater the threat to the Jean family. With each floor Jonathan advanced, the killing intent in Henry's heart intensified. Back inside the illusory martial tower, Jonathan had no time to consider these matters. As he progressed through the floors, the strength of the guardian illusions he faced increased. Fortunately, his residual cloud shadow body art was nearly unparalleled, allowing him to handle anything short of a 12th rank Wu deity. Though the encounters grew increasingly challenging, he persevered. After enduring another bitter fight, Jonathan defeated the guardian illusion on the 92nd floor and reached the 93rd floor. Witnessing this from the outside, the disciples, elders, and half-step immortal old ancestors were surprised but less shocked than before. Many began to fantasize whether Jonathan could clear the illusory martial tower and obtain the illusory martial immortal's inheritance. The illusory martial immortal was rumored to be a powerful celestial being from the upper realms, far surpassing ordinary immortals. Though not affiliated with the Xuanhuan Holy Land and of mysterious origin, he was undeniably formidable, stronger even than the Samson after becoming an immortal. The illusory martial tower itself was a legacy left by the illusory martial immortal, used to select disciples and find successors. It was said that obtaining his inheritance meant acquiring the heritage of the heaven's top powerhouses, becoming an unrivaled celestial force, let alone an unmatched mortal. For tens of thousands of years, no one had cleared the illusory martial tower or become the illusory martial immortal's disciple, highlighting the high demands for talent. Hence, the Xuanhuan Holy Land ceased considering the illusory martial immortal's inheritance. Now, Jonathan, having reached the 93rd floor, gave everyone renewed hope. After surpassing the Samson, all eyes were on whether Jonathan could pass the final floor and obtain the mysterious inheritance. Everyone anxiously watched the stone tablet outside the illusory martial tower, hoping Jonathan could succeed. Jonathan continued forward, reaching the 93rd, 94th, 95th, 96th, 97th, and 98th floors. By now, the observers outside felt their hearts pounding. He's at the 98th floor. Really at the 98th floor. Just 2 more floors, and he might actually succeed. A half-step immortal old ancestor shouted in excitement. Others echoed similar sentiments. Despite their vast experience, they could not help but feel overwhelmingly excited. intensely watching Jonathan's name on the stone tablet outside the tower. Even ordinary elders and disciples were filled with anticipation. Thus, the entire Xianhuan Holy Land watched Jonathan advance. Floor 95, floor 96, floor 97, floor 98. By this point, everyone held their breath. To the 98th floor. He's really at the 98th floor. 2 more floors, and he'll have done it. A half-step immortal old ancestor shouted, joined by others. Despite their immense experience, they watched with bated breath, awaiting Jonathan to make history. Chapter 146, Breaking the 100th Level. In the sky, Jonathan's master, Ainsworth Darnell Tiansong, was nearly in tears from excitement. This was his disciple. A disciple who surpassed the 9th tribulation ancestor and was poised to create history for the Xianhuang sacred land like never before. And he was the master of such an exceptional and terrifyingly gifted disciple. How could this not stir him? The Ainsworth couldn't calm his agitated heart. He could only fixate intently on Jonathan's name engraved on the illusory Martial Tower's stone steel, awaiting the final miracle. Meanwhile, inside the illusory Martial Tower, facing the level 12 martial god illusion of the 98th level, Jonathan's full-force 9th tribulation Thunder Fist could no longer penetrate its defenses. Even his residual cloud shadow body technique fell into perilous straits. Each 10 shadows maneuver barely managed to survive after 7 or 8 shadow clones were destroyed. Therefore, Jonathan faced immense pressure. No good, I can't keep doing this. I need to employ a more powerful killing move, or I will surely fail, Jonathan thought. He had already decided to prematurely use his ultimate move, the Divine Killer Attachment, Secret Art. Originally, he planned to save it for the 99th level. After all, having rushed to conquer the illusory Martial Tower, Jonathan had only prepared 1 blood sacrifice, collected after slaying Ismail from the Tiansong sacred land in the Dark Clan Mountains. Getting the essence blood from a level 11 martial saint was no small feat. It wasn't that he didn't want to prepare more, but his time was tight, and there wasn't enough time for thorough preparation. Hence, Jonathan currently only had 1 peak level 11 martial saint blood sacrifice. So Jonathan wanted to use it at the last checkpoint. But now, he had no choice but to use it prematurely. With that thought, Jonathan let out a roar. Divine Killer Attachment. Activate. Immediately, a translucent figure appeared behind Jonathan. His entire aura rapidly surged, quickly matching that of the level 12 martial god level guardian illusion. Without hesitation, immediately after activating the Divine Killer Attachment, Jonathan unleashed his full power, charging towards the guardian illusion. Residual Cloud Shadow Body Technique. Jonathan unleashed this terrifying technique with all his might. The space filled with Jonathan's residual shadows and real body projections. Using this instant speed boost, Jonathan reached behind the level 12 martial god illusion of the 98th level in a flash and delivered a punch that scattered it. Boom. The 98th level guardian illusion dissipated. Then, the guardian illusion of the 99th level immediately emerged. At this moment, outside the illusory Martial Tower, the observing disciples, elders, and half-step celestial ancestors went wild with excitement. 99th level. Really the 99th level. Just passing this level, Jonathan can obtain the heritage of illusory martial immortal. Yes, come on, brother Jonathan. On the illusory martial square, the observing disciples started fervently cheering Jonathan on, and the half-step celestial ancestors and some elders in the sky silently cheered for Jonathan as well. Especially Ainsworth Darnell Tiansong, who began muttering incessantly under his breath. Come on, my disciple, you must pass the 99th level. At this moment, everyone was hoping and praying that Jonathan would clear the 99th level of the illusory Martial Tower. Inside the illusory Martial Tower, faced with the last guardian illusion of the 99th level, Jonathan didn't hold back. He immediately gave it his all, using everything he could muster. Residual Cloud Shadow Body Technique. 9 Tribulation Thunder Fist, 8th form, Thunder Dragon Skybreaker. Jonathan roared maniacally, forcefully using the not yet fully mastered 8th form, Thunder Dragon Skybreaker, of the 9 Tribulation Thunder Fist. However, it proved quite effective. The Thunder Dragon composed of lightning light coiled around and struck the peak level 12 Martial God Guardian illusion of the 99th level. Seeing one Thunder Dragon couldn't kill the level 12 Martial God Guardian illusion, Jonathan immediately added another. 9 Tribulation Thunder Fist, 8th form, Thunder Dragon Skybreaker. 9 Tribulation Thunder Fist, 8th form, Thunder Dragon Skybreaker. Jonathan continuously attacked. At this point, the blood sacrifice consumed by the Divine Killer Attachment state was almost depleted. Biting his teeth, Jonathan directly used his own essence blood as the blood sacrifice needed for the Divine Killer Attachment. All to finally slay the 99th level Guardian illusion. Ultimately, Jonathan's efforts paid off. After delivering 5 consecutive strikes of the 9 Tribulation Thunder Fist's 8th form, Thunder Dragon Skybreaker, the extremely difficult level 12 Martial God level Guardian illusion was finally defeated. As this illusion disappeared, no more Guardian illusions appeared in the challenge space of the illusory Martial Tower. Before Jonathan's eyes, a dazzling light shimmered, followed by his teleportation to a starry space. Meanwhile, just as Jonathan cleared the 99th level of the illusory Martial Tower, outside, on the steel in front of the tower, the level number behind Jonathan's glittering golden name turned into the 100th level. Seeing this result, all the observers among the disciples, elders, and various half-step celestial ancestors of the Xianhuang sacred land erupted in excitement. As Jonathan successfully reached the 100th level of the illusory Martial Tower, suddenly, continuous bell chimes resounded throughout the entire Xianhuang sacred land, endlessly echoing for thousands of miles. Even outsiders in the outer regions of the Xianhuang Great City heard the continuous ringing. Huh? What's happening? Why are there continuous bells ringing in the Xianhuang sacred land? Has something major occurred? A mere passerby in the Xianhuang Great City couldn't help but ask, puzzled. Some outer gate elders within the inner city of the Xianhuang Great City looked toward the deep mountains where the Xianhuang sacred land was located, speculating in confusion. This bell sounds somewhat similar to the ones near the illusory martial tower. Strange, very strange. What big event happened in the Xuanhuan sacred land? An outer gate elder shook his head in confusion. Spies from other forces within the Xuanhuan great city, hearing the massive commotion from the Xuanhuan sacred land, also grew puzzled and started using their intelligence networks to uncover what exactly happened. And at this moment, reaching the 100th level of the illusory martial tower, Jonathan not only stirred these mortals, but even the deepest recesses of the Xuanhuan sacred land. The lid of a jade-white coffin, the sky-concealing coffin, suddenly trembled. Hashtag chapter 147, Inheritance of the illusory martial tower. What's happening that it's causing such a commotion and disturbing my sleep? Never mind, since I'm already awake, I might as well go out and take a look. The old man isn't significantly affected by the rejection from the lower world's elemental forces, so he can venture outside. This powerful and terrifying immortal ancestor was awakened by the bell chimes of the illusory martial tower. He then flipped off the coffin lid and sat up directly from inside the coffin. Subsequently, he transformed into a beam of light and moved towards the direction of the illusory martial tower. Meanwhile, Jonathan, currently inside the illusory martial tower, upon reaching the 100th level, discovered that this area was filled with dazzling starlight, resembling a celestial expanse. Deep within this starry space stood a shadowy figure, observing Jonathan from afar. "Young man, you have arrived," said the shadowy figure. Jonathan couldn't see the figure's face clearly from afar. It seemed to be an elder but also didn't seem so. It was blurry, much like being shrouded in mist. "Senior," Jonathan greeted respectfully. No matter what, this shadowy figure was definitely a significant figure and could possibly even be the residual form left behind by immortal illusory martial. Therefore, Jonathan maintained utmost respect. "Come here." The shadowy voice beckoned, and Jonathan immediately moved closer. "Hundreds of thousands of years have passed. You are the only one in this world who has come here. Finally, after all this time, I've waited for your appearance." The shadowy figure's voice trembled, as if he had awaited Jonathan for an eternity. Upon hearing this, Jonathan furrowed his brows, not understanding why the shadowy figure spoke thusly. He presumed the figure had waited too long for a successor. "Senior, are you the immortal illusory martial?" Jonathan asked curiously. It wasn't surprising. He had heard many legends about the illusory martial tower from the outside world. Hence, Jonathan was very keen to understand whether this illusory shadow was indeed the extremely mysterious immortal illusory martial. On the other side, upon hearing Jonathan's question, the shadowy figure smiled faintly. "Immortal illusory martial? Yes, that is a part of my identity, but it's unimportant. It is merely one among countless identities I possess. My true identity is the castor of the immortal realm, and the title of immortal illusory martial was fabricated solely for me to search for successors in the lower world." Upon hearing this explanation from the shadowy figure, Jonathan was greatly shocked. Castor? An immortal emperor? In Jonathan's limited impression of the immortal realm, an immortal emperor was an actual top-tier powerhouse akin to the ancient spirit clan chief Gustavus. Such a supreme strength far exceeded ordinary mortals of the lower realm. He never imagined that such an unparalleled power would seek successors in the lower world, which left Jonathan utterly baffled. According to legends, people born in the immortal realm were nurtured by celestial energy, making their aptitude and potential far surpass those of common mortals in the lower realm. Thus, it was incredible that someone like the Castor, possessing immortal emperor-level prowess, did not seek successors within the immortal realm but instead chose to come to the lower world under the guise of immortal illusory martial to find successors. While Jonathan pondered this, the shadowy figure of the Castor seemingly perceived his thoughts and remarked, "Are you curious why I don't seek successors in the immortal realm but rather came to the lower world?" Hearing this, Jonathan was startled, but eventually nodded cautiously. "My main body faced a formidable enemy in the immortal realm, and I am unsure whether I am alive or dead now. Therefore, I cannot openly recruit disciples in the immortal realm anymore. Otherwise, if my enemies discover it, both my lineage and any successor I find will be obliterated. So, I chose to secretly search for successors in the lower world under various ordinary immortal identities. This way, my mortal enemy cannot detect my lineage." The shadowy figure of the Castor explained patiently, sounding particularly sorrowful. After all, a mighty immortal emperor had to stealthily seek a disciple and assume multiple identities with utmost caution, which was indeed heart-wrenching. However, it showed how terrifying his enemy must be, capable of forcing an immortal emperor to such lengths. After listening to the reasons given by the shadowy figure of the Castor, Jonathan felt deeply shocked and surprised, especially when he learned that the Castor had an enemy. Jonathan was slightly worried. However, he brushed aside his concerns, as he was still far from ascending to the immortal realm and needn't think so far ahead. Thus, he continued to listen attentively to the shadowy figure's account. The shadowy figure of the Castor, having spoken after a long time, went on recounting without interruption. "After hundreds of thousands of years, the conditions set by my main body were indeed too stringent. Therefore, it took until now for a qualified successor to finally appear." The shadowy figure of the Castor sighed. "If you had appeared a few thousand years later, perhaps this phantom energy would have been exhausted. At that point, my legacy left in this world would truly be severed. Fortunately, you have finally appeared." While speaking, the shadowy figure looked at Jonathan with great joy, almost as if he were looking at his own child. Being observed this way, Jonathan felt embarrassed and said, "Junior feels very fortunate to have arrived here before Senior dissipates." Upon hearing Jonathan's words, the shadowy figure smiled and asked, "Your talent is indeed excellent. Even in the immortal realm, you are qualified to join an immortal emperor's sect. Are you sure you want to accept my inheritance? Aren't you afraid of offending my enemy in the immortal realm?" Noticing Jonathan's eagerness for the inheritance, the shadowy figure inquired. Upon hearing this, Jonathan hesitated momentarily, then replied confidently, Junior genuinely desires the inheritance. And I'm fearless, no fear of heaven or earth. Even if there is an immortal emperor enemy, so what? Jonathan boasted, confident because of the system's support. He believed that as long as he remained cautious, he would eventually ascend to the pinnacle. Why should he fear anything? One should be brave and fearless on the path of cultivation, confronting any adversary. Moreover, with the inheritance right before him, why should he hesitate due to fear? Hence, Jonathan made his decision quickly. Fearless of heaven or earth, very good. That is the way we should be. If we fear neither heaven nor earth, how can we fear a distant enemy? Young man, you are quite to my liking. The shadowy figure of the castor praised him appreciatively. Chapter 148. The Profound Origin Spirit Decision. In fact, the conversation that just took place was a test from the illusory figure of Immortal Emperor Era to Jonathan. If Jonathan had retreated easily, no matter how outstanding he was, Immortal Emperor Era would not have passed on his legacy to him. After all, how could they expect someone as timid as a mouse to fight against the enemies of an immortal emperor and seek revenge for the original self in the future? Thus, what he needed was someone bold like Jonathan, unfazed by heaven and earth. That's the quality one should possess when defying the heavens. Following Jonathan's rather arrogant words, the illusory figure of Immortal Emperor Era approved of Jonathan significantly. This final psychological test had been barely passed. Subsequently, the illusory figure of Immortal Emperor Era formally addressed Jonathan about the matters of inheritance. Jonathan, although you are now qualified to receive my Immortal Emperor Era's inheritance, the true inheritance is not within this illusionary combat tower. After all, to avoid arousing suspicion, this illusionary combat tower is merely a treasure of the Earth Immortal level. It can't possibly carry my Immortal Emperor Era's legacy. Hence, the true inheritance lies in another mysterious place. At present, the only thing I can pass down to you is the set of Immortal Emperor level techniques that I created after achieving fame and control over this illusionary combat tower. As for the true inheritance site, you'll need to find it yourself after becoming an immortal. The illusory figure of Immortal Emperor Era said indifferently. Hearing this, Jonathan couldn't help but marvel at the strength of Immortal Emperor Era's enemies who made him so cautious in finding a successor. He was also slightly disappointed by not obtaining the entire inheritance immediately. However, Jonathan quickly adjusted his thoughts. After all, there was still a set of Immortal Emperor level techniques in the illusionary combat tower, an Earth Immortal level treasure, which constituted some gain. Therefore, Jonathan didn't become too greedy but respectfully replied, Junior understands. Hearing this, the illusory figure of Immortal Emperor Era nodded, then said, since you have accepted my teachings, you've accepted my cause. If you reach the realm of Immortal Emperor in the future, you can avenge my original body. If you haven't reached the Immortal Emperor realm, forget it. The illusory figure of Immortal Emperor Era said indifferently, without forcing anything upon Jonathan. Instead, he intended to wait until Jonathan reached the Immortal Emperor realm to be capable enough for vengeance, not elaborating further on future matters. Clearly, even Immortal Emperor Era wasn't sure if Jonathan could achieve the Immortal Emperor realm, making excessive demands unproductive. Jonathan, hearing the illusory figure's words, firmly kept them in mind. Since he had accepted the inheritance, he would certainly take revenge when he had enough strength. It was a matter of principle. Even if the illusory figure hadn't emphasized this, Jonathan would have acted accordingly. Hence, Jonathan vowed solemnly, predecessor Immortal Emperor Era, since Junior Jonathan has received your inheritance, I will definitely avenge you once I have enough strength. I promise to do as I say. Upon hearing Jonathan's assurance, the illusory figure smiled faintly. Although he didn't harbor much hope, he felt delighted by Jonathan's earnestness. Thus, with a smile, the illusory figure nodded and continued. Let's discuss revenge later. Now, I shall impart my signature technique, the Profound Origin Spirit Decision. As he spoke, the illusory figure lightly tapped Jonathan's forehead, causing a white light to enter Jonathan's mind, forming a phantom mark. Immediately following this, the system notification sounded. Ding! Detected host can comprehend the Immortal Emperor level technique, Profound Origin Spirit Decision. First level requires 10 comprehension points. Host, proceed. Initially, Jonathan wanted to begin comprehending right away, but noticed that the illusory figure seemed to have more to say, so he temporarily chose no. Thus, Jonathan didn't ponder over the phantom mark within his mind, but looked toward the illusory figure, awaiting further instructions. Meanwhile, after imparting the Profound Origin Spirit Decision imprint to Jonathan, the already translucent figure became even more transparent, as if about to dissipate. The imprint of the Profound Origin Spirit Decision has been placed in your mind. You can comprehend it gradually upon returning. My energy has been drained after bestowing this inheritance imprint, and I am about to dissipate. The illusory figure slowly spoke, his voice weaker, seeming indeed close to vanishing. Before dissipating, I have a few things to entrust to you concerning the search for the true inheritance of my Immortal Emperor's body, said the illusory figure. Jonathan listened intently. Senior, please continue, Jonathan said. My Immortal Emperor's true inheritance site lies somewhere in the Void Sea. There, my body set up deadly traps to prevent anyone from destroying or seizing the inheritance. Thus, venturing there below the Immortal Emperor realm means certain death. Therefore, it's unnecessary for you to go too early. Wait until you've cultivated the Profound Origin Spirit Decision to at least the 4th level before going there, otherwise, the inheritance site won't recognize you. It will provide no special favor, so remember to cultivate to the 4th level first. Also, take the token I give you. Otherwise, going without it guarantees certain death. The illusory figure then took out an ancient token and handed it to Jonathan. Once you acquire this era token, immediately bind it to your bloodline. Holding this token will truly activate the inheritance site. The illusory figure urged Jonathan to perform the binding. Without hesitation, Jonathan sliced his finger and dripped blood onto the ancient era token. Instantly, the token emitted sparkling light, absorbing Jonathan's blood. Afterward, Jonathan distinctly felt a connection with the ancient era token. Chapter 149. The illusory martial tower, a land immortal artifact. At the same time, it seemed like a blurry map was contained within the token. However, Jonathan did not take the time to examine the map closely just yet. On the other side, after the illusory figure of Emperor Era successfully completed the blood recognition process for Jonathan with the Era token, he relaxed and said, "This Era token contains a map of the inheritance place in the Void Sea. When your strength reaches a certain realm, you will be able to clearly see this map. Now, put away the Era token for now," the illusory figure of Emperor Era instructed. Hearing this, Jonathan immediately complied and stored the Era token. By this point, the illusory figure of Emperor Era was almost completely dissipating. Seeing this, he finally spoke. "I'm about to dissipate. Let me tell you the operation mantra for the illusory martial tower. Although the illusory martial tower is only a land immortal artifact and not very precious, it will still be of great use to you at your current level. Remember the mantra well," Emperor Era's illusory figure said with his remaining strength. He then transmitted the operational mantra for the illusory martial tower into Jonathan's mind. After imparting the mantra, the illusory figure of Emperor Era finally dissipated completely. Jonathan stood respectfully where he was and bowed deeply. "Senior, may you rest in peace," he sighed. This man had been his mentor in a way. After saying this, Jonathan familiarized himself with the mantra stored in his mind. Once he fully memorized it, he decided to exit the illusory martial tower. He didn't plan on taking the land immortal artifact right now. It would be too conspicuous and shocking. Therefore, he decided to leave the tower here for the time being. After all, with the operational mantra, no one besides Jonathan could control this land immortal artifact. Thus, he wasn't worried about losing it. Moreover, while the illusory martial tower might not have been much to Emperor Era's illusionary figure, it was still considered an extremely valuable treasure by the Xuanhuan Holy Land. In the mortal world, even immortal artifacts of human immortal level were scarce, let alone those of land immortal level. Such an item would greatly bolster the power and heritage of any holy land. Jonathan knew that if he took the land immortal artifact right now, the Xuanhuan Holy Land would definitely not agree. Therefore, he decided to wait until he became stronger before retrieving the land immortal artifact. After pondering this, Jonathan left the illusory martial tower. Meanwhile, as Jonathan was receiving the inheritance in the 100th floor of the illusory martial tower, outside the tower, numerous disciples, elders, and various half-step immortals surrounded the entrance. They were all eagerly waiting for Jonathan to emerge so they could witness him. Suddenly, a bright light flashed at the entrance of the illusory martial tower. "He's coming out! He's coming out!" Some disciples shouted excitedly. The elders and half-step immortals in the sky also focused their gazes on the entrance. A white light appeared, and Jonathan stepped out of the illusory martial tower. Looking around, he saw a crowd gathered in the square and numerous powerful figures in the sky, all staring intently at him. Even the usually thick-skinned Jonathan felt a bit embarrassed. Everyone has been waiting for me?" Jonathan scratched his head awkwardly. However, none of the observing disciples dared to respond. The half-step immortal patriarchs in the sky examined Jonathan for a moment before one of them said coolly, "You are Jonathan. This is not the place for talking. Follow me." One half-step immortal elder waved his sleeve, intending to carry Jonathan back to the inner sanctum of the Xuanhuan Holy Land. But at that moment, Herschel, a half-step immortal elder from the Jean family who had been waiting, called out loudly, "Wait." Herschel was here to find Jonathan. After waiting for so long, how could he let Jonathan leave so easily? Especially when he saw Jonathan's face, confirming that this youth was the one who killed his great-grandson, stole his innate half-immortal sword, and threatened to slaughter his entire clan in Darkline Mountain Range. Rage instantly surged within Herschel. Though he knew the situation was not in his favor, he couldn't suppress his anger, and he couldn't arrive with much fanfare only to leave quietly. It would dishonor the face of the Jean family elder. Moreover, he still had the backing of the Tiansong Holy Land. Even if things went poorly, he didn't believe the Xuanhuan Holy Land would actually harm him unless they intended to declare war on the Tiansong Holy Land. Something he didn't think would happen. After much deliberation, he decided to confront Jonathan to demand justice for his great-grandson. Even if he couldn't kill Jonathan, he had to reclaim his half-immortal sword at the very least. On the other side, upon hearing Herschel speak, the half-step immortal elders of the Xuanhuan Holy Land frowned and looked over. "Why are you here, Herschel of the Tiansong Holy Land?" one half-step immortal elder asked. They hadn't paid much attention to Herschel earlier because there were many half-step immortals present, and Herschel didn't stand out. However, now that Herschel had spoken up, all the half-step immortal elders of the Xuanhuan Holy Land noticed him. They were curious about what Herschel wanted. Chapter 150, Confrontation. At the same time, they could tell from Henry's expression that he had come with malicious intent. Thus, all the half-immortals of the Xuanhuan Holy Land stared intently at this half-step immortal ancestor of the Jean family, Henry. Several half-step immortal ancestors even drew their weapons. As for the half-step immortal ancestor of the Jean family, Henry, despite feeling extremely anxious in such a situation, he still relied on the 5th-ranked Tiansong Holy Land. Therefore, on the surface, he managed to put up a brave front and said, "I have some personal grievances with Jonathan. He killed my great-grandson, Hermes, and stole my life-bound immortal great artifact, the Jian sword. You people of Xuanhuan Holy Land can't possibly be thinking of covering up for Jonathan, right?" Henry's loud statement immediately sparked discussions among all the disciples in the Illusion Martial Tower Plaza. What? Senior brother Jonathan killed the young master of the Jean family, Hermes, and also stole the life-bound immortal sword, Jian sword, of the Jean family's half-step immortal ancestor, Henry? How is that possible? Yes, I do know about the Jean family's young master, Hermes. He was a genius at the peak 10th rank martial emperor level. It might be plausible that senior brother Jonathan killed him. But stealing the life-bound immortal sword from a half-step immortal, This sounds like a fairy tale. Yes, isn't it possible that this Henry saw senior brother Jonathan's unparalleled talent and wants to eliminate a future threat to the Tiansong Holy Land? So he fabricated this lie to frame Jonathan and act against him legally? Indeed, there is a strong possibility. Competition between holy lands is fierce. Everyone wants to stifle the geniuses of other holy lands, so it's not surprising for framing and slander to happen. Oh, this is too despicable. A dignified half-step immortal ancestor actually slanders an ordinary disciple. That's utterly shameful. A group of onlookers, including many elders, were discussing heatedly. They mostly didn't believe that Jonathan could steal a half-step immortal ancestor's lifebound artifact. Moreover, most of them believed that Henry was fabricating a trap out of extreme envy for Jonathan's world-shaking talent to deal with him openly and justifiably. On the other side, Jonathan overheard these comments and thoughts raced through his mind. Meanwhile, with Henry's declaration, over 20 half-step immortal ancestors frowned and looked at him with ill intent. Henry, don't you dare frame our Xuanhuan Holy Land's rare genius disciple. Jonathan is incredibly talented, but he is only at the 7th rank martial spirit realm. You claim he stole your lifebound immortal sword, Jinao sword? Who are you trying to fool? Even I couldn't take away your lifebound immortal sword, Jinao sword. To say a mere 7th rank martial spirit disciple from Xuanhuan Holy Land could take your lifebound sword is ridiculous. If you're going to lie, make it believable. The short-tempered Eldon finally lost his patience after holding back for a long time and roared aloud. Another, wearing a bright red robe and having crimson hair, the Jerry, responded more fiercely. Henry, if you came here looking for trouble, just say so. Let's spar instead of making such nonsensical excuses. As Scarlet Sun Ancestor moved to attack, fortunately, Corbin stopped him. Believe or not as you wish. Ask your disciple Jonathan directly, Henry retorted under intense pressure but still persisted. As Henry spoke, everyone turned their gaze back to Jonathan, eager to hear his response. Those over 20 half-step immortal ancestors watched Jonathan, waiting for his explanation. Even the kin in the crowd discreetly signaled Jonathan. Jonathan caught the hint and declared, Honorable ancestors, disciple Jonathan is innocent. I've never met this half-step immortal ancestor before. I did not kill his great-grandson, nor could I have stolen his lifebound immortal sword. This must be a misunderstanding on his part. Jonathan performed convincingly, feigning innocence so thoroughly that he almost believed himself. Hearing Jonathan's act, Henry flew into a rage and shouted, Boy, you lie, you lie. Henry started getting hysterical. Seeing this, the Xuanhuan Holy Land, as half-step immortal ancestors furrowed their brows and began scolding him. Old man Henry, Jonathan has already stated he doesn't know you. How dare you meddle further? Do you think Xuanhuan Holy Land won't dare to touch you? Scarlet Sun Ancestor stepped forward, issuing a direct threat. Eldon joined the circle around him. Suddenly, Henry's face changed as he grew wary. However, he refused to let Jonathan off easily and continued to press. Boy, if you claim you don't recognize me, then will you swear to the heavenly Tao or accompany me back to Tiansong Holy Land to repeat it in front of our treasured mirror of inquiry? Henry insisted. Jonathan naturally wasn't foolish enough to really swear to the heavenly Tao. He realized that no matter what he said, the 20 or so half-step immortal ancestors of Xuanhuan Holy Land would definitely protect him. Therefore, the truth didn't matter much. Even they didn't want to know the true story. After all, Jonathan was an extraordinary genius unseen in hundreds of thousands of years within the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Even if he had killed Henry's grandmother, the Xuanhuan Holy Land would choose to protect him. Thus, no one wanted to pursue the truth. They only wished to quickly dismiss the half-step immortal ancestor of the Jean family, Henry. Recognizing this attitude from the half-step immortal ancestors, Jonathan felt emboldened and decided to mock Henry boldly, remembering how badly Henry had bullied him earlier. Chapter 151. A Sage Makes a Move. This half-step sage ancestor of the Jean family, if I'm not mistaken, all your lifebound magical treasures, the immortal swords, should be equipped with lifebound sword spirits. And the strength of a lifebound sword spirit is at least 1/3 of its master's power. Therefore, how could your lifebound magical treasure, the immortal sword, be taken by me? Are you a useless person, unable to protect your own lifebound magical treasure? Jonathan indirectly insulted Henry, the half-step sage ancestor of the Jean family, as useless, stunning many onlookers. Even Jonathan's master, Ainsworth Darnell Tiangang, would not dare insult a half-step sage so directly, yet Jonathan did it without hesitation. This not only stunned all the spectators and elders present, but also left some half-step sage ancestors in shock. Ahaha, Jonathan is right, Henry. Are you useless? To have your lifebound magical treasure stolen by a 7th rank martial spirit. The hot-tempered Adelard Yang immediately took advantage of the situation to mock Henry openly. This infuriated Henry, causing him to lose control. Boy, you're courting death. Henry roared loudly and attacked Jonathan openly before everyone's eyes. You dare. You dare. Dozens of voices cried out simultaneously. Then, over 20 half-step sage ancestors acted together, assaulting Henry in an attempt to prevent his sudden attack on Jonathan. But just then, a force that surpassed all the present half-step sages erupted. Enough. A single shout from this formidable presence instantly neutralized Henry's enraged strike. Henry was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. A sage. A supreme sage ancestor has made a move. Which supreme sage ancestor is it? Over 20 half-step sage ancestors asked in confusion. They hadn't expected that Jonathan's challenge of the illusory combat tower would disturb even the deeply secluded supreme sage ancestor of the Xuanhuan Holy Land. On the illusory combat tower square, disciples were bewildered and shocked. Henry, injured by the supreme sage ancestor's roar, looked terrified. After all, below a sage, everyone is like an ant, including half-step sages. Only a few exceptionally powerful beings, akin to the level of a ninth tribulation ancestor, might possibly match ordinary sages. Henry had no confidence of standing against a sage. He could be killed in an instant. Realizing this, he screamed fearfully, "Elder Sage, spare my life. I am an ancestor of the Tiansong Holy Land. Please spare me." With a supreme sage ancestor involved, Henry could only rely on the reputation of the Tiansong Holy Land for survival. Dying here in xuanhuan Holy Land wouldn't be worth it. So, regaining his senses, Henry promptly submitted, losing his previous arrogance. Meanwhile, with Henry pleading for mercy, a faint voice drifted out from deep within the xuanhuan Holy Land. "Get out." Upon receiving this order from the supreme sage ancestor, Henry wasted no time escaping the xuanhuan Holy Land. Once Henry was completely gone, the mysterious supreme sage ancestor who had revealed only part of himself spoke again, "Come to the supreme hall and see me." Finishing his words, the supreme sage ancestor withdrew his overwhelming presence. All present, including Ainsworth Darnell Tiangang and Jonathan, headed towards the supreme hall deep within the xuanhuan Holy Land. After they left, the remaining disciples and elders on the illusory combat tower square side in relief. The aura of the supreme sage ancestor had been terrifying, overpowering a half-step sage merely through sound alone, utterly intimidating. This is what a sage is, truly frightening. The power of a sage is unbelievable. I wonder if I will ever reach that level. Indeed, we didn't expect our xuanhuan Holy Land's supreme sage ancestor to be disturbed. Many shared this sentiment, leaving everyone in awe. In the supreme hall, a Callan dressed in white scholarly attire waited. He appeared youthful, lacking any signs of old age, and seemed unremarkable as though he were an ordinary mortal. Yet none present dared think he was ordinary. Jonathan observed this white-robed scholar with mild curiosity. When all 20-plus half-step sage ancestors arrived, they saw the white-robed scholar youth and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Floyd ancestor." Following the other elders, Jonathan bowed as well. "Greetings, Supreme Sage Floyd." After all formalities were concluded, the young-looking Floyd examined Jonathan closely. "Are you the boy who caused such a stir by clearing all 100 levels of the illusory combat tower?" asked Floyd. "Yes," Jonathan nodded respectfully. Impressed, Floyd praised, "Indeed, one must admire the youth of today. You far surpass even me when I was younger. Even the historical ninth tribulation ancestor couldn't compare to you." Receiving praise from such a powerful figure of xuanhuan Holy Land, Jonathan felt slightly embarrassed and scratched his head. "Thank you, ancestor." After complimenting Jonathan, Floyd brought up his interest, the inheritance of the illusory combat immortal. "You cleared the 100th level of the illusory combat tower. Did you obtain the inheritance of the illusory combat immortal?" Floyd asked. Translation ends here, maintaining the structure and tone of the original text while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 152. Supreme Elder Floyd bestows a treasure. This was also a matter of great concern to the 20-odd demi-immortal elders present. Thus, when Supreme Elder Floyd asked this question, all the demi-immortal elders, including the sacred master of Devon Holy Land and Jonathan's grandmaster Darnell Tiansong, turned their heads toward Jonathan, waiting for his response. Jonathan had anticipated this and already thought of how to respond. Therefore, he confidently replied without any hesitation. "Reporting to Supreme Elder Floyd, I indeed received the legacy of illusory martial immortal. However, that legacy only consisted of one cultivation technique, and the residual image of illusory martial immortal in the illusory martial tower explicitly instructed me not to spread or reveal this technique. And I swore an oath under heaven's Tao to comply with this request, thus I cannot divulge the name of that technique." Upon hearing Jonathan's response, although it did not satisfy everyone present, including the sacred master of Devon Holy Land and Jonathan's grandmaster Darnell Tiansong, they at least understood that the mysterious illusory martial immortal had left behind just one cultivation technique. While they were extremely curious about what supreme technique the enigmatic illusory martial immortal had left behind, since Jonathan had already sworn an oath under heaven's Tao, no one dared to press him further. After all, compared to the cultivation technique left by the mysterious illusory martial immortal, the demi-immortal elders, as well as Supreme Elder Floyd, placed more value on Jonathan himself. After all, no matter how powerful a technique might be, if it was like the residual cloud shadow step, where no one could cultivate it successfully, it would be useless. A prodigy of exceptional talent, especially someone who displayed remarkable brilliance like Jonathan, was far more valuable than a mysterious and powerful technique. The stringent trials set by the illusory martial immortal to select disciples indicated that the cultivation difficulty of this mysterious technique was immense. Otherwise, such a challenging test wouldn't have been necessary. It might be just as difficult as the residual cloud shadow step, impossible for anyone to master. Therefore, the demi-immortal elders, including the sacred master of Devon Holy Land and Supreme Elder Floyd, were not overly greedy for the mysterious technique left by the illusory martial immortal. They were merely curious. After all, they were already at the demi-immortal realm and couldn't change to other techniques anymore. As for Supreme Elder Floyd, it was even less likely, being a qualified immortal who was eligible for ascension, and definitely having his own pride. He wouldn't consider changing to another immortal's technique. Of course, if Supreme Elder Floyd knew that Jonathan had inherited the legacy of Immortal Emperor Era from the Celestial Realm, he wouldn't think like this. He might force Jonathan to reveal the Era Spirit technique and attempt to cultivate it himself. Therefore, Jonathan would never reveal that the true legacy he obtained within the illusory martial tower was that of Immortal Emperor Era from the Celestial Realm, no matter what. Those present, demi-immortal elders and Supreme Elder Floyd, who didn't know these details, after hearing that Jonathan had sworn an oath under heaven's Tao not to disclose the technique's name, besides feeling slightly regretful, stopped pressing the issue. Then, all the demi-immortal elders and Grand Supreme Elder Floyd shifted their focus back to Jonathan. You are indeed the most talented and renowned heaven-defying prodigy in our Xian Devon Holy Land as history. In the next competition among the 9 Holy Lands geniuses, our Xian Devon Holy Land will finally rise, Grand Supreme Elder Xianfloyd remarked. All the demi-immortal elders nodded in agreement, mostly concurring with Grand Supreme Elder Xianfloyd's viewpoint. After all, Jonathan had now passed through the 100 levels of the illusory martial tower despite only being at the 7th stage Wu Darnell realm, yet his true combat strength probably rivaled 12th stage soul experts. Therefore, everyone had high hopes for Jonathan's performance in the upcoming competition. Although Jonathan wasn't fully aware of the specifics of the 9 Holy Lands competition, he was confident in his capabilities and believed he was peerless among those of the same level, so he didn't take it too seriously. However, Grand Supreme Elder Xianfloyd seemed to perceive Jonathan's confidence and couldn't help but caution him. Jonathan, remember, a prematurely deceased genius isn't a true genius. Today you have drawn attention from many figures within various Holy Lands, even attracting a visit from a demi-immortal elder of Heavenly Azure Holy Land. Be cautious. Excessive sharpness can lead to early breaking. Hearing Grand Supreme Elder Xianfloyd's words, Jonathan calmed down and began reflecting on his recent actions. Indeed, he had been somewhat overconfident lately and realized he needed to be more discreet going forward. Even though Henry, the demi-immortal elder of the Jean family, couldn't do much to him for now, Jonathan still felt the need to be vigilant. The demi-immortal elders and Grand Supreme Elder Xianfloyd, recalling Henry, furrowed their brows, starting to discuss among themselves. Not only has Henry of Heavenly Azure Holy Land targeted Jonathan, but the other 8 Holy Lands are likely monitoring him closely, trying every possible means to eliminate him. We must be careful. Yes, we cannot let such a once-in-a-millennium genius meet an untimely end. This time, regardless of anything, we must protect Jonathan and ensure he doesn't suffer any mishaps. But what if higher-ranking immortals from other Holy Lands target Jonathan? The elders voiced their concerns anxiously. Seeing this, Grand Supreme Elder Xianfloyd suddenly spoke up, "For your safety, this protective jade amulet is my personal creation, capable of summoning my avatar 3 times. Take it, and use it carefully." Grand Supreme Elder Xianfloyd then handed a simple jade amulet to Jonathan. Jonathan was momentarily stunned before immediately expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Grand Supreme Elder Xianfloyd." After all, he had recently used Demon Blade Elder's 13th stage, protective down knife charm and desperately needed some defensive treasures. Seeing Grand Supreme Elder Xianfloyd give Jonathan a protective charm, the other demi-immortal elders immediately offered some of their own life-saving treasures to Jonathan for his safety. While none matched the power of the immortal-grade protective charm from Grand Supreme Elder Xianfloyd, more protective treasures equated to greater safety. After all, Jonathan was Xian Devon Holy Land's most outstanding disciple in terms of talent and potential. Any amount of protection was not too much. Chapter 153, Fusion of Cultivation Techniques. Because Jonathan's talent was exceptionally outstanding, everyone provided various protective charms to ensure his safety. In this way, Jonathan received a large number of life-saving talismans. There were 13 stage blade charms, sword charms, fire charms, fist charms, shield charms, and so on, roughly 10 protective talismans in total. For Jonathan's safety, the half-step immortal ancestors present tried their best to provide him with protective talismans. Crafting a single talisman that could unleash the full power of a half-step immortal required rare materials, and was not easily accomplished. Therefore, despite there being over 20 half-step immortal ancestors present, they did not produce many protective talismans, most of which were given to Jonathan. After receiving so many protective talismans, Jonathan was indeed very happy. He still needed much time before he could handle a half-step immortal level. Considering the threat posed by Jean family's half-step immortal ancestor Gabe, it made sense for Jonathan to stockpile more 13th stage protective talismans. Although he might still not be able to defeat Gabe, having a significant number of these talismans would delay most half-step immortals and create an opportunity for Jonathan to escape. Most importantly, the protective jade charm given by Brit could summon an avatar of a human immortal, making it almost an invincible life-saving treasure in the mortal world. Even if he were to truly encounter the Jean family's half-step immortal ancestor Aiden, Jonathan could directly rely on this charm to summon Brit's avatar, which could potentially slay Aiden outright. Thinking of this, Jonathan felt less concerned about Aiden. After giving Jonathan a plethora of life-saving treasures, Brit disappeared from the spot. The other half-step immortal ancestors also left one by one. Only the sacred master of Xuanhuan Holy Land continued to instruct Jonathan, saying, "Jonathan, unless you have something very important, try not to leave the Xuanhuan Holy Land. We can ensure your safety within its premises. However, once you're outside, whether facing the Jean family's half-step immortal ancestor Aiden or any other Holy Land's half-step immortal ancestor who might attack you, we cannot protect you in time. Therefore, you must also be cautious. You are our hope for the rise of Xuanhuan Holy Land." The Holy Land spoke earnestly, showing deep concern for Jonathan. At this moment, Jonathan felt warmth from the Holy Land, a far cry from his previous experiences at Ziwei Palace on Tianwu continent. Thus, Jonathan replied respectfully, "Disciple will follow the Holy Master's teachings and act cautiously in the future to avoid disappointing you in the Holy Land." "Good, your words suffice. For now, return and stay in the Xuanhuan Holy Land to focus on cultivation," said the Holy Master. "In a few months, it will be the once every 60 years grand competition among the 9 major Holy Lands. Prepare well?" Jonathan nodded silently in agreement. He then returned with the kin. On the way, Kinlin Tiansong mentioned, "Disciple, you've progressed significantly lately. I believe you can master the 8th stance of 9 Thunder Fist. Thunder Dragon Shatters Heaven. I will call you during thunderstorms. Prepare accordingly." Hearing this, Jonathan nodded, understanding the urgency to enhance his strength given the upcoming grand competition. Back at his residence, Jonathan closed the doors and windows, set up defensive formations using the heaven-derived array disc, and began studying the newly acquired legacy of Immortal Emperor Hunyuan, the Hunyuan Spirit Technique. Sitting cross-legged, Jonathan connected his mental sea to the legacy mark left by the phantom of immortal Emperor Xuanhuan in his mind. Immediately, a system notification echoed in his head. Ding! Detected that the host can comprehend the immortal Emperor level technique Xuanhuan spirit technique. First stage requires 10 comprehension chances. Proceed? Yes, proceed, Jonathan responded. Instantly, Jonathan's consciousness entered an endless chaos space. A figure as tall as the heavens began to execute the Xuanhuan spirit technique amidst the primordial chaos. This Xuanhuan spirit technique draws inspiration from observing the chaotic cosmic energy, simulating its movement to create this technique, the gigantic figure explained slowly. Jonathan was immersed in practicing the technique. After an unknown period, Jonathan regained consciousness, just as the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, host has comprehended the immortal Emperor level technique Xuanhuan spirit technique. Jonathan was elated, but quickly heard another system notification. Ding! Detected overlap between the already practiced 7 apertures, 10,000 spirits technique and Xuanhuan spirit technique. The system will automatically fuse them. Hearing this, Jonathan was pleasantly surprised. Haha, another fusion has been triggered. The system fuse techniques were significantly stronger than ordinary ones, as demonstrated by the 9 transformations divine devil body. It allowed Jonathan to leap 4 major stages, enabling him to confront an 11th stage martial saint with only 7th stage martial spirit cultivation. The supergrade technique was unmatched and likely superior even to immortal emperor level techniques. Due to lacking such a powerful cultivation method, Jonathan's magical abilities were relatively weak. While the 7 apertures 10,000 spirits technique was excellent, it couldn't compare to 9 transformations divine devil body. Now, the system had once again initiated a fusion, much to Jonathan's anticipation. Both techniques were top tier among immortal level techniques, and their fusion should result in a supergrade technique. Jonathan thought quietly. The system began fusing the 7 apertures 10,000 spirits technique with the Xuanhuan spirit technique. After a while, the system announced, Ding! Fusion of 7 apertures 10,000 spirits technique and Xuanhuan spirit technique successful. Created a supergrade technique called Chaos Divine Technique. Chapter 154, The Chaotic Divine Art. Hearing the system notification, Jonathan immediately felt both surprised and delighted. Haha, it's indeed a god-tier cultivation method. Looks like I'm definitely going to rise in the realm of Dharma cultivation too. Jonathan laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the cultivation method of the Chaotic Divine Art instantly appeared in his mind. The Chaotic Divine Art is divided into 9 realms. From the lowest first realm to the highest 9th realm. Each increase in one realm doubles the quality of your own spiritual energy, granting powerful enhancements of spiritual power, with later stage enhancements doubling continuously. Jonathan perused the Chaotic Divine Art at a cursory glance, inwardly marveling at its wonders. The Chaotic Divine Art compresses the quality of spiritual energy each time he breaks through a new realm. This means that under the same volume of spiritual energy, Jonathan's spiritual energy quality would be twice that of others. It's similar to comparing a fist-sized iron block with a fist-sized cotton ball. Higher quality spiritual energy can naturally completely overwhelm lower quality spiritual energy. During combat, high-density spiritual energy can enhance techniques by countless multiples compared to others. Even many top geniuses struggle with improving their spiritual energy quality, primarily due to the extreme difficulty in compressing spiritual energy. The most powerful geniuses can only manage to compress spiritual energy by 1 or 2 times, further compression being practically impossible. However, the effects of compressing spiritual energy are terrifying. Take the 9 tribulation lightning fist Jonathan is cultivating as an example. If performed using unrefined spiritual energy, without a large amount of spiritual energy support, it's almost impossible to threaten martial saint level experts. But if he could improve his spiritual energy quality, just doubling it would increase the power of the 9 tribulation lightning fist several times over. Such is the frightening aspect of enhancing spiritual energy quality. It significantly amplifies the power of martial techniques or spells. And the Chaotic Divine Art can even compress spiritual energy to the point where it creates chaotic chi by the 9th realm, which is the origin of all things in the universe. Even a thread of it can create a small world. If Jonathan can truly cultivate a thread of chaotic chi in the future, he would likely be unmatched in the immortal realm. However, the difficulty of cultivating the 9 realms of the Chaotic Divine Art increases exponentially. According to Jonathan's estimate, the first realm would double his spiritual energy quality, the second realm would quadruple it, the third realm would multiply it by 8, and so on until the 9th realm, multiplying it by 256 times. With spiritual energy 256 times stronger than others, Jonathan couldn't imagine how powerful he would become. Thinking about this, Jonathan felt incredibly happy. Indeed, any product of the system must be superlative, and this is a god-tier cultivation method. It's far superior to the 7 aperture 10,000 spirits decision he previously cultivated. Thinking this, Jonathan couldn't wait to start practicing. Ding! Detected host switching to the Chaotic Divine Art. Would you like to adapt changes from cultivating 7 aperture 10,000 spirits decision and restart with the Chaotic Divine Art? Just as Jonathan was about to practice, the system notification sounded again. He then remembered that he had previously cultivated the 7 aperture 10,000 spirits decision, opening several spirit acupoints in his body. To switch to the Chaotic Divine Art, he naturally needed to abandon the cultivation path of the 7 aperture 10,000 spirits decision. After some hesitation, though feeling somewhat reluctant, Jonathan decided to start over. Resolutely, he selected yes. Instantly, Jonathan felt his spirit acupoints dissipating, with spiritual energy continuously being expelled from them and gathering in his dantian. System prompt. Automatically modifying the host's body according to the cultivation method of the Chaotic Divine Art. The system notification rang out. Immediately, Jonathan's body began automatically operating the Chaotic Divine Art, causing countless threads of spiritual energy to begin compressing in his chi-si, compressing continuously, ultimately forming a layer of spiritual energy sky. Then, the system prompt sounded again. Ding. Modification complete for Chaotic Divine Art. Host successfully switched to the Chaotic Divine Art. As the notification ended, Jonathan immediately checked his Dantian Chi-Si. He saw that above the original Chi-Si, a layer of spiritual energy sky had formed. The quality of the spiritual energy within this layer was even stronger than before. Is it really this easy? Jonathan said, somewhat confused. Checking his cultivation level after switching to the Chaotic Divine Art, Jonathan noticed that his cultivation momentum had gradually diminished. Originally late 7th rank spiritual warrior, it became early 7th rank spiritual warrior. Still, it wasn't entirely gone, which was the best outcome possible. Moreover, the slight drop in cultivation didn't pose much trouble. It would be quickly restored through practice. And thanks to the system's automatic switch and modification, his cultivation directly reached the first realm of the Chaotic Divine Art. Well, all the accumulated spiritual energy compressed down to just the first realm, Jonathan mused. This does mean I have to work hard on Dharma cultivation to catch up, he muttered to himself. After all, he had already reached the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations divine demon body, while the Chaotic Divine Art was still at the first realm. I need to quickly make up for my spiritual energy cultivation, Jonathan resolved. Deciding on both physical and Dharma cultivation, he couldn't let his Dharma cultivation lag too far behind his physical cultivation. Otherwise, what sense would dual cultivation make? After resolving the issue of switching to the Chaotic Divine Art, Jonathan began pondering how to rapidly break through and cultivate this new art. With the recent breakthrough of the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations divine demon body, and given that the next major competition at the 9 Holy Lands was soon, he knew he'd face numerous challenges. Therefore, boosting his Dharma cultivation was essential to strengthen himself. Chapter 155, Cultivation in the Spirit Accumulation Pool. Thinking of this, Jonathan suddenly remembered the Spirit Accumulation Pool where he usually cultivates the most. Due to the cultivation requirements of the Chaos Divine Art being extremely high in terms of spirit energy concentration, one must be in a high-pressure spirit energy environment to break through one's cultivation more quickly. Thinking of this, Jonathan suddenly had a bold idea. What if I go directly to the 11th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool for cultivation? Jonathan thought to himself. This idea would shock anyone who knew about it. After all, Jonathan was currently only at the 7th stage Martial Spirit Realm, and cultivating in an 11th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool would be tantamount to courting death. Even though Jonathan could endure the spiritual pressure of an 11th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool, while using the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations divine demon body, merely enduring the pressure was one thing. Whether or not he could cultivate within it was another matter entirely. After all, to increase his cultivation, he needed to absorb spirit energy into his meridians and body. While Jonathan's physical strength was formidable, it didn't guarantee that his meridians and dantian were equally strong. If his meridians and dantian couldn't withstand the intense spiritual pressure of the 11th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool, they would rupture, hindering his cultivation rather than helping. Considering these risks, Jonathan shook his head. Alright, this is too risky. After all, even opening the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations divine demon body to cultivate in an 11th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool isn't a good strategy. This isn't a long-term solution either. Let's start from the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool, Jonathan decided. The pressure in the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool was manageable for Jonathan even without using the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations divine demon body. He could stay there for extended periods as long as his meridians remained intact. With his cultivation plan set, Jonathan left his residence and headed straight for the administrative hall. Upon seeing Jonathan, the duty elder stationed at the administrative hall greeted him kindly. Jonathan, are you here to cultivate in the Spirit Accumulation Pool or the 10,000 bloodbaths? You haven't been to the 10,000 bloodbaths this month. Seeing the elder's friendly smile, Jonathan responded with great politeness, Elder Administrator, I will not be going to the 10,000 bloodbaths this time. I intend to cultivate in the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool. Jonathan expressed his purpose clearly. Though the 10,000 bloodbaths were highly valuable, Jonathan had already reached the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations divine demon body, so their effect on enhancing his physique was now minimal. Thus, Jonathan saw no point in wasting time in the 10,000 bloodbaths. His true goal was the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool. Hearing Jonathan's intentions, the elder administrator looked surprised. Jonathan, are you sure you want to cultivate in the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool? While I think you can barely withstand the pressure there, it won't necessarily improve your cultivation significantly and might even have adverse effects. Why not try the 9th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool instead? The elder administrator gave his well-meaning advice, which largely aligned with what he believed to be true. However, he didn't fully understand Jonathan. If he knew that Jonathan had initially planned to go to the 11th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool, he would be even more astonished. Knowing the elder administrator meant well, Jonathan politely insisted, Elder Administrator, I know what I'm doing. I still plan to cultivate in the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool. Upon hearing Jonathan's persistence, the elder administrator didn't continue to persuade him. Knowing Jonathan was a genius, he understood that geniuses often differed from ordinary people. Thinking of this, the elder administrator promptly fetched the token for the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool and handed it over to Jonathan. Here's the token for the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool. If you want to switch to a 9th stage pool, feel free to come back to me anytime. Jonathan accepted the token with gratitude, saying, Thank you, Elder Administrator. Afterwards, Jonathan didn't hesitate and left the administrative hall, heading straight for the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool. Upon reaching the entrance of the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool, the gray-robed elder guarding the place was visibly surprised by Jonathan's arrival, but said nothing further, knowing Jonathan's reputation as a prodigy. He merely gave some instructions and let Jonathan pass. Once inside, Jonathan felt the pressure of the 10th stage Spirit Accumulation Pool and, finding it manageable, jumped into the Spirit Energy Lake. Inside, he encountered several familiar faces, Creed, who topped the Heaven rank, Hardy, ranked 2nd, and a few other core disciples among the top 10 of the Heaven rank. These core disciples were mostly at the 10th stage martial emperor realm, so the 10th stage spirit accumulation pool had become their exclusive space. Occasionally, weaker outer sect elders at the same cultivation level might come here to cultivate, but it was rare. After all, outer sect elders had to pay points to cultivate here, unlike the top 10 core disciples of the heaven rank who could virtually stay for free. Inner sect elders, being primarily at the 11th stage martial sage realm, cultivated in the 12th stage spirit accumulation pool and rarely returned to the 10th stage pool. Therefore, it was mostly the top 10 core disciples seen in the 10th stage spirit accumulation pool. Upon seeing Jonathan, Creed's eyes darkened, glaring fiercely at Jonathan but saying nothing more. Clearly, guilt or fear held him back from confronting Jonathan again. Jonathan completely ignored Creed. With his current strength and abilities, even powerful opponents like Elder Floyd at the peak 11th stage martial sage or Hermes, a peak 10th stage martial emperor with a half-immortal weapon, were no match for him. Handling Creed was no longer a challenge, and thus, Jonathan paid him no mind. Chapter 156, Tempering the Meridians. Of course, Jonathan still remembered that Creed had previously hired someone to assassinate him. If there was a chance, he wouldn't mind striking out and killing Creed as well. However, Jonathan wasn't so idle as to deliberately seek trouble. After all, his time was very precious now. It needed to be used for cultivation. Therefore, Jonathan ignored Creed's gaze and came directly to the center of the 10-level spirit nourishing pool to begin meditating with closed eyes. He also didn't plan to pay any attention to the other top 10 true disciples on the heavenly list. Seeing this, Hardy felt rather disgruntled. He knew he couldn't match up to Jonathan and had already resigned himself to it. He had planned to come over and befriend Jonathan. After seeing Jonathan's indifferent attitude, though, even he, who was naturally somewhat arrogant, decided not to court rejection. So, he also closed his eyes to start meditating, no longer paying attention to Jonathan. As for the remaining top 10 true disciples on the heavenly list, although they wanted to come over and make friends with Jonathan, seeing that Jonathan didn't give them an opportunity, they could only give up and continue their own practice. Thus, the 10-level spirit nourishing pool once again returned to silence. On the other hand, after entering the 10-level spirit nourishing pool, Jonathan first cast a camouflage defense array to block the probes of others. Then he began circulating the chaotic god art for cultivation. With his first formal cultivation of the chaotic god art, Jonathan felt an immense pressure in practicing it. This art was much more difficult than the 7 Apertures Myriad Spirits decision. The 7 Apertures Myriad Spirits decision required only continuous inhalation of spiritual energy and constant opening of spirit holes, making cultivation simple and fast in advancing one's cultivation level. But its power was limited. Cultivating the chaotic god art, however, was countless times more difficult than the 7 Apertures Myriad Spirits decision. To support potent spiritual energy quality, Jonathan's meridians had to be strong enough and not burst from condensed spiritual energy. Otherwise, his foundation would be unstable, and he would harm himself. Therefore, the first step in cultivating the chaotic god art was tempering the meridians. The second step was then strengthening the dantian and qi-si. To accommodate high-quality condensed spiritual energy, Jonathan's dantian and qi-si had to be tough. Otherwise, using the power of the first stage of the chaotic god art could result in the immediate explosion of the dantian and qi-si. Such direct self-maiming was extremely dangerous. Hence, before practicing the chaotic god art, Jonathan's foundation must be solid. Otherwise, it would harm his body. And finally, the last step in cultivating the chaotic god art was tempering the spiritual energy, turning large quantities of ordinary spiritual energy into high-quality condensed spiritual energy through gradual tempering and compression. This would advance the cultivation of the chaotic god art. To quickly adapt to this method, Jonathan immediately started with the first step, tempering the meridians. Jonathan followed the instructions in the chaotic god art to begin his first attempt at tempering his meridians. Numerous small hammers made of spiritual energy began quietly hammering away at the meridians in Jonathan's body, continuously reinforcing the channels. This was a very painful process, akin to repeatedly pricking long needles along the entire length of a meridian. It was excruciating and protracted, but Jonathan gritted his teeth and persevered. Today, I will first hammer the meridians in my entire palm, he muttered to himself. Instantly, many tiny hammers formed by spirit force began pounding the meridians in his palm. Pain, intense pain. An entire day passed without formally beginning to temper spiritual energy, leaving Jonathan sweating profusely from agony. Continue. Can't stop. Today, I will hammer the meridians in both feet, Jonathan continued muttering to himself. Thus, Jonathan entered another prolonged period of pain. Day after day, seated at the bottom of the 10-level spirit-nourishing lake, Jonathan did not know how long he had been cultivating. One day, he finally succeeded in tempering all the meridians in his body according to the chaotic god art. Now, Jonathan could clearly feel that his entire network of meridians was thicker and stronger, nearly twice as robust as before. His meridians were now capable of withstanding the impact of spiritual pressure from the 10-level spirit-nourishing pool. Finally, endured it through. This isn't something just anyone can bear, Jonathan sighed in relief. Tempering all the meridians in the body was not only painful but also demanded patience and perseverance, something most people couldn't endure, except for Jonathan. However, this wasn't the end. Cultivation was ongoing, and the next steps would be more dangerous. According to the second step in cultivating the chaotic god art, he needed to strengthen his dantian and qi-si. While these areas were much tougher than the meridians, achieving tempering effects required even stronger hammers capable of breaking the dantian and qi-si. If Jonathan overdid it and pierced his dantian or qi-si, he might destroy his foundations entirely. Thus, this was the most perilous step in cultivating the chaotic god art. Thinking about this, Jonathan cautiously began his cultivation after testing his state. According to the method in the chaotic god art, he condensed a massive spiritual energy hammer and struck it directly against the wall of his dantian. Thud. A muffled sound echoed. Jonathan's face instantly turned pale. The strike was slightly too powerful, but fortunately, it did not penetrate his dantian. Jonathan tested the strength of the hammer and resumed his cultivation. Thud, thud, thud. These hammering sounds resonated within the 10-level spirit nourishing pool. Creed, hearing these strange sounds, frowned and looked toward where Jonathan was located. Huh? What is Jonathan doing? Is he forging iron inside the spirit nourishing pool? Others, including Hardy, also had this question. However, due to Jonathan's shielding array, they could not see what Jonathan was doing and had to suppress their curiosity, focusing on their own practice. Meanwhile, Jonathan, repeatedly tempering his dantian and chi, gradually increased the speed of swinging the spiritual energy hammer until the sounds became almost incessant. Chapter 157, Tempering the Sea of Qi. During this process, Jonathan's dantian and Sea of Qi continuously expanded and strengthened. He even felt that his Sea of Qi could withstand direct attacks from opponents several ranks higher without shattering. During this time, Jonathan received a few voice messages from the Ainsworth about cultivating the 9 Thunderbolt Fist. However, Jonathan was in a crucial phase of tempering his dantian with the Chaos Divine Art, so he politely declined each time. After all, for enhancing strength, Jonathan believed it was more important to improve the god-level cultivation technique, Chaos Divine Art, as soon as possible. The 9 Thunderbolt Fist was merely a martial skill, which could be cultivated later. Moreover, when comparing overall strength enhancement, the god-level cultivation method, Chaos Divine Art, was clearly far superior to the martial skill, 9 Thunderbolt Fist. Thus, Jonathan didn't have to worry about making the right choice. Ainsworth Darnell Tiansung also did not insist after learning that Jonathan had his own cultivation plan. After all, Jonathan was the most brilliant disciple in the Xuanhuan Holy Land, and naturally, he would have unique ideas and perspectives. Over-intervention by the Ainsworth might hinder Jonathan's progress instead. Hence, the Ainsworth allowed Jonathan to cultivate at his own pace. Thus, another month passed. Jonathan finally finished the process of tempering his dantian and Sea of Qi. Phew! Jonathan took a deep breath. Seeing that the thickness of his dantian barrier had nearly tripled, he felt relieved. After all, the most dangerous stage of cultivating the Chaos Divine Art was over, and subsequent practice would be much safer. Thinking of this, Jonathan couldn't wait to proceed to the third step of cultivating the Chaos Divine Art, tempering spiritual energy. I will push straight through to the second realm of Chaos Divine Art. Jonathan encouraged himself aloud. Then, he once again threw himself into cultivation with renewed vigor. This time, since he was starting to temper spiritual energy, Jonathan needed an exceptionally large amount of it. As Jonathan activated the cultivation method of the Chaos Divine Art, vast amounts of spiritual energy began to gather around him, forming a massive vortex around him within the Tier 10 Essence Spirit Pool Lake. Huh? What's happening? Why is the spiritual energy around me being sucked away? Hardy immediately opened his eyes upon sensing the sudden weakening of spiritual energy. Several other top 10 true disciples on the heavenly list, including Creed, also noticed the sharp drop in the concentration of spiritual energy around them. Massive amounts of spiritual energy were fleeing from their vicinity, converging towards the center of the lake as if pulled by a powerful vacuum cleaner. Seeing this, everyone opened their eyes and looked towards the direction of the converging spiritual energy. What the heck is going on? What is Jonathan doing? It's Jonathan. What is that guy up to? Such immense spiritual energy influx, isn't he afraid of exploding from too much energy? Creed cursed under his breath when he saw that the direction of the convergence was where Jonathan was located. Other top 10 true disciples on the heavenly list also wore displeased expressions. By taking all the spiritual energy, Jonathan had reduced its concentration in their surroundings, even making it less than in a Tier 9 Essence Spirit Pool Lake. How were they supposed to cultivate? They could endure Jonathan's incessant hammering earlier, but now he had disrupted their cultivation completely. One of the top 10 true disciples, feeling infuriated, went directly to the entrance of the Tier 10 Essence Spirit Pool and notified the gray-robed Guardian Elder, hoping he would mediate for them. The gray-robed Elder quickly arrived within the Tier 10 Essence Spirit Pool. After hearing the complaints of the top 10 true disciples, the Elder understood the situation. Realizing that everything was due to the prodigious Jonathan, the gray-robed Elder pondered for a while before declaring, "Since you can no longer cultivate peacefully, leave." This statement left Creed, Hardy, and the others shocked, prompting immediate protests. "Elder, why should we leave? Isn't it Jonathan who is causing the disturbance? Shouldn't it be Jonathan leaving? Why are we the ones being asked to leave?" "Indeed, Elder," Hardy and Hardy echoed angrily. Once, they were esteemed disciples among the true disciples, always treated well by every elder. Various cultivation resources were readily provided for them. Since Jonathan's rise, however, they now had to make way for him. This only fueled Creed's jealousy further. And Hardy also felt humiliated. However, the gray-robed elder showed no regard for their feelings, sternly saying, "I said to leave. Don't disturb Jonathan's cultivation. Didn't you hear me?" Even as he spoke, the elder emitted a slight aura, seemingly ready to erupt in anger. This silenced the protesting disciples instantly. After all, this gray-robed elder guarding the Tier 10 Essence Spirit Pool had peak Tier 10 soul cultivation, and angering him would not end well for anyone. With hateful glares at Jonathan's location, all the top 10 true disciples, including Creed and Hardy, begrudgingly turned and left the Tier 10 Essence Spirit Pool Lake, heading towards the exit. Once everyone had left, the gray-robed elder gazed afar at Jonathan's location, marveling aloud. Indeed worthy of being the unprecedented genius in the history of the Xuanhuan Holy Land. Could a mere Tier 7 Wu Darnell warrior really create such a commotion? Incredible, truly incredible. I must inform the Holy Master of Xuanhuan. The gray-robed elder continued to mutter in astonishment. For Jonathan, the Holy Master of the Xuanhuan Holy Land had given special instructions, provide him with all necessary resources and ensure all communal resources yield to him whenever possible. Chapter 158, Beginning the Breakthrough. Thus, this gray-robed overseer elder had been so decisive in rejecting Creed and Hardy's requests. After all, compared to a peerless prodigy like Jonathan, Creed and Hardy were far too ordinary. It was easy for the gray robe to discern the importance. After driving away Creed and Hardy, this gray-robed elder who oversaw the Tier 10 spirit nurturing pool gave a deep glance at Jonathan, who was cultivating. He chose not to disturb him but directly exited and sealed the entrance to the spirit nurturing pool. On the other side, Jonathan remained unaware of what happened outside, still immersed in refining his spirit energy. After one round of refinement, Jonathan's spirit energy became more condensed, though it merely increased by one layer of density. It was still far from the fourfold concentration needed to break through the second level of the Chaos Divine technique. Currently, Jonathan's spirit energy concentration was just slightly over double, still needing further compression. The harder the refinement process progressed, the greater the difficulty of compressing spirit energy became. Even relying on the Chaos Divine technique, there was a possibility of rebound. Thus, the effect of spirit energy refinement would continuously decline, making it increasingly challenging. However, for now, initial spirit energy refinement was still quite simple, allowing Jonathan to make rapid progress. After each cycle of spirit energy refinement, Jonathan immediately began the next. Over and over, he absorbed and refined spirit energy. During this period, the gray-robed elder overseeing the spirit nurturing pool visited several times, as did Jonathan's Grandmaster Elder Darnell Tianzong. Upon seeing Jonathan deeply engrossed in cultivation, they quietly retreated without disturbing him. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. This day, Jonathan finally managed to refine the spirit energy concentration in his Dantian close to fourfold. Next was condensing the second level of the Chaos Divine technique. Huff. Jonathan exhaled a long breath. These past 2 months of intense, continuous refinement left both his mind and body exhausted. Still, the progress was satisfactory. Jonathan's Dantian spirit energy concentration reached fourfold, ready for the breakthrough to the second level of the Chaos Divine technique. Rest for a day, adjust my state, and begin breaking through to the second level of the Chaos Divine technique. Tomorrow, Jonathan muttered to himself. He then focused on calming his mind, preparing for the breakthrough the following day. The next day, with his state fully adjusted, Jonathan finally embarked on breaking through the second level of the Chaos Divine technique. Begin, he silently intoned. He instantly activated the technique of the Chaos Divine technique. Immediately, the spirit energy within Jonathan's Dantian started to swirl wildly. All the spirit energy gathered like a hurricane, rapidly spinning and growing larger and faster. In an instant, all the spirit energy inside Jonathan's Dantian transformed into a colossal spirit energy hurricane, ravaging within his body. Not enough, still not enough, I need to absorb more spirit energy, Jonathan growled. Suddenly, he intensified the absorption speed. Instantly, the spirit lake of the Tier 10 spirit nurturing pool saw all its waters surge skyward, rushing madly into Jonathan's body. Such a massive disturbance naturally startled the gray-robed elder guarding the Tier 10 spirit nurturing pool. He hurriedly came to investigate in the valley of the Tier 10 spirit nurturing pool. Seeing the entire spirit lake water being sucked up into the sky, he was dumbfounded. This kid, how is he creating even bigger disturbances? Were previous spirit energy vortices just child's play? What exactly is he doing? The elder murmured, shocked and puzzled. But recalling that Jonathan was an unprecedented genius in the history of Xuanhuan Holy Land, he consoled himself, all of this is reasonable. As an unrivaled genius, surpassing ordinary people is normal. After some self-reassurance, the gray-robed elder suppressed his astonishment, intending to ignore the scene as if unseen. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed the rapid depletion of spirit energy concentration in the Tier 10 spirit nurturing pool. Then another issue dawned on him. Is the spirit energy in the Tier 10 spirit nurturing pool insufficient for Jonathan's use? Considering Jonathan's current absorption rate, the elder realized this was very possible. Although it would suffice in the short term, prolonged use would noticeably deplete the pool's spirit energy concentration, potentially disrupting Jonathan's cultivation breakthrough. With these concerns in mind, the gray-robed elder couldn't stay idle any longer. Jonathan was the most precious disciple in the entire Xuanhuan Holy Land. Even the Lord of Xuanhuan Holy Land ordered that all Jonathan's cultivation needs be met. Therefore, he couldn't let the spirit energy concentration in the Tier 10 spirit nurturing pool fall below Jonathan's requirement. Not good. Must quickly transfer more spirit lake water from elsewhere. Cannot let the spirit energy concentration drop, the gray-robed elder mumbled. He immediately left the Tier 10 spirit nurturing pool, heading to the Tier 11 spirit nurturing pool to fetch additional spirit lake water. The Tier 11 spirit nurturing pool's spirit lake water was much more concentrated than the Tier 10. By adding a small amount of Tier 9 spirit lake water, he could easily maintain the required concentration for the Tier 10 spirit nurturing pool. Arriving at the Tier 11 spirit nurturing pool, the elders present, all at the 11th rank Martial Saint realm, looked curiously at him. Elder Floyd, what are you doing here? A few 11th rank Martial Saint inner elders curiously regarded the gray-robed elder. They knew he was a peak 12th rank martial deity elder who seldom appeared in the Tier 11 spirit nurturing pool. Seeing him appear urgently intrigued them. Chapter 159, Supplementing the Spirit Nurturing Pool. Seeing the anxious and even somewhat urgent expression on Elder Floyd's face, everyone was very curious as to why this elder had suddenly come to the 11th stage spirit nurturing pool. The gray-robed elder did not go into explanations but simply and clearly stated, the spiritual energy concentration in the 10th stage spirit nurturing pool spirit lake is insufficient. I need to transfer some lake water over. Please bear with me. After saying this, the gray-robed elder took out a magical treasure and started collecting the lake water. Those inner gate elders at the 11th stage, Wu Saint rank who were still in the middle of cultivation, couldn't help but frown. Isn't the 10th stage spirit nurturing pool mainly supplied for use by the top 10 true disciples ranked on the heavenly list? How could it possibly be insufficient for them? Moreover, if the spiritual energy concentration in the 10th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool Spirit Lake isn't enough, transferring energy from our 11th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool Spirit Lake would disrupt our own cultivation, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, all the present 11th stage Wu Saints felt slightly irritable. Though Elder Floyd was powerful and much stronger than them, they shouldn't casually sacrifice their cultivation resources just to subsidize those true disciples. Thus, someone spoke up directly, Elder Floyd. How can we just transfer the lake water from our 11th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool Spirit Lake because the spiritual energy concentration in the 10th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool Spirit Lake is inadequate? Don't we need to cultivate too? Each Spirit Nurturing Pool has strict standards. Doing this seems inappropriate. Isn't this reducing our cultivation conditions here? We think what Elder Floyd is doing is very unwise. These 11th stage Wu Saint Innergate elders voiced their doubts. Yes, a few others chimed in agreement immediately. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed Elder Floyd frowned, but knew he needed to provide a clear explanation to satisfy them. Therefore, Elder Floyd explained directly, do you know who is cultivating in that 10th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool Spirit Lake? It's Jonathan, and the Sacred Master has instructed that any cultivation resources required by Jonathan must be fulfilled as much as possible. That's why I need to transfer the lake water from the 11th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool Spirit Lake. If you have any objections, you can report to the Sacred Master. Hearing this explanation from the gray-robed elder, the group of 11th stage Wu Saint Innergate elders were instantly astonished, starting to discuss among themselves. It's Jonathan. Surprisingly, it's Jonathan. Isn't he directly at the 7th stage Wu Darnold realm? Why would the entire 10th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool Spirit Lake water be insufficient for him? Yes, even if Jonathan has extraordinary talent, he shouldn't have reached such a level, right? Is Elder Floyd mistaken? Perhaps. A few of the 11th stage Wu Saint Innergate elders discussing were somewhat disbelieving of what the gray-robed Elder Floyd had said, and the gray-robed Elder Floyd also felt somewhat annoyed but still coldly replied, would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, you can see for yourselves. Having said that, Elder Floyd began transferring the lake water without paying attention to the thoughts of the remaining 11th stage Wu Saint Innergate elders. These 11th stage Wu Saint Realm Innergate elders, upon hearing it was Jonathan causing the stir and needing a large amount of lake water for supplementation, found it hard to believe. So, they stopped cultivating and decided to go check whether what the gray-robed Elder Floyd said was true. After all, at their current realm, it was extremely difficult to advance further, so skipping a bit of cultivation wasn't much of a concern. They wanted to see if Jonathan truly needed such high-level spiritual energy cultivation. In their view, Jonathan was only at the 7th stage, so how could he need such terrifying levels of spiritual energy for cultivation? They were puzzled and curious. Therefore, almost all the 11th stage Wu Saint Realm Innergate elders within the 11th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool stopped their cultivation, deciding to see just how transcendent the first heavenly pride of Xuanhuan Holy Land throughout history truly was. Meanwhile, after collecting the lake water from the 11th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool, Elder Floyd left immediately for the location of the 9th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool. At this moment, most of those cultivating in the 9th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool's Spirit Lake were true disciples ranking in the top 100 on the heavenly list. This included Darnell Kalong and Hardy, two of the top 10 true disciples whom the gray-robed Elder Floyd had sent here to cultivate. When Elder Floyd arrived here, he immediately began the action of collecting the lake water. Towards these true disciples whose strength was far below his, Elder Floyd's attitude wasn't so friendly. He didn't give any explanation and silently collected the lake water from the 9th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool's Spirit Lake. Seeing this, Darnell Kalong and Hardy frowned slightly once again. Then, a few true disciples asked curiously, what are you doing, Elder Floyd? Why are you collecting lake water from the 9th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool's Spirit Lake? How are we supposed to cultivate now? Yes, there's a major Holy Land competition in a few months, and we were planning to push our realms as much as possible. Another true disciple ranked in the top 100 on the heavenly list echoed in agreement. Elder Floyd only coldly replied, you stop cultivating for today. Later, I will find a way to bring in lake water from elsewhere for your cultivation. That's all. No more questions. To these top 100 true disciples on the heavenly list, Elder Floyd was even lazier to reveal anything about Jonathan, issuing a direct expulsion order for these top 100 true disciples to leave the 9th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool. Darnell Kalong, amidst the crowd, frowned again, sensing that Elder Floyd's abnormal actions were likely related to Jonathan. However, since Elder Floyd didn't elaborate, they couldn't ask further. Thus, Darnell Kalong followed the group of top 100 true disciples on the heavenly list and was once again expelled from the Spirit Nurturing Pool. Feeling extremely frustrated and indignant, Darnell Kalong decided to end his cultivation for now and return to use spirit stones for cultivation instead. On the other side, after adjusting a large amount of 10th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool lake water, the gray-robed Elder Floyd reopened the entrance to the 10th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool. With this reopening, the dozens of 11th stage Wu Saint Realm Innergate elders waiting at the entrance of the 10th stage Spirit Nurturing Pool immediately saw the astonishing spiritual storm within. Heaven! This huge spiritual storm. Is this really caused by that disciple named Jonathan? Wow. If not for seeing it with my own eyes, it's really hard to imagine someone who can absorb spiritual energy like this. Is this guy not afraid of dying from spiritual overload? This absorption speed is terrifying. Is this Jonathan? Numerous 11th stage Wu Saint Realm Innergate elders exclaimed in shock. Then another Wu Saint Realm Innergate elder immediately added, this shouldn't be fake, right? Apart from Jonathan, the greatest talent of ancient and modern times in our Xuanhuan Holy Land, probably no one else could cause such a commotion. Well, okay. Indeed, several 11th stage Wu Saint Realm Innergate elders nodded in agreement. They also felt that Elder Floyd, peak 12th stage Wu deity, wouldn't lie to them about this matter. Therefore, knowing that Jonathan needed a large amount of lake water, the 11th stage Wu Saint Realm Innergate elders no longer had any complaints. Chapter 160, The Second Heaven. After all, Jonathan was the hope for their Xuanhuan Holy Land to rise. This was an unrivaled genius personally nominated by the Michael of Xuanhuan Holy Land for cultivation. It was entirely reasonable to allocate some resources to him. Moreover, the rank 11 spirit nurturing pond's water wasn't something overly precious, and they could accept it. After witnessing the massive disturbance created by Jonathan, these inner sect elders at the rank 11, Martial Saint realm very tactfully withdrew from the rank 10 spirit nurturing pond, no longer disturbing Jonathan's cultivation. As for Elder Floyd, who was originally guarding the spirit nurturing pond, he resumed pouring new pond water into the rank 10 spirit nurturing pond's spirit lake while continuously monitoring Jonathan's cultivation state and the spiritual energy concentration in the lake to prevent another occurrence of insufficient spiritual energy density. With the addition of substantial spiritual energy water, the spiritual energy density within the rank 10 spirit nurturing pond stabilized again. Meanwhile, unaware of these external events, Jonathan continued with his all-out effort to break through the final barrier of the second heaven using the chaotic divine art. The spiritual energy storm inside Jonathan's Dantian grew stronger and gradually occupied his entire Dantian sea. At this moment, Jonathan roared, "Break for me!" Instantly, the entire spiritual energy storm surged wildly upwards into the high heavens. All the spiritual energy within this chaotic storm was continuously compressed to its utmost limit. "Second heaven, solidify for me!" Jonathan shouted once more, consolidating the spiritual energy storm that had ascended into the heavens right where the second heaven was located. Rumble. The entire Dantian sea started vibrating vigorously, causing the enormous disturbance even beyond his body, affecting the surrounding rank 10 spirit nurturing pond. Another huge disturbance. What is he doing? Elder Floyd, who was guarding the spirit nurturing pond, exclaimed in amazement. This was already the third time Jonathan caused such disturbances, each time being stronger than the last, leaving the 12th rank martial deity realm Elder Floyd feeling incredulous. This is what a true world-class genius looks like. Terrifying, too terrifying, Elder Floyd kept exclaiming. On the other side, Jonathan's breakthrough reached its critical moment. The spiritual energy storm above his Dantian sea, which was originally raging, suddenly stopped and began to consolidate, causing waves of impact. "Form for me," Jonathan bellowed, focusing on condensing the spiritual energy high up in the sky. As time passed, the raging spiritual energy storm finally ceased. Jonathan had successfully cultivated the second heaven of the chaotic divine art. The second heaven of chaotic divine art has finally been achieved. It was indeed not easy. Seeing the formation of the second heaven, Jonathan let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, as Jonathan successfully condensed the second heaven, ethereal sounds of the Tao emerged around him, beginning to cleanse his entire body. When the gray-robed Elder Floyd, observing from outside, heard the sounds of the Tao appear, he was instantly stunned. Damn! Is this the legendary Daotone washing over during the breakthroughs of those ancient supreme geniuses? This is too shocking. I must inform the Michael quickly. Elder Floyd was left speechless, but immediately flew towards the sect's main hall after recovering from the shock. He was truly numbed by Jonathan's monstrous talent. As for Jonathan, who was undergoing the cleansing by the sounds of the Tao, he felt an immense sense of relaxation and comfort throughout his body. The discomfort in his meridians and the hidden injuries from previous training sessions in the Dantian were all healed, as if experiencing a true bodily enhancement. After quite a while, the sounds of the Tao gradually dissipated. Afterward, blood droplets and black impurities were expelled from Jonathan's body. These were originally waste products deposited in his body, now completely expelled, making Jonathan feel significantly lighter. Phew, comfortable, Jonathan smiled gently before soaring into the sky. With the successful condensation of the second heaven of chaotic divine art, Jonathan's cultivation smoothly broke through to the 8th rank martial king realm. The concentration of spiritual energy in Jonathan's body was equivalent to 4 times that of an average 8th rank martial king. Moreover, under the activation of the second heaven of chaotic divine art, the quality of spiritual energy would dramatically increase. Boom! A terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from Jonathan's hand. He tested the power of the 7th form of 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, Heaven-Piercing Thunder, discovering that its power was now 10 times stronger than before, even without activating the second heaven of chaotic divine art. If he used full strength, the power would be even greater. One can imagine how formidable Jonathan's attacks would become when he fully utilized his powers. Phew, the chaotic divine art is indeed a super-grade cultivation method that can rival the 9 transformations of divine body. I estimate that when I reach the 4th heaven of chaotic divine art, it will surpass the 4th transformation of the demon body of 9 transformations of divine body. But currently, the 4th transformation of the demon body of 9 transformations of divine body still provides me with more significant buffs. Although the second heaven of chaotic divine art is powerful, it still doesn't match the 4th transformation of the demon body. Seems like I need to continue practicing to quickly achieve the 4th heaven of chaotic divine art. Jonathan muttered to himself. At present, the second heaven of chaotic divine art only allowed him to defeat 9th rank martial sage level dermic cultivators by 1 rank. Battling 10th rank martial emperor level dermic cultivators remained challenging. In contrast, the 4th transformation of the demon body of 9 transformations of divine body allowed Jonathan to contend against 11th rank martial sage dermic cultivators and even withstand 12th rank martial deity dermic cultivators. Therefore, the 4th transformation of the demon body far surpassed the second heaven of chaotic divine art. Hence, Jonathan needed to accelerate his practice of chaotic divine art. While breaking through to the 4th heaven before the contest among the 9 holy lands might be difficult, achieving the 3rd heaven soon was necessary. Thinking about this, Jonathan's mood calmed down. There were only 4 months until the contest among the 9 holy lands. He had spent nearly 3 months breaking through the second heaven of chaotic divine art. How long it would take to break through the more challenging 3rd heaven remained uncertain. Chapter 161. The Illusionary Spirit Realm. At the very least, there was no way that the conventional step-by-step cultivation methods could match this speed. Thinking of this made Jonathan slightly headache-stricken. He decided to ask his venerable teacher, Elder Darnell Tiansong, after leaving the spirit-nurturing pool. Just as Jonathan was pondering, Grey Robe Elder Floyd, who had been closely monitoring Jonathan's cultivation progress, approached and inquired with concern, "Young friend Jonathan, have you successfully broken through?" Hearing the elder's inquiry, Jonathan immediately regained his composure and respectfully replied, "Elder, I've managed to break through by sheer luck." "Oh, that's great news. It's good to see your successful breakthrough. You certainly gave me a fright with all that commotion," Elder Floyd said with a smile. Recalling how the concentration of spirit energy decreased and then suddenly spiked again earlier, Jonathan realized that Elder Floyd must have been taking care of him. Thus, he immediately expressed his gratitude respectfully. "I'm deeply grateful for your assistance earlier, Elder Floyd. I truly appreciate it." Jonathan sincerely thanked him. After receiving Jonathan's thanks, Elder Floyd smiled even wider. All along, he had been looking after Jonathan to build a relationship with such an outstanding prodigy. Now that his goal was achieved, how could he not be pleased? Thinking about this, Elder Floyd humbly replied, "It was nothing, it was nothing." Thus, after bidding farewell to Grey Robe Elder Floyd who guarded the spirit-nurturing pool, Jonathan headed straight to the peak where his teacher, Ainsworth, resided. It had been over 2 months since he last saw Ainsworth, and now was the time for a visit, also to ask about how to rapidly increase spirit energy density. Upon arriving at Ainsworth's mountain peak, Jonathan quickly met his teacher, Darnell Tiantong. Ainsworth looked excitedly at Jonathan upon his emergence from seclusion. "Disciple, have you advanced in cultivation?" Ainsworth asked. Jonathan nodded immediately upon hearing the question. "Show me the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist," Ainsworth said. Without hesitation, Jonathan began demonstrating the 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist, right before Ainsworth. Crack, crack, crack. The air-splitting sounds resonated like thunder as Jonathan continuously performed the fist technique. Witnessing that the power of Jonathan's 9 Tribulation Lightning Fist had increased tenfold compared to before, Ainsworth was astonished, almost disbelieving his eyes. "Disciple, did you cultivate the legacy of Illusionary Warrior Immortal?" Unable to comprehend the rapid improvement, Ainsworth attributed it to the inheritance of Illusionary Warrior Immortal. Hearing this, Jonathan was momentarily stunned but nodded anyway. Although he had cultivated the far superior Chaos Divine technique, much stronger than the Primordial Spirit technique, it wasn't necessary to reveal this. Everything could simply be credited to Castor's alias, Illusionary Warrior Immortal. Ainsworth was astounded upon hearing Jonathan's affirmation. Too incredible, too incredible. Could the inheritance of Illusionary Warrior Immortal be so terrifying? Truly unbelievable. It seems Illusionary Warrior Immortal must be an extraordinary powerhouse even among immortals, Ainsworth exclaimed. Inwardly, Jonathan muttered, "Not just extraordinary, he's an emperor-level existence." After some discussion, Jonathan brought up his main objective, which was to seek a method to rapidly enhance his spirit energy strength. "Teacher, do you know any methods to quickly increase one's spirit energy intensity?" Jonathan asked. Upon hearing Jonathan's question, Ainsworth pondered for a moment before replying. Spirit energy intensity is mostly refined and enhanced over time by most cultivators. However, there is indeed a shortcut for rapid enhancement, the Illusionary Spirit Realm, which opens once every 60 years. The Illusionary Spirit Realm? Puzzled by the unfamiliar term, Jonathan questioned. Ainsworth didn't keep him in suspense and began explaining directly, "Actually, I would have told you about the Illusionary Spirit Realm in a month's time. By tradition, 3 months before the grand competition of the 9 sacred lands every 60 years, our Xian Devon Sacred Land opens the Illusionary Spirit Realm to enhance the overall strength of the participating disciples. Within the Illusionary Spirit Realm resides a unique creature called Illusionary Spirit. After defeating an Illusionary Spirit, one can obtain an Illusionary Spirit Stone, which can significantly boost spirit energy intensity. Each year, numerous disciples who receive Illusionary Spirit Stones manage to break through their cultivation bottlenecks after using them, achieving higher realms of cultivation. Thus, the competition for these Illusionary Spirit Stones within the Illusionary Spirit Realm is intense. This is also part of Xian Devon Sacred Land's preparation to improve our ranking in the competition. Our sect plans to enhance the strength of participating disciples as much as possible before the grand competition. I believe you, my disciple, won't need to worry much about competing with other participating disciples in the Illusionary Spirit Realm. But the true threat within the Illusionary Spirit Realm isn't the competitors themselves, but the powerful illusionary spirits roaming within it." Gradually explaining, Ainsworth continued while Jonathan listened patiently. Some of the illusionary spirits within the Illusionary Spirit Realm are reportedly nearly immortal strength, though such spirits generally reside only in the deepest areas. Therefore, as long as you avoid the depths of the Illusionary Spirit Realm and gather Illusionary Spirit Stones in the outer or middle regions, there shouldn't be significant danger. However, you must remain vigilant, as occasionally high-level illusionary spirits may wander into the outer or middle regions. For such high-level illusionary spirits, you must exercise extreme caution. If you encounter one, escape as quickly as possible, don't engage in battle. While the probability is small, each opening of the Illusionary Spirit Realm results in 1 or 2 top-ranking disciples falling victim to these wandering high-level illusionary spirits. Therefore, you must be extra careful, Ainsworth earnestly advised. Nodding in agreement, Jonathan silently memorized the instructions. Seeing Jonathan attentively remembering, Ainsworth then took out a map from his robe and handed it to Jonathan. "Disciple, this is a map of the Illusionary Spirit Realm compiled by previous generations of our Xian Devon Sacred Land explorers, detailing most of the outer and middle regions. ###Chapter 162, the 100 Shadows Technique. But there are still relatively few records about the deeper regions of the Illusionary Spirit Realm. However, this map should be sufficient for your use." After saying this, the stone handed a map to Jonathan. Upon receiving the map, Jonathan noticed that while the deeper regions of the Illusionary Spirit Realm were less detailed, The external and central regions were recorded with exceptional clarity. Many significant secret lands were even marked out. With this map, Jonathan would be able to significantly increase his speed in hunting illusionary spirits and earning illusionary spirit stones within the illusionary spirit realm. Thinking of this, Jonathan happily thanked the stone. "Thank you, master." The stone smiled in response. "No problem. However, my disciple, there is still about a month before the illusionary spirit realm opens. How do you plan to arrange your cultivation schedule during this time?" After addressing the matters concerning the illusionary spirit realm, the stone became concerned about Jonathan's subsequent cultivation plans. Jonathan pondered silently upon hearing this. "My cultivation plan for the next month," Jonathan mused. He then began analyzing his options one by one. Firstly, cultivating the 9 transformations divine devil body could be temporarily ruled out. After all, a month wasn't enough to significantly enhance his strength, and breakthroughs in this technique required various opportunities and conditions, making diligent practice alone the least effective method. Therefore, he could set it aside for now. Regarding the cultivation of the 3rd stage of the Chaos Divine Art, since he had already found a shortcut, he could wait until after the illusionary spirit realm opened to cultivate further. There was no need to waste time on slower methods. Lastly, what could rapidly boost his strength would be cultivating the 9 Tribulations Lightning Fist, in the 2nd level, 100 Shadows realm, of the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art. Oh right, there's also the Shadow Law within the Inheritance Crystal of the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art that I haven't comprehended yet, Jonathan suddenly remembered. The Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art was an unparalleled body technique at its 1st level, 10 Shadows. Even 9 Tribulations Ancestor only discarded this technique's 1st level movements when he reached the quasi-immortal realm. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be if cultivated to the 100 Shadows realm. Given that Jonathan had the insight system, which helped him comprehend the Shadow Law in the 2nd level, 100 Shadows realm of the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art, without any bottlenecks, he could use this 1-month period to fully comprehend the 100 Shadows realm, greatly enhancing his body technique capabilities and achieving true human invincibility before becoming an immortal. Additionally, if there was remaining time, he could further practice the 8th move of the 9 Tribulations Lightning Fist, Thunder Dragon Skybreak. With this thought, Jonathan directly expressed his intentions. "Master, I plan to comprehend the Inheritance Crystal of the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art. Once more," said Jonathan. "HM? Comprehend the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art again?" the stone asked, slightly puzzled. However, considering Jonathan might have unresolved confusions about the 10 Shadows realm of the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art, he decided to revisit its Inheritance Crystal. So, the stone nodded in agreement. He didn't realize Jonathan intended to comprehend the 100 Shadows realm of the 2nd level. If he knew, his jaw would probably drop again. Having agreed to Jonathan's request, the stone did not dawdle. He immediately set off with Jonathan towards the dark canyon they had previously visited. They quickly arrived outside the dark canyon. The stone promptly lifted the restrictions and let Jonathan enter, reminding him as he left. "You have a month to comprehend the Inheritance Crystal of the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art. After a month, you must come out to participate in the Illusionary Spirit Realm trial. Remember not to miss the time." Jonathan naturally nodded in agreement upon hearing the stone's instructions. Given the convenience of the insight system, he was unlikely to need the full month to comprehend the 100 Shadows realm. After bidding farewell to the stone, Jonathan entered the dark canyon. He skillfully made his way to the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art, Inheritance Crystal and began his comprehension. Ding! Detected host comprehending the 2nd level, 100 Shadows realm of the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art. Requires the preliminary understanding of the basic Shadow Law. Begin comprehension? Yes. Jonathan confirmed. Instantly, he lost all sensation, transforming into a shadow embodying the Shadow Law, revolving in a dead silent, eternally dark space. Time passed. Initially, Jonathan believed he would quickly comprehend the 100 Shadows realm of the 2nd level, but it took almost a month just to understand the preliminary Shadow Law. On the 25th day, Jonathan's senses finally returned, accompanied by a system prompt in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully comprehending the basic Shadow Law. Upon hearing the system prompt, Jonathan regained his focus, realizing that 25 days had already passed. Sigh. Comprehending the Shadow Law is truly challenging, harder than any cultivation technique. Jonathan couldn't help but sigh. This was natural, as he wasn't yet an immortal and far from understanding the operation of heavenly Tao force, thus making the comprehension of laws, an exclusive ability for immortals, incredibly difficult and strenuous compared to comprehending cultivation techniques. Fortunately, the insight system was potent enough to help Jonathan comprehend even the Shadow Law. Having successfully comprehended the basic Shadow Law, Jonathan wasted no time and began comprehending the 100 Shadows realm of the 2nd level. Ding! Detected host comprehending the 2nd level, 100 Shadows realm of the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art. Preliminary requirements met. Begin comprehension? The system prompt sounded again in Jonathan's mind. Without hesitation, Jonathan chose yes. Immediately, Jonathan reappeared in the dark space. A black shadow floated before him, beginning to demonstrate the 100 Shadows realm of the Fading Cloud Shadow Body Art. Chapter 163, Preparing to Establish Authority. Jonathan, seeing this, was completely engrossed and began to move swiftly with the shadow. His speed increased as he practiced. Soon, numerous duplicates appeared in the same spot, increasing more and more, until Jonathan's shadow form reached 100 before gradually dissipating. Ding! Congratulations, host has comprehended the 2nd level of the Remnant Cloud Shadow Form technique, the 100 Shadows realm. Upon hearing the system notification, Jonathan snapped back to his senses from the comprehension process. Phew, success. I finally grasped the 2nd level of the Remnant Cloud Shadow Form technique, 100 Shadows realm. Now, before becoming an immortal, my movement techniques will no longer be a weakness, Jonathan exclaimed with surprise and joy. Even the 1st level, the 10 Shadows realm, was almost invincible on Earth. Thus, the second level, 100 shadows, would be sufficient for Jonathan before achieving immortality. Moreover, the timing is perfect. I've comprehended it within 26 days. In a few days, the illusory spirit realm should open. I can review and familiarize myself in these final few days and make preparations for entering the secret realm. Jonathan muttered to himself. Just a pity there's no time left to practice the 9 lightning fist. I can only hope to encounter thunderstorm weather by luck soon. Jonathan started considering his preparation plan for the remaining 4 days. After all, according to his master elder, the illusory spirit realm would be open for 3 months. Therefore, before entering this illusory spirit realm, there was much to prepare, such as the blood sacrifice required for executing the God of War embodiment, and various healing pills needed to be prepared as well. Thus, Jonathan planned to prepare everything thoroughly before entering the illusory spirit realm. After all, it could rapidly enhance Jonathan's spirit energy, accelerating his cultivation of the 3rd level of the Chaos God technique. He needed to hunt as many illusory spirit beasts as possible. After comprehending the Remnant Cloud Shadow Kill technique, Jonathan contacted the kin to pick him up. Soon, the kin appeared in the dark valley, lifting the restrictions and approached Jonathan asking, "Disciple, have you finished comprehending? Let's go out then. The illusory spirit realm will open in 3 days." "Yes, master," Jonathan nodded in response. In these few days, the challenge matches among the top 100 sky rank disciples have been extremely intense due to the limited entry spots for the illusory spirit realm being available only to the top 100 sky rankers. To fairly select the strongest 100, the challenge matches have been fiercely ongoing recently. The kin explained while mentioning the recent sky rank challenge matches. What do you mean, master?" Jonathan asked curiously. "Because you were immersed in comprehending the legacy crystal of the Remnant Cloud Shadow form technique, I didn't inform you earlier. But currently, your record against Goss, who was the 30th ranked in the sky rank, still remains. Therefore, many sky rank disciples are not entirely convinced. So, I hope you participate in the sky rank challenges these few days and ideally aim for the top rank to convince everyone." The kin hoped Jonathan would formally display his strength, punishing those who refused to acknowledge reality, making everyone truly convinced. Upon hearing this, Jonathan understood the kin's intention. Because previously, when Jonathan had weaker power, he enjoyed special treatment as a true disciple, causing many to feel resentful. Although Jonathan proved himself during the Fantasy Martial Tower trials, it was all within the tower, unseen by others. Therefore, many still questioned Jonathan's combat prowess. So, the kin wanted Jonathan to establish his authority among all true disciples and set the stage for becoming a leader in the 9 Sacred Lands competition. Thinking of this, Jonathan naturally agreed. "Master, I understand. You want me to establish my authority among the top 100 sky rank true disciples and become a genuine top-ranking disciple." The kin smiled and nodded. "How about it? Do you have confidence in getting the sky rank number 1? "That would be effortless, master. Just watch," Jonathan replied confidently. Now, with his 9 transformations Divine Devil Body, at the 4th transformation, Demon Body, and having comprehended the Remnant Cloud Shadow Form technique, to the 2nd level, 100 Shadows Realm, Jonathan felt powerful. Although his cultivation in the Chaos God technique remained a weak point, and he hadn't practiced the 8th movement of the 9 Lightning Fist yet, he was still very strong, capable of easily handling the top 10 sky rank true disciples. Even if Levi and Hardy faced him together, he wouldn't mind. Therefore, achieving the top rank as a true disciple would be easy. Hearing Jonathan's confident words, the kin smiled. He grew increasingly pleased with Jonathan, but cautioned him mildly. "Disciple, don't be too complacent. Lately, Levi and Hardy have made significant progress, with Levi almost breaking through to the 11th stage Martial Saint realm." "Levi," Jonathan muttered, remembering this person who once plotted his assassination. This time, he thought he could teach him a lesson. "Rest assured, master. I am confident in securing the sky rank number 1. Levi is nothing to worry about," Jonathan reassured him. "You sure are not modest," the kin said helplessly but still satisfied. Curious to see how powerful Jonathan had become after receiving the inheritance from the fantasy martial immortal, the kin looked forward to it. Back at his residence, Jonathan did not rush to the Sky Rank Challenge Arena. Since there were still 3 days until the adjustment rounds concluded, he decided to visit the Treasure Pavilion first, intending to exchange some essence blood from 11th stage martial saints to refine the blood sacrifice for using the God of War embodiment. At the Treasure Pavilion, Jonathan found it unusually quiet. There were only a few people exchanging treasures, the hall looking deserted. Approaching the counter, an attendant disciple greeted him respectfully. "Brother, what treasure would you like to exchange for?" Chapter 164, Preparing Items. Do you have any tier 11 martial saint level beast blood essence for exchange? Jonathan asked. "Hold on a moment, senior brother. Let me check." The inner sect duty disciple then started reviewing the treasure records of the treasure hall. While waiting for the inquiry, Jonathan casually asked, "Junior brother, why are there so few people in the treasure hall today?" Hearing Jonathan's question, the inner sect duty disciple was momentarily stunned but quickly recovered and responded. "Senior brother, don't you know? Today is the day when Creed, who tops the heavenly ranking list, faces off against Hardy, who ranks 2nd. Most disciples have gone to watch their battle. If I didn't have duties to attend to, I would have also gone to watch," said the inner sect duty disciple while flipping through the ledger. Upon hearing this, Jonathan realized it was the day of the top 2 showdown on the heavenly ranking list. It seemed that both had significant influence within the Xuanhuan Holy Land. He wondered what the impact would be if he defeated both of them later. After all, he had promised his grandmaster to establish his authority among the true disciples. Thus, the more dramatic his actions were, the better. Only then could everyone be convinced. As Jonathan thought about this, he planned to make a huge splash later. As Jonathan pondered in silence, the inner sect duty disciple finished checking the ledger. "Senior brother, we found it. There are 17 vials of tier 11 martial saint level beast blood essence, and 3 vials of tier 12 martial deity level beast blood essence." Jonathan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected the Xuanhuan Holy Land to have such a substantial reserve. Beast blood essence was notoriously difficult to preserve and deteriorated over time, which usually necessitated immediate use after extraction. Thus, most sanctuaries only kept minimal amounts. Clearly, a grand holy land like this possessed immense resources. This solved Jonathan's trouble, as he no longer needed to search for blood essence himself. He decided, give me 5 vials of tier 11 Martial Saint level Beast blood essence, and 1 vial of tier 12 Martial Dita level Beast blood essence. Jonathan wasn't buying more because he knew excessive storage might lead to waste. He rarely encountered opponents forcing him to use the Godslayer possession, secret art, and stronger adversaries could be handled with the Guardian Talisman. The inner sect duty disciple, hearing Jonathan's order, was astonished and confirmed, Senior brother, you're sure you want to buy 5 vials of tier 11 Martial Saint level Beast blood essence, and 1 vial of tier 12 Martial Dita level Beast blood essence? The amount required too many credits, especially considering Jonathan was only an 8th tier Martial King. He worried Jonathan might not have enough credits. However, he underestimated Jonathan's resources as the top true disciple, knowing he likely had sufficient credits saved up. Seeing this, Jonathan promptly handed over his token. Charge the credits, he said. The inner sect duty disciple hesitated for a moment, took the token, and saw the owner's name, Jonathan. Jonathan? Your senior brother Jonathan? Only now did the duty disciple recognize Jonathan. He had heard of Jonathan but had never met him in person, thus he was incredibly excited upon seeing him for the first time. So you've emerged from seclusion to challenge the heavenly ranking list, senior brother Jonathan? Feeling a bit embarrassed that his plan was revealed, Jonathan nodded. Yes, I intend to challenge for the number 1 spot on the heavenly ranking list soon. The inner sect duty disciple was immediately exhilarated. Many debated whether Jonathan was indeed the strongest among the current true disciples, so they yearned to witness his power firsthand. Senior brother Jonathan, are you really going to challenge the rankings? Can I inform my friends to come watch? The duty disciple asked eagerly. Jonathan considered for a moment and replied, sure, go ahead. If you can, come watch my match. Really? Even if I skip work, I must see your world-class prowess. Surprised by his influence, Jonathan scratched his nose. Since establishing authority was his main goal, he welcomed more spectators. Half an incense sticks time from now, I will start challenging the rankings. Please help promote it to bring more people to watch, Jonathan added. That goes without saying. Rest assured, I'll publicize it extensively, the duty disciple promised. Then, seemingly remembering something, he continued, right, let me give you the 5 vials of tier 11 Martial Saint level Beast blood essence, and 1 vial of tier 12 Martial Deity level Beast blood essence before I head to your match. With that, the inner sect duty disciple collected the items and placed them into a storage ring, handing it to Jonathan. Chapter 165, Heaven Ranking Challenge. After confirming without any doubt, Jonathan put it away immediately. Now he had enough of the blood sacrifice required for his skill Shin body possession and wouldn't need to prepare it in the short term. After acquiring 5 portions of 11th stage Martial Saint level Demon Beast Essence Blood and 1 portion of 12th stage Martial Deity level Demon Beast Essence Blood, Jonathan left without hesitation, intending to head directly to the arena square of the Heaven Ranking Challenge. Coincidentally, due to Levin and Hardy's impending battle today, a significant number of people were attracted. Hence, almost all the Heaven Rank disciples went to the arena square to watch the match, which perfectly aligned with Jonathan's plan to establish his dominance in front of everyone. Leaving the treasure chamber, Jonathan headed straight for the Heaven Ranking Challenge arena square. Soon, he arrived at an enormous square teeming with people. Simultaneously, he encountered a large number of inner sect disciples, true transmission disciples, and top 100 heaven-ranked true transmission disciples. Initially unnoticed when he arrived, Jonathan quickly drew attention once recognized. Within no time, news of his arrival spread like wildfire, and virtually everyone knew that Jonathan had come. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, and discussions erupted. What? That peerless genius Jonathan who has been using seclusion as an excuse to avoid the Heaven Ranking Challenge has finally emerged. Senior brother Jonathan is truly a supreme genius of Xuanhuan Holy Land. If he says he was secluded, then he was definitely secluded. How could he be afraid of avoiding the Heaven Ranking Challenge? That's not certain. Everyone knows Jonathan has great potential, but nobody has truly witnessed his strength. Who knows if Jonathan is powerful in actual combat? It's possible he might be someone with high talent, but weak overall. I believe in senior brother Jonathan. He must be a supreme powerhouse. Isn't he already participating in the Heaven Ranking Challenge? I guess senior brother Jonathan intends to challenge for the top spot. Don't get too excited. Currently, Jonathan is only at the 7th stage Martial Spirit realm, even if he recently advanced to the 8th stage Martial King realm. Compared to Levin, who is ranked first on the Heaven list, there's still a huge gap, 2 major realms apart. Jonathan may not necessarily win against senior brother Levin. After all, senior brother Levin is also a transcendent genius capable of defeating opponents from higher realms. To challenge across 2 major ranks against Levin is merely a dream. No point in talking too much. Let's wait and see senior brother Jonathan's challenge. The crowd of true transmission and inner sect disciples watched Jonathan while discussing heatedly. There were supporters and doubters alike. However, none of this seemed to affect Jonathan. He came here today to break all doubts. As Jonathan appeared at the Heaven Ranking Challenge Arena Square, many half-step celestial-level ancestors in Xuanhuan Holy Land quietly extended their divine senses to observe the proceedings. The Ainsworth even flew above the arena square to closely watch Jonathan's performance. Meanwhile, the presiding elders overseeing the Heaven Ranking Challenge took their positions, preparing the stage for Jonathan's challenge. Jonathan, as the current 31st on the Heaven list, are you here to initiate a Heaven Ranking Challenge? The presiding elder asked. Hearing this, Jonathan nodded and replied, yes. Upon confirmation, the presiding elder began to explain the rules of the Heaven Ranking Challenge in detail to Jonathan. In the Heaven Ranking Challenge, every true transmission disciple has the right to challenge the disciple ranked immediately ahead on the Heaven list. Successful challenges result in acquiring the challenged position, while failure leaves the rank unchanged. Additionally, after 3 consecutive failures, the disciple's chance to challenge ends for this session. However, successful challenges have no limit and can continue consecutively. Having listened, Jonathan now fully understood. Each participant had 3 chances to fail in challenges before ending their active challenge opportunity for the session, afterward accepting challenges passively. Success in challenges had no limit, allowing participants to potentially move from the 100th rank to the 1st within a day. Understanding the rules, Jonathan began thinking about how best to establish his authority. Seeing Jonathan deep in thought, the presiding elder continued, currently ranked 30th, Jonathan, you can only challenge those ranked 29th or higher. Suddenly, Jonathan noticed Cal among the crowd, recalling their previous duel agreement. Thinking this would serve as an appetizer to fulfill the bet, Jonathan spoke up. Enforcement elder, I wish to challenge. Ah, he's already 10th on the heaven list. Yes, I mean Cal. Looking at the updated heaven list, Jonathan saw that Cal had reached the initial 10th stage Martial Emperor realm and climbed to the 10th position. Despite this achievement, Jonathan remained unfazed. Meanwhile, upon hearing whom Jonathan intended to challenge, the enforcement elder hesitated slightly, his initially expectant face showing a hint of disappointment. In his view, Jonathan was a rare genius unmatched in Xuanhuan Holy Land for millennia. He had expected Jonathan to challenge Levin directly, not just a 10th-ranked Cal, assuming Jonathan lacked confidence. However, what the elder didn't realize was that Jonathan only wanted to complete the bet, without any issue of confidence. Though somewhat disappointed, the enforcement elder still proceeded to arrange the match. Heaven ranked 10th, Cal, please step up. Heaven ranked 30th, Jonathan, wishes to challenge you. The enforcement elder announced loudly. Subsequently, Cal was instructed to ascend the platform. Being the challenged party, he had no right to refuse, so he complied. Seeing this, Jonathan wasted no time and jumped onto the stage as soon as Cal did. Once both parties were on the stage, the entire audience erupted into fervent discussion and excitement. Chapter 166, Challenge to Cal. Even Hardy, who had initially planned to challenge Creed today, could not help but divert his attention to observe Jonathan's arena challenge. Wow, finally, senior brother Jonathan is going to make a move. As an 8th rank martial king, senior brother Jonathan is directly challenging senior brother Cal, an early 10th rank martial emperor. He truly lives up to being the unparalleled prodigy of our Xuanhuan Holy Land. What's so great about that? Jonathan enjoys the best resources and benefits in Xuanhuan Holy Land and has even obtained the mysterious inheritance from the illusion warrior immortal. If I were him, I'd directly challenge senior brother Creed, who is ranked 1st on the heavenly list. It seems Jonathan isn't too confident in his strength either. Indeed, it looks like Jonathan is nothing special. I thought he was bold, but he's actually quite cowardly. It seems although he's talented, his current strength isn't enough. I doubt he can match senior brother Creed. Yes, it must be true. While I admit Jonathan's talent and potential are strong, his cultivation is still too low. Compared to the peak 10th rank martial emperor Creed, he still falls short. Why doesn't Jonathan directly challenge senior brother Creed? That makes sense. Not long ago, some people were saying Jonathan is our Xuanhuan Holy Land's hope for winning the championship. But with Jonathan's current strength, if he can't even defeat senior brother Creed, how can he win the championship for Xuanhuan Holy Land? Perhaps he might have a chance after another 60 years. I think everyone overestimates Jonathan. We should see his actual strength. The spectators buzzed with various opinions. They still did not fully trust Jonathan's current capabilities. After all, Jonathan was only an 8th rank martial king at present. While everyone acknowledged his high potential, his current cultivation was too low, making it difficult for him to vie for the championship on behalf of Xuanhuan Holy Land. Given the approaching time for the 9 Great Sanctuaries competition, there wasn't much time left for Jonathan to train. Perhaps in 10 or more years, when Jonathan reached the 10th rank martial emperor realm, everyone would expect him to compete for the championship. But currently, based on his 8th rank martial king strength, few held much hope for him. Both Creed and Hardy, standing among the crowd, shared similar views. This Jonathan didn't directly challenge me, showing he's not too confident in his strength. It seems my previous worries were excessive. Although Jonathan's potential far surpasses mine, it's impossible for him to surpass me at this stage. I, Creed, am not that weak, Creed muttered to himself. Previously, Jonathan had suppressed him so thoroughly in terms of talent that he doubted his own strength. Seeing Jonathan choose someone else as his opponent restored some of his confidence. Hardy also felt similarly, as no one wanted to admit being inferior to others despite being geniuses themselves. Therefore, both were eager to see whether Jonathan was as formidable as rumored. Everyone then patiently awaited the start of Jonathan's battle on the arena. Meanwhile, Jonathan and Cal stood opposite each other on the platform. Jonathan, I acknowledge your high talent, but I, Cal, am not weak. I've advanced to early 10th rank martial emperor and entered the top 10 on the heavenly list. Defeating me is impossible. Cal declared resolutely, full of fighting spirit. Jonathan, however, was indifferent to Cal's pre-battle declaration. Instead, he considered how to defeat Cal in a way that would cause the greatest shock. After thinking for a while, Jonathan spoke slowly. Cal, you're merely an appetizer on my journey to challenge the heavenly list. I will stand still, let you use both legs and one hand. If you can take a step beyond me, you win. Upon hearing Jonathan's audacious offer, allowing Cal to use both legs and one hand, the entire arena erupted in excitement. Even the elder overseeing the heavenly list challenge frowned, feeling Jonathan was being overly arrogant. After all, Cal was no pushover. With Jonathan 2 ranks lower in cultivation, offering such advantages was practically disregarding Cal. Regardless of Jonathan's brilliance, there should be limits, and he couldn't possibly be that powerful. This kid. The elder watching from above couldn't help but feel both amused and annoyed by Jonathan's arrogance. The other genuine disciples also became furious. What? Jonathan is letting senior brother Cal use both legs and one hand? Isn't that too arrogant? Senior brother Cal is not a weakling. Does he not fear losing face? Indeed, Jonathan has been overly praised and thinks too highly of himself. Does he really have the confidence to defeat senior brother Cal? Jonathan is indeed arrogant. Even I need to be cautious against Cal, yet he dares to offer such an advantage. It's sheer arrogance. Hardy looked at Jonathan with disdain. Jonathan wasn't just arrogant. He was outright presumptuous. Doubts continued to mount. Few believed Jonathan was that strong, and they eagerly awaited seeing him humiliated by Cal. Meanwhile, Cal raged angrily, arrogant. Jonathan, you will regret this. Enraged, Cal charged forward to teach Jonathan a lesson. Heavy earth punch. A giant fist made entirely of rock rushed towards Jonathan. Facing this fierce attack, Jonathan remained calm and composed. With his breakthrough into the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations Divine Devil Body, Jonathan's physical strength alone rivaled early 11th rank Martial Saints. Activating the 4th transformation, he could easily overpower peak 11th rank Martial Saints. Consequently, Cal's ferocious punch posed no threat. Just as the massive rock fist approached Jonathan's head, he raised his hand and delivered a single punch. Instantly, boom! A loud explosion followed. The rock fist shattered under Jonathan's effortless strike, and the backlash sent Cal retreating dozens of steps. Hiss! The audience gasped in disbelief. It was impossible to believe what they had just witnessed. How could this be? How did Jonathan simply punch and send senior brother Cal flying? Is Jonathan really that strong? A genuine disciple expressed disbelief, reflecting the sentiment of many. Chapter 167, Defeating Cal. Of course, more than disbelief, there was shock. After a brief moment of silence, all the onlookers could not help but exclaim in surprise. Senior brother Jonathan. Senior brother Jonathan is mighty. Senior brother Jonathan is invincible. The disciples who supported Jonathan immediately started shouting and cheering excitedly. All because of Jonathan's simple punch, he instantly gained countless admirers. In the crowd, Levi and Hardy's faces turned extremely ugly when they saw Jonathan effortlessly repel Cal with ease. Because neither Levi nor Hardy had any confidence that they could repel Cal so easily without using any martial skills. What did this mean? It meant that Jonathan's strength was clearly superior to both Levi and Hardy. This left them incredulous and feeling deeply uncomfortable. It wasn't enough that Jonathan had high potential. No one expected his power to be so formidable even at the 8th stage Martial King. This made them feel utterly hopeless. This Jonathan. Both clenched their fists tightly, feeling increasingly uncertain. On the other side, Cal, who was sent flying several dozen steps by a single punch, felt his blood churning and his face showed shock not lesser than that of the audience below. How could this be? How could you be this strong? Cal looked at Jonathan, unable to believe what he saw. From the force Jonathan displayed while striking back, Cal could clearly sense that Jonathan's physical strength was at least comparable to that of an 11th stage Martial Saint, which was far beyond his resistance. This can't be. Impossible. You're only at the early stage of the 8th level Martial King. How can you be stronger than an 11th level Martial Saint? Cal screamed in disbelief. But Jonathan did not indulge him and mocked. You think it's possible because you're not strong enough. Alright, don't waste time. Use your full strength, or I will defeat you in my next strike. Jonathan's cold words woke Cal up. He suddenly remembered he was still on the arena. The battle wasn't over yet, and he hadn't lost. Thinking of this, Cal glared fiercely at Jonathan, gritting his teeth as he said, I will defeat you. With that, he let out a roar, and all his aura burst out completely. Thick, earth, shatter, star, fist. Cal shouted each word distinctly. He fully built up his fist's momentum before slamming down viciously at Jonathan. Immediately, a gigantic fist like a star from the heavens smashed down, the powerful wind making Jonathan's clothes flap violently. Now we're getting somewhere. Jonathan laughed. Facing a punch many times more powerful than before, Jonathan became slightly more serious. I'll defeat you right here. Jonathan muttered under his breath. He didn't intend to waste much time fighting Cal. After all, he still had to deal with Levi and Hardy later. There wasn't much time to spare for Cal. Therefore, displaying some power, Jonathan aimed to finish off Cal in one move. Thinking of this, Jonathan softly intoned, the 7th form of 9 tribulation, Thunder Fist. Thunder pervades heaven and earth. As Jonathan punched, a fist made entirely of lightning clashed head-on with the enormous earth-colored fist resembling a star. Rumble. The platform shook. 2 fists collided, unleashing a terrifyingly powerful blast that swept across the entire square. Even many onlookers were blown off their feet. Chaos ensued. Meanwhile, at the center of the storm, Jonathan's lightning fist began to disintegrate Cal's earth-colored fist. Quickly, under the continuous impact of Jonathan's lightning fist, the earth-colored fist crumbled apart. Boom! A loud explosion. Jonathan's lightning fist shattered Cal's earth-colored fist, and then slammed directly into Cal's chest. Pooh! Cal spat out a mouthful of blood. Afterwards, he was crushed by Jonathan's punch and thrown off the arena. How can this be? I refuse to accept this. Being knocked off the arena, Cal spewed blood again and looked at Jonathan fiercely. In despair, he fainted from his severe injuries. Having defeated Cal with just one punch, Jonathan casually flicked his hand and remained standing where he was, calm and composed. Heaven List Challenge Match. Jonathan, victory. The elder presiding over the match announced. Everyone who was still in shock was immediately brought back to reality. He defeated him. Just with one punch, Jonathan defeated senior brother Cal. Scary. So scary. Yes, senior brother Jonathan is amazing. No wonder he's our Shin Devon Holy Land's once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy. If anyone dares say senior brother Jonathan isn't strong, I'll bash their heads in. Senior brother Jonathan, unbeatable. Unbeatable. Excited shouts rang out as the disciples cheered wildly for Jonathan. At this moment, with just 2 punches, Jonathan established immense popularity and respect among the disciples. Even the half-step immortals observing quietly couldn't help but sigh. Jonathan really is impressive. Indeed, indeed. Truly the one we have chosen. The most talented disciple in the history of the Xian Devon Holy Land should be like this. Watching from the sky, the Grand Elder murmured, "My disciple hasn't even used broken cloud shadow body art yet. His true strength may surpass this." Meanwhile, Levi and Hardy, who had been watching the whole time, now looked extremely grim and miserable. They hadn't expected Jonathan to be this terrifyingly strong. Since he could defeat Kel so easily, he naturally had the strength to challenge them, possibly even threatening their positions. These thoughts weighed heavily on Levi and Hardy, dispelling any lingering hopes they had. On the other side, after defeating Cal, Jonathan's gaze naturally shifted towards Levi and Hardy in the crowd. Feeling Jonathan's eyes on them, Levi and Hardy's hearts sank simultaneously. He's coming. This Jonathan is indeed preparing to challenge me, Hardy thought. Levi's thoughts mirrored those of Hardy. Will Jonathan challenge me directly, or start with Hardy? Does he know I ordered his assassination? Levi's heart pounded with panic. On one hand, he felt immense pressure from Jonathan's displayed power and uncertainty about hidden strength. On the other hand, he feared Jonathan would retaliate if he discovered his involvement in the assassination attempt. To sum it up, Levi was terrified, even more so than Hardy. Chapter 168, a challenge to 2. On the other side, Jonathan, after easily dispatching Cal, turned his attention towards Creed and Hardy. These two were among the most outstanding disciples in the top 10 of the Heaven rank. Ever since they entered the top 2 of the Heaven rank, their positions had remained unshaken. The other 8 in the top 10 were generally no match for them. Thus, it could be said that among the true disciples of the Xian Devon Sacred Ground, none commanded as much respect and authority as Creed and Hardy. They were almost considered leaders among the true disciples. Therefore, if Jonathan wanted to establish his dominance, defeating these two would undoubtedly yield the best results. I definitely need to fight these two. Why not challenge them at the same time? Jonathan pondered inwardly. If this idea were to be known by the onlookers, it would surely shock them into silence. After all, Creed and Hardy were absolute top-notch figures among the true disciples of the Heaven rank, both at the peak of the 10th rank Martial Emperor realm. Both had records of defeating opponents at the 11th rank Martial Saint level, making them geniuses capable of challenging higher ranks. For an ordinary person, winning against one of them would already be extraordinary. Now, Jonathan was aiming to take on both simultaneously, indeed a rather audacious move. Meanwhile, Jonathan's mind raced with thoughts. To defeat Creed and Hardy at the same time, he might have to reveal some of his trump cards, at the very least activating the 9 transformations Divine Devil Body technique. Otherwise, with Jonathan's physical strength comparable to an 11th rank Martial Saint, it wouldn't be enough to completely overwhelm them. However, the 4th transformation, the Devil transformation of the 9 transformations Divine Devil Body, was currently one of Jonathan's crucial hidden cards, unknown even to his revered elder and the elders of the Xian Devon Sacred Ground. Although Jonathan usually kept the Devil aura contained when using the Devil transformation, under the intense scrutiny of so many, including the half-step immortal ancestor, there was a risk that someone might notice something unusual. Jonathan still intended to keep this card hidden until the big competition among the 9 sacred grounds. So, to confront Creed and Hardy at the same time, Jonathan could not rely on the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations Divine Devil Body, and would have to use conventional methods. Fortunately, he had just grasped the 2nd level, 100 Shadows, of the residual Cloud Shadow step, which could prove useful in this confrontation. Moreover, the residual Cloud Shadow step was an inherited skill of the Xian Devon Sacred Ground, thus not likely to raise suspicion. After considering all this, Jonathan made up his mind. He would establish his authority by defeating Creed and Hardy simultaneously in front of everyone, becoming the undisputed number 1 among the true disciples. With that thought, Jonathan looked directly at Creed and Hardy, and then spoke to the elder overseeing the Heaven rank challenge. "Elder, I wish to challenge both Creed, who was first on the Heaven rank, and Hardy, who was second. Is this permissible?" The elder supervising the challenge was taken aback by Jonathan's request, not expecting such an unusual demand. As soon as Jonathan mentioned challenging both Creed and Hardy simultaneously, all the true disciples watching became agitated, reacting with a mix of excitement and anger, sparking heated discussions. Heavens! Did I hear correctly? Jonathan wants to challenge both Senior Brother Creed and Senior Brother Hardy at once? That's too arrogant. Yeah, does he think that just because he defeated Cal easily, he's invincible? Creed can also easily defeat Cal. It's not a great achievement. He must think he's unbeatable. Indeed, Senior Brother Jonathan is too young and inexperienced. If he challenged either Creed or Hardy individually, I'd say he has a good chance, but winning against both simultaneously is absolutely impossible. Right? He's acting like a Callan whose pride is inflated by small victories. Let's see Creed and Hardy teach him a lesson. Creed and Hardy have held the top 2 spots for so long without being challenged, let alone challenged together. Senior brothers Creed and Hardy, please give Jonathan a thorough lesson. Below the arena, the true disciples debated intensely, generally doubting Jonathan's chances of defeating both Creed and Hardy and believing he was too arrogant and would surely be taught a lesson by the 2 seniors. On the other side, Creed and Hardy felt deeply insulted upon hearing Jonathan's words. Both were top geniuses of the Xian Devon Sacred Ground, extremely proud and self-assured. Although they admitted Jonathan's talent was unparalleled within the Xian Devon Sacred Ground, such arrogance from an 8th rank Martial King challenging 2 peak 10th rank Martial Emperors was simply too much. Jonathan! Creed spat out. Jonathan! Hardy echoed. Both shot fiery glares at Jonathan, as if eager to devour him alive. But Jonathan seemed oblivious to their fury, continuing to look at the elder for his response. The elder hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Then, a voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Agree to it. The elder was shocked. That's the voice of the Holy Master, he murmured. Immediately regaining composure, the elder announced, Jonathan, you are permitted to challenge both Creed, who was first on the Heaven rank, and Hardy, who was second. Chapter 169, 1 against 2. If you fail this challenge, it will count as 2 failed attempts. Are you sure you want to proceed with the challenge? The enforcement elder overseeing the Heaven rankings challenge asked Jonathan seriously. Jonathan respectfully and firmly replied, "Yes, Enforcement Elder. I am certain that I wish to challenge both Creed and Hardy simultaneously." "Very well. The challenge will begin shortly," said the Enforcement Elder overseeing the competition. He then turned his gaze toward Creed and Hardy, who were still among the crowd below the stage. "You two should also prepare yourselves quickly. Soon, you will be facing him on the stage together." Hearing this, Creed and Hardy felt furious but did not refuse. "Jonathan, this is your own doing. Initially, I wasn't entirely confident in beating you, but now, for your arrogance, I cannot be blamed," Creed said fiercely. Hardy frowned and muttered under his breath, "Jonathan, although I'm not happy, since you're challenging us both, I won't hold back. I'll let you see my true strength." Creed and Hardy exchanged a glance, then began preparing for the match against Jonathan. During the preparation, Creed approached Hardy directly and started talking. "Hardy, I know we have some grievances, but Jonathan has dared to humiliate us so openly. We shouldn't allow ourselves to be underestimated. So, I hope we can temporarily cooperate sincerely, putting forth all our efforts to deal with Jonathan. What do you say?" Creed looked earnestly at Hardy. After hearing this, although Hardy was slightly surprised by Creed's unusual words, he indeed had no good feelings towards Jonathan. Moreover, he didn't want to be underestimated in front of all the spectators and the elders. Thus, he agreed to cooperate sincerely with Creed. Thinking this over, Hardy nodded. "Creed, you're right. Despite our past, Jonathan has shown such disrespect. We should teach him a lesson. So, I agree. Let's work together for now." Relieved, Creed smiled. "Then it's settled." Having reached an agreement, Creed and Hardy began discussing their cooperative strategy and details. Meanwhile, Jonathan remained oblivious to the secret alliance between Creed and Hardy. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, his goal was to assert his dominance. The more they cooperated, the better. It would highlight his strength even more when he defeated them. Shortly after the preparations, Jonathan, along with Creed and Hardy, arrived at a larger, wider arena. The Enforcement Elder overseeing the challenge was already on the stage and asked, "Jonathan, are you certain you wish to challenge both Creed and Hardy simultaneously?" "Yes, Disciple is certain," Jonathan affirmed. "Then please come up to the stage," the Elder instructed Jonathan. Turning to Creed and Hardy, the Elder added, "Both of you should join him on the stage." Following the Elder's orders, Creed and Hardy leaped onto the stage without hesitation. "All right, the match begins." Without further ado, the Enforcement Elder announced the start of the match. As soon as the Elder spoke, Creed drew the black greatsword he carried on his back and glared coldly at Jonathan. "Jonathan, you're too arrogant. You'll pay the price for your overconfidence." With that, Creed emitted an overwhelmingly powerful aura, and a thick wave of killing intent swept across the area. Clearly, Creed was an experienced, world-class swordsman, standing at the pinnacle of the 10th rank peak martial emperor realm. Seeing Creed's intense killing intent, Jonathan slightly frowned. This Creed is indeed formidable, even stronger than Hermes from the Gene family, Jonathan thought to himself. Hermes had only managed to barely stand against Jonathan with the help of a semi-divine weapon. However, Creed exerted immense pressure on Jonathan without relying on any divine armament, a significant feat. This wasn't unexpected. After all, Creed was the top disciple of Xian Devon Holy Land's true lineage, recognized as the most talented publicly. On the other hand, Hermes held a much lower status within Tian Tsang Holy Land, likely ranking around 30th on the heaven rankings. Even with the semi-divine sword, Golden Tortoise Sword, Hermes couldn't match the pressure Creed exerted on Jonathan. No matter how powerful a divine weapon was, its effectiveness depended on the user's strength. Hermes' capabilities fell far short of Creed's, making him incapable of matching Creed even with a semi-divine weapon in a life-or-death struggle. Creed's heavy killing intent indicated he had faced numerous life-and-death situations, unlike the pampered Hermes. Thus, Jonathan felt a slight sense of pressure upon seeing Creed's intense aura. However, thanks to mastering the second level of 100 Shadows in the residual cloud shadow body technique, Jonathan was prepared. Otherwise, dealing with Creed would require activating the 4th transformation of the 9 transformations divine devil body. On the other side, while Creed unleashed his formidable power and killing intent, Hardy was equally formidable. He swung the long sword on his back, instantly filling the air around him with countless sword energies. These sword energies converged to form a vast sword world, with Hardy as its master. In terms of sheer might, Hardy surpassed Creed. Though Hardy's cultivation and strength matched Creed's, he lacked the same fierce aura. He exuded the vibe of a powerful beast, rather than the dangerous predator that Creed was. Chapter 170, Jonathan's Strength. This was likely the reason why Hardy had been suppressed by Creed for so many years. When facing Hardy, Jonathan felt slightly less pressure than when facing Creed, but not by much. After all, Hardy was also an absolute genius who directly controlled the sword domain and would be incredibly tough to deal with, possibly even more troublesome than Creed. Jonathan still trusted his agility. After all, the second level of the Xuanhuan shadow body technique, the 100 Shadows realm, was truly invincible in the mortal world. As long as he could dodge all attacks from these two, he would already be invulnerable. The swordsman and the blade expert. Interesting, this is finally getting interesting. A true battle with strong opponents is fun. I'll test the effectiveness of my 100 Shadows realm on both of you, Jonathan thought silently while looking forward to the confrontation with the two. Meanwhile, as Jonathan observed Creed and Hardy, they were also carefully watching him. This kid is still pretending, not releasing any aura. Indeed, he's arrogant. If that's how it's going to be, then don't blame me for being ruthless, Creed thought. He then turned to Hardy and said, "Hardy, according to our agreement, I will take the main offensive while you are responsible for distracting him." "I understand, let's go now," Hardy nodded in agreement. With that, both of them immediately launched their attack. Creed led the charge, slashing down at Jonathan's head with a devastating strike. "Die!" Creed roared. Hardy did not hesitate either, shouting loudly, 10,000 sword art. Instantly, countless golden small swords made of sword chi shot through the air like a storm, pelting towards Jonathan. They aimed to pierce him into a sieve with just one move. The spectators below gasped in shock at the combined and fierce attack of Creed and Hardy. They've attacked. Master Brother Creed and Master Brother Hardy have begun their coordinated assault. Indeed, look at that formidable attack, their seamless coordination. Who would have thought Master Brother Creed and Master Brother Hardy would work together so effectively? Now Jonathan is in trouble. He brought it upon himself. To challenge both Master Brother Creed and Master Brother Hardy at the same time is sheer recklessness. He deserves to lose. Maybe it will teach him some humility. The disciples who weren't confident in Jonathan sneered after seeing the powerful combined assault. However, there were still some disciples who supported Jonathan and could only silently pray for him at this moment. Master Brother Jonathan, you need to hold on. A few disciples prayed. Elder Wu, watching from above, muttered worriedly, I wonder if my disciple can handle both Creed and Hardy. I hope he has a good chance. He was speaking to himself, unsure of Jonathan's capabilities. After all, he didn't know how many trump cards Jonathan had left and could only trust him. Some of the semi-immortal patriarchs observing in secret also showed concern when they saw the 8th rank martial king Jonathan facing off against the 2 10th rank peak imperial martial emperors Creed and Hardy. Although Jonathan is our Xuanhuan Holy Land's #1 genius, he's only an 8th rank martial king challenging 2 10th rank peak imperial martial emperors. Isn't this too much for him? Barton doubted as he looked at the trio on the arena. Upon hearing this, Remy commented, this battle is indeed a bit too much for Jonathan. Even the illustrious 9 Tribulations ancestor from history found it difficult to challenge across 2 major ranks. For Jonathan to challenge 2 10th rank peak imperial martial emperors at once, he's clearly overconfident, Remy remarked, showing little confidence in Jonathan. Just then, the Michael of Xuanhuan Holy Land joined in the discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, haven't you forgotten that Jonathan passed through the illusory combat tower, making him an exceptional genius? And he obtained the inheritance of the illusory combat immortal. So, I believe Jonathan is no rash person. He must have gained the confidence to face these 2 10th rank peak imperial martial emperors after mastering the illusory combat immortal's legacy. That's why I secretly instructed the law-enforcing elder to approve Jonathan's challenge. I wanted to see what advantage